Chapter 1, Opening the door was entirely for the dog's sake. Li Xiaolua, stop pretending to be dead and come out and open the door. There was a loud knock on the door, and Li Xiaolua was startled and woke up from his sleep with cold sweat all over his body. Looking at the familiar things around him in disbelief, Li Xiaolua was confused. She was not dismembered? Ignoring the noise outside, Li Xiaolua checked his entire body. Finally, it was confirmed that all parts of the body were present, especially some key parts. Coupled with the familiar environment around him, Li Xiaolua could be sure that he was reborn. I also caught up with the trend of being reborn at the beginning. Thanks to the blessings of the Eastern Buddha and the Western God, I was fortunate to be reborn instead of traveling back in time. Because he remembered that before he died, he was tortured beyond recognition, and even his guilt was cut off. If he were to travel through time, Li Xiaolua would have ended his own life. The whole book is finished, that is definitely impossible. But suddenly he remembered something and Li Xiaolua quickly took out his cell phone to check the time. The time displayed on the mobile phone is 8:08, August 8, 2088. It was a very auspicious day in time, but Li Xiaolua felt a little nervous. Because according to this time, the end of the world will come in 8 days. 8 days may seem like a short time, but if you really prepare, Li Xiaolua can do a lot. But what gives Li Xiaolua a headache is that some things cannot be made up for by time alone. For example, personal ability. In his previous life, Li Xiaolua relied on his good physical fitness before the end of the world and a strong will. He was doing pretty well at first after the apocalypse, and some survivors treated him with respect. But later on, people with awakened superpowers appeared. However, Li Xiaolua was not favored by the goddess of luck, and he did not awaken any special talents at all. Now that he has been reborn, Li Xiaolua naturally knows that he can do a lot of things in these 8 days. For example, storing food, strengthening houses, purchasing weapons, etc., so that you can live more comfortably in the early stage of the apocalypse than in your previous life. However, such comfortable days may not last long. No, if I live my life over again, I must find a way to change. Bang! Bang! Li Xiaolua, did you hear me? If you don't open the door, I'm going to let the dogs out. Woof woof woof. A dog outside the door barked in coordination. Hearing the dog barking, Li Xiaolua's eyes sparkled. He quickly got out of bed and opened the door. Li Xiaolua, are you not pretending to be dead anymore? If you don't open the door, A young man saw the door finally open and immediately shouted with some dissatisfaction. If you don't want to come in, stay outside. If you want to come in, get out of here quickly. Li Xiaolua looked coldly at the 3 people outside. You, what's with your attitude? Didn't you see who came? The young man was even more dissatisfied, but fearing that Li Xiaolua would really close the door, he hurried into the room. There were 3 people and a dog coming, and Li Xiaolua opened the door entirely for the dog's sake. Among the 3 people, there was a bald middle-aged man in his 50s, a middle-aged woman in her 40s with wavy hair, and the young man who had just spoken, who was about the same age as Li Xiaolua. The middle-aged man is called Li Wei, the middle-aged woman with wavy hair is called Xiaohe, and the young man is called Li Xiaowei. Li Wei is Li Xiaolua's father, Xiaohe is Li Xiaolua's aunt, and Li Xiaowei is Li Xiaolua's cousin. Their purpose of coming to Li Xiaolua was very simple, which was to ask Li Xiaolua, their brother, to use money to save people. Note that it's taking money, not borrowing money. The reason for this is, not long after his cousin Li Xiaowei started working, Li Xiaolua's good father bought him a car worth more than 100,000 yuan. When Li Xiaowei was driving his new car to pick up girls, the girl in the passenger seat was driving too fast, causing him to be distracted and then crash into a luxury car parked on the side of the road. Fortunately, no one died, but in order to resolve this matter, at least 2 million yuan in compensation must be paid. It's funny to say that the cousin's car was bought by Li Xiaolua's father Li Wei. When the accident happened, Li Wei was busy helping to compensate, but Li Wei had to pay so much money at once, so he started to have his own ideas. This operation is really fucked up. I've been telling you about the money for so long, are you ready? It's only 1.9 million, right? If all else fails, you can sell this house. It should fetch around 2.5 million, right? You can even use the remaining money to buy a house back home, which is just as good. The old man Li Wei had a cold face, then walked to the sofa in the living room, sat down, and looked at Li Xiaolua expressionlessly. Haha, why? Although Li Xiaolua had heard these words once in his previous life, it still made him want to laugh when he heard them now. Can it still be sold for 2.5 million? Do you look so much like 250? Well, okay, I was indeed 250 in my previous life. This house was bought for Li Xiaoluo's mother with her hard-earned money after her divorce from his father Li Wei. Not to mention being a cousin, he has nothing to do with his father Li Wei. What's your attitude? I'm your father. Li Wei looked at Li Xiaoluo angrily, and then continued, anyway, no matter what method you use, quickly prepare 1.9 million. If you don't have it, quickly sell the house. Anyway, we have to get this done today. Do you want to watch your cousin go to jail? In his previous life, Li Xiaoluo remembered that in order to get his money, the three of them came to his house countless times, which made him very annoyed. Especially his father's attitude, which made him feel like he was screwed. The dog next to him? I remember that my father has been particularly concerned about my cousin Li Xiaowei since he was a child, especially after Li Xiaowei was admitted to university. That reached its peak and he cared about him countless times more than his own son. If her mother hadn't died early, Li Xiaoluo would really have asked her whether she was from the Wang family next door. In her previous life, Li Xiaoluo was sometimes very angry about Li Wei's favoritism. But after his mother passed away, he always longed for his father's love, so he always tolerated Li Wei's unreasonable behavior. He even ended up selling his house to help his cousin pay off the debt. Now that I think about it, 250 is really home. In fact, everything has a cause and an effect. It was not until after the end of the world that Li Xiaoluo found out why Li Wei treated him, his own son, so badly but treated his nephew so well. That's because Li Wei always thought that Li Xiaowei was his son, the product of his relationship with Xia He after drinking on a stormy night. Actually, it was the son of another Lao Wang. However, before the end of the world, secular morality prevented Li Wei from making this matter public, and he always felt that he owed Li Wei and his mother. Therefore, any request from the mother and son would be met. In addition, Li Xiaoluo also knew that although he was not the child of the neighbor Wang, but he was indeed not Li Wei's biological son. His mother married Li Wei when he was only 1 year old, and the prerequisite was that Li Wei should treat him as his own son. However, in Li Wei's eyes, he might be nothing. He will only think of me occasionally when he needs me. However, after being reborn and knowing the real reason, Li Xiaoluo was not so sad. Since there is no blood relationship, it makes sense. Li Xiaoluo seemed not to hear what Li Wei said, but instead looked carefully at the dog beside him. This is a half-grown Rottweiler named Dahei. Although he looked a little unkempt, Li Xiaoluo's eyes were shining. This is also the reason why Li Xiaoluo let Li Wei and the other two in, because he wanted to get the dog. Since I haven't thought of any good way to awaken my superpowers after the end of the world, then you can only make good use of the advantages of rebirth and find some reliable subordinates. Beautiful women with special talents, that's another story. And the big black one in front of him is definitely the best choice for human, dog. After the end of the previous life, its owner Li Xiaowei was actually an ordinary person without awakened special powers. However, he relied on the power of the dog and Dahei, and became a famous figure in the last days. Chapter 2 System Task, Stocking Up requires money. Brother, calm down first. This matter is also our Xiaowei's fault. It is normal for Xia Luo to be emotional now. Let's discuss it properly. Charlotte, we are also your elders. We are guests in your house. For the sake of your aunt, can you make some tea to entertain us? Xia He whispered softly on the side that this woman was usually quite polite to Li Xia Luo, and would occasionally care about Li Xia Luo. In front of everyone, she was a gentle and considerate woman. Otherwise, old man Li Wei would not have always felt that he owed her and was willing to give everything for her. When Li Wei divorced his mother, this woman was also involved. She was really good at it. What's even more outrageous is that nothing had happened between this woman and Li Wei, yet she managed to trick Li Wei into working like a slave for her and her daughter for the rest of their lives. But this no longer concerns Li Xiaoluo. Although these people did not hurt him personally in his previous life, they ignored him after they became capable and showed no regard for his family affection. Li Xiaoluo did not respond to Xia He, but stood up and walked towards the kitchen. When Xia He saw this, she thought Li Xia Luo was going to prepare tea, and she was immediately delighted. It seems that there is still hope for the money issue, and the kind concern for Li Xiaoluo over the years has not been in vain. Li Xiaoluo quickly came out of the kitchen again, but he didn't have tea in his hand, but a few sausages. Xia He thought to herself, MMP, what an uneducated person, he doesn't even know the basic etiquette, how can he serve sausage when entertaining guests? Dahei, come here, there are delicious foods. Li Xiaoluo waved a sausage towards Dahei. Xia He and the other two's faces suddenly turned as dark as they could be. It turned out that these were snacks for them. Are you saying they are worse than dogs? This was simply too much. If it weren't for the money, she really wanted to leave immediately. Li Wei, in particular, felt that Li Xiaolua didn't take him, his father, seriously at all, and was really getting too independent. However, Dahei was stunned by Li Xiaolua's warm hospitality. Usually he comes here just to make a cameo appearance, and maybe he is tired of the house, so Li Xiaolua is not very enthusiastic about him. What happened today? In fact, Rottweilers are generally used as guard dogs because of their high intelligence, good obedience, loyalty, and bravery. However, this kind of dog has a fatal flaw, that is, it only obeys its own owner, ignores strangers, and may even be aggressive. Fortunately, Dahei is still a half-grown dog, and he often sees Li Xiaolua, so he is not unfamiliar with him. Now when he sees something delicious, he sticks out his tongue and looks greedy. But it still stayed obediently at the feet of its owner Li Wei. Without Li Wei's order, it was not a casual dog. Li Wei said with a dark face, "That's enough, Li Xiaolua, can you be a little more mature? Also, your aunt said we should discuss it properly, and this is your attitude?" Li Xiaolua said calmly, "If you feel that my attitude is bad, turn right when you leave. I won't see you off." Xia He immediately tried to smooth things over and said, okay, since Xia Luo likes dogs, let him feed the dog first, and then we can talk properly. Li Xiaolua has no intention of giving them money now, let alone selling the house. Actually, his house wasn't an ideal shelter after the apocalypse. But even if he didn't need it, he wouldn't let them buy it cheaply. Li Xiaolua now just wants to have a good relationship with Dahei first, and then find a way to get Dahei. It will definitely not work if you just snatch it away by force. With the three of them and a dog, I had no chance of winning. Moreover, the end of the world has not yet come, and the law still exists. Although Li Xiaowei felt uncomfortable, he still gave orders to Dahei in order to get the money. With the master's order, Dahei walked up to Li Xiaolua with his tongue sticking out and a smug look on his face. Li Xiaolua picked up a ham and removed the outer shell. The big black dog was excited, waiting for the delicious food to arrive, but it soon became confused. Because Li Xiaolua threw the sausage directly into his own mouth. This really can't be blamed on him. It's mainly because he was starving in his previous life. Now, even if he sees the cheapest ham, he can't resist the temptation instinctively. I really don't want to steal food from the dog. Dahei looked at Li Xiaolua with a resentful look on his dog face. Is he teasing the dog? Sorry, operational error. Li Xiaolua smiled at Dahei and immediately got another piece of ham, this time throwing it directly to Dahei. Dahei caught it accurately with his mouth and then swallowed it up in big mouthfuls. +1 favorability towards Li Xiaolua. Li Xiaolua fed Dahei a few more pieces of ham, but she still couldn't think of a good way to catch Dahei. It seems that I can only buy it with money. But I'm afraid they'll raise the price. At this moment, a voice sounded in Li Xiaolua's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, the strongest Doomsday Shelter System is being activated. Activate Mission 1, Stockpiling requires money. In order for the host to have enough funds to stockpile supplies in advance to prepare for the apocalyptic disaster, the host must earn more than 1 million in liquid funds within 10 minutes. Reward system space based on completion. Li Xiaolua was stunned for a moment. Was his golden finger here? And what is the most powerful shelter system? Speaking of shelters, Li Xiaolua is certainly no stranger to them. In her previous life, survivors built large and small strongholds or shelters in order to survive. The leaders of some shelters are called directors, while others simply call themselves kings. However, Li Xiaolua is not very interested in becoming king. But why is it so troublesome to activate my own system? Since there is activated task 1, there must be 2 or 3. But after thinking about it, Li Xiaolua was still quite content. I originally thought that rebirth was my advantage, but I didn't expect there was also a cheat code. That's great. System prompt, host, please complete the activation task as soon as possible. If the activation task fails, the system will select another host. The system's prompt sound brought Li Xiaolua back to his senses. But Li Xiaolua was in trouble again. Apart from owning a house, he didn't have much savings. Moreover, the task requirements issued by the system are also very clear. It is the liquid funds earned within these 10 minutes, and real estate is definitely not counted. Damn, this is a novice mission? Isn't it difficult? For Li Xiaolua, whose monthly salary is as high as 3,800 yuan, it is considered a blessing for him to earn more than 1,000 yuan in 10 minutes, let alone more than 1 million yuan. Who do you look up to? However, Li Xiaoluo suddenly realized that the system was talking about working capital. The key point is working capital. Then if I sell this house, I will have some working capital. Although 10 minutes is a bit tight, it would definitely not be sold normally, and even if it was sold, I wouldn't get any money. But aren't there a few abnormal people right in front of us? And I can also take this opportunity to get dahe. You can do it. So Li Xiaoluo fed the dog the last piece of ham, then looked at Li Wei and the others and said, okay, we can talk now. It's not impossible for me to sell the house to save Li Xiaowei. Xia He and Li Xiaowei were both delighted, and even Li Wei showed a smile on his face. But their smiles soon froze on their faces. Li Xiaoluo continued, 1.88 million. Transfer the money within 5 minutes, and then this house will be yours. What, 1.88 million? And you want us to pay for it? If we had money, would we come to you for help? Li Wei immediately got furious after hearing this and shouted angrily. In fact, the total compensation required for Li Xiaowei's case is 2.08 million. Even if Xia He and Li Xiaowei don't take a penny, Li Wei can still come up with 1.88 million by himself. However, Li Wei has always insisted that he could only scrape together 180,000 yuan, and he hoped that Li Xiaoluo would pay the remaining 1.9 million yuan. So Li Xiaoluo asked him to spend 1.88 million to buy this house, which was obviously very different from his plan. And how did that bastard Li Xiaoluo know that I had exactly 1.88 million? Chapter 3 rewards 2,000 cubic meters of space. Li Xiaoluo ignored Li Wei's fury and said calmly, I've inquired about this house before. It's worth over 2.5 million yuan, and I have a friend who really wants to buy it, so I'll give you 3 seconds to consider whether you want to buy it. If you don't buy it, I'll sell it to my friend, and then I'll go traveling abroad for a few months before coming back. Li Xiaoluo, you really have grown wings. I am your father? Li Xiaoluo pretended not to hear. Li Weiju had had enough today. The usually obedient Li Xiaoluo not only frequently contradicted him, but also asked him to come up with so much money. It also made him lose face in front of Xia He and her son. Li Xiaoluo, you unfilial son, do you really want me to teach you a lesson? Li Wei stood up from the sofa angrily, waving his fists. Teach me a lesson? Li Xiaoluo sneered, picked up a water cup on the table and smashed it hard at Li Wei's feet. Li Wei was frightened by the flying glass fragments and he dodged immediately. Okay, time's up. Since you don't want to buy, then get out of here. After saying that, Li Xiaoluo took out his cell phone again and called his friend in front of Li Wei and the others. Hey, brother Zhao, the price we agreed on for my house last time was 2.5 million, right? But that number is a bit unlucky, so I'll sell it to you for 2.48 million. You pay right away. Okay, I'll come to you this afternoon. Besides, didn't you say you knew a reliable tour group? Could you introduce me to one? I want to travel abroad after selling the house. Li Xiaoluo used to be obedient, and under the persistence of Li Wei and others, Li Xiaoluo did have the idea of selling the house. But it's just an idea, and no one has been asked to see the house yet, so there are no friends who want to buy the house. Now he is just putting on an act for Li Wei. But Li Xiaoluo believed that Li Wei and the others would definitely take the bait. After all, the price of the house was there. They didn't know that Li Xiaoluo was more anxious to get the money than they were. Li Xiaoluo hung up the phone and looked at Li Wei and the other two. Why don't you leave? Do you still want to take action? Li Wei was so angry that he was shaking all over, but Li Xiaoluo had changed so much that he had no way to deal with it for the time being. Xia He had already seen Li Xiaoluo's determination at this time, so she hurriedly said, Xiaoluo, don't sell the house to your friend. We are a family. We bought it. After saying that, Xia He desperately winked at Li Wei, asking him to quickly buy the house. She knew that Li Wei had 1.88 million, because she knew everything about Li Wei. Originally, Li Wei wanted Li Xiaoluo to pay 1.9 million to rescue Li Xiaowei, and he himself would only pay a symbolic 180,000. She would definitely agree with this plan. Because the money saved by old man Li Wei was eventually spent on them and their son. But if they can't get 1.9 million from Li Xiaoluo, then even if they take out all of Li Wei's 1.88 million, there will still be a gap of about 200,000 from the compensation of more than 2 million. Where can they get another 200,000 in a short time? So now the only hope is Li Xiaoluo's house. The house is worth more than 2.5 million yuan. After buying it for 1.88 million yuan, he can make a huge profit of more than 600,000 yuan by reselling it. After paying 2.08 million in compensation, they still have some money left. No one doesn't know how to do the math. Okay, we'll buy your house, Li Wei said, gritting his teeth. He had never felt so aggrieved before. Then Li Wei said coldly, I will buy the house, but from now on, we will sever our ties and we will no longer be a family. Li Xiaoluo didn't react at all to the old man's threat to sever ties with her. He simply said calmly, okay, since we're severing ties, the discounted price we gave you previously is gone. However, I'll still give you a super friendly price of 2.18 million. Oh, and add this black dog. Hearing this, not only Xia He and her son Li Xiaowei became anxious, but even Li Wei felt a little regretful. Why are you so quick to speak? Wouldn't it be better to buy the house first, then sell it and get the money? If he really lets this brat raise the price to 2.18 million, then he will definitely not have the money to buy it, and then his beloved son will really go to jail. But Li Wei couldn't bring himself to beg Li Xiaoluo and speak well of her. But Xia He is a woman, so she can naturally lower her face. Xiaoluo, just for the sake of your aunt, please save your cousin, otherwise he will go to jail at such a young age and his life will be ruined. So, we still bought the house for 1.88 million. If you like the dog, we'll give it to you, okay? Ha, the fish finally took the bait. In fact, even if there was no system task, Li Xiaoluo would sell the house at a lower price. After all, he would need money next. Now not only has the house been exchanged for money, but the system task has also been completed. More importantly, it was easy to get Dahei. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. They also have to thank themselves for being kind. In fact, the subsequent increase in the price by 300,000 was Li Xiaoluo's little trick to make Xia He and the others focus on the increased price, instead of realizing that he really wanted to buy Dahei. Otherwise, the initiative will no longer be on your side. Li Xiaoluo seemed unable to bear Xia He's tears, and said impatiently, okay, remember, this is the last time I will help you. 1.88 million plus Dahei, sign the contract immediately and transfer the money. But I need 7 days to find a new house, and I can vacate the house and transfer the ownership after 7 days. What? You want me to pay you right away when the house can only be vacated and the ownership transferred after 7 days? Li Wei immediately got annoyed again. He was already worried about his pension money. Li Xiaoluo looked at him expressionlessly, don't you believe me? Or don't you believe the contract? Did I ask you to buy it? If you don't want to buy it, get out of here. Anyway, considering the difference of 600,000 in Li Xiaowei's matter, Li Xiaoluo was not afraid that they would not compromise. Not long after, Li Xiaoluo received 1.88 million on his mobile phone. Although he had only signed a contract and had not yet gone to the real estate bureau to transfer the ownership, Li Wei had no choice but to transfer the money obediently. After all, the initiative has always been in Li Xiaoluo's hands. Moreover, after Li Wei calmed down, he felt that Li Xiaoluo's temperament had changed drastically today, which must be because he was too biased this time and seriously hurt his feelings. But in Li Xiaoluo's eyes, no matter what, he is still his biological father, and he must still care about family affection. After a few days, Li Xiaoluo figured it out and decided that she might be able to get back most of the 1.88 million she paid. Of course, even if the money cannot be returned, the written contract, transfer records, and property title have all been taken away by them. Does he dare not give the house back? Even Li Wei and Xia He pretended to be generous and gave Li Xiaoluo a few more days to pack up and move. Leaving Dahei behind, the 3 of them finally left. Even the owner, Li Xiaowei, had no regrets about selling Dahei. I got it because I heard from a friend that this kind of dog is very fierce. Also, after seeing the man who relied on his dog for power on TikTok, he also wanted to get a dog like the one. Unfortunately, Li Xiaowei had no idea what impact selling Dahei now would have on him in the future. Originally, after the apocalypse, he could indeed live a good life with the help of others. Unfortunately, he has ruined it himself now. Li Xiaoluo really wanted to know how they would live in the end times. Looking at Dahei with a hint of sadness in his eyes, he may have understood that he has been abandoned by his owner. However, looking at the big black dog in his hand, Li Xiaoluo chuckled. This was the cockroach that had killed countless people in his previous life and was known as the indestructible dog. It is said that Dahei ranks 5th overall in the entire supernatural power ranking list. Even many people with special abilities don't know what specific abilities Dahei has awakened. They only know that he is huge in size, with a body made of iron and bronze, and is basically immune to ordinary physical and magical damage. The fact that he can make so many powerful people with special abilities admit that humans are not as good as dogs shows how powerful Dahe is. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've obtained 1.88 million in working capital in System Activation Mission 1. Rounded up, you'll be rewarded with 2,000 cubic meters of space. Fragrant. This most powerful shelter system has not been activated yet. Li Xiaolua feels it is so great after completing Activation Task 1. What if I can't awaken my superpowers in the future? Just the space rewarded by the system now. I am already considered a person with spatial abilities. And you start with 2,000 cubic meters of space. What does this number mean? Anyway, in his previous life, before Li Xiaoluo died, the most powerful space ability user he had ever heard of only had a space of 100 cubic meters. Ding! System Activation Task 2 is now being released. To help the host better cope with the apocalyptic natural disaster, please build 2 safe Lord Mansions of your own within 6 days. The cost of each Lord Mansion's safety renovation must not be less than 10 million, one to deal with the upcoming extreme cold and snowstorm, and the other to deal with the flood in 3 months. After the host completes System Activation Task 2, he will be rewarded with a super enhancement of 2 Lord Mansions and a small teleportation portal for 2 Lords. Note, the small teleportation portal requires that the straight line distance between the 2 Lords is no more than 100 miles. Warm reminder, after completing System Activation Mission 2, you can officially activate the strongest shelter system. Chapter 4 Dragon Court No. 1 Villa. What Li Xiaolua had thought before was correct. Since the system has activated Task 1, there must be Task 2. Fortunately, the system is still quite humane and clearly tells Li Xiaolua that there will be no Task 3. Li Xiaolua was not actually too anxious to activate the system, because he found that even if he completed the system activation task, the rewards were quite good. Activate Task 1 and you will be directly rewarded with 2,000 cubic meters of space. Activating Mission 2 is also great. Just choose 2 houses and build them into 2 safe houses. Of course, the system calls it a much more advanced name, not a safe house, but a Lord's Mansion. Let us not talk about the super enhancement of the Lord's Mansion as a reward. What Li Xiaolua likes most is the small teleportation portal. With such a good thing, it will be difficult for Li Xiaolua to die in the future. Sure enough, the reborn person plus the system is like adding fragrance to fragrance. Just one word, awesome. And we are still in the process of activating the system, and the system has not been officially activated yet. Who knows what good things will be found after the system is officially activated? Maybe Li Xiaolua can even gain other superpowers? Becoming a person with superpowers is Li Xiaolua's obsession. Li Xiaolua never awakened any special abilities until his death in his previous life. As an ordinary survivor, he suffered humiliation in the apocalypse. In his previous life, even if Li Xiaolua could awaken an ordinary superpower, he would not have lived such a miserable life. In this life, thanks to his rebirth, he has actually walked ahead of everyone else. But if you can rely on the system to obtain superpowers, plus the space for system rewards, it would be awesome if Li Xiaoluo could even become the only person with multiple superpowers. But no matter what can be obtained after the system is activated, Li Xiaolua now has 2,000 cubic meters of space, and Li Xiaolua is actually quite satisfied. After all, with such a large space, even though space-powered people in previous lives might not be able to achieve their goal of owning 2,000 cubic meters of space even if they work hard all their lives. Moreover, Li Xiaolua can take advantage of his rebirth to maximize the role of space. $0 purchase. Stock up on supplies. But before that, Li Xiaolua still had an important thing to do. That means we need to get some more money. After all, the system needs to build 2 Lord Mansions, and the renovation cost of each cannot be less than 10 million. Then Li Xiaolua also had to stock up as many supplies as possible. The 1.88 million he got from selling his house was definitely not enough for these things. Hello, Manager Wang, do you have any houses for rent in the western suburbs Longting Villa District? An hour later, Fatty Wang from the real estate agency personally accompanied Li Xiaolua to the Longting Villa area. Although the agent, Fatty Wang, is fat, it was not Li Xiaolua who took the initiative to call him Fatty Wang. He himself said that this was a kind of affectionate call. After all, Li Xiaolua's order is a big one. All the houses in Longting are large villas. It is a large villa with its own entrance and yard, a huge garden, and a fence around it, like a private manor. Moreover, the villa area has an artificial lake, a large green garden, mountains, and water. Of course, the location here is relatively remote, and the city's development has not come here. Li Xiaoluo is now looking at Longting No. 1 Villa, which has a construction area of 1,200 square meters, a private swimming pool, luxurious decoration, 8 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, 6 bathrooms, complete furniture and appliances, and front and back gardens. Monthly rent is 150,000 yuan. In fact, the people who buy houses in this kind of place are either rich or noble, and generally they are rarely rented out. But it is not absolute. There are 3 villas for rent in Longting Villa now. Of course, there was a reason why Li Xiaoluo had been thinking about making more money and now turned around and rented such an expensive villa here. Mr. Li, I've already given you a general idea of Villa No. 1. Could I ask what you're renting it for? Fatty Wang was just asking as a routine matter. After all, the owner had given instructions. It's convenient for raising a dog. My previous house was too small for it to move around, and I was worried about affecting its physical and mental health. Li Xiaoluo looked at Dahe beside him and talked nonsense. Puff. Fatty Wang just took a sip of water and sprayed it out. Damn it. Is this the true portrayal of humans being worse than dogs? Looking at the black dog staying quietly beside Li Xiaoluo, Fatty Wang felt physically and mentally exhausted. He also wants to be a dog in his next life. Li Xiaoluo was of course talking nonsense. In fact, after the system required the construction of 2 safe lord mansions, Li Xiaoluo already had an idea in his mind about the location of the 2 lord mansions. First of all, the 2 places cannot be too close to each other. Of course, due to the limited transmission distance of the small portal, the distance cannot be too far. So in addition to where she originally lived, Li Xiaoluo chose the Longting Villa district as another place. After renting the Dragon Court No. 1 villa here, Li Xiaoluo will turn it into one of the Lord's mansions to deal with the upcoming snowstorm. The building where he originally lived was quite tall, so Li Xiaoluo would also build a house on the top floor into another Lord's mansion, and then use it to deal with the flood in a few months. As for why I spent so much money to rent this Dragon Court No. 1 villa, there are actually several reasons. The first reason is to make money. By taking advantage of his rebirth, Li Xiaoluo came here to rent a villa. He was sure that he would not only not spend any money, but also make a fortune. By then, you will not only have money to complete the system tasks, but also have a lot of money to stockpile supplies. The second reason was revenge. In his previous life, Li Xiaoluo's last destination was here, and he also died here. Someone here killed him. The third reason is actually for enjoyment. This villa area has mountains and water. Villa No. 1 is very large and luxuriously decorated. At that time, I will install more solar energy and prepare more large generators and water tanks. Even if the whole city is without water or electricity, he will not have a shortage of water or electricity. At least he can live comfortably during the upcoming snowstorm period. The fourth reason is actually a very important point. There will be a very important treasure here. After the apocalypse, the world first experienced extreme cold, snowstorms, and floods. Then there is the third disaster which lasts the longest. The third disaster was a shower of countless meteorites from the sky. However, in these meteorite showers, some meteorites contain various monsters hidden inside. Those monsters are not only powerful, but also have different abilities. Some of them even carry viruses. Humans attacked by them will quickly turn into zombie-like creatures. So after the third disaster, there were not only zombies, but also alien monsters, which is why the state machine quickly disintegrated. However, among those meteorites, although some contain monsters, some contain crystals that are very important to people with special abilities. Li Xiaoluo was just an ordinary survivor in his previous life. He had not been to many places in the apocalypse, but he knew that the meteorites that fell in the Longting Villa area had the most crystals. In the previous life, the crystals here were obtained by a person with special abilities, who then created a super powerful person. Although Li Xiaoluo still doesn't know whether he can become a superpower after the system is activated, even if he can't use it himself, he won't let others get this treasure. So he must occupy Longting Villa first. Fatty Wang was deeply shocked by Li Xiaoluo's words about using a villa to raise a dog. He was not so excited about the successful transaction of a big business. After signing the contract with Li Xiaoluo and receiving the money, he hurried away to continue his work. Otherwise, let alone living in a big villa, I can hardly pay the mortgage this month. I can only say that I am as tired as a dog. The meaning has long been changed. After taking Dahe on a tour of the villa, Li Xiaoluo was very satisfied. Dahe, this is our home from now on. You must guard the door carefully. As long as I have something to eat, I won't let you go hungry. Of course, Li Xiaolua also thought, if I really have nothing to eat, Dahe, you won't have the heart to let me starve, right? Dahe was shaking his short tail vigorously beside me, and I don't know if he understood or not. But it doesn't matter. Dahe is already very smart, and he will be even smarter once his special powers awaken. At that time, it didn't matter if you didn't work as a dog. By the way, I feel that the name Dahe is a bit ordinary. From now on, I will not be able to match Dahe's temperament, and my status as the owner will also be reduced. The name must be changed. Waiting online, very urgent. Chapter 5. I have money to stock up. By the way, I will be the lord of the shelter in the future, and Dahe is my first subordinate, so I will call him General. Dahe, you will have a new name from now on. It's General. Do you like it? Woof woof. Such a domineering name, I know you are very satisfied, it's a bargain for you. Li Xiaolua automatically translated what Dahe, no, the general meant. Woof woof woof. You're welcome. This is what I, your master, should do. Just fight the monsters well and protect me from now on. Think about it, next time you meet the enemy, just shout, release the general. It should have the same effect as releasing Black Panther. Li Xiaoluo touched the general's dog's head with satisfaction, and then played with it for a while, deepening their relationship while also letting it get familiar with its new name. After teasing the general for a while, Li Xiaolua picked up his phone and prepared to go out. Time is money and must be seized. The general immediately followed, probably because he had a new owner and a new territory, which made him feel very insecure. Now I just want to be with Li Xiaolua. Okay, I'll take you with me. Li Xiaolua smiled and touched the general's head. Woof woof. The general shouted, feeling that the new master was okay and could get along. The previous owner always yelled at it and sometimes even beat it. Of course, the general's ability to accept Li Xiaolua so quickly was actually related to the fact that Li Xiaolua and he were already familiar with each other. In the past, Li Xiaowei would occasionally ask Li Xiaolua to help take care of the general for a day or two. Bringing the general, Li Xiaolua first came to Villa number 2 not far away. After ringing the doorbell, Li Xiaolua said a few words, and soon a middle-aged woman in her 40s who was in good condition came out. Following behind her was a young man with dyed yellow hair and a pale face, looking sickly. Li Xiaolua just said that he was the owner of Villa number 1 and had just moved in. He was not very familiar with the place, so he came to visit his neighbors. After all, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. This excuse is actually a bit ridiculous, especially for ordinary people who rent houses in cities. They may live there for several years and may not even see their next-door neighbors a few times. But it also depends on the situation. For example, in a high-end villa area like this, only those who can live here are rich or noble. Some people move in to show off their wealth, perhaps just to get to know the personal connections here. So when Li Xiaolua said that he was the new owner of Villa number 1 and took the initiative to visit, the owner of Villa number 2 would definitely not offend him. The main reason why Li Xiaolua came here was to find the sickly young man. The sickly young man was called Zhou Junjie. He didn't know Li Xiaoluo, but Li Xiaoluo knew him. This was one of the main culprits that killed him in his previous life. In his previous life, after the zombies appeared during the third disaster, Li Xiaolua luckily escaped from the city, and then came to this villa area with a group of survivors to avoid danger. However, monsters and zombies also appeared in the villa area at that time. Zhou Junjie was a weakling in combat and was so scared that he peed his pants in front of the monsters and zombies. At that time, Li Xiaolua was still kind-hearted, so he saved Zhou Junjie who was almost dying. Zhou Junjie later became Li Xiaolua's younger brother, and he did not have the arrogance of a rich young man at all. But Li Xiaolua had no idea at the time that Zhou Junjie was just being cunning. Once Zhou Junjie found a backer, it would be the end of Li Xiaolua. Li Xiaolua came to find Zhou Junjie now, so naturally he would not kill him immediately. After all, order has not collapsed yet. Li Xiaolua came to Zhou Junjie for his family's money and Zhou Junjie's support in his previous life. In the living room of Zhou's house, after the three people got to know each other, Zhou's mother let the two young people chat and then left. Mr. Li, I wonder where you were from before. Why haven't I seen you in this circle? Zhou Junjie basically knew or met all the rich second-generation or prominent young people in the city, but he really didn't remember anyone like Li Xiaolua. Li Xiaolua was not panicked at all. He was indeed an ordinary working-class person who had nothing except his house. But Zhou Junjie's family is rich. I'm from Hu province and came here to invest, but I don't have any connections yet. It turns out he is from another province. Investing, isn't that just giving away money? Zhou Junjie immediately became interested. Mr. Li, how much money do you plan to invest? In what field? Maybe I can help. Li Xiaolua said calmly, let's start with one and see how things go. Zhou Junjie asked, 10 million as a starting point? This investment amount seemed too ordinary to him, and he lost interest in it immediately. Li Xiaolua said, I'm talking about starting with a small goal. As for the upper limit, it's probably about 10. This time, it's just for training, and I won't do anything too big. When Zhou Junjie heard this, he was like, oh wow, the starting price is 100 million. It seems that this Li Xiaolua is from a prominent background and is someone worth making friends with. Come, Mr. Li, let's have a good chat. I have some connections in this city. Zhou Junjie immediately became enthusiastic. His pocket money was strictly controlled by the old man, so he could only rely on himself to make money to pick up girls and have a good time. Okay, that's what I want. Li Xiaolua also showed interest. After Zhou Junjie told Li Xiaolua about his so-called connections, he just listened to him with one ear and out the other. He was not here to discuss business at all. Sorry, I need to go to the bathroom first. Li Xiaolua suddenly stood up. I'll let the nanny take you there. Zhou Junjie called the nanny and asked her to take Li Xiaolua to the bathroom. Looking at Li Xiaolua's leaving back, Zhou Junjie raised the corners of his mouth. It seemed that Li Xiaolua was as weak as himself. It's only been a few minutes and I have to go to the bathroom. It turns out to be a common problem among the second generation of rich people, it costs the kidneys. Li Xiaolua followed the nanny to the bathroom in the Zhou family villa. The bathroom was very large and luxurious. Li Xiaolua locked the door, but did not take off his pants. Instead, he stood on the toilet in the bathroom, and after struggling on it for a while, he finally opened a gap. A large amount of gold and cash suddenly appeared inside. Li Xiaolua knew their value, a full 200 million. In his previous life, Zhou Junjie's father wanted to use this money to exchange for Li Xiaolua's loyalty. If the apocalypse had happened not long ago, Li Xiaolua might indeed be tempted, but the state apparatus soon disintegrated and the currency naturally became waste paper. But money is not waste paper now, and Li Xiaolua is here for it. Li Xiaolua now has the space and can easily take the money away. And there is no need to worry about being discovered. Firstly, Zhou Junjie's father hid the money very carefully and usually did not check it. Secondly, even if he went to see it on a whim, he would not dare to make it public because the money came from illegal sources. Thirdly, even if he discovered that the money was missing, he would probably only suspect that there was a thief in the house. Just because Li Xiaolua used the toilet, could he take away so much money in gold? In short, after collecting this money, I have money to stock up. Chapter 6 Xin Miao Miao. After getting the money, Li Xiaolua restored the scene to its original state, and then pretended to press the toilet flush button. Crash! The sound of the toilet flushing represents 200 million flowing away. Now with the 200 million, Li Xiaolua's cash flow is even more abundant, and the funds are provided by his enemy, which is great. In fact, Li Xiaolua has other ways to make money, such as borrowing money from places like Kibusinidai or Nude Photo Loan. There are so many loan platforms now. Li Xiaolua doesn't need to care about the interest rate or how shady they are. He can just go and make the most of them. You don't have to pay it back anyway. However, Li Xiaolua felt that this method of making money was a bit slow and the amount was small. Besides, there is no comfort in using your enemy as money. When Zhou Junjie came out of the bathroom, he seemed to be making a phone call, and a lewd smile appeared on his face from time to time. When Li Xiaolua came closer, he only heard Xin Miao Miao's name, and then Zhou Junjie hung up the phone after seeing Li Xiaolua come out. Xin Miao Miao. A gleam of light flashed in Li Xiaolua's eyes, and then a stunningly beautiful face appeared in his mind. In this life, this woman belongs to me, Li Xiaolua. Of course, Li Xiaolua wants to get Xin Miao Miao. Besides her beautiful appearance and great figure, there is a more important reason. After the end of the world, Xin Miao Miao was known as the Ice Queen. He ranks third on the supernatural power rankings, 2 places stronger than the general ranked fifth. In the previous life, Xin Miao Miao was Zhou Junjie's woman and backer, and it was even Xin Miao Miao who took the initiative to find Zhou Junjie after the Doomsday. This made everyone unbelievable at first. How could such a beautiful and powerful psychic look at Zhou Junjie? You have to know that Zhou Junjie at that time had not awakened any special powers, and his body had long been hollowed out. He might not even be able to beat a slightly stronger woman. But Xin Miao Miao is loyal to Zhou Junjie, and no one can do anything to harm Zhou Junjie. If we say that Li Xiaowei in his previous life was a man who relied on the general's dog to get ahead, he would have been successful. Then Zhou Junjie is definitely the strongest gigolo in the apocalypse. However, there is no impenetrable wall. Li Xiaolua later found out that there was a story between Xin Miaomiao and Zhou Junjie. Xin Miaomiao, 20, is a student at the Communication University of China. Her father died young, and her mother raised her and her younger sister, who is 2 years younger than her. In addition to being beautiful, Xin Miaomiao is also a very kind and pitiful girl from a poor family. Logically speaking, she should have no connection with a rich second generation like Zhou Junjie. However, before the end of the world, some of Zhou Junjie's friends often liked to pick up female students at universities, and then they accidentally discovered Xin Miaomiao, a treasure girl. However, their luxury cars, which had always worked for them, lost their effectiveness in front of Xin Miaomiao, and several rich second generations returned empty-handed. This aroused Zhou Junjie's interest, especially after he met Xin Miaomiao. He was even more shocked by her beauty and vowed to get her. But Zhou Junjie is also a very scheming person. After knowing that his friends suffered setbacks at the hands of Xin Miaomiao, he changed his strategy. Zhou Junjie hired a professional private detective to keep an eye on Xin Miaomiao, waiting for an opportunity. Zhou Junjie just received a call from a private detective and he knew his chance had come. It turned out that just in these 2 days, Xin Miaomiao's sister was diagnosed with a serious illness and the medical expenses might cost 2 to 3 million. This is Zhou Junjie's opportunity. He is asked to spend 2 or 3 million at one time to pick up girls, but he is actually a little reluctant. Because he often gets into trouble, his pocket money has been controlled to millions, so he has to spend it frugally. However, the detective has already found out that the initial treatment cost for Sister Xin Miaomiao is only about 1 million. Maybe if the treatment is not effective, there will be no need for follow-up costs. Even if the treatment is effective, that will be in the future. Maybe by then I will be completely tired of Xin Miaomiao, so what does her sister's subsequent medical expenses have to do with me? So he was willing to spend 1 million to get a beautiful woman. In the previous life, it was actually just as Zhou Junjie thought. In order to save her sister, Xin Miaomiao finally chose to agree to be Zhou Junjie's woman. But because he had to take care of his sister, Zhou Junjie had no time to get Xin Miaomiao's body before the end of the world came. After the apocalypse, Zhou Junjie lost the money he had as a rich second generation and became the lowest level of society. Even before Charlotte Li met him, he had suffered a lot of serious injuries. It is said that when the Doomsday just began, several security guards controlled the power in the villa area where Zhou Junjie lived. One of the security guards directly performed a castration operation on Zhou Junjie because before the end of the world, Zhou Junjie had sex with the security guard's wife in order to seek excitement. Just play it, but you have to let the security guard know on purpose. The security guard before the end of the world knew Zhou Junjie's power, and he also thought about dying with Zhou Junjie, but in the end he did not have the courage. After the end of the world, he finally found a chance to take revenge. This is also why when Xin Miaomiao, who had become a strong man, brought her sister to find Zhou Junjie became mentally distorted after gaining control of the life and death of the villa area, and castrated almost all men, including Li Xiaolua. Li Xiaolua came to Zhou Junjie not only to come to his house to get money, but also to find out whether Zhou Junjie had given money to Xin Miaomiao. Although Li Xiaolua knew the general ins and outs of the matter, he did not know the specific time. If Zhou Junjie has already given Xin Miaomiao money, then things will be a little difficult. Because Xin Miaomiao is a very traditional and stubborn woman, if she accepts the money and agrees to Zhou Junjie, it will be difficult for her to change. This is also why Xin Miaomiao went through so much trouble to find Zhou Junjie in her previous life. And after knowing that Zhou Junjie was an ordinary person without special powers, he still chose to follow Zhou Junjie to repay his gratitude. Even though she knew that Zhou Junjie was a eunuch, she still stayed with him. It's okay for Zhou Junjie to kill people, but it's not okay for someone to want to kill Zhou Junjie. It's so indiscriminate. In this life, Li Xiaolua not only has to stockpile supplies, but also has to stockpile beauties. Otherwise, who will protect him? Moreover, he has to do all the fighting and killing himself, which is so degrading. But fortunately, from what Zhou Junjie said on the phone just now, this treasure girl has not been taken away by him yet. Otherwise, even if it is a pity, Li Xiaolua will still destroy the flower ruthlessly. Seeing Li Xiaolua coming out, Zhou Junjie immediately put on a smile and said, "Mr. Li, I have something to do later. How about we exchange contact information and arrange a time to discuss the investment?" Li Xiaolua showed a hint of displeasure on his face. "Mr. Zhou, you don't look down on my little money, do you? What a coincidence that something happened. Joe Junjie quickly waved his hand and said, Mr. Lee, please don't misunderstand me. My girlfriend's sister is sick and is currently hospitalized at the First People's Hospital. As her brother-in-law, I naturally have to go and see her. Damn it, you shameless guy, when did my sister-in-law become your sister? But it's very good, and I know where Shin Nyamyo's sister is hospitalized. You don't have to follow Joe Junjie anymore. No, this is still not safe. I must delay Joe Junjie's time to go to the hospital. I have to go there earlier than him. Soon, Li Xiaolua had an idea. Chapter 7 He gave too much. Mr. Zhou, I also need to go to the First People's Hospital to visit my sister-in-law this afternoon. However, I haven't bought a car yet. How about I take a ride? Are you also going to the People's Hospital to see your sister-in-law? Zhou Junjie looked at Li Xiaolua strangely. In fact, considering Li Xiaolua's identity, there is no problem in taking a ride. But is there such a coincidence? They are all from the First People's Hospital, and they are all sisters-in-law? Seeing Zhou Junjie's eyes, Li Xiaolua said lightly, It's me who is abrupt. I can just call an online taxi. Sorry for disturbing you today. Goodbye. Li Xiaolua didn't even call in Mr. Zhou politely, and was obviously a little angry. General, let's go. Li Xiaolua called out to the general. The general was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that he was being called. He ran over quickly. Zhou Junjie stood by indifferent. Even though it can be seen that Li Xiaolua is a little unhappy, so what? After all, he is a second generation with a certain status. Does he have to please Li Xiaolua, whom he just met? Besides, he has to pick up girls later, so he has no time to care whether Li Xiaolua is happy or not. However, after taking a few steps, Li Xiaolua seemed to remember something. He fumbled in his pocket, took out a few things, and then walked in front of Zhou Junjie. My visit today was a bit presumptuous, and I came empty-handed. Consider this a small gift from me, or perhaps just the cost of using the restroom. Zhou Junjie looked at what was in Li Xiaolua's hand and his eyes widened immediately. 3 golden gold bars. Zhou Junjie knew at a glance that each one weighed about 100 grams. According to the current gold price, the 3 gold bars are worth at least 150,000 yuan. Damn! I've seen people who pretend to be cool, but I've never seen anyone who pretends to be cooler than me. Even if I go out to show off, I'm not so generous as to give away gold bars. Not to mention gold bars, he can't even handle gold beans. It's really just pocket money, it's not up to par. Although he gave Li Xiaolua 99 points for pretending to be cool, he still felt that it smelled good. Zhou Junjie glanced around and made sure his mother didn't come out. He immediately took the gold bar handed to him by Li Xiaolua and quickly put it in his pocket. Money for picking up girls plus 15W, happy. Li Xiaolua showed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth, then turned and left. Zhou Junjie quickly said, Mr. Li, I didn't mean anything else by what I said before, and I certainly didn't mean to disbelieve you. I was just asking casually. Don't you want a ride? Wait for me at the door. I'll go to the garage and drive right away. That's troublesome. Li Xiaolua replied lightly. After waiting at the door of Zhou's villa for a few minutes, a roar was heard and Zhou Junjie drove a red sports car and stopped in front of Li Xiaolua. Mr. Li, please get in the car. Zhou Junjie got out of the car himself, opened the door, and took the initiative to invite Li Xiaolua to get in. Li Xiaolua did not rush to get in the car, but took a look at the sports car. Mr. Zhou, your Lamborghini sports car is quite beautiful. How much did you buy it for? Mr. Li, this is a Ferrari. I bought it for 2 million renminbi. Zhou Junjie looked at Li Xiaolua with strange eyes again. Oh, 4 million is a good deal for a Lamborghini. How about giving it to me? This isn't Rambo. Zhou Junjie was about to speak, but before he could finish his sentence, the second half of his sentence got stuck. Zhou Junjie carefully confirmed it. Mr. Li, how do you say this? I'm going to transfer this car to you for 4 million. Li Xiaolua nodded. I really like this Lamborghini. It's quite inconvenient for me to not have a car, so I bought it. I wonder if you're willing to sell it. Sell it, yes, it's a Lamborghini. If Mr. Li is willing to buy it, I'm willing to sell it even if I'm reluctant. Okay, drive the car to my villa. No, Mr. Li, we're not going to the vehicle management office to transfer ownership? No need to bother. I just bought it to drive for a few days anyway. Zhou Junjie. He is now confused. Li Xiaolua is either a truly wealthy man or someone who just came out of a mental hospital. It would be fine if you just point at a Ferrari and say it's a Lamborghini. He gave so much. Zhou Junjie is willing to go against his conscience and call a horse a zebra. But what's the point of buying a sports car and not even bothering to transfer the ownership? This is not grocery shopping. And how many days can you drive a car worth 4 million? He is so rich and inhumane, even richer and more inhumane than me. Today, Zhou Junjie finally realized what it means that there are always higher mountains than others and that there are always people better than you. Following Li Xiaolua, Zhou Junjie slowly drove his sports car to Villa Number 1. Zhou Junjie and the car became more and more excited the more he thought about it. He originally thought that Shen Miaomiao's matter would require him to spend a lot of money. But who would have thought that such a good thing would really fall from the sky? This second-hand Ferrari of mine, no, Lamborghini, is sold for 4 million. Then he could use 1 million to buy Shen Miaomiao, and then buy a new Lamborghini worth 2 million. Finally, there is still 1 million left. This is nothing but pie in the sky. As for whether Li Xiaolua was teasing him, Zhou Junjie didn't think so. After all, they are all people of status, and this is their territory. If there is any problem, they can just call the security. Mr. Li, where should we park the car for you? And here's the money. After arriving at Villa Number 1, Zhou Junjie asked. Li Xiaolua said at this time, Mr. Zhou, I need 4 million to buy a car, and I also need your help with a small favor. When Zhou Junjie heard what Li Xiaolua said, he suddenly realized that she was waiting here. It seems that it was a little too early to be happy before. Mr. Li, it's too formal to say you can help me. I'll do my best to help you. Li Xiaolua expressed her gratitude. Then he said, I want to pay for the car with gold. I also have some gold and I need your help. That's it? Zhou Junjie was a little bit unbelievable. How could this be so difficult? Seeing that Zhou Junjie agreed, Li Xiaolua went back to the villa to get the gold. In a few minutes, Li Xiaolua came out holding a cardboard box. It contained 30 kilograms of gold, worth about 15 million. Zhou Junjie was really surprised to see that Li Xiaolua had so much gold. Some people even suspected that Li Xiaolua was a gold shop robber, but in this day and age, it seems basically impossible. As for the gold being fake, don't worry. Zhou Junjie had some knowledge of identification and knew that the gold must be real. In addition, Li Xiaolua gave Zhou Junjie a bank account and told him to transfer the money to Li Xiaolua's account after the gold was sold. In other words, as long as the gold is not sold, Zhou Junjie does not have to pay a penny. Even after the two of them drove out of the villa, Li Xiaolua asked Zhou Junjie to get out of the car holding the gold, and then drove away in the sports car. Zhou Junjie was left alone and disheveled in the exhaust fumes of the sports car. Damn, who is this person? He just threw dozens of kilograms of gold to me and then ran away? Isn't he afraid that I will swallow up all his gold? As for whether Li Xiaolua had stolen his supercar, Zhou Junjie had no idea at all. After all, supercars are different from these uncertified golds, and now the supercar is still under his name. After complaining for a few words, Zhou Junjie still called a friend and prepared to sell the gold. As for the beauty in the First People's Hospital, I'll have to go there later. But what Zhou Junjie didn't know was that Li Xiaolua had already arrived at the First People's Hospital in his sports car. Chapter 8: The Joy of Spending Money. Li Xiaolua walked into the First People's Hospital. Of course, a large hospital will never be short of patients, but no matter how bustling it is now, it will be just as miserable in a few days. Li Xiaolua had heard about what disease Shen Miaomiao's sister had, so she went directly to the third floor. Doctor, please, give me a little more time. I'll find a way to raise money right away. As soon as he reached the third floor, Li Xiaolua heard a pleading voice. A beautiful woman in her 20s was bowing repeatedly to a doctor in a white coat. Shen Miaomiao, I'm sorry, the hospital has its own rules. If you don't pay today, I can't do anything about it. Li Xiaolua's eyes lit up. It was effortless. He met Shen Miaomiao so soon, and the timing seemed perfect. Shen Miaomiao was very tall, at least 1.7 meters. Although she was only wearing an ordinary white short-sleeved shirt, her skin was white and tender, and her face was as beautiful as a peach blossom, which seemed to have amazed the entire hospital. The key is that her figure is very good, and it is definitely 36E. But at this moment, Shen Miaomiao was in tears, and I felt pity for her. There was confusion and helplessness in her eyes, which aroused a strong desire to protect her in many men after seeing it. Many men have finished seeing the doctor but are reluctant to leave the hospital, just to take one more look at Shin Miao Miao, or to accidentally run into her in the corridor. Every time I see Shin Miao Miao, who is as beautiful as an angel but a little shy and timid when meeting strangers. Those people said that they believed in love again. However, although most of the men on this floor, whether male patients or doctors, are drooling over Shin Miao Miao. But at this moment no one dared to step forward to protect her because they did not have the strength to do so. The men here have basically found out about Shin Miao Miao's situation a long time ago. She has a sister whose initial treatment costs will cost millions, and the subsequent treatment costs may be a bottomless pit. If someone doesn't have a mind at home, who would dare to be a hero and save the beauty? After all, beauty cannot be eaten. But what is unexpected is that there are people who are willing to spend a fortune to win the smile of a beautiful woman. How much did she need to pay? I paid it for her. With just one sentence, Li Xiaolua immediately became the most handsome guy on the third floor. Countless people looked at him with eyes filled with disbelief and envy. Women envy Shin Miao Miao, and men envy Li Xiaolua. Especially men, if they have money, they are also willing to pay Shin Miao Miao. Haven't you seen those female celebrities on the internet? The price of just having a meal with them is sky high. But the Shen Miao Miao in front of him was much prettier than those female stars. Shen Miao Miao looked stupidly at Li Xiaolua, who suddenly appeared. When she heard that Li Xiaolua was going to give her money, she did not show any happiness, but became even more panicked and confused. Not knowing whether to refuse or agree, I stood there at a loss. What a fool! This is what Shin Miao Miao really looks like. Although she is as beautiful as a fairy, she doesn't know how to dress up, has a strong personality and is timid. Li Xiaolua walked forward, glared at Shin Miao Miao and said, "What are you looking at?" Then Li Xiaolua said loudly to the people around him, "Everyone, please judge for yourself. This woman and I have been in a relationship for 3 years, and she suddenly wanted to break up with me, and her reason was that I was too handsome and made her feel insecure. Damn it, if I hadn't been more careful, I would have been fooled by her." Ugh. Some men didn't believe Li Xiaolua's nonsense and were made to want to vomit by her narcissism. But most of the audience showed an expression of "I see, that's what I saw," and asked why the rich man suddenly appeared and spent a lot of money. It turned out to be her boyfriend. Only Shin Miao Miao was still confused. After she came to her senses, she wanted to say something, but she had already seen Li Xiaolua pulling the doctor to discuss the payment. She seemed like an outsider. Li Xiaolua was particularly overbearing. She never asked for her opinion and didn't give her a chance to speak. Shin Miao Miao hurriedly followed. She wanted to ask Li Xiaolua what his intentions were. Although she is a little naive and a little withdrawn, she is not stupid. If someone shows you kindness for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. This man who suddenly appears must have an ulterior motive. As a poor student, what else can he spend so much money on besides his health? For the sake of her sister, Shin Miao Miao could actually agree, but shouldn't she give herself some time to think about it? How can there be such forced buying and selling? Shin Miao Miao was like a bullied young wife, following Li Xiaolua and the doctor in small steps, and watched them go to the war to see her sister, and then go to pay the bill and get the medicine, and they were busy for a while. She felt as if she had become redundant, as the person lying on the hospital bed was Li Xiaoluo's sister. After paying the fees, Li Xiaolua felt relieved. Spend money to make him happy. Following the general, another capable assistant arrived. It is still uncertain whether the system can allow Li Xiaolua to become a powerful psychic in this life, so Li Xiaolua must first find some guarantees for himself. She is also a beautiful woman who is pitiful and has a good personality. Who wouldn't like her? And it's buy one get one free, a great discount. After the end of the world, Shin Miao Miao was known as the Ice Queen and ranked third on the supernatural power rankings. Although her sister's combat power is not strong, she has a very rare auxiliary profession, also called a planter. In short, big profit. After paying the money, Li Xiaolua didn't have time to answer Shin Miao Miao's 10,000 questions. Leave her 10,000 yuan in cash so she can replenish her body and not starve herself to death. Then he left a message saying that if he had any problems, he could come to Longting No. 1 Villa to find him, and then he left in a cool manner. Anyway, Shin Miao Miao has to take care of her younger sister now and has no time to develop feelings with Li Xiaolua, so it's better to talk about it later. Shen Miao Miao was left feeling a little disheveled. All this happened too suddenly. But she finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing her sister was saved. At the same time, she firmly remembered the address Li Xiaolua said. If he didn't come later, she would go there to look for him. Not long after Li Xiaolua left the hospital, her cell phone suddenly rang with a text message. Ding, bank card income 11 million. Zhou Junjie is really quick in his work. He got it done so quickly and didn't even charge any handling fees. However, next, Li Xiaolua still needs to convert the remaining gold and cash into liquid funds, so that it will be easier to purchase supplies. As for Zhou Junjie, after he asked his friend to sell the gold given to him by Li Xiaolua, he immediately borrowed a car from his friend and rushed to the First People's Hospital at lightning speed. His men had already found out which ward Shen Miaomiao's sister was staying in, and then they found Shen Miaomiao smoothly. Zhou Junjie looked at Shen Miaomiao, who was pretty and had a great figure, and his heart suddenly became hot. Shen Miaomiao, I can help you with your sister's medical expenses, on the condition that you be my woman for 3 years, and you must do whatever I ask you to do. Who are you? Are you crazy? Sister Shen Miaomiao's medical expenses have already been paid by her boyfriend. Before Shen Miaomiao could say anything, the doctor who was discussing the treatment plan with her couldn't help but speak. Do you have a boyfriend? When did Shen Miaomiao get a boyfriend? Zhou Junjie was dumbfounded by the rebuke and was so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood. Chapter 9, Long-Legged Beauty. Bank card balance, 1,999,999,999 yuan. Li Xiaolua looked at his balance, which was not much, just $1 short of 200 million. This money can be used to renovate the Lord's mansion and then stockpile supplies. If you are frugal, Li Xiaolua feels it is barely enough. As for what to stock up on in the end times, as a reborn person, Li Xiaolua naturally has the most say. In the early stages, it must be food and water, warm clothes, etc. After all, only by surviving the natural disasters ahead can we prepare for the future. At the beginning of the apocalypse, no matter whether you are a female star or the richest man, without food and water, even the strongest body cannot withstand it. In order to survive, some survivors would risk their lives, and some would sell their bodies, sometimes for a piece of moldy bread or water. However, by the time of the third plague, the food and water shortage problems had improved somewhat. After all, when there is a lack of food, there are people with plant-based abilities. There is a shortage of water resources, but there are also people with water abilities. But it is only some improvement, or rather, the lives of some privileged people have improved. The survivors at the bottom of society still have to endure hunger. Because psychics are not omnipotent, and they need to consume crystals when using their powers. As for after the end of the world, for some capable people, food will no longer be the most precious thing. Cigarettes, alcohol, crystals, these are the precious materials. However, for Li Xiaolua, the priority now must be to stockpile food and supplies. Because supernatural powers and other things only appeared later, there were still several world-destroying natural disasters that needed to be overcome in the early stages. If you can't survive the previous disasters, you will naturally have no chance of survival in the subsequent period of awakening of superpowers. Therefore, in the early stages of the apocalypse, the most important thing is to have food to eat and be able to survive. At the end of the previous life, Li Xiaolua lived for more than a year, but never had a full meal. The strong young man who originally weighed 130 pounds eventually lost weight to only about 70 pounds. He had really experienced what it felt like to be blown away by the wind. So, don't think about anything else for now. Other supplies can be put off until later. Food must be stockpiled first. Moreover, if he were to live his life again, he would have to eat meat and fish every day after the end of the world, otherwise it would be unfair to him for the suffering he endured in his previous life. Li Xiaolua first rented a somewhat remote warehouse near Longting Villa. The warehouse is very large, covering an area of 2,000 square meters. Originally, the landlord required a minimum 3-month lease. Li Xiaolua was only renting for 8 days, and he was a little reluctant. But when he heard that 8 days would be charged as 1 month's rent, the landlord immediately signed the contract with a smile on his face, then left the key and left. The money was too easy to refuse. Hello, who is this? Just after renting the warehouse, the cell phone rang and Li Xiaolua answered it. Li Xiaolua, didn't you save my phone number? Li Xiaolua recognized the voice on the phone as that of a colleague she was not very familiar with. No, what's wrong? There was silence for a few seconds. The team leader told me to tell you that you didn't come to work today and didn't ask for leave. He's very angry and told you to get out of here right away, otherwise you don't have to come tomorrow. No. So when exactly will you come over? I said I understand. I won't go tomorrow. The other side fell silent again. Why didn't Li Xiaolua play by the rules? He took the initiative to call Li Xiaoluo just to show off in front of the team leader, but how did things turn out like this?
I didn't say anything serious just now.
Li Xiaoluo didn't care what the other party was thinking and hung up the phone directly. I had no intention of asking for salary or resigning, so there was no need to waste my breath. However, when Li Xiaoluo suddenly received a call from a colleague, he recalled many things.
The company that Li Xiaoluo works for is of a decent size.
Although the salary is average, the working atmosphere is actually quite good, and there are many beautiful women. What Li Xiaoluo did just now doesn't count. After all, he had just been reborn from the cruel apocalypse and was no longer in the mood for politeness. The person who just called wasn't bad either. After all, everyone has one or two annoying people. Li Xiaoluo had originally planned to stock up on supplies, but this phone call gave him an idea.
Li Xiaoluo found a person on WeChat. He was a salesperson in Li Xiaoluo's company.
Although Li Xiaoluo and he were not from the same department, they were quite familiar with each other. Then Li Xiaoluo made the call.
Old one, would you like to take this big job from a local tycoon?
What big job?
Not long after, a white SUV stopped not far from Li Xiaoluo.
Then one man and 3 women got out of the car. Most of them were young handsome men and beautiful women. Among the 4 people, a young man came out of the cab. He was Lao Wang, whom Li Xiaoluo had just talked to. The name was not important. Lao Wang is a salesperson in the company, but they also take on private jobs to earn some extra money. The big job Li Xiaoluo told him was actually to ask him to come and run errands for her.
In Li Xiaoluo's opinion, it's free labor anyway.
Li Xiaoluo, the local tyrant you're talking about, isn't that you? Looking at Li Xiaoluo leaning against the sports car, Lao Wang's eyes almost popped out.
What is going on? After one night of not seeing each other, a rich man driving a sports car appears next to me?
The most important thing is that Lao Wang used to feel a little superior to Li Xiaoluo, which made people feel a little uncomfortable.
Li Xiaoluo, that's me. Lao Wang.
Li Xiaoluo said, okay, let's talk about business first.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
By the way, you asked me to call a few more reliable people, so I called Sister Zhao, Zhou Xiaotong, Fang Xiaoyu, and the others over. You may not be familiar with them, but you should have seen them before. Li Xiaoluo had indeed met Zhou Xiaotong. The reason why she mentioned Zhou Xiaotong alone was because she had a deep memory of her.
It's like when you were in school, you would be impressed by the campus beauty.
If the campus beauty happens to be your type, or you happen to have a crush on her, then the impression will definitely be deeper.
Zhou Xiaotong is a recognized beauty in Li Xiaoluo's company.
She has a beautiful face and a tall figure. She often wears high heels with stockings and short skirts. Her pair of flesh-colored legs. Li Xiaoluo usually just glanced at E. All the men in the company believe that they are the same kind of people as him. There was also a woman named Fang Xiaoyu, who was of average appearance, but she was wearing a super low-cut yellow thing. Quite white. This woman is really bold in the way she dresses. If Li Xiaoluo had not been reborn, she would definitely not be able to control her eyes. After all, as long as the man does not have any psychological or physical problems, he likes to watch it. However, Li Xiaoluo has long been immune to ordinary women like Fang Xiaoyu.
Ordinary women like this are the most abundant thing after the apocalypse.
The person Li Xiaoluo wants may not be of Shin Miaomiao's level, but at least he must have supernatural talents. Chapter 10. This is not a big deal anymore, it may be very punishing. Looking at the women brought by Lao Wang, Li Xiaoluo remembered that Zhou Xiaotong seemed to be from the Human Resources Department.
Fang Xiaoyu forgot, but she was definitely not from the sales department.
So Li Xiaoluo looked at Lao Wang and said, I might be busy for several days here.
Are they okay? Without waiting for Lao Wang to speak,
Zhou Xiaotong on the side quickly said, I can do it, our department is not busy now, I can take a long vacation.
Fang Xiaoyu said delicately, brotherly, I have no problem. I can work for you. Even if I lose my job, it doesn't matter. At most, I will follow you in the future.
Zhou Xiaotong came here for money because she wanted to make money.
Fang Xiaoyu came here because of the rich man Li Xiaoluo mentioned on the phone.
She likes them all, whether they are first generation or second generation rich. But she never expected that the rich man was actually Li Xiaoluo, a colleague she had some impression of but was not very noticeable. And Li Xiaoluo didn't seem to be very interested in her.
Don't ask Fang Xiaoyu why she knows it, it's just a woman's intuition.
But the less interested Li Xiaoluo was in her, the more Fang Xiaoyu became interested in Li Xiaoluo.
In Fang Xiaoyu's mind, aren't all the rich people so aloof?
They have this privilege. She has no interest in those lickers who hang around her all day long and wish their eyes could fall into her clothes. As for Lao Wang and Sister Zhao, the reason they came so quickly was because Li Xiaolua gave them too much money. Make it impossible for them to refuse. Li Xiaolua didn't care what the purpose of these people coming was. Since they were already here, he would use them first. He was planning to get it for free anyway. And he believed that they would all do a good job. Li Xiaolua said, "Okay, let me first explain your work content and salary. First, it's Lao Wang and the purchasing manager, that's Ms. Zhao, who are tasked with purchasing the supplies. You don't need to lower the price too much, but the payment method will require you to negotiate carefully. For example, if you can pay in installments, try to do so. If you can pay only part of the payment upfront, do so. If you can delay the payment, do so as long as possible, but the delay should be at least 1 week." Listen to what Li Xiaolua said. Old Wang and Sister Zhao all had strange expressions on their faces. The more they listened, the weirder it seemed. However, Li Xiaolua ignored them and continued, "As for your salary, Lao Wang, it's 10,000 yuan a day, and the work period is about 8 days. If you perform well, you will also receive a bonus of no less than the full salary. You can sign a formal contract, and the full salary will be paid immediately upon completion of the work period." Li Xiaolua finished speaking. Lao Wang immediately said weakly, "Li. Mr. Li, what exactly do you want us to buy? I'm a little scared now. The salary is 10,000 yuan a day, which means 80,000 yuan for 8 days, and the bonus must be no less than the salary, which means another 80,000 yuan. Damn, by this calculation, they earned 160,000 yuan in 8 days. This is not a big deal anymore, it could be very punishing." Although Lao Wang likes money, the pressure of his mortgage also makes him desperately need money. But he dared not do anything extremely cruel, otherwise the house and girlfriend he worked hard to support would be given to others. In fact, although the salary offered by Li Xiaolua is very high, it can even be said to be sky high. Earning 160,000 yuan in 8 days, many people may not be able to earn this much money in 2 or 3 years. However, only Li Xiaolua herself knows how exposed she is. Because the construction period was 8 days, but it was already the end of the world at that time, so he didn't have to pay a penny of salary. However, Li Xiaolua did not feel any guilt. After all, they were working for other capitalists, so why not make use of their remaining energy for himself? Is there anything wrong? At least, since I pay them such high salaries, they will be very happy these days, right? Since Li Xiaolua asked them to come over, he must have been prepared in advance. He took out a small notebook from his pocket and handed it to Lao Wang. "I'm going to buy some things, mainly food, of course, and some other supplies. I can even buy whatever I want depending on my mood. You all can take a look. If you can do it, do it. If not, I'll find someone else." Old Wang quickly took the notebook. Although Sister Zhao was the oldest, she couldn't wait to come over. There is nothing shameful in making money. There was only a small notebook that said, "First, daily food shopping. McCain chicken family buckets produce 5,000 servings every day. 1,000 servings of Master Sonia's private dishes. Farewell my chicken, boiled fish, spicy beef, spicy lobster are prepared every day. Braised dishes, cold dishes, braised pig trotters, braised beef, chicken feet, chicken wings, duck necks. 5,000 kilograms per day. Fuji Seafood Restaurant small conchas cooked in spicy wine, blanched prawns, steamed Russian crab with garlic, spicy crab, serves 500 servings a day." The above are all chain stores, so the volume can be achieved, not just one store making that much every day. The delicacies that Li Xiaolua wrote about are basically his favorites. And most of them were restaurants he had eaten at, or restaurants with very good reputation. Of course, except for the McCain chicken family bucket at the top. When he was still in school, Li Xiaolua was actually very fond of fried chicken and cola, and he would miss it if he didn't eat it for a few days. However, as he got older, he rarely ate this kind of food. However, after the end of the world, there was a period of time when Li Xiaolua was so hungry that he could not bear it anymore, and he began to fantasize about all kinds of delicious food. He had also fantasized about fried chicken and cola, so he naturally had to stock up some this time, otherwise he would not be able to eat the original flavor before the end of the world. There is a note at the end: the purchase of the above delicacies will take 8 consecutive days, and the budget is within 10 million. 10 million may seem like a lot, but if you buy all the delicacies written by Li Xiaolua at the original price of the restaurant and pay immediately after the goods arrive, it will be a huge sum. Then I definitely can't buy as much as Li Xiaolua asked for. For example, if the McDonald's family bucket alone produces 5,000 servings a day, it would cost over 300,000 yuan a day, and over 2 million yuan in 8 days. Therefore, at that time, Lao Wang and purchasing manager Sister Zhao will need to negotiate. First of all, for such a large quantity, there must be a discount, which needs to be negotiated. Secondly, there is the payment method mentioned earlier. Li Xiaolua can accept a deposit of several percent of the total amount paid first, and the remaining balance to be paid in one lump sum after 8 days. It is also acceptable to pay the first 3 days' payment first, and the payment for the remaining days in one lump sum after 8 days. It is more acceptable to pay all payments in one lump sum after 8 days. But I just can't accept paying everything in cash every day. From childhood to adulthood, Li Xiaolua has always been a very frugal person. It's the same now. Li Xiaolua saves as much as he can and gets things for free as much as he can. Buy the most with the least money. It doesn't matter whether there is punishment or not. Chapter 11: Stockpiling Supplies. In Li Xiaolua's memory, the apocalyptic disaster began with an ice disaster, and the global temperature plummeted to -60 degrees Celsius. The ice disaster lasted for about 3 months, and then the ice and snow melted, heavy rains fell, and the world was basically flooded again. Then there was a meteorite rain and a virus outbreak. Many humans and animals turned into zombies, and some monsters also appeared. It was also at that time that people with special abilities appeared among the human survivors. Ice disaster, flood, zombies and monsters were the 3 disasters that Li Xiaolua experienced in his previous life. As for whether there would be other natural or man-made disasters in the future, Li Xiaolua had no idea. So the shopping list that Li Xiaolua showed Lao Wang included not only the purchase of delicious food, but also some other supplies. For example, as for medicines, all the common medicines in the pharmacy must be available. We will temporarily buy 100 of each item, and then see if they have any way to get some special medicines for treating acute diseases. In fact, when the end of the world comes and people with special powers appear, ordinary medicines are basically no longer of use to them. Only ordinary survivors who are barely surviving still need medicines to treat their illnesses. The medicines that Li Xiaolua prepared were basically used to deal with ice disasters and floods in the early stages of the apocalypse, so he didn't buy too many. Then there are some cold-proof supplies, such as cold-proof clothing, cold-proof underwear, cold-proof gloves, etc. There are also some supplies for dealing with floods, such as diving equipment, waterproof clothing, and even motorboats, assault boats, small yachts, etc. Finally, in terms of food, in addition to those processed delicacies, Li Xiaolua also required the purchase of a large amount of ingredients at one time. Among them, there are 200 tons of rice, 200 tons of vegetables, 200 tons of fruit, 200 tons of pork, 200 tons of mutton, 200 tons of beef, and 200 tons of snacks. The total amount is about 2,000 tons of various foods. It's not that Li Xiaolua is not generous enough, he just buys 20,000 tons of each food. First of all, of course he didn't have that much money. For such a large quantity, Li Xiaoluo couldn't even afford a 30% advance payment. Secondly, it is unnecessary because Li Xiaolua's space is currently only 2,000 cubic meters, which can only hold about 2,000 tons of supplies. Li Xiaolua had a lot of supplies to buy and a lot of things to do, which was why he asked Lao Wang and others to come over. If he were to go out by himself to purchase so many supplies and find people to renovate 2 safe lord mansions, not to mention whether he would have enough time, he would definitely be exhausted. Anyway, money is now a bastard in Li Xiaolua's eyes. When the end of the world comes, he will spend all of it without leaving a penny, so things that can be solved with money are not a problem. Moreover, calling people like Lao Wang over doesn't cost a penny at all, and the free labor is wasted. After seeing what Li Xiaolua wanted to buy, Lao Wang and Sister Zhao were dumbfounded. Although these foods and supplies are common items, there are definitely no contraband as they thought. But it is precisely because it is so common that Lao Wang and the others are dumbfounded. Because the things Li Xiaolua needs to buy are really varied, and the quantity is also outrageous. There is no one who buys 5,000 McDonald's family buckets at one time every day, and there is no one who buys braised meat in tons. How many people eat this? If not many people eat it, I'm afraid they will continue to eat it forever. But Li Xiaolua didn't explain much to them. He paid them to do the work and thought he was God. After everyone had a quick look, Li Xiaolua said, "How is it? Does anyone have any questions? Those who don't want to do it can leave." The purchasing lady, Ms. Zhao, was the first to speak hastily. "Boss, I have no problem. I will do whatever you tell me to do." Lao Wang wanted to ask a few more questions, but he suppressed his curiosity and quickly said, "I don't have any questions either." Zhou Xiaotong also nodded. Although she couldn't understand how Li Xiaoluo suddenly became so rich and did such a strange thing of spending money.
But it's not their money, so why bother so much?
And what Li Xiaoluo gave was really too much. The last one was Fang Xiaoyu.
She quietly walked to an angle where Li Xiaoluo could see her most clearly, then leaned down slightly and said delicately, "Mr. Li, I have always listened to you without any objection, but you just arranged something for brother Wang and sister Zhao, but you haven't arranged anything for me yet."
Li Xiaoluo looked at the snow-white and deep ravines that came into view, and had to say that this green tea had very strong capital. But I remember hearing rumors in the company before that Fang Xiaoyu had a boyfriend outside, but also had several ambiguous backups in the company. As for some men who are not qualified to be her backup, she is too arrogant to even look at them.
She is very realistic and arrogant.
So Li Xiaoluo and Fang Xiaoyu actually didn't have much contact, and they didn't see each other again after the Doomsday in their previous life. Therefore, Li Xiaoluo and Fang Xiaoyu have no hatred against each other, and whether Fang Xiaoyu is a good tea drinker or a scumbag has little to do with him. Now even if Fang Xiaoyu came to him on her own initiative, Li Xiaoluo would still look down on her. And there is no time now. With just a few days to spare, Li Xiaoluo naturally wouldn't waste his energy on this kind of green tea. In Li Xiaoluo's eyes, the main task now is to seize the time to stockpile food and supplies, and then complete the system activation task. Only in this way can he live freely in the apocalypse. As for women like Fang Xiaoyu, after the apocalypse, any piece of bread can attract a bunch of such women vying for his love.
Li Xiaoluo looked up at the others and said slowly, "Since no one has any objections and no one wants to leave, I'll continue to arrange the tasks. Lao Wang and Xiao Zhao will be responsible for purchasing, Fang Xiaoyu will be responsible for staying in the warehouse to receive and count the supplies, and Zhou Xiaotong, you will be my temporary secretary, monitoring everyone's progress for me, and helping me run errands or handle some personal matters." Old Wang and sister Zhao nodded, neither of them had any objections. They are now intoxicated in the dream of earning 20,000 yuan a day. As long as they don't break the law, they are willing to be your grandsons.
However, Fang Xiaoyu and Zhou Xiaotong both showed a hint of surprise on their faces about Li Xiaoluo's arrangement, and then wanted to speak. When Zhou Xiaotong heard the position of secretary, she subconsciously felt a little resistant.
Fang Xiaoyu didn't want to do the job of counting supplies.
Instead, she really wanted to be a secretary, preferably a personal secretary. But Li Xiaoluo didn't wait for them to speak, and said coldly, "Let me emphasize again, I will not let you do anything illegal. But you can only obey my arrangements.
Don't bargain with me.
If you don't want to do it, just leave." In fact, even if Fang Xiaoyu and Zhou Xiaotong didn't say anything, Li Xiaoluo could probably guess what they wanted to say. Fang Xiaoyu naturally felt that receiving and counting supplies was very hard work, and she had no chance to develop a relationship with this rich man, so she wanted to be the temporary secretary.
Zhou Xiaotong is just the opposite.
In Li Xiaoluo's memory, Zhou Xiaotong is much more self-disciplined than Fang Xiaoyu.
She must have some resistance to the position of secretary. But you have the final say.
Chapter 12 The Golden Light Dazzles the Eyes. Hearing Li Xiaoluo's domineering words, Zhou Xiaotong and Fang Xiaoyu felt a little aggrieved.
But I didn't dare to say anything more and could only obey the arrangements.
Okay, since you all have no objections, let's get to work after dinner. Today is the first time we've all worked together, so I'll treat everyone to a simple meal at my house as a reward. The older sister Zhao quickly said, "Boss, we haven't done anything yet, so you don't need to spend any money, right? When we're satisfied with your work, you can treat us to a meal."
Lao Wang also quickly agreed.
He also wanted to get started as soon as possible to see what this job was all about. Li Xiaoluo waved her hand and said, "Okay, just listen to me." Then Li Xiaoluo got into the sports car and asked Lao Wang to drive with Fang Xiaoyu and the others following behind. 10 minutes later, 2 cars stopped at the entrance of Longting No. 1 Villa.
"Mr. Li? Is this Dragon Court Villa No. 1 your home?"
After the group got off the car, Fang Xiaoyu looked at the villa area and the luxurious Villa No. 1 in front of her with shining eyes.
Woof woof woof.
At this time, the general at the door saw Li Xiaoluo and ran over happily, then wagged his tail happily at Li Xiaoluo's feet. However, when the general looked at Lao Wang and the others, his eyes became sharp, as if he would treat anyone who dared to make trouble like a dog.
"Ah, Mr. Li, your dog is so big and powerful. It's really scary."
The general did look quite imposing. Fang Xiaoyu deliberately acted coquettishly and pretended to be scared, patting his large chest with her small hands. But Li Xiaoluo seemed not to hear it, and stroked the big dog named General with a smile on her face. "Bastard, straight man, son of a bitch, so contemptuous of people. No matter how cunning Feng Xiaoyu was, a trace of ugliness flashed across her face, and she cursed Li Xiaolua to pieces in her heart. If Li Xiaolua hadn't given her a lot of money and she hadn't seen Li Xiaolua's sports car and big villa, she wouldn't have been so angry. Whether in the company or playing after get off work, anyone who wants to lick her has to line up.
Let's go to my house for dinner.
Li Xiaolua first cultivated a relationship with the general before speaking. In Li Xiaolua's heart, the general was indeed much more important than Feng Xiaoyu. The reason why Feng Xiaoyu, Lao Wang and others can come here is not because Li Xiaolua really values them. But they may need to come here to help later, so I'll show them the way first.
And give them some more motivation.
When the group entered the luxurious villa and came to the living room, they were completely shocked. What shocked me was not the size and luxury of the villa's living room, but the hundreds of bundles of cash and hundreds of gold bars piled so casually on the coffee table in the living room. These gold bars and cash were all set up by Li Xiaolua when Lao Wang and the others were changing their shoes just now.
After Lao Wang and the others saw it, Li Xiaolua said casually, "Since this person lives here alone, the house is a bit messy. Some things that are not used often are just placed randomly." Lao Wang swallowed his saliva.
The golden light was so dazzling. 100 gold bars of 100 grams each are worth more than 5 million yuan.
How could they be just casually thrown on the coffee table in the living room? By now, Lao Wang has a new understanding of Li Xiaolua's generosity. Moreover, he no longer had any doubts about Li Xiaolua asking them to purchase those supplies. Rich people can do whatever they want, and their world is simply not something they can understand.
As for Feng Xiaoyu, she really wished that only she and Li Xiaolua were in the villa at this moment, so that she could use her ultimate move directly. She didn't believe that Li Xiaolua was a cat that didn't steal fish.
But it doesn't matter.
She must behave well these days and try her best to get the opportunity to be alone with Li Xiaolua. In short, after Li Xiaolua accidentally let Lao Wang and others see these things, they no longer had any hesitations about the sky-high treatment that Li Xiaolua promised them, and they were all full of energy. After dinner, Li Xiaolua took Lao Wang and others to the warehouse he rented to show them the way, and then asked them to start work. Zhang Wen also began to work on the system's tasks, building 2 safe lord mansions. When the end of the world comes, order will collapse, so at the beginning of the ice disaster, in addition to purchasing food and warm clothes, you also need to have a safe enough shelter to resist the invasion of other survivors.
Otherwise, those who are starving will do anything to get food.
Li Xiaolua drove his sports car back to the community where he used to live, called Watanjiwen Community.
Then Li Xiaolua walked into the real estate agency in the community. "Brother Li is here. Are you sure you want to sell your house?"
Li Xiaolua lived in this community and had come to inquire about selling a house before, so as soon as Li Xiaolua appeared, a woman in a white shirt with a bulging chest immediately ran over and warmly welcomed Li Xiaolua.
The female agent is called Wang Qin and is said to be still single.
She had previously known that Li Xiaoluo had a house but was still single and only had a fiancé who was a joke, so she hinted that Li Xiaoluo could pursue her. However, after Li Xiaoluo asked about selling the house to pay off the debt, she stopped hinting at that, but she was still very enthusiastic and hoped that Li Xiaoluo would let her sell the house.
"I've already sold that house,"
Li Xiaolua replied indifferently. Wang Qin's face suddenly changed, and she felt a little uncomfortable, as if she had eaten a fly. But Li Xiaolua ignored her and said directly, "I'm here to rent a house this time."
"Isn't there a top-floor duplex for rent in my building? I'll rent it."
Wang Qin's eyes suddenly lit up again, and a smile appeared on her face. She confirmed, "Brother Li, you also know that the top-floor duplex apartment is large and the decoration is very good, so the rent is not cheap. The owner of the house is not in the country, so it cannot be rented short-term. It must be rented for at least 2 years, and the rent must be paid in full.
Don't give me too much information. Just sign the contract and give me the keys. If you can't do it, find someone else." "Yes, I can do it. I'll do it right away."
Wang Qin was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded and said. Although Li Xiaolua seemed like a different person, the tone of his voice made her feel unfamiliar and a little uncomfortable.
But in this day and age, who can resist money?
After paying the money and getting the house key, Li Xiaolua left the agency directly.
Wang Qin looked at Li Xiaolua's back as he left, feeling a little complicated.
This was the easiest deal she had ever earned since she started working as a real estate agent. Unfortunately, Li Xiaoluo's house was sold, so her feelings for Li Xiaoluo were not as strong anymore. After Li Xiaolua left the agency with the house key, he immediately called the War Shield Group. The War Shield Group is a large security company, and renovating safe houses is also their business. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaolua planned to go to the newly rented house and wait for the people from the War Shield group to come and discuss the renovation.
Oh, it's you, Xiao Luo. Come here quickly. I'll press the elevator button for you. Just as I reached the elevator entrance, the elevator door that was about to close suddenly opened again.
Then, a woman with black hair, a pure face and wearing a white dress was seen waving at Li Xiaolua with a smile on her face. Seeing the woman waving in the elevator, Li Xiaolua's eyes suddenly turned cold.
Chapter 13 White Lotus Su Xiuxiu. The woman in the elevator was Su Xiuxiu, who was the one that she and Zhou Junjie killed in the previous life. Speaking of which, Su Xiuxiu's family was actually a neighbor who lived opposite Li Xiaolua's family for many years. When Li Xiaolua's mother was still alive, the relationship between the two families was very good. The children of the two families, Su Xiuxiu and Li Xiaolua, naturally have a very good relationship. When Su Xiuxiu was young, she often ran to Li Xiaolua's house to play with Li Xiaolua. The adults of both families even joked about arranging a marriage for the two and having them get married when they grow up. Although it was a joke, Li Xiaolua still had special feelings for Su Xiuxiu. Especially after Li Xiaolua's mother passed away, Su Xiuxiu's family was still very kind to him. Moreover, Su Xiuxiu is also very pretty when she grows up. She is still as close to Li Xiaoluo as when they were children, and often calls him Brother Xiaoluo very sweetly. So at that time, Li Xiaoluo really wanted to marry Su Xiuxiu. Every time he got his salary, he would treat Su Xiuxiu to a movie and a meal, and then buy her clothes. Su Xiuxiu accepted all of Li Xiaolua's advances, but she always avoided Li Xiaolua's pursuit, neither agreeing nor rejecting it. A total green tea bitch. In her previous life, when Su Xiuxiu learned that Li Xiaolua had sold his house to pay off his debts, she immediately became indifferent to Li Xiaolua and began to avoid Li Xiaolua with various excuses. In fact, the reason why Su Xiuxiu had been keeping Li Xiaolua hanging was not because they grew up in the same building and had feelings for each other, nor was it because she liked Li Xiaolua. It's simply because Li Xiaolua is willing to spend money on her, and Li Xiaolua has a house, so she can barely be considered a high-quality backup. Su Xiuxiu's family rents their house, not buys it, so a man who owns a house is Su Xiuxiu's lowest goal. When Li Xiaolua sold the house, Su Xiuxiu completely drew a line between herself and Li Xiaolua in her heart. However, for the sake of her reputation among the neighbors, Su Xiuxiu did not clearly explain to Li Xiaolua, but just ignored him coldly. However, in the previous life, before Li Xiaolua could see Su Xiuxiu's true face, the end of the world came. After the apocalypse, when she learned that Li Xiaolua still had food at home, in order to find a supporter during the apocalypse, Su Xiuxiu began to plead with Li Xiaolua for help again. Later, Li Xiaolua took Su Xiuxiu to escape to Longting Villa District, and then met Zhou Junjie. Then Zhou Junjie became the ruler of Longting Villa District because of Xin Miaomiao, and Li Xiaolua finally saw Su Xiuxiu's true face. Unfortunately, Li Xiaoluo in the previous life was too sentimental, both to the so-called father and to Su Xiuxiu. But by the time they saw Su Xiuxiu's true face, it was too late. In the end, she was tortured to death, and even her jill was cut off. Restore your thoughts. Li Xiaolua looked at the pure and lovely Su Xiuxiu, and his eyes unconsciously revealed a hint of coldness and murderous intent. Li Xiaolua was already thinking about how Su Xiuxiu should die. When he was just reborn, due to time and some other reasons, Li Xiaolua was not in a hurry to deal with those who had hurt him in his previous life one by one. But in Li Xiaolua's heart, he remembered all those faces clearly. So when the system asked him to build 2 lordships, Li Xiaolua didn't think much about it and chose the addresses of the 2 lordships as Longting Villa and his original home. Because the people who hurt him are in these 2 places. Su Xiuxiu felt a chill in her heart when she saw Li Xiaolua's cold eyes. She had never felt such murderous eyes before, and she felt a little confused. Brother Xiaoluo, what's wrong with you?
Your eyes are so scary.
Nothing?
Li Xiaolua said lightly.
Are you going to kill Su Xiuxiu now?
Li Xiaolua still resisted the temptation. This was not Li Xiaolua's plan. In Li Xiaolua's plan, he prepared food and supplies, recruited thugs, and activated the system. These are the priorities and are important matters that affect his future happy life. Having lived a miserable life for so long in his previous life, he didn't want to waste a few precious days before the end of the world because of this bitch, and then make himself miserable in this life again. Moreover, killing someone is a crime that destroys their heart, and sometimes killing someone directly would be an easy thing for her. Because Su Xiuxiu had Li Xiaolua's protection in her previous life, she did not suffer much after the end of the world, and did not feel the pain of being hungry and cold to the point of being worse than death. So revenge must be taken, but Li Xiaolua wants to send all the enemies to death on the day when the end of the world comes. It's better to keep them for some fun in the end times and watch them die miserably and slowly. After hearing Li Xiaoluo's answer, Su Xiuxiu finally confirmed Li Xiaoluo's cold attitude. Su Xiuxiu was just about to ask if Li Xiaoluo had encountered any problems, which was why she was in a bad mood today. However, Su Xiuxiu's eyes suddenly fell on Li Xiaoluo's hand pressing the elevator button. Brother Xiaoluo, why are you pressing the 36th floor? We live on the 12th floor, I already pressed it. Li Xiaoluo said coldly, the original house was sold to pay off the debt, and the new house I rented is on the top floor.
Oh, I see.
Su Xiuxiu was stunned for a moment, then said something subconsciously. Then Su Xiuxiu looked at Li Xiaoluo and wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. Even those who were originally close to Li Xiaoluo quietly stepped back a little and kept some distance from Li Xiaoluo. Then until Su Xiuxiu reached the 12th floor and walked out of the elevator, she just nodded at Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo sneered in his heart, it was indeed very realistic.
But it doesn't matter. I'm not here to protect her in this world anymore.
I'll let her enjoy the end of the world then. The elevator reached the 36th floor.
I opened the door with the key and walked in.
The duplex apartment on the top floor was indeed large and well decorated, much better than Li Xiaoluo's own apartment. But no matter how good it is, it's definitely not as good as Dragon Court No. 1 Villa.
The main reason Li Xiaoluo chose this place is because it's high, so it won't be submerged in the event of a flood.
In fact, Li Xiaoluo knew in his heart that he was a reborn person and knew a lot about the post-apocalyptic world. As long as he made preparations in advance, he would be able to easily survive the upcoming ice disasters and floods, and live comfortably. If there were really only ice disasters and floods, then after Li Xiaoluo had purchased a large amount of food and supplies and personally dealt with those who had hurt him, he could then find a few beautiful women and stay at home to exercise every day. But the third disaster will see the appearance of zombies and monsters, and that will be the beginning of the real apocalypse. There will also be people with special abilities among the human survivors, and those people with special abilities will enslave ordinary survivors, which will make the survival of ordinary survivors very difficult. Having experienced his previous life, Li Xiaoluo knew that he could not awaken his superpowers and was just an ordinary survivor.
Now that I have been reborn and have a system, everything is possible. Maybe I can become a person with special abilities myself.
However, Li Xiaoluo still made two preparations for the future, buying the general and intercepting Shin Miao Miao, all of which were precautions. Mr. Li Xiaoluo, I'm the manager of the War Shield Group.
My name is Wang Fatsai. Is this duplex the safe house you need to renovate?
The wealthy manager of the War Shield Group looked at Li Xiaoluo with a strange expression. Originally, he didn't need to personally handle this kind of business, but Li Xiaoluo directly mentioned a business worth tens of millions on the phone, so he immediately went to provide service. But although this duplex house is quite large, its value cannot exceed 5 million, right?
Will anyone spend tens of millions to renovate it?
Chapter 14 Two Safe Houses. Li Xiaoluo said calmly, that's right, it's this top-floor duplex house that needs to be renovated. I want to transform it into a top-level safe house. In addition, I also have a house called Dragon Court No. 1 Villa, which also needs to be renovated.
Then I have two requests.
The first is to be as low-key as possible and not draw too much attention from people around me. I don't like to be looked at strangely by others.
Secondly, the renovation needs to be fast. It must be completed in 6 days. Can it be done?
Now this top-floor duplex and Longting No. 1 Villa are both rented by Li Xiaoluo, and Li Xiaoluo actually has no right to renovate them. However, Li Xiaoluo was not worried at all, because the two houses he chose actually had their own characteristics, that is, the owners of these two houses went to live abroad and would not return to China for several years, so Li Xiaoluo could rest assured and treat them as his own houses.
Even if it is discovered by then, it will be too late when the owner of the house returns from abroad.
However, in order to avoid accidents, Li Xiaoluo's request should be kept as low-key as possible. Mr. Li, based on the conditions of the two houses you described, we should be able to meet your first request. This is because your penthouse duplex and Dragon Court Villa No. 1 are relatively independent, making it more convenient for us to carry out renovations.
As for the second point, 6 days is a bit too tight. Please take a look at our company's renovation plans first. Once you choose one, I can estimate the timeframe based on your renovation plan.
After Wang Fatsai finished speaking, he respectfully took out his mobile phone and opened their company's official website. Their company has many plans for the renovation and evaluation of safe houses, and all of them are animated, so customers can understand them very easily. To be honest, Wang Fatsai didn't expect that in addition to this duplex house, Li Xiaoluo also owned Longting No. 1 Villa. He immediately believed what Li Xiaolua had said about the tens of millions of dollars in business. As for Li Xiaolua's plan to spend tens of millions to renovate a safe house, ordinary people would probably think he was crazy after hearing it. In the eyes of ordinary people, this amount of money is something they can never earn in their entire lives. If they had tens of millions, why would they need to go on blind dates? The beauties would come to them on their own. If they had tens of millions, it would be enough to buy dozens of houses, and then wouldn't it be nice to just lie back and relax? But in Wang Fatsai's eyes, this kind of thing is actually very common. Many rich people cherish their lives very much and attach great importance to their food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Some wealthy people spend a lot of money to hire bodyguards from their company, while some wealthy people spend money to build a safe residence. Their security company does things for money. No matter who the client is, as long as they can afford the price, their War Shield group will meet all of the client's security needs. Li Xiaoluo took a look at the official website. The War Shield group is indeed a big company. Their business covers a very wide range. Just when it comes to building safe houses, they are very powerful. There is basically nothing they cannot accomplish. Whether you want to build a new safe house, renovate it, or even choose a location, they can cater to your needs. The Eastern infrastructure maniac is no joke. Building 2 new safe houses is definitely not an option for Li Xiaolua. He doesn't have that much time to wait. As for the transformation, War Shield Group actually has many plans. Of course, the cost and time required for each plan are different. Li Xiaolua actually knew that it was impossible to renovate 2 top-level safe houses in just 6 days. But Li Xiaolua has a system. According to the system's requirements, once the money is spent, the renovation of the 2 safe houses' Lord's Mansion will be completed. At that time, the system will also reward 2 more Lord's Mansions with super enhancements. Therefore, Li Xiaolua does not need the War Shield Group to do too much. For example, some of the War Shield Group's renovation plans are to renovate the entire house or villa, replacing the walls, floors, etc. That's no longer a renovation, it can be considered a new construction. Moreover, the top-level ones can be fireproof, explosion-proof, bulletproof, and bomb-proof. It can be said that they are even stronger than military fortresses. Li Xiaolua naturally didn't need to go through so much trouble. The renovation method Li Xiaolua chose was very simple. All the doors and window glass were replaced with bulletproof and anti-theft ones. Then a layer of special alloy is added to the walls and ceiling, and then painted. The last step is to install a monitoring system and add some defenses. After listening to Li Xiaolua's request, Wang Fatsai thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Li, it's not difficult to modify it this way, and the cost is not high. But to be honest, the safety effect of this modification is actually quite limited." Li Xiaolua immediately waved his hand, interrupting Wang Fatsai and asking, "Is the cost not high? How much would it cost if I renovated it as I just did?" Wang Fatsai thought for a moment and said, "Your duplex house is about 1 million, right? As for the Dragon Court No. 1 villa you mentioned, since it's much larger, the budget is around 2 million. Seeing Li Xiaolua frown, Wang Fatsai quickly explained, "Mr. Li, this price is indeed a bit expensive, but you asked for it to be completed within 6 days, so we will definitely add more people to work around the clock. The labor cost here." Li Xiaolua slowly extended a finger and said, "Manager Wang, I've made it very clear on the phone. This deal must be worth tens of millions. So whether it's this duplex or Dragon Court No. 1 villa, the renovation cost of each location cannot be less than 10 million. Wang Fatsai was stunned for a moment. Is there such a thing? In fact, Li Xiaolua didn't want to do this, but the system required it. Wang Fatsai was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "Mr. Li, how about you come up with a new renovation plan? Then give us a little more time, and we'll tear down the walls and replace them with top-notch, multi-layered walls made of a special alloy." Li Xiaolua shook her head. Neither the plan nor the time can be changed, especially the time, which must be completed within 6 days. But the cost of each renovation must be over 10 million. I don't care if you're replacing the security doors and glass with the same style the US president lives in, or changing the alloy to a space alloy, the money must be spent. After hearing what Li Xiaolua said, Wang Fatsai didn't know what to say for a moment. All I can say is that he really doesn't understand the world of rich people. "Mr. Li, don't worry, our company can fully meet your requirements." Li Xiaolua nodded and said, "Okay, but let me be frank. First, the budget for renovating each safe house should be around 15 million. However, the materials must be genuine and the prices cannot be inflated. I will arrange for my secretary and professionals to supervise the entire process.
Second, the work must be completed within 6 days. There will be a double penalty in the contract. If you fail to complete it on time, you will need to pay me 60 million in compensation.
Wang Faozai thought for a moment and said, Mr. Li, no problem.
Our company's strength and reputation are guaranteed. However, your order is a bit special.
You must pay 20 million yuan for the goods first, and the remaining 10 million yuan will be paid within 1 month after the goods are inspected and accepted.
Okay, prepare the contract, and I'll transfer the money to you immediately. Chapter 15. And Wang, who can't stand others doing well.
War Shield Group, Li Xiaoluo signed the contract, and then transferred 25 million to War Shield Group without hesitation. It was originally agreed that 20 million would be paid first, but Li Xiaoluo has now transferred an extra 5 million. Because Li Xiaoluo added some requirements for Longting No. 1 Villa, for example, it must be able to withstand temperatures as low as minus 60 degrees Celsius, and Longting No. 1 Villa must have normal water and electricity and be able to live normally for at least 3 months. Originally, Li Xiaoluo wanted to do it himself. All he had to do was buy some super solar panels, stock up on some high-power generators, and then buy some extra large water storage tanks. But since we have used the War Shield Group, let's just let them solve it together. It is much easier and faster for such a large professional company to handle these matters or purchase some equipment than for Li Xiaoluo to do it himself. As long as Li Xiaoluo pays the money, he has the final say on everything. Before the disaster of the end of the world comes, those who have money are the boss. Anyway, this money was not earned by Li Xiaoluo through hard work, so she didn't feel bad at all about spending it. Besides, in a few days, the money will be just waste paper and you will even look down on it when you go to the toilet, so naturally you have to spend it more now. Zhou Xiaotong, the temporary secretary, was also brought over by Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo attached great importance to the transformation of the two lords' mansions, so he needed someone to supervise it for him. Zhou Xiaotong stood gracefully behind Li Xiaoluo. Her beautiful legs in high heels looked even longer. Li Xiaoluo felt that she had the looks and talent of a secretary. Seeing Li Xiaoluo, the temporary boss, spending money lavishly, Zhou Xiaotong was really curious about this former colleague and current boss. How come he suddenly became so rich? Is this series of strange actions of his because he has too much money to spend, or is there some deeper meaning behind it? Unfortunately, Li Xiaoluo naturally wouldn't say anything more to her now. Li Xiaoluo worked all day, and then stored all the supplies purchased by Lao Wang and others today into the system space. Li Xiaoluo was in a good mood. He did a lot of things today, but the gains were also huge. He drove the sports car and took the general back to Wotanjiwen community. Now Longting No. 1 Villa is undergoing urgent renovation and is not suitable for living in it, so Li Xiaoluo still plans to move back to his original house. Li Xiaoluo, why are you driving a sports car? After parking the car, Li Xiaoluo was about to go home with the general when suddenly a fat lady blocked his way. Li Xiaoluo looked at the woman in front of him. This was Aunt Wang, who lived downstairs from him. When his mother was still alive, she would often come to visit his house, but this woman basically came to Li Xiaoluo's house to show off. She used to show off that her husband was a civil servant, how good the company's benefits were, and how good he was to her and their son. When Li Xiaoluo got older, she kept comparing her son with Li Xiaoluo to show off how successful her son was. After Li Xiaoluo's mother passed away, although Aunt Wang did not visit Li Xiaoluo's home often, every time she saw Li Xiaoluo, she would still compare him with her son, talking about how outstanding her son was, and by the way, she would educate Li Xiaoluo as an elder, and pretend to be taking care of Li Xiaoluo for Li Xiaoluo's mother. Although Li Xiaoluo in her previous life hated her expression, they had been neighbors for many years after all, and she was very familiar with her mother. So in his previous life, Li Xiaoluo was able to go out and look for food in the Doomsday. When faced with Aunt Wang and her son who came to him for help, Li Xiaoluo finally softened his heart and gave her some food. However, the ugliness of human nature will be infinitely magnified in the end times. Aunt Wang and her son took the food that Li Xiaoluo had given them, expressed their gratitude profusely on the surface, and promised not to tell anyone about it. But Aunt Wang and her son did not have the courage to go out to look for food, so after they finished eating the food given by Li Xiaoluo, they naturally asked Li Xiaoluo for food again. Li Xiaoluo was naturally unwilling to do so. He was not a pushover. The reason he helped Aunt Wang and her son was simply out of consideration for his deceased mother. However, Li Xiaoluo's selfish behavior naturally angered Aunt Wang and her son. In order to get food, they spread the news throughout the building that Li Xiaoluo had a lot of food. Finally, a group of people broke down the door of Li Xiaoluo's house and beat him up severely, saying that he was selfish and didn't care about everyone's lives. In the end, they stole all the food in his house.
Get out of the way. What does it have to do with you what car I drive?
Li Xiaolua looked at Aunt Wang coldly. Like other people who had hurt him, Li Xiaolua was not in a hurry to deal with them.
China's public security can be said to be the strictest in the world.
Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities when the end of the world comes, so there is no need to cause trouble for yourself now. Moreover, if there were no system and no two lord mansions that could teleport to each other, Li Xiaolua might choose revenge first, even if it meant taking certain risks. After all, revenge and killing those who hurt him in his previous life is also an obsession for Li Xiaolua. However, if there is no systematic teleportation array, his enemies will be in Wotanjuan community and Longting Villa by then, and he cannot be sure whether he can see his enemies die with his own eyes. So if there was no system, even if Li Xiaoluo took risks and put aside other things, he would definitely take some time to get rid of his enemies first. Otherwise, even if Li Xiaolua could stand at the top of the world in this life, he would definitely have regrets in his heart. However, with the portal to the Lord's mansion, he can appear in both places at any time even after the end of the world, so Li Xiaolua is not in a hurry about these people at all and let them jump around for a few more days. Sometimes, killing someone directly is actually a good thing for them. You kid, I'm your mother's good sister and your elder.
How do you talk to an elder like that?
Aunt Wang felt very uncomfortable when she saw the look in Li Xiaoluo's eyes. She didn't know what murderous intent was, but she knew that there was definitely no respect for her in Li Xiaoluo's eyes. The reason why Aunt Wang stopped Li Xiaolua was because she simply couldn't accept that Li Xiaolua could actually drive a sports car. Although she didn't know how much Li Xiaolua's sports car was worth, she still had the basic common sense that sports cars were very expensive. Her most capable son now only drives a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Why is the car Li Xiaolua drives so much better than her son's? Aunt Wang simply couldn't accept that the person who always made her feel superior suddenly became a good person. So she stopped Li Xiaoluo, but what she wanted to hear most was Li Xiaoluo saying that the sports car was not his. As for whether Li Xiaolua was stolen, borrowed, or rented, it doesn't matter, as long as Li Xiaolua is still the ordinary Li Xiaolua. However, not only did Aunt Wang not hear the answer she wanted to hear, but she was also treated coldly by Li Xiaoluo. Aunt Wang, who was very proud, naturally couldn't stand it anymore.
Chapter 16, Only a White Patch.
Looking at Aunt Wang, she looked angry, as if she had been greatly wronged for her kindness. Li Xiaolua was too lazy to pay any more attention to this kind of person.
She just said coldly, "Elder? How can you be considered my elder? Don't be so shameless. Get out."
Aunt Wang looked at Li Xiaolua in disbelief, as if she didn't know him.
Was this still the polite person who usually behaved?
Aunt Wang was used to nagging and was used to feeling superior in front of Li Xiaolua's family. Suddenly, she was treated like this by Li Xiaolua, and the gap in her heart made it impossible for her to adapt.
So instead of rolling away, Aunt Wang opened her arms and blocked Li Xiaolua's way.
Li Xiaolua, you bastard, where are your manners?
I won't get out of the way, and you dare to hit an old woman like me?
These days, the elderly are privileged.
As long as they are a little shameless, the government can't do anything to them.
Aunt Wang was very sure in her heart that even if Li Xiaolua had 100 courages, he would not dare to touch her.
Otherwise, since they have already fallen out, she won't pretend to be a kind aunt anymore.
If Li Xiaolua dared to touch her, she would lie on the ground and stay in the hospital for several months. It has been a long time since I had a physical examination, so I will have a full body checkup when the time comes. It would be even better if they could find out what's wrong with the disease, so that Li Xiaoluo can pay for the treatment.
Li Xiaolua, I'm telling you straight today.
If you don't kneel down and apologize to me sincerely, I will keep stopping you and pestering you.
If you have the guts, bite me.
At this time, Aunt Wang looked at Li Xiaolua with a smug look on her face. This little bastard was so uneducated that he dared to make her angry. It would be strange if she didn't teach him a lesson now. Li Xiaolua glanced at Aunt Wang, then suddenly shouted, "General!"
Woof woof woof.
The general on the side immediately ran forward quickly, like a soldier waiting for Li Xiaoluo's order.
Li Xiaolua pointed at Aunt Wang, who was about to throw a tantrum, and said to the general, "Someone is actively asking you to bite her, so let's grant her wish."
Aunt Wang was already a little scared when she saw the mighty general, and now when she heard Li Xiaolua's words, she was immediately scared out of her wits. She quickly took a step back, then looked at Li Xiaolua in horror. "Li Xiaolua, you dare to let the dog bite people?
Believe it or not, I will make you bankrupt."
Li Xiaolua sneered, "Why should I be afraid?
It was you who asked my dog to bite you. Besides, I can afford a sports car now. My dog can bite you, so long as it doesn't kill you. You can stay in the hospital for the rest of your life.
Aunt Wang felt a chill in her heart when she heard what Li Xiaolua said. She didn't expect Li Xiaolua to be so cruel now. And after thinking about it, it seemed that if she was bitten by Li Xiaolua's dog, she would not only make Li Xiaolua's dog pay the price and ask Li Xiaolua to pay for the medical expenses, but in the end she would not get anything good. But if Li Xiaolua didn't care about the medical expenses at all, she would suffer a lot, especially if the big dog bit off some body parts or bit her seriously. Li Xiaolua, don't think that just because you've made a little money you can act lawless and ignore the law. I'm just kind-hearted, and I don't want to argue with a junior like you today. Aunt Wang uttered a few harsh words and then ran away quickly, fearing that the big dog would chase her. Looking at Aunt Wang running away, Li Xiaolua did not let the general chase her. If someone wanted to deal with her, Li Xiaolua would do it himself, but that would disrupt Li Xiaoluo's plans and rhythm, so Li Xiaolua was too lazy to deal with such a person for the time being. Just as he was about to take the general home, Li Xiaolua's phone rang again. It was a WeChat call from Feng Xiaoyu. Li Xiaolua has neither good nor bad feelings towards Feng Xiaoyu. If it weren't for his experience in his previous life, Feng Xiaoyu would be considered a beauty in his eyes. Now that Feng Xiaoyu has taken the initiative to find him, Li Xiaolua will definitely be very happy. But now Li Xiaolua was indifferent to Feng Xiaoyu's call and hung up directly. After being reborn, Li Xiaolua wants to live the best life, live in the best house, eat the most delicious meals, and naturally he wants the best woman too. Feng Xiaoyu, who he used to think was out of his reach, now doesn't even have the qualifications to climb into Li Xiaolua's bed in his eyes.
Mr. Li, why didn't you answer my call? Are you injured? Mr. Li, are you still busy? Can I treat you to a midnight snack when you're done?
I know a place that serves really good barbecue, especially grilled kidneys and grilled oysters.
They're very authentic. Mr. Li, do you think this dress looks good on me?
Li Xiaolua hung up the phone directly, but Feng Xiaoyu on the other end obviously didn't want to give up and sent a lot of messages at once. Finally, there is a private photo of her. As for how private it is, Li Xiaolua didn't see any clothes, just a piece of white. I didn't expect that Feng Xiaoyu was not very pretty, but her skin was really white, her whole body was white. Li Xiaolua is not Lu Xiaohui, and she was indeed feeling a little hot inside. Although Li Xiaolua's main task now is to stockpile supplies and prepare for the end of the world. However, Li Xiaolua naturally has no aversion to women. Many people say that in the end times, you should save enough food and supplies to last a lifetime, and then live alone without anyone.
Because with only one person, there will be no betrayal.
But Li Xiaolua felt that people who had such thoughts were simply fantasizing, or were not good in some way. Otherwise, even before the end of the world, the internet is so developed, and there are countless novels, games, movies, and variety shows online to kill time, but can you imagine letting someone stay at home alone for a few years without going anywhere? Not to mention that it's after the end of the world, without the internet and without sound. If a person is left alone for a few years, it would be strange if he doesn't go crazy. By then, even if Li Xiaolua's supplies are enough for him to live for a lifetime, Li Xiaolua may end up burying himself out of boredom. So as for women, even if the end of the world is approaching, he will not reject them as long as they do not affect his plans. Of course, if he were to live his life over again, not every woman would be able to catch his eye. Although Li Xiaolua was sexually interested in Feng Xiaoyu, he still ignored her. He wondered if there was another woman who could replace him. Su Xiuxiu was the woman Li Xiaolua was closest to in his previous life, but in this life, even if she took off all her clothes and gave them to him for free, Li Xiaolua would not even look at her. Li Xiaolua couldn't help but think of Shen Miaomiao, the beautiful and broad-minded beauty. Thinking of Shen Miaomiao, Li Xiaolua felt even more excited, but her sister was having surgery today, so even if Shen Miaomiao wanted to repay her, she would definitely not come out.
Bite. Just then, WeChat sent another message. Boss, thank you for giving me this opportunity to make money today. Can I treat you to a midnight snack tonight? Li Xiaolua took a look and realized that this time it was not sent by Feng Xiaoyu, but by Zhou Xiaotong. Li Xiaolua replied, "Okay, I'll give you a chance. Pack some barbecue and bring it to my neighborhood. Just 100 skewers of grilled kidneys and 100 grilled oysters." Chapter 17 Delicate and Tempting. Zhou Xiaotong came very quickly. When the tall and pretty Zhou Xiaotong saw Li Xiaolua, her face turned a little red, making her look even more charming. Zhou Xiaotong didn't know what was wrong with her. She used to often read online that many women would do anything to get close to rich men. Zhou Xiaotong felt that if it were her, she would definitely not be so lowly. For money, she would even serve those men who were about to be buried. As mentioned before, Zhou Xiaotong is a recognized beauty in Li Xiaoluo's company.
Her pair of slender legs in high heels and stockings have made countless men in the company lose their minds. No man in the company who lacks self-confidence would even think of pursuing Zhou Xiaotong. In addition to the men in the company, Zhou Xiaotong is very good at dressing up, so there are not many men who want to pursue her in daily life. Even if she goes out to buy a cup of milk tea, there will be many men who deliberately approach her. Among the men pursuing Zhou Xiaotong, there are many who are handsome and some who are wealthy. So in Zhou Xiaotong's view, she would definitely not sell her body for money. But it was not until today that Zhou Xiaotong discovered that although some of the men around her had some money and owned houses and cars, their assets would not exceed 5 million at most. This kind of wealth is really not worth mentioning in front of real rich people. For example, Li Xiaoluo lives in Longting No. 1 villa and drives a sports car worth millions. Even when renovating the house, he spends tens of millions without blinking an eye. Today, Zhou Xiaotong finally got to know what the life of a rich person is like. It also had a huge impact on her psychologically. Especially when Zhou Xiaotong saw her colleague Fang Xiaoyu flirting with others whenever she got the chance in order to attract Li Xiaoluo's attention, she felt a little strange. If Fang Xiaoyu really gets together with Li Xiaoluo, then she will be her own boss's wife and will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life. So Zhou Xiaotong was in a very complicated mood after get off work, and then for some unknown reason she sent a message wanting to treat Li Xiaoluo to a midnight snack. As for what to do after eating supper, Zhou Xiaotong really hasn't thought about it yet. She feels that she is not that kind of person. If Li Xiaoluo is willing, she doesn't mind contacting Li Xiaoluo first. But Zhou Xiaotong didn't expect that Li Xiaoluo's reply would be so direct. Go to Li Xiaoluo's house to have a barbecue, and it's all about nourishing foods like kidneys and oysters. I believe the meaning is very clear. However, Zhou Xiaotong hesitated for a moment, and finally bought the barbecues as Li Xiaoluo requested and rushed over. After all, Li Xiaoluo was her former colleague, and she believed that Li Xiaoluo would not force her if she didn't want to, otherwise he would have done it long ago. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo's wealth really shocked her and changed her perspective, so she really wanted to get closer to Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo took Zhou Xiaotong and then took the general back to his original house. However, Li Xiaoluo did not realize that Aunt Wang had actually been hiding in the dark and observing him. Then Aunt Wang saw a very tall beauty wearing a short skirt and high heels coming to Li Xiaoluo and smiling sweetly at her. Aunt Wang suddenly felt unhappy again. Her son graduated from a prestigious university and now she is a big boss. But the car she drove was not as good as Li Xiaoluo's, and even the girlfriend she brought back for her to meet was not as good as the woman who came to see Li Xiaoluo. The beautiful lady who came to see Li Xiaoluo just now is tall, beautiful, and has a big butt. The child she gives birth to will definitely have excellent genes. Aunt Wang was so angry that her teeth were itching. She was used to the sense of superiority in Li Xiaoluo's family. Today, Li Xiaoluo scolded her first, and then he wanted to let the dog bite her. Now she can't stand Li Xiaoluo's goodness. But Aunt Wang suddenly remembered, wasn't Li Xiaoluo having an ambiguous relationship with that girl Su Xiuxiu? What's going on now? Well, this Li Xiaoluo actually dared to play 2 games at the same time. This time she finally caught him. So after Aunt Wang confirmed that Li Xiaoluo had really brought the woman home, she immediately knocked on Su Xiuxiu's door. Oh, Aunt Wang, why are you here so late? Are you here to see my mom? She's watching TV. It was Su Xiuxiu who opened the door. When she saw that the visitor was Aunt Wang, Su Xiuxiu said politely, Xiuxiu, I'm not here to look for your mother. I'm here to look for you. Sister Wang, what are you doing here looking for our Xiuxiu? Hearing the noise at the door, a middle-aged woman in her 40s stood up and walked to the door. Ah, Xiuxiu's mother, you've come just in time. You can listen to this. This is related to your Xiuxiu's happiness for the rest of her life. Auntie Wang, this affects my happiness for the rest of my life? What's going on? Yes, Sister Wang, what's going on? Aunt Wang glanced at Su Xiuxiu and the others, then looked at Li Xiaoluo's family across the street. Then he whispered, Xiuxiu, I just came back from outside and saw your Li Xiaoluo coming home with a sexy woman. Auntie Wang, don't talk nonsense. Sister Wang, don't talk nonsense. Aunt Wang hurriedly said, believe me, I really saw Li Xiaoluo bringing the woman home with my own eyes. I didn't tell a single lie. Su Xiuxiu said unhappily, Aunt Wang, Li Xiaoluo and I are just friends. What does it have to do with me whether he brings women home? Don't bring Li Xiaoluo and me into this. Although Su Xiuxiu felt a little uncomfortable, she thought she could distance herself from Li Xiaoluo, but Li Xiaolua actually found a new love so quickly, as if she had no appeal at all.
Shouldn't he be sad and upset for a long time before pestering me?
Su Xiuxiu's mother also learned from her daughter that Li Xiaolua had sold all the houses. She had always felt that Li Xiaolua was not worthy of her daughter, so now she naturally looked down on Li Xiaolua even more. Su Xiuxiu's mother looked at Aunt Wang with the same grim expression as her daughter and said, "Sister Wang, our Xiuxiu and Li Xiaolua are just good friends.
Please don't gossip about them. Our Xiuxiu doesn't even have a boyfriend yet."
Aunt Wang looked at Su Xiuxiu and her daughter in confusion, not knowing what to say for a moment. I originally thought that I had caught Li Xiaolua's handle. As long as I told Su Xiuxiu about this matter, Su Xiuxiu's family would definitely go to Li Xiaolua and make a big fuss. By then, all the neighbors would know about Li Xiaolua's character. At that time, Aunt Wang wanted to see whether Li Xiaolua still had the nerve to be arrogant with her and whether he had the nerve to stay in the community. But she finally complied with the evidence she had discovered for most of the night, and then excitedly came to Su Xiuxiu's house to take credit, but her teammates did not cooperate.
Chapter 18. I'm not pretending to be a fool, I just want your body.
Li Xiaolua was naturally unaware of Aunt Wang's little tricks.
And even if Li Xiaolua knew, she wouldn't care.
After all, even if she didn't deal with them, these people wouldn't be able to survive for many days.
What's more, Li Xiaolua, who has been reborn, is not so kind. How can he let go of those who have hurt him?
Even if those who have hurt him want to die in this life, Li Xiaolua will make them die uncomfortably. At this time in Li Xiaolua's house, the tea table was filled with the nourishing barbecue brought by Zhou Xiaotong, and there were also several bottles of ice-cold beer. Eating barbecue without beer would be soulless. The general lay at Li Xiaolua's feet, happily chewing the beef and big bones that Li Xiaolua had prepared for him, his face full of excitement and satisfaction. As far as it could remember, it had never eaten such delicious food.
After it followed its new owner, the new owner was so good to it.
Li Xiaolua, thank you for giving me this opportunity to make money.
Let me toast you first.
Zhou Xiaotong sensibly poured wine for Li Xiaolua, then poured herself a glass, picked up the glass and said to Li Xiaolua with a smile on her face. Li Xiaolua looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, and many memories flashed through his mind. Li Xiaolua remembered that the company he used to work for had thousands of people, and most of them were young men and women, but Zhou Xiaotong was definitely the most beautiful woman in the company. She has a tall figure, a beautiful face, and always has a charming smile on her face. She wears a short skirt with high heels and flesh-colored stockings, which makes her look sexy yet decent and dignified. At that time, there were probably few men in the company who didn't have dirty thoughts about her. There are endless people who show their kindness to others for no reason every day. As for beautiful women, men's preferences are basically the same. Especially in a society with an unbalanced gender ratio, it is easy to imagine how popular a beauty like Zhou Xiaotong is. It can be said that a man who does not have enough self-confidence does not have the courage to pursue her at all. Just like the most beautiful girl in school, there may be few boys who are not attracted to her, but not every boy who likes her has the courage to express his feelings.
Most people are self-aware.
However, these were things of the previous life. In this life, as long as Li Xiaolua wanted, he felt that there was no woman he could not get. As long as the end of the world disaster comes, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she will succumb to a piece of bread.
If one loaf of bread isn't enough, have two. So it all depends on whether Li Xiaolua wants the woman or not. Not every woman can catch his eye.
People like Fang Xiaoyu, although quite sexy, can't arouse his sexual interest at all. As for Zhou Xiaotong, she is a beautiful memory in Li Xiaolua's heart, so he doesn't mind satisfying his previous thoughts now.
Li Xiaolua picked up the wine glass. Okay, let's drink first.
The two clinked their glasses and then drank it all in one gulp. Maybe Zhou Xiaotong couldn't drink much, but after drinking a glass of beer, her face immediately turned red. Looking closely, Zhou Xiaotong's skin is white with a rosy glow, and is really very pink and smooth. Li Xiaolua was already angry inside, and now she was even more moved. After eating a few skewers of kidney, Li Xiaolua looked at Zhou Xiaotong and said, "I have a job that pays better."
Do you want to do it?
Zhou Xiaotong quickly asked, "What?" Zhou Xiaotong's family is not wealthy, and her usual salary is only around 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. Although her work is not too tiring, her salary is barely enough to cover her expenses.
So if possible, she naturally wants to earn more money.
In this world, I am afraid no one can resist money. Li Xiaolua looked at Zhou Xiaotong and said, "How about upgrading to my personal secretary and making 1 million per day of work?" Li Xiaolua is no longer pretending to be a kid. He called Zhou Xiaotong over because he was greedy for her body. Zhou Xiaotong didn't expect Li Xiaolua to be so straightforward and not hide her purpose at all. Looking at Li Xiaolua's undisguised aggressive gaze, Zhou Xiaotong's face flushed even more.
Although Zhou Xiaotong was mentally prepared before coming, she did not expect Li Xiaolua's method to be so direct.
Zhou Xiaotong thought that Li Xiaolua would take the opportunity of eating barbecue to say a lot of emotional words to confess her, and then try every means to make it a fait accompli. Zhou Xiaotong was actually quite hesitant in her heart. She was wondering whether to agree to Li Xiaolua's confession. In fact, Zhou Xiaotong doesn't have much feelings for Li Xiaolua. Although they worked in the same company before, they had very little contact and basically just knew each other by sight. Although she got to know Li Xiaoluo again today and her favorable impression of Li Xiaoluo increased, it is definitely not the case that she fell in love with Li Xiaoluo today. So although Zhou Xiaotong was not angry about Li Xiaolua's straightforwardness, she must have felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the feeling she gets from Li Xiaolua pursuing her and throwing money at her like this is definitely different. Of course, the main reason was that she had never encountered such a situation before. Although she has many suitors, no one is willing to spend money on her. Zhou Xiaotong opened her mouth and wanted to refuse, but for some reason, the words did not come out of her mouth.
Zhou Xiaotong remained silent.
In fact, although she was still a virgin, she was not a chaste woman.
She just didn't want to settle for just any man.
So although Li Xiaolua's behavior made her a little uncomfortable, she was not actually too disgusted. 1 million a day, this price actually made her feel valued. Zhou Xiaotong has many close friends who are even more vain than her, so she naturally knows some more obscure things. For example, some college students take private jobs, and a few hundred yuan is enough for one time, and the prettier ones only get 1 or 2,000 yuan. If it is a monthly subscription, it will only cost tens of thousands of yuan a month. There are also those small models and even some female stars, who are said to have clearly marked prices, and the price is less than 1 million a day.
Women are sometimes contradictory creatures.
Seeing Zhou Xiaotong blushing and not saying anything, Li Xiaolua smiled. In this day and age, people laugh at the poor but not at prostitutes, and Li Xiaolua did not mean to look down on Zhou Xiaotong. Li Xiaolua ate the barbecue and said slowly, "If you stay with me for 10 days, I'll give you 10 million. Even if it's not 10 days, I'll still give you 10 million. As for after 10 days, we can talk about it then." In fact, for Zhou Xiaotong, Li Xiaolua wanted to make up for the regrets in his memory of the previous life. After all, this was the woman he had fantasized about. But when the end of the world comes, Li Xiaolua may not keep Zhou Xiaotong. Because Zhou Xiaotong is not Shen Miaomiao, Li Xiaolua didn't know whether Zhou Xiaotong had awakened her superpowers in her previous life, so Li Xiaolua would not let her become a burden just because she became his woman. That's why Li Xiaolua proposed to provide support on a daily basis, rather than for a long time, and then see how the situation develops.
Chapter 19, Understanding Clothes. 1 million a day, 10 million in 10 days? Zhou Xiaotong couldn't help swallowing.
In this age full of material desires, there may be chaste and heroic women. Even Zhou Xiaotong used to think that she was one of them. After all, some of the men who pursued her in the past gave her expensive clothes, bags, and mobile phones, but Zhou Xiaotong accepted none of them. Now it seems that it was not that she could resist the temptation before, but that the temptation was too small before. In the past, the gifts that men gave her when they were pursuing her basically did not exceed about 10,000 yuan. Even if they hinted that they would buy her a car or a house after they were together, the amount was only about 1 or 2 million yuan. However, those men who could spend 1 or 2 million on her either made a lot of demands or were old enough to be her grandfather, which really made her want to vomit. But now that Li Xiaolua made such an unreasonable request, although Zhou Xiaotong felt a little resistant, she didn't actually feel too disgusted. First of all, Li Xiaolua gave too much, which really made people unable to get angry. Secondly, through today's interactions, Li Xiaolua now gave Zhou Xiaotong a very mysterious feeling, making her want to know more about Li Xiaolua. I saw Zhou Xiaotong's expression changing constantly, but she didn't say anything to refuse. Li Xiaolua chuckled and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he stretched out a big hand and hugged Zhou Xiaotong's slender waist.
"Ah, what are you doing? I.
Zhou Xiaotong was hugged by Li Xiaolua. She smelled the masculinity on Li Xiaolua and shouted with a panic on her face.
But for some reason, Zhou Xiaotong subconsciously did not say anything to resist.
If it were Li Xiaoluo from his previous life, he would definitely not have been so courageous at this time, but things are different in this life. Now that he has money and the end of the world is coming soon, he is naturally bolder. And to put it bluntly, he will have whatever woman he wants in the future. Even if a woman does not have special abilities, no matter how beautiful she is, it may be difficult for her to catch his eye. The reason why he likes Zhou Xiaotong now is not only because Zhou Xiaotong is really beautiful and has good temperament, but more importantly, it is because of the plot in his previous life. After all, she is the woman he once fantasized about.
Isn't the purpose of rebirth to make up for regrets? If you don't say anything, doesn't that mean you agree?
Zhou Xiaotong felt a warm breath on her earlobe, and heard Li Xiaoluo's naughty voice. The beautiful blush on Zhou Xiaotong's face became even more intense. She had indeed struggled in her heart for a long time and fought a lot, but she did not refuse Li Xiaoluo. Even after Li Xiaoluo took action, Zhou Xiaotong still did not say the words of refusal directly.
She didn't know what was wrong with her.
Maybe she is a materialistic woman, but there has never been anyone or the price that made her heart beat faster. Just as Zhou Xiaotong was lost in thought, something strange happened to her body and she came back to her senses. It was obvious that the man's hand was no longer satisfied with just holding her slender waist. Zhou Xiaotong wanted to stop it, the speed was too fast and she was not mentally prepared yet. But Li Xiaoluo directly blocked Zhou Xiaotong's mouth with his mouth, and his big hands were even more understanding. Zhou Xiaotong's words finally turned into hum sounds, and it was impossible to tell what she was saying. The next day, the dazzling sunlight made Li Xiaoluo open her eyes.
Without checking the time, it must be a little late. But what does it matter? The end of the world is coming.
I won't have to get up early and go to work late anymore.
I can get up whenever I want.
Well, where is Zhou Xiaotong? Li Xiaoluo suddenly came to his senses. Not only was he reborn yesterday and no longer had to work, but he also won the heart of the goddess in the eyes of all the men in the company. Thinking of the scene last night, Li Xiaoluo felt a little hot in his heart, especially Zhou Xiaotong's pair of 1.8-meter long beautiful legs. Not only were they long legs, but they also had many benefits. Li Xiaoluo worked hard for a long time last night, which may be one of the reasons why he got up late today. Originally, after waking up completely, he planned to continue looking for Zhou Xiaotong to study some positions that she had not tried last night, and to make use of the advantages of her long legs, but he did not expect that Zhou Xiaotong was not in bed.
This woman has a strong ability to recover. You're awake. I've made breakfast, you can get up and eat.
The bedroom door was pushed open, and Zhou Xiaotong, wearing a hip-hugging miniskirt and silver high heels, walked in. Tall, beautiful, plump, and charming. After one night, Zhou Xiaotong seemed to be more beautiful.
Come here and help me get dressed.
Li Xiaoluo directly lifted the quilt, then got out of bed and waved to Zhou Xiaotong.
Seeing Li Xiaoluo's expression, Zhou Xiaotong immediately wanted to turn around. Why is this man like this?
But thinking about what happened last night, she felt like it wasn't a big deal. Everything that should have happened happened last night, even things that shouldn't have happened.
But Zhou Xiaotong was speechless. This guy really thought he was a rich landlord. In this era, he still had to serve him to put on clothes? Don't you know that women have a very high status in this era?
But what made Zhou Xiaotong secretly hate herself was that after meeting Li Xiaoluo's eyes that could not be rejected, she actually walked over obediently.
Maybe I got used to being obedient last night.
After getting dressed, the two came to the dining table and looked at the steaming breakfast on the table, which was obviously freshly prepared. Instead of buying ready-made ones outside. After taking a bite, Li Xiaoluo looked at Zhou Xiaotong with some surprise. I didn't expect that your cooking skills are quite good. In Li Xiaoluo's memory, Zhou Xiaotong should be a white-collar beauty with a refined lifestyle, the kind of woman who never had to do housework.
She didn't expect that she could even cook. As long as you like it.
Hearing Li Xiaoluo's praise, Zhou Xiaotong smiled on her pretty face. I don't know why, but Zhou Xiaotong felt inexplicably happy just by hearing Li Xiaoluo's compliment. After breakfast, Li Xiaoluo prepared to continue working on today's affairs. Li Xiaoluo had just opened the door when she ran into Su Xiuxiu from next door, who was also walking out of her house. Outside Su Xiuxiu's house was a man wearing glasses. Xiuxiu, I drove to your favorite breakfast shop and bought your favorite breakfast. And I know you have a day off today, so I sent my Audi A6 for maintenance yesterday.
How about I take you to the beach today?
The man with glasses was about 30 years old, not tall, and looked weak, but when he looked at Su Xiuxiu, there was a gleam in his eyes, and then he quickly handed over the breakfast he had bought with a smile on his face.
Yang Wei, thank you.
I remember that breakfast shop was quite far from your home.
I'm really touched.
Su Xiuxiu took the breakfast from the man with glasses with a very touched expression on her face, and then gave him a charming smile. In the pawn she raised, the man with glasses actually had pretty good conditions. His father was a retired official, he himself was also a civil servant, and his family had a house and a car. The only thing that Su Xiaoxiu disliked was that the guy with glasses was short and average-looking, not her type. So before, Li Xiaoluo was more important in her heart than the man with glasses. After all, although Li Xiaoluo had an average job before, he had a house and was tall and strong. But now, the man with glasses has surpassed Li Xiaoluo in weight.
Chapter 20 I'm going crazy with jealousy. Brother Xiaoluo, aren't you going to work today?
When Li Xiaoluo opened the door of her house, she naturally heard what Su Xiaoxiu and the man with glasses said. If it were in the past, Su Xiaoxiu had always kept an ambiguous distance with Li Xiaoluo, so if Li Xiaoluo saw this situation, she would still feel a little nervous. But now, she has crossed Li Xiaoluo off the list of spare tires, so there is nothing to hide.
Be seen, be seen.
Instead, she still greeted Li Xiaoluo enthusiastically. After all, she still had to maintain her image. However, Li Xiaoluo didn't even look at Su Xiaoxiu, let alone respond to her. Su Xiaoxiu's face immediately turned ugly.
Are you Li Xiaoluo? How can you be so rude? Xiaoxiu mentioned you before, saying you were a good person.
I didn't expect you to become so ungentlemanly right after being dumped by Xiaoxiu. Luckily, Xiaoxiu had the foresight to see through your mistakes and broke up with you early on.
The man with glasses had obviously heard of Li Xiaoluo's name. Su Xiaoxiu had used Li Xiaoluo as a shield many times before.
So among Su Xiaoxiu's suitors, Li Xiaoluo is relatively famous. Although I don't know why Su Xiaoxiu suddenly dumped Li Xiaoluo and her attitude towards him changed drastically. But the man with glasses was naturally very happy. After pursuing Su Xiaoxiu for so long, he finally saw hope of winning her over. However, Yang Wei still felt that Li Xiaoluo was quite threatening. After all, he was taller and more handsome than him. He was afraid that Su Xiaoxiu would want to rekindle her relationship with Li Xiaoluo. So as for Li Xiaoluo's lack of response, in his eyes, Li Xiaoluo must be sad, but he just wanted to step on her, so as to severely magnify Li Xiaoluo's shortcomings and completely destroy their relationship.
Roll.
Li Xiaoluo didn't say much and just gave the bespectacled man Yang Wei a word. Facing Li Xiaoluo's insults, Yang Wei's face showed an angry expression, but suddenly he seemed to think of something, and then his face immediately changed into a generous smile. Li Xiaoluo, your temper is not good. In this day and age, beautiful women need to be cared for.
With this attitude, do you still expect a woman to be attracted to you?
But the man with glasses had just finished speaking.
Honey, I've packed up the trash, we can go now. Oh, and I forgot you quit your job. Just continue walking the dog today. I'm going to work first.
My salary is enough for us to eat and drink. At this moment, Zhou Xiaotong came out of the room with garbage in her hand and stood behind Li Xiaoluo. Then he gently stretched out a hand and hugged Li Xiaoluo's arm. She is tall, with a pair of round and slender legs and a delicate and beautiful face. Zhou Xiaotong, who suddenly appeared, was much prettier than Su Xiaoxiu, and much better in every aspect.
Zhou Xiaotong's appearance immediately stunned Su Xiaoxiu and Yang Wei. Li Xiaoluo actually found such a beautiful and elegant woman, and this woman is so gentle and considerate to him?
What's wrong with this world? Why does Li Xiaoluo do that? At this moment, Su Xiaoxiu and Yang Wei both felt very uncomfortable. Su Xiaoxiu knew yesterday that Li Xiaoluo brought a woman home. Although she felt a little uncomfortable with Li Xiaoluo's behavior, she was also certain that the woman Li Xiaoluo brought home must be an ordinary person. She even thought that it was possible that this woman was hired by Li Xiaoluo just to deliberately provoke her. But now seeing Zhou Xiaotong's appearance, she no longer had that thought in her mind, but she felt even more uncomfortable. How could Li Xiaoluo find such a beautiful woman after leaving her? And he is supported by such a beautiful woman. After all, Su Xiaoxiu already knew yesterday that Li Xiaoluo had sold his house. Looking at Li Xiaoluo's situation today and the implication of Zhou Xiaotong's words, he even lost his job. But this beautiful woman was willing to go out to work to support Li Xiaoluo, and Li Xiaoluo only needed to walk the dog and play. This really made Su Xiaoxiu unable to understand. If she had a face and figure like Zhou Xiaotong, she could find any rich second-generation guy she wanted. Why would she waste her time on a loser like Li Xiaoluo? What are Li Xiaoluo's strengths? As for the man with glasses, Yang Wei, he felt uncomfortable. He was purely jealous and was going crazy. In his mind, Li Xiaoluo just had a good-looking appearance. How could anyone else compare to him? How could a beauty of this level fall in love with him, and a beauty who treated herself so badly? That's right, in Yang Wei's opinion, Zhou Xiaotong is degrading herself. Li Xiaolua, a grown man, doesn't go to work. He is only responsible for walking the dog and needs Zhou Xiaotong to work to support him. And judging from the situation, Zhou Xiaotong is the one doing all the dirty and tiring work like taking out the trash every day. Thinking about all the ways he had acted like a bootlicker in pursuit of Su Xiuxiu, he became more and more angry. While Su Xiuxiu and Yang Wei were feeling depressed, Zhou Xiaotong secretly winked at Li Xiaolua cutely. What she said just now was deliberately meant to save face for Li Xiaolua and to remind him not to let the cat out of the bag. Li Xiaolua watched Zhou Xiaotong's performance with some amusement. In fact, in his eyes, Su Xiuxiu was a dead person, and the man with glasses next to her was a jumping clown. He was too lazy to pay attention to them. But after Zhou Xiaotong said a few words, it was quite refreshing to see their surprised and puzzled expressions. At this time, Su Xiuxiu came back to her senses, and she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Xia Luo, did you lose your job too? Are you having any trouble now? You just sold your house and now you're out of work. If you need help, just tell me. I may not have any special abilities, but I will do my best to help you." Li Xiaolua sneered in her heart. This Bai Lianhua was really scheming. She immediately distanced herself from her after seeing that she didn't have a house yesterday. Now that she saw that she had found a woman who was better than her and was paying for her, she must be unhappy. This kind of woman is like this. The person she doesn't want must not live better than her. So she said she was helping, but in fact she was telling Zhou Xiaotong calmly that Li Xiaolua's house had been sold, so why would she still like him? In Su Xiuxiu's opinion, the reason why a woman as beautiful as Zhou Xiaotong would fall in love with Li Xiaolua must be largely due to this house. But after Su Xiuxiu finished speaking, before Li Xiaoluo could say anything, Zhou Xiaotong had already said with a smile, "Miss, thank you for your concern for our Xiaoluo. But we really don't need any help. We sold this house to buy a bigger one, so it's really not a big deal." Impossible. Hearing Zhou Xiaotong's words, Su Xiuxiu subconsciously cried out. "Let's go," Li Xiaolua said to Zhou Xiaotong lightly. Before the end of the world came, Li Xiaolua didn't bother to pay attention to people like Su Xiuxiu. It was a waste of time and it affected his mood. "Yeah." Zhou Xiaotong responded obediently, then took Li Xiaolua's arm and left. Su Xiuxiu wanted to ask something, but Li Xiaolua ignored her, so she could only follow Yang Wei downstairs. However, when she followed Yang Wei to drive, she happened to see Li Xiaolua and Zhou Xiaotong getting into a red sports car. Suddenly, Su Xiuxiu's face turned very ugly. Chapter 21, Post-Apocalyptic Luxury Goods, Stock Up. For the next 5 days, Li Xiaolua continued to spend money, buying food and various supplies. Li Xiaolua was in a good mood, especially when he saw the various delicacies delivered to the warehouse by the restaurant every day. Just think about all the survivors starving and freezing after the apocalypse. At that time, you will be enjoying the comfort of air conditioning and eating a steaming ready-made meal taken directly from space. That life will be so comfortable. Also, these days, in addition to asking Lao Wang and the others to purchase the food and supplies on the list given before, Li Xiaolua later asked them to add a few more types of things. The first is table salt. The second type is high-end liquor. The third type is high-end cigarettes. If the food, cold-proof clothing, assault boats and other supplies that Li Xiaolua had purchased before were all for the purpose of allowing Li Xiaolua to survive in the early stages of the apocalypse, then salt, liquor, cigarettes, etc. can not only greatly improve his quality of life, but also make him rich in the future. Because after the end of the world, there will be ice disasters and floods ahead, and food and cold-resistant equipment are extremely precious, which is related to whether the survivors can survive. However, after the ice disaster and flood disaster, and the zombie and monster disaster stage, food is no longer too difficult to obtain for those powerful psychics. At that time, crystals that could enhance the strength of people with special abilities, salt that was essential for the human body, and liquor and cigarettes that they could enjoy, these things would become real luxuries in the future. Because zombies and monsters were rampant, finding supplies was already difficult. Furthermore, after the ice disaster and flood, much of the pre-apocalyptic supplies were essentially destroyed. As a result, some of the scarce materials before the end of the world will become the most luxurious and sought after in the later period. Inside Longting No. 1 Villa, Li Xiaolua sat on a high-end and comfortable sofa, and the mighty general lay comfortably at his feet. After these days of getting along, the general has completely accepted Li Xiaolua as his new master. There is no way the new owner gave it too much, and it feels like it has gained weight these days. Li Xiaolua looked up and what caught her eye was a pair of slender ankles wearing silver high heels. Looking up again, she saw two round and tight beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings.
Zhou Xiaotong, the temporary personal secretary, was holding a small notebook and reporting to her boss, Li Xiaoluo.
Boss, the 2,000 tons of salt you asked Brother Wang to purchase in batches will begin arriving today. There will be 8 batches arriving today, totaling about 500 tons. And the high-end cigarettes and alcohol you asked Brother Wang to buy. So far, they've bought 10,000 cases of high-end liquor, spending around 12 million. And they bought 15,000 cartons of high-end cigarettes, spending around 10 million. Also, everything is going smoothly with the War Shield Group project. Manager Wang Fatsai said it can be completed on time.
Zhou Xiaotong is a very qualified secretary and records every task very carefully.
For example, Li Xiaoluo wanted to know what high-end cigarettes and alcoholic drinks were bought. After all, for some of these supplies, Li Xiaoluo could not buy as much as he wanted. It was all up to Lao Wang and the others to buy them based on their luck. Zhou Xiaotong immediately gave the data.
High-end liquor. Maodai Feitian, a total of 800 boxes were purchased. A total of 1,200 boxes of Yunhe Blue Classic were purchased. Wulianye, a total of 1,500 boxes were purchased.
Guajiao 1573, a total of 1,000 boxes were purchased. I bought 900 boxes of the Gladiolus Spring Collection.
Cigarette.
Zhonghua Soft bought 3,000 pieces in total.
Yellow Crane Tower 1916, a total of 2,000 pieces were purchased. Nanjing the Emperor bought 1,500 in total.
Furong King Diamond bought 2,000 pieces in total.
In fact, in peacetime, whether it is purchasing large quantities of salt or cigarettes, there are certain risks. However, Li Xiaoluo asked Lao Wang and the others to purchase them through various channels, and the end of the world was approaching, so he was not worried at all. Buy it and you will earn it. So after hearing so many good things, Li Xiaoluo's eyes lit up.
As long as these things can survive the previous ice disasters and floods, they will be very valuable in the later stages. Just taking out a box of cigarettes and alcohol can make an ordinary psychic work for Li Xiaoluo. If all of it is used to exchange for crystals, then it will definitely be enough for Li Xiaoluo to create many super strong people.
However, it is not easy to become Li Xiaoluo's subordinate.
Li Xiaoluo will not accept just anyone. Even among the super strong people on the ranking list in his previous life, few could catch his eye.
Definitely not men. Definitely not those with bad character. She must be a woman with good character. After the apocalypse, how many men would be without ambition? Especially those who have awakened superpowers. Of course, it's a bit early to say this now.
After listening to Zhou Xiaotong's report, Li Xiaoluo frowned a little. The purchased delicacies, food, and various supplies are almost arriving. But a difficult problem was placed before Li Xiaoluo. That is because Li Xiaoluo bought too many supplies, and now Li Xiaoluo's system space is a little insufficient. Although he could temporarily store some supplies with a long shelf life in a warehouse or in Longting No. 1 villa, it was definitely not a long-term solution. Because when the flood comes, the whole world will be submerged, and only some high-rise buildings will survive. It is definitely not possible to store supplies in warehouses or villas. I just hope that after the system is activated, the system space can be expanded. Otherwise it's really not enough. Moreover, on the day when the end of the world comes, Li Xiaoluo also plans to go on a large-scale $0 shopping trip. These days, Li Xiaoluo has carefully selected the places for free shopping. First of all, there is the Wanjiafu supermarket which is closest to Li Xiaoluo. This supermarket is the largest supermarket in the city. It has a lot of supplies with a complete variety. Then there's the city's tobacco company, a large liquor wholesale company. Although Li Xiaoluo had already purchased a lot of cigarettes and alcohol, they were all high-end liquor and cigarettes, and he basically didn't buy them in this city, just so that he could buy them for free when the end of the world came. However, even though the system space is not enough, Li Xiaoluo will continue to purchase supplies, and he will still buy them for free after the end of the world. First of all, there is definitely no harm in purchasing more food and supplies. Even after the system is activated, it will not increase the system space size. There is nothing to regret about that, because if you don't spend the money now, it will be waste paper after the end of the world. But buy more supplies now, and if you can expand the system space later, you can collect it directly. And even if the system space cannot be expanded for the time being, Li Xiaoluo will have the choice of what materials to put in the 2,000 cubic meters of space. In fact, 2,000 cubic meters of space is already very large and can store a lot of supplies. Thinking back to the previous life, all of Li Xiaoluo's assets at the end of the world were not even enough to fill a school bag. But who made Li Xiaoluo reborn?
The more he knew, the more things he wanted to hoard.
That's why he feels that no matter how big the space is, it's not enough. However, if the system space is really not enough at that time, Li Xiaolua actually has a backup plan. Therefore, supplies must be gathered vigorously.
He is the only one in the world who has this opportunity.
Chapter 22, Zhou Xiaotong is so fresh and lively early in the morning.
Day 7.
Zhou Xiaotong came out of the kitchen with breakfast, her face flushed. Then she saw Li Xiaolua sitting at the dining table, smoking and feeding the big black dog. Zhou Xiaotong could feel that Li Xiaolua seemed particularly excited this morning and particularly motivated. After all, she had been tormented for a long time last night. This morning, when she was making breakfast in the kitchen, Li Xiaolua came straight into the kitchen and hugged her from behind. They worked hard for more than an hour.
12,506 words omitted here.
Zhou Xiaotong remembered that Li Xiaolua was very excited throughout the whole process, as if something good was about to happen.
Boss, you seem very happy today?
Zhou Xiaotong placed breakfast on the dining table and asked with a hint of curiosity on her face. Today Zhou Xiaotong is wearing a white dress and her slender legs are wrapped in a pair of black stockings with letters on them. Zhou Xiaotong usually likes to wear flesh-colored stockings.
But who can blame Li Xiaolua for liking all kinds of colors?
She is always changing the colors she wears. Li Xiaolua glanced at Zhou Xiaotong. At this moment, Zhou Xiaotong's face was rosy and her skin looked like it had just been maintained, with a watery luster. After spending so many days together, Zhou Xiaotong has become much more casual with him, such as in her dressing and the tone of her voice.
It seems like she's fallen in love with him over time. Li Xiaolua nodded and said, "The renovation of the house is complete today. I'm really happy."
Zhou Xiaotong looked at Li Xiaolua with a puzzled look on her face. Why did he excitedly run into the kitchen early in the morning and bother her for so long, just because the house was renovated?
Is this matter so happy?
Boss, I've actually always wanted to ask you, you spent so much money renovating the house and buying so much food and supplies.
Did you hear any news?
Zhou Xiaotong looked at Li Xiaolua curiously while eating breakfast. In fact, not only was she curious about this question, but the people who worked for Li Xiaolua were also very curious. After all, Li Xiaolua's behavior was too strange. In fact, there are all kinds of people in this era, and there are also various disaster theories. It is not surprising that many rich people hoard supplies and build safe houses. However, this kind of thing actually happens more often in Western countries, and is less common in China. Especially Li Xiaolua is so crazy. In fact, they had asked Li Xiaolua before, but Li Xiaolua didn't say much. The people hired by Li Xiaolua were still intoxicated by the daily salary of 10,000 yuan. Since the boss Li Xiaolua didn't want to say more, they naturally didn't dare to ask more. Now, Zhou Xiaotong and Li Xiaolua have been in close contact for so many days, and she is no longer so restrained in front of Li Xiaolua, so she asked this question again today.
Li Xiaolua smiled and said, "I'm just an ordinary person with a little money. How can I have any news?
If I could hear any news, this society would have been in chaos long ago.
But I have a sixth premonition that a disaster may be coming.
If you have time, you can stock up on supplies and food in the next 2 days."
Zhou Xiaotong was speechless. He did so many crazy things just because of a hunch?
However, Zhou Xiaotong did not laugh at Li Xiaolua. After all, they were all adults and everyone had their own way of doing things.
Okay, I'll stock up on some stuff online then.
In order to comfort Li Xiaolua, Zhou Xiaotong even decided to buy some things and stock up when the time comes. Zhou Xiaotong didn't really feel that the end of the world disaster was coming. After all, no normal person would think so. Especially in China, there are no wars and few major disasters. The country is peaceful and the people are safe, so it is difficult for any natural disasters or man-made disasters to occur.
Zhou Xiaotong was just supporting Li Xiaolua.
Smart women know that men are very concerned about their reputation in front of women. Li Xiaolua thought about it, stood up, took out a few gold bars and handed them to Zhou Xiaotong.
Zhou Xiaotong looked at the gold in front of her, swallowed her saliva, and took it and said, "Boss, is this a gift for me?"
Li Xiaolua said, "This gold is worth about 1 million.
It can be regarded as an advance payment for your maintenance fee.
You can use it to purchase some supplies." To be honest, in Li Xiaolua's consciousness, in the later period of the apocalyptic disaster, the world of human survivors is basically dominated by people with superpowers. Before the end of the world, dignitaries, celebrities, wealthy people, beautiful women and handsome men, as long as they are not people with special abilities, they are a burden and the lowest level of existence. So Li Xiaolua could take in Shin Miaomio and her sister, and even the general's dog, but he had no plans to take in ordinary people in the early stages. Even Zhou Xiaotong is the same. There will be plenty of women in the apocalypse, and he and Zhou Xiaotong have always been in a business relationship. Li Xiaolua has done his best by reminding Zhou Xiaotong in advance and giving her the money. It can be considered as a reward for her hard work in serving me these days. Otherwise, people like Lao Wang have been working like crazy these past few days to purchase supplies for him, running around, but Li Xiaolua won't say a word to them. When the apocalypse comes tomorrow, Li Xiaolua won't have to pay them a penny. Zhou Xiaotong looked at the gold in her hand with mixed feelings. It wasn't because Li Xiaoluo asked her to use the money to purchase supplies, but because of what Li Xiaoluo mentioned as maintenance money. These 3 words were like a needle, piercing Zhou Xiaotong's heart and making her feel like she was suffocating. Zhou Xiaotong admitted that she likes dressing up and also likes material life. But she is not a woman who will do anything for money, nor is she a woman without bottom line. There were actually many reasons why she agreed to Li Xiaoluo's temporary support. First of all, it was because of Li Xiaoluo's mystery. He was an ordinary employee in their company, but suddenly became a billionaire, which really made her very curious. Secondly, the money Li Xiaolua gave was really a lot, and she was just an ordinary white-collar beauty, so it was really difficult for her to refuse. Finally, I have worked in the same company with Li Xiaoluo for so long, so we know each other a little bit, and Li Xiaoluo is quite handsome. So although she is being kept, Zhou Xiaotong actually wants to be with Li Xiaolua for a long time. Especially after living with Li Xiaolua for so many days, her idea has become stronger and stronger. But now she realized that in Li Xiaolua's heart, she might just be a woman who was temporarily bought for venting. A rich man like him would never really like her. However, Li Xiaolua didn't notice the change in Zhou Xiaotong's expression at all. Li Xiaolua had spent so much time in the apocalypse in his previous life that he was already accustomed to this straightforward approach. A loaf of bread can be exchanged for a beautiful woman, and a pack of instant noodles can even be exchanged for a female star. After the end of the world, especially when order collapses, how many people will still talk about feelings? Even if there is, it will definitely not be him, Li Xiaolua, in this life. Having been betrayed in his previous life, he only wants to be a selfish and vulgar person who enjoys life in this life. Chapter 23, Super Enhancement of the Lord's Mansion. The system is awesome. After breakfast, Zhou Xiaotong continued to supervise the work of Lao Wang and others, while Li Xiaolua couldn't wait to go upstairs to start taking over his own lord's mansion. Although the name Lord's Mansion sounds a bit childish, Li Xiaolua doesn't care. He just wants to activate the system immediately and see what special functions the system has. In fact, Li Xiaolua has almost made all the necessary preparations for the impending doomsday. In the early stages of the apocalypse, safe shelters, food, warm gear, weapons, etc. are all guarantees of survival. In the late apocalypse, psychics, crystals that can enhance their strength, and some supplies that psychics can enjoy are the key to survival and strength in the future. Li Xiaolua has prepared all these things very well these days. Li Xiaolua spent tens of millions to renovate 2 safe shelters. One is Longting No. 1 Villa, and the other is the duplex penthouse in the community where he currently lives. As for food, supplies, and weapons, Li Xiaolua also made sufficient preparations. Li Xiaolua even found several super helpers after the apocalypse. Perhaps the only thing Li Xiaoluo couldn't prepare was the crystals that only appeared in the later stages, and there was no way to get them now. But Li Xiaoluo was not worried about the most important crystal at the back, because Li Xiaoluo was reborn, so he had a huge advantage. For example, when crystals first appeared, ordinary survivors had no idea how to obtain them, and even if they occasionally found them, they didn't know how precious they were. So by then Li Xiaolua will have every opportunity to collect a large number of crystals, whether by exchanging them for food and supplies, or by directly robbing them. The above are Li Xiaolua's current preparations and advantages. In fact, even without the system, Li Xiaolua is confident that he can live freely in the end of this world. However, the system is standard and is definitely indispensable. And in his previous life, Li Xiaolua was just an ordinary person without any special talents. Even if he made all the necessary preparations in this life, even if he stockpiled enough food to last him 100 lifetimes, even if he found several super fighters in advance, even if he could use his first mover advantage to earn a large amount of crystals later. But so what? In the end, it still couldn't change the fact that he would be an ordinary person in the future, and he could only leave his life and death to others to protect. So after preparing for so long, Li Xiaolua is actually still very much looking forward to the system. Arriving at Dragon Court Villa No. 1 again, the people from the War Shield group had already been waiting for Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaolua looked at the transformed lord's mansion in front of him. The first thing was to install some defensive weapons on the outermost perimeter of Villa Number 1, such as installing anti-theft barbed wire on the villa's fence, and then installing a high-voltage power grid. In addition, a state-of-the-art surveillance camera system has been added, which can provide a 360-degree view of every corner of the villa area. Then after entering the gate of Villa Number 1, the first thing that catches your eye is a newly built explosion-proof passage, through which you can directly enter the rooms of the villa. In fact, due to time constraints, the extent of the renovation of the security lord's mansion that Li Xiaolua requested was still limited.
For example, the walls of the house can only be reinforced with metal, the glass is replaced with anti-theft glass, and the door is changed to a hydraulic explosion-proof door weighing tons.
These are some of the external modifications.
Finally, there is a safe room made of special alloy in the villa. If the enemy really breaks into the villa, they can finally hide in this safe room.
After the acceptance, part of the balance of the payment was paid to the War Shield Group, and the people of the War Shield Group left happily. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing System Activation Task 2. Ding, reward 2 Lords Mansions with a super enhancement. Reward 2 Lords Mansions with a small teleportation portal. Note, the small teleportation portal requires the straight line distance between the 2 Lords Mansions to be no more than 100 miles.
Ding, the super enhancement of the 2 Lords Mansions begins. Ding.
Super strengthening the main body of the Lord's Mansion has begun.
The super strengthening of the main body of the Lord's Mansion is complete.
The walls, floor, and ceiling have all been automatically replaced with the world's top-level alloy, capable of withstanding nuclear explosions and super earthquakes.
Ding, super enhanced monitoring system begins. Super enhancement of the monitoring system is complete, and the monitoring system has been upgraded to a super automatic stealth monitoring system.
All equipment in the super automatic stealth monitoring system is made of super stealth materials, capable of automatically monitoring any situation within a 500-meter range.
It is equipped with 2 stealth reconnaissance drones. Ding, super strengthening the Lord's Mansion's defenses has begun. Super strengthening the defenses is complete.
The fence's anti-theft barbed wire has been strengthened 100-fold, and the high-voltage power grid has been increased to 100,000 volts.
Ding, super enhancing the Lord's Mansion's living system has begun. The super enhancement of the Lord's Mansion's living system is complete.
The Lord's Mansion has generated an independent domestic sewage treatment system, air filtration system, and water and electricity system, which can permanently provide water and electricity for 100 people. It can also eliminate all toxic gases. Hearing the system's continuous prompt sounds, Li Xiaolua was more and more surprised, and liked it more and more.
The content is really touching. The system is awesome. It's really cool to have a system.
You know, when the Lord's Mansion was being built, many of the facilities were not perfect due to time constraints. For example, the anti-theft barbed wire and high-voltage power grid added to the villa fence are relatively common civilian versions due to time and policy reasons.
For example, the electric grid is basically used to scare people.
The person who is electrocuted will at most be paralyzed, and it will not cause any serious harm. But after super strengthening, the voltage was directly increased to 100,000 volts.
What is the definition of 100,000 volts? Pikachu 100,000 volts. If you touch it, you will be reduced to ashes.
Also, after the renovation of the original Lord's Mansion, it can basically only serve to defend against ordinary survivors. Now you can directly resist nuclear explosions.
This is very cool.
Anyway, if there is no system, no matter how much money he has, he will not be able to transform the Lord's Mansion into such a super fortress in a short period of time.
Now that we have this kind of safe fortress, living in it in the future will be absolutely safe and worry-free. Even future psychics may not be able to do anything to their own Lord's Mansion.
As for things like domestic sewage treatment systems, air filtration systems, water and electricity systems, they are icing on the cake for Li Xiaolua. After all, even if this super enhancement does not have these functions, Li Xiaolua has prepared a lot of generators and water storage equipment, which are basically enough for him to enjoy convenient water and electricity after the end of the world. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing System Activation Mission 2.
The strongest shelter system is officially activated. After a while, Li Xiaolua finally heard the voice she wanted to hear most. Chapter 24 Zhanzhan Card. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for officially activating the strongest shelter system. A qualified host must have a strong body.
Reward, the host's body will be strengthened tenfold. Ding, reward the Lord's innate ability, Eye of Detection.
After the system's prompt sound finally finished, Li Xiaolua clearly felt the changes in his body, and felt as if he had endless energy all over his body.
Strengthening your body 10 times, this is no joke.
Li Xiaolua used to be able to lift 50 kilograms, but now he can lift 500 kilograms. Even if Li Xiaolua only had 10 minutes before, now he has a full 100 minutes.
His waist and legs don't hurt anymore.
If Zhou Xiaotong were in front of him now, fighting for 1,000 rounds wouldn't be a problem. No, I have to call Zhou Xiaotong back later and get back at her. A few days ago, when Li Xiaolua just defeated Zhou Xiaotong was actually not his opponent and she would raise the white flag and beg for mercy every time. But in the past 2 days, it was basically Li Xiaolua's turn to get out of bed by holding his waist every time. The old saying is indeed true, there are only tired oxen, but no plowed fields. If it weren't for the fear that it would be bad for his health and Zhou Xiaotong's strong dissuasion, Li Xiaolua would have planned to use the small blue particles to get back at him. I didn't expect that the system cutie would give such a good reward, it's so thoughtful. After feeling the changes in his body, Li Xiaolua couldn't wait to check the system.
The strongest Doomsday Shelter System. Lord, Li Xiaolua. Level 1.
Lord's Mansion, Longting No. 1 Villa, Wotanjiwen Community Building A, 36th floor.
Innate ability, Eye of Exploration. Special ability, Space. Contracted subordinates, 0.5. Energy points, 0. Shop, Level 1. After looking at the system data panel, I found that the system panel is actually quite simple and can be read in 2 glances.
However, Li Xiaolua was in a complicated mood, not knowing whether to be happy or sad.
Be happy, because the system has finally been activated, and the rewards are great.
He felt disappointed because after looking at the functions of the system, it seemed that there was no function that could allow him to gain supernatural powers.
Is it possible that I can only get along with everyone as an ordinary person in this life?
But to be honest, Li Xiaolua is no longer an ordinary person. Not only does the system have 2,000 cubic meters of space, but his body has also been strengthened 10 times, making it definitely no worse than the strongest soldier before the apocalypse. But his physical fitness is impressive, but compared to future psychics, he is not at the same level in terms of combat ability. After calming down, Li Xiaolua began to check the function of each function of the system.
First is the Lord's Mansion. There are 2 Lord's Mansions now.
After checking, Li Xiaolua found that some operations of the Lord's Mansion can be controlled in the system. For example, the portal of the Lord's Mansion, the monitoring system of the Lord's Mansion, the high-voltage power grid, etc. can all be viewed, opened, and closed directly in the system.
This function is indeed very practical.
For example, the monitoring system can be checked through the system, so Li Xiaolua does not have to go to the monitoring room to check or guard it every time.
From now on, you can call up the monitoring screen at any time in the system. Keep watching.
Eye of Exploration, the Lord's innate ability, which can view anyone's basic information, including name, friendship, special abilities, and potential value.
Yes, this ability is also very practical. From now on, people with ulterior motives will have nowhere to hide in front of Li Xiaolua, and people with special abilities or high loyalty will be discovered by Li Xiaolua in advance. Contracted subordinates, at level 1, you can contract 5 subordinates. The contracted ones will never betray or harm the host. Notice.
1. When the host contracts a subordinate, the other party's friendliness towards the host must be over 80 for the contract to be successful.
2. With each level increase in the system level, the number of subordinates that can be contracted will increase by 5. Contracted subordinates, this function is also good.
Li Xiaolua feels that it is an extension of the Eye of Exploration.
The Eye of Exploration can only check everyone's friendliness towards Li Xiaolua.
For example, a friendliness of 60 is considered passing, and 80 is considered very favorable.
But what if the friendship level reaches 80? Anything can happen after the end of the world. Even the closest people will betray you, although some people may be forced to do so for certain reasons. But betrayal is betrayal.
So even if you know everyone's friendliness, it doesn't mean that people with high friendliness can be truly trusted.
Now, the system has solved this problem perfectly. As long as you become Li Xiaoluo's contracted subordinate, Li Xiaoluo can trust you 100%. Continue to the next function.
Energy points. Energy points can be used to upgrade abilities or purchase items in stores. How to obtain? Killing monsters and finding meteorites have a chance to obtain crystals, and then the crystals can be exchanged for energy points in the system.
Seeing this, Li Xiaolua couldn't help but complain.
Crystals can be used for upgrades, which is something almost everyone knows in the late apocalypse. So the system requires converting crystals into energy points, and then using energy points to increase the level of superpowers.
Isn't this redundant? No, in fact, Li Xiaoluo didn't even have the chance to do this because he couldn't awaken his superpowers at all.
Li Xiaoluo, who was a little shocked, continued to check the last function of the system, but he no longer had much hope.
Store Level 1, all items in the store need to be purchased with energy points. Ordinary goods. 1 pound of rice, 1 energy point. 1 liter of drinking water, 1 energy point. Warm cotton coat, 2 energy points. Kayaking, 10 energy points. Automatic rifle with 3 magazines, 10 energy points. Special products. Zhanzhan card, 1000 energy points.
Note, when the host spends 10,000 energy points in the store can be upgraded to a level 2 store, and new products will appear in the store. When the host spends 1 million energy points, the store can be upgraded to a level 3 store, and the store's products will be updated once a day.
There are not many items in the store, only 6 kinds of items in total.
When seeing the first 5 ordinary commodities, Li Xiaoluo was still very disappointed. Not to mention that he has no energy points. Even if he has energy points, he basically has no desire to buy. Because apart from the automatic rifle, he had already stockpiled a lot of other commodities including food and supplies. If he had not been reborn and was still in his previous life, he would have really needed the things in the system store. Unfortunately, in this life, he had already made sufficient preparations. So it had no appeal to him at all. But when Li Xiaoluo checked the last product, Li Xiaoluo's body felt like it was electrocuted and she was stunned. He felt that his whole being had been sublimated. Zhanzhan card, the host can only use it on the contracted subordinates, and has a chance to copy the contracted subordinates' abilities.
Ha, awesome.
Isn't this what Li Xiaoluo wants most? With this kind of Zhanzhan card, Li Xiaoluo believes that he will definitely be able to become a superpower in the future. Moreover, he is the only person in the apocalypse who possesses multiple superpowers.
Chapter 25: The Eye of Investigation.
When Li Xiaoluo was happily looking at the Zhanzhan card in the system store, the security guard at the villa gate called him and said that a beautiful woman was looking for him. After Li Xiaoluo asked for the name, he immediately asked the security guard to bring the person over. Li Xiaoluo has been making quite a big move in the villa these days, so Zhou Xiaotong gave some benefits to the property management and the security guards at the door. Now when the security guards at the door see Li Xiaoluo's car, they nod and bow from a distance, as if they were seeing their own father. So when Li Xiaoluo asked them to run errands, they were more than happy to do so.
There will definitely be benefits by then.
And even if it wasn't for serving Li Xiaoluo, the god of wealth, the security guards were still scrambling to take on the job. Because the woman who came to see Li Xiaoluo was so beautiful, whoever could bring her here would be able to take a few more glances at her.
Mr. Li, this beautiful lady is looking for you. I brought her to you.
The person standing in front of Li Xiaoluo was Shen Miaomiao, whom Li Xiaoluo had bought. Although Shen Miaomiao looked a little haggard and without any heavy makeup, her tall figure, curvy body, and the magnificent size of her chest were also flawless.
Add to that Shen Miaomiao's fair, rosy, and delicate skin. Shen Miaomiao's beauty, coupled with her gentle temperament, is sure to drive many men crazy.
It was not difficult for the security guard who kept stealing glances at her from the side to see Shen Miaomiao's charm. Li Xiaoluo has been busy with other things these days, so she hasn't been to the hospital to see Shen Miaomiao and her sister. Firstly, he is really busy, and secondly, even if there are people who help him in this life, he will never be a bootlicker again. In her previous life, Shen Miaomiao tried every possible means to find Zhou Junjie in order to repay her gratitude. Li Xiaoluo felt that even if he didn't go looking for her, she would definitely come looking for him in the end. However, Li Xiaoluo actually had a plan in mind before. In order to make Shen Miaomiao more loyal to him, Li Xiaoluo would definitely not wait for Shen Miaomiao to come to him after awakening her superpowers as he did in his previous life. Because Shen Miaomiao was already very powerful at that time, and after experiencing a lot of darkness in the Doomsday, her heart also became very strong and cold. Although Shen Miaomiao still remembered Zhou Junjie's kindness before the end of the world, she would never trust others easily, let alone rely on others. So in Li Xiaoluo's previous plan, in this life, he would wait a few days after the end of the world, and estimate that Shen Miaomiao and the others were about to run out of ammunition and food, and then appear in front of her and her sister again as a savior. Li Xiaoluo just didn't believe it. He saved her sister before the Doomsday and then saved both sisters after the Doomsday.
They will no longer be devoted to me.
However, Li Xiaoluo did not expect that Shen Miaomiao would come to him on her own initiative today. Looking at the cautious and beautiful woman in front of me, she is so beautiful that I can't help but want to take a bite. Li Xiaolua felt that her plan had to be changed again. He wanted to bring Shen Miaomiao and her sister to Lord No. 1's mansion right now and keep them by his side, so that he could avoid any accidents that might happen to them after the end of the world. For example, someone else got there first. After all, he himself was a butterfly, so who knew what the flapping of his wings would affect? As for Shen Miaomiao's loyalty in the future, now it's no longer a problem. Li Xiaolua felt that there was something wrong before, but after his rebirth, he would not trust anyone. Even if that person was Shen Miaomiao, Li Xiaolua knew what kind of person she was in her previous life. Li Xiaolua wouldn't believe it 100% either. But now, the system has just been activated, and the function of that contracted subordinate is tailor-made for Shen Miaomiao. After all, no matter how many tricks Li Xiaolua uses and how much Shen Miaomiao is moved, can it be effective if the system is 100% loyal? Trouble. Li Xiaolua came to his senses and was about to take out a few $100s from his pocket as a tip to send the security guard away. The tall security guard who brought Shen Miaomiao oversaw Li Xiaolua's actions and immediately showed a flattering smile on his face. I thought this trip was not in vain. But he felt very uncomfortable that such a perfect and beautiful woman was taken advantage of by a pig. There is actually no shortage of beauties among the owners living in Longting Villa District. After all, the wives of rich people are all beautiful. But the tall security guard had never seen a woman as attractive as Shen Miaomiao. So he had never felt so jealous and angry towards the rich man Li Xiaolua. When Li Xiaolua was taking the money, he suddenly remembered the system's detection eye. I just wanted to see the effect. Then Li Xiaolua used it directly on the tall security guard and Shen Miaomiao. Phantom, friendliness 4, potential 5, special ability, none. According to the system classification, 0-20 friendliness is very annoying, 20-60 friendliness is no malice, 60-80 friendliness is relatively favorable, 80-90 friendliness is very favorable, and 90-100 is the closest person. Damn it! Seeing the tall security guard's friendliness, Li Xiaolua suddenly wanted to swear. The tall security guard now has a smile on his face like a flower. Every time he sees Li Xiaolua's car, he is always the one who greets her most attentively. But unexpectedly, his friendship level was only 4 points. But looking at it from another angle, money is indeed omnipotent. Who would have thought that a security guard who dislikes you very much in terms of friendliness is actually the person who smiles at you the most attentively? However, Li Xiaolua has no interest in stepping on these people who are destined to be just ordinary survivors after the apocalypse. Li Xiaolua had already taken out several $100s, but Li Xiaolua had no intention of giving it as a tip to the tall security guard. Even if these banknotes become waste paper tomorrow, Li Xiaolua will not give them to him. Okay, bring the person here, you can leave now. Li Xiaolua waved coldly at the tall security guard, then wiped his leather shoes with the banknotes and threw them on the ground. Seeing Li Xiaolua's behavior, the tall security guard was stunned for a moment, and then his face was full of anger, as if he had suffered great humiliation. However, the requirements for being a security guard in such a high-end villa area are also very strict, and they must not have any conflicts with the owners. So the tall security guard could only swallow his anger, forced a smile, then turned around and walked away quickly with a gloomy face. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself and would hit someone. After the tall security guard left, Li Xiaolua checked Shen Miaomiao's situation in the system again. Shen Miaomiao, friendliness 76, potential 99, special ability, ice power to be awakened. Comparing the security guard just now and then looking at Shen Miaomiao's message, Li Xiaolua felt that there was a world of difference. Putting aside their friendliness, just looking at their special abilities and potential, the difference between these two people could be the difference between a genius and a waste. That tall security guard, like Li Xiaolua in his previous life, was an ordinary person who couldn't even awaken his superpowers. Not only can Shen Miaomiao awaken a relatively special ice-related ability, but her talent is also absolutely extraordinary. Potential value 99. In fact, from her achievements in her previous life, the Snow Queen, Li Xiaolua had already been mentally prepared. Mr. Li, my sister had surgery the day before yesterday and she's feeling a little better today, so I came to see you today. I hope you don't mind. When Li Xiaolua was looking at Shen Miaomiao spoke first with a red face. But she saw everything that happened just now, and she felt a little scared of Li Xiaolua today. Chapter 26 Zhou Junjie's anger. Miao Miao, is your sister's surgery complete? How was the surgery? After the tall security guard left, Li Xiaolua addressed Shin Miaomiao as Miaomiao in a familiar manner and no longer had a cold expression on her face. Shin Miaomiao nodded quickly, looked at Li Xiaolua sincerely and said, "Well, the operation is over, and it was very successful. The doctor said that you can be discharged after a few more days of observation and rest in the hospital."
Mr. Li, thank you so much.
Li Xiaolua smiled slightly, then stretched out his big hand and held Shin Miaomiao's white and tender hand and said, "Why call me Mr. Li?
Just call me Brother Xiaolua. We are a family from now on. Don't be too distant, understand?"
The expression on Shin Miaomiao's beautiful face changed, and then a blush appeared on her face. She was so beautiful that she was more beautiful than flowers, so breathtaking. She also understood the underlying meaning of Li Xiaolua's words, which was that he was not obligated to help her, and she needed to pay some price.
However, Shin Miaomiao did not resist.
In fact, she was already prepared the moment Li Xiaolua gave so much money to treat her sister. Li Xiaolua played with Shin Miaomiao's white, tender and smooth hands. It turned out that every part of the perfect woman's body was so perfect. Then Li Xiaolua suddenly said, "Miaomiao, bring your sister here today, and you will live in my villa from now on."
"Ah?"
Shin Miaomiao exclaimed in surprise, then hurriedly said, "Li. Brother Xiaoluo, the doctor said my sister needs to stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation." Li Xiaoluo waved her hand to interrupt Shin Miaomiao, "Then bring the doctors and nurses back and let them take care of your sister in the villa. I'm not discussing this with you, but informing you that you and your sister must move in today." Shin Miaomiao stared at Li Xiaolua with a complicated expression.
Li Xiaolua added, "You will know tomorrow why I did this. Anyway, it's for the good of you sisters. Don't worry, if I simply wanted to have your body, there would be no need to be anxious for a day or two. If I were really that impatient, I would have come to the hospital to see you a long time ago. We would have already had many in-depth discussions in the hotel by now."
Then Li Xiaolua said with a serious face, "Of course, if you don't believe me, then just pretend I didn't say anything, and you can let your sister continue to live in the hospital." Shin Miaomiao looked at the domineering Li Xiaolua, opened her mouth, and finally whispered, "Then, Brother Xiaolua, I will go back and ask the doctor if my sister can be discharged from the hospital and recuperate at home, okay?" Li Xiaolua nodded and said, "Okay, I'm quite busy, but I'll go to the hospital with you in person, and then take your sister to the villa, and find a doctor and a nurse to take care of your sister." Shin Miaomiao quickly shook her head and said, "Brother Xiaoluo, there's no need to be so troublesome. If the doctor allows my sister to be discharged from the hospital, I can take care of her myself. It will definitely cost a lot of money to find a doctor and a nurse." Li Xiaolua glared at Shin Miaomiao. "Why, do I look like I have no money?" Shin Miaomiao quickly shook her head and stopped talking. Li Xiaolua wanted to bring Shin Miaomiao and her sister to live in the villa, and find a doctor and nurse to take care of her sister. In fact, he also had his own ideas. After the apocalypse in the near future, order will collapse and the hospital will certainly no longer exist. Although Li Xiaolua has stockpiled a lot of medicines, he always feels that something is missing. It wasn't until he saw Shin Miaomiao that Li Xiaolua suddenly understood. He has the medicine, but he still lacks a doctor. After all, being sick isn't just about taking some medicine. At the same time, Li Xiaolua had already decided in his heart that the doctors and nurses he found must be female, and they must have special abilities and be able to awaken special abilities in the future, and their potential values must be very high. For the time being, ordinary people are not on Li Xiaolua's list at all and are not qualified to be with him. Otherwise, Li Xiaolua wouldn't have planned to support Zhou Xiaodong.
Li Xiaolua.
At this moment, an angry voice came from the side. Li Xiaolua turned her head and saw, "Wow, isn't this Zhou Junjie with his slicked back hair and powdered face?" After Li Xiaolua used him last time, she never contacted him again. As for revenge, when the end of the world comes, Li Xiaolua will have plenty of time to slowly kill Zhou Junjie. But Li Xiaolua almost forgot about Zhou Junjie, but Zhou Junjie always had a deep memory of Li Xiaolua. After all, in his eyes, Li Xiaolua was a money-spending boy, almost like a money-printing machine. Just a casual contact last time allowed him to earn a few million, which greatly enriched his pocket money.
How could he not be impressed?
Moreover, Li Xiaolua said at that time that he had billions of funds waiting for good projects, so Zhou Junjie had actually carefully prepared a good project to make money for Li Xiaolua these days, and was waiting for Li Xiaolua to take the initiative to find him. But Li Xiaolua seemed to have forgotten about this matter and there has been no movement. So Zhou Junjie could only wait until Li Xiaolua was at home and then go to her in person. After all, it's about making money, so there's no shame in being a little humble. But when Zhou Junjie came over, he happened to see Shin Miaomiao being held by Li Xiaolua's hand. He immediately understood that the man who spent millions to get Shin Miaomia first was actually Li Xiaoluo. Originally, Zhou Junjie had given up after failing to give Shin Miaomia the money he got from the hospital last time. After all, although Shin Miaomia was a stunning beauty, in the eyes of a young man like him, there are many beautiful women, and there is no need to waste too much time and energy on a woman who doesn't know how to be interesting. However, Zhou Junjie still felt aggrieved about the fact that someone got there first. Because it was just a little bit more, the man was one step ahead of him. But Zhou Junjie never expected to see Shin Miaomia here, and seeing how closely Xiaoluo and Shin Miaomia were, even a fool would understand. The man who took down Shin Miaomia faster than him was actually Li Xiaoluo. Zhou Junjie was immediately angry. In his opinion, how could such a coincidence happen? This Li Xiaoluo must have gotten some information and deliberately stole his woman. No wonder, the last time he wanted to go to the People's Hospital, Li Xiaoluo also wanted to take his car to the People's Hospital. He felt something was wrong at that time. And in the end, Li Xiaoluo bought his old sports car at a high price, which delayed his trip to the People's Hospital to find Shin Miaomia. It's funny, he was happy about it for several days. Li Xiaoluo, don't you have anything to explain to me? Don't tell me that you have known Shin Miaomia for a long time. Zhou Junjie looked at Li Xiaoluo coldly. Explain? Who are you? Do I need to explain to you? Li Xiaoluo's eyes turned cold, and then he said coldly. He got the money from Zhou Junjie's house and snatched Shin Miaomia from him. In Li Xiaoluo's eyes, Zhou Junjie is no longer of any use. What investment projects he mentioned before were all for idiots. In Li Xiaoluo's eyes, Zhou Junjie is a dead man who won't be able to jump for a few more days. Li Xiaoluo would not pay any attention to him anymore. Chapter 27 Toad, do you see yourself clearly now? After hearing what Li Xiaoluo said, Zhou Junjie couldn't hold back his pride. Although he really wanted to earn some pocket money from Li Xiaoluo, he actually never took Li Xiaoluo seriously. He always thought that Li Xiaoluo was a fool and just his ATM. They can't say about other cities, but in this city, their family is deeply rooted and has absolute say. But now he is being treated like this by Li Xiaoluo, especially in front of Shin Miaomia. Doesn't Mr. Zhou have any face? So regardless of whether it was a scam or not, he had to teach Li Xiaoluo a lesson today. Looking at the beautiful Shin Miaomia standing beside him, Zhou Junjie's eyes suddenly lit up. Since Li Xiaoluo dared to snatch the woman he liked in advance, and still has this attitude now, then he will snatch Shin Miaomia back and let him fully experience his power. Thinking of this, Zhou Junjie walked a few steps to Shin Miaomia, stretched out his hand and said, Shin Miaomia, we met last time. Today, I'll formally introduce myself again. My name is Zhou Junjie, my father is the chairman of the Zhou Group, with a net worth of over 10 billion. And my uncle is a high-ranking official in the provincial government. But before Zhou Junjie could finish, Shin Miaomia immediately took a step back, hid behind Li Xiaoluo and said, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in getting to know you. If you have anything to say, you'd better talk to brother Xiaoluo. Zhou Junjie was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, because he could feel the disgust in Shin Miaomia's eyes when she looked at him. In fact, he had felt it last time in the hospital. In fact, it was all because of the last time he went to the hospital. Zhou Junjie felt that winning over Shin Miaomia was a sure thing. Even if his attitude was bad and his words were unpleasant, Shin Miaomia would definitely compromise in the end. But he never expected that someone had gone there before him, and his attitude and way of handling the matter were much better than his. So Shin Miaomia hated him very much at that time. However, Zhou Junjie was not convinced. He and Li Xiaoluo were the same. They both wanted to spend money to buy her. Why was she so nice to Li Xiaoluo? Zhou Junjie stopped beating around the bush and looked directly at Shin Miaomia and said, I am your father's only son. Be my woman and you will be the young mistress of the Zhou family. Whether you want to go into business or politics, you will. Bang! This time, Zhou Junjie still hadn't finished speaking when Li Xiaoluo suddenly kicked. Li Xiaoluo kicked Zhou Junjie out directly. Li Xiaoluo was very fast and powerful. Zhou Junjie had no time to react and was sent flying. Although Li Xiaoluo is not a person with superpowers now, his body is very strong. After being strengthened by the system, he is already stronger than the strongest soldier. To deal with a pampered young man like Zhou Junjie, just one finger is enough to take him down. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo was not in a hurry to deal with Zhou Junjie before, but he was not in a hurry and did not want to disrupt his plans. I also want Zhou Junjie to experience the fun of the end of the world. It would be too easy for him to die too early and too easily.
But now Zhou Junjie actually dared to think about his woman in front of him, which touched Li Xiaoluo's reverse scale. So Li Xiaoluo kicked directly. As for the consequences of hitting someone, Li Xiaoluo is not worried. Anyway, the end of the world is only one day away, and he has almost prepared all the necessary supplies. At worst, he can just hide in the Lord's mansion for one night. However, Shen Miaomia was very worried about Li Xiaoluo. Although she didn't have deep feelings for Li Xiaoluo yet, she was grateful to Li Xiaoluo from the bottom of her heart and didn't want Li Xiaoluo to get hurt. She quickly grabbed Li Xiaoluo's hand and said nervously, "Brother Xiaoluo, please don't be impulsive. Hitting people is illegal. What if he calls the police?" "Don't worry, I will take care of it." Li Xiaoluo directly hugged Shen Miaomia's soft and slender waist. Li Xiaoluo was quite touched by the concern of the future Snow Queen. Shen Miaomia's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. While Li Xiaoluo and Shen Miaomia were flirting, Zhou Junjie, who was kicked by Li Xiaoluo and was stunned for a while, finally came to his senses. In fact, Li Xiaoluo had gained a lot of fighting experience in the apocalypse in his previous life. If he really wanted to kill Zhou Junjie just now, Zhou Junjie would have been a corpse now. However, Li Xiaoluo still did not kill him just now. If this scum brought trouble to herself, Li Xiaoluo felt that it was totally unnecessary. Just one more day and Zhou Junjie would be as weak and pitiful as an ant in his eyes. Zhou Junjie stood up from the ground, enduring the scratches on his body, and looked at Li Xiaoluo like a man-eating beast. "Li Xiaoluo, you dare to kick me?" Li Xiaoluo smiled playfully and said, "Why, Mr. Zhou, you're spewing shit in front of me, what's wrong with me kicking you? You can't beat me now, so should you cry and call the police for help? Or you can cry and go home and ask the adults at home for help." "You?" Zhou Junjie stretched out his hand that was still bleeding after being scratched on the ground, pointed at Li Xiaoluo, and was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. But for a moment I was speechless. Originally, he really wanted to do that. Either call the police or ask his family to deal with Li Xiaoluo. In short, he wanted to cut Li Xiaoluo into pieces. But after hearing what Li Xiaoluo said, he really couldn't call the police or ask the adults at home. They are all young men. If they lose a fight over a woman, they will call the police or ask their family members for help. If this gets out, Master Zhou will lose all his face. So for the sake of face, Zhou Junjie made up his mind that he must get back at the situation on his own. So Zhou Junjie said coldly, "Li Xiaoluo, I haven't finished what I said just now, and you are furious. Are you afraid that Shen Miaomia will make a choice? After all, you have some money, but my family is both rich and powerful. How can you compare with me?" Li Xiaoluo smiled and ignored Zhou Junjie. He just looked at the woman he was holding by the waist and said, "Girl, some people are just thinking about the good things that a toad can do to a swan. You should do something good and tell the toad what you think." If it were another woman, Li Xiaoluo herself might think that what Zhou Junjie said made sense. After all, that's the social atmosphere. But he still has confidence in Shen Miaomia, and Shen Miaomia's friendliness is also there. Shen Miaomia didn't even look at Zhou Junjie and said to Li Xiaoluo, "Brother Xiaoluo, I don't want to know him, so no matter how much money his family has or how high his position is, it has nothing to do with me." In Shen Miaomia's opinion, Li Xiaoluo may have some money, but he definitely does not have the advantage of Zhou Junjie's family having money. But now Li Xiaoluo not only dares to beat Zhou Junjie, but also trusts himself very much. Shen Miaomia felt very touched by Li Xiaoluo's unconditional trust. In fact, many such things have happened among her classmates. Some girls are pursued by rich second-generation men, and then their boyfriends become insecure and start to be obsessed with them. In the end, the rich second generation didn't even have to do anything, they broke up on their own. Li Xiaoluo looked at Zhou Junjie and said, "Toad, do you see yourself clearly now?" Shen Miaomia couldn't help but smile. She felt that Li Xiaoluo's scolding was really mean. Zhou Junjie was completely furious. He said angrily, "Li Xiaoluo, you have to think clearly. Last time you came to me to discuss cooperation, I had already used my connections to find a great project that is absolutely profitable. If you invest 100 million, you can make 1 billion. If you invest 1 billion, you can make 20 billion. Are you sure you want to offend me for a woman?" Chapter 28. It's okay if you like to call me brother-in-law, I'll satisfy you. Stupid. Li Xiaoluo glanced at Zhou Junjie, then was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore, and hugged Shen Miaomia back to Villa number 1. Li Xiaoluo was really curious about how that idiot Zhou Junjie had lived to this age. Do you really think your money is so easy to cheat? Invest 1 billion and earn 20 billion. Even I wouldn't dare to fool people like this.
Looking at Li Xiaolua hugging Shin Miao and leaving, Zhou Junjie knew that they had completely fallen out. Although he didn't want to call the police or ask his family for help, he had plenty of ways to deal with this bastard. This is his territory, no one can save him.
Hello, is this Manager Liu from the Property Management Department? Didn't you say last time that Li Xiaolua from Villa Number 1 was only renting Villa Number 1 and didn't buy Villa Number 1? Give me the phone number of the original landlord of Villa Number 1.
His house is being remodeled wantonly, and I have to tell the landlord.
Hello, is this Ms. Zhou Xiaodong? Don't ask me how I got your phone number.
I'm the son of the chairman of the Zhou Group.
I have a deal, business to discuss with you. Tiger, do any of your men plan to flee abroad soon? Get them ready.
I might need them to take care of someone later. Your future cooperation with the Zhou Group will definitely be more enjoyable. After making several phone calls, Zhou Junjie's anger finally subsided a little.
He looked at Villa Number 1 with cold eyes.
Li Xiaolua, I'll let you run around for a few more days, and I will deal with you bit by bit. Unfortunately, what Zhou Junjie didn't know was that Li Xiaolua thought the same as he did. Sometimes killing is actually very simple, but the most painful thing is to kill someone and destroy their heart.
Afternoon.
Li Xiaolua drove a sports car and brought Shin Miao to the People's Hospital. After getting off the car from the parking lot, Li Xiaolua walked very slowly along the way. Li Ergu, Friendship 25, Potential 12, Special Ability, None.
Wan Yuxia, Friendship 42, Potential 7, Special Ability, None.
Zhang Dubiao, Friendship 22, Potential 18, Special Ability, None.
Emily, Friendship 58, Potential 8, Special Ability, None.
The reason why Li Xiaolua walked slowly was that every time he saw someone, he would subconsciously use the eye of exploration to take a look. When asked what is the most important thing in the 21st century, many people would blurt out talent. After the end of the world, especially in the later stages of the end of the world, talent is also the most important. In the future, the leaders of large shelters will basically be powerful psychics, and the highest-ranking subordinates will also inevitably be psychics. In order to attract more people with special abilities, many forces are willing to pay any price. Otherwise, the weak will only become meat on other people's plates. In Li Xiaolua's memory, the probability of human survivors awakening superpowers is actually very low, which can be said to be 1 in 100,000 or even 1 in a million. Now that Li Xiaolua has the eye of detection, he can discover people who have supernatural talents but have not yet awakened in advance, which is actually a huge advantage. Unfortunately, because the proportion of people who can awaken superpowers is so low, trying to find one casually may be like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it all depends on luck. Anyway, Li Xiaolua looked at everyone along the way, whether they were old men or young children, but he didn't even find a person with superpowers waiting to be awakened. Moreover, Li Xiaolua discovered that the friendliness of the men he met along the way was generally very low, and many were almost below 20.
Passerby a male, can you blame us for your low friendliness? Who told you to show off with such a beautiful woman? How could I, a single guy, have any feelings for you?
Women are generally much more friendly, and it is true that like repels like and opposites attract. But in fact, even if he had not discovered this problem, Li Xiaolua had already decided that the people he took in this life would definitely be women, and the core members of his team would definitely be women.
Don't ask why. Asking is a hobby. In fact, this kind of thing is easy to understand.
As long as you understand human nature more thoroughly, you will know that women are not as ambitious as men by nature, and are easier to control than men. Especially after the end of the world, most women will no longer have countless men to lick their dogs, but instead they can only become men's playthings. Therefore, as long as you don't bully them too harshly, women basically won't betray you. Of course, the premise of not betraying is that the woman has been screened by Li Xiaolua's system. Those women who are vicious by nature don't count. Li Xiaolua felt that it was too late for her to possess the ability of the eye of exploration. Now there was not much time left for Li Xiaolua to keep looking for people. He can only look at the people he meets and try his luck. But Li Xiaolua didn't feel too sorry. Even if he didn't find other talents, it was enough for him to have the Shin Miao sisters. Arriving at a ward, Li Xiaolua met Shin Miao's sister Shin Yanyan.
Brother Xiaoluo, this is my sister Shin Yanyan. Yan, this is Brother Xiaoluo who helped us. You can just call him Brother Xiaoluo from now on.
Shin Miao introduced Li Xiaolua and Shin Yanyan to each other, and then said, Brother Xiaolua, you two can chat first. I'll go find the doctor and ask if Yanyan can be discharged and go home to recuperate. Shin Yanyan's face was still a little pale, but she immediately said from the bed, "Sister, I feel much better now.
There's no need to ask the doctor. Let's go home."
Living in the hospital is not comfortable at all, and the smell is terrible.
In fact, Shin Yan naturally didn't dislike the bad smell in the hospital, but she didn't want to spend more money. Not many people can afford to stay in the hospital these days. She naturally knew why she could afford to live there now. It's all because of the man in front of me.
Shen Miaomiao looked at Shin Yan gently. Yan, don't worry, I'll go ask the doctor's opinion first.
Also, after we are discharged from the hospital, we won't go home. We will go to your brother Xiao Luo to recuperate.
Shin Yan's face changed and she looked at her sister in a daze. Shin Miaomiao seemed a little guilty and didn't dare to look at Shin Yan, then immediately left to find a doctor. After Shin Miaomiao left the ward, Li Xiaoluo was looking at Shin Yan with shining eyes.
Shin Yan is in her twilight years.
Although her face is a little pale, she still looks sweet. She is also very tall like Shin Miaomiao, but her figure may be several levels worse than Shin Miaomiao's. After all, Shin Miaomiao's flawless S-shaped figure and her impressive 36E are not something that every woman can possess. What really made Li Xiaoluo jealous was not only his sister-in-law's identity and beauty, what beauty, but what really made him jealous was what he saw with the eye of investigation. Shin Yan, friendship level 68, potential value 89, special ability, planting ability to be awakened. After looking at so many ordinary people, the eye of investigation finally saw a person with supernatural talents. Although this person had made a reservation a long time ago, Li Xiaoluo was still very happy. Especially Shin Yan's potential is also very high. Worth having. Don't you know it's very rude to stare at a girl like this? Just as Li Xiaoluo was looking at Shin Yan in a daze, Shin Yan glared at Li Xiaoluo coldly and said. Li Xiaoluo smiled and didn't bother to pay attention to the child. Now Shin Yan was a sickly girl and could only let him do whatever he wanted. Should I call you brother-in-law from now on? Seeing that Li Xiaoluo didn't say anything, Shin Yan spoke again. Her personality was obviously much more lively than her sister's. If you like, call me brother-in-law. That's fine. I'll satisfy you. Li Xiaoluo said indifferently. Shin Yan widened her eyes. What a shameless man. Chapter 29. You don't have to pay in the end anyway. Shin Yan glared at Li Xiaoluo for a while, but finally gave up because Li Xiaoluo's expression didn't change at all and he didn't feel ashamed at all. Shin Yan's eyes rolled, and then she put on a pitiful look. Brother Xiao Luo, from the first time I saw you, I knew you were a kind-hearted person. You are the good person. Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but complain. Sorry, that's an inappropriate word. Shin Yan quickly stuck out her tongue cutely. She almost forgot that people nowadays don't like to be given the nice guy card. After Shin Yan apologized, she continued, anyway, Brother Xiao Luo, you are a very great person. You spent so much money to save my life. My sister and I are very grateful to you. We will definitely pay you back in the future, so can you please not embarrass my sister? Li Xiaoluo said calmly, okay. Shin Yan's eyes lit up with joy, and she said excitedly, Brother Luo, is it true? Li Xiaoluo nodded and said, as long as you can return the money to me today, I will consider it a good deed. You. Shin Yan knew she was being tricked. If they could come up with so much money today, why would they use Li Xiaoluo's money? Humph, anyway, I'm the one who's sick, and I'm the one who's spending your money. If you need a woman, just come to me. Li Xiaoluo suddenly looked at Shin Yan with a strange look, which made Shin Yan feel a little uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Anyway, you are not allowed to bully my sister. Li Xiaoluo laughed and said, so you're attracted to me and want to compete with your sister for a man. Puff. After hearing what Li Xiaoluo said, Shin Yan was so angry that she almost vomited blood. This bastard is too narcissistic. Are you still interested in him? Are you competing with your sister for a man? I think he just wants to have both sisters. But Shin Yan couldn't do anything about Li Xiaoluo, because she knew her sister's character. She has been very strong-willed since she was a child. She herself would not accept charity or help from anyone, but she could give everything for her family. Since my sister has already accepted Li Xiaoluo's money, she will give Li Xiaoluo what she wants in order to repay her kindness, and I can't stop her at all. I originally wanted to pretend to be pitiful and use moral blackmail on Li Xiaoluo to make him give up his idea of targeting my sister, but I never expected that this man would not listen at all. Shin Yan pouted, feeling deeply powerless. I was also very frustrated and felt that I was a burden to my sister. Otherwise, it would not be an exaggeration for her sister to say that she is a beauty. With her looks, she will definitely find a prince on a white horse. Moreover, her sister is a student at a prestigious university, a true academic master, and she can have a bright future even without relying on men. If given a choice, Shen Yanyan would rather not take Li Xiaoluo's money and not get treatment.
But she was in a coma at the time and had no choice. Just as Shen Yanyan was daydreaming, the door of the ward was pushed open and Shen Miaomiao walked in with a female doctor.
Shen Miaomiao looked at Li Xiaoluo and said, "Brother Xiaoluo, this is Dr. Song.
I have consulted Dr. Song.
She said that my sister can go home to recuperate. As long as she is well taken care of, it will be fine." Dr. Song, who was standing next to Shen Miaomiao, looked at Li Xiaoluo and smiled, saying, "Li Xiaoluo, you haven't come to the hospital in the past few days since you paid the surgery fee. You're still a bit of an incompetent boyfriend." Dr. Song still had a very good impression of Li Xiaoluo, mainly because she had a very good impression of the Shen Miaomiao sisters. As Shen Yanyan's attending physician, when the two sisters could not afford the medical expenses, she was very sympathetic to their situation. But then there was an unexpected turn of events, and Li Xiaoluo, Shen Miaomiao's boyfriend, made a brilliant appearance. He was not afraid of being dragged down by Shen Miaomiao's sister, and paid all the medical expenses on the spot. This matter was a hot topic in the hospital for several days and was discussed by the doctors and nurses in the hospital for several days. Especially some female nurses, they originally sympathized with Shen Miaomiao, but after Li Xiaoluo appeared, they envied Shen Miaomiao. After all, which woman doesn't want a man as affectionate as Li Xiaoluo, who can spend millions at a time? After Dr. Song finished speaking, before Li Xiaoluo could answer, she continued, "But Miaomiao said you've been very busy with work recently, which is understandable." Li Xiaoluo glanced at Shen Miaomiao. Not bad, this girl knew how to maintain her image in front of outsiders. Although Li Xiaoluo doesn't care what others think of him. Li Xiaoluo said without any nonsense, "Dr. Song, since Yan can go back to recuperate, please help arrange it. Also, see if she needs any medicine, and whether we should ask doctors and nurses to come and take care of her. In short, everything is up to you, and we'll do our best. As long as Yan gets better soon, that's all that matters." Li Xiaoluo has been busy these days and really has no time to cultivate a good relationship with her future right-hand man. So at this moment, Li Xiaoluo didn't mind showing off. After all, things that could be solved with money were nothing to worry about in Li Xiaoluo's eyes. Sure enough, after Li Xiaoluo finished speaking, Shen Miaomiao looked at Li Xiaoluo with a hint of tenderness in her eyes.
Shen Yanyan is her closest person.
Li Xiaoluo treats Shen Yanyan better than she treats her, which makes her moved and benefited. System prompt: Shen Miaomiao is moved by the host, friendship level +2, current friendship level towards the host is 78. Even Shen Yanyan, who was lying on the hospital bed, had a strange look in her eyes when she looked at Li Xiaoluo. System prompt: Shen Yanyan is moved by the host, friendship level +3, current friendship level towards the host is 71. Li Xiaoluo didn't expect that the system was quite user-friendly, and there were prompts when the friendliness level increased. What a pity, Shen Miaomiao's friendship level was almost at 80, so he could have signed a contract with Shen Miaomiao directly. At the same time, Dr. Song on the side kept nodding. She had already had a good impression of Li Xiaoluo because of his behavior last time, and now she had an even better impression of Li Xiaoluo. Dr. Song said, "We will definitely let you take the medicine back with you. If you can use the best, that would be great. This way Shen Yanyan will definitely get better faster. As for the doctor, forget it. There's no need. If you have the conditions, you can hire a nurse to take care of her." Shen Miaomiao quickly said, "Dr. Song, there's no need to call a nurse. I've learned how to change the dressings these days. I can take care of my sister myself." When Li Xiaoluo heard what Shen Miaomiao said, she was like, "This is too much. She was trying to win your favor in the first place, and now she doesn't allow her to show it." Of course, he didn't do it just to gain favor. Mainly, after the end of the world, he also needed someone who knew some medical skills to be his royal physician. Originally, Li Xiaoluo wanted to lure some doctors and nurses back, but without a legitimate reason, it was difficult to force them. "We don't need a doctor now, so we can just ask a nurse to go back first." So Li Xiaoluo glared at Shen Miaomiao, and then said to Dr. Song, "Dr. Song, don't listen to Miaomiao, I have the final say at home. Please help me find a nurse and see if there are any who want to work there. They need to have good skills and good character. The salary is 10,000 yuan a day, with food and accommodation provided." Li Xiaoluo is addicted to the daily salary of 10,000 yuan, and this is the salary she pays to Lao Wang and others.
You don't have to pay in the end anyway. Chapter 30, Surprise, the best head nurse Chinua.
Sure enough, when they heard the salary of 10,000 yuan a day, the women in the ward were stunned. Even Dr. Song swallowed her saliva. She was thinking that she could also do the job of a nurse. But Dr. Song had some moral integrity, and he finally resisted the urge to demote himself. Before long, the nurses in the hospital were all excited. All the free female nurses rushed to Shen Yanyan's ward and let Li Xiaoluo choose. After all, Dr. Song couldn't directly assign such a good thing to anyone, as that would offend other nurses, so she simply spread the news and asked all the nurses who wanted to go to find Li Xiaoluo and let Li Xiaoluo choose for herself. A salary of 10,000 yuan a day, and living in a big villa.
Which female nurse wouldn't be tempted by such treatment?
After all, one day's salary can support them for several months. If they can work for Li Xiaoluo for a month, they won't be able to earn that much money in several years.
Soon Shen Yanyan's ward became very lively.
A group of beautiful women, all with their own unique features, fat and thin, and with the temptation of uniforms, were staring at Li Xiaoluo. She is indeed a beauty of all sizes.
Some female nurses were so large that their uniforms could barely hold up. Some are flat, which saves a lot of fabric.
Zhang Hongyan, friendship 60, potential 12, special ability, none. Li Xiaolu, friendship 46, potential 10, special ability, none. Li Xiaoluo spent a lot of money, not only to find a skilled nurse, but also to see if there were any special talents. However, judging by the way these nurses looked at her, Li Xiaoluo felt that getting special services might be quite simple and tempting.
But there is basically no hope of finding special talents with supernatural powers. Head nurse, why are you here too? You're trying to snatch it from us. It's over. The head nurse is here. We may have no hope of getting this pie in the sky good thing. Humph, what are you afraid of? Isn't the head nurse just a little bit coquettish and has bigger breasts?
But she's a divorced old woman.
How can we not compete with her? What are you talking about, you slut? The head nurse's medical skills are the best among all of us nurses. When others are looking for nurses to take care of patients, they will definitely give her priority.
And the head nurse is only 26 years old.
Is she considered an old woman? I'm an 18-year-old beautiful girl. Am I not an old woman at 26?
Just as Li Xiaoluo looked at all the female nurses in the ward with his exploration eye and found no one with special talents, he decided to pick one at random that he liked.
Then a woman in a nurse's uniform walked into the ward door.
The appearance of this woman made many nurses feel threatened. It seemed that she was the head nurse. And this new head nurse actually made Li Xiaoluo's eyes light up. She is a top-notch queen, just like a ripe peach. Li Xiaoluo subconsciously threw a probing eye over. Chinua, friendship 66, potential 88, special ability, healing to be awakened.
What a pleasant surprise.
This is what Li Xiaoluo felt. I didn't expect that he would actually find another person with supernatural talents, and she is also a very important nanny. I took a look at the head nurse named Chinua. Her magnificent huge headlights really lived up to the title of wet nurse.
Ahem, don't think in the wrong way. However, although the healing ability is an auxiliary ability, it is really good.
It is said that the healing power can not only cure diseases, but also regenerate severed limbs and revive the dying.
Who wouldn't want such a good treasure?
Moreover, people with auxiliary abilities such as nannies, space abilities, planting abilities, etc., are basically people who pose no threat.
In the previous life, if every person in power could get these people, it would be priceless.
Because there is no need to worry about them rebelling.
Head nurse? Then it's you.
You'll be taking care of Shen Yanyan later.
The salary is 10,000 yuan a day. Is that okay with you?
Li Xiaoluo pointed at Chinua and spoke casually.
Chinua was stunned when she just came in.
Originally, she was busy with work and found out the news a little late. But no one can resist money, so she still chose to come and take a look with the mentality of giving it a try. Unexpectedly, she was hit by this huge pie as soon as she came in. While Li Xiaoluo was in the hospital, Zhou Junjie used some means to meet Zhou Xiaotong in a cafe not far from the warehouse rented by Li Xiaoluo. Since Zhou Junjie wanted to earn Li Xiaoluo's money, he would naturally investigate Li Xiaoluo's background and situation. So he knew that Li Xiaoluo had only rented Villa Number 1, and he also knew that he had asked Zhou Xiaotong and several others to help him with things. He also knew that Zhou Xiaotong and Li Xiaoluo had a close relationship. It was not a simple boss and secretary relationship. However, the more Zhou Junjie investigated Li Xiaoluo, the more he couldn't understand her. because he had no idea where Li Xiaoluo's money came from, nor did he know what Li Xiaoluo was used to do with the large amount of food and supplies he purchased every day. But after being offended by Li Xiaoluo today, Zhou Junjie no longer cared about pretending to be nice to Li Xiaoluo. He now just wanted to use every possible means to deal with Li Xiaoluo. However, in Zhou Junjie's opinion, killing Li Xiaoluo is not difficult, but he doesn't want to get into trouble unless it is absolutely necessary. Moreover, just killing Li Xiaoluo would not make him feel better. So he planned to slowly kill Li Xiaoluo. The first step was that since Li Xiaoluo had snatched the woman he liked, he had to return her, so he found Zhou Xiaotong. Although he knew that Zhou Xiaotong was with Li Xiaoluo because of money, Li Xiaoluo might not care too much about such a woman. Just like Zhou Junjie himself, he would sometimes give the women he won with money to his friends to play with. However, according to the information he obtained, Li Xiaoluo is still quite keen on Zhou Xiaotong, so if he digs Zhou Xiaotong over now, he will definitely be able to slap Li Xiaoluo in the face. However, when Zhou Junjie actually saw Zhou Xiaotong, he finally understood why Li Xiaoluo had been with Zhou Xiaotong these days and didn't even go to Shin Miaomiao's place. Zhou Xiaotong's tall figure, beautiful face, and especially her beautiful legs wrapped in stockings, can indeed arouse men's desire. This made Zhou Junjie even more determined to snatch Zhou Xiaotong away. Even if it costs a little more, it's worth it. Mr. Zhou, what is the matter with you meeting me? Zhou Xiaotong sat upright on the sofa opposite Zhou Junjie. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes when she saw the young man in front of her looking at her with a cynical expression. Don't worry, Miss Zhou. Actually, I know your boss. I heard from him that you are very beautiful, so I came to see you today. Zhou Xiaotong's face changed, but she didn't say anything, waiting for Zhou Junjie to continue. Sure enough, Zhou Junjie continued, Miss Zhou, you should understand what I mean, right? I took a liking to Miss Zhou at first sight. Miss Zhou, if you follow me, you will definitely gain more than if you follow your boss. Chapter 31, Secretary Work when there is work to do, and nothing to do when there is nothing to do. Zhou Xiaotong's delicate face was replaced with a cold expression, and she said in a cold voice, Mr. Zhou, I don't understand what you mean. Could you please explain it more clearly? You know my boss? So my boss is tired of me and wants to transfer me to Mr. Zhou? Or is Mr. Zhou my boss's enemy? Is he trying to poach his employees? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhou Junjie's face. Zhou Xiaotong was pretty, but she was still a little inferior to Shin Miaomiao. Besides, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she is not worthy of his attention. Zhou Junjie said with a cold face, you don't need to know too much, just know that if you become my woman, you can get a lot of money and resources. Seeing that Zhou Junjie didn't want to talk, Zhou Xiaotong was too lazy to talk nonsense with him anymore. Just stand up. Zhou Junjie thought Zhou Xiaotong was moved and would come over and sit in his arms like those women did before. But he didn't expect that Zhou Xiaotong left her seat and walked straight outside. Zhou Junjie was stunned for a moment before he became furious. He suddenly stood up and shouted, Zhou Xiaotong, my Zhou group is worth over 10 billion, and I am the only successor to the Zhou group. As long as you agree to follow me, you may become the legitimate young mistress of the Zhou family in the future. Are you sure you want to leave? The tall and attractive Zhou Xiaotong turned gracefully in her high heels, then smiled coldly at Zhou Junjie and said, Mr. Zhou, to be honest, you are much more annoying than my boss. Then, without waiting for Zhou Junjie to speak, Zhou Xiaotong continued, my boss is looking for a woman, at least he is honest with her and clearly states the price without deception. And you, Master Zhou, don't you think I'm a fool? If a woman like me, who is the boss's mistress, betrays him and follows you for money, will a big family like yours accept me? So don't tell me that I hate playboys like you. Even if I really want to get close to you, I won't believe your nonsense. Shen Yanyan is going through the discharge procedures. Li Xiaoluo was very considerate and personally accompanied Shin Miaomiao in running errands, which made Shin Miaomiao look at Li Xiaoluo with even gentler eyes. In fact, although Li Xiaoluo really wanted to get closer to Shin Miaomiao, after all, Shin Miaomiao would be one of his reliances in the future, his main purpose was to get in touch with more people and then use the eye of exploration to see if he could discover any special talents. After all, the probability is small, but what if it happens? Isn't Qinuma an unexpected surprise? Unfortunately, although there were really a lot of people in the hospital, Li Xiaoluo checked the information of at least several thousand people, which made Li Xiaoluo almost vomit. But there is still no one who makes him want to stock up. It's not that he didn't find anyone with special talents. In fact, after looking at so many people, Li Xiaoluo also discovered a new person with special talents. Li Yongqiang, Friendship 26, Potential 66, Special Ability, Firepower to be awakened. He was a man dressed like a migrant worker, about 40 years old, with skin red from the sun, and was very inconspicuous. Li Xiaolua even suspected that he had acquired the fire-related supernatural talent because he had been exposed to the sun for too long at the construction site. However, people with special abilities are also divided into different levels. First of all, according to the classification of superpowers themselves, the superpowers of gold, wood, water, fire and earth are considered relatively common superpowers. Ice, snow, thunder, space, speed, and so on are considered special abilities. Under normal circumstances, people who have awakened special abilities are definitely more powerful than those who have awakened ordinary abilities. Secondly, each psychic has different talents.
This is easy to understand.
Even though they all have 9 years of compulsory education, some people are just different. This is reflected in the eye of exploration. The higher the potential value of a person, the more powerful he will be in the future. Just like Xin Miao Miao, her potential value is as high as 99 points. A true pride of God. The newly discovered Li Yongxiang has a potential value of 66. So Li Xiaolua had no intention of recruiting the newly discovered man named Li Yongxiang. Firstly, he looked down upon the fire-related abilities, and secondly, Li Yongxiang's potential was not high, and he would not have much of a future. Of course, Li Xiaolua would not tell others that he actually would not recruit men at all. After a busy day at the hospital, Xin Miao Miao and her sister, along with head nurse Qin Yueme, arrived at Longting Villa number 1.
Wow, brother-in-law, this villa is so beautiful. Are we really going to live here in the future?
It can be seen that Xin Yanyan has a completely different personality from her sister. Especially after she changed her impression of Li Xiaoluo and became familiar with Li Xiaoluo, she spoke much more boldly. At first he called me brother Xiaoluo, but on the way he suddenly called me brother-in-law in a very affectionate way. At that time, Xin Miao Miao was embarrassed and wanted to teach the girl a lesson.
In fact, Xin Miao Miao didn't know that Xin Yanyan was also worried about her.
Xin Yanyan knew that her sister only wanted to repay her gratitude and would definitely become Li Xiaolua's woman. So since she couldn't change the facts, she had to keep an eye on that bastard Li Xiaolua for her sister and make him treat her sister well.
The first step is naturally to declare sovereignty.
Otherwise, not to mention other women, she was afraid that Li Xiaolua would not be able to control herself because of the sexy young head nurse next to her. Zhou Xiaotong pushed the door open wearing high heels, and her beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings first caught Li Xiaolua's eyes. Looking up, after being with Li Xiaolua for a few days, Zhou Xiaotong's eyes were so charming that they seemed to be dripping with water.
She was becoming more and more alluring.
However, Zhou Xiaotong's complexion is getting better and better, but Li Xiaolua had a lot of back problems before. Even Li Xiaolua had the idea of moving to another place to recuperate in the morning. He just couldn't help living with Zhou Xiaotong even though he knew it would hurt his waist. But fortunately, the system is powerful and after strengthening his body, he is now full of confidence. After all, the system strengthened his body tenfold, so his kidneys were naturally strengthened tenfold as well. Boss, today's tasks were completed according to your instructions, and the total cost was 12 million. Zhou Xiaotong walked in front of Li Xiaolua, and her face, which was originally smiling, immediately became serious.
She didn't know why she was angry.
Li Xiaolua had made it very clear in the morning that he just wanted to support her temporarily for a few days and had no intention of being with her for a long time. But faced with the temptation of Zhou Junjie's money and power, she just didn't want to agree and was instinctively disgusted.
A chaste and heroic woman?
Zhou Xiaotong felt that she was definitely not that person, otherwise she would not have followed Li Xiaolua in such an unclear manner. However, Zhou Xiaotong believes that she is not a casual woman.
Now she is still following Li Xiaolua, so she definitely cannot betray Li Xiaolua.
Especially when it comes to a playboy like Zhou Junjie, she instinctively doesn't have a good impression of him. Although Li Xiaolua suddenly became rich, he was her colleague after all, so Zhou Xiaotong did not have the same dislike for Li Xiaolua as she did for those playboys. In addition, as the saying goes, a husband and wife are bound by 100 days of grace. Zhou Xiaotong really has some feelings for Li Xiaolua. Li Xiaolua naturally didn't know what Zhou Xiaotong was thinking. He couldn't wait to let Zhou Xiaotong see his strength.
Ah, boss, I haven't changed my shoes yet.
After Zhou Xiaotong finished her work report, she was about to change her high heels. But just as she bent down, Li Xiaolua approached her from behind.
Li Xiaolua breathed heavily and said, "Don't change your shoes yet. Your secretary's work isn't finished yet. You'll feel better in high heels."
Zhou Xiaotong turned her head and gave Li Xiaolua a coquettish look.
The secretary does it when there is something to do, and does it when there is nothing to do. She has heard of this too. But she didn't continue changing her shoes. Chapter 32: The Surprise Brought by Zhou Xiaotong. 10,586 words omitted. More than an hour later. Everything finally calmed down. General, bring me a bottle of water.
Not long after, the general came in, shaking his head and pushing open the door, holding a bottle of mineral water in his mouth. Handing the mineral water to Li Xiaolua, the general gave Li Xiaolua a resentful look.
Master, I am not a human, but you are a real dog.
It turns out that you trained me to bring things to you just for this moment. Although Li Xiaolua's body has been strengthened a lot, the physical energy he consumed just now is still a bit large, so he picked up the mineral water and drank it all in one gulp. General, go get my lighter and cigarettes.
What's with that look in your eyes?
You act so aggrieved when I ask you to do something so small.
Okay, I'll find you a beautiful bitch tomorrow, okay? Woof woof woof.
When the general heard this, his whole body was shocked, and suddenly there was a bright light in his eyes. His legs and waist no longer hurt, and he had more energy to work. He called out to Li Xiaolua to wait, and immediately ran out and came back with a cigarette and lighter in his mouth.
Boss, did you take that little blue pill today?
I heard it's bad for your health.
Zhou Xiaotong lay on Li Xiaolua, so tired that she didn't even want to move her fingers.
Her delicate and beautiful face was rosy and shiny, making Zhou Xiaotong look even more charming. Li Xiaolua lit a cigarette, stroked Zhou Xiaotong's fair back with both hands, and said proudly,
"This is the true strength of your boss, me. There's no need to take any medicine." Zhou Xiaotong showed a look of obvious disbelief.
After all, they have been together for so many days, how could she not know Li Xiaolua's strength? Sometimes we do perform beyond our normal level, but both our bravery and timing are nowhere near 1/10 of what we achieved today.
Li Xiaolua said coldly, "What's that look in your eyes? Don't you believe me? Then let's continue after a while.
By then, even if you take the medicine, the effect will almost have worn off."
"No, I believe you. I want to rest tonight,"
Zhou Xiaotong said hurriedly.
"A man of insight is a wise man."
She didn't want to die in bed tonight, so she had to give in immediately. Li Xiaolua nodded with satisfaction. If it were before today, his words would not have such great power. It turns out that men must have outstanding qualities so that women will be more obedient. Zhou Xiaotong made Li Xiaolua more and more satisfied, and Li Xiaolua secretly used the Eye of Exploration on Zhou Xiaotong. If her friendliness also satisfies Li Xiaolua will consider whether to keep Zhou Xiaotong when the end of the world comes.
Li Xiaolua's previous thinking had actually always been influenced by his previous life.
In his previous life, those ordinary survivors who had not awakened their superpowers were ants. So Li Xiaolua didn't want to carry any burden in this life, even if it was a beautiful woman. However, after the system was activated and the Eye of Exploration was available, Li Xiaolua realized a problem.
There are very few people with supernatural talents.
In fact, people with special talents are like today's billionaires. Although there are many rich people, there are only a very small number of people with a net worth of over 100 million. So although those ordinary survivors after the apocalypse live like ants, in a shelter or force, most of them are actually ordinary survivors at the bottom level. Even in most shelters or forces, except for the leader who is a mutant, the other members are ordinary survivors. After all, if you don't have absolute strength, there won't be room for 2 tigers in one mountain. Moreover, if a shelter does not have those ordinary survivors, who will do the dirty work in the shelter? Who else will serve as cannon fodder for those in power? Zhou Xiaotong, Friendship 86, Potential 90, Special Ability, Water Power to be awakened. Li Xiaolua stared at Zhou Xiaotong blankly, and could hardly believe what he saw.
Zhou Xiaotong actually has supernatural talents?
Moreover, his potential is quite high. As long as he can grow up, he will definitely be a master. But Li Xiaolua had never heard of it in his previous life.
So in Li Xiaolua's subconscious mind, Zhou Xiaotong was just an ordinary survivor after the apocalypse.
But after thinking about it, Li Xiaolua suddenly understood the key.
First of all, Li Xiaolua was an ordinary survivor in his previous life.
Although he survived in the apocalypse for more than a year, he had not been to many places. The only people with superpowers he had seen in his previous life were the Shun Miao sisters. No, there's also the general's dog. As for the psychics in other shelters, or the masters on the psychic rankings, he had basically only heard of them. Moreover, after the apocalypse, some people with special abilities basically use code names, just like they gave themselves online names before the apocalypse. So it is actually normal that I have never heard of Zhou Xiaotong's name in my previous life.
Secondly, there is another possibility. Not all people with superpowers can live to see the moment their powers awaken. What does it mean? The first stage of the apocalypse is extreme cold, the second stage is flooding, and the third stage is meteor showers. It is generally accepted that superpowers will only begin to awaken among human survivors after the meteor shower occurs. Therefore, many survivors with supernatural talents may have died in the natural disasters in the first two stages, and may not even live to the moment of awakening their supernatural powers. Boss, why are you looking at me like that? Zhou Xiaotong was stared at by Li Xiaolua with a burning gaze, and he didn't take his eyes off her. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaotong felt a little scared and shy. Li Xiaolua reached out and hugged Zhou Xiaotong, smiling and saying, "I just realized that your face is delicate and beautiful, and your skin is fair and tender. I am really fascinated by you. Zhou Xiaotong must be collected, +1 for the beauty I stockpile." No, it doesn't sound right to use hoard, it's better to use collect rescue. Counting them up, there are 4 beauties that Li Xiaolua has rescued: Shen Miao Miao, Shen Yan Yan, Qin Yuemei, and Zhou Xiaotong. But Li Xiaolua needs to clarify, what 36E, what devilish figure, what hot queen, what exquisite legs, these are not what he values at all. Is he, Li Xiaolua, such a superficial person? I hope everyone will pay attention to the official announcement and not believe or spread rumors. He, Li Xiaolua, is just doing good deeds. After all, the end of the world is coming, and women are a vulnerable group. He will save as many as he can. Zhou Xiaotong felt a little embarrassed by what Li Xiaolua said, mainly because it was the first time she heard Li Xiaolua's sweet words after being with him for so many days. Although these sweet words didn't sound very serious, Zhou Xiaotong still felt very happy about it. By the way, boss, do you have any grudge against Zhou Junjie from the Zhou group? He suddenly found me today and told me to leave you. Li Xiaolua said, Zhou Junjie must have offered you very tempting conditions, right? Aren't you tempted? As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Li Xiaolua's eyes. If he and Zhou Xiaotong had only been doing a deal to get what they wanted, he wouldn't have felt anything even if Zhou Xiaotong left. But now, Zhou Xiaotong has become his exclusive private property, and anyone who gets a glimpse of her will have to pay the price. Li Xiaolua will make Zhou Junjie's end come earlier and give him another note. Chapter 33 Morning Comfort. The next day. Li Xiaolua's biological clock made him wake up early. The weather today was very good and sunny. Today is also a big day. No one in the world would have thought that on this sunny day, a natural disaster that will cause 90% of the world's population to disappear is about to occur. Li Xiaolua looked at the time. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. In 5 hours, that is, at 12 noon, the natural disaster would begin. At that time, the global temperature will drop to dozens of degrees below zero in just a few minutes. In the days to come, some places may even drop to 100 degrees below zero. Countless unprepared people will be frozen to death. But Li Xiaolua had already prepared for this day to come. He would go to collect the last wave of supplies before noon today. From then on, he could lie comfortably in the Lord's mansion and watch the natural disasters outside with a smile. Li Xiaolua was thinking about something and didn't notice that there was no one around her. When I finally reacted, I realized that Zhou Xiaotong was not in the bed. Women are indeed magical creatures with strong recovery abilities. After getting dressed and walking out of the bedroom, the general was sleeping soundly in the luxurious doghouse prepared for him by Li Xiaolua. I kept drooling from the corners of my mouth and I didn't know what I was dreaming about. When she walked into the bathroom, Li Xiaolua heard noises coming from the kitchen. Zhou Xiaotong was wearing pink silk pajamas and making breakfast. After living together for a few days, Li Xiaolua naturally knew that Zhou Xiaotong was not very good at cooking. After all, she was a white-collar beauty with a refined life before. But it's not a kitchen killer, it's still no problem to make a simple breakfast. Since living with Li Xiaolua, Zhou Xiaotong would prepare breakfast for him personally every day. After Li Xiaolua finished flushing the toilet, she walked into the kitchen. Zhou Xiaotong, wearing silk pajamas, revealed a large area of fair skin, which made Li Xiaolua swallow her saliva. I originally wanted to express my condolences to Zhou Xiaotong for her hard work and getting up early in the morning to make breakfast, but I didn't expect that it would really become a condolence in the end. The Chinese characters are so profound and extensive, just imagine the process yourself. 11,508 words omitted. After more than an hour, Li Xiaolua helped Zhou Xiaotong to the living room with a slightly burnt fried egg. Woof woof. Woof woof. The general protested to Li Xiaolua with a resentful look. Have you ever considered the feelings of single people with all the trouble you've been doing day and night? Go chew your bones, or you'll be gone if you keep yelling.
Li Xiaolua prepared the general's favorite meat bones. Li Xiaolua was very sincere in treating the general well.
After all, this dog will have to work for him in the future.
The general seemed to understand what Li Xiaolua said, and immediately went to chew the bone, wagging his tail happily. Zhou Xiaotong had also recovered some of her strength by this time. She took out her phone and handed it to Li Xiaolua, saying, "Boss, these are some supplies I bought online.
Can you help me check if everything is ready?"
Li Xiaolua's behavior of hoarding supplies is crazy, as if the end of the world is about to come. Li Xiaolua had specially reminded Zhou Xiaotong before. Although Zhou Xiaotong would not spend all her money on supplies as crazy as Li Xiaolua, she also planned to stock up more food and supplies.
It's better to be safe than sorry, and the money was given to her by Li Xiaolua, so Zhou Xiaotong decided to go crazy with him.
But Li Xiaolua's stockpile was too diverse: ready-made food, fresh fruits and vegetables, warm clothing, defensive weapons, and even snowmobiles and speedboats. Even if Zhou Xiaotong wanted to learn from Li Xiaolua to stock up on supplies, apart from buying some food and daily necessities, she really didn't know if she needed to buy some other necessities. So she planned to ask Li Xiaoluo for help. However, Li Xiaolua did not take the phone that Zhou Xiaotong handed over, and did not even look at it. But when Zhou Xiaotong's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, she heard Li Xiaolua say while eating a fried egg, "You don't need to stock up on supplies.
It's too late to stock up now. Move to the duplex on the top floor later. From now on, you won't starve if you follow me."
"I will follow you in the future?"
"Boss, what do you mean?"
Zhou Xiaotong, who was originally a little disappointed, had a hint of joy in his eyes, but still pretended not to understand and asked.
Li Xiaolua put down his chopsticks, looked at Zhou Xiaotong seriously and said, "What I mean is that you will be mine from now on, personal and exclusive."
"Humph, if you say I'm yours, then I'm yours."
Zhou Xiaotong snorted.
Although she had been completely conquered by Li Xiaolua physically, she was still a little unhappy about Li Xiaolua's intention to end their temporary relationship yesterday. Although she didn't know why Li Xiaolua's attitude changed after just one day, Zhou Xiaotong was also very curious.
"Boss, that's not what you said yesterday. You even told me to prepare my own supplies for the apocalypse. How come you changed your mind after just one night?"
Li Xiaolua naturally wouldn't tell Zhou Xiaotong the truth. He stretched out a finger to lift Zhou Xiaotong's delicate chin, and said with a wicked smile, "Why did my attitude change?
From last night to this morning, I wasted so much time on you, can't you guess the reason?"
"It's really because you're too obsessed with me."
"Li Xiaolua, you." Zhou Xiaotong looked so angry that she seemed to be so angry that she didn't even want to call her boss.
In fact, it was Li Xiaolua's frivolous behavior that made her heart beat faster. Although the two of them had done everything they should have done, and many special positions had been unlocked one by one under Li Xiaoluo's dominance, she actually had no secrets from Li Xiaoluo now. However, she still finds the plot in this kind of romance novel a bit too much to handle. Li Xiaolua smiled, then let go of Zhou Xiaotong. His expression suddenly became serious and he said, "Okay, I'll give you a chance to choose for yourself.
Do you want to follow me?"
If Li Xiaolua had not used the Eye of Exploration, he might have really let Zhou Xiaotong freely choose to stay or leave. But after using the Eye of Exploration, Zhou Xiaotong no longer had any choice. But women also want to save face, so Li Xiaolua accompanied her through the process. Seeing the boss's serious expression, Zhou Xiaotong also changed her expression and asked seriously, "How long have I been with you?"
"Forever." Zhou Xiaotong snorted, "Boss, you want to support me for life, so what are your conditions?"
Li Xiaolua held up 3 fingers, 3 bags. Zhou Xiaotong was stunned for a moment, then said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "It's just 3 bags, and you want to be with me forever?" In fact, Zhou Xiaotong doesn't care about these things at all now. But Li Xiaolua smiled and said, "Food, drink, and sleep are all included." Zhou Xiaotong then realized that she had misunderstood. It turned out to be the 3 guarantees. But it seems a bit cheap. Without a penny, without a house, just food and shelter, this is what it means to have a girlfriend who is the cheapest. How can it be called a kept woman? However, Zhou Xiaotong straightened up proudly and said, "Anyway, I'm not looking for a boyfriend right now, so I'll just follow you for now. But with your conditions, boss, I can't promise to be with you forever." Li Xiaolua smiled. In a few days, Zhou Xiaotong would know how favorable the conditions he offered her were. After the end of the world, even those super socialites or actresses will not be able to get a piece of sausage. Chapter 34, Countdown to Natural Disasters, Choosing a Concubine for the General.
9 o'clock in the morning.
There are still 3 hours until the ice disaster arrives. Li Xiaolua has made all the necessary preparations.
He actually doesn't need to go anywhere next.
He can easily survive the previous 2 natural disasters by staying in his lord's mansion, and win over 90% of the people in the world without any effort. Then, relying on his knowledge of the future, as well as the large amount of supplies and beauty stored in the space, he could easily defeat all the superpowers even if he did nothing. As for himself, Li Xiaolua didn't know how many superpowers he could copy in the end. But he decided not to show his special abilities to others easily in the future. He would just play the pig and eat the tiger behind the scenes. Zhou Xiaotong hung up the phone, and then her tall figure slowly walked in front of Li Xiaolua. "Boss, I've already informed Brother Wang and the others that I'll give them half a day off after they finish their work this morning. I've transferred part of the payment to the supplier, and as you said, I'll pay them the remaining balance within 3 days." Zhou Xiaotong is also a very competent secretary and reports some important work to Li Xiaolua every day. But now these things are all insignificant in Li Xiaolua's eyes.
What about salary and final payment? Even if I want to give them to them in the future, I'm afraid few people will want them. Because money will soon become waste paper. If they really wanted it, it would be faster for them to go to the bank and get a sack of it themselves. So Li Xiaolua waved his hand, interrupting Zhou Xiaotong's report, and then said, "Don't worry about these things in the future, they will soon be in the past."
Past tense? Zhou Xiaotong stared at Li Xiaolua with wide eyes.
Could it be that the boss wanted to be a deadbeat? However, Zhou Xiaotong quickly reacted and exclaimed, "Boss, are you saying the end of the world is coming soon?"
Li Xiaolua smiled mysteriously, "Who knows? Everything is possible. Anyway, don't go anywhere today, just stay at home." Li Xiaolua had already made arrangements at Longting No. 1 Villa. He informed Shen Miaomiao and her sister, Xin Yueme and the other girls, to stay in the villa and not go out today. Although Shen Miaomiao has a strong personality, she will be very obedient once she sets her mind on a man, so she will do whatever Li Xiaolua says. What's more, Shen Yanyan has difficulty moving around, and Shen Miaomiao and the others need to take turns to take care of Shen Yanyan, so there is actually no way they can go anywhere.
10 o'clock in the morning.
Li Xiaolua and Zhou Xiaotong moved their home from his original house to the top-floor duplex. Because this penthouse duplex is on the 36th floor, Li Xiaolua named it Lord's Mansion No. 36. From now on, Longting Villa No. 1 will be called Lord S Mansion No. 1. Lord's Mansion No. 36 is much larger than the house where Li Xiaolua used to live, and the decoration is also nice, so Zhou Xiaotong was very happy to move in. However, she was a little curious and asked, "Boss, I remember that the effect after the renovation of the War Shield Group was not like this. Why does it feel like this house has changed a lot?" It's no wonder that Zhou Xiaotong looked surprised. After all, Li Xiaolua was a hands-off boss before. When the War Shield Group was renovating this house and the one at Longting Villa, Zhou Xiaotong was the one who was busy running around. So Zhou Xiaotong actually knows better than Li Xiaolua what the house looked like in the end. But after not seeing each other for one night, Zhou Xiaotong almost thought she had walked into the wrong place. Li Xiaolua smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't worry about these details. You just need to know that this is where we will live in the future. It can guarantee our absolute safety." Zhou Xiaotong looked at Li Xiaolua deeply. It was not until this moment that she realized that her boss was really becoming more and more mysterious. However, Zhou Xiaotong was a very sensible woman, and she did not pester Li Xiaolua with too many questions. Everyone has their own secrets, especially some special secrets, and the boss will definitely tell her if she should know. She shouldn't know, so she should just pretend nothing happened. Zhou Xiaotong feels very happy when she is with her boss, and that is enough. Woof woof. Woof woof. The general also set up his own doghouse, then came to Li Xiaolua and wagged his tail wildly. A pair of dog eyes stared at Li Xiaolua. "Don't just show off your love, have you forgotten something?" Li Xiaolua understood the general's meaning immediately. It seemed that he had promised to find a female dog for it, but the arrangements had not yet been made. "Okay, there's still some time. There's a pet shop on the street outside the community. You can go pick out a female dog you like." Woof woof. This master is capable. When the general heard this, he stuck out his tongue and his eyes lit up. Li Xiaolua smiled and touched the general's dog head. After following Li Xiaolua for so many days, the general was becoming more and more powerful and loyal to him, so Li Xiaolua naturally could not treat him badly. Moreover, Li Xiaolua wanted to find a female dog for the general to see if the general's genes were strong enough. It would be perfect if his offspring also had supernatural talents. When the time comes, there will be a group of invincible little generals, and who else will be left? Li Xiaolua took the general and Zhou Xiaotong to a pet shop near the community and asked the general to choose his own pet. The general had a good eye and fell in love with a female golden retriever with shiny fur. "Sir, this golden retriever is not for sale.
It 200,000, will you sell it?" Li Xiaolua was too lazy to ask the general to make a new choice, nor was he too lazy to listen to the reason why the dog was not for sale. Anyway, the natural disaster has not come yet, and he doesn't believe that there is anything that money can't do. The male owner of the pet shop swallowed his saliva and said, "You are rich, so what? This is my own dog, not for sale." But he couldn't say it. It's too much, really too much. How could this be rejected? "Yumi, your master is actually thinking about you. After you follow your new master, you will definitely be able to eat your favorite chicken legs every day." "Sir, this dog is called Corn. I've raised it for over half a year and I'm really attached to it. I hope you can take good care of it." The pet shop owner diligently found Yumi's dog leash and put it on, then personally handed the leash to Li Xiaolua. Zhou Xiaotong, who followed Li Xiaolua over, was speechless. "Since you have such feelings for her, why are you selling it so readily now?" However, Zhou Xiaotong did not say much. In this era, there are many keyboard warriors and self-righteous people, but when faced with the temptation of a large amount of money, how many people can really withstand the temptation? Didn't Zhou Xiaotong also think that having enough money was enough before? Her white-collar life was actually pretty good, but in the end she followed Li Xiaolua just because of money. Although part of the reason was because of Li Xiaolua, Zhou Xiaotong was attracted by his mystery. But Zhou Xiaotong also admitted in her heart that the main reason at that time was that the boss gave her too much and she simply couldn't refuse. Chapter 35, A Slap Knocked Out Aunt Wang's Teeth. 11 o'clock. When I came out of the pet shop, there was only 1 hour left before the ice and snow disaster was about to hit. Li Xiaolua brought Zhou Xiaotong and the 2 dogs back to the community. Basically, everything that needed to be done had been done. Now, all he had to do was go home, lie down peacefully, and watch what was happening outside with a smile. The extreme cold and floods in the early stages were natural disasters. The competition was about who had stored more food and supplies, who could endure hunger, whose shelter could withstand the starving survivors, and who could be more compassionate. Therefore, in the early stage of the apocalypse, there is only one thing Li Xiaoluo has to do, which is to enjoy life while surviving. By then, any misery outside will have nothing to do with him. If there is no special situation, he will continue to come out to seize the initiative only when the meteorite disaster comes. "Li Xiaolua, stop right there." Just as Li Xiaolua and the others walked downstairs and prepared to go home, an angry voice was heard. Then a man wearing glasses quickly ran up to Li Xiaolua and looked at Li Xiaolua with anger on his face. Especially when seeing Zhou Xiaotong, who was following Li Xiaolua, dressed sexy, tall and with outstanding temperament. A flash of heat flashed in the glasses man's eyes, followed by overwhelming jealousy, and the anger on his face became even stronger. "Who are you?" Li Xiaolua looked at the man in front of her in some confusion. The man with glasses looked at Li Xiaolua in disbelief and said angrily, You don't even remember who I am?" Li Xiaolua turned around and wanted to leave. What a lunatic! He couldn't even remember so many beauties, so why did he need to remember who he was? "Who the hell are you?" However, Zhou Xiaotong quickly whispered in Li Xiaolua's ear, "Boss, his name seems to be Yang Wei. I met him once a few days ago this morning. He seems to be pursuing that Su Xiuxiu, right?" After being reminded by Zhou Xiaotong, Li Xiaolua immediately remembered. "Li Xiaolua, don't play dumb. I'm Yang Wei, and I'm Xiuxiu's boyfriend. I'm warning you, my Xiuxiu has nothing to do with you anymore. You'd better stay away from my Xiuxiu." Before Li Xiaolua could say anything, Zhou Xiaotong looked at the man with glasses with a cold expression. "Sir, is there something wrong with your eyes? I suggest you go get another eye exam." "Beauty, what do you mean by that?" Facing the lively, tall and sexy Zhou Xiaotong, although Zhou Xiaotong's tone was cold, the man with glasses unconsciously softened his tone. Zhou Xiaotong said coldly, "If you don't have a problem with your eyes, can't you see that Li Xiaolua is my man now? He is also with me now. Which eye of yours saw that my man has a relationship with that Su Xiuxiu?" Yang Wei was stunned for a moment after being scolded by Zhou Xiaotong. He probably didn't expect that Zhou Xiaotong, who has an outstanding temperament, would also scold people. However, the man with glasses quickly reacted and said angrily, "Li Xiaolua, don't hide behind a woman and dare not say a word. I know you must have done or said something to Xiuxiu, otherwise why would Xiuxiu ignore me these days and even praise you in front of me?" Zhou Xiaotong looked at the man with glasses speechlessly.
She has seen many lickspittles, but it is rare to see such a weird one. The glasses man's loud noise has attracted many people to watch the fun, including Aunt Wang, who has always wanted to cause trouble for Li Xiaoluo. At this time, Aunt Wang had just come back from the supermarket with eggs, and she slapped a girl a few times on the bus. She was so old but had no eyesight at all. She saw an old woman standing behind her and didn't give up her seat in time. If she didn't slap her, who should she slap? Aunt Wang was in a good mood at this time. But when she saw Li Xiaoluo and that indecent woman getting in trouble, Aunt Wang felt better. Aunt Wang couldn't stand seeing anyone around her who was better than her son, so she never believed that Li Xiaoluo could drive a sports car or find an excellent girlfriend. Even though the facts were right in front of her, she always believed that Li Xiaoluo's sports car was borrowed from someone else and that Zhou Xiaotong was that kind of questionable woman. Aunt Wang has been brooding over the last time Li Xiaoluo bullied her, but before she could think of a way to deal with Li Xiaoluo, she saw Li Xiaoluo get into trouble today. So how can I not be happy? I'm even happier than getting cheap eggs. Aunt Wang was extremely excited and couldn't help but stand up and walk over to Li Xiaoluo to stir up trouble. Li Xiaoluo, you've already broken up with Xiuxiu and now you have another girlfriend. How can you still be entangled with Xiuxiu? I've watched you grow up. How could you be so foolish? This is immoral. You should apologize to that guy right now and promise to be a decent person in the future. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud slap, and Aunt Wang's voice stopped abruptly. Everyone around saw clearly what had just happened. Li Xiaoluo slapped Aunt Wang hard and quickly. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. It was so fast that Aunt Wang had no time to react, let alone dodge. And listening to the sound, and then looking at Aunt Wang's miserable appearance, her cheeks were red and swollen, and it seemed like one of her teeth had been knocked out. The people watching the excitement were stunned by this sudden situation. Although the residents who had lived in this community for a long time actually knew Aunt Wang's character, who was usually sarcastic and gossipy, they felt inexplicably happy to see her being punished. However, some people really admire Li Xiaoluo's courage. Nowadays, most people avoid the elderly. How can anyone dare to hit an elderly person? I'm afraid no matter how much money my family has, it won't be enough to compensate. Some people also pointed fingers at Li Xiaoluo, thinking that Li Xiaoluo's behavior was too bad. Aunt Wang did nothing wrong at all. She was just giving a few words of advice as an elder. How could Li Xiaoluo hit someone, and the person he hit was an elderly person? Ah! Murder! Murder! I'm going to be beaten to death. Murder is happening in broad daylight. The sudden incident took Aunt Wang a while to come back to her senses. Then she let out a terrifying cry and ran to the side while crying, putting some distance between herself and Li Xiaoluo, as if Li Xiaoluo really wanted to kill her. She does this. One reason was to put on a show and create the illusion that Li Xiaoluo wanted to kill her, so that when the police came, she could charge Li Xiaoluo with more crimes. Secondly, she was really afraid that Li Xiaoluo would hurt her again, because she felt that Li Xiaoluo might have gone crazy. What could a madman not do? However, Li Xiaoluo did not chase after Aunt Wang. This kind of person was not worth his trouble now. Then Li Xiaoluo walked up to the dumbfounded man with glasses, kicked him out with one kick, and then he fell heavily to the ground. It's not your fault for jumping around in front of me, but it's your fault for disgusting me with a woman like Su Xiuxiu. After dealing with the two little grasshoppers, Li Xiaoluo immediately left the scene and went upstairs with Zhou Xiaotong and the two dogs. It was already the last moment before the natural disaster came. Li Xiaoluo didn't want to cause trouble for the time being. He planned to deal with all the enemies slowly after the natural disaster came. But who would have thought that some people just like to be dealt with on their own initiative, so let us give them an appetizer first. But Li Xiaoluo would not be stupid enough to stay at the scene. If the first detective who was conscientious in his duties arrived at the scene, it would be a little troublesome. All he had to do was return to the Lord's mansion and wait for the natural disaster to come. Then even the constables would be unable to do anything to him. P.S. The free novels are all supported by friends. If you like this type of novels, please set up a bookshelf and give some encouragement. Thank you very much. Chapter 36 The Ice Disaster is Coming. After Li Xiaoluo and Zhou Xiaotong returned to Lord's Mansion number 36, after a while, sirens sounded in the community. Downstairs in the residential complex, after Li Xiaoluo left, Aunt Wang and the man with glasses both lay on the ground crying and screaming. Aunt Wang and the man with glasses were determined to let the police see their miserable condition as soon as they arrived. They must make Li Xiaoluo pay a heavy price.
There is no way they can reconcile under any circumstances. The people who were surrounding Aunt Wang and the man with glasses to watch the fun did not leave. What happened today really opened their eyes, and they are still looking forward to seeing what happens next. When Li Xiaolua left before, the people watching around did not dare to stop him. Not only were they afraid of being implicated, but they also thought that Li Xiaolua had no intention of running away at all. Otherwise, why would Li Xiaolua go upstairs and go home? Everyone who was watching the fun knew that it would soon have a conclusion, as long as the constables arrived. After all, it happened in broad daylight, in full view of everyone, and Li Xiaolua's crime of assaulting someone was irrefutable. The constable did not disappoint everyone. After receiving the report of a wounding incident, in which the injured person was an elderly person, he rushed over immediately. When Zhou Xiaotong heard the noise downstairs, a trace of worry appeared on her face. She didn't know why her boss was so impulsive just now, but she knew that her boss was not wrong. Because she has been basically with the boss these days, and the boss has not looked for Su Xiuxiu at all. Even Zhou Xiaotong could feel that the boss hated Su Xiuxiu from the bottom of his heart. So Yang Wei, who acted like a bootlicker and was ignored or abandoned by Su Xiuxiu, came to cause trouble for Li Xiaolua. He was really despicable and shameless. In Zhou Xiaotong's opinion, Aunt Wang is not a good person either. She acts like an elder, but she thinks her boss is wrong without any investigation. Boss, should we find a lawyer online first? Since the incident has already happened, Zhou Xiaotong knows that it is useless to say more. She is now only thinking about how to make Li Xiaolua safe. Li Xiaolua took out his cell phone and took a look. There were still 5 minutes. Don't bother, we can just stay home comfortably and watch the show. As he spoke, Li Xiaolua put his arm around Zhou Xiaotong's soft waist and carried her to the balcony. Smelling the familiar scent on Li Xiaolua and feeling Li Xiaolua's calmness, Zhou Xiaotong seemed to be less worried under the influence of Li Xiaolua. In fact, only because Zhou Xiaotong truly cared about Li Xiaolua, she was afraid and anxious just now, fearing that Li Xiaolua would really be arrested by the bailiffs. Unconsciously, Li Xiaolua's position in her heart became more and more important. Bang! Bang! Is Li Xiaolua here? Open the door, I'm a patrol officer. Ha! After hearing the sound outside the door, Li Xiaolua couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the detectives in his heart. They were very efficient at work. You came upstairs so quickly. Zhou Xiaotong suddenly grabbed Li Xiaolua's arm and hugged Li Xiaolua's waist tightly. She didn't know why Li Xiaolua was so calm, but she felt her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Suddenly, Li Xiaolua's body shook and he felt a little cold. Li Xiaolua smiled, his time was coming. Li Xiaolua is not here. Li Xiaolua was in a good mood and replied loudly to the person outside the door, making a small joke. Li Xiaolua, please correct your attitude, we are not kidding you. Please open the door immediately. If you don't open the door, we have the right to take coercive measures. Ha, compulsory measures? You can't even do anything to me with nuclear bombs in my lord's mansion, so why should I be afraid of your coercive measures? And Li Xiaolua knew that the people outside the door had no chance because they would leave soon. Sure enough, without waiting for Li Xiaolua to answer. Suddenly, several people exclaimed outside the door. Damn it, why is it dark? Is there a power outage? Power outage? But it's daytime now. Hearing the noise outside the door, Li Xiaolua quickly looked out the window. Sure enough, the scene was the same as in the previous life. An aurora suddenly appeared in the sky, and then the entire sky turned pitch black. It was bright and sunny just now, but it seemed like it had suddenly turned into night. But people didn't have to be frightened for long. After only a few tens of seconds, the sky suddenly became bright again. But in just those few tens of seconds, the entire ground had become wet, and there was even water all over the ground. I looked up at the sky. It wasn't raining. In fact, even if it had rained, the ground wouldn't have been wet in that short time, let alone stagnant water. In fact, it was during the time when it suddenly became dark just now that the sky seemed to have a hole in it, and water was pouring directly onto the ground. Wait until the darkness passes. The temperature also began to drop rapidly, and the ground outside began to freeze. Oh my god, what's going on? Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Stop watching the fun and go back to put on some clothes. It's damn cold. Help! The temperature is still dropping rapidly. Calling headquarters, we've suddenly encountered a paranormal incident here. The temperature in this building has dropped to over 20 degrees below zero. Please, request support. Soon, the sound outside Li Xiaoluo's house disappeared, and everyone fled frantically. It's already 20 to 30 degrees below zero, who can withstand it in short sleeves? Even the constables can't do it, they are afraid of the cold. Moreover, to put it bluntly, what happened to Li Xiaoluo was just a fight caused by jealousy, a conflict between neighbors, and it was not a major case. There is no need for the constable to freeze himself to death for a case like this. After feeling the cold for a while, Li Xiaoluo directly turned on the heating in the room through the system and set the temperature to 28. He still prefers a higher temperature. After the super strengthening of the Lord's mansion, Li Xiaoluo can directly control the monitoring system, the defensive high-voltage power grid, and even the water and electricity supply system. It's like a smart home. And soon, the entire city will come to a standstill, and all supplies such as water and electricity will stop. However, Li Xiaoluo's Lord's mansion has its own system. All the energy in his Lord's mansion is internally circulated, so water and electricity will not be affected at all. The temperature in the room slowly returned to normal. Li Xiaoluo continued to hold Zhou Xiaotong's soft body, and then looked at the scenery outside the window. Outside the window at this moment, in just a few minutes, the whole world became crystal clear. No one ever thought that the whole world would be frozen quickly. No one ever thought that the temperature could drop so quickly. To put it in one sentence, heaven and hell are just a thought away. Zhou Xiaotong in Li Xiaoluo's arms stared in amazement at what happened suddenly. She felt as if she was in a dream. How could this kind of weather happen in this month, and in the south? It's even so weird. If this isn't a dream, then it must be the end of the world. However, thinking about her boss Li Xiaoluo's crazy stockpiling of goods in the past few days, and the calmness of the constable who arrived at the door just now, Zhou Xiaotong knew that she might not be dreaming. Especially Zhou Xiaotong could see the chaotic situation downstairs in the community through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. Many people wanted to run back home like crazy, but some people might fall to the ground forever. Chapter 37 Boss, wasn't I obedient enough before? The first natural disaster, the ice apocalypse, has really arrived. It came so suddenly that no one was prepared. Everyone experienced the feeling of being frozen like a dog in an instant. And not only were they freezing to death, Zhou Xiaotong saw through the window that several people in the community downstairs had fallen to the ground. Those people were not just the man with glasses and Aunt Wang acting, but someone was really going to die. You may think it's exaggerated. Isn't it just a sudden drop in temperature? And the time is so short, there is no way anyone would die, right? But imagine that it was a sunny day with a temperature of 20 or 30 degrees Celsius, and you were walking on the street wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts and flip-flops. But suddenly, someone pours a basin of cold water on you, and then the temperature drops sharply. When the temperature drops by 10, you may feel cooler. When the temperature drops by 20, you will feel cold, but when the temperature drops by 70, you will feel heart-wrenching pain. Because everything happens so fast, people don't have much time to react, especially those who are outdoors. Some people have good physical fitness and are close to their homes or some places where they can take shelter. That's not bad, they can get temporary shelter. But some people are more miserable. For example, some frail elderly people and children, when the temperature suddenly drops to dozens of degrees below zero and the road is icy and slippery, can fall to the ground if they are not careful. Zhou Xiaotong saw people living downstairs in the residential complex. Some of them were too cold to go home due to rapid hypothermia, while others slipped and fell to the ground and couldn't stand up. Of course, even though the temperature is very low, it certainly won't kill them immediately. But if no one helps or treats those people, death is inevitable. Not to mention the people outside, even those who managed to escape back home. If the supplies at home were not enough, they would either freeze to death or starve to death. Zhou Xiaotong looked at the situation outside and suddenly seemed to remember something. She quickly took out her mobile phone and turned on Douyin. Hello everyone, this is an urgent news report from XX City. At 12 p.m., capital time, the city experienced a sudden onset of extreme weather, resulting in sudden rainfall and extreme temperature drops. It has now been confirmed that this sudden rainfall and temperature drop is a global disaster, with the same situation occurring in almost all countries. Experts are still urgently researching and investigating the causes of this extraordinary situation. Please do not believe or spread rumors, including doomsday theories. All information should be based on official announcements. At the same time, because the incident happened so suddenly, various emergencies occurred across the city. In some places, there were a large number of car accidents due to slippery roads, and in other places, people were frostbitten on the roadside and urgently needed help and treatment. Officials have urgently established a cold disaster command center, with XXX personally serving as the chief commander. All functional departments will unify their command and go all out. All personnel will mobilize to fully safeguard the safety of life and property of the nation and the people. I also urge everyone to uphold traditional virtues and lend a helping hand to those in need. I believe that as long as we all work together, we will soon be able to overcome this disaster. After Zhou Xiaotong opened Douyin, the first thing she was pushed to was naturally the official live broadcast room. Whenever a disaster occurs, people still trust the authorities. After all, the power of the state apparatus is always much stronger than that of an individual. Believe in our great motherland. Trust the authorities, we will be fine. Don't believe in rumors, don't spread them, wait for the official announcement. Although I'm almost frozen from the cold, I trust the government. I support the government. But I still want to ask, is this strange situation really normal? The internet is very lively at this time, and the number of people watching Douyin may be more than at any other time. After all, anyone who is in a safe place now basically has no intention of doing anything else. Forget about work and mortgage at this moment. Everyone must just want to know whether they can survive. So countless people immediately went online to look for answers, or to find spiritual comfort. Although it was an extreme natural disaster, the official live broadcast room was still very confident, and all the barrages were basically harmonious. However, Li Xiaoluo smiled aside. The official strength is indeed very strong, even though this natural disaster came suddenly and there was no preparation. However, as long as the state machinery is in operation, a large amount of manpower and material resources can be immediately mobilized. In the past, there was basically no disaster that we could not overcome. So everyone thought it would be the same this time. But this time, I am afraid that countless people will be disappointed, or even despair. The end of the world has really come, and some disasters cannot be stopped by human power. Boss, did you know something a long time ago? Looking at the situation outside, Zhou Xiaotong felt the warmth in the room and was extremely grateful that God let her meet Li Xiaoluo. Although Zhou Xiaotong usually presents the image of a cool and elegant goddess in the company, she actually has her own little secret, which is that she also likes to go to Tomato to read novels. She read all kinds of novels, and had read quite a few apocalyptic novels. She knew that if the apocalypse really came due to a natural disaster, if she had not followed Li Xiaoluo, the fate of a woman like her would be unimaginable. Li Xiaoluo looked at Zhou Xiaotong and nodded. Of course he knew it, and it was not some gossip. He had experienced it himself and knew what would happen every moment after the end of the world. For example, when the Ice Age apocalypse arrived, the whole world would suddenly go dark, a large amount of water would fall, and the global temperature would plummet, freezing the entire world. Starting tonight, it will start snowing heavily. By tomorrow, the snow will be about 1 meter deep, and everything in the city will basically come to a complete standstill. Now that the end of the world has come, although Li Xiaoluo will not tell Zhou Xiaotong the details, there is no need to hide what he knows anymore. Li Xiaoluo pinched Zhou Xiaotong's chin and looked at her fair and beautiful collarbone. From now on, you must be obedient and serve me well, and my promise will stand. I will make you live happier than in the apocalypse. Zhou Xiaotong blushed and blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Boss, wasn't I obedient enough before? Li Xiaoluo chuckled wickedly and said, I was indeed a little disobedient before. Last time I wanted to test you, but it didn't work out no matter what. Zhou Xiaotong blushed, not knowing whether it was because the room was too warm or because her heart was too hot. A lot has been deleted from this book. If some parts are not clear, I apologize. Last time, her boss Li Xiaoluo said that he would personally guide her, but in the end she still couldn't get over that psychological barrier. But now it seems that the boss is still thinking about her, and she will definitely not be able to escape. Chapter 38 Li Xiaoluo's Rules. The extreme cold is coming, and the temperature outside continues to drop. Countless people are feeling the power of extreme low temperatures. Hiss. Li Xiaoluo looked up at the scenery outside the window, and from time to time he let out a cool breath. Of course, it's not that the temperature in Li Xiaoluo's room is too cold. The temperature inside Li Xiaoluo's room was actually not affected at all by the continuous drop in temperature outside. This is the power of his lordship. But, some things can only be understood but not expressed in words. Li Xiaoluo feels that he is not only a good boss, but also a good and responsible mentor. Under his guidance, Zhou Xiaotong's business ability has improved by leaps and bounds. I believe that as long as he practices more in the future, he will definitely be a professional that Li Xiaoluo can trust. Boom boom boom.
Li Xiaolua, open the door quickly, I'm Li Xiaowei. There was a sudden rapid knock on the door, followed by a voice that surprised Li Xiaolua. Li Xiaowei, why is he here? Today is the day we agreed to give him the house. Could it be that he just happened to come to find me before the natural disaster? That would be interesting. This Li Xiaowei really knows how to pick the right time. Don't you know this is impolite? Li Xiaolua also experienced that people should not be distracted when working, and should not be disturbed, otherwise it will greatly affect work efficiency. In fact, it didn't have any impact on Li Xiaolua, but it was so sudden that it scared Zhou Xiaotong a little. Zhou Xiaotong was frightened and was probably cursing Li Xiaowei outside the door in her heart. Seeing Li Xiaolua looking at her with satisfaction, Zhou Xiaotong's cheeks turned red and she quickly tried to stand up. However, perhaps because she had been squatting for too long, her legs were a little numb, and she almost fell when she stood up. Fortunately, Li Xiaolua was quick-witted and put his arms around Zhou Xiaotong's soft waist. Thank you. Zhou Xiaotong leaned against Li Xiaolua for a while to stabilize herself, then said softly with a blushing face. Li Xiaolua chuckled and said, don't be polite. After all, you're like this because of work. I definitely can't let you get hurt. Bad boss, stop talking. After following Li Xiaolua for so many days, Zhou Xiaotong felt that she had learned a lot of knowledge. Especially some words with special meanings, she seemed to understand them. Okay, I won't say any more. Li Xiaolua stroked Zhou Xiaotong's straight legs with his big hands, and said with concern, it's okay if your legs are numb. I'll rub them for you, and they will be gone soon. Zhou Xiaotong turned her pretty face away and didn't want to look at Li Xiaolua. Are you rubbing it? However, after being caressed by Li Xiaoluo for a while, Zhou Xiaotong's legs did recover, and then she quickly escaped from Li Xiaoluo's clutches. After all, there was someone knocking on the door outside. No, the knocking sound seemed to stop very quickly. Don't you need to go and see the people outside? Zhou Xiaotong asked Li Xiaolua. Li Xiaolua's expression suddenly turned cold. He looked at Zhou Xiaotong and said, remember this from now on. This is the end of the world. If you follow me, besides being obedient, you also need to abide by a few rules. First, regardless of whether I'm home or not, you don't need to answer anyone knocking on the door except me. You must not let anyone in without permission, including officials or your relatives. Second, you cannot give anyone a grain of rice or a drop of water without my permission. If you want to follow me, you must not only be obedient, but also not have any chastity. If you feel you can't do it, you can leave now. But I've given you a chance. If you can't do it in the future, then I will kill you. Zhou Xiaotong had never seen Li Xiaolua so serious before, and she was really shocked. However, she immediately stated, Boss, I know that after the end of the world, human nature will become darker. No one outside will know whether they are good or bad. From now on, I will obey you in everything. Although Zhou Xiaotong is not a vicious woman, she admits that she does not have such a kind heart. And she is not a fool. She knows that if it really is the end of the world, how can a delicate woman like her have the right to be a saint? Okay, remember what you said and your choice. In fact, if you weren't my woman, I wouldn't say this to you. You might already be a corpse now. Li Xiaolua didn't care what Zhou Xiaotong thought, she had to make sure the rules were set first. In his previous life, Li Xiaoluo was also a novel lover. He had read many apocalyptic novels. When the apocalypse really came, he thought he would not be a saint. But when the object becomes a relative, someone he likes, or even some poor person who was good at disguise, Li Xiaolua softens his heart, so he paid a heavy price in his previous life. In her previous life, Li Xiaoluo did not stay with Zhou Xiaotong after the apocalypse, but Li Xiaoluo felt that Zhou Xiaotong's ending might not be too good either. Otherwise, Zhou Xiaotong has supernatural talents and high potential, but Li Xiaolua has never heard of her. In fact, Li Xiaoluo now has a system. Even if Zhou Xiaotong really has a heart of a saint one day, she will not be able to hurt Li Xiaoluo. Because of the system, Li Xiaolua is basically invincible in his lord's mansion, and no one can steal his home. First of all, Li Xiaolua's two lord mansions have extremely strong defensive capabilities, and even the power of the country basically has no way to attack his mansion. Moreover, there are teleportation portals in the two lords' mansions, which are magical tools for escape and life-saving. Secondly, for the women living in the Lord's Mansion, such as Zhou Xiaotong in Lord's Mansion number 36, and Shen Miaomiao in Lord's Mansion number 1, Li Xiaolua can monitor their every move through the system even if he is not at home. The last and most important thing is, whether it is Lord S Mansion number 36 here or Lord S Mansion number 1 at Longting Villa. When asking the War Shield Group to make the renovation, Li Xiaoluo requested that the entrance and exit doors of each lord's mansion be the top-level anti-theft and bulletproof doors. Even people staying in the house cannot open this door at will. Li Xiaoluo's fingerprint and secret are required to open it. And Li Xiaoluo can also be controlled through the system. After the end of the world came, Li Xiaoluo immediately used the system to set up all the doors so that they could only be opened with his fingerprint and password. In this way, even if Li Xiaoluo was not at home when Li Xiaowei knocked on the door just now, and Zhou Xiaotong thought it was Li Xiaoluo's relative and wanted to open the door, Zhou Xiaotong could not open the door. Anyway, in Li Xiaoluo's plan, during the previous 2 natural disasters, his women did not need to go out and just stayed in the house. Only when the 3rd disaster comes, will it be their chance to show off. Think of this. Li Xiaoluo thought of Shin Miaomiao and other women at Lord's Mansion No. 1. Li Xiaoluo took out his mobile phone and sent the rules he had just set to Shin Miaomiao via WeChat, and asked her to tell all the women staying at Lord's Mansion No. 1.
In fact, Shin Miaomiao's place is still quite lively now. Li Xiaoluo asked Shin Miaomiao's sisters and the nurse Qin Yuemei to move in.
But before the ice disaster came today, another female nurse from the hospital happened to deliver some medical supplies to Qin Yuemei, and then a female classmate of Shin Yanyan also came to visit Shin Yanyan. Therefore, the number of residents at Lord's Mansion No. 1 increased from 3 women to 5. Shen Miaomia told Li Xiaoluo through WeChat in the morning, and Li Xiaoluo actually knew about it a long time ago through the monitoring system.
Chapter 39: The First Contracted Subordinate.
There were 2 more women on Shin Miaomiao's side that Li Xiaoluo had not planned for, but Li Xiaoluo didn't think it was a big deal. After all, he will be a lord in the future, and the Shin Miaomiao sisters and Qin Yuemei will also have extraordinary status in the future, so his huge lord's mansion will definitely need some maids. Of course, Li Xiaoluo originally preferred to have nothing rather than someone with something unsuitable. After all, he was the only one who could know who had special talents before the end of the world, so he planned that all the maids should have special talents. Unfortunately, people with supernatural talents are so rare. Shin Miaomiao, Shin Yanyan, Zhou Xiaodong, Qin Yuemei, and Li Xiaoluo only found these 4 people. Besides, it was because of the Shin Miaomiao sisters in their previous lives that they knew that they had special abilities, and Qin Yuemei was able to discover them because of the Shin Miaomiao sisters. The only person Li Xiaoluo truly found was Zhou Xiaotong. Moreover, the 4 people Li Xiaoluo found were all top-notch. It would be a waste to just use them as maids to do odd jobs. So we will definitely need to add more people in the future. However, even if they were looking for maids, the 2 women would still need to be assessed by Li Xiaoluo. Even as a maid, Li Xiaoluo doesn't want just anyone. If there is anything that makes him unhappy, Li Xiaoluo will just tell them to get out. As for how to get out, that's none of Li Xiaoluo's business. However, Li Xiaoluo doesn't plan to go to Shin Miaomiao these days.
There are 2 main reasons for doing this.
First, let Shin Miaomiao and the others experience the end of the world for a few days. Li Xiaoluo did not live in Lord's Mansion No. 1, so there was not much drinking water and food there. Then Li Xiaoluo controlled it through the system, and the water and electricity there were cut off at the same time as the entire city. In this way, Shin Miaomiao and the others can perfectly experience the most realistic end of the world. When the time comes, I will suddenly appear and provide them with a life with water, electricity and food, then they will be moved from the bottom of their hearts. Li Xiaoluo is not a person who likes to contribute silently and do good deeds without leaving a name. The second reason is that Li Xiaoluo also hopes to make Shin Miaomiao more moved, so that the friendship level will exceed 80 in one fell swoop, so that he can sign a contract with Shin Miaomiao. Although there is still a long time before the 3rd natural disaster, Li Xiaoluo is not too anxious to use up all the 5 contract quotas. However, he must get Shin Miaomiao as soon as possible, and she must have a place in the contracted subordinate. Speaking of contracted subordinates, Li Xiaoluo sorted out the information of the 4 beauties in his collection in his mind. Shin Miaomiao, friendliness 78, potential 99, special ability, ice power to be awakened. Shin Yanyan, friendship level 71, potential value 89, special ability, planting ability to be awakened. Zhou Xiaotong, friendship 86, potential 90, special ability, water power to be awakened. Qin Yuemei, friendship 66, potential 88, special ability, healing to be awakened. Li Xiaoluo's current evaluation of these women is as follows. Shen Miaomiao is stunningly beautiful, has the best figure, and a gentle personality. She will also be the most powerful psychic under his command in the future, so she is the most valued by Li Xiaoluo. Moreover, Shen Miaomiao has ice-related abilities, which are special abilities. She will definitely be one of Li Xiaoluo's 5 contracted subordinates. Shin Yanyan is beautiful and cute,
and has the blessing of being a sister-in-law. Well, no, it's the blessing of being a plant-based mutant.
However, the plant-based mutant is definitely the most popular person for ordinary survivors because she can save the lives of many ordinary people. But it doesn't have that much appeal to Li Xiaoluo. In Li Xiaoluo's mind, the best choice must be special abilities, such as thunder abilities, ice abilities, speed abilities, mental abilities, etc. The next is the series of abilities of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although they are not as good as special abilities, they are still attack or defense abilities after all. The last choice is auxiliary abilities, such as spatial abilities, healing abilities, planting abilities, etc. Therefore, Li Xiaoluo himself was not sure whether to include Shen Yanyan in the quota of 5 contracted subordinates.
If he could find a supernatural talent that would make Li Xiaoluo more excited before the third disaster came, then Li Xiaoluo would definitely not waste the quota to contract Shen Yanyan, and would wait until the system was upgraded to increase the number of contracted subordinates. Next is Zhou Xiaotong, who is tall, sexy, and has outstanding temperament. She is the most friendly towards Li Xiaoluo. Zhou Xiaotong's innate ability is water-related ability, which is quite suitable for her. The skin is so tender that it seems to be dripping with water, and there is really a lot of water. Zhou Xiaotong's friendliness level is 86, which has long exceeded 80 and reached the standard of a system contract subordinate. However, Li Xiaoluo was not in a hurry to contract Zhou Xiaotong because her water-based ability was not as strong as Shen Miaomiao's ice-based ability, and they were of similar types. But now, Li Xiaoluo decided to accept Zhou Xiaotong first, just to take up a spot. First, turn on the system and listen to the sound. It's impossible to keep the system out for a while for such a long time, otherwise I will almost forget its existence. At the same time, because Zhou Xiaotong has the highest friendliness and is the first woman to follow him, he still has to give her some preferential treatment. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo felt that reserving 1 or 2 places would be enough. It was really hard to find women with supernatural talents. But Li Xiaoluo felt uncomfortable about having a man by his side, especially after his experiences in his previous life. He would never accept a man. At least, he wouldn't take men as his trusted subordinates. Occasionally using some as cannon fodder doesn't count. Finally, there was Qin Yuemei, this top-notch queen and sexy young woman. She was an unexpected surprise. Li Xiaoluo had not expected to find a nurse with healing talent among the nurses. Although the healing ability is an auxiliary ability, I heard that it becomes stronger as time goes by, so Li Xiaoluo is quite tempted. However, Qin Yuemei had just joined and her friendliness level was the lowest among the 4 girls, so Li Xiaoluo didn't need to make a decision in a hurry. Do it as soon as you think of it. Li Xiaoluo waved to Zhou Xiaotong, who was looking at her mobile phone. Secretary Zhou, come here and sit down. Boss, it's already noon. Aren't you hungry? Let me go make you some food first. Besides, you just did that. Doing it too much is not good for your health. When Zhou Xiaotong heard Li Xiaoluo's call, her pretty face immediately turned red, and then she walked over shyly and whispered. Li Xiaoluo looked at Zhou Xiaotong with a strange expression and said, I asked you to come and sit down. What do you want to achieve? Do it? Very good. As expected, she is a woman with water-related abilities. So should we do this before signing the contract? Seeing Li Xiaoluo's eyes, Zhou Xiaotong came back to her senses and thought she seemed to have heard it wrong. Suddenly. However, the 2 of them had already been honest with each other and had no secrets, so it wasn't too awkward. Then Zhou Xiaotong sat obediently on the sofa next to Li Xiaoluo. She didn't know what Li Xiaoluo was going to do. Li Xiaoluo said to Zhou Xiaotong, don't be too surprised, and don't resist. Just choose to accept it. The contract process is actually quite simple. As long as Li Xiaoluo contacts the person he wants to contract with and then chooses the contract, the system will give a prompt. Ding, Zhou Xiaotong, the friendship level meets the requirements. Host, are you sure you want to recruit her as a contracted subordinate? Yes. After Li Xiaoluo recited in his heart, a voice suddenly sounded in Zhou Xiaotong's mind. Do you want to become Li Xiaoluo's contracted subordinate? You must not betray him after signing the contract, otherwise you will be wiped out. Zhou Xiaotong was stunned for a moment, then slowly said, I do. Chapter 40, the first day of the apocalypse, eat something good to commemorate. As soon as Zhou Xiaotong finished speaking, a mysterious light shot into Li Xiaoluo and Zhou Xiaotong's bodies, making the 2 of them suddenly have a different feeling, as if they were in perfect harmony and had a spiritual connection. Damn, the skills of this contracted subordinate are indeed not suitable for the contracted man, Li Xiaoluo thought secretly in his heart. Otherwise, thinking about the feeling just now, Li Xiaoluo would get goosebumps all over his body. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo now finally understood why the system required the friendliness level of the contracted person to be above 80. Because the person being contracted must also be willing, in the system's view, only those with a friendship level above 80 are likely to be willing on their own. However, in Li Xiaoluo's opinion, there is actually no shortage of ways to make people volunteer after the end of the world. I won't say much about these for now. After the contract was completed, Li Xiaoluo couldn't wait to check the system. The strongest Doomsday Shelter System. Lord, Li Xiaoluo. Level 1. Lord's Mansion, Longting No. 1 Villa, Wotanjiwen Community Building A, 36th floor. Innate ability, Eye of Exploration. Special ability, Space 2000 cubic meters. Contracted subordinates, 1-5. Energy points, 0. Shop, Level 1. It wasn't easy, but there was finally a change on the system panel, and there was a person under the contract. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have successfully contracted your first subordinate and taken the first step towards becoming the strongest lord. You are rewarded with a supernatural power enhancement scroll. Ha, not bad, I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Li Xiaoluo immediately checked the new reward of supernatural power enhancement scroll, wondering what good stuff it was. Superpower Enhancement Scroll, this item will only appear after the store is upgraded to level 2, and is priced at 10,000 energy points. Effect, after the host chooses to use a certain ability, the ability will be enhanced with different effects. Different abilities will have different enhancement effects. Nice one! Although the effect is not explained very clearly, this ability enhancement scroll is definitely a good thing. After all, the price is there. The Zhanzhan card that Li Xiaoluo had always dreamed of only required 1,000 energy points. How can something that's 10 times more expensive be bad? Besides, Li Xiaoluo doesn't have any energy points now, so anything that can be obtained for free is a good thing. Then, for this ability enhancement scroll, Li Xiaoluo now only has the space ability. So he had no choice but to use it directly on the space ability. Ding, the host uses a scroll of power enhancement on the spatial power, and the current space size increases tenfold. So cool! The size of the space has increased tenfold. The original space of 2,000 cubic meters has now become 20,000 cubic meters. But it's a pity, it would be better if this supernatural power enhancement scroll appeared earlier. In that case, Li Xiaoluo would definitely find a way to fill the entire space before the end of the world. But it's not too late now. Before the end of the world came, he had actually already made a plan. Li Xiaoluo not only has surplus supplies that he purchased and stockpiled, but now he has stored them all in the warehouse he rented. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo also conducted a detailed survey of all the key resource points in the city, including large supermarkets, tobacco companies, liquor trading companies, grain and oil wholesale markets, warehouses, gas stations, armed police bases, etc. Including the address and route of each resource point, and the specific situation, it will be convenient for him to go to Zero Buy to purchase goods. Now, it really comes in handy. Seeing Li Xiaoluo's sudden happiness, although Zhou Xiaotong didn't know what good thing had happened, she felt inexplicably happy in her heart. Boss, let me cook for you. Zhou Xiaotong stood up from the sofa. Although her cooking skills are limited to making breakfast, there is no takeout now and she can't eat out. Then she can only cook it herself. She can't let the boss cook for her. From now on, you can call me husband at home, and continue to call me boss in front of outsiders. It feels good to have a beautiful secretary. I want to continue experiencing it. Li Xiaoluo said to Zhou Xiaotong with a smile. Zhou Xiaotong blushed and responded softly, I know, husband. Li Xiaoluo nodded in satisfaction, and then said, okay, you don't have to cook, we have ready-made delicious food. Just clean up the coffee table and we'll eat here. Okay. Zhou Xiaotong didn't ask any more questions and immediately bent down to tidy up the things on the coffee table. Zhou Xiaotong is tall and wears high heels. When she bends down slightly, her beautiful legs wrapped in stockings seem to appear even longer, and this posture is really pleasing to the eye. Especially since Zhou Xiaotong was still wearing a short skirt, when she bent over, if Li Xiaoluo tilted her head a little more, she would be able to enjoy some different scenery. Fortunately, Li Xiaoluo is now calm and can resist the temptation. After Zhou Xiaotong tidied up the coffee table, Li Xiaoluo directly took out a bunch of delicious food from the space and filled the coffee table. There are king crabs weighing several kilograms, top-quality steaks, and various seafood, all with tempting braised flavors. In fact, although Li Xiaoluo has a large stock of delicious food,
he doesn't have much space for things like top quality steaks and king crabs, and he only has about 1,000 servings of each. Compared to the quantity of other delicious foods, which are at least several thousand or tens of thousands, it's really not much. But today is the first day of the end of the world, so I must eat something delicious to commemorate it.
Don't just stare at me. Sit down and eat. This is my spatial ability.
Otherwise, where do you think all the food and supplies I purchased earlier went? Looking at Zhou Xiaotong, who was dumbfounded, Li Xiaolua spoke. It is normal for ordinary people to have this kind of reaction when they encounter such a thing for the first time. Since Li Xiaolua had taken out the food, she naturally didn't want to hide it from Zhou Xiaotong anymore. After all, he is already a contracted subordinate and can be trusted absolutely. However, Li Xiaolua only talked about spatial abilities and did not mention anything about the system. There will be many people with special abilities in the future, but this system is unique to Li Xiaolua Scorpion Papa, and it is also his biggest secret. After Zhou Xiaotong sat down and digested this shocking information, Li Xiaolua took out 2 bottles of ice-cold snow beer from the space.
Come, let's have a drink.
Snowy weather is perfect for the name of snow beer. Zhou Xiaotong ate and drank with Li Xiaolua. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Zhou Xiaotong was really glad about her original decision. As long as she follows the boss, she will be happy in this apocalyptic world. Bite. At this time, Li Xiaolua's cell phone rang with a message. Li Xiaolua took out his cell phone and saw that it was a WeChat message from Li Xiaowei, who had knocked on the door earlier.
Li Xiaolua, why didn't you open the door just now? I know you live on the 36th floor now, and I've been keeping an eye on you these days.
I'm staying in room 1304 now.
Come down and see me. I need something from you.
After seeing this news, Li Xiaolua was stunned for a moment and couldn't help being speechless.
This family is so weird.
Originally, Li Xiaolua thought that Li Xiaowei came to him to discuss the house issue because of the natural disaster that happened today. I didn't expect that Li Xiaowei actually rented a house here and kept an eye on Li Xiaoluo all the time. I don't know if the nominal father and aunt followed. Li Xiaolua hopes that they will come too, so that she can appreciate their good life after the end of the world.
How boring it would be without some fun. Busy.
Li Xiaolua typed 2 words and sent them over.
Li Xiaolua, do you have any food? It's too cold to order takeout. Can you send me some food first? I can pay you later.
Li Xiaolua was originally going to put down her phone and not bother to pay attention to Li Xiaowei anymore, but after seeing the message sent by Li Xiaowei,
a sneer appeared on Li Xiaolua's lips. And send you some food? Who gave you the confidence to say that?
But Li Xiaolua felt that she was still very compassionate, so she sent him some food. Li Xiaolua took a few photos of the delicious food on the coffee table with her mobile phone, and then sent them directly to Li Xiaowei.
Chapter 41. Let Li Xiaowei know that he is really worse than a dog. Look, I don't eat much. I don't know when this awful weather will end, so I have to save some food. How can I have any extra food for you?
Li Xiaowei on the 13th floor was looking at the food pictures sent by Li Xiaolua.
He was so hungry that his saliva was watering.
In fact, even if he is not hungry now, he has never eaten many of the delicacies that Li Xiaolua posted, so how can he not be greedy? But Li Xiaolua's words made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood.
You call this running out of food? Also called saving some money? Damn, is that even human language?
Li Xiaowei was furious and sent another message to Li Xiaolua. Li Xiaolua, don't go too far.
It was your father who asked me to ask you for food. Do you want me to go find him and tell you in person? What? Is Li Wei starving with you now?
Then quickly send him the photo I sent you to satisfy his craving, you idiot. Li Xiaolua sent the last message, then threw his phone onto the sofa, too lazy to pay any more attention to this idiot. As for what Li Wei said to her personally, Li Xiaolua had already blocked his phone number and WeChat.
Don't want to disgust yourself.
Continue to enjoy the big meal with Zhou Xiaotong and drink ice-cold snow beer.
No matter what people outside think, Li Xiaolua's home is warm as spring now.
He ate expensive meals and was accompanied by beautiful women. His life was very comfortable. Of course, Li Xiaolua did not forget the 2 dogs at home, General and Corn, and prepared beef and chicken legs for them.
Although the general will be very powerful in the future, he is now a complete bootlicker. In order to show off in front of the Corn, he directly took the chicken leg from his food bowl and put it into the corn bowl. After seeing that the Corn was not disgusted, the general dog smiled like a crazy fangirl. Li Xiaolua was very disappointed with his friend. Dog liquor. And why does this operation look so familiar? But the general is lucky. Although he is a bootlicker, there are only 2 dogs in the family, him and Yumi, and he has no competitors at all. The situation where licking dogs never have a good ending will obviously not happen to it. By the way, take a few photos of your 2 dogs eating and send them to Li Xiaowei, so that he knows that he is really worse than a dog. After dinner, Zhou Xiaotong obediently made tea for Li Xiaolua and then cleaned up the garbage. Li Xiaolua obviously preferred her role as a secretary, so she continued to play that role. Even though she was the hostess, Zhou Xiaotong was very aware of her position and Li Xiaolua's personality. So she didn't think that being the hostess would allow her to control Li Xiaolua and make him listen to her. Li Xiaolua was drinking tea while listening to Douyin on her phone on the sofa. Anyway, I don't have to go to work in the future, so I just need to have fun every day. It has been several hours since the ice disaster occurred, and now the internet is full of related live broadcasts and short videos. Li Xiaolua randomly came across a male anchor whose name was challenged to live in the city on 100 yuan for a month. In the past, Li Xiaolua would definitely not be interested in such a live broadcast and would immediately swipe away when she saw the male anchor. Male anchors are not as good looking as those wearing black, red, or flesh-colored stockings. But now, I have it at home, and that pair of beautiful legs and stockings is absolutely top-notch. So Li Xiaolua is no longer interested in the vulgar fans on Douyin. Besides, with the temperature now dozens of degrees below zero, those who are trying every possible way to expose their bodies should stop. Hey guys, the 100 yuan city living challenge has now been declared a failure. I can't take it anymore, I really can't take it anymore. For the sake of my life, I have to go out and buy a cotton coat. I really regret it now. I was saving money to pay the mortgage and buy beautiful clothes for my girlfriend, and I even didn't want to install air conditioning. If I freeze to death, what will happen to my house and my beautiful girlfriend? Host, hang in there. You'll succeed in your challenge in 2 days. You've even drunk urine to save money, so why worry about a little cold? Just grit your teeth and persevere, and it will pass. I'll send you rockets then. Anchor, it's more dangerous outside than at home right now. I advise you not to go out. No matter what clothes you buy, it's the same as if you were wrapped in a blanket. Host, send me the address. If you leave, your home will be my home, and your girlfriend will be my girlfriend. Don't be polite to me. Li Xiaolua looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and smiled. Netizens are all talented people, and sometimes the comments are more interesting than the live broadcast. It's just like when Li Xiaolua reads a novel, sometimes the 99+ comments are more exciting than the novel. Li Xiaolua watched for a while and then changed to another live broadcast room. This live broadcast room was called the filial puppy from the countryside. My kind friends in the live stream room, my father just called me. He slipped and fell on the road near 130 Xinglin Road in Nanshur. He was seriously injured and can't stand up. I'm at home and can't leave. I'm begging any kind friends nearby to help me take my father to the hospital or the nearest clinic. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Anchor, you are such a filial son. You can't go out at home, so you ask others to go out and help you save your father? The above person is wrong. You should say, Anchor, you really are a dog. The name Gowa is indeed correct. Do you people still have any humanity or compassion? Did Brother Gowa do anything wrong? It's already difficult to go out in the current situation, so what's wrong with asking people nearby to help? Those crazy fans of Gowa upstairs, please stop whitewashing. If we remember correctly, Gowa's home is on Xinglin Road. He's from the neighborhood. Who else does he need help from? Everyone, please stop arguing. I think it's not a question of whether to help or not, but a question of whether you dare to help. Anyway, I respect anyone who dares to help an elderly person who has fallen as a hero. What you said above is also wrong. Now it's not a question of whether you dare to help, but whether you can help. You can go out and see. There are more and more people falling down and getting into car accidents on the streets. The officials are overwhelmed. What the above person said is right. Pictures speak louder than words. I'm on my way home now. Look everyone, there's another pileup of bumper cars in front of me. It's a horrific scene. So if you can find a place to stay there first, even if it means staying in your car. Don't rush to drive home. The road is slippery and there are many cars. The extreme low temperature may cause cars and people to malfunction. Driving on the road now is almost like committing suicide. Li Xiaolua swiped her hand and changed another live broadcast room.
This time it was a female anchor, and the live broadcast room was called Two Big Coconuts. Li Xiaolua counted on his fingers and found that this female anchor has connotation.
My dear family members, I'm the host of Two Big Coconuts. I don't have any food at home. Is there any kind-hearted person in the live broadcast room who can send me some food?
I'll treat him to coconut milk.
666. The host is so generous. Big Coconut Sister, I have food, but can I really drink coconut milk? Damn it, you guys are really careless. It's already this late, and you still have the mind to do this? Just wait until you can survive. What are you afraid of? The country has definitely taken action. We just need to wait for the disaster to pass.
Now, Douyin not only has official news, but also some real situations of ordinary people from all over the country.
Of course, some bad remarks will definitely be blocked.
Li Xiaolua didn't know that the owners in the community group were going crazy because of him. Chapter 42. Aunt Wang and Su Xiaoxiu's mother join forces.
Here's the thing.
Back to more than an hour ago, after Aunt Wang and the man with glasses were beaten by Li Xiaolua, they thought that Li Xiaolua would soon pay a heavy price. But neither of them expected that when they triumphantly followed the police to Li Xiaolua's home, a natural disaster of ice suddenly struck. Although everyone knew that Li Xiaolua was at home at the time, everyone, including the police, was almost frozen to death.
Moreover, the police received a temporary notice that they had more important tasks to deal with, so they left quickly.
So Aunt Wang and the man with glasses could only sigh at the door and then ran back home in shame. After returning home, Aunt Wang put on winter clothes and turned the air conditioner to over 30 degrees. Only then did she finally feel that she would not freeze to death.
But she definitely couldn't let go of the humiliation she suffered today.
She had already exaggerated the story and told it to her son and relatives from her mother's side.
At that time, she was thinking that no matter how the police convicted Li Xiaoluo, she would let her family teach Li Xiaoluo a lesson. After all, last time Li Xiaoluo almost let the dog bite her, and this time he even knocked out all her teeth. No matter how new or old the grudges were, even killing Li Xiaoluo could not make her feel relieved. But now the temperature has suddenly dropped, the police have left, and the help she found cannot come for the time being. Aunt Wang was so angry that she couldn't eat lunch. Before long, the community owners group became lively.
It turned out to be a notice from Director Ma of the Property Management Committee.
All residents, please take note.
We have received notifications from the Street Office and Community Committee that there has been a sudden drop in temperature and cold disaster prevention and control measures have now been initiated.
Everyone must pay attention to the following matters and not cause trouble for the country.
First, the weather is cold, so try to wear more clothes and take care of yourself. At the same time, electricity is very tight right now, so try not to turn up the air conditioner too high to save electricity and reduce the pressure on electricity.
Second, we must trust the country and the government.
They will definitely protect the lives and property of the people and properly arrange and regulate supplies. So, don't rush to loot supplies, and don't even think about taking advantage of this national crisis to profit. Third, do not spread rumors, do not believe rumors, and do not spread any rumors. As soon as Director Ma of the Property Management Committee sent out the message, a lot of people responded immediately.
Got it, trust the official. Receive.
Director Ma, I'd like to go out and stock up on some food, but who would dare to go out in this temperature?
At Sister Lu from the Property Management Committee, I'm just asking, if I go out to buy a few days' worth of food for a rainy day, does that count as looting? As long as people aren't hoarding large quantities of supplies and are just buying what they need for daily life, it naturally doesn't count as looting. Is anyone going out to buy supplies? Can you bring me some food? Message me privately, I'll definitely reward you handsomely.
At this time, Sister Wang was also at home reading the messages in the owners group. If it were normal, she would definitely be the first to reply to the message to show her enthusiasm and presence. However, she was beaten so badly by Li Xiaolua today that she might be the laughingstock of the whole neighborhood. How could she dare to show up? However, when Aunt Wang saw someone in the group at Sister Lu from the Property Management Committee, she immediately sent a private message to Sister Lu. Sister Lu from the Property Management Committee is none other than Su Xiaoxiu's mother. She works in the Community Property Management Committee and is also the deputy director. Su Xiaoxiu's mother originally lived in Aunt Wang's building, so when people in Aunt Wang's building had something to discuss in the group or privately, they would usually prefer to look for Su Xiaoxiu's mother, the deputy director, rather than Director Ma, the highest-ranking official in the Property Management Committee.
Aunt Wan, old Lu, did you know about Li Xiaolua beating someone up this morning?
Ms. Lu from the homeowners committee, Sister Wang, you know that my Xiaoxiao and Li Xiaolua have no relationship anymore. Don't come to me about Li Xiaolua beating you.
Aunt Wang was speechless. Can't we just not mention the fact that she was beaten?
Aunt Wang continued, Old Lu, I'm not here to cause trouble for you. I just want to point out that there are violent individuals in our community, black sheep.
Doesn't your homeowners committee do anything about it? Why do we pay for so many security guards?
And, Old Lu, to be honest, if that bastard Li Xiaolua hadn't said some nasty things about your Xiaoxiao today, saying that your Xiaoxiao was just a piece of trash he had played with and didn't want anymore, and that you shouldn't have anything to do with him anymore, I would have been so angry at him for treating and slandering a girl like Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, I wouldn't have meddled in other people's business. So, Old Lu, even though I won't cause you any trouble, you still have to deal with that Li Xiaolua, right?
Ms. Lu from the homeowners committee, Sister Wang, you didn't say that on purpose, did you? My Xiaoxiao didn't offend you.
Aunt Wang, Old Lu, how could I lie to you? Many residents of the community were watching at the scene, and they can all testify. When that man with glasses questioned Li Xiaolua said the same thing about your Xiaoxiao.
If you don't believe me, you can ask those onlookers.
I have a strong sense of justice and can't stand a scumbag like Li Xiaolua. If we break up, then we break up, but why humiliate your Xiaoxiao like this?
Ms. Lu from the property management committee.
Sister Lu from the homeowners committee was silent for a moment before she said, Sister Wang, let me say it again. My Xiaoxiao and Li Xiaolua have always been friends and have never been together.
How could there be a breakup?
As for what you said about dealing with Li Xiaolua, although Li Xiaolua's behavior is indeed illegal, he still needs to be arrested by the authorities. Our security guards of the property management committee cannot arrest people.
Aunt Wang, Old Lu, wasn't there an emergency at the time?
Li Xiaolua was about to be brought to justice, but the situation suddenly dropped drastically. The official manpower must have been busy maintaining order and disaster relief, so there was no one to arrest Li Xiaolua. But now is a special period, and a thug who threatens the safety of the people has appeared.
It's normal for your homeowners committee to control him first, right? Maybe you will be rewarded by the higher-ups later. Ms. Lu from the homeowners committee, Sister Wang, I won't pretend anymore. I also want to deal with Li Xiaolua.
But I'm just a deputy director and don't have that much power. So, you can just tell everyone about your situation in the group and let everyone know. I will also say a few words in the group and let Director Ma give the order.
Aunt Wang, okay.
In the owners group, all the owners are still discussing this natural disaster and what might happen next.
Then Aunt Wang said in the owners group.
At Director Ma of the Homeowners Committee, I firmly support the work of the Homeowners Committee and the decisions of the Subdistrict Office and the Community Residents Committee.
However, I want to report a matter.
Li Xiaolua, the former 12th floor occupant of Building A, beat me up in public at noon, causing me to vomit blood and knock out my teeth.
Is your Homeowners Committee not taking any action on this matter?
Ms. Lu from the Homeowners Committee, hey, although I watched Li Xiaolua grow up, I really want to talk to him this time.
No matter what, you can't hit someone, especially an old man.
But I also know what kind of person Li Xiaolua is. He's not a bad person by nature.
Sister Wang, can you forgive him this time and ask him to compensate? Otherwise, that child's life will be ruined.
Seeing Sister Lu from the Property Management Committee's performance of retreating to advance in the owners group, Aunt Wang was impressed. They are indeed masters. Aunt Wang, at Sister Lu from the Property Management Committee, Old Lu, I actually watched Li Xiaolua grow up, but today I feel like Li Xiaolua is possessed by a demon. It's okay that I got beaten up, although I was seriously injured, but at least I didn't die. But I'm really worried that Li Xiaolua will hurt someone else again, or even kill someone.
Chapter 43, I'm bored anyway, so I'll just tease these clowns.
After watching Douyin for a while, Li Xiaolua felt a little bored, and then saw that several WeChat groups were filled with 99+ messages. When Li Xiaolua opened the group chat of the owners, she found that the latest news was all about herself. Director Ma of the Homeowners Committee, at everyone, after research and decision by the Homeowners Committee, and in view of Li Xiaolua's special circumstances, we have decided to temporarily control him. I hope that if you see this news, you'll take the initiative to come to the Homeowners Committee and turn yourself in. If you do, we at the Homeowners Committee will try to mitigate your punishment. Li Xiaolua checked the messages in the group and saw that the first messages were all about the disaster. But after Aunt Wang told him about being beaten by her, and then Su Xiaoxiao's mother said a few more words, finally Li Xiaowe's speech brought things to a climax. It turned out that Li Xiaowei sent all the pictures that Li Xiaolua sent him of herself enjoying delicious food to the owners group.
This is outrageous, it's like stirring up a hornet's nest. Good job, Li Xiaolua. Not only do they beat the elderly, but they can also celebrate by eating and drinking at home.
The owners group was immediately filled with indignation, and everyone condemned Li Xiaoluo. Of course, the most important reason is that Li Xiaolua eats better than them.
This ice disaster came too suddenly. Many people who don't usually cook at home are still hungry. And I was cold and hungry.
Even though they turned the remote control at home to the point of breaking down and set the air conditioner to the highest temperature, the house was still getting colder and colder.
But Li Xiaolua, you are a criminal who beat people. How can you eat steak and king crab in the face of such a disaster? And you can see that he is wearing a short-sleeved shirt in the photo. They are all suffering. Why do some people live so comfortably? Even Director Ma of the Property Management Committee didn't want to meddle in other people's business. They didn't have the power to enforce the law, so arresting Li Xiaoluo might end up being a thankless task. However, after seeing Li Xiaoluo's life, he immediately changed his attitude. If they arrest Li Xiaolua at this time, the Property Management Committee will naturally have the right to reasonably distribute the food in Li Xiaoluo's home.
After reading what happened in the group, Li Xiaolua laughed. Since she was bored, it was actually quite fun to tease these clowns. Li Xiaolua, at Director Ma of the Homeowners Committee, may I ask which official department your Homeowners Committee is affiliated with?
And you're asking me to surrender myself to the Homeowners Committee?
Do you have a place to hold me? Director Ma of the Homeowners Committee said, Li Xiaolua, given your current mental state, we at the Homeowners Committee are doing this for your own good and the safety of all the owners in the community.
We hope you won't be so stubborn.
306 Lao Wang, that's right, dangerous elements like you, Li Xiaolua, must be controlled first, otherwise we won't dare go out. At Director Ma of the Property Management Committee, if Li Xiaolua doesn't surrender himself, then we can go to his house and arrest him.
If you don't have enough manpower, I can also help. 902 Master, you and me, first I beat up the old man, and now I'm eating and drinking at home. I'm totally inhumane.
I don't think there's any need to waste time talking to him. Let's go straight to Li Xiaolua's house and arrest him.
I can't wait.
404 Sister Zhao, I think we all live in the same neighborhood, so there's no need to be so extreme. At Li Xiaolua, if you want everyone to think you were just impulsive and truly want to change your ways, then just show everyone through your actions that you're not a dangerous person.
For example, you must have a lot of food stored at home.
If you share it with those of us who haven't had time to stock up, then everyone won't give you a hard time, and might even remember you for your kindness.
Li Xiaoluo, at Homeowners Committee Director Ma at 306 Lao Wang at 902 Mr. Yu at 404 Sister Zhao, I didn't hit anyone in the spur of the moment, so you really don't need to give me a chance to change. I'm at my home on the 36th floor, come and arrest me quickly, or I'll have to get ready for dinner soon. Hey, I have nothing to do right now. I've already thought of the dishes for dinner.
I'll make my favorite spicy crab first, then boiled fish, chicken, stir-fried beef, spicy lobster. I'll just make a few dishes and eat them.
Oh, right? You've seen the pictures Li Xiaowei sent, right?
I also have 2 dogs, and they need a change of pace tonight. I'll just cook 2 pounds of spare ribs and stew an old hen. Also, since you all like seeing photos of me eating so much, when my dog and I have dinner, I'll take a few more photos and post them in the group chat, so everyone can have new photos to quench their thirst. Li Xiaolua's words were a naked provocation, which made many people gnash their teeth in anger.
It also makes many people lose face. Especially Director Ma from the Property Management Committee.
Director Ma of the Homeowners Committee said, "This is outrageous. Li Xiaolua, you haven't repented after doing something wrong. You are simply lawless. You think that just because there is an emergency and the country has no time to deal with you, you can get carried away, right?
Well, there is still our Homeowners Committee. Our Homeowners Committee is the public servant of all the owners in the community. Let's see how we can eliminate this evil for the community this time."
306 Lao Wang, too arrogant.
I've never seen such an arrogant person before. Anyway, I firmly support the Homeowners Committee this time.
I think not only should Li Xiaolua be controlled, but he should also be severely punished when the time comes. 902 Master Yu, yes, we can't let the bad guys continue to be so arrogant. 505 Tiger's mother, although I didn't see the beating at noon with my own eyes, based on the arrogant words Li Xiaolua said in the group, I feel that arresting him is not unfair. Adley from 701, this time I finally feel that my property management fee was not paid in vain, and the Property Management Committee has done something good. Li Xiaolua smiled as he watched the criticism of him in the group. These people's faces were still pretty good now, but they were really disgusting in their previous life. In his previous life, Li Xiaoluo was a good young man. Considering that they were all neighbors, he helped many people in the community after the apocalypse. However, in the end, they drove him out of the community together. In this life, Li Xiaolua will watch them jump around carefully. Zhou Xiaotong next to him was massaging Li Xiaolua's shoulders attentively, and she naturally saw what Li Xiaolua was doing in the owners group. Now she finally understood why her boss spent tens of millions to renovate the house and build a safe fortress before the end of the world. It turns out that the boss knew this would happen. Zhou Xiaotong is not stupid either. Although the property management committee and many owners talk about being righteous and are waving the banner of justice for An Wang. But the real purpose is probably for the food in the photo. And this is only the first day. If this disaster lasts for a long time, as the boss said, what will those people who are short of food do? She couldn't even imagine it. However, Zhou Xiaotong was still a little nervous and asked, "Hubby, if the property management committee comes with tools, can our house really hold up?" People living in peacetime naturally have no idea about the so-called safe houses. Zhou Xiaotong only knew that with current technology, not to mention a house, even an entire building could be easily destroyed or flattened. Li Xiaolua smiled and gently pulled Zhou Xiaotong to sit on his lap. Holding Zhou Xiaotong's soft body and smelling her pleasant body fragrance, Li Xiaolua said calmly, "They may be here soon. Let's just watch the show together. You have to trust your husband. From now on, only we will bully others. No one else can bully us." Zhou Xiaotong's delicate cheeks were stained with a beautiful blush. What Li Xiaolua said was so domineering. She really likes it. Zhou Xiaotong is actually not the kind of girl who is obsessed with love. If another man said such words, she would just think that the man was pretending to be stupid. But her boss, Zhou Xiaotong, inexplicably believed every word he said. Because the boss is really mysterious and powerful. Awesome in every aspect. Chapter 44, Operation Li Hunt. After seeing Li Xiaolua's arrogance and ingratitude, Director Ma of the Property Management Committee was so angry that his bald head almost smoked. He originally didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing, but now he has become the most active one. Li Xiaoluo must be caught and locked up in the Property Management Committee office to reflect on his actions. After this disaster is over, he will be sent directly to the detention center. Otherwise, how can the Property Management Committee have any credibility in the future? How can I, as the director, still have any authority? Although the money of the Property Management Committee comes from the owners, its responsibility is to serve the owners of the entire community, and all owners are their breadwinners. But you guys took it seriously? Since ancient times, Haven Tea slogans always been shouted very loudly. If the Property Management Committee wants to deal with a certain owner, there are so many reasons. Moreover, Li Xiaolua was the one at fault this time, and now he has aroused public anger. It is what the people want for me to deal with him myself. So Director Ma immediately summoned several security guards from the property, and then called several male employees of the Property Owners Committee. He then privately contacted several enthusiastic owners in the owner group who had actively signed up to participate in the arrest of Li Xiaoluo. Soon, the team that captured Li Xiaolua had 15 members. As for An Wang and Su Xiaoxiu's mother, the instigators of this incident, they also actively participated as logistics personnel. When the time comes, they will be responsible for following behind the main force and be the first to witness Li Xiaolua's miserable appearance when he is captured. So, including An Wang and the others, the entire team to capture Li Xiaoluo reached a size of 17 people. This is because Director Ma felt that it was useless if there were too many people. It would be difficult to perform operations if there were too many people in the stairwells and rooms. Otherwise, his combat team would be even bigger. For the first time, Director Ma felt that whoever wins the hearts of the people will win the world. It really is a call that gets a lot of responses. In the past, the relationship between their Property Management Committee and the community owners was actually quite tense, and there would be minor conflicts from time to time. He didn't expect that this incident would greatly enhance his prestige. It was really an unexpected surprise. However, Director Ma probably didn't expect that this action would cost him his life early. He could have lived for a long time after the apocalypse. Not long after, all 17 people gathered in the Property Management Committee office. They were either wearing thick cotton clothes or had more than a dozen layers of clothes on. In short, they all looked as fat as national treasures. Even everyone's head was wrapped in clothes, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. But no matter how much they wore, they still kept breathing in the cold air and felt pain in their bones. In this kind of temperature, they can still run out so actively to deal with Li Xiaoluo. It really is difficult for them. But these people actually all have their own purposes. Needless to say, Aunt Wang and Su Xiaoxiu's mother, Aunt Wang now hates Li Xiaoluo to the core and only wants revenge. Although Su Xiaoxiu's mother didn't say that she hated Li Xiaoluo to the core, she wasn't much better. How could he, a waste abandoned by his own Xiaoxiu, have the nerve to slander her daughter? So this time she wanted to stomp Li Xiaoluo to death and make it impossible for him to turn over. In this way, Li Xiaoluo would never have the face to bother her daughter again. Then came the bald director Ma. He was envious of Li Xiaoluo's food at first, but later he was angry that Li Xiaoluo didn't listen to him as the director and even rebelled against him. As for the security guards, they still consider themselves employees and naturally obey Director Ma's orders. Finally, there are those few warm-hearted owners. In fact, there are thousands of owners in the owner group, and many people stand on the moral high ground to condemn Li Xiaoluo, but there are not many owners who actually sign up to catch Li Xiaoluo. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people can watch the fun, but if they are asked to meddle in other people's business, no one will do it. The reason why there are so many brave and warm-hearted owners is mainly because these people have no food at home, are already hungry, and are struggling whether to take the risk to go out and buy some food. But after seeing the situation online, it's too dangerous to go out now. First of all, the temperature outside is even lower, and according to the internet, the roads outside are icy and very slippery, and sometimes there are strong winds. There are many frozen bodies lying on the roads outside, and no one has collected them yet. Now everyone is trying their best to return home. Everyone thinks that if they wait at home for a few days, this disaster will be over. Secondly, Li Xiaoluo lives in a southern city, and the coldest time of winter in the past was not that cold, so many people's winter clothes at home are not too thick, and they don't have professional warm equipment. Anyone who dares to go out now is either mentally ill or a true warrior. Finally, the sub-district office and community committee have issued a notice that no one is allowed to hoard supplies, and even if they venture out, they may not be able to buy much food. Even if they manage to buy a lot of food at a high price, they may not be able to bring it home alive. So many owners would rather starve at home than take risks outside. But the feeling of hunger is not unbearable. However, Li Xiaoluo's story gave them hope. Since Li Xiaoluo broke the law, he must be arrested. And if he is arrested, then naturally no one will eat the food in his house. So it is reasonable to use this money to help everyone overcome the current difficulties, right? Besides, it is the property management committee that takes the lead. They are just enthusiastic citizens. When the disaster is over, if there is really a need to hold someone accountable, there will be someone to take the blame. The most they could do was take as much food as Li Xiaoluo had, and then return the same amount to Li Xiaoluo. In fact, Director Ma of the Property Management Committee has the same idea as these kind-hearted owners. Li Xiaoluo is just an ordinary property owner, not a vicious gangster. If they really want to arrest Li Xiaoluo, he can just send a few security guards to catch him. But the reason why Director Ma called so many people, including the owners, was so that if things got out of hand after the disaster, he could shirk responsibility because the law does not hold everyone responsible. The 17 people made full preparations as quickly as possible, such as bringing some equipment, including explosion-proof shields, security batons, pepper spray, etc. They even guessed that Li Xiaoluo might not open the door by herself, so they brought some tools and were ready to open the door violently. Then Director Ma named the team the Hunting Li Operation Team and even prepared a high-spirited pre-war speech. Director Ma, forget about the speech, let's get down to business. If we delay any longer, we'll all freeze to death. How will we control Li Xiaoluo then? That's right, Director Ma, food, no, catching the dangerous Li Xiaoluo is important. It's the same with your speech and the performance afterwards. Several male owners interrupted Director Ma directly. Not only did he come up with a name that sounded like shit, but he also came up with all these nonsense. Do you really think you, the director, are so awesome? Another owner directly said, Director Ma, if Li Xiaoluo is caught, it would be a waste to leave his food at home. Can I take some back for emergency use? Of course, I understand the law. I know that even if Li Xiaoluo has committed a crime, his food is still his. I just don't want it to be wasted. I'll buy it later. And me, I'll buy some too. Director Ma has long been interested in the food at Li Xiaoluo's house. Now that these owners have taken the initiative to offer it, he will feel more at ease when the time comes. Aunt Wang, who was standing nearby, still had enough food for a few days, so she wasn't too concerned about Li Xiaoluo's food. She was only concerned about Li Xiaoluo's fate, so she quickly and kindly reminded him.
Everyone, please be careful.
Li Xiaoluo might be a bit emotionally disturbed after a breakup. You'd better rush over and control him first, then we can talk about other things later.
Chapter 45 Li Xiaoluo, open the door quickly.
Oh, Aunt Wang, you don't have to worry about this. Even if so many of us go together, how can we not handle Li Xiaoluo? He doesn't have superpowers, does he? Even if Li Xiaoluo had 3 heads and 6 arms, it wouldn't be enough for so many of us to chop him down. That's right, with so many of us, even if one of us pees, we can drown Li Xiaoluo. Some of the enthusiastic owners who came this time were not good people in their daily lives, and some of them even got involved in fights a lot, so they didn't think this action was dangerous at all. And this time, they followed a public organization to beat people, and they were standing on the side of justice. They were even more excited, as if some repressed things were released. A group of people began to march towards Li Xiaoluo's house on the 36th floor.
Mom, are you really going to cause trouble for Xiaoluoga?
On the way, Su Xiuxiu's mother received a message from Su Xiuxiu on WeChat. Su Xiuxiu had just seen what was happening in the homeowners group chat and knew that many people were going to cause trouble for Li Xiaoluo. It seemed that even her mother was involved, so she quickly sent a message to inquire. Su Xiuxiu's mother immediately made an angry expression and said, "Xiuxiu, why are you suddenly so ignorant? Didn't you say last time that you had nothing to do with Li Xiaoluo anymore? Why are you still calling him brother Xiaoluo? Your Aunt Wang said that Li Xiaoluo ruined your reputation at noon, and now he has beaten someone and violated the law. He will definitely have to pay compensation, and he might even go to jail. You can't have anything to do with him anymore." Su Xiuxiu said, "Mom, do you believe everything that Aunt Wang says? Brother Xiaoluo is definitely not the kind of person who would say bad things about others behind their backs. Mom, come back quickly and don't go to Brother Xiaoluo's house to cause trouble for him. It would be even better if you could persuade others not to cause trouble for Brother Xiaoluo." Su Xiuxiu's mother, "Xiuxiu, is your brain frozen? Do you really want to reconcile with Li Xiaoluo again? I tell you there is no way, no window. You are my only daughter. Your father and I have worked hard to raise you. We originally hoped that you would study hard and make a name for yourself, but we can't do anything about your poor academic performance. But you must listen to me when it comes to finding a son-in-law. You must find a rich son-in-law." Su Xiuxiu, "Mom, do you think your daughter is stupid? If Xiaoluoga was still the same Xiaoluoga as before, I would definitely ignore him. But do you know what I saw that day? I saw Xiaoluoga driving out in a sports car." Su Xiuxiu's mother, "Li Xiaoluo has a sports car? That's impossible, right? We have been neighbors for so many years, how could I not know what his family situation is like?" Su Xiuxiu continued, "Mom, I originally thought the same as you, thinking I knew Xiaoluoga very well, but now I feel I was wrong. Xiaoluoga drives a sports car, not to mention that he might have borrowed it from a friend, or even rented it. And last time, Xiaoluoga brought a very tall and beautiful woman home to spend the night. You could also say that woman was crazy. But now Xiaoluoga dares to hit people casually. Does he have no confidence? And he eats top-notch steak and king crab for every meal at home. Don't you understand?" After hearing what Su Xiuxiu said, Su Xiuxiu's mother was really stunned. It seems to make sense. But when did Li Xiaoluo become rich? How could she not know? However, Su Xiuxiu's mother still said, "But my daughter, Li Xiaoluo beat someone and broke the law. It's not good for you to follow a criminal in the future, right?" Su Xiuxiu made a speechless expression. "Mom, does hitting someone mean anything to those rich people? Didn't you watch the news before? You know about the incident with Prince Wang beating someone up? The person who was beaten was very happy to settle the case because the compensation he received was something he could never earn in his lifetime." Su Xiuxiu's mother suddenly realized, "I was wondering, no wonder Li Xiaoluo was so fearless in beating people. But we're already in the elevator. It's too late to leave. What will Director Ma and the others think of me if I just leave like this?" Su Xiuxiu immediately said, "Mom, Xiaoluo lives on the 36th floor, so you should stay on the 35th floor. Just don't let Xiaoluo see you going there with Director Ma and the others." Su Xiuxiu's mother, "That's fine. Since I'm just a logistics person, I might as well suggest that they all stay downstairs on the 35th floor, and then your Aunt Wang and I will hide at the stairwell and not show up." Su Xiuxiu, "Okay, Mom, remember, we have to stand on Xiaoluo's side. I'll inform Xiaoluo right away, so he will definitely remember my kindness."
At Li Xiaoluo's house, Zhou Xiaotong's delicate face flushed red as she sat on Li Xiaoluo's lap. The boss seems to have a special liking for her long legs and always plays with them for a long time. Zhou Xiaotong had seen some articles online before, asking what part of a woman's body was most attractive to men. The answers were varied. Some said it was the buttocks, and some also said it was the legs, and there was even a phrase like legs playing with the ear. Zhou Xiaotong thought it was a bit perverted just thinking about it. But she never thought that her boss was such a person. Of course, Li Xiaoluo didn't do anything perverted with her beautiful legs. He simply likes her beautiful legs more than other parts of her body, so Zhou Xiaotong feels that her boss is definitely not a pervert, he just has different hobbies. But sometimes Zhou Xiaotong feels that her boss's hobby is very wear and tear on her stockings. Sometimes, you may have to use up several pairs of stockings in a day. Fortunately, the stockings she wore later were provided by her boss, otherwise Zhou Xiaotong felt that the money spent on buying stockings alone would make her bankrupt. Bang bang bang. Suddenly there was a loud banging sound at the door. And Zhou Xiaotong just couldn't help but offer a kiss at this moment. But the sound of knocking on the door brought Zhou Xiaotong back to her senses. She suppressed the heat in her heart and immediately wanted to leave Li Xiaoluo's arms. Don't move, ignore them for now, let's finish the kiss first. Li Xiaoluo had actually seen through the system a group of people coming up from the 35th stair. Moreover, each of them was carrying equipment, and there were quite a lot of them, so it was quite a big scene. However, in Li Xiaoluo's eyes, these people are not even small shrimps. There is no need to ruin his own good things for these little karamis. Li Xiaoluo, open the door quickly. This way you can be more respectable and don't force us to do it. The bald director Ma stood outside the door and shouted loudly with a proud look on his face. Unfortunately, no one responded to him. Inside the room, after a long French kiss, Li Xiaoluo pulled out her right hand. Then asked Zhou Xiaotong to tidy up her clothes. Then Li Xiaoluo had an idea, and the scene of Li Xiaoluo holding Zhou Xiaotong suddenly appeared on the electronic display screen outside the gate. Of course, Director Ma and the others outside the house all looked ferocious. The display screen inside the door also showed it, so Li Xiaoluo and Zhou Xiaotong could see it clearly. Chapter 46 High-Pressure Water Gun. Except for Li Xiaoluo, no one expected that the doors here were so advanced that they could even display high-definition images inside and outside at the same time. Especially Director Ma and others outside the room, when they suddenly saw the beautiful Li Xiaoluo in his arms, they felt so envious and jealous. This damn Li Xiaoluo. They originally thought that he was secretly enjoying delicious food at home, but they never expected that there was such a beautiful woman beside him. Look at that beauty's rosy and delicate face, tall figure, and a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in stockings. She is even more beautiful than a star. It's true that comparison makes one feel thief of frustration. Where did they lose? At this moment, everyone's desire to deal with Li Xiaoluo became even stronger. And he was going to teach this bastard a lesson. It would be best if someone accidentally killed his little Charlotte and let him show off. When Zhou Xiaotong saw so many people coming outside, she felt a little nervous, especially because some unspeakable things had just happened and her face was still red. And she even sat on the boss's lap, which was quite embarrassing. However, since the boss wanted to provoke the people outside, Zhou Xiaotong cooperated obediently. After all, she was dressed neatly and there was no exposure. Based on her understanding of her boss, he would definitely not let her expose even a single bit of her underwear. Oh, Director Ma has come to visit us. It's quite a big scene, and there are a lot of lackeys around. Li Xiaoluo hugged Zhou Xiaotong, and then waved to Director Ma outside the door. Director Ma, who was standing outside the door, was shivering with cold and fury. He shouted, Li Xiaoluo, you injured someone in public in the community at noon, and you still have this attitude? Do you really want to spend the rest of your life in jail? Li Xiaoluo, who are you calling a lackey? We are all caring people. We can't stand seeing a beast like you getting away with beating up an old man. Director Ma, why are you still talking to this guy? Just force the door open. We'll go in and teach him a lesson. That's right, Director Ma, stop talking nonsense and get this over with. Look at Li Xiaoluo, he's so comfortable in his short-sleeved shirt hugging a beautiful woman, while we're freezing like idiots outside. You've been talking nonsense to him for so long, and you're just playing into his hands. He must be calling us idiots in his heart. Director Ma stared fiercely at Li Xiaoluo on the electronic screen, then said in a cold voice with a righteous look on his face, okay, he asked for this, let's open the door violently. At Director Ma's command, everyone took out the tools they had prepared in advance, such as electric drills, sledgehammers, crowbars, etc.
A tall and strong owner, who looked very strong, said, "Get out of the way. I'm going to smash the lock off this door with 3 hammers." Anyway, he followed Director Ma from the Property Management Committee to cause trouble, so he didn't feel any pressure at all. So everyone made room for him. The tall man picked up the hammer and swung it hard at the door, muttering, 80. I don't know what his slogan means. Does it mean that if you smash the door, you have to pay 80 yuan for each hammer? Bang! After a loud bang, the tall man felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand due to the recoil. But the door of Li Xiaoluo's house seemed to have been tickled by him, and nothing happened, not even a trace was left. Li Xiaoluo opened her mouth and ate a grape that Zhou Xiaotong fed her at home, then looked at Director Ma outside the door and said, "Director Ma, why don't you get a few more people to smash it? You guys can test the quality of this door for me. I spent millions to have War Shield replace it. Today is a good time for you to inspect it for me. If the quality doesn't pass, I can ask War Shield to compensate me later." Millions of doors? Director Ma and the others outside the gate were stunned. Although they didn't want to believe it in their hearts, the gate did look very high-end. And after being hit hard by a hammer, it looked like there was no damage at all, so they seemed to believe it a little again. Fuck it, I don't believe it. Bang! 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 The tall man was so angry after hearing Li Xiaoluo's ridicule and seeing Li Xiaoluo enjoying herself in the room that he picked up the hammer and started smashing things around again. But soon, the tall man's strength was exhausted, and the door was still intact, without even a trace of deformation. In fact, if the gate of Li Xiaoluo's house is really the gate modified by the War Shield Group, although it is not so easy to be broken open by force, there will definitely be some damage. However, Li Xiaoluo's current Lord's mansion, including the gate, has been super reinforced to the level of being able to withstand nuclear bombs. How could it be destroyed by human power? The tall man, who was exhausted and panting, finally stopped, and then a dozen men looked at each other in confusion. When they came, they never thought that this situation would happen. I originally thought that it wouldn't take much effort, and even if I just scared Li Xiaoluo, he would open the door by himself. Then they beat Li Xiaoluo severely under the banner of justice and divided up the food in his house. But the reality is cruel. After they arrived, Li Xiaoluo first sprinkled a lot of dog food on them, and then they were left with nothing to show for it. Don't bully people like this. If a hammer can't break it open, use an electric drill. If we can't break down the door, we'll break down the wall. I just don't believe this place can be an iron wall. Director Ma is a leader after all, and he quickly recovered from his frustration. This time, he must not return empty-handed. So he immediately cheered everyone up. Rumble. Dong dong. Like Director Ma, no one else wanted to come here in vain. So everyone who had tools joined in, some smashing, some drilling, and they were busy as hell. But after a while of fierce operation, the results were nothing but stupid. It's not that they didn't work hard, it's just that the enemy was too powerful. Fuck, what kind of talent is this Li Xiaoluo? How rich did he have to be able to renovate the house so sturdy? I'm convinced. Everyone gave up completely. What's wrong? Director Ma, are you also short-lived? Inside the house, Li Xiaoluo watched the group of people who had worked in vain give up completely. He also stopped and let go of Zhou Xiaotong. Then Li Xiaoluo closed the display on the electronic screen of the door. Now that these free laborers have almost finished testing the safety of the Lord's mansion, it's time to give them some gifts. This is a weapon that Li Xiaoluo had prepared long ago, specially for this ice disaster. It is not only installed here, but also in Lord's Mansion number 1. This weapon is a high-pressure water gun. If you don't know what it is, you must have seen sprinkler trucks in the city, right? On some sprinkler trucks there will be people spraying water with a water gun, that is a water gun. However, Li Xiaoluo asked the War Shield Group to install high-pressure water guns, which are definitely much more powerful. And it has also been super enhanced by the system. At that time, Li Xiaoluo originally wanted to ask the War Shield Group for some real guns, but he didn't know whether the War Shield Group really couldn't get them, or whether it was the first time doing business with Li Xiaoluo and they didn't trust him and insisted that they couldn't get them. In the end, Li Xiaoluo chose to install a high-pressure water gun. In extremely low-temperature conditions, this high-pressure water gun can actually cause more damage to the enemy than real guns and bullets, and it is group damage. The only downside is that you can't carry it with you. Chapter 47. Oh no, Director Ma fainted from the cold. Director Ma and a dozen men outside the door had not left yet. They were very angry with Li Xiaoluo. Although they knew that they might not be able to break into Li Xiaoluo's house easily, they were still talking and thinking of ways. Director Ma, Li Xiaoluo is really too arrogant and domineering. He even said that we can't last long. Then let's show him how to last long. I have an idea. Let's send people to take turns guarding here. I don't believe he will never come out. Brother, sure, this method of yours won't work. Since Li Xiaoluo eats so much food in one meal, it proves that he must have stored a lot of food at home. How long do we have to wait here? 3 days or 10 days? By then, the cold weather might be over and the constables will come to arrest him. What's the point of us waiting here? Besides, in this weather, even if we don't wait outside, we can squat in the corridor. It's very cold. Who would be willing to wait? Hey, this idea really doesn't work. Who the hell is this Li Xiaoluo? Not only did he renovate the house to be so sturdy, but he also stockpiled a lot of food. Do you think he has too many enemies in the underworld, or does he have the ability to predict the future? I don't care what's going on with Li Xiaoluo. I just want to catch him and vent my anger. How about we use fire and smoke him out with smoke? Playing with fire? You might as well just call 119. I heard there's no house they can't get into. Just as Director Ma and the others were expressing their opinions, Li Xiaoluo had already stood on a chair and opened a special small window on the top of the door. Then he pointed the high-pressure water gun at the outside of the door. Fire! Li Xiaoluo shouted funny, then turned on the switch of the high-pressure water gun. Suddenly, a huge stream of water spurted out like flowers scattered by a fairy. This high-pressure water gun is said to be able to spray hundreds of meters away, and after being super-enhanced by the system, its power is increased tenfold. Moreover, the water flow is large, wide, and powerful. Director Ma and the others in the corridor were caught off guard by the spray. It was not until they were soaked and felt the biting cold that they realized what had happened. Damn, I'm freezing. Li Xiaoluo has no moral principles and actually resorted to sneak attacks. Holy crap, is this a mistake? Why did he install a water gun at Kai's house? Everyone, stop talking nonsense and run away. In fact, Director Ma had always been standing at the back, and he did not do anything himself when others were trying to score. When Li Xiaoluo used the high-pressure water gun to spray water, he was the first to react and turned around and ran away. But it was useless. Li Xiaoluo had a high-pressure water gun, and the Lord's mansion had enough water supply after being strengthened by the system, so the huge water curtain basically covered the entire corridor. Although Director Ma ran the fastest, he was still soaked. It's cold. It's so cold. The biting cold made Director Ma's teeth chatter. Although he ran fast and got the least wet, he was also the weakest among the group, so he was the one who was frozen the most. Soon, the remaining dozen or so people all fled in a panic to the stairs on the 35th floor, so that Li Xiaoluo's high-pressure water gun could not spray them. But at this moment, all of them were frozen and their faces turned purple. Until this moment, many people regretted their decision. Why the hell did they join in the fun? Even if you want food, can't you just go out and buy it tomorrow? You won't die from being hungry for a day. Aunt Wang and Su Xiaoxiu's mother, who had been hiding in the stairwell, were very grateful that they were logistics staff and did not go forward to join in the fun. Otherwise, given their physical condition, they would be soaked in such weather and would at least lose half their life, or maybe even die on the spot. Especially Su Xiaoxiu's mother, she is really grateful to her daughter now, otherwise she would have followed Director Ma and others. Aunt Wang was very grateful to Su Xiaoxiu's mother because it was she who persuaded Aunt Wang to just wait for the result at the stairs. At that time, Aunt Wang thought of the scene when Li Xiaoluo slapped her at noon, and she was indeed a little scared, so she agreed and planned to go out for revenge after Li Xiaoluo was controlled. But what's the point of taking revenge now? Completely annihilated. Oh no! Director Ma is frozen unconscious. Hurry up, everyone, hurry home. I feel like I'm almost dying. If you don't go home, I'm going to freeze into a popsicle. Boss, the War Shield Group is truly a conscientious enterprise. I originally thought spending tens of millions to renovate a house was too extravagant. But now looking at the effect, it's really worth it. Seeing that Director Ma and his group of more than 10 people outside were easily driven away by Li Xiaoluo and suffered a great loss, Zhou Xiaotong breathed a sigh of relief and was also amazed at this renovated house and the War Shield Group. Zhou Xiaotong really didn't expect the effect to be so good. However, Li Xiaoluo smiled. This was not the conscience of the War Shield Group, but the credit of his system. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the War Shield group is, the time given by Li Xiaoluo is too short and they won't be able to perform magic. The little trial just now made Li Xiaoluo feel very happy. Look at Zhou Xiaodong, who has a plump figure, skin as white as snow, and a face that is so beautiful that it is enough to charm people to death. Li Xiaoluo plans to do something that both of them enjoy to celebrate. Bite. Bite. But at this time, Li Xiaoluo's WeChat message kept ringing. In fact, it had been ringing before, and someone also called in a video call. However, Li Xiaoluo was playing with his legs before and then playing with a water gun, so he had no time to care about who sent the message. Li Xiaoluo took out her cell phone and found that the latest messages were all sent by Su Xiaoxiu. Brother Xiaoluo, I just saw the message in the owner group, and I'm so worried about your safety. Then I immediately asked my mom for information, and she said that Director Ma from the owners committee brought a dozen people and was about to cause trouble for you. Brother Xiaoluo, you'd better not open the door, otherwise they will definitely beat you, and they might even steal your food. Humph, Director Ma and the others are so abominable. Even if you, Xiaoluo, are a little bit wrong, they are just property people, serving us owners. What right do they have to arrest you, Brother Xiaoluo? Brother Xiaoluo, why don't you reply to my message? I'm really worried about your safety. Brother Xiaoluo, please reply to my message quickly. Otherwise, even if I don't have winter clothes, I will go upstairs to find you. I don't care if I get frostbitten, I just want to make sure that Brother Xiaoluo is not hurt. Looking at Su Xiaoxiu on WeChat, she would send me a message every 1 or 2 minutes, with words full of concern and anxiety. Li Xiaoluo really wants to vomit. But Li Xiaoluo felt something was wrong. What happened to this white lotus? If it were according to the situation in the previous life, this white lotus would only take the initiative to care about herself pitifully when the food at home was finished and Li Xiaoluo happened to venture out to get food. But the ice disaster has just begun, and the food in Su Xiaoxiu's house shouldn't be used up so quickly. Why did they change their attitude so early? Moreover, Li Xiaoluo remembered what the bootlicker man with glasses said at noon. Su Xiaoxiu had distanced herself from him recently, and also said a lot of good things about herself? Is this Su Xiaoxiu conveying her message through the man with glasses? Li Xiaoluo smiled. It seemed that because of the butterfly's wings, some things had changed slightly. But it doesn't matter. The fate of Su Xiaoxiu and the others will definitely change. In this life, Li Xiaoluo wants them to experience the cruelty of the end of the world. Chapter 48. Su Xiaoxiu also experienced the feeling of being a dog. After the complete failure of Hunting Li operation, Su Xiaoxiu's mother certainly did not go to work at the property management committee, so she went straight back home. When Su Xiaoxiu saw her mother come back, she immediately asked, "Mom, why did you come back so soon? Director Ma and the others didn't do anything to Xiaoluoga, did they?" Su Xiaoxiu's mother came into the room breathing heavily. After hearing what Su Xiaoxiu said, she said angrily, "You damn child, why don't you care whether your mother and I are okay?" Su Xiaoxiu laughed and said, "Oh my god, there are so many of you looking for trouble with Brother Xiaoluo, and you are a logistics staff, how could anything go wrong?" Su Xiaoxiu's mother said with lingering fear, "Xiaoxiu, this time it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't reminded me suddenly, I would have been in trouble." Su Xiaoxiu suddenly became curious and asked, "Mom, what happened?" So Su Xiaoxiu's mother told her what happened in general. It started from when Director Ma brought a dozen men to the door of Li Xiaoluo's house and made a violent move, but in the end they couldn't even get in. Then Li Xiaoluo suddenly took out a high-pressure water gun and started shooting, and Director Ma and the others all became drenched. In the end, Director Ma even fainted from the cold. As for how Director Ma and the dozen men finally got back, and whether they could return safely, Su Xiaoxiu's mother had already gotten off the elevator and naturally didn't care. Anyway, she felt that the situation would definitely be very bad. It is certain that many people will catch a cold, and some may not even survive it. After hearing this, Su Xiaoxiu was amazed. How could Li Xiaoluo suddenly become so powerful? After Su Xiaoxiu's mother finished speaking, she suddenly asked, "Xiaoxiu, didn't you say you wanted to remind Li Xiaoluo? Didn't he report the situation at the scene to you?" Su Xiaoxiu frowned. I sent him many reminders and caring messages, but he didn't reply to any of them. When was it that the ones who kept asking about her well-being were her bootlickers and backup guys, and Li Xiaoluo was one of them? But she never expected that just a few days later, everything would turn around. She became the one who kept asking Li Xiaoluo about his well-being and always looked at her phone waiting for Li Xiaoluo to reply. Su Xiaoxiu's mother immediately said with an ugly expression, "Xiaoxiu, it seems that Li Xiaoluo, that ungrateful wolf, has really changed his heart.
Do you know that there is a beautiful woman by his side?
Su Xiaoxiao said irritably, humph, that woman is just a slutty vixen.
So what if she's pretty?
I don't believe that the relationship between Li Xiaolua and I over the years can't compare to hers. I will definitely snatch brother Xiaolua back and make him treat me and me alone well. Su Xiaoxiao naturally knew that there was a beautiful woman beside Li Xiaolua. She had seen her last time. However, when Su Xiaoxiao saw Zhou Xiaotong for the first time, she did not regard Zhou Xiaotong as a competitor at all.
She even thought that Zhou Xiaotong must be mentally retarded. Otherwise, how could she, who was so beautiful and elegant, fall for Li Xiaolua?
But when Su Xiaoxiao found out that Li Xiaolua had a sports car, and analyzed today that Li Xiaolua was really rich, she became very dissatisfied with Zhou Xiaotong. Especially now that Li Xiaolua was so cold towards her and had been ignoring her messages, she didn't want to blame Li Xiaolua, and she hated Zhou Xiaotong, that vixen, even more in her heart. Su Xiaoxiao felt that if it weren't for Zhou Xiaotong, given Li Xiaolua's feelings for her, she only needed to act pitiful and stir up some emotions, and she and Li Xiaolua would definitely reconcile soon. Su Xiaoxiao's mother didn't know what to say for a moment. She had always wanted her daughter to marry a rich man so that she could live a good life without worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. But she never expected that the richest person around her was Li Xiaolua, whom she had always looked down upon. Moreover, after discovering that Li Xiaolua was a hidden rich man, her family should have been very happy. After all, the relationship between their daughter and Li Xiaolua had always been quite ambiguous. But who would have thought that she would find out that Li Xiaolua was a rich man only after her daughter had distanced herself from him?
Why? Su Xiaoxiao's mother sighed inwardly, how annoying, what went wrong?
Okay, Xiaoxiao, don't worry about Li Xiaolua for now. We only have enough food and water at home for 1 or 2 days.
Put on all your most cold-proof clothes. We will go out and get more supplies when the time comes.
Su Xiaoxiao was shocked and said, Mom, it's so cold now, there's a strong wind outside, and the road is icy and slippery.
Should we go out? And didn't your property management committee issue a notice prohibiting people from rushing to buy and hoard supplies?
Su Xiaoxiao's mother smiled and said, silly daughter, many notices are for ordinary people. I am the deputy director of the property management committee after all.
What's wrong with stockpiling more supplies in this situation? If anyone finds out, we can just say it was purchased by the property management committee. And we don't have to go outside the community.
There's the Huiman supermarket downstairs in our community. I've already contacted the supermarket owner and asked him to prepare some food and supplies for me.
We can go get them when the wind is not so strong.
Su Xiaoxiao nodded and sighed, Mom, it's better for you to have the rights. Su Xiaoxiao's mother laughed and said, forget it. I, your mother, don't have any authority at all.
I can only control our community and the shops there. Outside of our community, I'm nothing.
Although Su Xiaoxiao's mother said this, she was still quite satisfied with her identity.
After all, she had some power.
And Wang also returned home at about the same time as Su Xiaoxiao's mother. After all, they lived upstairs and downstairs. After Aunt Wang opened the door, she found that her son Wang Changlong had returned safely, and her depressed mood immediately became happy.
Son, you didn't run into any danger when you came back, did you?
I saw on Douyin that it's really dangerous out there right now, and it seems many people have died.
You shouldn't have risked coming back. You could have just stayed in the company for a day or two.
Wang Changlong looked at Aunt Wang, swallowed his saliva in fear and said, Mom, please stop talking.
I almost died on the way and couldn't come back. Aunt Wang suddenly became nervous.
Her son was everything to her.
She quickly asked with concern, Son, what happened? Are you okay?
Wang Changlong said, the extreme rainfall and temperature drop at noon were really weird. I don't know how long this weather will last, so I think it's safest to go home. But I never expected that when I was about to reach our community, my car broke down and hit the greenbelt. Fortunately, I was driving very slowly at the time and no one was injured. Then I saw that it was only about a 20-minute walk from our neighborhood, so I decided to walk back. But I didn't expect the icy road to be so slippery, and there were strong winds at times. I fell several times in that short distance, but luckily it was just some bruises, nothing serious. Aunt Wang was terrified when she heard this, but she finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the last part.
Son, thank goodness God has blessed you and you're all right. If anything had happened to you, I wouldn't be alive either. I'd definitely be bullied to death by that Li Xiaolua in the future. Wang Changlong's face suddenly turned extremely ugly.
Mom, I heard the news that Li Xiaolua beat you.
Damn it, Li Xiaolua is really capable. he dared to beat my mom. Don't worry, I will make him kneel down and kowtow to you to apologize. By the way, didn't the property management committee go to arrest Li Xiaolua? Where are they holding Li Xiaolua now? Chapter 49, Disappearance of Director Ma. The second day of the ice disaster. Li Xiaolua knew that starting from today, heavy snow would fall all over the world. To be exact, it started snowing last night. When everyone wakes up in the morning, they will find that the world is only white, and the snow is almost 1 meter deep. Those who were afraid to go out yesterday will find it even more difficult to go out today. And starting from today, power outages will occur in various places, followed by water outages. At that time, those who are not well prepared will feel like they are entering hell, and people will really start to panic. Li Xiaolua already knew the daily natural disaster situation clearly, so he didn't have to pay attention to the official news and the gossip in the WeChat group like other people. Li Xiaolua was in a warm house, and slept soundly last night with Zhou Xiaotong in her arms. It was already bright outside, but Li Xiaolua was still dreaming. In the dream, Zhou Xiaotong, who transformed into a female warrior, used all the knowledge that Li Xiaolua taught her in order to defeat Li Xiaolua. However, Li Xiaolua's body, which had been strengthened by the system, was no longer the wuxia Aman of the past. I thought he was the same person he was in those days before the apocalypse. Back then, to save face, he always worked overtime. Then I almost had to move to another place to avoid the limelight. Li Xiaolua laughed at Zhou Xiaotong's arrogance in her dream. But Zhou Xiaotong in the dream was also very unconvinced and insisted on competing with Li Xiaolua. So as a secretary, she became more serious and responsible. I don't know how long it took. Damn, why does this dream feel so real? Hiss. It feels quite nice. In a daze, Li Xiaolua woke up in the coolness, and then she felt that the feeling of niceness became more real. After opening his eyes, Li Xiaolua immediately found something wrong. There was a bulge under the quilt. Li Xiaolua directly lifted the quilt and her eyes happened to meet Zhou Xiaotong, who raised her head. Good guy. Zhou Xiaotong probably didn't expect Li Xiaolua to suddenly lift the quilt. She immediately looked like a child who was caught eating, and her delicate eggs turned red. Zhou Xiaotong, who usually has a plump figure, is tall, dignified and has outstanding temperament, but sometimes she blushes easily. However, she looks more charming every time she blushes. Wow, is the beautiful secretary so proactive now? He even secretly took advantage of me sleeping. It's simply very good. This spirit is commendable and should be encouraged more. Tong Tong, you did a great job. This wake-up call is excellent. Keep it up. Zhou Xiaotong blushed and immediately ran to the bathroom to wash up. Li Xiaolua also got out of bed and followed him into the bathroom. It was unknown whether anything else happened between the two of them in there. Li Xiaolua can only say that men are really energetic in the morning. It ignites at the slightest touch. Work diligently. Tireless. After Li Xiaolua and Zhou Xiaotong finished washing up, Zhou Xiaotong went to prepare breakfast, which she was quite good at. Especially fried eggs, I have to fry a lot every time. Li Xiaolua came to the balcony window, and the world outside was basically white. Even the cars on the roadside were almost buried in the snow. Li Xiaolua took out her phone and looked at it. The atmosphere on Douyin today was more anxious than yesterday. After all, yesterday was the first day of the ice disaster, and many people felt that this extreme weather would not last long. So even if you don't stock up on food, it's not a big deal to go hungry for a day. And yesterday it was just a drop in temperature and icy roads, so if you want to drive out, there should be no problem as long as you are brave enough. But when I woke up today, everything changed. Who has ever seen snow in the south in summer? And the snow is so thick. Perhaps this situation has never occurred in the history of China. With such thick snow, it is very difficult for people to walk out, let alone drive out. In addition, it is snowing so heavily now that it is obviously not possible to return to normal in a short time. What if they don't have enough food at home? What should I do if my warm clothes are not thick enough? If they could hold on for one day, they could barely hold on, but now they are about to collapse. In fact, since last night, many people have not been able to sleep at night. Because they found that the air conditioning in the room could no longer keep away the cold. Some people even worry about their jobs and what to do with their mortgages. The internet is full of complaints and pessimism. Of course, what is even more pessimistic is the reports from mainstream news media.
According to the latest statistics from the CBB in the United States, as of 9 o'clock this morning, the death toll from the extreme freezing weather in the United States has exceeded 1 million. Ordinary people frozen stiff can be seen everywhere on the streets of the United States, and the government has been shut down. At the same time, we are also looking at Pakistan. Due to the extremely low temperatures, the transportation of humanitarian supplies has become more difficult, and countless refugees have been frozen to death in the ruins. Our country's disaster relief headquarters has released the latest update on this cold snap. Official data indicates that the lowest temperature has reached 60 degrees Celsius, with some areas even reaching 65 degrees Celsius. However, under the unified management of the headquarters, the overall situation is currently under control. When seeing the data in the news, everyone intuitively felt the power of this disaster. For example, in many foreign countries, more than 1 million people died just yesterday. The country's disaster resistance can be said to be the strongest in the world, but many people must have died. It's just that the specific figures have not been announced yet. So today, whether online or in real life, everyone is very depressed. But the depression and death data on the internet have nothing to do with Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo casually took out a bottle of iced drink from the system space, unscrewed the cap and took a sip, feeling refreshed. Li Xiaoluo looked at WeChat again, and basically all the group messages were 99+. Then Li Xiaoluo saw someone at him in the owners group again. Wang Changlong, at Li Xiaoluo, are you going to keep pretending to be dead? I can put aside the fact that you hit my mom, but many families in the neighborhood are out of food right now. There are elderly people among them, even children who are only a few years old. You have so much food at home, how can you not help them? Li Xiaoluo took a look and found that in the morning a woman said in the owners group that she had no food at home. She had been hungry all day yesterday and was really hungry today. She had originally planned to go out to buy some food today, but she never expected that the door would be blocked by heavy snow. It's hard to go out now, and it's even harder to bring food back. So the woman asked for help in the homeowners group, hoping that if anyone had stored a lot of food, they would share some with her. After all, she is a woman. The men in the owners group will not watch her starve, right? If it hadn't snowed so heavily, she would have just posted a status on WeChat Moments and a bunch of people would have sent food to her home. But what the woman didn't expect was that this time, she not only didn't get any help when she asked for help in the owners group. Instead, it attracted a lot of people to follow suit, and everyone said they had no food at home. Some people said they were suffering from stomach problems due to hunger, some elderly people fainted from hunger, and some even lost their milk supply to their babies. In short, each one is worse than the other. But in this situation, no one is a fool. Who would give food from home to others? And those who say they are hungry may have a house full of food. The owners who did not receive help then at Director Ma of the Property Management Committee. After all, it was he who issued the notice yesterday saying people should not go out or rush to buy and hoard supplies. Now that everyone is having difficulties, shouldn't he, as the director of the Property Management Committee, think of a solution? But I don't know what happened to Director Ma today. He hasn't said anything in the group. Just when everyone was scolding Director Ma for being a coward when something happened, Wang Changlong sent a message to the owners group. Everyone knows you've stockpiled a lot of food. I'm making a decision for my mom here. If you give 2/3 of your food to those who are starving, I won't hold you legally responsible for beating my mom. Chapter 50 Li Xiaoluo digs a hole. As soon as the news about Wang Changlong came out, it immediately attracted a lot of praise from the owners. 503 Yi's mother, Auntie Wang is such a good person, and she raised such a good son. I want to thank Jackie Chan on behalf of my little Yi. You saved my little Yi's life. Teacher Lu 604, Auntie Wang and her son are both such kind-hearted people, yet someone still beat her up. Sigh, this country's education system still needs improvement. 702 Wang Chang, at Li Xiaoluo, if you're a man, say something. You should be thankful that the rule of law saved you. Otherwise, if your actions had happened decades ago, you would have been beaten to death by everyone yesterday afternoon. 807 Purple Grape, at Wang Changlong, brother, can you give me some food when the time comes? I'll trade you some grapes, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Ms. Lu Su Shoushou's mom from the homeowners committee, at everyone, let me be fair. Li Xiaoluo, and Wang, and I are all neighbors. Li Xiaoluo is actually a very nice kid and very helpful. He probably hit someone yesterday because something happened to him and he acted impulsively. And it's said that this matter is related to my Shoushou. There was a man with glasses who kept pestering my Shoushou, but my Shoushou never paid any attention to him. Then, he probably saw that Li Xiaoluo and my Xiaoxiu had a good relationship, so he took his anger out on Li Xiaoluo. Aunt Wang was also kind at the time, so some misunderstandings occurred. To be honest, this matter is somewhat related to my daughter Xiaoxiu, and I am the deputy director of the Property Management Committee. I really hope that this matter will not get out of hand. If Aunt Wang can forgive Li Xiaoluo, I can even pay for Aunt Wang's medical expenses. So, Xiaoluo, since your Aunt Wang took the initiative to propose reconciliation this time, and it's not a difficult condition to fulfill, listen to your Aunt Lu, let us take out some food, and this matter will be over. Wang Changlong was laughing proudly at home. This was actually all his plan. Or it could be called an open conspiracy. He deliberately pretended to be generous and said that as long as Li Xiaoluo took out the food, he would not hold Li Xiaoluo responsible for beating his mother. In fact, how could he let Li Xiaoluo get away with it so easily? Yesterday, Wang Changlong learned from his mother that Li Xiaoluo had built a turtle shell, so no one could enter Li Xiaoluo's house. Furthermore, Li Xiaoluo had installed a high-pressure water gun at home, which was very despicable. Even if Wang Changlong wanted to vent his anger on behalf of Aunt Wang, he wouldn't be so foolish as to go to the 36th floor to cause trouble for Li Xiaoluo again. So he came up with a plan. He wanted to lure Li Xiaoluo out of the house by herself. As long as Li Xiaoluo falls into the trap and expresses his willingness to hand over 2/3 of the food, he will definitely open the door and take out the food, and then he can catch Li Xiaoluo. Even if he didn't cause trouble for Li Xiaoluo at that time, would those people, including Director Ma, who were sprayed with a high-pressure water gun by Li Xiaoluo yesterday, let Li Xiaoluo go? Of course, if Li Xiaoluo dared to say that she was unwilling to hand over the food in her home, Wang Changlong would also be happy. Because if that happened, Li Xiaoluo would offend many people in the community, and then he would definitely become a rat crossing the street that everyone would shout and beat. Li Xiaoluo looked at the message in the group and didn't expect that after beating the old one, and Wang, the young one, Wang Changlong, would come out today. And Su Xiaoxiu's mother said a lot in the owners group, and she was actually speaking for herself? It's also rare. Bite. Su Xiaoxiu, Brother Xiaoluo, take a look at the messages in the owner group. Brother Xiaoluo, I've discussed this with my mom, and she thinks it's in your best interest to agree to Wang Changlong's terms. Otherwise, if Aunt Wang really wants to investigate, you might end up in jail. Brother Xiaoluo, I begged my mother for a long time. My mother said that if you are worried that you will go hungry after handing over the food, our family stockpiled a lot of food yesterday. If you really need food later, my family can share some of the food with you. Looking at the series of messages sent by Su Xiaoxiu, Li Xiaoluo was a little curious. What happened between this mother and daughter? However, Li Xiaoluo suddenly thought of a fun idea, so Li Xiaoluo replied to Su Xiaoxiu, are you really willing to lend me your food? Su Xiaoxiu, happy. Brother Xiaoluo, you finally replied to my message. Brother Xiaoluo, don't worry, as long as you are safe and sound, I am willing to do anything. Li Xiaoluo replied to Su Xiaoxiu, very good. Then Li Xiaoluo sent a few messages directly to the homeowners group, at everyone, I accept Wang Changlong's suggestion. Anyone who needs food can go to the home of at homeowners committee sister Lu Su Xiaoxiu's mom on the 12th floor of Building A. Her daughter has agreed to lend me food to help me through this difficult time. Also, now I know that Aunt Wang and her son are truly kind people. They are so helpful, so selfless, and so concerned about the suffering of the public. So, if everyone goes to Sister Lu's house from the homeowners committee to get food and there are still people who are short of food, then I suggest everyone go to Aunt Wang's house to get some. Firstly, Aunt Wang and her son were so generous. They didn't want the food I gave them as compensation, but gave it to everyone else. This means they must have a lot of food stored at home. Secondly, they are so kind-hearted. They definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch someone die. As soon as Li Xiaoluo sent out several messages, Su Xiaoxiu's mother and Aunt Wang and her son were so angry at home that their teeth were itching. Even Su Xiaoxiu was confused. She didn't expect Li Xiaoluo to do this. This was not what she meant when she privately told Li Xiaoluo about borrowing food. She just wanted to win Li Xiaoluo's favor, and only gave food to Li Xiaoluo, but she didn't say she would give food to everyone in the community. At the same time, the owners group also exploded. 503 Ya's mother, at Li Xiaoluo, do you have any conscience at all? Sister Lu from the homeowners committee was kind enough to speak up for you, but you asked us to take her food? Aunt Wang and her son were kind enough to forgive you for hitting someone, but you mocked them instead? 604 Next door Lao Wang, damn, this really broadens my horizons. There are actually such shameless people. They are role models for our generation. 705 Air Guzi, everyone has their own responsibility.
You have to take out the food. Don't blame Sister Lu and Aunt Wang from the homeowners committee.
If you don't take it, I counted it earlier, and there are at least 100 people in the homeowners group who have nothing to eat. Just imagine the consequences of 100 people going to your house and smashing down your door.
Countless messages were basically condemning Li Xiaoluo.
However, Li Xiaoluo didn't feel anything about the condemnation and threats in the group. He simply said in the homeowners group chat, at everyone, first of all, I borrowed the food from Ms. Lu from the homeowners committee. They themselves agreed to lend it to me. There are chat logs to prove it. No matter how much food any of you take, when the time comes, tell us the price of the food in the group chat, and I will directly convert it into double the money and return it to Ms. Lu from the homeowners committee.
If anyone thinks they don't have enough food at home, then don't go and take it.
Or if anyone thinks they have the ability to snatch food from my house, I also welcome everyone to come and grab it.
I promise that you won't bear any legal responsibility.
Then, Li Xiaoluo copied the video from the surveillance system of Director Ma and a dozen people violently breaking down the door at his house yesterday, and ended up being soaked to the skin, and sent it to the owners group. After watching this video, Li Xiaoluo believed that those people in the owners group who were full of morality and justice would know whether they should come to their own homes to find food or go to Su Xiuxiu and An Wang's homes when they were starving.
Chapter 51. You guys can continue to be dissatisfied. Ding ding ding.
Li Xiaoluo's WeChat messages kept ringing, basically all from Su Xiuxiu and Wang Changlong. Su Xiuxiu, brother Xiaoluo, please retract what you said in the owner group.
My mom is really angry. Su Xiuxiu, brother Xiaoluo, how could you do this?
My mother has been kindly speaking up for you in the owner group yesterday and today. If you don't have food in the future, we are willing to share it with you, but why did you betray us? Su Xiuxiu, brother Xiaoluo, I know I made you unhappy a few days ago. But when I saw you with another woman, I realized that I really like you and I can't live without you in this life. Brother Xiaoluo, let's make peace and stop hurting each other, okay? Looking at the large number of messages sent by Su Xiuxiu, Li Xiaoluo casually read a few of them and lost interest in reading any further. Then Li Xiaoluo casually replied to Su Xiuxiu, tell your mother not to be really angry to death, otherwise she won't be able to experience the excitement later. Su Xiuxiu had been waiting for Li Xiaoluo's reply on the phone, so she read Li Xiaoluo's reply as soon as possible. But after watching it, Su Xiuxiu looked a little distraught and her face looked ugly. Su Xiuxiu's mother also came over and saw Li Xiaoluo's reply message. Suddenly, he said in anger, Xiuxiu, do you see clearly now? You have always been obsessed with Li Xiaoluo, but Li Xiaoluo doesn't have you in his heart at all now. And he may even be resentful. He wants to kill us, mother and daughter. Su Xiuxiu couldn't accept it and said, Mom, how could this happen? Li Xiaoluo was so good to me before, how could she suddenly become so heartless? It's not that Su Xiuxiu likes Li Xiaoluo so much, but she can't accept being treated so cruelly by a man, and this man is her former spare tire. Su Xiuxiu's mother said coldly, that was because Li Xiaoluo pretended too well before.
He is actually an ungrateful person with a dark mind.
He didn't know when he suddenly became rich, and he might not like you anymore.
He might even think you are a stain on his past.
He won't look back at this kind of man, and there is no possibility for you and him anymore. Su Xiuxiu nodded and agreed with her mother's statement. Then Su Xiuxiu's eyes revealed a hint of viciousness and she said, Mom, since Li Xiaoluo humiliated me so much and wanted to kill us, we must not let him go. Su Xiuxiu's mother sighed. There are not many people in our community who don't want to let Li Xiaoluo go. But what is the use? If Li Xiaoluo dared to come out, he would have been beaten to death and locked up. But he has been staying at home and not coming out. What can we do? What I'm most worried about now is how to keep the food at home. Otherwise, if someone comes to steal our food, our door won't be able to block it, and we might get hurt. Su Xiuxiu was unconvinced and said, Mom, that's all Li Xiaoluo's nonsense in the owner group.
We didn't promise to give anyone food, and they dared to break into people's homes? That's illegal. And our family is full of women.
Su Xiuxiu's mother slapped her forehead. Girls nowadays are too self-righteous, and her daughter is the same. They always think that everyone has to revolve around them at any time. Of course, the rich are an exception. When facing rich people, they can swallow their anger. Just like after knowing that Li Xiaoluo is super rich, even though Li Xiaoluo's attitude had always been bad, Su Xiuxiu was willing to lick his boots. Su Xiuxiu's mother knew that under Li Xiaoluo's inducement, those hungry people would not care about breaking into private houses. Li Xiaoluo didn't care what Su Xiuxiu and her daughter thought, and then looked at the message sent by Wang Changlong.
Wang Changlong, Li Xiaolua, is this your attitude towards reconciliation?
If you continue to be so shameless and insincere, don't blame me for not remembering our past friendship.
Wang Changlong, Li Xiaolua, it's not too late for you to regret now.
As long as you have a positive attitude and share some of the food at home.
Wang Changlong, Li Xiaolua, my patience is limited. I'll give you a minute to think about it. Wang Changlong, Li Xiaolua, have you seen my message? If you have, please let me know.
Li Xiaolua replied with one word, squeak.
Wang Changlong was furious. Li Xiaolua, you.
Li Xiaolua, Wang Changlong, stop sending me spam messages and draining my phone's memory.
My attitude has always been clear.
If you want food from my house, come to my house and get it.
Take your time.
Li Xiaolua wants to destroy Su Xiuxiu's family and Aunt Wang's family step by step. The first step, naturally, is to take away the food from both families.
They still want to eat and drink well after the apocalypse, no way.
Originally, Li Xiaolua planned to wait until the power went out today, and then go to Su Xiuxiu's house and Aunt Wang's house in person to take care of them. But since they had been making trouble in the group early in the morning and wanted to encourage people in the owner's group to continue to cause trouble for him, Li Xiaolua decided to retaliate this time. Just let the owners take care of them and save yourself the trouble. Because Li Xiaolua didn't even think highly of the food in Su Xiuxiu's house and Aunt Wang's house. Even if it was given to him for free, he was too lazy to take it. But it is different for those owners who have not stockpiled food at home.
Many of them have been starving for a long time.
The reason why everyone can resist and not start looting is because the official authorities are still operating normally and people still have a sense of awe in their hearts. Don't look at those people who are now denouncing Li Xiaolua in the group. They seem to be very angry about Li Xiaolua's behavior and very sympathetic to Su Xiuxiu's family. But Li Xiaolua dared to bet that among those who shouted the loudest, some might already be thinking about how to get to Su Xiuxiu's house to get food.
As for the rest of the people, if they go hungry for a few more meals, they will definitely abandon all morality and ethics. Moreover, Li Xiaolua's actions in the owners group also gave them a just excuse to go to Su Xiuxiu and Aunt Wang's house to grab food. No, it's not about robbing, it's about taking.
It was Li Xiaolua who asked them to get it. Anyway, Li Xiaoluo promised to give it to them, and Li Xiaoluo promised to give them double the money when the time comes. After seeing the last video Li Xiaolua posted in the owners group and the miserable end of Director Ma and the others, no one mentioned going to Li Xiaolua's house to cause trouble for him again. No matter how hateful Li Xiaolua is, they are not judges, nor are they relatives of the victim, Aunt Wang, so it is not their turn to uphold justice. Many people only now understand why Director Ma, who is usually very active in the group, seems to have disappeared.
He may still be in a coma.
At noon, Li Xiaolua took out a table full of delicious food from the space. Spicy beef, braised pig's trotters, blanched prawns, and tonic pigeon soup. Although he stayed at home for the past 2 days, Li Xiaolua's exercise volume exceeded the standard and he was very tired, so he had to replenish his nutrition to keep up. Then, Li Xiaolua took a few more photos of the two of them eating, even including photos of the general eating, and sent them directly to the owners group.
Didn't my food make you unhappy before? Then I'll send it a few more times, and you can continue to be dissatisfied.
Chapter 52. Li Xiaolua was very satisfied with Zhou Xiaotong's way of expressing gratitude.
And Li Xiaolua felt that after seeing the delicious food photos she posted, those starving owners would definitely be more determined to go to Su Xiuxiu and Wang Changlong's house to get food, right?
After Li Xiaolua sent the pictures of the lunch to the owners group, he clinked glasses with Zhou Xiaotong and took a sip of wine before starting to eat his sumptuous lunch.
Zhou Xiaotong was very considerate.
Not only did she frequently pour wine for Li Xiaolua, she also peeled shrimps for Li Xiaolua, serving him attentively. In fact, after being with Zhou Xiaotong for so long, Li Xiaolua is still very satisfied with Zhou Xiaotong. Even though she used to be the goddess of the company and had countless suitors around her, she usually looked rather aloof, and her every word and action was so dignified and elegant. But after being together for a long time, I realized that Zhou Xiaotong actually has a very good personality and does not have the princess syndrome that many girls have nowadays. Especially in front of Li Xiaoluo, Zhou Xiaotong was very able to put herself in the right position. She basically obeyed Li Xiaoluo's words and knew how to express gratitude actively. For example, in the morning, Li Xiaoluo was very satisfied with Zhou Xiaotong's way of expressing gratitude. After Zhou Xiaotong served Li Xiaolua food and drinks, she also began to eat the delicious food. These foods were all made in the best restaurants before the end of the world, and the taste did not change at all when placed in Li Xiaolua's space. They were still so delicious.
Old husband, thank you.
While eating, Zhou Xiaotong suddenly looked at Li Xiaolua very seriously. Li Xiaolua, who was eating with his mouth full of oil, was suddenly stunned. He looked at Zhou Xiaotong and said, "Why are you talking about this all of a sudden?" Zhou Xiaotong showed a beautiful smile and said, "Nothing, I just suddenly felt inspired. I saw a lot of things happening outside on Douyin today. Some people had no food at home and had to risk going out to buy food, but they froze to death on the way home. There are also many single women living alone who may have been targeted or felt easy to bully, and then had their doors tricked or forced open by thugs. Some women simply had their food taken away, while others were even bullied. Today, many places have become chaotic, and many people have called the police. However, the police system is already overwhelmed by the current situation. If I hadn't followed you, boss, I might be in the same situation as them now. Even if I listened to you and stocked up on food at home, if social order collapsed, the food I stockpiled might not only fail to save my life, but would actually make me the first to be hurt." These are Zhou Xiaotong's heartfelt feelings. Seeing that the outside world is becoming more and more chaotic, and thinking about her current life, Zhou Xiaotong feels more grateful to Li Xiaolua. Although it sounds a bit hypocritical to say thank you given their current relationship, Zhou Xiaotong still wants to say it. Li Xiaolua smiled and said, "You can't just say thank you, you have to take real action." Seeing Li Xiaolua looking at her with ill intentions, Zhou Xiaotong's face turned red. With just one look from Li Xiaolua, she seemed to understand what Li Xiaolua said naturally. Bad guy. Zhou Xiaotong wanted to say that she was also very pure before, but her boss gave her too much knowledge to cram in. The boss is indeed a good mentor. I haven't digested all the knowledge I have learned yet, and now I have to learn new knowledge. But I still have to learn. Anyway, I don't have to go out to work now, so I'm just sitting at home doing nothing. Li Xiaolua smiled and stopped teasing Zhou Xiaotong. Instead, she thought about what Zhou Xiaotong had said about the Douyin app. Li Xiaolua spent the morning just teasing Wang Changlong and the others, and didn't pay much attention to what was happening on the internet. However, when Li Xiaolua heard Zhou Xiaotong talking about the chaos outside, she didn't feel surprised at all. If yesterday the nation was mostly worried about the disaster, today people are mostly filled with fear. First of all, this disaster is too unusual. It is a global ice disaster. Who has ever seen it? Secondly, many people died and too many areas were affected, and the authorities simply couldn't handle it. Many people could not get help yesterday and could barely bear it. But under the threat of death, and without receiving help today, many people began to take advantage of the situation and loot. Some people who still have conscience or are not bad at heart are okay. They only steal warm clothes and food. Anyway, there is a reason for everything. At worst, I will be arrested and locked up for a few days after the disaster is over. It is better than freezing to death or starving to death. I also heard that as long as the stolen items are worth less than a certain amount of money, no case will be filed. But some people are inherently dark inside. Even when social order is normal, many people will commit crimes. Not to mention now when there is chaos everywhere and calling the police is useless. Therefore, looting, smashing and insulting women happen almost all the time. Even Li Xiaolua knew that after power outages started in most places today, many people would become even more crazy. Speaking of which, Li Xiaolua's community is actually quite good right now, and there have been no incidents of women being robbed or raped. After all, the community has property security, and most owners have some assets. However, what Li Xiaolua didn't know was that his actions in the owners group that morning actually opened Pandora's box early. Just as Li Xiaolua and Zhou Xiaotong were enjoying a delicious meal in room 404 on the 4th floor of Li Xiaolua's building, there were two men in room 404 at this time. One of the men, who looked rather shabby, said, "Brother Bing, I've already contacted a few of my good friends, and they all said they'd go." The other man was tall and strong, his name was Zhao Xiaobing. He nodded and said, "Okay, let them all bring some self-defense equipment. Let's go upstairs and get some food." The wretched man said, "Brother Bing, are you okay? Sister Lu from the Property Management Committee is the deputy director after all. Don't ask the security guards to arrest us all." Zhao Xiaobing hid his saber inside his thick clothes and said disdainfully, "Just those watchdogs? Why would you be afraid of them? Haven't you seen how chaotic things are on the internet right now? Even the police can't handle it. How dare a few watchdogs meddle in other people's business? Besides, it was Li Xiaolua who asked us to get the food. He said he would pay us. And since there are so many of us going, the law doesn't punish everyone. Even if the disaster is over by then, we won't be guilty of much." The wretched man immediately praised him, "Brother Bing, you are really resourceful.
It's definitely right for us to follow you. Zhao Xiaobing and the wretched man are also owners of Li Shalua's building.
They both have some money from their families, and their parents bought houses for them here. However, Zhao Xiaobing and his friends are usually lazy and would never go to work. When they have nothing to do, they just play cards and drink with a few equally decadent friends. They never stocked any food at home except beer, so they were already starving.
P.S. This is a free novel. Thank you for your support by clicking on the bookshelf. Thank you also for every friend as gift and reward and for watching the ad. Thank you. Chapter 53. The robbery began, and Su Xiaoxiu's family suffered first.
Zhao Xiaobing brought a few brothers to the 12th floor, but as soon as he got out of the elevator, he immediately saw a lot of people gathered at the door of Su Xiaoxiu's house, and several men were knocking on the door hard.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Sister Lu, don't use your title of Deputy Director of the Homeowners Committee to scare me. If I don't eat, I'm going to starve to death.
Why would I care about you, the Deputy Director?
Not to mention that you're just a small Deputy Director of the Homeowners Committee. Even if you were the Deputy Director of the provincial government, I'm going to die and I don't care about you anymore.
That's right, Deputy Director Lu, you should open the door yourself. Don't let us use force. It was your daughter who promised Li Xialua to lend him food, and Li Xialua promised to share it with all of us, so it's only natural for us to come here to get the food. If you don't open the door, we'll break it down. Anyway, your owners committee also brought people to break down Li Xialua's door yesterday. We just followed your owners committee's example. Su Xiaoxiu's home.
Su Xiaoxiu's mother shouted loudly to the people outside.
My dear neighbors, I really don't have much food left at home. With so many of you here, there might not even be enough for each of you to eat, so why bother taking the risk of embarrassing a weak woman like me? Well, all of you go back first. I'll talk to Director Ma about this. We'll immediately report everyone's difficulties to the higher-ups and try to get relief food for everyone as soon as possible, okay?
Su Xiaoxiu's mother had just used her identity as the Deputy Director of the Property Management Committee to scare the people outside, but it had no effect at all.
So now she plans to show weakness and use a delaying tactic.
At the same time, Su Xiaoxiu's mother was holding a kitchen knife in her hand and looking at the door nervously. Su Xiaoxiu next to her also had a fruit knife in her hand. They had already prepared for the worst. No matter how strong they appear or how scheming they are just women after all. It would be a lie to say they are not afraid when faced with such a situation. Su Xiaoxiu's hand holding the fruit knife was shaking.
Damn it! I'm starving. Why am I still wasting time with them? Just break down the door.
Suddenly, a man's impatient voice was heard outside the door, and then there was a loud bang sound. Obviously someone was smashing the door with something. Su Xiaoxiu's mother hurriedly said from inside the house, "Everyone, please stop banging on the door.
Don't be impulsive.
If you bang on my door like this, not only will you be held responsible, but in this kind of weather, if the door breaks, we won't be able to survive." The man outside the door said, "Then stop talking nonsense. If you don't want us to break the door down violently, then quickly bring out the food." Su Xiaoxiu's mother was silent for a moment, and then she compromised with a helpless tone. "Everyone, we are all friendly neighbors, please stop banging on my door. I feel really bad too, and I don't want to stand by and watch someone die. Especially since I'm the Deputy Director of the Homeowners Committee, I have a responsibility to serve everyone."
Okay, stop banging on the door. I'll open the door and share the food with you. But you have to promise me not to fight over it, and definitely not to hurt anyone.
Su Xiaoxiu secretly gave her mother a thumbs up. Her mother's acting skills were really good. It turns out that old ginger is still spicy. If her mother hadn't prepared for it, Su Xiaoxiu really wouldn't know what to do now. Maybe in order to protect the food at home, she and her mother will have to resist to the end.
But even if they want to resist, can they really resist?
The thugs wanted to break down her door by force, but couldn't they? The door of her house is not as strong as that bastard Li Xialua's house. So the final result might be that they put up a desperate fight, but the door would still be broken down violently, and then the thugs would rush into their home, beat them up, and steal all their food. But now, they have already moved most of the food in their home. The reluctance to open the door just now was just to show the right attitude. And now that my mother has said a few selfless and emotional words, I don't believe that people outside will not be moved. Sure enough, after Su Xiaoxiu's mother finished speaking, the sound of banging on the door outside stopped immediately. Many people outside the door showed a trace of shame on their faces. Although there were selfish people among them, most of them were actually law-abiding people.
They were just so hungry that they couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to survive. Sister Lu, if you had said that earlier, we definitely wouldn't have smashed your door. We certainly wouldn't have hurt anyone, so don't worry. Deputy Director Lu, we will remember your kindness and recommend you to be the director in the future. Everyone, put away your tools quickly. Sister Lu, we won't smash anything. Just open the door. And don't worry, we won't take all the food from your house. We'll definitely leave some for you. Seeing that Su Shosho's mother was willing to surrender, the few people who were smashing the door the most stopped. After all, violently smashing the door was very tiring. Okay, I trust you all. Su Shosho's mother said inside the house. Then, there was a squeak. Su Shosho's mother opened the door of her house. There was a crowd of people outside the door, at least more than 20 of them, more than the number of people Director Ma brought to smash Li Xiaoluo's house. But what Su Shosho's mother found ironic was that she was a participant when Li Xiaoluo's house was smashed yesterday. She didn't expect that she would become a victim so soon. Deputy Director Lu. Sister Lu. Seeing the door open, many people subconsciously greeted politely. But then a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Su Shosho's mother seemed to not care and said casually, I still have half a bag of rice at home, about 20 kilograms. Then there are 3 bags of noodles, 2 kilograms of meat, about 1 kilogram of vegetables, and finally some hot sauce and seasonings. All the food is in the kitchen. You can take 2/3 of it and divide it among everyone, leaving 1/3 for us mother and daughter, okay? A man said with an unpleasant expression, Deputy Director Lu, is this all the food you have at home? Didn't your daughter tell Li Xiaoluo that you have a lot of food at home? Su Shosho's mother looked as usual. A lot of food? That's because my Shosho is too infatuated with that bastard Li Xiaoluo. She originally planned that if Li Xiaoluo gave the food to you, she would only eat a very small amount of food every day and save some for Li Xiaoluo. But, my Shosho is heartbroken by Li Xiaoluo, so if you want to take some of the food, just take it away. Okay, let's go to the kitchen and check out the food. Both Su Shosho's mother and Su Shosho were holding knives in their hands, and Su Shosho's mother was very cooperative. Many people were already grateful to her in their hearts. So naturally, they could not use any violence against Su Shosho and her daughter as planned before. However, the leading men not only went to the kitchen, but also rummaged through all the drawers and cabinets in Su Shosho's house. They found all of Su Shosho's underwear, but apart from a few apples, they did not find any food. Brother Bing, what should we do? Should we also go and share some food? Zhao Xiaobing and a few of his brothers hid in the dark and saw clearly what was happening in Su Shosho's family. But they did not appear immediately. Because they knew the men who took the lead in smashing Su Shosho's door, and they also had a little grudge against each other. Chapter 50 for the tragedy of Wang Changlong. Although Zhao Xiaobing and his brothers are lazy and like to eat and do nothing, their families are relatively wealthy, so they usually don't do anything sneaky. But there is another group of people in their community who have nothing to do, just like Zhao Xiaobing and his friends. They are all a group of social people who do all kinds of things, such as eating, drinking, gambling, cheating, and even stealing lollipops from children. The leader of that group was called Sun Jihao. Once, Sun Jihao and his gang made a gambling game and cheated Zhao Xiaobing and his brothers out of tens of thousands of dollars. Zhao Xiaobing and his brothers were of course unwilling to accept this, so the two sides started fighting. However, Zhao Xiaobing's side had fewer people and was not as ruthless as those gangsters, so he suffered a great loss. So Zhao Xiaobing and his team went to the police station and ended up causing Sun Jihao and his team to suffer a great loss. But Sun Jihao also threatened to deal with Zhao Xiaobing and others. How could he break the rules of the underworld? Fortunately, Sun Jihao had not yet taken action before this natural disaster came. So this time, when Zhao Xiaobing saw Sun Jihao there and had already arrived at Su Shosho's house before them, Zhao Xiaobing and his brothers did not dare to go out. If they really got into a fight with Sun Jihao, they would definitely lose. Moreover, there would be no police to rescue them in this situation, and they might be beaten to death. Zhao Xiaobing and the others hid in the dark, and then watched the door of Su Shosho's house open by itself. Sun Jihao and the others easily entered Su Shosho's house and got food. Although he was very envious, Zhao Xiaobing didn't want to take the risk. So Zhao Xiaobing gritted his teeth and said to his brothers, forget it, let's not confront them for now. Since they're asking Su Shosho's house for food, let's go to Wang Changlong's. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Bing. So Zhao Xiaobing and his group quietly walked up the stairs to Aunt Wang's door and knocked on it. Auntie Wang, Wang Changlong, open the door. And Wang's angry voice came from inside the house. Who are you? Why are you knocking on my door?
Leave now, or I'll call security or even the police.
Stupid bitch. Hurry and open the door. Deputy Director Liu's house was just smashed, and you still called the security guards? Do they dare to intervene now? Damn it. If the police come now, will I still be hungry? Open the door quickly, or don't blame us for using violence. Zhao Xiaobing and the others were already angry, and after Sun Jihao got there first, they didn't dare to do anything and could only move away with their tails between their legs. They were very angry.
Now Aunt Wang refused to cooperate and even said some stupid things, so Zhao Xiaobing and the others were naturally even angrier.
Do you still have any law? I don't have any food at home, so get out of here right now. I'm telling you, I'm an old man, and if you scare me, I won't let you go. Aunt Wang was very imposing in the house. She was not stupid, but she personally opened the door to welcome you to come and rob my house?
She would never give away a single grain of rice from her family's food to others. However, Aunt Wang and her son forgot one thing: sometimes when you know there is danger and you cannot defeat the enemy, the best way is not to resist. It's like if you encounter a knife-wielding robbery before the end of the world, if you don't resist, you will only lose some property, and then you can call the police to get it back. But if you resist fiercely, the robber who originally didn't want to kill you might end up not caring about anything else in a hurry and just kill you first. Damn it! This old woman is so ungrateful. Let's just pry the door open. That's right, this old woman is the most annoying. She always used to take advantage of her age, and now at this point, she's still bringing up her old age identity? Oh, I think that Li Xiaolua hasn't slapped her awake yet. What a thing! Clang, clang, clang. The sound of prying the door open was heard outside. When Aunt Wang and her son heard it in the house, they both showed a look of fear on their faces. Crazy, these people are really crazy. How dare they? But no one explained to Aunt Wang, and the door was still being pried open from outside. Son, what should I do? Damn them, why are they bullying our family like this these days? Aunt Wang was a woman after all. She was so scared that she was about to cry, so she could only place all her hopes on her most precious son. But Wang Changlong was also very panicked at this time. In his own company, he was the domineering president, and no one in the company dared to go against his wishes. Whenever there are any miscellaneous matters that need to be dealt with, it is just a matter of a word and his subordinates will take care of it. At worst, he can still pay money to settle the problem. Oh, right, money. He is rich. Brothers outside, please stop prying. How about this? I'll give you 10,000 yuan and you leave my house immediately. Zhao Xiaobing, who was standing outside, couldn't help but curse, Wang Changlong, you're a moron. We're hungry, but can the money you give us be considered food? Moreover, when they came, Zhao Xiaobing had agreed with his brothers that they would only steal some food for the time being, and the value could not be too high. In this way, even if the disaster is over, it will not meet the standards for filing a case. If this guy robbed 10,000 yuan, not to mention that he couldn't buy food even if he had the money now, wouldn't it also give him something to hold against him in the future? It took a long time. Bang! Zhao Xiaobing and his companions worked for most of the day and finally pried off the lock on Aunt Wang's front door. Then one of them kicked the door open. Get out, you bandits! Get out of my house now, or the country won't let you go after the disaster. Seeing her front door destroyed, Aunt Wang felt heartbroken. She picked up the broom at home and hit Zhao Xiaobing and the others. Her son, Wang Changlong, hid behind Aunt Wang with a kitchen knife, and threatened Zhao Xiaobing and the others, don't come over here. You were the ones who broke into our house first. If I kill you, it will be self-defense. You damn old woman. Can't you just open the door yourself and not get the food out like Deputy Director Liu upstairs? You've caused us so much trouble, and you're still complaining here. Zhao Xiaobing was already very angry, and when he saw Aunt Wang rushing to the front and wanting to hit them with a broom, he felt even more insulted. Do we look so unintimidating? Sun Jihao upstairs brought his little brother and the deputy director of the property management committee was robbed. Open the door and hand over the food obediently. Damn it! We've already pried open your door, and you're still here nagging me? Thinking of this, Zhao Xiaobing no longer tolerated Aunt Wang. He went straight up and kicked Aunt Wang to the ground. Anyway, if Li Xiaolua can beat you, then I can beat you too. When Wang Changlong saw Aunt Wang being knocked to the ground, he immediately wanted to go up and check. But Zhao Xiaobing thought that Wang Changlong was holding a kitchen knife and wanted to fight him. It was a tragedy immediately. Zhao Xiaobing directly took out the hidden axe from his body.
This was the same axe as the axe gang in the movie, and he bought it specially. Bang!
Then Zhao Xiaobing swung the axe and hit Wang Chenglong's head hard. Wang Chenglong was chopped to pieces, his flesh and blood flying everywhere.
It was like his head was blown off by an axe.
Chapter 55, Eat So Well, Practice Yoga with Zhou Xiaotong plus more. Murder. The people following Zhao Xiaobing were a little confused. They had agreed to make something to eat. They had agreed to not even meet the standards for filing a case.
Why did he suddenly kill someone? Although Zhao Xiaobing was the one who killed the man, could his accomplices escape? That they have no responsibility? Who would believe that? After all, they were the ones who pried open Aunt Wang's door. Besides, wasn't the soldier hiding a knife in his clothes? When did he also hide an axe? Brother Bing. What are you doing? Are you on drugs? We agreed to just take some food, why are you killing people? Brother Bing, what should we do now?
The people following Zhao Xiaobing were all panicked.
My son.
You devils, you murderous devils, you killed my son.
Someone come quickly. Where are the police?
These devils killed people, they killed my son. Aunt Wang, who was standing by, was stunned for a long time after seeing her son being killed, and then she let out a heart-shaking cry. The sky fell and her son died. A hint of ferocity flashed in Zhao Xiaobing's eyes. He walked over quickly and knocked Aunt Wang unconscious with the big end of the axe.
Soldier, Brother Bing. Still killing?
Zhao Xiaobing raised his axe and looked at his brothers, then said with murderous intent, "This old woman is not dead yet, but now pick up the tools in your hands and each of you come up and hit this old woman to death." There were 5 people following Zhao Xiaobing. At this time, they were all looking at each other and no one spoke. No one listened to Zhao Xiaobing and hit Aunt Wang, who had already fainted. Because they were not the ones who killed Wang Chenglong just now, even if they are held accountable in the future, they will not be held responsible too much. The worst that can happen is that they will be sentenced to a few years in prison. But if you listen to Zhao Xiaobing, you will definitely have to eat peanuts in the future. They don't want to eat peanuts. Several people also knew what Zhao Xiaobing was thinking, which was to drag them all into the water and help him keep the secret. But as long as the disaster is over, even if they don't say anything, how can we not find out about this kind of thing? Brother Bing, there's no need to kill anymore. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone about what happened here. Yes, Brother Bing, we are also involved in this matter, and we will definitely not tell anyone. Ha ha. Zhao Xiaobing laughed. Then he looked at the others and said, "Brothers, do you think I asked you to smash this old woman to death because I was afraid you would tell others about my murder? You've seen online how chaotic the world is right now, how many people have died. If you want to tell anyone about this now, not to mention what will happen to you, will anyone still care? And if the weather continues like this, will you still be able to survive until the disaster is over? Before, in everyone's eyes, we were the cancer of society, the scum, looked down upon by everyone. Now that we are all going to die, do we have to die in humiliation? Why don't we take a gamble? Let's bet that this disaster is the end of the world. The state apparatus won't be able to withstand this disaster, and when that happens, social order will collapse. Only those with the bigger fists and the more people will be the ones to survive. So I asked you to smash this old woman to death. Besides proving your loyalty, I also want you to trust each other completely from now on. It's also to help you make up your mind. From now on, we can do whatever we want in this apocalypse. Live happily and carefree. Of course, if someone doesn't want to, and wants to continue starving and waiting for official rescue, I won't force it. But let's make a deal first. When you're about to starve to death, don't come back to beg me." What Zhao Xiaobing said was quite convincing. Since we are all accomplices in murder, we might as well just turn evil. However, someone suggested that they could occupy Aunt Wang's house first and then see how the situation develops. There is no need to kill Aunt Wang immediately. You can tie her up first. Maybe she will be useful in the future, such as a hostage. As for the letter of allegiance, take the dead Wang Chenglong for example. If everyone cuts his body once, he will be considered a member of the gang. Zhao Xiaobing agreed to this proposal. Night. Li Xiaolua didn't know at this time that because of his change, the fate of many people in this world had changed. In his previous life, Wang Chenglong later became Li Xiaowei's younger brother. In his previous life, when Li Xiaoluo left this community, he served Li Xiaowei as a dog and was more successful than a general. But in this life, Because of Li Xiaoluo's little trick, he became the first person to be killed in this community. At this time, at Li Xiaoluo's home, Li Xiaoluo was leaning on the sofa, leisurely browsing his mobile phone. However, many entertainment live broadcasts on the internet are no longer available, and many of the black, white, flesh-colored and other stockings that you love to watch are no longer available. Most of the news were about natural disasters, which made Li Xiaoluo feel a little bored. Then Li Xiaoluo checked the situation of Shin Miaomiao and others at Lord's Mansion No. 1 through the system monitoring. There were many people at Shin Miaomiao's place, and they had finished their food at noon, and they were already hungry at night. In addition to having no food, they are now experiencing some external dangers. However, those dangers were actually only seen by Shin Miaomiao and the others. Given the safety of Lord's Mansion No. 1, there was no danger at all for them to stay inside. Li Xiaoluo felt that tomorrow was almost over, and it was time to go to Lord No. 1's mansion to take a look. Just let Shin Miaomiao and the others experience the end of the world. Li Xiaoluo doesn't really want to starve them to death. Moreover, Shin Miaomiao, this stunning beauty, is his designated No. 1 fighter, and he has been coveting her for a long time. This time, no matter whether Shin Miaomiao's friendship level can reach 80, let us eat first. As for Zhou Xiaotong, she will not be taken to Lord's Mansion No. 1. There is a portal anyway, and Li Xiaoluo can come back at any time. By then, it would be fine even if he just got off Shin Miaomiao's bed 1 second and appeared on Zhou Xiaotong's bed the next. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but look at Zhou Xiaotong in the living room. In the evening, Zhou Xiaotong changed into yoga clothes and was doing yoga classes at home. According to her, she had not been going out these days and had eaten too well, so she had to exercise more to keep in shape. Otherwise, Li Xiaoluo would dislike her. In fact, Zhou Xiaotong is tall and slightly plump, but definitely not fat. In other words, you are the type of person who is fat where you should be fat, but definitely not fat where you shouldn't be fat. Li Xiaoluo actually likes this type very much because it feels fleshy. This was the first time that Li Xiaoluo saw Zhou Xiaotong wearing yoga clothes. Li Xiaoluo wanted to say that it really doesn't matter whether she exercises or not. The main thing is that Zhou Xiaotong looks more pleasing to the eye in yoga clothes. Especially when she was doing some yoga moves, the movement of her body made her figure look even more pleasing to the eye. Li Xiaoluo threw her phone aside and stood up from the sofa. No, he is a very studious person and he wants to do yoga too. Chapter 56 The power outage began. Because of the close distance, Zhou Xiaotong's perfect figure can naturally be seen more clearly. The light in the room fell on Zhou Xiaotong, creating a soft shadow that made her skin look even whiter. Her movements were graceful and smooth, and every posture was like a beautiful painting, making Li Xiaoluo look pleasing to the eye. Zhou Xiaotong has beautiful body lines and clear curves in yoga clothes. Zhou Xiaotong was exercising very seriously, and it seemed like she didn't even notice that there was someone behind her. 10,586 words omitted. I am about to collapse from editing, so I will just use ellipsis. Today is the third day of the ice disaster. Last night, a big incident happened in the community where Li Xiaoluo lived. There was a power outage. This incident was like a bolt from the blue, although some smart people had already prepared themselves mentally. But more people still find it difficult to accept reality. They shivered in the cold night, then cordially greeted the ancestors of Director Ma of the Homeowners Committee, then the leaders of the power company. But a power outage is a power outage. Many people who cursed for most of the night before woke up like frozen corpses in the morning. It is true that many people have too few cold-resistant supplies at home. How can some people who are already weak survive? This is just like in the past, when every winter in the countryside, many elderly people could not survive. Li Xiaoluo and Zhou Xiaotong went to bed very late last night and exercised a little too much, which resulted in Zhou Xiaotong still sleeping soundly in his arms. Li Xiaoluo felt the smoothness and delicateness of Zhou Xiaotong's skin. There was nothing she could do. Zhou Xiaotong was so tired last night that she didn't even put on her silk pajamas. She just fell asleep in her arms around Li Xiaoluo. Fortunately, even though the low temperature outside froze many people to death, Li Xiaoluo's lord's mansion was always kept warm. Li Xiaoluo has always kept the indoor temperature at around 28 degrees, otherwise Zhou Xiaotong would have paid the price for sleeping naked last night. But now, even with the quilt covering her, she might still feel a little hot. So Zhou Xiaotong slept soundly. Li Xiaoluo leaned against the head of the bed, not in a hurry to get up. He had plenty of time anyway. And he can do whatever he wants, no one can restrain him anymore. Li Xiaoluo first took a look at the situation online. Now the mood online is even more pessimistic and more chaotic. Because many people are already short of food, and now many places are starting to experience power outages and even water shortages. So, the lack of food turned into a lack of all supplies.
Is this not allowing people to survive?
It can be said that most of the relatives and friends around many people have lost contact overnight. But the official rescue that everyone has been looking forward to has not yet arrived. Many people are still hoping for rescue before they take their last breath and close their eyes.
Hope a miracle can happen. Unfortunately, most people will be disappointed this time. Even if there is rescue, it may only be a small number of people. Sometimes the power of nature is simply beyond human's ability to contend with. At least not humans nowadays.
So starting from last night, more and more people started smashing, looting and robbing in order to survive or to vent their inner fear. When it comes to life and death, all the damn laws and morals can go to hell. This is the situation on the internet, and the situation in the community where Li Xiaolua lives is not much better.
In the owners group at this time. Boss Lu from 301, at everyone, fellow homeowners, does anyone have any warm clothes or thick quilts at home?
I'll buy them for a high price, 1,000 yuan each.
It doesn't matter if they're old. 407's last name isn't Wang. At 301 Boss Lu, you're still a boss? Is 1,000 yuan worth a lot these days? How ridiculous.
My neighbor, old Wang, has been crying all morning.
Their father froze to death last night. Now that the power is out, who wouldn't want to get some extra warm clothes and thick quilts? And sell them to you? Boss Lu from 301, at 407 my last name isn't Wang. You idiot, what's wrong with you? Don't you see what I'm saying? The clothes and quilts I'm buying are old, and that's fine.
Many people are throwing these things away anyway, and some even find it too much of a hassle to do so.
What's wrong with me spending 1,000 yuan on one? Are they bothering you?
407's last name is not Wang. At 301 Boss Lu, you're such a jerk.
You're just annoying me. Why are you still talking to me about old things? Do you think you're the only one who's smart?
Everyone knows that old clothes can save lives these days.
Who would be so stupid as to sell you something that could save their lives?
503 Yi's mom, at Director Ma of the Property Management Committee at Sister Lu of the Property Management Committee at everyone, please stop arguing. I heard something. Someone came to my house and knocked on the door this morning. They threatened that I should give them all the food and bedding in my house, or they would violently break down the door and steal everything I have.
Can someone from the Property Management Committee come and take care of this? Could someone kind enough come and help me? Teacher 604 Lu, at 503 Yi's mom, who is so shameless. You have children at home, how could they do this?
702 Wang Chang, that's right, they must be a bunch of scum. If they have the guts, they can just rob Li Xiaolua's house.
However, the owners group is still cursing those who robbed as scum.
Zhao Xiaobing brought a group of brothers and knocked on the door of Teacher Lu's house in room 604. In fact, since the power outage last night, Zhao Xiaobing was the happiest person in the entire community except Li Xiaolua and Zhou Xiaotong. Because looking at the current situation, it really looks more and more like the end of the world, so his murder is completely excused. Zhao Xiaobing's brothers also began to turn completely evil, and they made up their minds to follow Zhao Xiaobing.
Because if they don't do it, other thugs will do it.
So they plan to continue robbing supplies from a few more houses in the morning, and capture a few more people to serve them. Originally, Zhao Xiaobing and his companion's first target was Yi's mother's house in room 503.
After all, a family with children would definitely need more food.
But after seeing the insults directed at them by Mr. Lu from 604 and Wang Chang from 702 in the owners group, Zhao Xiaobing and his friends would no longer swallow their anger and directly changed their targets.
Chapter 57 Shin Niamyo and the Others' Predicament.
Li Xiaolua greeted Zhou Xiaotong, left a few days' worth of food for her, and then came to Lord's Mansion No. 1 in Longting Villa through the portal.
This was Li Xiaolua's first time using a portal.
She felt it was very magical, but also a little nervous. Now Li Xiaolua can be said to be the richest and happiest person in the world, and he doesn't want any accidents to happen. But when he arrived at Lord's Mansion No. 1 through the portal, Li Xiaolua didn't feel anything. It was too fast, almost in the blink of an eye. Li Xiaolua almost realized that they hadn't set off yet. It was not until he saw the changes in the surrounding environment that Li Xiaolua realized that he had arrived at Lord's Mansion No. 1. The location that Li Xiaolua chose to place the portal was in his private study in Lord No. 1's mansion. The luxurious decoration in front of him made him realize at a glance that he had changed the map.
And it's quite cold here.
Shen Miaomiao and the others cannot activate the system's functions without Li Xiaoluo's authorization. So the temperature in the room here is not 28 degrees. Li Xiaoluo quickly took out a down jacket from the space and put it on. In fact, most of the people living in Longting Villa District are powerful and influential, so there is no power outage here for the time being. However, with the current extremely low temperatures, the role of air conditioning is just icing on the cake, and the whole villa is still very cold. Li Xiaoluo did not go out to see Shen Miaomiao and the others immediately, but first checked the situation here through the surveillance. At this time, in the hall of the villa, 5 women who wrapped themselves tightly were sitting on the sofa in the hall. Their faces were full of sorrow and even a little scared. Because outside Villa Number 1, there is a group of men staring at them. At this time, a woman in her 20s, about 70 points in appearance, cried,
Miss Miaomiao, I'm really too hungry to bear it. Can you let me out? Don't worry, just open the door of the villa a little bit, and then I will run out as fast as I can. I will definitely not get you into trouble.
The woman who was speaking was Lu Qingqing, a colleague of Qin Yuemei and a young nurse at the First People's Hospital. On the day when the ice disaster struck, he was sent by the hospital to deliver some medical supplies to Shen Yanyan. Originally, this task was not hers, but Lu Qingqing really wanted to visit Longting Villa, just in case there was a chance she would be noticed by the rich second generation.
After all, she is also a uniform temptation, isn't she? I heard that many men like this.
But Lu Qingqing didn't expect that when she arrived at Villa Number 1, the ice disaster was about to come. In fact, at the beginning, Lu Qingqing was very grateful. Because I saw on the internet that when natural disasters strike, many people have accidents outside for various reasons, but she can stay in a luxurious villa with air conditioning. Compared in this way, she is really too lucky and too happy.
But since yesterday, Lu Qingqing no longer feels happy. First of all, there was no food stored in the villa and they were out of food.
Secondly, the owner of the villa, Li Xiaoluo, seemed to have provoked Zhou Xiao, who surrounded the villa with a group of security guards, threatening to arrest everyone in the villa. The men were beaten to a pulp, the women were raped. Although Lu Qingqing expressed serious doubts about whether those men could still do that in such a cold day. However, when Lu Qingqing encountered this situation yesterday, she was still quite scared. After all, for women, there is a big difference between being willing and being forced. And she was insulted by a group of stinky security guards whom she used to look down upon.
She couldn't accept it just thinking about it.
However, today, Lu Qingqing already wants to take the initiative to join the group outside. Even if that Mr. Zhou looked down on her and she had no choice but to follow those stinky security guards, she would accept it.
Because it's better than starving to death with the weak women in the villa under such circumstances, right? In fact, Lu Qingqing couldn't understand why Mr. Zhou brought so many security guards and shouted outside for so long, but didn't attack the villa? This way she wouldn't have to think about anything and could just lie down and surrender. Now she doesn't have to go through so much trouble and beg Shen Miaomiao to let her out. However, Lu Qingqing felt that it was not a bad thing that Zhou Xiao did not break in, because she actually already had a plan in her mind. As long as Shen Miaomiao opens the door of the villa and lets her out, Lu Qingqing will find a way to prevent the door from being closed, so that Zhou Xiao and others can easily come in and occupy the place. In that case, she can be considered a great hero. At least you can get some preferential treatment.
If a person does not care about himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Before the end of the world, Lu Qingqing was originally a selfish woman. Now in this disaster, she only wants to think about her own future. She doesn't care about the fate of others. When the other women in the hall heard Lu Qingqing's words, they all showed incredible expressions.
Did she take the initiative to go out and be insulted by those men outside? Shen Miaomiao frowned beautifully.
She was a stubborn woman, so she was determined to be with Li Xiaoluo for the rest of her life. The man who gave her hope when she was most helpless.
What's more, Zhou Junjie and his group are not good people at all. If these women fall into their hands, they might as well die.
Although I don't know why those thugs outside are trapped outside the villa and 1T come in, it's a good thing for Shen Miaomiao. This way they are safe for the time being. So Shen Miaomiao would never open the door of the villa. Although she is kind, she is not a saint. At this time, no matter how pitiful Lu Qingqing's words are, she will not be soft-hearted. On the first day of the ice disaster, Lu Qingqing begged to stay in the villa. Thinking of this, Shen Miaomiao said, "Nurse Qingqing, I won't open the door. Those thugs may be lying in ambush near the gate outside. If I open the door of the villa, it might harm all of us." When Lu Qingqing heard this, she immediately stood up from the sofa excitedly, her face full of disdain.
Shen Miao, do you really think of yourself as the mistress of this villa? Do you really think of us as your servants? And you've harmed all of us? What makes you represent all of us? There's no food left in the villa. Ask everyone if they really want to stay here and die?
Lu Qingqing said these words to several other women. She felt that if she wanted to leave the villa, she had to sow discord first.
We can't let Shen Miao have the final say alone. In fact, Lu Qingqing has always disliked Shen Miao.
When she was in the hospital, Shen Miao was so beautiful that she looked like a vixen, and both male doctors and patients were completely captivated by her. As a result, no men pay attention to these beautiful nurses. They used to be the most popular. Later, when she saw that Shen Miao could not pay for her sister's medical treatment, she was secretly happy in her heart.
But who would have thought that in the next second, Shen Miao would have a handsome rich boyfriend? Why is this world so unfair? It seems like Shen Miao gets all the good things.
A big part of the reason why Lu Qingqing wanted to rely on those men outside was because of jealousy. Even if she became a plaything of those stinky men, it was worth it to be able to drag Shen Miao into the water.
Chapter 58 Girls, you have to learn to adapt.
Mr. Lu, if you have no sense of shame, then don't take us with you.
I'm just like my sister.
Even if I die, I won't surrender to those bad guys out there. Lu Qingqing wanted to sow discord, but Shen Yanyan immediately spoke up to support her sister.
Moreover, Shen Yanyan's personality is even more hateful of evil than Shen Miao's.
So yesterday she was still sweetly calling Qingqing little sister, but now she directly calls her Lu without giving her any face at all. Humph, you're her sister, so naturally you'll speak for her.
Lu Qingqing looked like she didn't want to pay any attention to Shen Yanyan.
Then Lu Qingqing walked up to Qin Yueme and said respectfully, "Head nurse, what are you thinking?
Staying here is a dead end.
We are colleagues, and you are the head nurse I respect the most.
You must be on my side, right?" Qin Yueme glanced at Lu Qingqing and complained in her heart, "Am I the head nurse you respect the most? Do you really want me to go out and be raped by a bunch of men? Is this how you respect me?"
But Lu Qingqing was right. They were colleagues after all, and Qin Yueme definitely couldn't just curse at people. Qin Yueme smiled sweetly and said, "Xiao Qin, this has nothing to do with standing on the side or not. I was hired by Mr. Li at a high price to take care of Yin Yin.
Wherever Yin Yin is, that's where I have to be."
Lu Qingqing was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but want to swear, but she held it back.
Lu Qingqing advised, "Head nurse, it's already this late, why are you still talking about work? Even if I give you more money right now, you can't buy food."
Qin Yueme's face immediately revealed the seriousness of a leader.
"Xiao Qing, you don't have to say it. Everyone calls us angels in white. Even on the battlefield, we have to take care of the patients. What's more, we have an employment relationship.
I still have professional ethics." Lu Qingqing was silent for a while, then looked at the last girl. The girl looked about 18 years old, with a sweet appearance and a little baby fat on her face, giving people a youthful and lovely feeling. She is Shen Yanyan's best classmate. Her name is Zhao Xiaolu. It is summer vacation now, and she often goes to the hospital to visit Shen Yanyan.
Later, Shen Yanyan was discharged from the hospital and came to Li Xiaolua for recuperation. She immediately came to visit her the next day.
Seeing Lu Qingqing looking at him, Zhao Xiaolu quickly puffed out his already sturdy chest and said, "Don't ask me.
Yan Yan and I are best classmates and best friends. We live and die together."
They are all fools, a bunch of hopeless people. After asking around, there wasn't even one person who verbally supported her.
Lu Qingqing was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood.
At this time, Shen Miao stood up, bowed deeply to Qin Yueme and the others, and said gratefully,
"Sister Yueme, Sister Xiaolu, thank you. Also, we're not waiting to die.
Brother Xiaoluo said he'll come to rescue us soon.
So let's all hold on a little longer. There will definitely be hope." Shen Miao is actually very hungry and scared now.
However, Li Xiaolua said on WeChat that he would be back soon, and she believed that Li Xiaolua would not lie to her.
And the worst possible outcome is starvation. But if they fall into the hands of a group of thugs outside, will their fate be better? Lu Qingqing exploded. She pointed at Shen Miao and the other girls and cursed, "Are you all idiots?
It's such a bad weather outside, and there's such a thick snow.
Let alone whether Li Xiaolua can come back. Even if he does, what will happen? Can he beat a group of people out there by himself?" After cursing, Lu Qingqing didn't want to continue to entangle with Shen Miao and the others.
Lu Qingqing said firmly, I don't care what you idiots think. I want to leave here, and leave here immediately. You have no right to restrict my personal freedom.
Shin Miao Miao, quickly open the door of the villa for me. I'm almost starving to death. I want to follow Zhou Xiao and the others. It's Li Xiaoluo who's supporting you and Mr. Zhou who have a conflict. Why do you have the right to drag me down with you to suffer? Snap. 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 Suddenly there was applause. Lu Qingqing was stunned. Aren't they not on her side? Why are you clapping? That's a very good point. It really proves the old saying, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Suddenly a man's voice came from the stairs on the second floor, and before I could see anyone, I saw him. Shen Miaomiao and Shen Yanyan showed great surprise and spoke at the same time. Brother Xiao Luo. Brother-in-law. The person who spoke was naturally Li Xiaoluo, who came down from upstairs, and how could Shen Miaomiao and her sister not recognize Li Xiaoluo's voice? However, when Li Xiaoluo really walked into the living room, Shen Miaomiao and the others were still a little bit unbelievable. How did Li Xiaoluo suddenly appear? Their little brains aren't enough. Li Xiaoluo ignored the women's open mouths, as there would be many more things that would surprise them in the future. Girls, you have to learn to adapt. Li Xiaoluo walked to the sofa next to Shen Miaomiao and sat down. Looking at the excited women, he smiled and said, Why are you all looking at me like wolves and tigers? Let me tell you, my body belongs to Miao Miao. Don't even think about taking advantage of it except Miao Miao. I won't let you. When Shen Miaomiao heard Li Xiaoluo's words, a hint of shyness immediately appeared on her originally excited face, and her delicate and beautiful face turned red in an instant. Those eyes, like autumn water, silently gave Li Xiaoluo a look. Shen Yanyan's face turned red, whether because of excitement or shyness, and she cried out in a loud and coquettish voice, Brother-in-law, you pervert, bastard. Zhao Xiaolu also felt a little embarrassed and wanted to follow Shen Yanyan in scolding Li Xiaoluo for being shameless. But when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she remembered that she and Li Xiaoluo didn't seem to be familiar with each other at all, so she suddenly felt embarrassed to speak. Even Qin Yueme, a top-notch young woman, had seen the world and heard a lot of dirty jokes. But could it be that the boss has some other hidden meaning behind what he said? As for Lu Qingqing, it doesn't matter anymore. Li Xiaoluo was too lazy to even look at her again. Aren't you all hot? Suddenly, Li Xiaoluo took off his down jacket. When he was upstairs, he had already turned on the system's temperature control system. He didn't expect the temperature to rise so quickly, reaching more than 20 degrees in an instant. After hearing Li Xiaoluo's question, Shen Miaomiao and the others came to their senses and found that they were indeed feeling extremely hot and stuffy, mainly because they were wearing too much. As Shen Miaomiao took off her thick clothes, she said softly, Brother Xiao Luo, is the cold outside over? Why is it so warm all of a sudden? After taking off her heavy clothes, Shen Miaomiao's devilishly graceful figure and stunningly beautiful face were revealed. Even though Li Xiaoluo had seen many beauties and had met Shen Miaomiao a long time ago, he still felt extremely stunned at this moment. Li Xiaoluo patted his thigh, looked at Shen Miaomiao and said with a chuckle, Miaomiao, come, sit here, I have good news for you. Chapter 59 I am telling you to get out, not discussing with you. Sit on Xiao Luoga's lap? Hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Shen Miaomiao lowered her head in shame. At this time, she had not yet become the ice queen that Li Xiaoluo had seen in her previous life, nor did she have that kind of noble and cold temperament. Shen Miaomiao is now an ordinary girl who is as beautiful as a fairy but has a somewhat weak personality. In order to protect herself, Shen Miaomiao usually behaves very arrogant in front of men, and it can be said that she is not sociable. However, in front of Li Xiaoluo, her arrogance had long since disappeared. Because she had already decided on Li Xiaoluo in her heart, she did not feel disgusted by Li Xiaoluo's jokes. But with her personality, she definitely couldn't be intimate with Li Xiaoluo in front of so many people. However, Li Xiaoluo did not give Shen Miaomiao a chance. He directly reached out and grabbed Shen Miaomiao's soft little hand. With a little force, Li Xiaoluo immediately held Shen Miaomiao in his arms. Anyway, when Li Xiaoluo comes this time, Shen Miaomiao will definitely be eaten up by him, so it would be good to have more physical contact to get used to it. Brother Xiao Luo, please don't be like this. There are a lot of people here. After Shen Miaomiao touched Li Xiao Luo's body, her body suddenly became stiff. Her beautiful cheeks were filled with shame and she wanted to hide in Li Xiao Luo's arms immediately and act like an ostrich. Li Xiaoluo seemed not to hear it, and said seriously, I want to talk about business, everyone be serious. Shen Miaomiao.
Xin Yanyan, who was standing by, was covering Zhao Xiaolu's eyes with her hands, muttering, "Xiaolu, there are some scenes that are not suitable for children.
Don't look at them. Be careful of getting a sty." Zhao Xiaolu wasn't so easily fooled. He slapped Xin Yanyan's hand away and said, "You idiot Yanyan, you can't look. Why are you covering my eyes? Cover your own eyes instead."
Then Zhao Xiaolu saw Xin Yanyan opening her bright eyes wide, looking at Li Xiaolua and Xin Miaomia with curiosity, especially Li Xiaolua's big hand that was stroking Xin Miaomia's round and beautiful legs.
Ahem.
Li Xiaolua cleared his throat, and after being stared at by the two little girls, Xin Yanyan and Zhao Xiaolu, he temporarily restrained his hand movements. Li Xiaolua first used the eye of investigation to check Qin Yueme and the other girls. Qin Yueme, Friendship 66, Potential 88, Special Ability, Healing to be Awakened. Zhao Xiaolu, Friendship 62, Potential 16, Special Ability, None. The friendliness is pretty good. As for that Lu Qingqing, Li Xiaolua was too lazy to waste time looking at her. Then Li Xiaolua glanced at the women in the hall and slowly said, "Miao Miao just asked me why the room wasn't cold anymore. Is the cold outside over? I believe this isn't just Miao Miao's concern, it's yours too. Here, I can tell you directly that the cold disaster is not over, and the disaster will not end in the future. The reason the temperature inside the villa is so warm is because I spent a lot of money on special renovations to the villa area before the apocalypse, including an expensive electric temperature control system. From now on, even if it's minus 100 degrees Celsius outside, my villa will still be as warm as spring." Then, Li Xiaolua's voice gradually became cold. "From now on, my villa will not only be safe but also warm. Otherwise, why do you think those thugs outside can't break into the villa? I will even find a way to get food. But in this apocalypse, I have no obligation to take in anyone or help anyone except the Miao Miao sisters. Otherwise, who knows if I'll end up like Lu Qingqing, becoming an ungrateful person. So if you want to follow me, you must do 3 things. First, absolutely obey. From now on, I will be the male owner of the villa, and Shen Miao Miao will be the female owner. You must absolutely obey our orders. Second, loyalty. If anyone betrays me, I will make her die miserably. Third, you must be able to demonstrate your own value. I don't support idlers here. Now, if anyone feels that my conditions are too harsh and doesn't want to stay, you can tell me directly." It was the first time that Xin Miaomia and Xin Yanyan saw Li Xiaolua so serious, and they immediately stopped laughing and talking. But they were still very happy at this time, because they sisters didn't have to make a choice, they were the hostess. No, her sister is the hostess, she is just taking advantage of her sister, Xin Yanyan quickly corrected her thoughts. Beside her, Qin Yueme hesitated for a moment, then was the first to speak out, "I'm willing to stay." Zhao Xiaolu also quickly said, "Me too." They are not stupid. If they go outside, they will face a group of thugs, and it will be cold. It's not like now, it's as warm as spring in the villa and you can even wear short sleeves. Li Xiaolua was not surprised by their choice. And this is because Li Xiaolua already knew that their friendship level was qualified, so they had the opportunity to choose to stay. Otherwise they wouldn't even have the chance to choose. Lu Qingqing next to her also took off her thick clothes, revealing her original pink nurse uniform and white suspender lace on her legs. She dressed up carefully before the disaster and came to Longting Villa. Seeing that Li Xiaolua didn't pay any attention to her, Lu Qingqing couldn't help herself. Now that the villa is so comfortable, she doesn't want to leave. Lu Qingqing quietly unbuttoned a few buttons of her nurse's uniform, revealing a large area of fair skin. Then she twisted her waist and walked towards Li Xiaolua, saying pitifully, "Mr. Li, I was just starving. I really didn't mean to betray you all. Please give me another chance to stay here. From now on, you will be my master. I will be obedient and serve you well." Li Xiaolua glanced at Lu Qingqing. She wasn't very good looking, but she had beautiful thoughts. Li Xiaolua smiled slyly and said, "Forget it, I'll send you away later." Still want to stay? Not to mention staying, the only thing Lu Qingqing could leave with was her corpse. And Li Xiaolua will let her die in endless regret. "Okay, Miao Miao, you must be starving. Let me give you something delicious to eat first." After Li Xiaolua finished speaking, a pile of steaming delicacies appeared on the coffee table in the living room. There are big lobsters, braised beef, all of them are delicious and look very tempting. Especially for those women who had been hungry for a day, the fragrance was simply life-threatening. Everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They didn't even have time to be surprised by the strange scene that Li Xiaolua could take out such a pile of food so easily. But soon, the girls reacted. They all looked at Li Xiaolua in shock. How did so many delicious foods appear? Is he a god? Li Xiaolua didn't explain. He stood up and walked to Lu Qingqing. Now you can go wait outside the gate. After we finish our meal, I will let you leave the villa. Li Xiaolua did it on purpose. He let Lu Qingqing see so many delicious foods before driving her out. When Lu Qingqing heard this, she was stunned. Let her out? Does that mean she can't even have a sip of the soup from these delicacies? Is Li Xiaolua really a man? How can he be so stingy? Doesn't he know that she is a woman? However, Lu Qingqing suddenly reacted. Not only did Li Xiaolua not give her any food, but he also asked her to freeze outside the house and would not let her leave until they had finished their meal? She is now wearing a rather seductive nurse uniform, and you want to let her go out like this? I'm afraid that before Li Xiaolua finishes her meal, she will be frozen to death. Master, please let me stay. I'm very skilled and I will make you extremely happy. Bang! However, this time, before Lu Qingqing could finish her words, Li Xiaolua slapped her hard in the face, causing her to scream in pain. Listen carefully, I'm telling you to get out, not to negotiate with you. Since you don't want to go out by yourself, I will take you out myself. After saying that, Li Xiaolua picked up Lu Qingqing with one hand, opened the door of the villa and threw her into the yard outside. The yard of the villa is open air, and the temperature is still -60 or 70 degrees Celsius. Lu Qingqing instantly felt what it meant to be living a life worse than death. Chapter 60, Frustrated Zhou Junjie. Master, please, it's so cold, please let me in. Li Xiaolua, you can't do this to me, you're committing murder. The police won't let you go. Listen, Li Xiaolua. I've already told my family about your evil deeds. If you don't let me in, you'll be a murderer. Lu Qingqing first kept begging for mercy outside, but when she saw that it was useless, she turned into threats. But soon the noise outside the door became weaker and weaker. Lu Qingqing had been hungry all day, and now she was wearing thin clothes in the extremely low temperature. She was soon frozen to the point of screaming, and she had no strength to shout. Inside the room, Shin Miao Miao and the others were a little frightened. After all, they are all women, and they have never seen such a scene. Moreover, the end of the world has just begun, and in their hearts, they still subconsciously have to abide by the law. Li Xiaolua did not comfort them, and he would never indulge anyone in this life again. Even if they are not used to it now, they will get used to it slowly in the future. If anyone can't stand or sympathizes with Lu Qingqing, then just go and accompany her. However, the women in the room still knew their identities, and no one dared to question Li Xiaolua's willingness to be a goody-goody. You must be hungry, let's eat. After Li Xiaolua threw Lu Qingqing out, he went to wash his hands, then pulled Shin Miao Miao to the small dining table to prepare to eat. Li Xiaolua was still very gentle towards Shin Miao Miao, the future ice queen. After Shin Miao Miao sat down, Li Xiaolua waved to Shin Yanyan again, little girl, sit down and prepare to eat. After Shin Yanyan sat down obediently, she couldn't help but secretly look at the two big buns on her chest. Although they were not as big as her sister's two big coconuts, they were definitely not small. Shin Yanyan looked at Zhao Xiaolu, who was still standing beside her. She couldn't help but say, brother-in-law, Xiaolu and sister Yueme are very nice people. Can we have dinner together? Li Xiaolua shook her head and said, no, since we have hierarchy here, we naturally have to follow rules. They are maids now, so they can't eat with us. And their meals will be different from ours. Li Xiaolua doesn't have many people under him now, and they are either his women or his sister-in-law. The only two people he has a normal relationship with are Qin Yueme and Zhao Xiaolu. But even though there are few people, the necessary rules still need to be followed, and the team will definitely expand in the future. Oh. Shin Yanyan nodded and didn't dare to say anything more. After lunch, Shin Miao Miao and her sisters finally felt like they were alive again. Being hungry is really painful. Looking at the leftovers on the table, the virtuous Shin Miao Miao stood up and prepared to clean up. Li Xiaolua stopped Shin Miao Miao and then looked at Qin Yueme and Zhao Xiaolu. Qin Yueme, your job will still be to take care of Yan Yan, and Zhao Xiaolu, your job will be to take care of the housework. Of course, there are only two of you maids now, so you can also help each other. Anyway, remember the rules I set before. I don't keep idle people here who eat for free. Qin Yueme and Zhao Xiaolu immediately nodded obediently, then ran over to clean up the garbage on the table. Li Xiaolua looked at Zhao Xiaolu and said, by the way, can you cook or something? Zhao Xiaolu was afraid that Li Xiaolua would think she was useless, so she quickly said, "Master, I can cook and do all the housework." Li Xiaolua nodded, "Okay, then be a good babysitter from now on. If you don't know how to do it, learn more on the internet. Don't let me think you are useless." Li Xiaolua temporarily set the rules and arranged everyone's identities and responsibilities in this way, and would see how the situation develops later. After taking care of the household affairs and leisurely drinking a cup of tea, Li Xiaolua prepared to deal with the group of people outside the villa. At this time, outside Li Xiaolua's villa, Zhou Junjie was hugging a woman, and a group of men in security uniforms followed behind him. Useless. They're all just a bunch of useless. So many people have been working on this for so long, but they can't even get through the gate of the villa. Zhou Junjie loudly scolded the group of security guards behind him. Since yesterday, he had promised these security guards a lot of benefits to help them catch Li Xiaolua. But after working all day, he couldn't even get into the gate of Li Xiaolua's villa. How could he not be angry? There are several reasons why Zhou Junjie wants to catch Li Xiaolua. First of all, it was naturally because Li Xiaoluo had beaten him before the ice disaster, and he had been planning how to kill Li Xiaoluo. However, he didn't expect that the icy disaster would come before he could take any action. But now that the situation is so chaotic, it actually makes it easier for him to deal with Li Xiaoluo. Secondly, although Shen Miaomiao may have been played around by Li Xiaolua, Shen Miaomiao's devilish figure and beautiful face still made him miss her a little. Zhou Junjie decided that he must catch Shen Miaomiao and have some fun with her, so that she would be so blind that she would not even choose him. The last and most important reason is that the woman Zhou Junjie is hugging is called Fang Xiaoyu. That's right, it was Li Xiaolua's former colleague, Fang Xiaoyu, who was hired by Li Xiaolua to purchase supplies before the end of the world. After Xiaoyu knew that Li Xiaolua was rich, she kept trying to seduce Li Xiaolua every day so that she could marry into a wealthy family. But Li Xiaolua was not interested in her at all. Li Xiaoluo basically never replied to the ambiguous text messages and seductive pictures she sent every day after get off work. This made Fang Xiaoyu so angry at Li Xiaolua that she wanted to bite him, but she could do nothing about it. However, because Fang Xiaoyu often paid attention to Li Xiaolua, she accidentally witnessed the conflict between Li Xiaolua and Zhou Junjie last time. So Fang Xiaoyu took the excuse of knowing many of Li Xiaolua's secrets and took the initiative to approach Zhou Junjie. What Fang Xiaoyu didn't expect was that Zhou Junjie, a top-rich second generation, was much easier to win over than Li Xiaolua. She carried out the software hardening project that day. Zhou Junjie naturally just played with Fang Xiaoyu, who came to his door. He was just very puzzled by Li Xiaolua's behavior of purchasing large quantities of supplies, and wanted to see if he could get some evidence against Li Xiaolua through Fang Xiaoyu, an insider. Fang Xiaoyu naturally had nothing to hide and told Zhou Junjie everything Li Xiaolua had done, including what supplies Li Xiaolua had purchased. Zhou Junjie had thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out Li Xiaolua's intention of indiscriminately purchasing a large amount of supplies. However, after the ice disaster came, everyone lacked cold-resistant supplies and food, and Zhou Junjie seemed to understand something. Li Xiaolua must have known in advance through some connection that a disaster was going to happen. Therefore, Zhou Junjie wanted to capture Li Xiaolua not only for personal grudges, but also to get the large amount of supplies that Li Xiaolua had hidden. With those massive supplies, even if the ice disaster lasts for a lifetime, he can live a carefree and happy life in the villa. However, Zhou Junjie had planned everything. He finally used threats and bribes to trick a group of security guards into obeying him, but in the end he didn't expect that he would not be able to enter Li Xiaolua's villa. This made Zhou Junjie feel extremely frustrated. However, Zhou Junjie did not notice that while he was constantly cursing the group of security guards, the eyes of several of them had changed when they looked at him. The reason why these security guards obeyed Zhou Junjie's command was mainly because of Zhou Junjie's prestige in the villa area before the end of the world. Everyone knew the consequences of not listening to him. However, many things on the internet and around them are telling them that the world is really in chaos. Chapter 61, Destroy his heart before killing him. Thanks for the gifts, everyone. Li Xiaolua in the villa watched the situation outside through the surveillance camera, and then took Shen Miaomiao and the others to the second floor of the villa, saying that he wanted them to watch a good show and cooperate with him. Then Li Xiaolua began to prepare. The high-pressure water gun here was installed on the second floor of the villa. After all, the second floor is higher, so you can shoot farther. Li Xiaolua checked and found that although the temperature was extremely low, there was no problem with the high-pressure water gun and it could be used completely. After all, it had been super-enhanced by the system. Then Li Xiaolua connected the lines to the huge LCD display on the second floor and prepared to project the screen.
Brother-in-law, what good show are you going to show us? And how are we supposed to cooperate? Seeing Li Xiaolua tinkering with it, Shen Yanyan couldn't help but ask curiously.
Now the little girl is calling him brother-in-law more and more easily, and Shen Miao is too lazy to care about her.
Li Xiaolua smiled and said, "Don't worry, the show is about to begin.
As for how you cooperate, it's actually very simple.
Miao Miao and Qin Yueme will pretend to be my women, and Shen Yanyan and Xiaolu will be the maids. Then just cooperate with me in the show."
Li Xiaolua finished speaking. The 4 women in the room looked at Li Xiaolua with strange eyes. Especially Qin Yueme, who was standing aside, had a red face and mixed feelings. In the past, due to the nature of her work, coupled with her looks and figure, she had encountered many unspoken rules and innuendos.
But she never thought about it.
But this time, she seemed unable to refuse. In fact, Qin Yueme was mentally prepared by the rules set by Li Xiaolua in the moment they became maids. It would be fine if they were just called servants, but maids, it really makes people think too much. Li Xiaolua looked at Qin Yueme and smiled.
"Alright, don't think too much.
The reason I asked you all to pretend to be my women is that I will display the situation in our room on the electronic screen at the entrance of the villa. I want to piss off Zhou Junjie outside first, and then I will deal with him.
Come here quickly and act well.
If you act well, you will get a reward later."
Li Xiaolua sat down on the sofa and waved to several women.
After hearing Li Xiaolua's explanation, the girls all breathed a sigh of relief. I thought Li Xiaolua was going to do that during the day. There are still many people who really can't accept that. If it was just an act to piss off the thugs outside, then they would be able to accept it. Several women obediently walked to Li Xiaolua, and Li Xiaolua began to arrange work.
"Miao Miao, sit on my left. You have the most scenes. Feed me some fruit and give me some sweet kisses from time to time.
Qin Yueme, you sit on my right, but you have to pretend to be in favor of me and feed me fruit from time to time.
Yan Yan and Jia Xiaolu, you two just stand behind me. Your roles are similar to those of ancient maids. Just give me a back massage." The 4 girls nodded quickly at Li Xiaolua's arrangement.
I originally thought that Li Xiaolua wanted to, but now she is just acting. It is much better than they thought, so naturally they can accept it very well. Shen Miao and Qin Yueme both sat down next to Li Xiaolua, and were immediately filled with fragrance.
Both women had a very pleasant body odor. Moreover, one of them is a beautiful and gentle girl, and the other is a charming and attractive young woman.
Both of them have graceful and beautiful figures.
Even if you do nothing, it's still very enjoyable.
Okay, let's get started. Li Xiaolua said something, and then through the system operation, Zhou Junjie and a dozen ferocious security guards outside the villa immediately appeared on the huge LCD screen in the room. At the same time, the electronic screen at the gate of the villa also showed the scene of Li Xiaolua surrounded by beauties. Li Xiaolua had also done these operations at Lord's Mansion number 36, so he was already very skilled at it.
"Hey, isn't this Mr. Zhou? Are you visiting my house? Why don't you come in? Why are you always acting as a guard dog outside my house?"
The moment the surveillance footage appeared, Li Xiaolua smiled and waved to Zhou Junjie outside the villa through the surveillance. Then Li Xiaolua opened his arms and hugged Shen Miao and Qin Yueme's waists respectively, giving them a real hug.
Li Xiaolua is in a good mood. And he will be able to deal with Zhou Junjie soon. He has been waiting for this moment for a long time.
Besides, Li Xiaolua didn't want Zhou Junjie to die too comfortably. To kill someone and destroy his heart, Li Xiaolua first wants to piss off Zhou Junjie and then kill him. Zhou Junjie, who was outside the villa, was a little scared when he saw the picture suddenly appear on the electronic screen at the gate. But when he saw that it was Li Xiaolua, Zhou Junjie had nothing to be afraid of. But when he saw the scene in the picture where Li Xiaolua was holding a beautiful woman in his arms, with 2 girls on each side. Besides Shen Miao, whom he had always been thinking about, there was also a young woman wearing a nurse's uniform and with a very good figure next to her. Zhou Junjie was so angry that his teeth were about to break. Envy, jealousy, want to kill. This moment was the time when Zhou Junjie experienced the greatest emotional fluctuations in his life. So he and a group of people were busy outside for 2 days, while Li Xiaolua was watching the show in the villa surrounded by beauties. Before, Li Xiaolua had never responded to them or shown up. It seemed that she was just hiding and watching them make a fool of themselves. In addition to Zhou Junjie, the group of security guards were also envious and jealous at this time. There is a fairy like Shen Miao in Li Xiaolua's villa. These security guards actually all know about it. After all, last time they almost got into a fight over the right to lead Shin Miao. This is also one of the reasons why these security guards responded positively when Zhou Junjie wanted to deal with Li Xiaoluo. Anyway, the world is so chaotic. If they can have a kiss with a goddess like Shin Miao, they would be willing to die. But now, damn this Li Xiaoluo, I originally thought that Shin Miao was the only one in his family, but I never thought that he actually had so many top beauties in his collection. Not to mention the stunningly beautiful Shin Miao, Qin Yueme on Li Xiaoluo's right is also incredibly beautiful, and Shin Yanyan behind her is youthful and beautiful. What a beast! Let them go, let them come. They are willing to die for anything. At this moment, not only Zhou Junjie, but all the security guards wanted to rush into the villa and beat Li Xiaoluo to pieces. God knows how much they have suffered in the past 2 days in order to deal with Li Xiaoluo. Some of them even have their hands and feet frozen. I originally thought that Li Xiaoluo was also worried and anxious in the villa these 2 days. But I never expected this scene. It's really bullying. Chapter 62, All Acting. Li Xiaoluo, we've surrounded your villa. I advise you to open the door and surrender immediately. We only want your food, and we promise not to harm your lives. Otherwise, if we really wait to break in, don't blame me for being cruel. Zhou Junjie pointed at a group of tall security guards around him, trying to scare Li Xiaoluo. They really couldn't break through the defense of the villa. They were about to give up, but they didn't expect Li Xiaoluo to suddenly show up. So Zhou Junjie quickly threatened first. The group of security guards around Zhou Junjie also cooperated very well and raised their weapons one by one. It seemed that if Li Xiaoluo dared to say no, they would rush into the villa. Shun Miao and Qin Yueme's faces turned pale. Although they knew that there were thugs outside the villa, they had not seen the scene, so they were not as scared as they are now. It's like hearing others say that the battlefield is dangerous and terrifying, but if you haven't seen the scene or actually experienced it, you may not feel much. But if you show the images of the dead on the battlefield, you will still feel a lingering fear. But soon, Shin Miao and Qin Yueme's pale cheeks were stained with a hint of red. Looking at Qin Yueme's blushing face, Li Xiaoluo said that he did this just for acting to piss off Zhou Junjie and the others outside. He had to play the role of a lecherous playboy to the fullest. He is a good actor. So Li Xiaoluo seemed to be doing it subconsciously, without showing any abnormality. He just looked at Zhou Junjie on the screen and laughed. Mr. Zhou, you're making such a big scene. You have so many lackeys. Your words are so harsh. Why don't you just come in? Don't be like yourself, all good-looking but useless. Li Xiaoluo, you are looking for death. Zhou Junjie suddenly got furious, and he didn't know what sentence irritated him. The group of security guards nearby were also shaking with anger. Although they were indeed lackeys. But you said it so bluntly, we don't care about our face. But no matter how angry they were, they seemed powerless to do anything. They could only watch Li Xiaoluo humiliate them. But at this moment Zhou Junjie suddenly seemed to think of something. He tore off the mask of the woman next to him, revealing Feng Xiaoyu's beautiful face that was almost deformed by the cold. Li Xiaoluo, your employee Feng Xiaoyu is in my hands now. I caught her when she came to find you, and she kept saying that you would come to save her. I'm giving you one more chance now. If you don't open the door to the villa, I'm going to strip Feng Xiaoyu's clothes piece by piece and let her freeze to death in front of you. Zhou Junjie was sure that Li Xiaoluo had no idea that Feng Xiaoyu had joined him. So nominally, Feng Xiaoyu is still Li Xiaoluo's employee, and even used to be a colleague. Li Xiaoluo is a grown man, how could he have the nerve to watch a woman related to him die without helping her? Li Xiaoluo in the villa looked at Zhou Junjie with a strange look in his eyes. Not to mention the relationship between him and Feng Xiaoyu, why should he save her? And you hugged me so tightly just now, and now you tell me that Feng Xiaoyu was forced. Let me open the door and surrender? I hope Zhou Junjie's IQ-1T be frozen to pieces. However, Li Xiaoluo didn't show it. He frowned and looked at Feng Xiaoyu and said, Feng Xiaoyu, why is it you? Didn't I let you all have a holiday a few days ago? Charlotte, please save me. That bastard Zhou Junjie wanted to find something to hold against you, so he sent someone to arrest me that day. But no matter how he beat me, I didn't say anything. Believe me. Charlotte, I'm your employee and used to be your colleague. I've always had a crush on you, but I just haven't had the time to express it. For the sake of our relationship, please save me. I don't want to freeze to death. I will definitely repay you in the future. Zhou Junjie winked at Feng Xiaoyu when he pulled off her mask.
Fang Xiaoyu is such a smart person, she can understand any conspiracy at a glance. So Fang Xiaoyu immediately cooperated with Zhou Junjie in acting. Zhou Junjie struck while the iron was hot and said, Li Xiaolua, as a grown man, do you really want to watch your woman die for you? I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't open the door, I'll strip her clothes in front of all these men. Li Xiaolua gnashed his teeth and said, Zhou Junjie, you are at least a well-known person, right? If you have the guts, come in and deal with me. What kind of skill is it to bully a woman like this? In fact, Li Xiaolua was already enjoying the show in her heart. Hurry up and take off your clothes. I want to see how many pieces you can take off. If Zhou Junjie could really strip Fang Xiaoyu naked. Li Xiaolua could only say one thing to them, awesome. Damn, they are more dedicated than my own actors. In order to play the role of a person who was enjoying himself in a villa, Li Xiaolua takes advantage of Shin Miaomio and Qin Yueme by hugging them on both sides. Zhou Junjie looked at Li Xiaolua outside the villa and said proudly, Li Xiaolua, stop talking nonsense. If Fang Xiaoyu is bullied, it's because of you. Okay, 10 seconds are up, make a choice quickly. Li Xiaolua chose silence. Zhou Junjie angrily said to the security guard next to him, come here, take off one piece of Fang Xiaoyu's clothes for me. Several security guards immediately stepped forward and tried to take off Fang Xiaoyu's clothes. Fang Xiaoyu naturally fought back desperately, but how could she be a match for those men? After taking off her thick down jacket, Fang Xiaoyu immediately started shivering from the cold. Charlotte, Mr. Li, I'm so cold, please save me. The bullied Fang Xiaoyu did not ask Zhou Junjie to let her go, but continued to ask Li Xiaolua for help pitifully. Li Xiaolua remained silent. Just be a quiet spectator. Keep taking it off. Zhou Junjie continued gritting his teeth. The security guards were naturally obedient. When they stripped Fang Xiaoyu's clothes off, they couldn't help but take advantage of her, which made them feel very happy. Fang Xiaoyu is Zhou Junjie's woman. Mr. Zhou, stop taking off your clothes. I'm freezing. If you take them off anymore, I'll really freeze to death. Li Xiaolua might have known about our relationship a long time ago. He won't be fooled. Zhou Junjie is addicted to acting. Anyway, it's not his clothes that are taken off, and it's not him who is cold. But Fang Xiaoyu couldn't stand it anymore and spoke immediately. Zhou Junjie's face changed. After Fang Xiaoyu said this, no matter how stupid Li Xiaolua was, he would not be fooled. Chapter 63 Li Xiaolua, you have no moral principles. Mr. Zhou, why don't you continue taking off your clothes? I'm still waiting to see the fun. Li Xiaolua was a little dissatisfied when she saw that there were no good shows to watch outside. She felt that the acting was not professional enough. It was a bit boring at first, and I could only watch half of the show if I wanted to. Zhou Junjie gritted his teeth and said, Li Xiaolua, we're not done yet. Can you stay in this villa forever? From now on, we'll have people guarding the door of your villa every day. Let's see how long you can keep hiding like a turtle. Zhou Junjie said a few harsh words and wanted to leave. Although he had wrapped himself up like a dumpling, it was still too cold. If his villa was not very close to Li Xiaolua's villa, he would have no chance to cause trouble for Li Xiaolua. At this time, a tall security guard suddenly said, Mr. Zhou, why don't we get some gasoline, make some incendiary bombs and throw them into Li Xiaolua's villa to burn Li Xiaolua to death? This tall security guard was the one who led Shin Miaomio last time, and then he was inexplicably humiliated by Li Xiaolua. So among these people, apart from Zhou Junjie, he is the one who wants to kill Li Xiaolua the most. Okay, this is a good idea, let's do it. Li Xiaolua, did you hear that? Since you're seeking death yourself, don't blame me for using other means. Zhou Junjie deliberately spoke loudly to the screen. In fact, Zhou Junjie knew that the villas here were well fired. Moreover, it was snowing and icy now, so even if they threw incendiary bombs, they wouldn't be able to burn down Li Xiaolua's villa. But Zhou Junjie thought, what if he could scare Li Xiaolua? However, at this moment, Li Xiaolua's expression suddenly turned cold. He looked at Zhou Junjie coldly and said, You clowns, I've let you perform for so many days, and you think you can still leave? Now it's my turn to perform. As he spoke, Li Xiaolua let go of Shin Miaomio and Qin Yueme, stood up from the sofa and went to the balcony on the second floor. The high-pressure water gun was ready long ago. Li Xiaolua came to the high-pressure water gun, then held the handle of the high-pressure water gun and pointed it at Zhou Xiaotong and others outside the villa. Li Xiaolua turned on the switch of the high-pressure water gun and adjusted it to the maximum.
Suddenly, a huge stream of water sprayed towards Zhou Junjie and the others like flowers scattered by a fairy. Zhou Junjie didn't take Li Xiaoluo's harsh words seriously at all. If Li Xiaoluo dared to come out and cause trouble for him, he would be happy. I was just worried that I couldn't do anything about Li Xiaoluo. But they didn't expect that instead of waiting for Li Xiaoluo to come out, a huge stream of water shot towards them. Zhou Zujunji and the others were caught off guard and had no time to dodge, and were immediately sprayed away without warning. In an instant, Zhou Junji and the others' clothes got wet. Although they were originally wearing thick clothes, they now felt bitingly cold because of the clothes. Zhou Junji was stunned. The security guards were also confused. Damn, what is going on? Why is there a high-pressure water gun in this villa? Moreover, its power seems to be comparable to that of the water cannons on warships. And in such weather, Li Xiaoluo actually used a high-pressure water gun. Li Xiaoluo, you have no moral principles. Damn, Mr. Zhou, I'm freezing to death, what should we do? Damn it. You're still asking what to do at this moment. Let's quickly hide under the eaves so the water gun can't hit us. No, our clothes are all wet now. We need to leave quickly. Otherwise, even if the water gun can't hit us, we will freeze to death. Bullshit. I can't run fast in this thick snow. If I run away, I'll just be shot at by Li Xiaoluo. It's already late, stop arguing and run away. So the group of people split into two groups. Some people wanted to escape from here immediately, while others temporarily found a safe place to hide. No one cares about Zhou Junjie now, the most important thing is to survive. But as the security guards themselves said, those who escaped soon regretted it. Because they couldn't run fast on the snow, they could only become living targets for Li Xiaoluo's high-pressure water gun. Moreover, the power of the water gun was so great, like a sharp sword. Just shooting it at a security guard would knock them down, and their bones would seem to be broken. Mr. Zhou, save us, my leg is broken. Captain Li, my legs are numb from the cold and I can't move. Please come and save me. Seeing those people knocked to the ground by the high-pressure water gun, Zhou Junjie felt a little scared. Fortunately, he did not choose to escape immediately. Looking at those unlucky companions lying in the snow, Zhou Junjie and the security guards hiding under the eaves did not go to rescue them. Looking at the power of the high-pressure water gun, it was really terrifying. Those companions didn't seem to be lying. Some of their legs were really broken, and some of them had many cuts on their bodies. The snow turned red. Zhou Junjie and the others never imagined that Li Xiaoluo had originally bought the most powerful high-pressure water gun. After the system's super enhancement, its range and power were increased tenfold. You can also adjust the channel. If you choose a water flow with a wide range, the power will be small, but it can be used to cause group damage. If you choose a water flow with a small range, then the power will be greater and can be used to kill a single target. At this time, Zhou Junjie was really scared. He didn't want to die, so Zhou Junjie begged for mercy loudly to Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo, we were wrong this time. If you just let me go this time, I swear I will never bother you again. Mr. Li, no. Brother Xiaoluo, from now on I will follow your lead. You are my brother. I, Zhou Junjie, keep my word and will listen to you from now on. Li Xiaoluo sneered in his heart in the room. He still remembered all the harm Zhou Junjie had done to him in his previous life. Now, let alone calling him brother, even if someone calls him grandpa, Zhou Junjie will die. But Li Xiaoluo kept him until now because he didn't want him to die too easily. Mr. Li, I'm just a security guard. Zhou Junjie forced me to deal with you. Please forgive me. As long as you let me go, I will be your dog from now on. I will bite whoever you tell me to bite. That's right, Master Li, we're just nobody. We have no grudge against you. It was Zhou Junjie who forced us to come and cause trouble for you. Let us go. I'm really freezing. Mr. Li, we are still useful. As long as you keep us, you will have the final say in this villa area from now on. We will listen to you in everything. Charlotte, for the sake of our former colleagues, please forgive me. In addition to Zhou Junjie begging for mercy, several security guards in Feng Xiaoyu who were shivering from the cold also tried their best to beg for mercy. In order to survive, they all hurriedly distanced themselves from Zhou Junjie. When Li Xiaoluo heard the security guards in Feng Xiaoyu's cries for mercy, he immediately had an idea in his mind. He knew how Zhou Junjie should die. Li Xiaoluo said, "Listen up, all the security guards. Are you sure you all want to submit to me and follow me from now on? Mr. Li, am absolutely sincere. I swear, if I ever have second thoughts in the future, I will die a miserable death.
Mr. Li, me too. Li Xiaolua smiled and said, okay, then let me see your sincerity. If you castrate Zhou Junjie, I will consider letting you follow me. Chapter 64, Let Zhou Junjie be castrated. Additional chapter.
When Zhou Junjie heard that Li Xiaolua wanted the security guards to castrate him, he was really scared.
He didn't want to be the last eunuch, that would be more painful than killing him.
Brothers, don't listen to Li Xiaolua's nonsense.
He is just fooling you. He wants us to kill each other. Don't believe this kind of trick.
Zhou Junjie immediately and loudly exposed Li Xiaolua's conspiracy to the security guards around him, and even used the word brothers. You have to know that he used to look down on these security guards from the bottom of his heart and always ordered them around casually. However, Zhou Junjie found that his words seemed to have no effect, and the eyes of several security guards looked at him with red light.
Zhou Junjie was shocked. Zhou Junjie quickly shouted again.
Brothers, everyone knows the background of my Zhou family. I swear, as long as you can escort me out of here this time, I will give each of you 10 million. Also, I know a lot of long-legged models, and I'll assign one to each of you in the future.
Don't worry, they're definitely not the kind you see on the bus. They're the ones you can truly live with. You can whip them every day from now on.
I have to say, men's words are deceiving.
Zhou Junjie's vow is to open his mouth and do it. And if it was before the end of the world, which man would not be moved by Zhou Junjie's promises? Men in today's society are under too much pressure.
They may fight tooth and nail for a bus that has been used by who knows how many people, and they may have to spend all the savings of several generations of their family to get married.
If it is really as Zhou Junjie said, they will wake up laughing in their dreams.
10 million is enough for them to achieve financial freedom and rest easy.
Add to that a model-level beauty with long legs, and they can lick her for a lifetime.
Then they will reach the peak of their lives.
The reason why they licked Zhou Junjie's ass in the past was because of his identity, which could make them instantly successful.
So after hearing the tempting conditions offered by Zhou Junjie, although they knew the chances were slim, several security guards were still tempted. However, more security guards were tempted by the conditions offered by Li Xiaolua. Because they can see clearly what the current situation is, what Zhou Junjie said is too unrealistic. They are indeed envious of the 10 million and the long-legged beauty.
But first of all, can they leave alive now? Especially since the guard Zhou Junjie escaped alive, then they stayed behind to cover their retreat and died heroically?
Secondly, even if someone is lucky enough to escape alive with Zhou Junjie.
But can this icy apocalypse really end? If it doesn't end, what's the point of giving them 1,000 small goals, let alone 10 million?
If it doesn't end, in this cold weather, not to mention that the long-legged beauties can't come, even if they take off all their clothes and lie in front of them, I'm afraid they won't be able to applaud for love. The extreme low temperature reduces all men's desires to the lowest level. Especially if you try it in the wild, you might freeze to death. So a few security guards ignored Zhou Junjie and shouted directly at the electronic screen at the gate, Mr. Li, if we do as you say, will you really take us in? On the electronic screen at the gate of the villa, Li Xiaolua was opening his mouth and biting a pink grape fed to him by Shen Miaomiao. Li Xiaolua had not yet said that the acting was over, so Shen Miaomiao and Qin Yuemei were still snuggling on both sides of him. It really made those security guards' eyes red with envy.
Damn it, if they really follow Li Xiaoluo, they will find an opportunity to kill Li Xiaoluo sooner or later.
By then, Li Xiaoluo's villa will be theirs, and the women around him will also be theirs. Moreover, the castration method proposed by Li Xiaoluo is good, and they will implement it on Li Xiaoluo when the time comes.
Let him show off.
At this time, Li Xiaoluo's voice came from the loudspeaker.
He said to the security guards, I won't swear anything to you. Believe me or not, it's up to you.
I can only say that I am ambitious like any other man, so I need help. After hearing what Li Xiaolua said, the security guards looked at each other and nodded secretly.
They decided to believe Li Xiaoluo's nonsense. After all, do they have a choice? Zhou Junjie's lies are even less reliable, and he is on the weaker side. I believe that Li Xiaoluo may still have a chance to turn the tables, and in the future I can eat and drink delicious food and play with Li Xiaoluo's woman. If I continue to follow Zhou Junjie, I will have to endure the biting cold and continue to suffer. Moreover, they felt that what Li Xiaolua said was right. In these troubled times, any ambitious man would need help. Just like Zhou Junjie, we needed them before. Master Li, we believe you. We will castrate that bastard Zhou Junjie right now.
He actually dared to cause trouble for you, Master Li. He's really a dung beetle, looking for shit. Several security guards who had already made plans in their minds immediately began to express their loyalty to Li Xiaoluo. Especially a handsome security guard, he took the lead and rushed towards Zhou Junjie.
Fuck. What are you doing?
My dad is the chairman of the Zhou group.
Yang Wei, you dare to slap me? Bang bang bang.
The security guard who took the lead threw Zhou Junjie to the ground, then attacked him left and right, first slapping Zhou Junjie hard in the face.
Fuck, what's wrong with me slapping you?
Let me tell you, even without Master Li's order, I would have castrated you a long time ago.
You dare to play with my wife, do you know how long I have tolerated you?
Zhou Junjie's eyes were red and he tried to struggle desperately, but several security guards came up from behind and held down his limbs.
Save me, I will give you a lifetime of endless wealth and glory.
There were a few security guards nearby who didn't move.
They were quite moved by Zhou Junjie's previous promise, so they didn't take any action. Zhou Junjie immediately asked them for help.
Whoever dares to save him, don't blame me for turning my back on you and stabbing him to death. The security guard named Yang Wei immediately took out a machete from his waist, and then waved the machete at the few people who were planning to come up to rescue Zhou Junjie. Suddenly, no one dared to step forward. Their determination to help Zhou Junjie was not actually strong, and they were still struggling at this time, so no one wanted to fight with Yang Wei.
Because many people know what happened to Yang Wei, if they go to save Zhou Junjie, Yang Wei may really kill them.
When no one came to rescue Zhou Junjie, the security guard named Yang Wei took off Zhou Junjie's pants with a grimace on his face, and then finally found the marble-sized object.
Ah! Soon a miserable voice was heard.
Li Xiaoluo in the villa could hear the sounds on the scene, so he was stunned when he heard the name Yang Wei. In his previous life, Zhou Junjie had his penis cut off by a security guard named Yang Wei, who made Zhou Junjie play with someone else's wife, and he liked the excitement and deliberately let Yang Wei find out. I didn't expect that in this life, I had caused Zhou Junjie to be castrated earlier than expected.
But it was Yang Wei who took action.
Chapter 65. The uneasiness in my heart is getting stronger and stronger.
Brother Xiaoluo, do you really want to take in those security guards?
Just as Zhou Junjie was undergoing surgery outside the villa, Shen Miaomiu inside the villa asked Li Xiaoluo nervously. Qin Yueme and even Shen Yanyan and the others next to them were all waiting for Li Xiaoluo's answer with nervous expressions. Those security guards are not good people.
If we take them in, what if they betray Li Xiaoluo again like they betrayed Zhou Junjie? Shen Miaomiu and the others couldn't even imagine what would become of them.
Li Xiaoluo smiled and said, "Take them in?
I never said I must take them in. I also didn't say I wouldn't kill them after taking them in.
Besides, they want to kill me and play with my woman. Even if I take them in, they must die.
Today is your first lesson.
After the end of the world, don't trust anyone outside, and don't show any mercy." After hearing what Li Xiaoluo said, Shen Miaomiu and the others felt relieved for some reason. Although it may be a bit cruel, they really cannot accept being in the same team with those thugs.
So, let them all die.
Outside the villa, several security guards carried Zhou Junjie, who was covered in blood and without pants, to the surveillance camera at the gate.
"Mr. Li, we have followed your instructions and sent that bastard Zhou Junjie to be a eunuch. Mr. Li, we sincerely want to follow you. From now on, we will be your licking dogs. We will bite whoever you tell us to bite."
"That's right, Master Li, please, spare us this time.
If we don't change our clothes and keep warm, we'll all freeze to death."
In fact, many security guards were almost unconscious from the cold. If Li Xiaoluo refused to take them in or delayed time, then they can only scatter, and as many as can escape will be the best. But what made all the security guards overjoyed was that they soon heard Li Xiaoluo's heavenly voice.
"Okay. You all behaved well. I will open the automatic door of the villa. Everyone, come in."
That's right, although Li Xiaoluo's voice is just average, but in their ears at this moment, it is the sound of nature.
Li Xiaoluo actually wanted to take them in and let them into the villa.
The door that has kept them depressed for so long is finally about to open.
As long as they are allowed into the villa, who does Li Xiaoluo think he is? With a click, the door of the villa really opened automatically. "Hurry in and bring your tools.
Come here, some people, bring our Master Zhou up here too.
Master Li might be a little interested in him."
As for Fang Xiaoyu standing aside, the security guards didn't even need to tell her, she ran faster than anyone else.
Although she was with Zhou Junjie before, in Feng Xiaoyu's heart, that was not betrayal, but a choice.
In the past, she would follow whoever had money, but now she follows whoever is the most powerful man.
I believe that no one will make things difficult for a weak woman like her, right? Otherwise, is he still a man?
Especially since Li Xiaoluo is Feng Xiaoyu's colleague, Feng Xiaoyu believes that she knows Li Xiaoluo well. Although Li Xiaoluo didn't treat her like those lick dogs before, he didn't lick her like that. But Li Xiaoluo is definitely a good person. He will definitely forgive himself. Soon, everyone, including Zhou Junjie who had fainted, entered the courtyard of the villa, and then the gate of the villa immediately closed automatically.
Holy crap, why is there a nurse who fainted from the cold here? Damn, what a waste of talent.
This nurse is quite pretty, and she's even wearing the alluring uniform. She's willing to let me lick her all the time.
Hee hee, there will be a chance later. There are even more beautiful nurses inside.
The group of people who entered the villa courtyard soon saw Lu Qingqing who had fainted from the cold.
Didn't Lu Qingqing want to leave before?
Li Xiaoluo said that he would let her go after dealing with Zhou Junjie and the others. But now it seems that she may not want to leave.
Then you can't blame him. Oh no, Wei Gu, why do I have a bad feeling?
Me too, Wei Gu.
Do you think young Master Li will let us in and then freeze us to death in this garden?
Oh, how dare he, Li Xiaoluo. The gate outside the villa is too strong for us to break open, and there's a high-voltage electric fence on the wall. But now we've entered the villa.
There are so many small doors and windows in the villa. Can't we break one open?
When dealing with Zhou Junjie before, the security guard named Yang Wei was the one who rushed to the front, and it was he who performed the infertility surgery on Zhou Junjie.
Yang Wei's ruthlessness still intimidated many security guards, and maybe Yang Wei would be valued by Li Xiaoluo in the future.
So when he was outside, many security guards called him Viagra.
Although Yang Wei is not very satisfied with the name Viagra, he still enjoys everyone's respect for him.
Now he looks just like their eldest brother.
Mr. Li, I'm Feng Xiaoyu. I'm freezing to death. Please open the door.
After entering the courtyard of the villa, Feng Xiaoyu had been here the other day, so he naturally knew where the door was, so he immediately ran to the door and knocked.
But no one responded to her.
The group of security guards following Feng Xiaoyu were dumbfounded. The uneasiness in my heart is getting stronger and stronger.
Young Master Li, I'm Yang Wei, the same Yang Wei who castrated Zhou Junjie. I've brought my brothers here to join you.
At this time, Li Xiaoluo's voice finally came down from the second floor of the villa again. Everyone, I'm sorry, I'm busy right now.
You all should wait in the yard. This can be regarded as a small test for you.
Li Xiaoluo said that he actually keeps his word. As long as you can persist, a miracle will happen.
Damn it. All the security guards were extremely angry. What was going on around Li Xiaoluo?
They had seen it long before and were busy hugging her left and right, enjoying the pleasure.
And you can go to Nima's little test.
Their clothes are soaking wet and they are almost freezing.
Do they want another little test? By then they will be frozen solid. Fuck, Wei Gu, Li Xiaoluo might not even want to take us in.
Let's just use force. That's right, Wei Gu, let's get started quickly while our hands and feet can still move, otherwise we won't be able to hold the tools.
Damn it. Is Li Xiaoluo out of his mind? If he doesn't want to take us in, why did he let us in? Is he looking for death?
Yang Wei frowned, then made up his mind and said, okay, stop talking nonsense. If Li Xiaoluo doesn't open the door, we'll just break the window and get in ourselves.
Yes, smash the window. Breaking the window glass is easier than breaking the door.
Led by Yang Wei, a group of people came to a window tremblingly with hammers and other tools in their hands.
Li Xiaoluo, bastard.
A security guard swung a hammer, then while cursing Li Xiaoluo, he used his last burst of strength to smash it down hard.
With a loud bang. Everyone was dumbfounded. The glass of the window was not even broken, not even a crack. Yang Wei vomited blood again when he saw the situation. How does this situation feel?
They have experienced it before.
You can't play it like this. It's bad enough that the door is so exaggerated, but you still want glass? Even anti-theft glass is not this strong. Chapter 66 Shin Nyamyo's Sacred Moment. Yang Wei doesn't believe in evil.
Then, Yang Wei brought all the security guards with tools and started banging on the doors and windows of Li Xiaoluo's villa for a long time.
But the result made them very frustrated.
Not to mention breaking it open, there wasn't even a scratch left.
Don't smash it.
Because their bodies were numb from the cold, several security guards had already thrown away the tools in their hands and hugged each other to keep warm. Although it's a bit eye-catching, they are really cool.
Ha ha. I let you lackeys betray me. Now you're getting your comeuppance.
At some point, Zhou Junjie, who had fainted, woke up. After seeing what happened to these security guards, he laughed crazily.
When it gets late.
Li Xiaolua and Shin Miaomiao finished playing poker.
Well, don't get the wrong idea, they really played poker.
Li Xiaolua looked outside through the surveillance camera and saw that Zhou Junjie, Yang Wei, and others were already dead, their bodies frozen.
It's time to let these women experience the end of the world.
Qin Yuemei, Zhao Xiaolu, the bodies of those thugs cannot be left in the courtyard of the villa.
Go and throw their bodies outside.
Although those people died in the courtyard and not in the villa, it still makes people feel uncomfortable to see them staying there. In fact, if Li Xiaolua wanted to, he could easily throw away those corpses using the system space. But since we have maids, we should let them experience more of the cruelty outside this apocalyptic world. Only by comparison can they know how happy it is to stay in the villa. Then they will be able to adapt to the identity of maids more quickly. As for Shin Miaomiao and Shin Yanyan, there is no need to talk about it, as they will be able to sign the contract soon anyway. Qin Yuemei and Zhao Xiaolu were stunned for a moment.
In fact, what happened today had a huge impact on them.
They were originally worried about the thugs outside in the morning, but Li Xiaolua's sudden appearance not only brought food, but also made the villa warm as spring. Li Xiaolua even used a high-pressure water gun to beat the thugs to a pulp. However, they originally thought that Li Xiaolua would just drive away all the thugs, but they didn't expect that Li Xiaolua would deliberately let all the thugs in and then freeze them all to death.
It's really cruel.
Qin Yuemei and the others were not familiar with Li Xiaolua before, but after just half a day of contact, they almost understood Li Xiaolua's character.
Domineering. Authoritarian. Cold and cruel, lustful. The last word lustful is what Qin Yuemei was thinking.
As for why she came to this conclusion and what happened in the middle, Qin Yuemei was a little embarrassed to speak out. She could only say that the young woman's body could not withstand teasing.
Very sensitive.
When Qin Yuemei and Zhao Xiaolu heard Li Xiaolua asking them to move the corpse, they were stunned for a moment. That was because they really didn't expect Li Xiaolua to be so unkind to women. If it were another man, even if he was in disguise, he would behave like a gentleman in front of these women. Especially Qin Yuemei and Zhao Xiaolu, one is a beautiful young woman and the other is a lovely girl. How could ordinary men have the heart to let them do something like carrying corpses?
Now, Qin Yuemei and the others have a new understanding of Li Xiaolua.
However, Qin Yuemei and the others are not green tea, nor are they extreme feminists. Qin Yuemei and the others also know that men don't have to revolve around them. It doesn't say that moving corpses must be done by men. They were originally living under someone else's roof, so naturally they needed to listen to Li Xiaolua's words. However, when Qin Yuemei and the others, dressed warmly, came into the courtyard, they truly felt the severe cold and cruelty of the end of the Ice Age. The extremely low temperature and thick snow really make it difficult for people to move, let alone carry out any social activities. They really couldn't imagine what it would be like if they were not staying in Li Xiaolua's villa but in their original home. Then, just like what was said on the internet, there was no food, no heating supplies, and the power outage started. I'm afraid they would have turned into frozen corpses by now. So even though they were moving the corpse in the biting cold, Qin Yuemei and the others were even more grateful to Li Xiaolua. System prompt: Qin Yuemei is grateful to the host, friendship level +2, current friendship level with the host is 68. System prompt: Zhao Xiaolu is grateful to the host, friendship level +3, current friendship level towards the host is 65. Li Xiaolua, who was hugging Shin Miaomiao in the yard and watching Qin Yuemei and others moving the corpse, suddenly received a system notification sound. Li Xiaolua glanced at Qin Yuemei and Zhao Xiaolu. These two people were pretty good. You can focus on training it in the future. Especially Zhao Xiaolu. If it was Li Xiaolua's original idea before the end of the world, he would not take in anyone without supernatural talents. But later he discovered that there were too few people with supernatural talents, especially since he required them to be women. So now, his principle has become that he can temporarily take in a small number of women who do not have supernatural talents. But the friendliness level must be qualified, and you must be obedient and capable. So between Qin Yuemei and Zhao Xiaolu, as long as Qin Yuemei doesn't touch upon his principles, Li Xiaolua will punish her, but he will give her a chance to reform. And if Zhao Xiaolu cannot satisfy him, Li Xiaolua will kick her out of the villa without hesitation. But then again, Li Xiaolua actually wanted to hear the notification sound of Shin Miaomiao's friendliness increasing. After all, Shin Miaomiao's friendliness is just a little bit away from 80, and Li Xiaolua is still waiting to sign a contract with her. One of the reasons why Li Xiaolua came here today was to let Shin Miaomiao and the others experience the cruelty and danger of the end of the world. Then, he descended from the sky, and she was so moved that she increased her friendship level. But now it seems that the further you advance in friendship, the harder it is to increase it. But Li Xiaolua is not in a hurry, there is still a long way to go. Love will naturally develop over time. In the evening, Li Xiaolua took out some ingredients from the space. Dinner was prepared by Zhao Xiaolu and Qin Yuemei together. Li Xiaolua also wanted to test their cooking skills. Although the ready-made delicacies in Li Xiaolua's space are enough for him to eat for a long time, he can't eat in a restaurant every day. It always feels like there is no home. Zhao Xiaolu was indeed not lying. Although she was not very old, she was really good at housework and could even cook. However, her and Qin Yuemei's levels were average, and Li Xiaolua didn't feel amazed. No, it seems that I will have to find a female chef who is particularly good at cooking. In this life, Li Xiaolua's goal is not only to make himself stronger, but also to enjoy life. After dinner, everyone played for a while and then prepared to wash up. There are many rooms in the villa. Before Li Xiaolua came, Shin Miaomiao and her sister lived in one room, and Qin Yuemei and Zhao Xiaolu lived in another room. After all, it was very cold in the villa before, and two people living together could keep warm by hugging each other. However, Li Xiaolua naturally made changes to this waste of resources. From now on, Shin Miaomiao will live in the same room with him, and Qin Yuemei will also have a separate room. As for Shin Yanyan and Zhao Xiaolu, let them be as they please for now. In the master bedroom, Shen Miaomiao walked into the bathroom with a change of clothes with a red face. Because she knew that her sacred moment was coming soon. P.S. Thanks to user 44064576 for the inspiration capsule, and also to all the friends who sent flowers and showed their love. This is a free novel, and the author's motivation comes entirely from the support of everyone. Thank you. Chapter 67. I only have 7 dishes for a meal now, so I really don't have any extra food to give to others. The night is alluring, the wind outside is biting cold, but inside the house it is full of spring. Li Xiaolua felt a little itchy. Shin Miaomiao had been in the bathroom taking a shower for almost 10 minutes, but there was still no sign of her coming out for a while. It is troublesome for women to do this, unlike men who can just take a shower and finish it in 3 minutes, and they can also wash their hair and pee during the process. If I had known earlier, we should have gone to wash together. After all, 2 people can save water. Even if the entire city has no water or electricity in Li Xiaolua's Lord's Mansion, the Lord's Mansion is a self-contained system, and he will never have water or electricity. But Li Xiaolua felt that he had been a frugal person since he was a child. Forget it, Shin Miaomiao might not be used to it today, so let us not save water for now. After everyone gets to know each other better over time and understands each other's strengths and weaknesses, it won't be too late to save water. Feeling a bit bored waiting, Li Xiaolua took out his cell phone to kill time. I casually opened WeChat and saw so many read-unread messages. However, Li Xiaolua first looked at the messages sent by Zhou Xiaotong. They were basically messages asking about his safety, and one was sent every hour. It can be seen that Zhou Xiaotong cares about Li Xiaolua. After all, the friendship is there, and the close relationship is there. Li Xiaolua replied, "Secretary Zhou, I'm fine here, don't worry." Zhou Xiaotong replied almost instantly, "Boss, you're not hurt, are you? You don't have frostbite, are you? Are you in trouble over there?" Li Xiaolua, "Don't worry, your boss is not injured at all body functions are normal, and he can stretch and contract freely." Zhou Xiaotong. Well, it's still the boss style after all. Li Xiaolua said again, "Speaking of which, there are indeed some small troubles." Zhou Xiaotong said nervously, "Boss, what's the trouble? You must not take any risks. We're already living a good life now. I don't want anything to happen to you." Li Xiaolua, "The trouble is that my beautiful and capable secretary is not around. I feel very uncomfortable. There are many chores that need to be handled by me personally. I can't just be a secretary when there are things to do and then be a secretary when there are nothing else." Zhou Xiaotong. Well, Li Xiaolua didn't know what was going on, but the conversation was so boring that Zhou Xiaotong responded with a blushing expression and didn't speak for a long time. Li Xiaolua didn't care. Given his relationship with Zhou Xiaotong, she naturally wouldn't be angry about such a joke, but she was still a little thin-skinned. Li Xiaolua took another look at the other messages on WeChat. Li Xiaowei sent more messages than Zhou Xiaotong, basically one every few minutes.
Li Xiaolua, I don't even have a winter quilt here. I'm almost freezing to death. Please open the door and let me take shelter upstairs.
Li Xiaolua, I'm your brother. I've been hungry all day, but you're enjoying a feast with a woman at home.
Do you still have any humanity?
Li Xiaolua, your father sent you a message personally, please read it and reply.
Li Xiaolua, you beast, you don't even care about your father?
If you keep doing this, you will lose all our relatives.
You will be alone from now on. Brother, I know I was wrong. I did a lot of things wrong in the past. Your father also knows he was wrong.
He said he shouldn't have been biased before.
Please forgive us this time.
After all, we are a family, blood relatives.
Please save me, brother. Brother, you've seen what the people in the owner group said, right? Someone's killing people right now. Let me stay with you.
I don't eat much, and I can help you deal with the bad guys. This Li Xiaowei is also a funny guy. He sent the picture of Li Xiaolua having a big meal to the owners group, letting everyone in the world know about it, and then came to cause trouble for Li Xiaolua. I didn't expect that he could shamelessly play the emotional card and ask Li Xiaoluo to take him in and provide him with food and drink. This guy is so shameless, he is truly invincible. Ha, and Li Xiaolua didn't expect that Li Xiaowei could hold on until now and is not dead yet. Even his non-blood related father Li Wei is still alive. It seems that he still has a strong vitality. But in this life, Li Xiaolua will not give them a single grain of food. Instead, he will see how long they can survive miserably in the apocalypse. Moreover, Li Xiaolua would give them some food from time to time so that they would have the motivation to persevere. So Li Xiaolua found the photos she took at dinner the previous night and sent them to Li Xiaowei.
Li Xiaowei, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's mainly because I'm running out of food.
Yesterday I had a full table full of food, 8 dishes and a soup. But look at my meal today. Today I only had 7 dishes for my meal, not even any soup.
I'm also saving food.
I really don't have a single grain left to give to others. After sending this message, Li Xiaolua didn't bother to care whether Li Xiaowei would be angry to death. Just now, Li Xiaolua saw Li Xiaowei saying that there was a murder in the owner group. Li Xiaolua was about to click into the owner group to see what was going on.
Snap!
At this moment, the bathroom door suddenly opened, and Li Xiaolua subconsciously looked up. The beautiful scenery that came into view made Li Xiaolua swallow his saliva. Shen Miaomiao is so beautiful. Shen Miaomiao, who had just finished taking a shower, had wet hair and a pink bath towel wrapped around her snow-white body. But she is tall and still has a large area of skin exposed. Her fair skin is pink, tender, and shiny, and she has 2 slender and perfect wineglass legs. Everything is so beautiful, like a gift from the Creator. Such a beauty will be his tonight. Li Xiaolua walked up to Shen Miaomiao and hugged Shen Miaomiao's soft and smooth body in his arms. The feeling of hugging Shen Miaomiao's devilishly perfect body is different.
Brother Xiaoluo, I'm done washing. Do you want to go, wash?
Looking at the fiery look in Li Xiaolua's eyes, Shen Miaomiao's face, which was already red from the heat in the bathroom, became even redder.
Li Xiaolua wanted to take a bite right away.
Okay, I'll go wash up first too. Although Li Xiaolua is very restless now, he is not a young boy after all, so he still has some composure. I still have to give Shen Miaomiao a good night tonight, so that she can be happier in the future. After saying that, Li Xiaolua quickly took off all his clothes, revealing his strong body.
Ah!
Brother Xiaoluo, why, are you taking off your clothes here? Shen Miaomiao screamed and quickly covered her eyes.
Miao Miao, why are you covering my eyes? Are you secretly admiring my body?
Li Xiaolua was also confused by Shen Miaomiao's magical operation.
Ah!
Shen Miaomiao screamed again, and immediately let go of the jade hands that were covering Li Xiaolua's eyes, then quickly ran to the bed and hid herself under the quilt. She just cried because of her own nervousness.
Chapter 68 Sea of Roses.
Li Xiaoluo was a little amused and helpless. Anyway, they were going to be honest with each other soon, so Li Xiaoluo was a little casual. But Li Xiaolua didn't expect Shen Miaomiao's reaction to be so big.
And the operation is also different.
However, Li Xiaolua also came to a conclusion. This might be Shen Miaomiao's first time, or even her first time seeing a man's body. It was normal to be a little nervous. In 3 minutes, she finished taking a shower, washed her hair, and ran some water. Then, Li Xiaolua came to the bedroom wrapped in a bath towel. There was no sign of Shen Miaomiao in the room, but there was an S-shaped curve under the quilt on the bed. This girl was hiding herself in the quilt. Ha, Li Xiaolua smiled. Suddenly, another idea came to my mind. Since I decided to leave Shen Miaomiao with a good memory tonight, I might as well make it more perfect. Without hesitation, Li Xiaolua came to the bedside, and then with a thought, a bunch of beautiful red roses appeared in Li Xiaolua's hands. Then Li Xiaolua waved his hand again, and rose petals like raindrops fluttered down on the bed and the floor in the bedroom. In an instant, the entire bedroom became a sea of roses. Even Li Xiaolua, a grown man, felt extremely romantic at this moment. Speaking of which, Li Xiaolua actually doesn't have a romantic heart, and he certainly wouldn't prepare these things specifically for any woman. These roses were specially given to Li Xiaolua by the manager of the Western restaurant when she ordered a lot of high-end Western food. Before the end of the world, businesses are more competitive than each other. Consider everything for the customers. Many times, in addition to competing on product quality and price, we also have to compete on service details. Since they were free gifts anyway, Li Xiaolua just put them into the system space. He didn't expect that they would be useful now. Everything was ready, and Li Xiaolua patted the quilt. Miao Miao, I've finished my shower and can come out now. However, Shen Miaomiao, who was hiding under the quilt, didn't make a sound, as if she was asleep. Li Xiaolua smiled and said, "Is he asleep? I'd better lift the quilt myself." "Brother Xiaoluo, I haven't slept yet. You are wearing clothes now." Shen Miaomiao moved under the quilt and was about to come out. Li Xiaolua suddenly said, "Nothing." Shen Miaomiao was so frightened that she dared not move. Li Xiaolua laughed and said, "I was kidding. Even though I'm not wearing any clothes, I'm wrapped in a towel just like you. Come out and get some fresh air. Otherwise, you'll suffocate to death in the bed before our fun even begins." Only then did Shen Miaomiao dare to stick her head out of the quilt, but as soon as she showed her head, a large bouquet of beautiful roses appeared in front of her. "Miao Miao, this is for you, do you like it? And these flower petals all over the room, I spent a lot of effort to collect them. Miao Miao, in this life, no one can own you except me, are you willing to give yourself to me?" Shen Miaomiao was stunned by the roses in front of her and the sea of rose petals in the bedroom. She didn't expect that she had only been in bed for a few minutes, and Li Xiaolua just went to take a shower, and suddenly gave her such a romantic surprise. Especially now that we are in the apocalypse, many things are not like before the apocalypse, where you can buy them as long as you have money. You don't even have to do anything yourself, you can just pay someone to arrange everything for you. It's already the end of the world, how can we still have the conditions before the end of the world? So when Shen Miaomiao saw this scene, she was naturally even more moved. Originally, Shen Miaomiao had no feelings for Li Xiaolua at the beginning, and it was mostly a transaction, but later she gradually developed a good impression of Li Xiaolua. And at this moment, she was really moved. There is no girl who doesn't like romance, unless that romance is not arranged by the person she likes. Shen Miaomiao got off the bed and shyly took the roses handed to her by Li Xiaolua. "Brother Xiaoluo, thank you, I do." Shen Miaomiao's beautiful eyes turned slightly red, and she looked at Li Xiaoluo tenderly. There is a beautiful woman in the north, who is peerless and independent. Shen Miaomiao's beauty lies not only in her stunning face, rosy fair skin, and devilish figure. One glance can conquer a city, and another glance can conquer a country. Li Xiaolua felt that what attracted men most about Shen Miaomiao was her temperament, which was gentle and elegant, extraordinary and outstanding. System prompt: Shen Miaomiao was moved by the host, friendship level +1, current friendship level towards the host is 79. The system suddenly sounded a prompt, and Li Xiaolua, who was about to take action while the opportunity was available, was stunned for a moment. Shen Miaomiao's friendship level finally moved, but why did it only increase by 1 point? Is it so difficult to reach 80? Or is it that the friendship level of 80 is just a hurdle, otherwise the system would not require the friendship level of contracted subordinates to reach 80? Forget it, it's really too depressing to think about these things at this time. What friendship level? To hell with it for now. In this situation, there is no need to recite a poem or say a lot of sweet words. Saying more would just spoil the mood. "Brother Xiaoluo, Hua, please don't damage my flowers." Although Shen Miaomiao was extremely shy when being held by Li Xiaolua, this was her first time being held like this by a man. However, when Shen Miaomiao came to her senses, the first thing she worried about was the flowers in her hand. After all, this is the best gift she has ever received in her life. Li Xiaolua was speechless. Is this the time to care about flowers? Well, after all, he was the one who sent these flowers.
put the flowers on the bedside table first, so they won't be crushed later," Li Xiaolua said considerately. Li Xiaolua behaved very gentlemanly, or rather very patiently, toward Xin Miaomiao. After all, Xin Miaomiao was not just a beautiful woman with natural beauty. Because as long as nothing unexpected happens, Xin Miaomiao will be the ice queen in the future and a super strong person. Li Xiaolua doesn't know how strong he will be in the future, nor does he know whether he can find someone stronger than Xin Miaomiao. These are all unknowns. The only thing Li Xiaolua knew was that Xin Miaomiao was not only beautiful, but also would be very powerful in the future, so she must be taken good care of. After hearing what Li Xiaolua said, Xin Miaomiao nodded and quickly put the flowers away. 11,056 words omitted here. I'm going to crash, delete everything. System prompt: Xin Miaomiao is infatuated with and admires the host, friendliness +10, current friendship level with the host is 89. What? What is going on? Li Xiaolua was stunned by the sudden prompt from the system. Chapter 69. If you have the chance, please collect the body for me. At the same time, on the first floor of the villa, Qin Yuemei was chatting with relatives and friends. Qin Yuemei had just washed up and changed into a white silk suspender pajamas. The thin gauze-like clothes exposed a large area of her fair skin. Her snow-white skin, set off by the somewhat transparent pajamas, was breathtakingly beautiful. And with that plump and proud career line, she is definitely the goddess in the eyes of otakus. Qin Yuemei didn't dare to put on this set of pajamas when she slept with Zhao Xiaolu before. She only dared to wear it when she was alone, because it was really a bit sexy, and Qin Yuemei was afraid of corrupting the little girl. Mom, don't worry. Although I'm in the city, the neighborhood I live in is very safe. I used to live here alone, and I even installed a security door for safety. So those thugs can't break into my door. As for water and electricity, well, there's definitely a power outage right now. But I was planning to travel to northeast China, and I heard it's very cold there, with temperatures dropping to dozens of degrees below zero in some places. So I bought some really warm clothes online, and they're coming in handy right now. Don't worry about food. I usually like to stay at home on holidays and cook for myself, so I won't be short of food in the short term. You and my dad don't have to worry about me. You must pay attention to your own safety. If someone comes to your house asking for help, don't open the door no matter who it is. What Qin Yuemei cares about most is naturally her parents, but her parents are both in the countryside, thousands of miles away from the city where she lives. Even if she was worried now, there was no way she could go back. Now, let alone traveling thousands of miles, it can be said that it is difficult to move an inch. Otherwise, people would rather starve and rob than go out to buy food and supplies. But for Qin Yuemei, the situation on her parents' side was actually quite good. After all, her parents lived in the countryside and farmed their own crops, so they had enough food and wouldn't starve to death. Moreover, we burn firewood at home, so we can keep warm even if there is a power outage. Qin Yuemei's only worry is that after the Doomsday Order collapses, many people in rural areas will become evil like those in the city, and then her parents will be in danger. As for her own situation, Qin Yuemei would definitely not tell the truth to her parents. How else to say it? Tell her parents that she is now trapped in a man's villa and has become that man's maid? Although Qin Yuemei is single now, she is free to be someone else's mistress or a maid. But her parents will definitely be very worried. After finishing the chat with her parents, Qin Yuemei checked the messages from her colleagues and friends. Zhao Shuyun, Sister Yuemei, have the thugs on your side left? Are you no longer in danger? I'm really worried about you. Zhao Shuyun, Sister Yuemei, I'm really hungry and cold. I may not be able to hold on any longer. Zhao Shuyun, wow, Sister Yuemei, I saw online that a pervert broke into someone's house and killed the hostess when she tried to resist. He even took her body. Do you think that after I die, my body will be taken away by someone else? Zhao Shuyun is Qin Yuemei's colleague. She is a young nurse who has just been in their hospital for half a year. Qin Yuemei brought her with her when she first came to the hospital, so the two have a very good relationship and can be considered both teacher and friend. Qin Yuemei quickly sent a voice message to Zhao Shuyun, Xiaoyun, rescuers are here, the danger is over, so don't worry about me. And don't give up. There's always a chance, you might even be rescued. After Qin Yuemei sent the message, Zhao Shuyun replied with a voice message shortly after, Sister Yuemei, do you have rescuers? Are they official rescuers? Qin Yuemei could tell that Zhao Shuyun's voice seemed very weak, but she was very excited. Qin Yuemei immediately replied, that's right, Xiaoyun, I have official people here to rescue me.
They arrested the thugs and brought me food and heating supplies. I'm very comfortable here now, eating well and sleeping warmly. So don't give up. Shin Yueme can only tell white lies now to motivate Zhao Shuyun's will to survive.
In order to prove that everything she said was true, Shin Yueme immediately made a video call.
The call from Zhao Shuyun's end rang for a long time before it was finally connected. Then Zhao Shuyun's pale round face appeared on the screen. After seeing Shin Yueme's appearance, Zhao Shuyun opened his eyes wide and said, "Sister Yueme, how can you still wear pajamas?" Shin Yueme nodded, "Well, there is no shortage of food here now, and the heating system is also guaranteed, so the room is very warm." Zhao Shuyun smiled slightly, "Sister Yueme, you are a good person, so you will be rewarded.
I am really happy for you. This way you can live."
Shin Yueme quickly said, "Xiaoyun, please don't give up, okay? Everything will be fine. All you have to do now is use all the resources around you to persevere.
Rescue will come."
Zhao Shuyun smiled bitterly and said weakly, "Sister Yume, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until that moment. In fact, I regret it very much. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been so picky and would have just found a man. I wouldn't have died with that membrane still there."
Shin Yueme.
The atmosphere was originally quite sad, and Shin Yueme was really worried about Zhao Shuyun, but why did the situation suddenly change?
Sister Yume, tell me what it feels like to do that with a man.
Suddenly, the picture of the other party on Shin Yueme's phone shook, and then she heard the sound of the phone falling to the ground.
Shin Yueme immediately asked anxiously, "Xiaoyun, what's wrong with you? Are you in danger?"
Zhao Shuyun's intermittent voice came, "Sister Yume, I'm leaving first. If you have a chance, please, take the body for me."
Xiaoyun.
No matter how much Shin Yueme shouted, there was no response from Zhao Shuyun. After a long time, Shin Yueme hung up the phone in a daze. She has no brothers or sisters and is the only child in the family, so Zhao Shuyun is like her younger sister. But no one expected that Zhao Shuyun would die while talking to her. After being sad for a while, she saw on WeChat that her classmate and best friend Wu Meiling had also sent her many unread messages.
"Mimi, my dear, I'm scared too.
The wretched man who always peeked at me that I told you about last time is now bringing people to smash my door.
I can't stop him.
Mimi baby, in the next life, we will still be classmates and lifelong best friends." Looking at the following news, Shin Yueme burst into tears. Her classmate didn't want to be insulted by a group of men, so she chose to jump off the building.
Chapter 70 Sister Meow Meow, do you have a cold?
The next day, the bright sunshine still rose on time, as if to bring a ray of light to the people who were suffering in this world. However, there is no rescue now, water and electricity are cut off, and the atmosphere of doomsday has filled everyone's heart. Many people are becoming increasingly desperate, with no light in their hearts. They are resorting to any means necessary to survive. But inside Longting No. 1 Villa, there is still a peaceful scene. In the master bedroom, Shin Miao Miao's beautiful eyelashes moved, and then she slowly opened her black eyes. After Shin Miao Miao woke up, she suddenly felt a discomfort in her body, and her mind suddenly appeared, like a small boat in the huge waves last night.
Why is it different from what is said online? It said that men are generally no match for women?
Although it was her first time last night, she was sure that it was not because she was too weak, but because her husband was too strong. It's beyond her comprehension. Looking at the man who was still sleeping, she blinked her autumn water eyes and looked at him affectionately for a long time.
He was her man. But how can I love and fear at the same time?
Shin Miao Miao's beautiful face turned bright red, and then she immediately threw all the messy and embarrassing thoughts out of her head.
Why would she think about such things?
Shin Miao Miao was shy for a while, although she still wanted to lie in Li Xiaoluo's arms. She felt very happy holding him like this. But Shin Miao Miao still planned to get up quietly. Firstly, she needed to prepare breakfast for him so that he would have food to eat when he woke up. Secondly, she was injured and her whole body was weak. She was afraid that if Li Xiaoluo woke up and did it again, then she really wouldn't be able to get out of bed today. If that happens, I'll be teased by my sisters for a long time. I feel so ashamed to face people in front of them. Shin Miao Miao, neatly dressed, had just come out of the bedroom. Shin Yan Yan, Shin Yueme and others were already sitting on the sofa in the living room, but the atmosphere seemed a little sad. Zhao Xiaolu was constantly wiping her tears, Shin Yan Yan was comforting her, and the mature and steady Shin Yueme also had red eyes.
What happened again?
Shin Miao Miao felt inexplicably nervous. But suddenly thinking of the man in the room, Shin Miao Miao felt relieved again. She believed that Xia Luoga would protect them.
After all, he is so powerful. Ah, sister finally got up. I thought you and brother-in-law were newlyweds and would sleep until noon. Just when Shin Miao was in a daze, Shin Yan happened to see her, so she immediately greeted Shin Miao. Shin Miao glared at Shin Yan, then walked over slowly with small steps. Yan, what happened?
Shin Miao looked at Qin Yueme and Zhao Xiaolu and asked Shin Yan.
Hey, sister, why is your voice hoarse? Shin Yan did not answer Shin Miao's question immediately.
Instead, she looked at Shin Miao with curiosity as if she had discovered a new world.
Shin Miao's delicate face immediately turned red.
She did feel a little uncomfortable in her throat last night, but she forgot everything later. She hadn't spoken a word since waking up in the morning, but when she opened her mouth just now, she did feel that something was wrong with her voice. But after her sister said it in front of everyone, Shin Miao wanted to spank her.
Can't you just be less curious?
Your sister, don't care about my face.
My throat.
Shin Miao had just finished speaking. She had originally intended to say that her voice was not hoarse. But this seemed a bit like trying to cover up one's own faults, because she could tell something was amiss in her voice.
If Shin Yan, this greenhorn, were to ask her about it.
So Shin Miao paused and changed her words. My throat does feel a bit uncomfortable.
It's probably because the weather is too cold. I got a bit chilled at night.
Shin Yan rolled her eyes at Shin Miao and said, Sister, you are trying to trick a 3-year-old child.
You didn't feel cold when it was so cold in the villa before, but after your brother-in-law came yesterday, the whole villa became as warm as spring and you feel cold? Besides, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've never seen a pig run. Isn't it just a matter of men and women?
It seems that no one can guess the difference. Anyone who believes your poor excuse is an idiot. At this time, Zhao Xiaolu, who was standing by, said with red eyes, Sister Miao, do you have a cold?
Is it serious? Do you need to take medicine?
Shin Yan slapped her forehead and said, Okay, there really is nothing that you know here, little friend.
Ahem. Shin Miao coughed lightly to ease the embarrassment, then said, It's not serious, so you don't need to take medicine. Just drink more hot water and take a rest.
Qin Yueme, who was standing aside, had a strange look on her face.
She could naturally guess why Shin Miao's voice was hoarse. However, is their master really that powerful?
She seemed to have only heard this kind of thing when her colleagues were bragging. In the past, due to the nature of their work, the topics of conversation among the young nurses in their hospital were actually very bold. They were either discussing the depth or the length. As an old woman, she sometimes felt so angry that she couldn't stand it. But those young nurses blew the flute so well, and I didn't see anyone's voice actually become hoarse.
Maybe Shin Miao's voice just gets hoarse easily.
Qin Yueme found a reason for Shin Miao herself.
At this time, Shin Miao looked at Shin Yan and asked again, By the way, what happened to you just now? You haven't told me yet.
After hearing Shin Miao's words, the originally normal atmosphere became silent again. Qin Yueme, Zhao Xiaolu, and the others also showed sad expressions on their faces again.
Shin Yan quickly gave a brief account of what had happened.
It turned out that last night, one of Qin Yueme's best colleagues and best friend was frozen to death, and the other one, who didn't want to be insulted by that group of thugs, jumped off the building and died. Although these are not Qin Yueme's relatives, their status in her heart is actually no lower than that of her relatives. That's why Qin Yueme, the mature and powerful lady, was sad. As for Zhao Xiaolu, her reason was actually similar to Qin Yueme's. Her cousin's family had their door broken into by a group of people, and now her cousin's family, including her lovely niece, may be in great danger. After hearing this, Shin Miao didn't know how to comfort them. There is no way to comfort someone in this situation. In fact, many such things have happened on the internet before, but they just didn't happen to the people closest to them.
No matter who this happens to, it will be very sad.
So Shin Miao didn't say anything to comfort her, because for things like this the best way is to let time heal the pain. She said to Shin Yan, you stay with Sister Mei and the others first.
I'll go make breakfast. Brother Xiao Luo should get up soon. Qin Yueme immediately stood up and said, Now. Madam, let me make breakfast. Chapter 71 Qin Yueme's attitude changes. Qin Yueme's word madam not only stunned Shin Miao, but also stunned Shin Yan and the others.
In fact, the four women knew each other before the end of the world, and after a few days of sharing hardships after the end of the world, their relationship naturally became better. Qin Yueme was the oldest before, so Shin Miao and the others called her sister Yueme respectfully. Seeing what Shin Miao was about to say, Shin Yume was the first to explain. It turned out that it was what happened to Shin Yume's colleagues and classmates last night that made Shin Yume finally realize her current situation. The rescue they were expecting might not come. This ice disaster is the real end of the world. When Villa Number 1 was surrounded by Zhou Junjie and his security guards, both the security guards and Shin Yume and the others were actually still hoping for official rescue, hoping that the disaster would end soon. Although it was Li Xiaoluo who saved them later, Shin Yume still had hope in her heart. So when Li Xiaoluo made the rules and even made Shin Yume and others become maids, although Shin Yume did not resist, she did not really accept it in her heart. They are all women in a civilized society, naturally no one would willingly become a maid. The reason why she agreed was that Shin Yume felt that as long as the disaster was over, everything would return to the order before the end of the world. Their so-called identities as maids are naturally meaningless. But after what happened last night, Shin Yume faced the reality. Not only does she look mature and steady, she also has mature thoughts. Now that she knew her current situation and had a rough understanding of Li Xiaoluo's character, she had to truly accept her identity as a maid. Otherwise, their fate might be the same as that of Lu Qingqing. In fact, Shin Yume didn't have much resistance to becoming Li Xiaoluo's maid. After all, Li Xiaoluo is not like those cruel thugs mentioned on the internet who would take turns torturing women to death after capturing them. This is why her classmates would rather jump off the building and die than fall into the hands of that group of thugs. On the contrary, Li Xiaoluo brought them a wonderful life that others could not imagine. So to speak, Shin Yume felt that she was still lucky. Although she became a maid, she did not suffer any harm. Even if the life she is living now were to be posted online, everyone would probably be envious to death. After all, by now, most areas have already started to have water and electricity cuts. Who can still live in a big villa like them, where they can wear short sleeves, eat hot food, and take a hot bath at night? Even those billionaires before the apocalypse can't achieve such a fairy tale life now, right? Li Xiaoluo slept until he woke up naturally, but when he reached out and touched, the beauty beside him was gone, but there was still the lingering body fragrance of Shin Miao on the bed. Li Xiaoluo came to the living room, where only Shin Miao was sitting on the sofa reading a book. When Shin Miao saw Li Xiaoluo coming out, her delicate face turned red inexplicably. "Brother Xiaoluo, get up." Shin Miao put down the book in her hand, then stood up from the sofa with a nervous look on her face. Shin Miao's fair and tender face looked as if water could be squeezed out of it, and with a hint of blush on it, she looked even more beautiful like a fairy. Especially when thinking about the scene last night, Li Xiaoluo's face was full of aftertaste. Shin Miao's figure, skin, everything about her is so perfect, especially her broad mind, which is beyond Li Xiaoluo's grasp. Li Xiaoluo walked over, hugged Shin Miao's soft body and sat down on the sofa. "Where are Yan Yan and the others?" Li Xiaoluo asked casually while holding Shin Miao and sitting on the sofa. "They are making breakfast in the kitchen." Shin Miao's delicate face flushed red as she answered in a low voice. "Brother Xiaoluo, please let me go, they are about to come out." Not only is Shin Miao's skin as white and tender as if it is about to emerge from water, but the skin all over her body is also extremely smooth and delicate. Li Xiaoluo naturally doesn't want to let go immediately. "Call me husband first, then give me a kiss, and I'll think about it," Li Xiaoluo said with a smile looking at Shin Miao. Shin Miao is good at everything, everything is so flawless, but her initiative is far inferior to her senior sister Zhou Xiaotong. Mentor Li Xiaoluo must guide her well. After hearing what Li Xiaoluo said, although Shin Miao knew that Li Xiaoluo was bullying her, in order not to make a fool of herself in front of her sisters, Shin Miao had no choice but to give in. Husband Shin Miao called out sweetly first, then closed her eyes and took the initiative to kiss Li Xiaoluo on the face. Li Xiaoluo looked at Shin Miao with her eyes closed. He turned his head slightly. Shin Miao originally wanted to kiss him on the face, but suddenly the kiss turned to his lips. Then we kissed, and it turned into a French kiss. "Ah, sister, I didn't see anything. You guys continue, I'll go back to the kitchen to heat up breakfast." Just when Li Xiaoluo and Shin Miao were immersed in their work, a scream interrupted them. Shin Miao was so shocked that she immediately stood up from Li Xiaoluo. In fact, Li Xiaoluo had stopped holding her with his hands a long time ago. "Shin Yan, come back here." Shin Miao roared at her sister. Shin Miao still maintains her prestige towards her sister. This damn girl can't even find an excuse. She takes the breakfast she just made back to heat it up? Shin Yume and the others quickly came out with breakfast. "Master, breakfast is ready, you and your wife, enjoy." Qin Yuemei and Zhao Xiaolu placed breakfast on the dining table, then walked to Li Xiaolua with a respectful look on their faces and bowed. Li Xiaolua looked at Qin Yuemei in surprise. This woman's attitude changed a lot after not seeing her for one night. If they were wearing maid costumes now, Li Xiaolua would think they were professional maids.
Well, a maid uniform, that's definitely something I need to prepare.
In fact, letting Qin Yuemei be a maid is only temporary.
After all, he has very few people taking in now, and they are basically women who have a relationship with him. As for the future, the maids serving him will definitely be ordinary women who cannot awaken superpowers.
A woman like Qin Yuemei, who will awaken superpowers in the future, will definitely have a different status.
Li Xiaolua actually has plans for the future.
He will establish a force on the territories of his two lordships. Then recruit some ordinary women to do the logistical work, and try to find as many women with special abilities as possible. After they become your subordinates through the system contract, improve their strength as much as possible, and make them the most powerful group of special abilities in the Doomsday.
Anyway, there is no need to worry about betrayal after becoming powerful. The quality of soldiers is more important than their quantity. Li Xiaolua is actually a lazy person and does not have much ambition. He does not want to dominate the world, he just wants to enjoy life in peace. But Li Xiaolua also knew that if he didn't have the strength after the apocalypse, he would just become meat on someone else's plate. Therefore, Li Xiaolua still needs to work hard in the early stage. He needs to get enough crystals to strengthen himself and his men, so that no one will dare to provoke his power after the end of the world. Chapter 72. It's time to go out and buy for free.
Time passed, and the ice disaster came to the 7th day.
All the streets in the city were silent, like a ghost town.
Starting today, the heavy snow outside has finally stopped. However, the heavy snow in recent days has caused the snow on the ground to be 5 or 6 meters deep, and the second floors of many buildings are almost buried by the snow. Of course, Li Xiaolua's Lord's mansion number 1 would not be flooded. After all, he had a high-pressure water gun at home. This was another amazing use Li Xiaolua had discovered for the high-pressure water gun. It turned out the system-enhanced high-pressure water gun could not only spray cold water, but also hot water, even 100-degree boiling water. So every night after the snow fell in Lord Number 1's mansion, Li Xiaolua would use a high-pressure water gun to spray boiling water during the day to melt the snow in the villa courtyard and nearby areas. As a result, the other villas in Longting Villa District were almost buried in the heavy snow, but the snow near Li Xiaolua's villa number 1 was less than half a meter deep. There is basically no impact on Li Xiaolua's daily activities and travel. Of course, this is only limited to the area near his villa. If you want to go further, you will still have to face several meters deep snow. In fact, only Li Xiaolua knew that this doomsday disaster was basically fair to everyone. The first stage of the ice disaster will bring heavy snow, with the snow accumulation reaching several meters thick. But as long as the house is more than 2 stories high, it will basically not be completely flooded. Except maybe in some places. So during this ice disaster, people living in rural areas are definitely happier than those living in cities.
However, when the second phase of flood disasters comes, the low houses in the rural areas will basically be submerged by the floods. By then, people living in the city, especially those living on high floors, will be grateful. Of course, not all low-rise houses will be flooded. There are exceptions, such as houses that are located on higher ground or built on mountains. For example, the villas in Longting Villa District, although the tallest ones are basically only 3 or 4 stories high, it is said that some of the villas here have escaped the disaster. In fact, when Li Xiaolua came to Longting Villa in his previous life, it was already after the second phase of the flood disaster. In his previous life, it was Zhou Junjie who told Li Xiaolua that the reason why their family was able to survive the second phase of the flood was because the terrain of Longting Villa was relatively high, and Villa number 2 where he lived was built on the top, so in the end they were lucky enough not to be drowned. It is said that there are a total of 188 villas in the entire Longting Villa District, and in the end, only villas 1 to 10 at the top were not submerged by the flood. After breakfast, Shen Miaomia went to the gym to work out. These days she basically didn't have to do anything except serve Li Xiaolua at night, so she didn't want to gain weight. Although Xiaoluaga said that he liked plump women and that her figure was just right, Shen Miaomia did not dare to relax. And she also wants to improve her physical strength, otherwise she will have to raise the white flag every day. It's still quite embarrassing. Qin Yuemei and Zhao Xiaolu were diligently clearing the table and cleaning the house. Although Li Xiaolua was quite satisfied with her and Zhao Xiaolu, she had the idea of hiring a few more maids. Especially the female chefs, Qin Yuemei and their cooking skills are really not worthy of the top quality ingredients he provided.
These days, Li Xiaolua eats ready-made delicacies purchased before the end of the world. As for Zhou Xiaotong, if Li Xiaolua stayed at Lord Number 1's mansion, she would be alone and it would definitely be very boring. So if he meets the right one, Li Xiaolua doesn't mind taking in a few more women. Anyway, after a while, he plans to build up his power, and by then he will definitely need to take in some ordinary women to do odd jobs.
Think of this.
Li Xiaolua planned in his mind that there were 3 things he needed to do at this stage. The first thing is definitely revenge on those who hurt him in his previous life. Although Zhou Junjie is dead, there are still people who are alive. Li Xiaolua first let them enjoy the end of the world, and now it's time to send them to die in despair in the next few days. The second thing is to find a few more female chefs with good cooking skills. The reason why this matter is regarded as a very important one is that Li Xiaolua was really starving in his previous life. After his rebirth, he swore that the only thing in this life that should not be wasted is delicious food. Moreover, as a dignified lord, he doesn't have a few top-notch chefs around him, and he doesn't have the necessary status. Now there are 2 places where Li Xiaolua can find people most easily.
One is the people in the Longting Villa district, and the other is the people in the Lord's Mansion building number 36.
Especially the building of Lord's Mansion number 36 is the most convenient because you don't have to go out at all. Li Xiaolua didn't want to take care of other places, but he planned to thoroughly clean out the survivors in the building next to the Lord's Mansion number 36 in the next few days. Firstly, he completely vented his anger from his previous life, and secondly, no one would bother him anymore in the future.
So, to be honest, Li Xiaoluo can actually do the first thing of revenge and the second thing of recruiting people at the same time.
Of course, there is no rush for these 2 things for the time being, because before that, Li Xiaolua has to do the third thing first. The third thing is that Li Xiaolua needs to go out and fill his 20,000 cubic meters of space with supplies, and then get some hot weapons and ammunition. With weapons and ammunition, Li Xiaolua can be truly foolproof whether dealing with invading enemies or taking the initiative to clear out the survivors in his own territory. Although Li Xiaoluo had stockpiled some weapons such as crossbows and bows and arrows before the end of the world, these cold weapons were still suitable for hiding in the Lord's Mansion and defending the city.
If you want to go out and kill someone, hot weapons are better and more deterrent.
The reason why Li Xiaolua didn't go out in the past few days was that he had been waiting until now. Firstly, when the ice disaster first started, the authorities were still doing their best to fight the disaster, and there were official personnel everywhere outside. Secondly, the power system was still normal at the beginning of the natural disaster, and there were ice sites everywhere. At that time, the authorities might be at their most sensitive, and they might be trying every possible means to find the cause of the natural disaster. When I go out to collect a large amount of supplies, if the huge abnormal movement I make is seen by the Sky Eye, or if a kind-hearted person sees it and reports it to the authorities, then the authorities will try their best to arrest me, which will not be fun. Although the situation Li Xiaolua imagined was unlikely, it's better to be safe than sorry. Anyway, Li Xiaolua knew that the first phase of the ice disaster would last for quite some time, and he had stockpiled a large amount of supplies in advance, so there was no need to go out and take risks when the official machines were still operating at the beginning. But now, almost all the Sky Eyes in the city are out of service, and all functional departments have completely stopped functioning.
Now the outside is a ghost town.
Almost all the damned people are dead, and no one will care about any abnormal situations anymore. Li Xiaolua can go shopping anywhere for free.
Chapter 73, The Wealthy People in the Villa Area Who Still Have a Sense of Superiority.
Bite. At this time, Li Xiaolua's cell phone rang again. It turned out that Li Xiaolua was pulled into the Longting Villa owners group a few days ago, and now someone in the group is at ING him. Zhang Jiming, Villa number 8, Longting, at Villa number 1 Li Xiaolua, brotherly, our villa is almost buried in the snow. But I see through the telescope that there is not much snow in front of your villa or in the courtyard.
How do you do it? If you have any good methods, would you mind sharing them with everyone? Wang Chang, Villa number 14, Longting, is there such a thing?
Brother Li Xiaolua, please share your method quickly.
Don't worry, we won't treat you unfairly. Old Zhao from Villa number 10, Longting, damn it. Last night, I was really worried that the snow would continue to fall and eventually bury my villa. I couldn't sleep the whole night. But fortunately, the heavy snow has finally stopped today. But just in case it continues to snow, we really need to find a way to get rid of the snow near our villa. That's Li Xiaolua, right? Your name is a little unfamiliar to me. Not from the same circle? But it doesn't matter. Tell me your method of melting snow. Li Xiaolua had only been added to this group for a few days, and there weren't many people in the group.
Basically, they were all big shots before the apocalypse, so the group was usually very quiet. I didn't expect that the first time this group became lively was because of me. Moreover, the people in this group of owners were probably used to being superior before the end of the world. Even now, the tone of their voices is still full of superiority. A bunch of idiots. Or maybe they saw that the snow had stopped today and felt that the end of the world was coming, so they felt that they could do it again? Li Xiaolua was too lazy to pay attention to those self-righteous people in the group. They might have been bigwigs in various industries before the end of the world. Even in the early days of the end of the world, they might live a much more comfortable life than ordinary people. But these comforts of theirs will not last long, and their lives may be even worse than those of ordinary people in the future. After all, these people were rich and powerful before the apocalypse, but if you put aside their power, whether it's survival ability or fighting skills, they may not even be as good as the security guards they looked down upon the most before. Li Xiaolua remembered that in his previous life, this Longting Villa district was ruled by a group of security guards for a period of time, and the rich and powerful people in the villas lived worse than dogs. In this life, Li Xiaolua flapped his wings quite vigorously after his rebirth. Zhou Junjie brought a group of security guards to die at the beginning of the Doomsday, so Longting Villa may not be ruled by a group of security guards anymore. But, in the end, we will be ruled by others. Although he didn't want to pay attention to those wealthy people who were still living in their dreams, Li Xiaolua still sent a message in the group. I'm hiring a chef. Requirements: female, must be a master chef or above, and must be proficient in both Chinese and Western cuisine. Young and beautiful is preferred. If you have exceptional cooking skills, I can relax my requirements. Interested parties, please contact me privately. As soon as Li Xiaolua's message came out, the Longting Villa owners group was quiet for a while. Everyone was impressed by Li Xiaolua's performance. Damn it, it's already this late and they're still hiring chefs? Although these big guys before the end of the world still act high and mighty, looking down on everyone. But only they themselves know what kind of life they are living now. At the beginning, many people still had some food stored in their villas. In the first 2 days after the ice disaster came, they all watched the situation outside in their big villas. Anyway, they have already achieved financial freedom, so it doesn't matter if they don't work for the rest of their lives. They are not like those low-level workers. As long as their bodies are not broken, even if it is a typhoon and the authorities have not said they are not allowed to go out, they will run to work despite the typhoon. Otherwise, how can I pay off the mortgage? How to pay children's tuition? I may not even have money to eat steamed buns next month. However, when the heavy snow completely blocked the city, as time went by, the rich people in Longting Villa began to feel fearful, and their lives began to become difficult. After all, these wealthy people may have countless antiques and treasures in their villas, some may have countless calligraphy and paintings by famous people, and some may have countless stunning beauties. But few wealthy people would collect a lot of food, right? Even the ingredients that many wealthy families eat every day are airlifted in from abroad on the same day to ensure that they are the freshest. So even though there are still a few wealthy owners chatting and laughing in the group, most of the owners of Longting Villa are now almost running out of money. In order to survive, many wealthy people boiled their collection of precious tea to satisfy their hunger, while others relied on their collection of famous wines to survive. Some people are even eating those leather sofas. We originally thought that everyone's life should be pretty much the same now. Because even if you were worth hundreds of billions before the end of the world, you can't buy food with money in this situation. But who would have thought that an outlier would suddenly appear among them? Li Xiaolua's small advertisement for recruiting chefs not only shocked all the lurking owners, but even the few people who had been active in the group were shocked. In fact, those people who had been active in the Longting Villa owners group were not only worth a lot of money before the end of the world, but also happened to have a lot of food stored in their homes after the end of the world. As long as they save a little on food and drink, it will be enough for them to last for a month or two. But even though they had plenty of food, they didn't have the luxury of hiring a chef to feed another person. Is this Li Xiaolua really so rich? They don't believe it. Zhang Jiming from Dragon Court Villa number 8, at Li Xiaolua, didn't you see me at you? Old Zhao from Dragon Court Villa number 10, exactly, Li Xiaolua, what kind of character are you? Are you blind? Li Xiaolua, I'm not blind. I just saw a few dogs barking in the group. Why should I care? What does it have to do with me whether you will be buried in the snow? I'm not your father. Do I need to care about your life or death? Zhang Jiming, who lives in Villa number 8, is the boss of a listed company with a net worth of billions. He originally didn't take Li Xiaolua seriously at all. Because there are only a few people in this city whom he cannot afford to offend, and he knows the names of the nannies in those families. But there is definitely no such person as Li Xiaoluo. However, after hearing Li Xiaoluo's harsh words in the group, Zhang Jiming didn't dare to appear superior. Perhaps this Li Xiaoluo was a dragon crossing the river. Zhang Jiming, from Dragon Court Villa number 8, at Li Xiaoluo, Mr. Li, I wonder which family you're from. We're all well-known figures, so there's no need to be so harsh, right? Especially when this disaster isn't over yet, I suggest everyone help each other. That way, once the disaster is over, we'll be close friends, and our paths will surely open wider. Old Zhao from Dragon Court Villa number 10, at Zhang Jiming from Dragon Court Villa number 8, Old Zhang, this idiot who suddenly appeared out of nowhere is already calling us dogs, and you're still putting up with it? Even if he's a dragon from another river, I'll turn him into a bug on my territory. Old Zhao from Dragon Court Villa number 10 continued, at Li Xiaoluo, you've got guts, damn it. I'd been in the underworld for so many years, and since I got rich, no one has dared to talk to me like that. I hope you can still be so arrogant when you see me later. Li Xiaoluo, why, from what you said, you still want to come to see me? Old Zhao from Dragon Court Villa number 10, how fresh is that? We don't even have to wait until the disaster is over. Our two villas aren't far apart. I'll come over and have a good chat with you right away. Li Xiaoluo, great. How about giving you half an hour? If you don't come, you'll be my grandson. No, if I ask a dog like you to be my grandson, that would be insulting myself. You can come or not. Old Zhao from Villa number 10, Longting, you son of a bitch, just half an hour, you wait. Zhang Jiming, from Dragon Court Villa number 8, at Lao Zhao, at Li Xiaoluo, both of you, this whole thing actually started because of me. I just wanted to ask Mr. Li Xiaoluo how he managed to clear the snow from the villa. There's really no need for this whole thing to get to this point, right? Can you both give me some face and just let this go? But Old Zhao and Li Xiaoluo from Villa number 10 did not reply to Zhang Jiming. Li Xiaoluo originally planned to go out of the villa to see if he could move around outside. Now that someone has tried it out for him, Li Xiaoluo is naturally happy to do so. As for looking for trouble with me? That's just courting death. Welcome, Charlotte Li. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo actually had ideas about the several villas around him. In this ice and snow apocalypse, there is no such thing as a distant relative being inferior to a close neighbor. In desperation, the first thing the survivors would think of is to rob their neighbors. So if you want to have peace and quiet without being constantly remembered by others, the best way is to get rid of it once and for all. Moreover, villas number 2 to number 10 near Li Xiaoluo may not be flooded in the future. It can be used as a temporary warehouse or as a residence for the subordinates recruited later. These are actually good choices. Chapter 74 Snowmobile. In fact, Li Xiaoluo didn't know that the arrogant and domineering Old Zhao and the Longting Villa owner group actually had ulterior motives for being so impulsive and arrogant. Old Zhao in Villa number 10's real name is Zhao Dezhu. He used to be a gang leader and had done many evil things. Later, he finally managed to clear his name and get out of jail, but in his heart he was actually always afraid that he would be liquidated one day. So before the end of the world, although Zhao Dezhu's wealth was not worse than those of the rich people on the city's public rankings, his network of relationships was also more complicated. But before the apocalypse, he kept a low profile and strictly prohibited anyone around him from doing anything out of the ordinary. He was afraid that it would attract other people's attention and expose his past. The internet army before the end of the world was actually quite powerful. Many unjust and wrong cases are treated fairly only because of the pressure of public opinion. Some corrupt officials were exposed because of their grandchildren as flaunting of wealth, even after they retired for more than 10 years. That's why Zhao Dezhu behaves so honestly and is always worried. But after the ice disaster Doomsday came, especially when I saw many people on the internet turning evil and doing all kinds of bad things, no one cared. Seeing this situation, Zhao Dezhu was not afraid, but was actually quite happy. Because even if many people are cleansed, their hearts are still black. He prefers to live freely. Especially now, there is no rescue at all, and the ice disaster shows no sign of ending. Zhao Dezhu's heart is beginning to restless. Before the apocalypse, Zhao Dezhu was extremely afraid of death, so he hired a number of bodyguards to protect his safety. He even secretly acquired a few pistols and kept them as treasures, just in case of any emergency. So after the apocalypse, he can now be said to have both the people and the guns he needs. The only drawback is that he has too many minions, which means that the food Zhao Dezhu has stored is almost not enough. If there is no food, even if he has a gun, he may not be able to control his men.
Moreover, Zhao Dezhu not only wants to have food to eat, he also wants to live a comfortable life in the Doomsday and dominate the world. So Zhao Dezhu made a decision. He would first control all the people in the Longting Villa community, and then see if he could expand outwards later. Even if he can't go out in the short term, the resources of so many residents in Longting Villa community alone should be enough for him and his men to have fun for a while. And Zhao Dezhu has thought it all out. By then, if there are men in the villa area who are willing to submit to him, the young and strong ones will be kept as cannon fodder and slaves. Those who dare to resist and those who are too old and useless will all be frozen and stored. What if there is a food shortage in the future? As for the captured women, they are his tools to control his men. He used to be in the underworld, so he naturally knew the importance of having a group of trusted henchmen, and he also knew how to make them loyal and work for him. The reason why Zhao Dezhu was deliberately arrogant in the owner's group and deliberately created conflicts with Li Xiaolua was that he took the first step to occupy the entire Longting Villa district. Because the weather outside is so cold and there is so much snow, Zhao Dezhu's men are afraid to go out to fight. Although it is located in the Longting Villa community, there is no need to go too far. But this extreme low temperature is no joke. As long as your skin is exposed to the outside, you may get frostbite. Moreover, the snow outside is so thick that it is almost impossible to move forward. Every step requires a lot of physical strength. They might freeze to death or die of exhaustion on the road before they get any benefits. Therefore, Zhao Dezhu knew that he couldn't rush his plan to occupy the entire Longting Villa district and had to take his time. He had to first let his men overcome their fear of leaving and let them taste the sweetness. In this way, he won't have to keep making big promises, they will go out and work hard on their own. So Li Xiaolua became Zhao Dezhu's first target. Because Li Xiaolua not only has a way to clear the snow around the villa, but also wants to recruit a special chef. Obviously, he is telling others that there is a lot of food at home, come and grab it. Zhao Dezhu felt that he had to help Li Xiaolua. As long as he can successfully snatch food and women from Li Xiaolua's house this time, his plan to dominate the area will be successfully implemented. Unfortunately, Zhao Dezhu certainly could not have imagined that a group of people had already wanted to take over Li Xiaolua before him. But the fate of Zhou Junjie and his people was quite tragic. On Li Xiaolua's side, Li Xiaolua took out the down jacket that could protect against extreme cold that he had purchased before the end of the world from the system space and put it on. This down jacket is said to be made of a kind of aerospace material, which is light and warm. Then Li Xiaolua came to the courtyard of the villa fully armed. The moment he came out, Li Xiaolua could still feel a chill instantly. After all, the indoor temperature and outdoor temperature of his villa were 80 or 90 degrees apart. But after getting used to it, Li Xiaolua felt it was okay, not too cold. After all, the cold-proof clothing, masks, gloves, etc. he prepared were all the best. Many of them were even urgently purchased from abroad, because with the climate in China before the apocalypse, these things would not be sold at all. Li Xiaolua first came to the garage of the villa, where some of the big things Li Xiaolua bought before the end of the world were parked. For example, 2 assault boats, 2 snowmobiles, and 5 snowmobiles. These big guys definitely could not be stored in Li Xiaolua's system space because his system space was only 2,000 cubic meters. Li Xiaolua's space is quite abundant now, but he will not store all these things into the system space. Because there is no need, his system space will need to store more useful materials. Li Xiaolua simply used the system space to collect a snowmobile, and then collected another snowmobile as a backup. Coming to the courtyard of the villa, Li Xiaolua took out the snowmobile from the space. This type of snowmobile is similar to a car, the only difference is that its wheels are tracked like tanks, which allows it to travel on snow. These snowmobiles were purchased by Li Xiaolua on behalf of the War Shield Group before the end of the world, and the windows have also been modified to reach bulletproof level. Li Xiaolua filled up the snowmobile with gas, then opened the gate of the villa and drove the snowmobile out for a stroll. 10 minutes later, Li Xiaolua drove the snowmobile back into the villa and closed the door. He just went out to familiarize himself with his driving skills. After the apocalypse, there is no need to follow traffic rules. You can just drive freely in the snow. As an experienced driver, Li Xiaolua naturally learned to drive a snowmobile quickly. The movement on Li Xiaolua's side had actually attracted the attention of all the women in the villa. When Li Xiaolua returned to the villa, Shen Miaomiao was the first to greet him. She walked forward and hugged Li Xiaolua tightly, not caring at all about the coldness on Li Xiaolua's body. "Brother Xiaoluo, are you going to go outside later?" Shen Miaomiao looked at Li Xiaolua nervously and worriedly. Chapter 75. Don't waste time, I'm still waiting for you to die. Although Li Xiaolua asked Shen Miaomiao to call him husband, Shen Miaomiao was shy and agreed to a series of unequal treaties.
Li Xiaolua agreed to her and called him husband in private, but still used the same name when there were many people around. Not only Shen Miaomiao looked at Li Xiaolua nervously, but Qin Yuemei and the others also looked at Li Xiaolua nervously, waiting for his answer. Needless to say, Shen Miaomiao knew from her previous sharp increase in friendliness that she now accepted Li Xiaolua from the bottom of her heart, so she was really afraid that Li Xiaolua would encounter danger when going out. Although Qin Yuemei and the others are now mates, Li Xiaolua did not harm them, and let them live a good life that the survivors outside could not even imagine. From the fact that Qin Yuemei and the others' friendliness has not decreased, we can tell that Qin Yuemei and the others do not have too much resistance. And now they all feel that following Li Xiaolua makes them feel very safe. If it were another man, even if he was as friendly to them as he was before the end of the world, he might not be able to give them a sense of security. So when they saw Li Xiaolua going outside, Qin Yuemei and the others were worried from the bottom of their hearts. Li Xiaolua pushed Shen Miaomiao's soft body away from his arms. He had just driven back from the extremely cold environment outside, and there was still a layer of snow on his down jacket. This silly guy didn't feel cold in a short-sleeved shirt. Then Li Xiaolua looked at Shen Miaomiao and said, "Don't worry, it's not too chaotic outside right now, so I have to go out and collect some more supplies these days. Otherwise, after a while, it will be difficult to get supplies easily." Li Xiaolua knew what would happen next. In a while, a natural disaster like a flood would hit, and all the supplies outside would be submerged. So Li Xiaolua must go out and collect more supplies, at least to fill up the space again. In addition, people from the villa area came to cause trouble again and again, and Li Xiaolua didn't want to stay in the Lord's mansion all the time. When you are absolutely sure, you still have to take the initiative. It can be considered as actual combat. Shen Miaomiao and the others were immediately moved after hearing this. They knew that although Li Xiaolua had a space, the supplies in his space were not fabricated out of thin air. It seems that Li Xiaolua risked his life to search for supplies outside. But they didn't seem to be able to help. "Brother Xiaoluo, is there anything we can do?" "We can help you too." Shen Miaomiao looked at Li Xiaoluo and asked expectantly. Li Xiaolua thought about it and felt that it was definitely impossible to take them out, as that would only make them a burden to him. However, there are some things that they can be trained to do. Li Xiaolua touched Shen Miaomiao's head and said with a smile, "Let you deal with those who invaded our villa, and you may kill them." "Do you dare?" Shen Miaomiao said seriously, "Those who came to invade our villa are all bad guys, I dare you." Li Xiaolua shook his head. "Some of those who come to trouble us in the future may not all be bad people. They may be coerced by others, or they may be pretending to be pitiful." Shen Miaomiao was silent for a moment, then said with a firm look in her eyes, "Brother Xiaoluo, I will listen to you." Li Xiaolua smiled. Shen Miaomiao was indeed the future Ice Queen. Although she was usually gentle, she was never timid when faced with difficulties. Moreover, she will work hard on things she has decided on, and will devote her whole heart to the people she has decided on, sometimes even without asking whether it is right or wrong. Shen Yanyan also immediately raised her hand and said, "Brother-in-law, I will listen to you from now on." Li Xiaolua also pinched Shen Yanyan's delicate little face with satisfaction, making Shen Yanyan blush. Li Xiaolua didn't care about these details at this time. He said to Shen Miaomiao and the others, "Some more thugs will come over to our villa to cause trouble soon. You'll have to deal with them. You saw me operating that high-pressure water gun yesterday, right? Meow meow, you guys will spray them with it from upstairs." This time, when they heard that there was another bad guy coming to cause trouble, Shen Miaomiao and the other girls did not panic. Even Shen Yanyan muttered, "How pitiful. Another group of bad guys are here to die." Shen Miaomiao also agreed with her sister's words this time. Although those thugs were bad, they were indeed quite pitiful. There are so many people in Longting Villa community, why would they choose to provoke them when there are so many people there? They now all know that this villa has been renovated by Li Xiaolua at a great expense, so it is very safe and ordinary thugs cannot enter the villa at all. And with Li Xiaolua's last operation, they realized that there were powerful attack weapons such as high-pressure water guns in the villa. The enemy cannot break their defense, and their offensive weapons are almost as powerful as artifacts at this temperature. So it's simply invincible. Shen Miaomiao and the other girls are naturally no longer afraid of thugs coming outside to cause trouble. It can be said that no matter how many of them come, they are all seeking death. And after being soaked all over, he was frozen into a popsicle. It was a miserable death. Shen Miaomiao and the others followed Li Xiaolua's arrangements and went to the high-pressure water gun on the second floor, waiting for Li Xiaolua's attack order at any time. Li Xiaolua was playing with his mobile phone in the lobby on the first floor, and then checking the situation in Longting community through the system monitoring. Because the surveillance system has been enhanced and the surveillance range has been greatly expanded, Li Xiaolua can actually see the situation in most of the villas near him. And knowing that the people causing trouble this time were from villa number 10, Li Xiaoluo naturally focused his attention on villa number 10. As long as they came out of the villa, Li Xiaoluo would be able to spot them immediately. Sure enough, within a few minutes, the door of Villa 10 opened, and a group of tightly wrapped men slowly walked out of Villa 10. However, as soon as those people stepped out of the villa, several of them quickly ran back into the villa.
This kind of weather is no joke.
If a little bit of skin is exposed, or if there is any part of you that is not wrapped tightly and is open to the wind, you may get frostbite. However, the people in Villa number 10 would naturally not give up easily. Those who ran back might have rearmed themselves and then walked out again. But as soon as they took the first step, they were stumped again. Because the snow outside is now 5 or 6 meters deep. Although the bottom layer of snow has actually been frozen, people will still sink more than 1 meter when they walk on it, almost up to their waists. So, let alone walking in the snow with weapons, even moving with bare hands was very difficult. It's simply impossible to move forward. How can we go on like this? So those who came out of villa number 10 had to go back into the villa. Li Xiaolua felt a little worried for them.
Don't waste time.
We are still waiting for you to come and die. Because Li Xiaolua had to go out soon and didn't have time to wait for them. However, their experiment also made Li Xiaolua realize that it would be really difficult for survivors to go out without a snowmobile. Chapter 76 Chairman Zhou, taking your son Zhou Junjie away is really easy. Bite. Just as Li Xiaolua was watching the situation at Villa 10, someone suddenly added him as a friend on WeChat. Li Xiaolua didn't want to pay attention to it at first, but after seeing a line of words in the notes of the person who added it, he agreed to the other party's friend request.
Xianlong Ziyuan, hello, Mr. Li Xiaolua.
Let me introduce myself.
My name is Du Yulong. I live in villa number 3. We are neighbors.
Li Xiaolua, don't talk nonsense, you said you know a big secret of Zhao Daiju in villa number 10?
This secret can threaten my life and safety? You can tell me now.
Du Yulong, Mr. Li Xiaolua, to use a phrase you said in the owner group, we have no relatives or friends, so why should I tell you this secret for free?
Forget it if you don't want to say it.
Li Xiaolua was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore.
Did he want to lead her by the nose?
If Li Xiaolua was just an ordinary owner, then she might really be led by Du Yulong. After all, military strategy also emphasizes knowing yourself and the enemy to win every battle. Knowing the enemy's trump card is definitely very important.
But is Li Xiaolua an ordinary person?
So although he was a little curious about what Zhao Daiju of Villa 10 relied on, it was only a little bit. Even if she didn't know, it wouldn't affect Li Xiaolua at all. Li Xiaolua's plan was to wait for the people from Villa number 10 to come over, and then Shin Miaomiao and the others would use a high-pressure water gun to hit them from upstairs, and then Li Xiaolua would drive the snowmobile out to practice. Li Xiaolua had already considered the dangerous situation. Even if the people in Villa number 10 had weapons, or even guns, they would not pose much threat to Li Xiaolua. Because his snowmobile has been modified to be bulletproof, and Li Xiaolua will also try his best to use long-range weapons to attack. The crossbow he bought has not been used yet. Bite. At this time, someone suddenly added Li Xiaoluo as a friend, but after seeing the remarks carefully, Li Xiaoluo also accepted. Dragon Court Villa number 2 Zhou Jiangwo, I am Zhou Jiangwo, the chairman of Zhou Group, and also Zhou Junjie's father.
Li Xiaolua, my son has been arrested by you, right?
I don't care what conflicts you have. I only have one request, don't hurt my son, or you won't be able to withstand my wrath. Li Xiaolua had met Zhou Jiangwo. Of course, he had not met Zhou Jiangwo in this life, but he had met him in his previous life. However, in the previous life, Zhou Jiangwo died earlier than Li Xiaolua, so there was no deep hatred between the two. But because of his son Zhou Junjie, they were destined to be enemies from the very beginning in this life. However, Li Xiaolua did not take Zhou Jiangwo seriously. If it was before the end of the world, Zhou Jiangwo could be considered a real boss, the kind that could handle both black and white, and had great power. But now, he only has a few loyal bodyguards around him, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Li Xiaolua, Chairman Zhou, your son has been missing for so many days, and you're only showing concern now? Isn't it a little too late? Zhou Jiangwo, I didn't have your contact information before, I just added you through the owner group. Besides, the snow is so thick now that I can't take him away even if I want to. Li Xiaolua sneered. These big guys are so confident. What he meant was that if he couldn't go out because of the heavy snow, he would have gone straight to Zhou Junjia's house and taken him away. As for Li Xiaoluo's thoughts, they may not be important at all in his eyes. Li Xiaoluo gave a strange smile. Chairman Zhou, in fact, you want to take Zhou Junjie away, even if it is a little.
Zhou Jiangwo, why, Li Xiaoluo, are you sure you don't want to?
Believe it or not, I can make your life miserable without me having to do anything.
Li Xiaoluo, I don't believe it. Zhou Jiangwo said, my son investigated you before the ice disaster. I have a list of supplies in my hand right now. It records the large amount of food and supplies you stockpiled before the disaster. If I send this news and the inventory to the homeowners group, how many people besides Zhao Dezhu from Villa 10 will come looking for trouble? Can you resist? Li Xiaoluo replied, so you are threatening me?
Zhou Jiangwo, yes, it is a threat, but as long as you guarantee my son's safety, I will pretend that I don't know anything about you. Li Xiaoluo got up and walked outside the villa to take a few photos. Then, she sent Zhou Jiangwo a smiley face on WeChat and said, Chairman Zhou, you're old, so don't be so angry. What I actually meant was that you wanted to take your son Zhou Junji away. Even if it's a little easy.
And it's very easy. Zhou Jiangwo, Li Xiaoluo, what do you mean?
Li Xiaoluo sent the photos to Zhou Jiangwo. They were photos of his son and those security guards frozen into popsicles.
Li Xiaoluo said, Chairman Zhou, did you see that?
Your son is waiting for you to take him home outside my villa.
That's why I said it's really easy for you to take him back. Zhou Jiangwo was silent for a long time. Then another message came, Li Xiaoluo, we will fight to the death.
Li Xiaoluo replied, stupid. Then he was blacklisted. Not to mention the grudges in the previous life, even in this life your son has asked for death.
Still want to support him with good food and drink?
You, Zhou Jiangwo, might as well just call yourself Zhou God.
Do you think everyone has to give you face and listen to you? This is not the end of the world. Zhou Jiangwo's identity and status before the end of the world are now shit.
And even if Zhou Jiangwo didn't come to see Li Xiaoluo would find time to visit Zhou Jiangwo. Anyone who has done farm work knows that to remove weeds, you have to remove the roots, otherwise there will be endless troubles. After killing Zhou Junjie, Li Xiaoluo will naturally not let any of his family members go. However, Li Xiaoluo would definitely not take the initiative to attack until he was absolutely sure. All those big guys have a few bodyguards at home, or some defensive measures in their villas. Even though Li Xiaoluo has a strong physique now, in a siege battle, the attacking side will always be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Li Xiaoluo would try his best to irritate those who had ill intentions towards him. Even if he couldn't irritate them to death, they would definitely not be able to resist and would come to his door to attack him. As long as they come to Li Xiaoluo's home court, Li Xiaoluo can easily deal with them. And Li Xiaoluo's method was very effective. When Zhou Jiangwo learned that his son was frozen into a popsicle, and then he was severely humiliated by Li Xiaoluo, he had lost his mind. Zhou Jiangwo sent a message to Zhao Dezhu in Villa number 10, Old Zhao, weren't you going to deal with that Li Xiaoluo? Why did your people retreat again? Zhou Jiangwo was standing on the third floor of his villa, and he could actually see what was happening over at Villa number 10, Zhao Dezhu. Although he wants to tear Li Xiaoluo into pieces more than Zhao Dezhu now, he has been in a high position for so long that he will definitely not take the risk himself unless it is absolutely necessary. Killing someone with a borrowed knife is the best strategy. And Zhao Dezhu is naturally a good knife. But these people are all old foxes. Zhou Jiangwo actually took the initiative to ask about this matter. Zhao Dezhu has already roughly guessed what the situation is. Chapter 77, Are they so in tune with each other even when it comes to committing suicide? Knowing that Zhou Jiangwo had problems, Zhao Dezhu did not take the initiative to expose them. He made a bitter face and said, Chairman Zhou, it's not that I don't want to kill Li Xiaoluo. My men went out and tried, and now the snow outside is almost up to the chest. Every step is very difficult. It's impossible to walk to Li Xiaoluo's villa number 1 in half an hour. Zhou Jiangwo said, Old Zhao, you've already said everything in the owner's group. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others if you admit your weakness now? Zhao Dezhu said, It doesn't matter. The world is about to end, so whoever wants to laugh can laugh. Anyway, it will take at least half an hour to get to Li Xiaoluo's place. Even if we manage to get through, half of my men will probably lose their lives. How can we fight then? So let's just let it go this time. I'm not in a hurry anymore. I'll just slowly think of a solution first. Zhou Jiangwo was silent for a moment. Then Zhou Jiangwo continued, Old Zhao, there is actually a solution. Anyway, your villa and Li Xiaoluo's villa are not far away. You can have your men each take a shovel and tamp the snow down. That way, you can walk across normally. Also, if your men are exhausted, they can rest outside my villa. I can have my servants provide them with food and hot water so they can recover as quickly as possible. Zhao Dezhu, Chairman Zhou, you're being too obvious. So, Chairman Zhou, you also have a grudge with Li Xiaoluo, and then you want me to fight for you? Zhou Jiangwo was well prepared. He must not tell Zhao Dezhu that his son was killed by Li Xiaoluo. Otherwise, if Zhao Dezhu knew that he was anxious, he would probably take advantage of him. Zhou Jiangwo handed the list of supplies in his hand to Zhao Dezhu without saying much. Zhao Dezhu immediately asked, Chairman Zhou, why did you send me this list? Which warehouse of yours contains these supplies? But it's useless. We can't even leave the villa. Zhou Jiangwo said, Old Zhao, do you know why Li Xiaoluo is still hiring chefs at this time? It's because he has a large amount of supplies in stock. The supplies on this list are what Li Xiaoluo purchased 7 days before the apocalypse. Although I don't know why Li Xiaoluo purchased so many supplies and food, and I don't know how much he hid in Villa number 1. But I think it must be quite a lot. There must be enough food for 100 people to live for a year. This is why I want to cooperate with you to take over Li Xiaoluo's villa. When the time comes, the food and supplies in Li Xiaoluo's villa will be divided equally between the two of us. What do you think? In fact, when Zhao Dezhu heard that the supplies on the list were most likely in Li Xiaoluo's villa, his eyes had already turned red. This Li Xiaoluo, damn, is really the super god of wealth. If he could get those supplies, it would be enough for him to live a carefree life for a long time in this doomsday. Even if we recruit more soldiers, it will be enough. As for splitting it equally with Zhou Jiangwo, it depends on whether Zhou Jiangwo is alive to get it. According to Zhao Dezhu's plan, after killing Li Xiaoluo, he would immediately attack Zhou Jiangwo. Then they were all caught and forced to work as laborers to shovel snow and clear the road. In this way, his younger brothers can follow behind and continue to attack the remaining villas until the entire Longting villa area is occupied, and he will be the king of the villa area. However, Zhao Dezhu would definitely not let Zhou Jiangwo know what he was thinking. So cooperation is still necessary. Zhao Dezhu said, Chairman Zhou, although your news did surprise me. But I was going to deal with Li Xiaoluo anyway, so even if I didn't have any news from you, I would naturally discover the supplies and food he had stockpiled when I went to Li Xiaoluo's villa. So you only provide a piece of information and then take away half of the things. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Zhou Jiangwo said, Old Zhao, we're all smart people. I'll provide you with help, that's all. But what do you think would happen if I spread the news that Li Xiaoluo has so many supplies to the owners group? Zhao Dezhu said calmly, Chairman Zhou is right. We're all smart people. If everyone knew about this, the benefits wouldn't be as great as if we split it equally between the two families. Besides, we are old friends, so I have no objection to dividing the supplies equally. However, it is really too troublesome and too slow for my brothers to open a snowy road to get to Li Xiaoluo. How about this, Chairman Zhou, you can also send your people to help open a road from your villa to Li Xiaoluo's villa. Once my people have opened the snowy road to your villa, we won't have to work anymore. Then you can give my people something to eat to recover their strength, and then we can deal with Li Xiaoluo directly. Zhou Jiangwo said, No problem, Lao Zhao, I'll do as you say. But I have to remind you that you'd better be fully prepared. In addition to the supplies on the list I showed you, Li Xiaoluo may have purchased some additional weapons. Since he dared to show off his wealth in the group, he may have some support. Ha ha. Zhao Dezhu laughed. Then he said with great confidence, Chairman Zhou, since you chose to cooperate with me, it must be because you are impressed by my strength, right? You also know that I have some experience as a social person. These experiences may be my stains before the end of the world, but in this chaotic world, they are my strength. So you can rest assured. As long as you can get to Li Xiaoluo's villa, Li Xiaoluo will be easily captured. In Zhao Dezhu's mind, even if Li Xiaoluo prepared some weapons in advance, he would definitely not be able to get a gun. So with a gun in his hand, he didn't take Li Xiaoluo seriously at all. On Li Xiaoluo's side, Li Xiaoluo saw the people from Villa number 10 come out and run back, and then there was no movement. Li Xiaoluo thought that Zhao Dezhu had become too powerful to be protected and had given in and dared not come. But after a while, he suddenly found that people from Villa number 10 started coming out again. And this time there were even more people out, all holding shovels and compacting the snow to clear the way. In addition, through surveillance, Li Xiaolua also found that several people came out of Zhou Junjie's villa. They were also holding shovels to compact the snow and clear the way.
Oh, are you so in tune with me even when it comes to committing suicide?
But then I thought again, Zhou Jiangwo and Zhao Dezhu have lived in this villa area for a long time, and they might have a good relationship. Who knows, they might have secretly joined forces to deal with me. But Li Xiaolua gave a thumbs up to both of them. That's how it should be. If you don't unite, how can you have the courage to come here and die? And it also saves Li Xiaolua from having to deal with them one by one. To be honest, Li Xiaolua was almost getting impatient waiting. He was just about to go to the warehouse he rented before the end of the world. After all, he still had a lot of supplies stored in that warehouse. But most of the stuff in that warehouse is actually salt. Not only is no one able to go there right now, but even if someone did, no one would touch the supplies. That's why Li Xiaolua has never been in a hurry to collect it. Now it seems that we have to wait a little longer. This should be the motivation Zhou Jiangwo gave to Zhao Dezhu, which made him so fearless in dealing with himself. If Zhou Jiangwo hadn't instigated it, Li Xiaolua even felt that Zhao Dezhu of Villa 10 might have given up. But in that case, when Li Xiaolua comes back from going out, he might have to be on guard against their sneak attacks all the time. It would be great if they could come here and die now.
Chapter 78 Shen Yanyan has a violent gene.
While monitoring Zhao Dezhu and Zhou Jiangwo's men shoveling in the snow, Li Xiaolua was leisurely playing with his mobile phone.
In fact, there are still many people who can access the internet, so you can see all kinds of weird things on the internet.
The reason why everyone's mobile phones still have power to access the internet is that although most places have power outages, some places still have electricity for an hour or two occasionally. The main reason for doing this is actually to allow ordinary survivors to cook or boil some hot water to soak rice. Otherwise, even if some people stockpile a lot of rice, flour and other foods, what is the point of stockpiling food if there is no electricity to cook them?
Eat it raw by soaking it in ice water?
Brother-in-law, we saw someone coming out of villa number 2. They are clearing a snowy road towards our villa.
It seems they are really going to deal with us again.
Shen Yanyan trotted down from the second floor of the villa and reported the situation to Li Xiaolua with excitement. Li Xiaolua arranged for them to operate the high-pressure water gun on the second floor, but after waiting for a long time, they did not see any trace of the invading enemy. Originally they thought that Li Xiaolua's information was wrong. Although Li Xiaolua is very good in other aspects, it is impossible for him to know everything.
But they didn't expect that the enemy really came again.
Shen Yanyan immediately ran down from upstairs to tell her brother-in-law the good news. She meant to inform her brother-in-law. Li Xiaolua was playing with her phone, smiling nonchalantly as she said, "If you see it, then so be it."
"Why are you so excited, girl? Aren't you afraid of bad guys now?"
Shen Yanyan showed a playful and cute smile. "Humph, with my brother-in-law here, I'm not afraid of those bad guys." When Li Xiaolua heard this, she felt very happy. It felt good to be admired by her sister-in-law. "Brother-in-law, your shoulders must be uncomfortable from sitting like this and looking at your phone. Let me massage your shoulders." Before Li Xiaolua could refuse, Shen Yanyan's 2 soft little hands gently massaged Li Xiaolua's shoulders.
You know what, Shen Yanyan's skills are pretty good.
But this little girl is being so attentive for no reason. She must have some ulterior motive. Or maybe this girl must need my help with something.
"Brother-in-law, am I doing it okay?" Shen Yanyan's delicate voice sounded, and then she looked at Li Xiaolua with a flattering face.
Li Xiaolua silently endured what he shouldn't have to endure, and nodded. "Not bad, quite comfortable."
He.
Shen Yanyan smiled happily when she heard Li Xiaolua's praise.
After laughing, Shen Yanyan said again, "Brother-in-law, look how attentively I serve you.
Later, tell my sister that when those bad guys come, let me play with the high-pressure water gun, okay?" Li Xiaolua was stunned for a moment. It turned out that her sister-in-law was so proactive today not because she had any ulterior motives, but because she was coveting the high-pressure water gun upstairs? There is a faint sadness. However, Li Xiaolua could see that Shen Yanyan's personality was becoming more and more lively, and her courage was also growing. Li Xiaolua still remembered that when she met Shen Yanyan in her previous life, she wore a mask all day, never smiled, and never spoke to men. Even colder than her sister, the Ice Queen. In this life, the fate of Shen Yanyan and her sister has long been changed. Now following Li Xiaolua, not only have they not suffered any harm, but some of their natures have been stimulated. But Li Xiaolua really didn't expect that Shen Yanyan actually had a violent nature. In fact, shooting people with a high-pressure water gun in this situation is basically the same as indirect murder. Other girls of her age, let alone wanting to try it on their own initiative, probably few girls would dare to do it even if they were forced. Seeing that Li Xiaoluo was silent, Shen Yanyan thought that Li Xiaoluo treated her as a little girl just like her sister. So Shen Yanyan walked directly to Li Xiaoluo's side, grabbed Li Xiaoluo's arm with both hands, and shook him non-stop, while saying in a sweet voice, "Brother-in-law, please. I'm not a child anymore, you and your sister can't bully me and always treat me like a child. Protecting our home is the responsibility of everyone in our villa, and I have to do my part. Is it okay? Is it okay?" Before Li Xiaoluo could say anything, Shen Yanyan became anxious and increased the intensity of the shaking. All right, stop shaking. Go tell your sister that there might be several waves of enemies this time, and they'll be quite numerous. I'll let you deal with a few of them then. If it were another woman, Li Xiaoluo would definitely not be so easy to talk to. But Shen Yanyan is Shen Miaomiao's sister, and she will be a very important psychic in the future, and she is also very important to Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo is still quite doting. Really? Brother-in-law, you're the best. Shen Yanyan exclaimed happily with an excited look on her face. After Shen Yanyan calmed down, she realized she had done something extremely embarrassing. Her little nipples immediately turned red, and then she quickly ran away like a frightened little white rabbit. Before leaving, she whispered, "Brother-in-law, I was just excited just now, don't think too much." Charlotte Lee. God damn it, I don't want to think too much. We didn't do anything just now, did we? Little girls nowadays always make a fuss out of nothing. And for the time being, Li Xiaoluo really didn't think much about Shen Yanyan. After all, Li Xiaoluo likes a gentle woman like Shen Miaomiao, a tall and sexy woman like Zhou Xiaodong, or a ripe peach like Qin Yuemei. Well, to put it bluntly, Li Xiaoluo's hobby is beautiful women with good figures. Shen Yanyan is now beautiful enough, but her figure is still a little off. Bite. Just when Li Xiaoluo was daydreaming, another message rang on WeChat. Li Xiaoluo clicked on it and saw that it was another message from Du Yulong, the previous owner of Villa Number 3. Du Yulong, Mr. Li Xiaoluo, I'm sorry, I'm used to doing business. I like to use business methods in everything. You can bargain. I can see that you are a straightforward person, Mr. Charlotte, so I will try to trade with you in a different way. I'll tell you Zhao Deju's trump card directly. If you think my information is valuable, then you will give me 100 kilograms of food. Any kind of food is fine. If you think my information is worthless to you, Mr. Charlotte, then just pretend I never said anything and don't give me any food. Mr. Charlotte, do you think we can make this deal? After reading the news about Du Yulong, Li Xiaoluo smiled. This Du Yulong is quite interesting. However, Li Xiaoluo does not think that there are simple people among the owners of Longting Villa District. Chapter 79. Du Yulong shows off his beautiful wife. Li Xiaoluo replied to Du Yulong, "Okay, if I find your information useful, I will give you 100 kilograms of food. But then again, if I give you 100 kilograms of food, can you take it back with all the snow outside? I only give you food, I won't deliver it to your door." Du Yulong said, "Don't worry about this, Mr. Xiaoluo. Since Zhao Deju wants to cause trouble for you, his people will naturally find a way to get to you, Mr. Xiaoluo. And this road will definitely pass by my Villa Number 3, so when the time comes, it won't be difficult for my people to get food from you, Mr. Charlotte." Li Xiaoluo's eyes were full of interest. These old foxes in the villa area were indeed very shrewd. And there is another meaning in Du Yulong's words. He has a lot of people under him, so don't think about shirking your debt. There really is a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. It's a pity that he showed his strength to the wrong person. Li Xiaoluo didn't have big ambitions, and he didn't bother to cause trouble for others. However, he would never allow anyone who threatened him to exist near him. Any threatening force or person would have the same fate. Otherwise, even if Li Xiaoluo doesn't cause trouble for them, just like Zhou Jiangluo and Zhao Deju, they will cause trouble for Li Xiaoluo sooner or later. Who made Li Xiaoluo look like Tang Monk's meat now? A hungry person would even eat shit, let alone Li Xiaoluo's Tang Monk meat. Li Xiaoluo replied to Du Yulong, "Since everyone has no objection, then you can tell us what you know." Du Yulong said, "Okay, Mr. Xiaoluo, it's like this. Before the ice disaster, I had a lot of business dealings with Zhao Deju, and we had a deep friendship, so I know a lot about Zhao Deju. Zhao Deju was actually a gangster a long time ago, ruthless and merciless, but he later cleaned himself up. However, he also had many enemies, so he was always very cautious about his own safety. Not only did he surround himself with many skilled fighters, but he also hid some weapons in his villa, namely guns. I once heard Zhao Deju say it himself. Even if the police came to arrest him, let alone his enemies breaking into his villa, he would only fight to the death and not surrender. Li Xiaolua frowned after hearing Du Yulong's news. He didn't expect that Zhao Dezhu was such a crazy person. He actually dared to own a gun in China and even told others about it. This kind of person, when order collapses after the apocalypse, immediately becomes an awakened demon. But Li Xiaolua was a little curious. Why had he never heard of Zhao Dezhu in his previous life? However, Li Xiaolua was too lazy to think about this problem. It was meaningless. Now that he knew Zhao Dezhu had a gun, he really had to change his plan. So if this news is true, it does have some value. But first it has to be real. So Li Xiaolua said, Mr. Du, your information is good. I will give you 100 kilograms of food. However, I don't know whether this information is true or not, so I can only find out after Zhao Dezhu and others come to verify it. If it is confirmed that Zhao Dezhu does have a gun, you can always send someone to come to me to get 100 kilograms of food. Du Yulong immediately said, I knew Mr. Xiaoluo was a wonderful man, and a capable man. He didn't panic at all when he heard that Zhao Dezhu had someone and a gun. Then my wife and I would like to thank Mr. Xiaoluo for saving our lives, and thank Mr. Xiaoluo for letting my wife out of her fear. Li Xiaolua asked, what do you mean? Du Yulong said, Mr. Charlotte, you said it was a life-saving grace, but that's because the food stock in my villa is really running low. In a day or two, we will have to learn from the people on the internet and rely on eating on the sofa or drinking water to fill our stomachs. So Mr. Charlotte, your 100 kilograms of food can at least keep us going for another half a month. As for why you said you were venting my wife's anger, that's actually why I betrayed you with the news that Zhao Dezhu had a gun. Because of business, I used to have a close personal relationship with Zhao Dezhu. But that bastard Zhao Dezhu always peeked at my wife every time he came to my house. One time, he took advantage of me getting drunk and tried to rape my wife right in front of me. If my wife hadn't fought back desperately, he might have succeeded. Li Xiaolua didn't expect that there was such a reason behind this. At this moment, Du Yulong suddenly sent a photo, and it was a group photo. Mr. Charlotte, this is me and my wife. Isn't my wife beautiful? Not only did she graduate from a prestigious university, she's also the champion of the China region of the World Beauty Pageant. Humph, a country bumpkin like Zhao Dezhu actually wants to covet my wife? Even if I give her to others, I will never give her to him. Li Xiaoluo looked at the woman in the picture. She was in her 20s or 30s, wearing a red cheongsam, tall and plump, with a delicate and beautiful face. She looked very beautiful and charming. But the thin old man next to him is Du Yulong? He must be at least 70 years old, right? Li Xiaolua heard a lot of boasting in Du Yulong's previous words. Such an unattractive old man found a wife with such outstanding temperament and figure. Any man would be very proud. However, the old guy's last sentence also revealed powerful information. Others are abstaining from sex because of the cold, but he must have been unable to do so for a long time. What does even if I give a discount to others, I will never give a discount to him mean? It makes people think a lot. If Li Xiaolua didn't have a new plan, he would really be willing to continue chatting with the old man Du Yulong. After all, life after the apocalypse is boring, so it's more interesting to find something fun to do. However, Li Xiaolua was going to implement her new plan, so she ignored Du Yulong. In the hall of Villa Number 3, not far from Li Xiaoluo, one can see that Villa Number 3 is decorated very luxuriously. Any vase in the living room is an antique worth tens of millions. On the sofa in the living room, Du Yulong, who was nearly 70 years old, was dressed warmly, but he was still shivering from the cold. But at this moment, he had a happy smile on his face. I must have filled my cup again from Li Xiaolua just now. It feels so good. Even if there is a lot of food in your Li Xiaolua villa, so what? Is your woman as sexy and beautiful as my wife? Du Yulong's wife is named Zhao Min, whom he finally married a year ago after much effort. However, at his age, he has long been unable to do so. The reason why he married a beautiful wife is simply to satisfy his vanity. After all, if he takes such a beautiful wife out, others will definitely think that he is still strong and healthy. Zhao Min on the side looked at Du Yulong with indifference. She had long been numb to Du Yulong showing off her everywhere and had accepted her fate. Chapter 80, The Weapons Depot at the Special Police Station. The gate of Villa Number 1 slowly opened, and Li Xiaolua drove the snowmobile out of the villa quickly. Shen Miaomio and the other girls on the second floor of the villa looked at Li Xiaolua on the snowmobile with worry. Even until the snowmobile completely disappeared in the vast snow, Shen Miaomio was still unwilling to look away. Xiaoluoge told her that the invading enemies had guns, so he also needed to go out and find some weapons, otherwise they would have to hide in the villa forever. Shin Miaomiao and the other girls were extremely moved.
Li Xiaolua really paid too much to protect them. It's a pity that they are just weak women.
If money still had value before the end of the world, they could still work and earn money.
But now order has collapsed.
In this post-apocalyptic world, women are inherently weaker and can't help Li Xiaoluo at all.
If they hadn't followed Li Xiaolua, Shin Miaomiao and the others couldn't imagine what their situation would be like now.
Oh, I wish they would stop being such a burden. At this moment, all the girls in the villa wished that they could become stronger. Li Xiaolua drove the snowmobile at high speed in the snow. The feeling of driving freely and unrestrainedly was really great. Li Xiaolua's original plan was to kill Zhao Dezhu first, and then go to the warehouse he rented before the Doomsday to collect the first wave of supplies. But after hearing that Zhao Dezhu had a gun, Li Xiaolua temporarily changed his plan. In fact, even if Zhao Dezhu had a gun, Li Xiaolua could still deal with them if he stayed in the villa and didn't go out. Even if Li Xiaolua followed his original plan, after Shin Miaomiao and the others launched a high-pressure water gun attack on the second floor, Li Xiaolua would drive the snowmobile out to kill the enemy. Zhao Dezhu's gun would not pose much danger to him. After all, Li Xiaolua has a snowmobile that runs faster than them, and Li Xiaolua also has long-range weapons, and even his snowmobile has been modified to be bulletproof. However, since he knew that Zhao Dezhu had weapons, in order to be absolutely sure, Li Xiaolua had to get weapons more powerful than his. So Li Xiaolua temporarily changed his plan. While Zhao Dezhu and the others were still building the road, Li Xiaolua decided to go find some weapons and ammunition first.
Doesn't Zhao Dezhu have a gun?
But it must be a pistol or something like that.
Then I'll find some weapons that can crush them.
Before the end of the world, Li Xiaolua had already planned a list of must-go free yuan shopping spots, one of which was the city's special police station. The weapons there are more numerous and more powerful than any police station, or even the Public Security Bureau headquarters.
Moreover, if it is before the end of the world, the distance from Longting Villa to the special police base is not close.
But after the apocalypse, the thick snow blocked the city and roads, and Li Xiaolua could drive the snowmobile almost in a straight line to the SWAT station, so it didn't take long. As for the safety inside the villa, Li Xiaolua doesn't have to worry at all. Even if Zhao Dezhu and the others work themselves to death, they can't break through the villa's defense. Moreover, Li Xiaolua also told Shin Miaomiao and the others not to reveal the existence of the high-pressure water gun before he returned, so as not to scare Zhao Dezhu and the others. When Li Xiaolua finds weapons and comes back, he will send a message to notify them to start the war. After Li Xiaolua drove the snowmobile for more than half an hour, the surroundings were silent and all white. Fortunately, Li Xiaolua remembered the route to the 0 yuan shopping supply point chosen by him very clearly, and he also roughly remembered the high-rise buildings near each supply point, which made it convenient for Li Xiaolua to find his destination quickly. After seeing a tall building in his memory, Li Xiaolua's snowmobile drove for a few more minutes and finally arrived at the special police station. Li Xiaolua did not rush to get out of the car, but drove the car to a remote corner, then took out a telescope from the system space and observed the situation inside the special police station.
What if there is someone else inside? Wouldn't that mean I can deliver the goods to their door?
However, after looking for a while, Li Xiaolua found that there was no sign of clearing the snow in the base or people walking on it, and there was no human activity in the room. There should be no one, or no living people. Li Xiaolua drove the snowmobile directly into the base. Of course, there was no way for the snowmobile to drive directly into the house. Li Xiaolua had to get off the car and walk the last section of the way. Although it was only a few dozen meters away, Li Xiaolua also felt the difficulty of walking in the snow up to his waist. Every step was very difficult, but fortunately Li Xiaolua's body was strengthened, so it was still much easier than ordinary survivors. After entering the building, Li Xiaolua saw several people in police uniforms, but they had all been frozen into ice sculptures. Li Xiaolua guessed that the reason why there were so few people in the base was that some of them might have gone out to carry out rescue missions, and those who remained in the base were just clerks. Whenever there is a major disaster, they and their most lovable soldiers are the ones who rush to the front. Although Li Xiaolua doesn't want to be a good person in this life, he still respects them very much. Without thinking about these things, Li Xiaolua quickly found the arsenal he had been longing for after searching for a while. After violently opening the door, Li Xiaolua couldn't help but get excited when he saw the armory full of weapons, ammunition, and equipment. There are several types of pistols, as well as automatic rifles and submachine guns. Li Xiaolua didn't know much about guns, but he was familiar with the more famous Type 95 automatic rifle. There is also a submachine gun with a silencer.
This is also a good thing.
Li Xiaolua likes this kind of mass damage weapon. After finding the enemy, he fires a volley of bullets at them, turning them all into a hornet's nest. Li Xiaolua even found a few sniper rifles, which are also good things. They are powerful weapons for killing enemies at a long distance. These good things are also the reason why Li Xiaolua chose this place. Automatic rifles, sniper rifles and other weapons are usually only equipped by special police, and you can't find them even in the police station. In addition to guns and ammunition, there are some other equipment in the weapons warehouse, such as bulletproof vests, tear gas, bulletproof shields, police walkie-talkies, etc. Of course, the most important thing is a large amount of ammunition. Li Xiaolua took a rough look and found that rifles and submachine guns had the most bullets, with a total of tens of thousands of bullets.
This splash is quite fat.
Li Xiaolua was not picky. He put everything he saw into the system space, not even leaving out a combat uniform.
Anyway, the system space is still very empty now.
After clearing out everything in the weapons warehouse, Li Xiaolua saw some good stuff in the garage. The bulletproof armored personnel carrier, whether it is the body, glass, or even the tires, are all bulletproof and explosion-proof. Ordinary bombs can't do anything to this kind of car, let alone pistol bullets.
Its defensive capabilities are at least several levels higher than Li Xiaolua's snowmobile.
There are also special observation and shooting holes on the vehicle, making it more convenient to kill the enemy. Although it is impossible to drive out due to the ice and snow outside, Li Xiaolua has the system space, so he can just use the system space to take it away. It will still be useful in the future. Fortunately, after searching for a while, Li Xiaolua finally found the car keys, otherwise he would have had to give up. After putting the armored vehicle into the space, Li Xiaolua sat on his snowmobile with satisfaction.
I really made a lot of money this time. Chapter 81: The Power of High Voltage Grids.
On the way back to the villa, Li Xiaolua drove a snowmobile to the warehouse he rented before the end of the world. There are still a lot of supplies in this warehouse, and Li Xiaolua did not take them all away before the end of the world. Because before the end of the world, Li Xiaoluo asked Lao Wang and others to purchase supplies on credit as much as possible, so the amount of supplies Li Xiaoluo bought was quite huge, which was not enough for his previous system space to store. So at that time, Li Xiaolua only selectively put the delicacies and some necessary supplies into the system space, and then placed the other supplies in this warehouse. Of course, Li Xiaolua also considered the supplies left in this warehouse. For example, Li Xiaolua left the thousands of tons of edible salt and tens of thousands of cigarettes he purchased in the warehouse. The reason why these supplies were left behind was not because they were not important in Li Xiaolua's eyes.
It will be worthless in the end times.
On the contrary, as I said before, things like table salt and cigarettes will be absolute luxuries in the later stages of the apocalypse. In the future, the value of a pack of cigarettes will basically be the same as a sports car before the end of the world. The reason why Li Xiaolua kept them in the warehouse temporarily was mainly due to two considerations. First, supplies such as salt will not be frozen, so you can safely store them outside temporarily. Unlike other supplies, it is easy to freeze in extremely low temperatures, so it must be stored in the system space to keep fresh.
Second, leave the salt, cigarettes, etc. in the warehouse.
Even if there are survivors entering the warehouse after the apocalypse, they will not be interested in these supplies. After all, in this period of extreme cold and natural disasters, warm clothes, food, etc. are what survivors need most. Of course, the second point is actually the more extreme situation that Li Xiaolua thought of. Otherwise, with such extremely cold temperatures and the city blocked by heavy snow, basically few people can go out. Even if some people are not afraid of death and go out to try their luck, they will definitely go to supermarkets and stores with plenty of supplies. Who would come to such a remote warehouse for no reason? After some effort, Li Xiaolua entered the warehouse and then collected all the supplies in the warehouse into the system space. Li Xiaolua left about 3,000 tons of supplies in the warehouse, of which more than 2,000 tons were salt. Although 2,000 tons of salt might sound like a lot, its total value before the apocalypse was only over 10 million. Furthermore, it could be paid in installments, so Li Xiaolua only spent a few million to buy it. But these salts will play a huge role in the end of the world. First, Li Xiaolua himself and his men also need to eat salt.
But how much is 2,000 tons of salt? It's not much.
The small bags of salt sold in supermarkets are generally about 250 grams.
2,000 tons of salt is almost 8 million bags. What does 8 million bags of salt mean?
Before the end of the world, even if an average family uses 5 bags of salt a month, that is 60 bags a year. 8 million bags of salt are enough for an average family to eat for more than 100,000 years. Even if Li Xiaolua builds a shelter and has his own team in the future, he will definitely not be able to eat all this salt. So Li Xiaolua's second purpose in hoarding so much salt is naturally to sell it. In the future, other survivors or factions will need to risk their lives to get crystals. But Li Xiaolua can make money by just selling salt, cigarettes, and alcohol, and a large amount of crystals can be left at home. Doesn't it smell good? After collecting all the supplies in the warehouse, Li Xiaolua looked at the time. He had been out for almost 2 hours. Li Xiaolua checked the situation at the villa through the system monitoring. With the joint efforts of Zhao Dezhu from Villa number 10 and Zhou Jiangwo from Villa number 2, a snowy road that was barely passable had arrived outside Li Xiaolua's villa. Moreover, there were already about a dozen people gathered outside Li Xiaolua's villa number 1. But at this moment, these dozen people did not have the excitement and arrogance they had when they first arrived outside Li Xiaolua's villa. Now, their faces showed deep helplessness and a hint of fear. It turned out that Zhao Dezhu's men and Zhou Jiangwo's men joined forces, and then came to the outside of Li Xiaolua's villa in a menacing manner. The leader of their team was Zhao Dezhu's trusted henchman. Few people knew his real name, and everyone called him Baldy. In order to ensure that he could capture Li Xiaolua without any mistakes, Zhao Dezhu specially gave a gun to the bald man. This is enough to show Zhao Dezhu's trust in the bald man. But when the bald man brought a group of people to the door of Li Xiaolua's villa and shouted and cursed, Li Xiaolua in the villa seemed to be scared out of his wits and did not respond at all. The bald man didn't take it to heart at first. After all, Li Xiaolua was not a fool, and he would definitely not open the door of the villa himself to invite them in for tea. But since Li Xiaolua didn't open the door, they would go in by themselves. So the bald man called on his men to take tools and start destroying the villa's gate. So the same scene happened again, not to mention destroying the gate of the villa, not even a scratch was left. Although the bald man felt a little weird, he was still full of confidence. Even if the door of your villa is very strong, so what? Villa number 1 is so big that they can climb over the fence and enter the villa courtyard. As for the high voltage power grid above the villa fence, Baldy and the others simply ignored it. It's already this late, the city has come to a standstill, how can this high voltage power grid still work? It's just a decoration now. But when the bald man arranged for one of his men to try to climb over the fence, the man just touched the high voltage electric grid on top of the fence. Then I heard a hiss sound. Sparks flew everywhere, and the subordinate was instantly reduced to ashes. At that time, let alone Baldy, everyone was dumbfounded. Damn, why is there still electricity in the high voltage power grid here? Moreover, they have seen high voltage power grids before. The power grids usually installed in villas in such communities are actually scary. It is called a high voltage power grid, but in fact it is a wolf in sheep's clothing. The voltage is pitifully small and generally cannot cause much harm to humans. But what about its power now? It really doesn't do much harm to people. Because the person just disappeared. Not a single drop left. No one had ever seen such a scene before, and now it was the end of the world, and few people really wanted to work for Zhao Dezhu and Zhou Jiangwo. Brother Bald, what should we do now? The villa door can't be broken open, and there's a high voltage electric fence around the villa fence. It's even harder to open than a 1,000-year-old turtle shell. We can only go back. Fuck, the boss gave us a death order. If we can't catch Li Xiaolua, we're afraid we won't have a good ending if we go back. Bald brother, since there's no good either way, why don't you just lead us to find another way out? You have a gun now, why go back and suffer the wrath? That's right. In this apocalypse, as long as we are ruthless and merciless, we can do whatever we want. There are many noble ladies in this villa. I've been itching to do it for a long time before the apocalypse. Chapter 82 Indiscriminate Shooting. When the bald man heard his men's discussion, he suddenly felt something in his heart. The reason why he became Zhao Dezhu's confidant was actually because he saved Zhao Dezhu's life and he always showed loyalty. Zhao Dezhu had indeed given a death order for this mission. If he went back in disgrace now, although the bald man believed that Zhao Dezhu would definitely still need him to work hard, he would not punish himself too much, and at most he would just give him a verbal scolding. But now is the end of the world, why should he go back and listen to the scolding of that old man? Before the end of the world, he behaved like a pug and was obedient. That was because there were rules and regulations before the end of the world. He could only have a good life by following Zhao Dezhu. But now, Zhao Dezhu can no longer give him anything. On the contrary, Zhao Dezhu needs him to go out and risk his life, and rely on robbing the survivors' supplies to bring back for Zhao Dezhu's enjoyment. In fact, after the ice disaster lasted for a while and it seemed that the authorities were unable to provide rescue, Baldy had some thoughts in his mind. However, he had never dared to show it in front of Zhao Dizhu before, not even to his most trusted brother. He was just afraid that they would sell him out so that he could gain Zhao Dizhu's trust and get promoted. This mission failed, and his subordinates rebelled first. The bald man was actually quite happy about it. But the bald man said seriously, "No, the boss has been very kind to me. I can't let him down. Besides, the failure of this mission wasn't our fault. It was all because of Li Xiaolua being too cowardly. Before the apocalypse, we knew he had offended some powerful figure. He actually built the villa like a military fortress. So even if the mission fails, the boss shouldn't punish me too much." A younger brother said with a bitter face, "Bald brother, you are the boss's confidant. The boss will definitely not punish you. But you have to think about the brothers too. You also know the boss's character. He always only cares about the results and not the process when giving instructions. If we don't complete the task, someone among us will definitely be in trouble." Another younger brother also said, "That's right, bald brother, the boss treats you well, but the brothers also respect you normally. You can't just watch the brothers suffer, right?" Another younger brother advised, "Bald brother, are you really willing to be a dependent forever?" The bald man actually knew in his heart that if he didn't have a gun in his hand, his men would have probably made their own decisions long ago. How could I persuade him so earnestly? So, he can't be too pretentious. You can almost follow it. So the bald man pretended to be embarrassed and thought about it for a long time, then sighed and said, "Okay, the boss is really too cruel sometimes. You are all my brothers, and I really don't want you to get hurt. Damn it, let's not go back and start a new business. Hee, bald brother is still the best. It will definitely be right to follow bald brother in the future. Bald brother, what do you think we should do next?" "We'll do whatever you say. We'll do whoever you tell us to do." The bald man thought for a moment, then said, "Since we can't enter Li Xiaolua's villa for the time being, and we can't go back to Zhaodazhu, then we must first occupy a villa as soon as possible and use it as our base in the future, and then slowly plan for the future." "That's right, bald brother." "No, bald boss, you are still wise." "Hey, boss, you are so wise and powerful." The bald man's men all looked excited. Now asking them to rob those wealthy tycoons before the end of the world was the most exciting thing for them. By then, the villas, food, and women of those wealthy tycoons will all be theirs, and they can enjoy them as they please. As for those wealthy tycoons who are usually high and mighty, they will not kill them directly, but keep them to take care of their shit and urine. That feeling makes these losers living before the end of the world feel happy just thinking about it. "Brothers, your boss Zhou Jiangwo has a lot of supplies in his villa, right? How about you join us?" At this time, the bald man looked at the other two men. Both of them were tall and looked good in fighting. They were bodyguards hired by Zhou Jiangwo at high salaries. Zhou Jiangwo and Zhaodazhu joined forces to deal with Li Xiaolua, so Zhou Jiangwo sent his two bodyguards out to assist Baldy and the others. Looking at the bald man with a threatening look. The two tall bodyguards were a little confused at this time. The two bosses had agreed to join forces to deal with Li Xiaolua. After robbing a large amount of supplies from Li Xiaolua's home, they would all be able to eat and drink well. But this turning point came too quickly, didn't it? How come he has to deal with his own boss in the blink of an eye? Both bodyguards are professional bodyguards, they have professional ethics. So seeing the bald man's threatening eyes and the gun in his hand, the two bodyguards immediately raised their hands. "Bald boss, we are willing to follow you. Screw the professional ethics. It's the end of the world now, and the high salaries boss Joe gave them are already worthless." Looking at the two warriors who were easily subdued, the bald man was delighted. The day when he would dominate the world was coming. However, the bald man's dream is not over yet. A huge stream of water suddenly sprayed towards them from the second floor of Li Xiaolua's villa. The huge water curtain has a wide coverage area, so that Baldy and the others can basically get evenly watered. "Ah, this is so fun. Sister," my brother-in-law said, "let me play with it too." When the water flow appeared, Baldy and the others also heard a girl's laughter coming from the second floor of Li Xiaolua's villa. The bald man's clothes were quickly soaked and he shuddered from the cold. He felt as if his body was being cut by a knife, and it was icy cold. "Hurry up and go to villa number 2. Baldy and the others no longer bothered to figure out how the water appeared, how it sprayed so far, and how it sprayed so far with such force. They immediately ran to villa number 2.
Fortunately, this time when they came here, they made a snow road, so their escape was relatively convenient and quick.
Unlike Joe Junjie and his group last time, it was difficult for them to walk in the snow, so they could not escape the attack of Lee Shalua's high-pressure water gun at all. What made Baldy and the others feel fortunate was that after they escaped to Villa Number 2, they finally stopped being shot with water guns. The bald man trembled as he looked at the two tall bodyguards and said, "Hurry up and inform your boss Joe Jangwo to let us into his villa to keep warm. And don't talk nonsense, don't let him hear that you have betrayed us." The two tall bodyguards did not hesitate and immediately did as the bald man said, because they were cold too. But before Baldy and the others could get a reply from Joe Jangwo, they suddenly saw a car driving towards them quickly in the snow. Baldy and the others were confused again. How does the car move with such thick snow? That's a snowmobile. Fortunately, there was someone who knew what was going on and recognized Lee Shalua's snowmobile at once. Da. But before Baldy and the others could react, the snowmobile stopped at a distance from them, and a pitch-black gun barrel suddenly appeared on the vehicle. Then they fired indiscriminately at them. Chapter 83, Big Pie. Ah! After a few screams, several people were shot and fell to the ground, and the snow was stained with bright red. After Lee Shalua on the snowmobile fired a burst of bullets, he did not shoot again. He actually got a gun in his previous life, so he still knows how to shoot, but his shooting skills may be more random. After looking at the results of this battle, the volley of bullets fired just now only killed 2 people and injured 3 or 4 people. It seems that I need to practice shooting more in the future. The reason why Lee Shalua didn't continue shooting was not because he wanted to let these people go, nor was it because he was reluctant to spend the bullets. Instead, I plan to ask about the situation first to see if the real owner is there. Lee Shalua has always liked to cut the grass and wipe it out completely. Big brother in the car, stop shooting, we surrender. I surrender too. I'm a good person. Don't kill me. There were still some people alive on the bald man's side. They were already scared out of their wits and knelt in the snow, crying and begging for mercy. Although they were numerous, no one dared to resist. Even if the bald guy has a pistol, he is nothing but trash in front of the automatic rifle fire. Moreover, Lee Shalua was still in the snowmobile. It was inconvenient for them to move in the snow and they could not get close to Lee Shalua at all. There were no obstacles around to avoid. So how to resist? They are not stubborn. Lee Shalua shouted from inside the snowmobile, "Who among you is Zhao Dezhu?" Everyone kneeling on the ground was stunned. Is this the enemy of the former boss Zhao Dezhu? Damn, the decision to betray him was indeed a wise one. Brother in the car, Zhao Dezhu is still in Villa Number 10 and hasn't come out yet. Brother in the car, we have nothing to do with Zhao Dezhu anymore. Zhao Dezhu sent us out to carry out an impossible mission without caring about our lives. We have all decided to rebel against him. That's right, big brother, you have a grudge against Zhao Dezhu, please don't hurt innocent people. We were just ordinary workers before. Lee Shalua looked around in the car. He knew Zhou Jangwo. Although he had never seen Zhao Dezhu before, he thought he must be a middle-aged or old man. None of these people kneeling on the ground looked alike. It seems that Zhou Jangwo and Zhao Dezhu did not come out in person, but only sent some subordinates out. In this case, if you want to catch them all in one fell swoop without taking any risk yourself, you'd better use some means. So Lee Shalua shouted to the people kneeling on the ground outside the car, "Everyone listen, if you want to live, answer whatever I ask you, no nonsense and no lies. Then, do whatever I tell you to do, and don't bargain." Everyone nodded quickly, but didn't dare to speak, for fear that they were talking nonsense. Lee Shalua continued, "Who among you is the leader, and who is Zhao Dezhu's confidant? Stand up and take 3 steps forward." The people on the ground suddenly fell silent, but everyone's eyes were actually secretly looking at bald brother. The bald man's heart immediately started beating fast. He didn't know what the person in the snowmobile meant, but he had a feeling that it was not a good thing. But after gritting his teeth, the bald man slowly stood up and took 3 steps forward. It's not that he is honest, but he knows that if he is not honest, his subordinates may betray him. In that case, let alone good things, it would definitely be a tragedy. Seeing a man step forward on his own initiative, Lee Shalua was quite satisfied. He didn't care if there were still people who were dishonest. He continued, "I know Zhao Dezhu has a gun. He gave it to any of you. You should step forward on your own initiative." No one continued to stand up because only the bald guy had a gun. The bald man had nowhere to stand and could only raise his hand immediately. The bald man thought, I have cooperated so well, you should feel embarrassed to make things difficult for yourself, right?
Dad Ada.
Li Xiaolua did not bother the bald man anymore, but instead shot him like a hornet's nest with a volley of bullets. Li Xiaolua's body has been strengthened, so he is very strong, and his hand holding the gun is very steady. After firing a few times, his shooting skills are becoming more and more accurate. Watching the man on the snowmobile kill the bald man without a word, the person kneeling on the ground still did not dare to resist. Many people are basically like this, as long as they are not forced into a desperate situation, as long as the person being killed is not themselves, then they will still have a chance in their hearts and may not kill them. And Li Xiaolua really had no intention of killing them for the time being, so it would be nice to keep them as cannon fodder. Li Xiaolua drove the snowmobile over, then opened the door and got out with a gun in hand. On the way out of the SWAT base, Li Xiaolua had already put on a bulletproof vest and a bulletproof helmet. Now he could be said to be fully armed, and even if someone played dirty, it would be difficult to hurt him. Li Xiaolua walked over and picked up the pistol from the dead bald man. Then he pointed the gun at the person on the ground and said calmly, "Listen up, everyone else. I need some manpower to do this. Who of you is willing to follow me? If you are willing, you can stand up." With a loud crash, everyone stood up immediately. If you don't stand up, then you must be crazy. Even the wounded would have struggled to stand up if they could. But in such weather, and with gunshot wounds, they were already dying. Li Xiaolua ignored the dying people and looked around. There were 9 people who could still stand up. Li Xiaolua looked at the 9 people and said, "Now, the time has come to prove your loyalty and worth. Take over Villa number 2 for me, and then capture everyone inside. This will be your token of loyalty. Also, whoever can first capture the owner of this villa will receive a reward. Whoever performs the best will also receive the pistol I took from that bald guy as a reward. He will be my trusted confidant from now on." Ever since he knew that Zhao Dizhu had a gun, Li Xiaolua would not take any of the owners in the Longting Villa district lightly, including Zhou Jiangwo in Villa number 2. Those who can live in this villa area are not ordinary people. Before the end of the world, they were basically rich and powerful. Who knows if they have any hobbies, or if they secretly hide weapons at home for their own safety. So Zhou Jiangwo, Zhao Dizhu, and Li Xiaolua must be dealt with, but he will not rush to the front to do it himself. It is better to let these cannon fodders take charge of such things first. Li Xiaolua was not afraid that they would rebel again after entering Villa number 2, and believed that they were not that stupid. They have seen their own firepower, and I believe they know the consequences of disobeying. As for the so-called rewards, pistols, confidants, etc., they are just empty promises made by Li Xiaolua to give them some motivation. If people have no motivation, how can they be obedient and work hard? Chapter 84, The Disaster Does Not Affect the Family? Li Xiaolua prefers to cut the grass and eliminate the roots. Sure enough, with the motivation given by Li Xiaolua, the 9 survivors took tools and began to smash the door of Villa number 2 desperately. Besides, they are very cold now and want to get into Villa number 2 as quickly as possible. People's explosive power is sometimes very strong. In order to survive, the door of Villa number 2 was quickly and violently opened by 9 people, and then they rushed into the villa. Li Xiaolua got on the snowmobile, started it, and followed behind leisurely. After entering the villa gate, Li Xiaolua parked the snowmobile in the courtyard of Villa number 2. Then I heard screams and fighting sounds coming from the villa from time to time, but no gunshots. It seems that Zhou Jiangwo doesn't have a gun. After all, this is the country with the strictest gun control. There are very, very few people like Zhao Dazhu who have the means to get guns and the courage to hide them at home. But Li Xiaolua didn't care. It was just a little troublesome anyway. It was always better to be careful. He didn't lose anything. After a while, the fighting in the villa finally stopped. Li Xiaolua actually doesn't care too much about who wins. Even if his cannon fodder lost or even died, Li Xiaolua would not feel any regret. At worst, he can just do it himself. However, Li Xiaolua felt that there were 9 of his cannon fodders, and there certainly wouldn't be too many people in Zhou Jiangwo's villa, so the cannon fodders shouldn't lose by outnumbering the enemy. Sure enough, after a while, Li Xiaolua saw the 9 men coming out with several prisoners. There were 2 men and 2 women in total, and one of the middle-aged men was Zhou Jiangwo. Zhou Jiangwo and another bodyguard-looking man were covered in blood, and it was obvious that they had just put up a fierce resistance. Even the 2 women had obvious slap marks on their faces, obviously they were slapped several times. "Boss, this is Zhou Jiangwo, the owner of Villa number 2, and his wife. We've captured them all for you. The 9 cannon fodders who surrendered to Li Xiaolua, accompanied by Zhou Jiangwo and several others, came to a place not far from Li Xiaolua, and all looked at Li Xiaolua with respect. Li Xiaolua found that their clothes that were originally wet were now dry. They must have found clothes to change into in the villa just now. They were quite quick.
However, Li Xiaolua pretended not to see anything.
After all, they would still be useful later, and it would be bad if they all froze to death. Seeing the attitude of a group of thugs towards Li Xiaolua, and seeing that they all called Li Xiaolua boss, Zhou Jiangwo naturally understood that this man was the one who ordered them to be arrested. When Zhou Jiangwo saw what Li Xiaolua was wearing and the weapon in his hand, a hint of surprise appeared on his face, but at the same time he felt relieved. This person should be a special police officer, so things shouldn't be that bad. Zhou Jiangwo looked at Li Xiaolua and said, "Hey, young man, are you from the SWAT team? You let these people break into my villa and arrest us all. Isn't that a bit too much? If you need food, you are all soldiers protecting the people. There is no need to resort to such means. I will be happy to give you some food." Zhou Jiangwo doesn't know what the situation is with Li Xiaolua, the special police. Is it because the national order has collapsed and these special police have also turned evil? Or maybe he was so hungry that he had no choice but to come out and rob the survivors of their supplies. But it is definitely right to use righteousness to stabilize the other party first. However, when Zhou Jiangwo's wife saw Li Xiaolua, a look of horror suddenly appeared on her face. She said to Zhou Jiangwo in a trembling voice, "Husband, he is Li Xiaolua." Most of the people present had heard of Li Xiaolua's name. Zhou Jiangwo, in particular, even wished he could tear Li Xiaolua into pieces. But except for Zhou Jiangwo's wife, who met Li Xiaolua once before the end of the world, no one else really knew Li Xiaolua. So when they heard that Li Xiaoluo was Li Xiaoluo, they knew that she was the person they had been thinking about.
Don't say that Zhou Jiangwo couldn't believe it.
Even the 9 people who surrendered to Li Xiaoluo were extremely shocked.
The new boss is Li Xiaolua? Isn't Li Xiaolua still in Villa number 1?
I even shot them with water guns in the villa. They almost froze to death.
And their new boss was clearly driving a snowmobile from another direction? But think about everything that happened in Villa number 1.
The villa door that could not be opened by any tools or violence, the high-voltage power grid that could instantly turn a person into ashes, and the water gun that could spray water even in such extremely cold weather. Why do they feel that anything related to Li Xiaolua is so abnormal? Therefore, it didn't seem so impossible that Li Xiaolua drove a snowmobile out from another direction.
And no matter whether the new boss is Li Xiaolua or anyone else, do they have any other choice but to obey?
Li Xiaolua got off the snowmobile with a gun in his hand. He first glanced at Zhou Jiangwo's wife. When I saw her before the end of the world, although she was a little old, as a wealthy lady, she naturally took good care of herself, so she still had a lot of charm. But now she is wearing thick clothes, has not taken care of herself, and her life is very poor. If you don't see her for a few days, she looks like she has aged a dozen years and looks like a middle-aged aunt. But her memory was pretty good, and she recognized herself right away. Zhou Jiangwo looked at Li Xiaolua with angry eyes. Are you really Li Xiaolua, the Li Xiaolua who killed my son?" Li Xiaolua nodded and said, "It's me. By the way, I want to clarify something here, your son's deaf." Zhou Jiangwo said with cold eyes, "Li Xiaolua, do you still want to quibble? It wasn't you who killed my son." Li Xiaolua smiled and said, "Quibbling? Ha, Chairman Zhou, you people are actually quite pathetic. Are you probably still living in a beautiful dream before the end of the world? You are my prisoner now. You will die however I want you to. Do I need to quibble with you? I want to tell you that I was only the instigator of your son's death. The real executors were the security guards your son brought to me. They castrated your son and then froze him to death. It's truly tragic that he died without a complete body. You." Zhou Jiangwo was so angry at Li Xiaolua that he spat out a mouthful of blood. After looking at Li Xiaolua with a cold look in his eyes, Zhou Jiangwo seemed to have accepted his fate and said in an old voice, "Forget it, it's all my fault for spoiling my son too much. That's why he caused trouble everywhere and offended people. Li Xiaolua, you killed my son. I sent people to seek revenge on you, and you can also kill me. But this is a fight between us men. There is no need to involve women, right? You let my wife and the nanny at home go. They don't know anything about these things." Li Xiaolua said slowly, "As for me, I really don't like to embarrass women and children, so..." Bang! After a gunshot, Zhou Jiangwo's wife was shot in the head. Li Xiaolua continued, "So I won't make things difficult for your wife.
Let her die quickly. The disaster will not affect the family? But Li Xiaolua prefers to cut the grass at its roots. Chapter 85. Die with unclosed eyes. Zhou Jiangwo looked at his wife's body with bloodshot eyes, but he also experienced what it meant to be powerless. In the past, he always let others experience this feeling. Now it's finally his turn. Li Xiaolua walked up to Zhou Jiangwo and said, "Chairman Zhou, it's your turn now. Is there anything else you want to say?" Zhou Jiangwo knew that he could not resist and Li Xiaolua would definitely not let him go, so he gave up the idea of begging for mercy from Li Xiaolua. Even if he dies, he must die with dignity. Li Xiaolua didn't care and said, "Okay, I originally wanted to let Chairman Zhou choose a way to die. Since you don't say anything, I will decide for you." Li Xiaoluo, you. Zhou Jiangwo stretched out his hand and pointed at Li Xiaoluo hatefully, and was so angry that he wanted to explode. "You just made it clear." Now Zhou Jiangwo began to feel a little uneasy, always feeling that Li Xiaolua would make his death miserable. However, Zhou Jiangwo didn't say much. Since he fell into Li Xiaolua's hands, he knew that he would not have a good ending. But Li Xiaolua didn't know that when Zhou Jiangwo pointed at Li Xiaolua angrily, he had actually secretly passed a signal to someone. Li Xiaolua waved to his cannon fodder subordinates, "You guys, come over here and strip Chairman Zhou's clothes. Remember, do it slowly. Don't let Chairman Zhou freeze to death all at once." "Okay, boss." "Boss, don't worry, I'm good at this." These people are now in awe of Li Xiaoluo and obey everything he says. They immediately pounced on Zhou Jiangwo. Zhou Jiangwo, despite his pre-apocalyptic identity, was just an ordinary middle-aged man. Although being stripped of his clothes by a group of thugs was extremely humiliating, his resistance was completely futile. At this time, Li Xiaolua walked up to another woman. This woman looked to be in her 50s and had a very ordinary appearance. Seeing Li Xiaolua looking at her, the woman said nervously, "Mr. Li. Mr. Li, I'm just a nanny. I know nothing about you and Mr. Zhou. Oh, and I cook delicious food. Many people say I'm a top chef. Please don't kill me, Mr. Li. I can be your nanny and chef. I'm very useful to you." "Oh, really? You're a chef?" "I just happen to be looking for a chef with good cooking skills. What a coincidence." Li Xiaolua looked at the female nanny in front of her and said with great interest. At this time, Zhou Jiangwo had been rudely stripped of his down jacket by several men. He was only wearing thin clothes and his lips were blue from the cold. But after hearing what the nanny said, Zhou Jiangwo seemed very angry. He looked at the woman with anger on his face. "You're a traitor, just like those bodyguards. You're both ungrateful and useless. I've always treated you well, paid you such high salaries, and yet you all betrayed me?" The female nanny retorted with disdain, "Mr. Zhou, the salary you paid me before was indeed quite high, but I am just your nanny. I cook for you and do housework for you, but I haven't sold my life to you, have I? Under the circumstances, do you still want a woman of my age like me to risk my life for you?" Zhou Jiangwo looked at the female nanny and seemed to be so angry that he couldn't speak. Then he lowered his head, not wanting to look at these traitors anymore. But no one noticed that the moment Zhou Jiangwo lowered his head, a cold light of excitement suddenly flashed in his eyes. "Ha, Li Xiaolua is still too young." Li Xiaolua certainly could not have imagined that the person who was most loyal to him was not his personal bodyguards, or even his wife, but the somewhat older nanny in front of him. Sister, he is the name of the nanny. Her father is the housekeeper of Zhou Jiangwo's father, and sister, he has been a nanny in Zhou Jiangwo's home for more than 30 years. Moreover, she has no children, but she is not only loyal to Zhou Jiangwo, but also treats Zhou Jiangwo's family as her own family. As long as sister he can become Li Xiaoluo's chef, someone will avenge their family. In fact, when Li Xiaoluo publicly recruited female chefs in the owner's group, sister he took the initiative to apply for the job, and then she would poison Li Xiaoluo in the food. Because she also treats Zhou Jinjie as her son, she wants to kill Li Xiaoluo just like Zhou Jiangwo. Poisoning, this is too easy for a chef. However, Zhou Jiangwo did not adopt Sister Yi's plan, but chose to cooperate with Zhao Dizhu. However, it's not too late now as long as Sister Yi becomes Li Xiaoluo's chef. "Li Xiaolua, we will meet downstairs soon." Zhou Jiangwo believed that since Li Xiaolua even accepted the surrender of his bodyguards, there was no reason for him to hurt or guard against an unarmed female nanny. However, Zhou Jiangwo and the nanny named Sister Yi didn't know that they were acting, and Li Xiaolua was actually watching their performance. Li Xiaolua really wanted to hire a chef who could cook delicious food, but the reason why Li Xiaolua dared to have this idea was because he had the eye of detection.
Everyone who follows him, especially those who can live in his lord's mansion, must pass the friendship test. Li Xiaolua had already checked the nanny's information.
Higuilian, friendship 4, potential 10, special ability, none.
A woman with a friendliness level of only 4 can be said to represent extreme hatred for Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaolua had never molested this woman, and it was even the first time he saw her, so he could easily guess that this woman hated him so much, and it must be because of Zhou Jiangwo's family. So she offered to be his chef, but Li Xiaolua would never believe her. At this time, the men under Li Xiaolua had already taken off Zhou Jiangwo's pants, making Zhou Jiangwo feel cold all over and his face full of pain. Seeing that Zhou Jiangwo was about to die, Li Xiaolua suddenly raised the gun in his hand. Zhou Jiangwo thought Li Xiaolua was going to kill him, but a look of relief appeared on his face. But Li Xiaolua suddenly pointed the gun at the female nanny, then looked at Zhou Jiangwo and said, "Chairman Zhou, before the apocalypse, you were a true big shot. I actually respect you a lot. But I never thought that when you were about to die, you would be deserted by everyone. Even a nanny would dare to speak ill of you. Although I have an irreconcilable hatred with you, I can't bear to see you suffer at this moment. Don't worry, I will help you vent your anger, and you can go with peace of mind." Li Xiaolua is so angry that he wants to kill himself. They said they wanted Zhou Jiangwo to die peacefully, but in fact they wanted him to be completely despaired. When Zhou Junjie died, Li Xiaolua actually felt quite regretful because she didn't feel a strong sense of participation. Then the father should pay for the son's debt. After saying that, Li Xiaolua pulled the trigger directly. "Don't want." Zhou Jiangwo didn't know where the strength came from suddenly, and he roared and tried to stop it. Bang! After a gunshot, the female nanny named Sister He also fell to the ground in the snow. Zhou Jiangwo was actually just having a moment of clarity, looking at the dead nanny. Zhou Jiangwo was completely desperate, and then he opened his eyes wide and died unwillingly. He died with his eyes open. Chapter 86, your friendship level is lower than 40, so you are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. After killing Zhou Jiangwo and several others, the men who surrendered to Li Xiaolua looked at Li Xiaolua with even deeper fear in their eyes. This guy is definitely a ruthless person. The apocalypse has just begun, and people are killing people without even blinking an eye. And he even killed an innocent babysitter. Before the apocalypse, most of them were gangsters, and some were professional bodyguards. Logically, they should have seen a lot of bloodshed. But when they saw the scene of blood flowing like a river, they were terrified from the bottom of their hearts. Li Xiaolua also looked at these men at this time, then pointed at a man and said, "Come out, what's your name?" The man named by Li Xiaolua was a short young man. He didn't expect Li Xiaolua to suddenly call his name, and he was so scared that his legs almost went weak. But the short young man didn't dare to hesitate.
He immediately took a step forward and said tremblingly, "Boss, my name is Wu Yufeng."
Li Xiaolua nodded, then pointed at Wu Yufeng and looked at the others and said slowly, "When you attacked Villa Number 2, I saw how all of you performed. Some of you performed very well. Especially Wu Yufeng. I've said before that anyone who performs well here will be rewarded. Wu Yufeng, from now on you will be the captain of this group of people. Apart from me, you will be the person with the most power. And this pistol is for you. I told you I'd give this bald guy's pistol as a reward to anyone who performs well. From now on, if anyone dares to disobey your orders, you don't need to ask for my permission, just kill him." Wu Yufeng took the pistol handed to him by Li Xiaolua in a daze, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. With a plop, Wu Yufeng knelt directly on the snow. "Boss. Don't worry, I, Wu Yufeng, will be your most loyal dog from now on. I will bite whoever you ask me to bite." In the eyes of Zhao Dezhu, and even in the eyes of Baldi, Wu Yufeng was the most marginal figure, and was often bullied by his peers. He didn't expect that Li Xiaolua would value him so much. "Get up, and just work hard later." Li Xiaolua looked at Wu Yufeng strangely, thinking to himself, "Sorry, I already have 2 dogs at home. You are not even qualified to be my dog. At most, they are just cannon fodder."
System prompt, Wu Yufeng is grateful for the host's kindness.
Friendship level plus 10. The current friendship level towards the host is 63. Not bad, the friendship level has increased quite a lot. That is right, the reason why Li Xiaolua made Wu Yufeng the captain was not because he had just seen the performance of these people in Villa Number 2, and Wu Yufeng was the one with the best performance. Li Xiaolua didn't have X-ray vision, so how could he see them entering the villa? The reason why Li Xiaolua said that Wu Yufeng performed the best was because Wu Yufeng's friendliness level was 53, the highest among the 9 people.
The highest level of friendliness is the best performance in Li Xiaoluo's eyes. As for their actual performance, ability, etc., they are all secondary. In addition, although Wu Yufang's friendship level was 53 before, Li Xiaoluo naturally would not give him the gun with confidence. The pistol Li Xiaoluo gave Wu Yufang just now, Li Xiaoluo had actually already ejected all the bullets from the pistol. Li Xiaoluo will not take any risks. After rewarding Wu Yufang, Li Xiaoluo reached out and pointed at 3 more people. Zhang Jiwei, friendship 24, potential 12, special ability, none. Li Yongqiang, friendship 19, potential 15, special ability, none. Sun Guotao, friendship 14, potential 16, special ability, none. The friendship levels of these 3 people are the lowest among the 9 of them, and are all below 40. There are even 2 of them whose friendship levels are still below 20. A friendliness level between 20 and 40 is considered malicious or hateful. If it is below 20, it is considered to be quite malicious. Although Li Xiaoluo needs some cannon fodder, not everyone is qualified to be his cannon fodder. The 3 people named by Li Xiaoluo didn't know what Li Xiaoluo was thinking. They thought that Li Xiaoluo was going to reward them too, so they all stood up with happy faces. Li Xiaoluo said, "Here, those who perform well are rewarded. Those who perform poorly will naturally be punished. I am very disappointed with the performance of the 3 of you in Villa number 2. The smiles on the 3 people's faces suddenly froze. The man named Li Yongqiang was unconvinced and said, "Boss, what's wrong with our performance? We also contributed to catching Zhou Jiangwo and the others just now." Zhang Jiwei also said, "Yes, boss, although I am not the one rushing to the front, I am not the last one either." Sun Guotao also looked indignant and wanted to speak. But Li Xiaoluo didn't give him a chance to speak. Da. Li Xiaoluo fired a volley of bullets at the 3 people. At such a close distance, the 3 men had no chance to react at all and were all shot dead. Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but sigh that the feeling of shooting with a gun was really cool. But I still have to control myself in the future, after all, I have to save some bullets. There is no need to waste precious bullets to kill this little Karami, it's not worth it. Ignoring the 3 people lying in a pool of blood, Li Xiaoluo looked at the rest of the people. There are still 6 cannon fodders alive, including Wu Yufang, who was just appointed as the captain by him. Except for Wu Yufang, the friendliness levels of the other 5 men are all over 40, not lower than 40 but not higher than 50. It can only be said that they are barely qualified to be cannon fodder. A friendliness level between 40 and 60 means there is no ill will, but no good feelings either. Only when the friendship level exceeds 60 does it mean that you are relatively friendly, have a good impression, and will not betray easily. In Li Xiaoluo's plan, in his territory from now on, anyone with a friendliness level below 40, whether male or female, and regardless of their talents, is not even qualified to be his cannon fodder or peripheral members. Only those with a friendship level of over 40, men are qualified to be cannon fodder, and women are qualified to become peripheral members of his faction. For women whose friendship level is over 60, they have the opportunity to become his core members and even have the opportunity to live in his lord's mansion. As for the men, they are still cannon fodder and don't even have the qualifications to become peripheral members. Li Xiaoluo decided that after he stabilized the land near his villa, he should also set up a team. At least establish the framework and rules first, so that the women under you will have a sense of belonging and it will be easier to manage. From now on, he won't have to personally handle murders and miscellaneous tasks every time. As for the name of the team established by Li Xiaoluo, he has not yet decided. According to the situation in the previous life, many forces were named after shelters, such as Huaxi Park Shelter, Longhua District Shelter, Zhaoerge Shelter. Li Xiaoluo felt that since his system was the strongest lord system, his power might as well be named after the territory. Although it sounds a bit childish, calling it a territory sounds more impressive than a shelter, right? As for what the territory will be called in the end, Li Xiaoluo still needs to think about it. But now, let us send Zhao Deju off first. Chapter 87. This is unscientific. At this time, inside Zhao Deju's villa number 10. On the second floor of the luxurious villa, Zhao Deju sat on the luxurious sofa with a gloomy face. There are many super solar panels installed in Zhao Deju's villa, so even though there is a power outage in the city most of the time, there is still electricity in his villa. However, because the temperature outside is too low, the air conditioner in his villa is not fully effective, so the temperature inside the villa is still quite cold. But at this time, Zhao Deju felt even colder in his heart. Because the bald man he sent to deal with Li Xiaoluo lost contact, and his partner Zhou Jiangwo also lost contact.
More importantly, gunshots were heard from Li Xiaoluo's villa earlier. Moreover, Zhao Dezhu was a person who liked to play with guns, so he could tell that the gunshot was not the sound of the pistol he gave to the bald man, but the sound of a rifle firing. This was absolutely terrible news for Zhao Dezhu. He thought he was crazy enough to secretly hide 3 pistols at home. Zhao Dezhu always felt that with the guns in his hands, even if now was the end of the order collapse, his men had to behave obediently even if they had other thoughts in their hearts. He has people and guns, and everyone in the Longting Villa district will soon be at his feet. But Zhao Dezhu never thought that there was someone even crazier than him, who not only had a gun in his hand, but also an even more powerful automatic rifle. How did they get this kind of gun in China? This is unscientific. That doesn't make sense. Zhao Dezhu never thought that such a situation would occur. Although he didn't know whether the person with the rifle was Li Xiaoluo, Zhao Dezhu knew that since the other party had fired a gun and Baldi and Zhou Jiangwo had lost contact, they were both in great danger. Moreover, the enemy must have known that the bald man and his men were their own people. So they would definitely not let them go, and might kill them soon. What made Zhao Dezhu even more depressed was that the snow road he had his men clear with so much difficulty might end up making it easier for the enemy to deal with him. Fuck it, that's really fucked up. Besides, the bald guy is also a waste. He brings so many people with him. Even if his weapons are worse than the enemy's, he can use people to fill the gap. At the very least, report back on the enemy's situation. It's not like now. Zhao Dezhu has no idea how many enemies there are or how many guns they have. He is in great torment. Or has the bald guy already betrayed him? Thinking that Baldi might have betrayed me. Zhao Dezhu, who was in a depressed mood, immediately turned his gaze to the 3 women who were kneeling on the ground serving him. These 3 women were relatively young and beautiful. Moreover, in order to make himself look comfortable and feel convenient, Zhao Dezhu did not even allow them to wear down jackets in the cold weather. Several women were wearing only sexy blue and white cheongsams, kneeling on the ground and trembling. Moreover, judging from the torn and bloodstained clothes on the women, one could imagine what kind of torture they had suffered before. Some of these women were employees hired by Zhao Dezhu before the Doomsday, and some were his wife's guests, but after the Doomsday, they were all his slaves. Before the end of the ice, Zhao Dezhu had been benevolent and charitable, acting like a gentleman since he was cleansed and came ashore. Even if there is a woman he likes in the villa, he will not force her. But as order gradually collapsed, his hideous face was slowly revealed. Any disobedient woman will be tortured by him and become obedient. Among them, several women of average looks were given to his trusted subordinates, while he kept several beautiful women to serve him. As for Zhao Dezhu's wife, she was smashed to death by him with his own hands a long time ago. What a stupid woman. She didn't even realize what time it was and still wanted to be a tigress and control him after the apocalypse. Zhao Dezhu withdrew his gaze from the women kneeling on the ground, and then set his eyes on the only woman standing aside. This woman's name was Li Yan. She had a melon-shaped face and was quite pretty. More importantly, she had been Baldi's wife before the apocalypse. This identity has actually always been quite attractive to Zhao Dezhu, but because Baldi was his true confidant, he did not reveal it before, and he even promoted Li Yan to be the logistics manager of the villa. But now, since the bald guy dared to rebel against me, don't blame me for being rude. Li Yan, come here. Zhao Dezhu waved to Li Yan, who was standing obediently beside him. Oh, okay, boss. Li Yan didn't know what she was thinking. She was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Then she responded and was about to walk over immediately. Yes, crawl over here. Zhao Dezhu suddenly looked at Li Yan in a cold voice. Li Yan was stunned for a moment, then her face changed. But she didn't dare to get angry, and could only say in a weak tone, Boss, I am a bald woman, it's not good for you to do this. Zhao Dezhu stood up from the sofa, picked up his special whip for training, and said with a ferocious look. You stinky bitch, you're still talking to me about baldhead? I sent him several messages, but he didn't reply to any of them. He either died in a failed mission or betrayed me. No matter which case, he deserves to die. And as his woman, you have to pay the price too. Crawl over here. Li Yan frightened and fell to her knees. Boss, Baldi is loyal to you. He won't betray you. He must have been killed by the enemy, so you can't do this to me. Li Yan had seen Zhao Dezhu torturing women after the apocalypse, and knew that he was a perverted demon. There had been women tortured to death by him before. Li Yan shuddered at the thought of that tragic scene. Zhao Dezhu looked at Li Yan with cold eyes. Don't make me say it again, crawl to my feet.
Li Yan shuddered. She knew that if she didn't listen to Zhao Deju, the torture she would suffer would be even worse than death. There was no way out. Li Yan could only kneel on the ground and then slowly crawl towards Zhao Deju like a dog. "Boss, I have something to report to you." At this moment, a man's voice suddenly came from downstairs. "Come up." Not long after, a tall man walked up to the second floor. He seemed not to see the women kneeling on the ground. The tall man bowed respectfully to Zhao Deju, then said, "Boss, I've had people block the main entrance to the first floor with coffee tables and cabinets. If the enemy wants to break in, they'll have to spend a lot of effort to clear these obstacles. Then we can hide in the dark and shoot from behind. They'll definitely pay the price." After Zhao Deju knew that something happened on Baldi's side, and that the enemy's firepower was stronger than his. Although Zhao Deju was still enjoying himself on the second floor, he had already instructed his men to set up defenses on the first floor. Zhao Deju looked at the tall man and said, "Xiao Chang, you have always been my most trusted and capable confidant. We still have 5 combat forces left, and we will leave them to you to command when the time comes. I will also give you a pistol. Whether you can withstand the enemy depends entirely on you." Before, Zhao Deju would never give a gun to anyone in the villa. Unless you go out on a mission like Baldi. Because he was afraid that someone would get a gun and shoot him. In this doomsday, what man would not have ambition after getting a gun? But in this situation, Zhao Deju had no choice but to take out a gun to increase his men's confidence and resistance. Otherwise, do you expect them to use kitchen knives to block enemy bullets? Chapter 88. Let us fight, Pikachu. In order to encourage the tall man, Zhao Deju pointed at the women kneeling on the ground and said, "Xiao Chang, do you see these women? As long as you can hold off the enemy, you can pick as many women as you want." The man named Xiao Chang glanced at the beautiful women on the ground, a hint of excitement on his face, and said excitedly, "Boss, don't worry, we have the advantage of the terrain. Even if I die, I will never let the enemy take a step into the villa gate." Zhao Deju smiled happily and was very satisfied with Xiao Chang's performance. But Zhao Deju didn't see it, and Xiao Chang secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he laughed. Because Xiao Chang knew that his boss didn't trust anyone right now. If he didn't act greedy and lustful and was easier to control, his boss would definitely suspect that he had other intentions. Now the guns are in the boss's hands. If the boss becomes suspicious, then no matter whether I have any ideas or not, the boss may get rid of me. Only if the boss feels that he is really easy to control, then the boss will feel at ease to hand over the gun to him to fight against the enemy. Only when he actually got the gun did Xiao Chang feel that he had the right to act according to the circumstances. We'll see what happens then. If the enemy is too strong, he's not a pedantic person. If he can't defeat them, he'll just surrender. As long as he has a gun in his hand, he will have a way to resist when the boss prevents him from surrendering. Of course, Xiao Chang definitely doesn't want to surrender unless it's absolutely necessary. After all, after surrendering and joining a new team, who knows what his status will be? But come to think of it, its status was definitely not as high as it is now. Because as long as Baldi dies, even if he doesn't rebel, he will definitely be the second in command in the team. Even Zhao Deju has to rely on him. Li Xiaolua drove the snowmobile, and Wu Yufang and others jogged behind him. They soon arrived outside Zhao Deju's villa number 10. Li Xiaolua felt that Zhao Deju had done a good thing by clearing a snowy road. Otherwise, he could just drive here, which would be easy. But these cannon fodder under his command are in trouble, because Li Xiaolua will not let them get on his car. After arriving outside villa number 10, the iron gate outside the villa could not stop Li Xiaolua and the others at all. Wu Yufang and his team members violently smashed the iron gate open, and then everyone entered the courtyard of the villa. It was impossible for Zhao Deju in the villa not to hear the noise just now, but the villa was very quiet and no one came out or tried to stop Li Xiaolua and the others. Li Xiaolua had actually guessed long ago that Zhao Deju would definitely choose to hide in the villa to defend and wait for Li Xiaolua's men to take the initiative to attack. Because in this kind of building attack battle, the defending side still has a great advantage. They can wait and attack from the dark. Therefore, the attacking party will often suffer heavy casualties. But for Li Xiaolua, he doesn't care whether there are casualties or not. Anyway, Wu Yufang and the others are cannon fodder, and most of them were originally Zhao Deju's subordinates. He doesn't care if they all die. Li Xiaolua got off the snowmobile, then raised his automatic rifle and fired a burst of shots at villa number 10. Da 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 da. Li Xiaolua didn't know whether anyone in the villa was killed, but the glass of the doors and windows of the villa was shattered all over the floor. After firing a full magazine of bullets, Li Xiaolua said to Wu Yufang. Wu Yufang, go and tell everyone in the villa to lay down their weapons and surrender. If they surrender voluntarily, I will forgive everyone except Zhao Dezhu, and I may even let them join us. Li Xiaolua came up and fired up a whole magazine of bullets. He had two purposes. The first is to create strong psychological pressure on the people in the villa, let them see their firepower, and undermine their determination to resist. The second reason was to let Wu Yufang and the others see their own firepower. If they were afraid of death during the attack and only shouted slogans without putting in any effort, they would be in trouble. Then what may greet them is their indiscriminate shooting. Wu Yufang didn't seem to understand Li Xiaolua's second meaning, or maybe he felt that his side was sure to win. He bowed slightly to Li Xiaolua with excitement on his face and said, "Okay, boss, leave it to me. I believe those people inside are not fools. They will definitely not work for Zhao Dezhu anymore." Then Wu Yufang shouted loudly towards the villa. "Brother Chang, Liuzi, Lohei. I'm Wu Yufang. You've seen our firepower, so quickly open the door and surrender. As long as you surrender sincerely, my boss will not harm you, and your future life will definitely be 100 times better than following Zhao Dezhu." Inside Villa number 10, Xiaoqiang and several other men who were lying in ambush in the lobby on the first floor of the villa waiting for the enemy's attack all looked nervous at this time. Although they already knew that the enemy's firepower might be strong, knowing and actually experiencing it are completely different things. Li Xiaoluo's burst of gunfire just now really scared some of them. "Brother Chang, what should we do now? Do we really have to fight to the death?" "Yeah, Brother Chang, the people outside are so fierce, why do we still have to fight so hard? If this were the end of the world, if we fought to our death, the boss would still give our family a large pension, so our death would have some value. But now, dying would be in vain." "That's right. Ever since the disaster, the boss has been hiding in the second floor of his villa, eating the best food and being waited on by the most beautiful women. And what about us? We only eat leftovers, and the women are all old women. Why should we work so hard for him?" Xiao Chang glanced towards the second floor of the villa, then whispered, "Everyone, keep your voices down. We can only defend now and see what happens later." Xiaoqiang knew that Zhao Dezhu must be watching them on the second floor of the villa with a gun. If they dared to shout surrender to the outside, Zhao Dezhu would definitely shoot them to death. Zhao Dezhu was in a superior position, and they couldn't escape at all because the door had been blocked by them using coffee tables and cabinets. And Xiaoqiang still has the same idea as before. Now following Zhao Dezhu, he is second to none. But after surrendering, he might become a prisoner. So he didn't want to surrender unless it was really necessary. Outside the villa, Wu Yufang's face looked a little ugly. He didn't expect that Xiaoqiang and the others in the villa would be so ungrateful and now they wanted to resist to the end. Wu Yufang's expression was grim, not because he cared about the lives of the people in the villa. It was because he knew in his heart that if the people in the villa did not come out to surrender, then it would be his turn to lead his men to attack, and that would always be dangerous. Li Xiaolua, who had already returned to the car, was not surprised by this result. Even if Zhao Dezhu's subordinates want to surrender, they have to get Zhao Dezhu's consent. Therefore, the shouting just now could at most disrupt the morale of the people in the villa, and the battle must still go on. Considering the disadvantage of his own cannon fodder, Li Xiaolua threw 2 bulletproof shields from the car. Then he threw a pistol magazine with 8 bullets in it to Wu Yufang. "Go fight, Pikachu." Chapter 89, Couldn't you have surrendered earlier? With the magazines and bulletproof shields given by Li Xiaolua, Wu Yufang and several of his team members felt much less pressure and their confidence increased a lot. Wu Yufang asked 2 of his younger brothers to walk to the front holding bulletproof shields, and then he and 3 other people hid behind them. They slowly moved towards the gate of the villa. Li Xiaolua sat on the snowmobile, took out a braised pig's trotter from the space, and paired it with a bottle of snow beer. He ate and drank while watching the battle on both sides. Wu Yufang and his friends arrived at the gate of the villa smoothly. Of course, they couldn't push the door open. Then they had to use the old method. Wu Yufang arranged 2 people to hold shields in front to defend, and the other few people took hammers and started to smash the door lock violently. After all, it was a high-end villa, and the door lock was very strong. After several people took turns smashing it for a long time, they finally broke the door lock. Then they pushed the door hard again, but it only opened a little bit. It turned out that there was a lot of stuff blocking the back. "Captain, what should we do? We can't get in at all." "That's right, Captain, tell us what to do now." "We'll listen to you." Several younger brothers looked at Wu Yufang with expectant expressions on their faces. They thought that since you, Wu Yufang, are the captain now, if they can't think of a way to attack the villa, it will be your responsibility as the captain. In fact, the few people under Wu Yufang were still very dissatisfied that Wu Yufang, the most inconspicuous one in normal times, could be valued by Li Xiaoluo and become their captain. Although they were intimidated by Li Xiaoluo's dominance, they had to obey Wu Yufang's orders on the surface. But in his heart, he hoped that Wu Yufang would make a mistake and be punished by Li Xiaoluo. Wu Yufang sneered in his heart. He had been hanging out with these guys for so long, how could he not know what they were thinking? If I can't break into the villa, I will definitely be the one to take the blame. Unfortunately, Wu Yufang would not let them do as they wished, because he already had another way to break into the villa. Although that method is a bit dangerous, since they want to see me get into trouble, I'll let them be cannon fodder. Anyway, the boss is watching on the snowmobile, so no one dares to disobey. Come on, let's not go in through the main gate. Let's go to the villa's warehouse to find some tools first. Wu Yufang quickly retreated with his men, and then found 2 retractable ladders in the villa warehouse. Wu Yufang's method was also very simple. Since it was difficult to enter the main door on the first floor of the villa, they would enter through the window on the second floor of the villa. The snow is already as deep as the second floor of the villa. With the ladder, they can easily climb to the second floor of the villa. If they just do this, the enemy will be in danger as long as they are guarding the second floor. But it was not the captain himself who rushed to the front, but he had come up with a good idea anyway. Whether they can break into the villa depends on whether their subordinates can help them. The men under Wu Yufang were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that this bastard Wu Yufang would come up with such an idea, and they had to be at the forefront. But there was no way. Wu Yufang was supervising the battle with a gun in the back, and Li Xiaoluo was still watching their performance behind them. So 2 men holding shields walked in front, and behind them there was a man each carrying a ladder and placing it next to the window on the second floor of the villa, and then the people on both sides began to climb up at the same time. The movement on Wu Yufang's side had actually attracted the attention of Zhao Dazhu on the second floor of the villa. After seeing the situation, Zhao Dazhu immediately shouted from the second floor to Xiaoqiang and the others defending on the first floor, "Xiaoqiang, the enemy is trying to come in through the second floor window. Hurry up and 2 of you come up and guard the second floor window." "Okay, boss, let's get ready and come up right away." "Asshole, what are you preparing for? Hurry up and get someone up here first." But no matter how angry Zhao Dazhu was, Xiaoqiang and his brothers hid on the first floor and did not make a move. After waiting for a few seconds, Zhao Dazhu suddenly understood. Xiaoqiang and his other men also began to rebel. They wanted to delay time and wait for their own death. Damn it! They are all a bunch of traitors. Zhao Dazhu wanted to go downstairs and kill all these traitors right now, but he would die faster if he went downstairs. Now he has to go up by himself and try his best to defend the second floor. Zhao Dazhu quickly ran to the window, and Wu Yufang's men were about to climb up with shields raised. Bang! Bang! Zhao Dazhu took out a pistol and fired 2 shots at one of the men holding a shield. Zhao Dazhu's marksmanship is quite good. At such a close distance, he was able to hit the shield with 1 shot. After all, he has been pampered for so many years, and he is no longer the social man he used to be. Bang! The bullet hit the shield. Although the power of the pistol bullet did not penetrate the shield, the huge force still caused the shield bearer to fall directly off the ladder. But there is thick snow underneath, so I won't die. Bang! 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 Wu Yufang, who had been supervising from below, immediately pulled out his pistol and fought back when he saw Zhao Dazhu appear. Then Wu Yufang shouted loudly, "Hurry up and climb up the ladder." In fact, when Wu Yufang counterattacked and Zhao Dazhu subconsciously dodged, the person on the other ladder had already climbed to the second floor with a shield in hand. Zhao Dazhu was dodging Wu Yufang's shooting. He had no idea how many guns the enemy had, or whether those who had climbed up had guns. Moreover, he alone could not stop the enemy at all. So Zhao Dazhu didn't dare to snipe anymore, he immediately retreated and fled towards the study. Zhao Dazhu is actually a person who was particularly afraid of death, so he had built a sturdy and hidden safe house in the villa a long time ago. As long as he hides in the safe house, it will be difficult for the enemy to find him. Even if they found it, the building materials of the safe house were the same level as bank insurance pants, and they would be unable to do anything to him. Zhao Dazhu now hopes that the apocalypse will end soon, so that after hiding in the safe house for a while, he may still be saved. Bang!
Zhao Dezhu had a good idea, but the sudden gunshot from behind and the severe pain in his shoulder made Zhao Dezhu's eyes bloodshot.
Who else could have shot him in the back except that Xiaoqiang? They are all a bunch of bastards, shameless, ungrateful people. They all betrayed him, and now they want to kill him.
Before Zhao Dezhu could think about it, Xiaoqiang led several men to pounce on him like hungry wolves and pin Zhao Dezhu under them. Xiao Chang followed behind with a gun, but before he could look at Zhao Dezhu, he said a few harsh words. He saw that under the cover of the shield bearer, Wu Yufang had already led his men up the stairs.
Bang! Wu Yufang fired the first shot, and one of Xiaoqiang's brothers was shot in the thigh. Xiaoqiang immediately shouted, "Wu Yufang, I'm your brother Chang. Don't shoot. Zhao Dezhu has been captured. We surrender." The man who was shot in the thigh on Xiaoqiang's side looked at Xiaoqiang with gritted teeth. "Fuck you, is there any boss like you? Couldn't you have surrendered earlier?"
In such weather and circumstances, being shot by a bullet is basically a death sentence.
Chapter 90: The Fierce Female Prisoner.
Soon, Wu Yufang and his team appeared in the courtyard with a group of captives with their hands tied, and then Wu Yufang trotted to Li Xiaoluo's car. "Report to the boss, Zhao Dezhu has been captured, and all his men have surrendered. No one on our side was killed, only one person was slightly injured." When reporting, Wu Yufang held his head high and his face was full of excitement. After surrendering to Li Xiaoluo, he fought so beautifully in his first battle. Let's see who dares to look down on him in the future. Moreover, he felt that his status in the boss Li Xiaoluo's heart must be higher. In fact, the reason why they were able to win so smoothly this time was mainly because Li Xiaoluo's previous shooting directly destroyed the fighting spirit of Zhao Dezhu's men. Therefore, as long as there is a little bit of adverse situation, Zhao Dezhu's subordinates will think about surrendering.
Only Wu Yufang could lead his men to victory so easily.
"Also, boss, here are the guns I confiscated from Zhao Dezhu and his men.
There are 2 pistols and 60 rounds of ammunition."
After reporting the situation, Wu Yufang respectfully handed the seized weapons to Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo looked at the gun Wu Yufang handed over and said, "Aren't there 3 of them?" Wu Yufang said with a smile, "Boss, there's another gun you gave me. Now that the battle is over, I think I should give my gun to you for safekeeping." Although Wu Yufang really wanted to keep the gun on himself, he knew from Zhao Dezhu's previous actions that if he had a gun before he was absolutely trusted, he would only be suspected by the boss. It may even lead to fatal disaster. So he might as well hand it over on his own initiative. Not only will this prevent the boss from being on guard against him, but it will also leave a better impression in his mind. Maybe I would behave like this. After the boss saw his loyalty, he gave the gun back to him. That way you can not only get a gun, but also gain the boss's favor. Li Xiaoluo looked at Wu Yufang meaningfully. He was quite smart and knew that he should hand over the gun voluntarily. As for whether Wu Yufang secretly hid the gun again, Li Xiaoluo felt that he didn't dare to do so. Because if he dared to do so, he might be betrayed by his men. Moreover, his friendliness will also decrease, so Li Xiaoluo will know it immediately. As for why Li Xiaoluo wanted to keep Wu Yufang and the others, it was because Li Xiaoluo wanted to clean up all the villas near him. For such a tiring and dangerous task, no one is more suitable than cannon fodder like Wu Yufang. So Li Xiaoluo didn't kill them for the time being. After all, their current friendliness level has reached the standard of being cannon fodder.
Well done, Captain Wu.
You completed this mission beautifully. I'll give you a credit. Wait until we clean up and take control of the villas nearby in the next 2 days.
Then you will be the hero.
Li Xiaoluo generously praised Wu Yufang verbally and made promises about him.
As for the gun, he certainly could forget about owning it.
Then Li Xiaoluo looked at the captives brought out by Wu Yufang. There were about 10 people in total. In fact, there were 30 people in Zhao Dezhu's villa before the end of the world, but after the end of the world, in order to save food, he killed all those who were disobedient and unwilling to submit to him. Li Xiaoluo came to Zhao Dezhu, who was shot, and said, "Boss Zhao, didn't you agree to come to my villa number 1 in half an hour? Why did you let me come here by myself?" Zhao Dezhu's face was pale with pain at this time. He said expressionlessly, "Li Xiaoluo, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. You win, kill me if you want, and stop talking nonsense." Li Xiaoluo smiled and said, "Kill you? That would dirty my hands a bit. Besides, we have no grudges against each other, and I'm too lazy to waste bullets. But I believe that there will be people who are interested in your life." Li Xiaoluo looked at the remaining captives, both men and women, and said, "Is anyone interested in this old dog's life? You can torture him or kill him as you like." When Zhao Dezhu heard this, he looked at Li Xiaolua with humiliation and anger. Li Xiaolua, we are both well-known figures.
Now I am defeated by you. You can kill me if you want, but why do you have to humiliate me?
Li Xiaolua glanced at Zhao Dezhu coldly. To be honest, he didn't take Zhao Dezhu seriously at all, let alone regard him as an opponent. He was the one who jumped out and provoked me first. It just so happened that Li Xiaolua also started with Zhao Dezhu. In fact, in addition to Zhao Dezhu, after knowing that Li Xiaolua might have a lot of food and a way to melt snow, some owners living near Li Xiaolua's villa are begging Li Xiaolua for help in the group or privately. But after not getting a response from Li Xiaolua, they turned into a threat. Many people even planned to unite to deal with Li Xiaolua. In fact, it's not that they are all bad people like Zhao Dezhu. Some people are just so hungry that they have no other choice. In order to survive, they could only rob nearby survivors. In fact, the people who have the chance to cause trouble to Li Xiaolua are those in villas 2 to 10. Although there are only 88 villas in Longting Villa District, the area of the entire villa district is actually very large. Some people's villas are far away from Li Xiaolua's villa number 1. Without a snowmobile, it is almost impossible to get to Li Xiaolua's villa. Villas number 1 to number 10 are all the highest-end villas. They are all in the same area and not too far away from each other, so only they can cause harassment to Li Xiaolua's villa number 1. In fact, although Li Xiaolua had long regarded Longting Villa District as his base camp, but with such heavy snow, Li Xiaolua was too lazy to pay attention to the people in the villa area. As long as they don't take the initiative to cause trouble for him, Li Xiaolua doesn't bother to care about them. Because in a few days, most people might starve to death. Why should he bother? But if someone volunteered to die, Li Xiaolua would definitely not swallow her anger. Just like Zhou Jiangwo in villa number 2 and Zhao Daiju in villa number 10. Now Li Xiaolua plans to clean up all the 9 villas in his area, that is, from number 2 to number 10. This way, he can ensure that the area near him is his territory and no one will harass him again, and there will also be a buffer zone. Of course, Li Xiaolua had another idea for doing this, which was that after taking over villas number 2 to number 10, these villas could be used as temporary warehouses. Li Xiaolua can put some of the supplies in the system space that are easy to store outside in these villas first, and then he will have more space to go out and buy them for free. And even if I don't look for them, the owners of the nearby villas will come to me. Now that we have cannon fodder like Wu Yufang here, let them continue to make use of their remaining energy. When the male captives, including Xiao Zhang, heard Li Xiaolua say that they could deal with Zhao Dezhu as they pleased, they didn't feel much. After all, they were all Zhao Dezhu's direct descendants before, and Zhao Dezhu treated them well after the Doomsday, with food, drinks, and women serving them. If they hadn't been scared by Li Xiaolua's powerful firepower, they would even prefer to follow Zhao Dezhu. Unfortunately, they have no choice, and staying alive is the most important thing. However, after hearing Li Xiaolua say that she could deal with Zhao Dezhu at will, a few women finally showed a hint of excitement on their originally numb faces. Can we really do whatever we want with this beast Zhao Dezhu? The 2 women who looked at Li Xiaolua excitedly were also relatively young and pretty. They were the 2 women in Cheongsams who had been treated like dogs by Zhao Dezhu before. Sometimes it is a mistake for a woman to be beautiful. After the apocalypse, they suffered a lot of harm and torture because of their beauty and their refusal to submit to Zhao Dezhu. Li Xiaolua didn't waste any words and waved to Wu Yufang directly, untie the ropes on their hands. Wu Yufang treated Li Xiaolua's words as an imperial decree, and immediately untied the ropes that bound the 2 women's hands. The 2 women whose hands were untied immediately looked at Zhao Dezhu fiercely. They had no weapons in their hands, so they rushed over directly. A woman kicked Zhao Dezhu hard in the crotch, and the men around him seemed to hear the sound of their eggs breaking. There was another woman who was even more cruel. She bit Zhao Dezhu's ear hard and bit off a piece of flesh from his ear, causing blood to flow out immediately. The men around felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. Sometimes when a woman gets cruel, men really have no chance of survival. The male captives were secretly thankful that they surrendered in time, otherwise Li Xiaolua might have ordered them to be treated in the same way. Zhao Dezhu, who had already been shot, was soon tortured to death, but he died with his eyes open. Because he never thought that one day he would die at the hands of a woman. And his body was not intact. System prompt: Wang Shanshan is grateful to the host for giving her the opportunity to take revenge personally. Friendship level plus 20. Current friendship level towards the host is 69. System prompt: Li Xiaoqiao is grateful to the host for giving her the opportunity to take revenge personally. Friendship level plus 15. The current friendship level towards the host is 68.
Chapter 91, Beautiful Women Still Killed. After dealing with Zhao Dezhu, Li Xiaoluo looked at the remaining captives.
Among the female captives, there were 2 other women besides Wang Shanshan and Li Qiaoqiao who killed Zhao Dezhu. Li Yan, Friendship 14, Potential 12, Special Ability, none. Zhou Meiying, Friendship 25, Potential 10, Special Ability, none. What surprised Li Xiaoluo was that the remaining 2 women were not very friendly towards him.
Especially the one named Li Yan, whose friendliness level is even lower than 20. This is interesting. Do they prefer to follow Zhao Dezhu? Some people are just born mean.
But Li Xiaoluo didn't care. Since he had a grievance against her, he would just deal with it. Seeing Li Xiaoluo looking at them, the male prisoner Changgu, although his hands were tied, could still speak. Brother Chang immediately shouted, "Boss Li Xiaoluo, Zhao Dezhu originally wanted to hide, but I shot him with my own hands and then had someone capture him.
This is a gift from us to you as a surrender. Don't worry, we will be your dogs from now on and will help you take over the entire Longting Villa district."
Li Xiaoluo looked at Brother Chang who was speaking and said lightly, "Want to be my dog?
It's a pity that you are a little late."
Li Xiaoluo didn't even look at the friendliness of the male prisoners because there was no need.
Wu Yufang's cannon fodder is still useful for the time being, and Li Xiaoluo does not need too many cannon fodder, so these male prisoners are of no value. Even if their friendliness level is qualified.
After hearing what Li Xiaoluo said, Brother Chang immediately had a bad feeling in his heart.
But he still pretended to be calm and said, "Boss Li Xiaoluo, what do you mean by that? It was you who told Wu Yufang to say that they would only kill Zhao Dezhu and not us. You can't go back on your word and break your promise."
Li Xiaoluo sneered, "What kind of credibility are you talking about with me when it comes to enemies? I almost thought you were all good people before. Also, I told Wu Yufang to tell you to come out and surrender, but did you come out then? My men risked their lives to get in, and you're still talking to me about surrendering?"
Brother Chang's face looked grim. He now deeply regretted surrendering. Otherwise, at least there is room for negotiation. Now, he is the meat on the chopping board and can only be slaughtered by Li Xiaoluo.
But there is no medicine for regret in the world.
Brother Chang could only humbly say, "Boss Li Xiaoluo, we were also supervised by Zhao Dezhu before, so we couldn't surrender immediately. Please leave me, the dog.
You will occupy this Longting Villa district in the future, and even conquer more territories in the future.
You will definitely need people, dogs to work for you."
Li Xiaoluo ignored him and said to Wu Yufang, "Kill them all."
"Okay, boss." Wu Yufang responded with a smile on his face.
He had been bullied by this Chang brother a lot in the past, so he was determined to carry out the order.
Under Wu Yufang's leadership, all the male captives were smashed to death by Wu Yufang and his men with hammers. The scene was bloody. Especially the women, they couldn't help but lie on the ground and vomit violently.
Of course, except for the woman named Li Yan, who had lived a good life with the bald man before, so she still had some fat in her stomach. The other women couldn't even vomit anything even if they wanted to. However, Wu Yufang and the others who were attacking the prisoners may have done this kind of thing before, so they looked very calm when they attacked the male prisoners to death. Not only was he not uncomfortable, but he even showed a hint of cruel excitement on his face. After all the male prisoners were killed, Li Xiaoluo pointed at Li Yan and Zhou Meiying and said, "And these two, kill them together." Li Yan and the other girl were stunned when they heard what Li Xiaoluo said.
They were women? Why kill them anyway?
Even if Li Xiaoluo doesn't lick their ass like ordinary men, he should at least respect their identity as women. And if you keep these women, you can give them as rewards to the men under you later. Although Zhao Dezhu was a bad person before, he did the same thing. So Li Yan and the others never worried about their lives at all.
As long as they behave obediently, no man would kill these weak women, right?
At most, it changes from serving one man to serving many men. In fact, Li Yan still had some feelings for the dead bald man. After all, they had been together for several years before the end of the world. That's why Li Yan has a strong hatred towards Li Xiaoluo and her friendliness towards him is very low.
But Li Yan is not a fool, she will definitely not show it on her face.
She plans to compromise and endure it first. Maybe she will find a way to kill Li Xiaoluo someday.
But she didn't expect that Li Xiaoluo would even kill women like them? It wasn't just Li Yan and the other two women who didn't expect this. Even Wu Yufang and the others who followed Li Xiaoluo didn't expect this. Why did the boss kill even a beautiful woman like Li Yan? Isn't this a waste?
When they followed Zhao Dezhu before, several beautiful women in their team were all occupied by Zhao Dezhu and bald brother. now that they finally got a new boss, they captured these women again.
They thought they would have a chance to share one. By then, even if the weather is too cold to drive, you can hug it to keep warm at night. So without waiting for Li Yan and the other women to beg for mercy, a man from Wu Yufang's team stood up first. He looked at Li Xiaolua and said, "Boss, you see we all performed well just now. We must be quite bored tonight. Why don't you not kill Li Yan? It's such a waste. You can keep her to entertain us." Li Xiaolua glanced at the man who was speaking. Lu Xiang, Friendship 51, Potential 13, Special Ability, None. Apart from Wu Yufang, among the other cannon fodders, Lu Xiang's friendliness is relatively high. But Li Xiaolua doesn't like disobedient people. Especially the cannon fodder, they just need to be obedient and do their job. Otherwise, there is no meaning for them to exist. Bang! Li Xiaolua took out his pistol and quickly pulled the trigger, shooting Lu Xiang in the head. Li Xiaolua's sudden shooting immediately scared Wu Yufang and the others. Damn, this boss is really too cruel. Although the previous Xiao Dezhu was also ruthless, he was not as decisive as the new boss Li Xiaolua. There is no chance to explain at all. If they want to kill you, they will kill you directly. The remaining men, including Wu Yufang, looked at Li Xiaolua with fear in their eyes. But they didn't dare to say anything more. Anyway, they are not the ones who died. Besides, that guy was asking for death. Why did he ignore the boss's orders when he was just horny? Kill them. Listen to the boss. Kill Li Yan and the other two women too. Wu Yufang reacted the fastest and immediately ordered his last three surviving brothers to kill Li Yan and her two daughters together. Although Wu Yufang felt it was a pity for Li Yan's death, he was also very jealous. After all, she used to be Bald Brother's woman. He often called her sister-in-law and fantasized about tasting her more than once. But life is more important. And following Boss Li Xiaolua, he will definitely never be short of women in the future. Wu Yufang had a beautiful fantasy in his heart. Chapter 92 Arrangements for Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao. After dealing with all the people who needed to be dealt with, Li Xiaolua looked at the sky and saw that it was already late. It gets dark early nowadays. Li Xiaolua decided to stop here for today's work. As for the remaining villas number 3 to number 9, Li Xiaolua felt that he should be able to clean up them all tomorrow. I believe that no one has guns like Xiao Dezhu, and he also has so many subordinates, so the subsequent cleanup should be much faster. Li Xiaolua asked Wu Yufang and the others to stay in villa number 10 tonight and continue working tomorrow. In such weather, Li Xiaolua was not worried at all that they could escape. Then Li Xiaolua took away two women, Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao. After Li Xiaolua left, Wu Yufang and the others' tense nerves relaxed. Following the boss Li Xiaolua, they felt a lot of pressure. Especially since Li Xiaolua just casually killed Lu Xiang, they all realized clearly that Li Xiaolua might not rely on them that much, and did not regard them as his confidants. Because when they surrendered to Li Xiaolua, there were about 10 people. But in villa number 2, Li Xiaolua killed several of them on the grounds of poor performance. Then, during the attack on villa number 10, one person was injured, and Li Xiaolua shot and killed another person indiscriminately. So the few people who are still alive said that they are under a lot of pressure. Of course, what made them even more upset was that they fought desperately to capture Xiao Dezhu and took down villa number 10. But Li Xiaolua killed several young and beautiful women, took some away, and left none for them. Cannon fodder A Captain Wu, I feel like boss Li Xiaolua doesn't even consider us his own. Cannon fodder B, fuck you, just say it straight. What do you mean he doesn't treat us as his own people? I think he's just using us as cannon fodder. He makes us do all the hard and dangerous work, and he kills us at will. Before, we were like dogs following Xiao Dezhu, but now we might be even worse than dogs. Wu Yufang said with a grim expression, alright, I don't want to hear that again. Even though the boss killed a few people, he always did it for a reason. If we behaved well, why would the boss kill people? Also, we have to put ourselves in the boss's shoes. If we were to accept a group of people who originally wanted to kill us, would we immediately trust them 100%? If Li Xiaolua were still here and could hear what Wu Yufang said, he would definitely sigh that cannon fodder with high friendliness is different. Of course, the reason why Wu Yufang said this was mainly because he had performed the worst under Xiao Dezhu before, but now he is the captain under Li Xiaolua. When the other men heard Wu Yufang say this, they looked at each other and then fell silent. They were afraid that if they said anything more, Wu Yufang would go to Li Xiaolua and tell on them, and they might lose their lives immediately. As for Li Xiaolua, he took Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao to villa number 2. Arriving at Villa number 2, Li Xiaoluo looked at the two women and said, "Your courage has caught my attention. You will temporarily stay in this villa today. There should be water and food in this villa. You can eat as much as you want tonight. But starting tomorrow, you'll have to make a choice. Either follow me and obey all my orders, including killing people. Of course you've seen it, not everyone is qualified to follow me. So I won't force you. If you don't want to follow me, you can leave tomorrow. But from now on, the Longting Villa District will be my territory. If you want to leave the Longting Villa District." After saying that, Li Xiaoluo left Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao in Villa number 2, and then he returned to Villa number 1. Although Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao were both quite courageous and friendly, they did attract a little bit of Li Xiaoluo's attention. But it's only a little bit. If there are no people with special abilities in the future, and if the team only recruits women, Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao's combat effectiveness and value may be higher than Xin Miaomiao and Qin Yuemei. But from now on, the world is destined to belong to those with special abilities, and ordinary survivors can only do auxiliary work or fight. So no matter how brave Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao are, their value in Li Xiaoluo's heart is limited, and he will not spend too much time on them. If they make the right choice tomorrow, they will be able to survive in this apocalypse. If the choice is not correct, even if Li Xiaoluo does not kill them, can they walk out of Longting Villa alive? Looking at Li Xiaoluo leaving, Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao looked at each other in surprise. They thought that if they followed Li Xiaoluo back, even if they would not be tortured like they were at Zhao Diju's place, they would definitely be insulted by Li Xiaoluo. However, they never expected that after Li Xiaoluo left them in this villa, he just left. As for what Li Xiaoluo said, Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao looked at each other. Without saying anything, they actually understood the meaning of each other's eyes. Do they have any other choice now besides following Li Xiaoluo tomorrow? If they chose to leave, even if Li Xiaoluo really let them go, but with such thick snow, could they walk out of the Longting Villa area? After going outside, where can you go? Brother Xiaoluo. Brother-in-law. As soon as Li Xiaoluo opened the door of Villa number 1 and walked into the villa, several beautiful women came up to him with excited faces. Although Li Xiaoluo stayed outside for most of the day, Xin Miaomiao and the others felt that Li Xiaoluo had been away for a long time. They had no time to think about what to do in the villa and were always worried about Li Xiaoluo's safety. Not to mention Xin Miaomiao's current deep affection for Li Xiaoluo, even Qin Yuemei and the others knew in their hearts what kind of life they would live in the future without Li Xiaoluo's protection. "Okay, I'm fine." After entering the villa, Li Xiaoluo took off his thick down jacket, then hugged Xin Miaomiao's graceful and soft waist and sat on the sofa. "Brother-in-law, you've worked hard, can I give you a massage?" The sister-in-law was quite observant and immediately came behind Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo waved her hand to stop her. "You are still a patient now, lie down and rest more, let Qin Yuemei massage me." Shen Yanyan pouted and said "oh" reluctantly. Qin Yuemei blushed a little, but she still moved her plump body and walked slowly behind Li Xiaoluo. Then he stretched out his soft hands and gently massaged Li Xiaoluo's shoulders. Li Xiaoluo looked very happy. This was the doomsday he wanted. Chapter 93, Only Women. Li Xiaoluo enjoyed the royal sister's massage service, and after relieving her physical fatigue, it was time for dinner. Before finding a qualified chef, Li Xiaoluo decided to eat the delicious food in the space first. The beauties in the family are not incapable of cooking, but their cooking skills are really average. Li Xiaoluo would rather eat ready-made food now. After dinner, Li Xiaoluo sat on the sofa and gathered several women in the villa. Xin Miaomiao sat next to Li Xiaoluo, like a newlywed bride, her eyes full of affection. Shen Yanyan, Qin Yuemei, Zhao Xiaolu and others sat on the sofa nearby, waiting for their teacher's lecture like obedient elementary school students. Because Li Xiaoluo said she had something important to tell them. Li Xiaoluo first gave a brief account of what happened outside today, starting from driving to the SWAT station to find weapons and ammunition, then eliminating the people in Villa number 2 and Villa number 10, and rescuing 2 women and placing them in Villa number 2. Li Xiaoluo did a lot today, which made Shen Miaomiao and the other girls nervous but also looked at him with admiration. They felt that Li Xiaoluo was really amazing, as if he could do anything. Anyone who wants to cause trouble for him will not end up well. After Li Xiaoluo finished explaining the situation, then he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Everyone has seen that today, it's the people from Villa 2 and Villa 10 who are trying to cause trouble for us. And later, when the people in the other villas run out of food, there may be more people nearby who will come and cause trouble for us. We can't hide in the villa forever, so I decided to take the initiative and completely occupy the villas nearby. I have 2 things to announce at this meeting.
First, I plan to build a team and recruit some people so that we can better guarantee our safety and survive in this apocalypse. Shen Miaomio and the others did not look too surprised at Li Xiaoluo's decision. Now it seems that there is really no sign of the end of the apocalypse. So building a team to protect yourself or to fight against the mobs in the Doomsday together is indeed a good idea.
Shen Yanyan even said excitedly, "Ah, brother-in-law, then we will also be members of an organization in the future, right? What can I do then? Can I also become an official?"
In contrast to Shen Yanyan's excitement, the two women, Shen Miaomio and Qin Yueme, looked as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. Li Xiaoluo looked at Shen Miaomio and Qin Yueme and said, "From the looks of you, do you have any opinions to express?"
"We're in a meeting now, so just say it."
Shen Miaomio said with a worried look on her face, "Brother Xiaoluo, I also know that building a team is important.
Strength in numbers will ensure that we will not be bullied in the apocalypse. But some people might be bad people.
Just like the people in Villa 2 and Villa 10 you mentioned just now, they might betray their boss because of ambition, women, or danger."
"I'm afraid that'll happen."
Shen Miaomio spoke very tactfully because she didn't want to question Li Xiaoluo's decision.
In fact, Shen Miaomio was just worried.
She has no great interest in establishing any power or becoming an official. In fact, most women are like her and have little interest in fighting, killing, or building power. But Shen Miaomio also knew that in this chaotic world, if you don't have the strength, you will only be bullied by others. Just like today, if their Villa number 1 did not have strong defensive capabilities, and Li Xiaoluo was not so powerful to eliminate the enemy, who knows what their fate would be now? Maybe now they will become like those women in Zhao Deju's villa, being tortured by those men to a point where their life is worse than death. So Shen Miaomio actually agreed with Li Xiaoluo's idea of establishing a power, but she was afraid that brother Xiaoluo would be in danger at that time. Because people's hearts are unpredictable in the Doomsday. Qin Yueme also said at this time, "Master, my wife and I think the same thing. In fact, I think there are advantages and disadvantages to establishing a faction. The good thing is, of course, there is strength in numbers. If we encounter a large group of thugs in the future, we will have the strength to resist. But there are also many downsides. First, with more people, more food will be consumed. Second, we can't guarantee everyone's loyalty. Especially since some men are very ambitious. It's easy to dodge a gun, but hard to guard against an arrow. I'm afraid we'll be in danger." Li Xiaoluo smiled and nodded, "Yes, you guys are quite comprehensive in your considerations. You're better than that little beauty who only wants to be an official." Shen Yanyan, who was standing by, knew that Li Xiaoluo was talking about her, and immediately gave Li Xiaoluo a coquettish roll of the eyes. "Hump, stinky brother-in-law, she just wants to help." Li Xiaoluo added, "But you don't have to worry too much about this problem, because the force I established only recruits women, not men."
"Only women?"
Suddenly, the four women on the sofa looked at Li Xiaoluo in unison. There is something strange in his eyes. They actually thought about this idea, but later rejected it themselves. After all, if their team is made up of only women, how can they have any fighting power? It would be better to continue hiding, and then find a way to escape when you encounter a strong enemy. The reason why the women looked at each other strangely was because they had the idea of only recruiting women, but if Li Xiaoluo thought so. Is he recruiting people or expanding his harem?
Bah! 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 Thinking of this, Qin Yueme and Shen Yanyan spit in their hearts.
What are they thinking about?
Aren't they his harem?
But you can't just go and get it yourself, it's worthless that way. Li Xiaoluo ignored the strange looks from the women and nodded slowly, saying, "Yes, we'll only recruit women. I know that generally speaking, women can't compare to men in many aspects, especially in terms of physical fitness. However, these aren't big problems. Women aren't physically strong enough, so we can just invest more effort into weapons and ammunition. As long as our weapons are advanced, can a group of women armed with guns be defeated by a group of men armed with kitchen knives? And even if they're women, as long as they undergo professional training and have talent, they're no worse than men. Weren't the female special forces soldiers before the apocalypse very powerful?" After hearing what Li Xiaoluo said, Shen Miaomio and the others felt that it made sense. Before the end of the world, it was a peaceful and prosperous time, so not many women joined the army. But those female special forces soldiers are really powerful. They used to like watching TV dramas about special forces soldiers and superheroes. After the end of the world, order collapses and there will no longer be any distinction between men and women. If you want to survive, you must work hard. So if we can really train the women in the team to be as powerful as the female special forces in TV dramas, then there is really no problem in recruiting only women. In fact, only Li Xiaolua knew clearly that it was impossible to train all women into female special forces soldiers.
Many things require time and talent.
In fact, the core members of Li Xiaolua's team in the future will not be those trained female special forces soldiers. From now on, no matter how powerful the female special forces soldier is, she can only be an ordinary member of his team. Shen Miaomiao, Xin Yueme and others are the real core of Li Xiaolua.
Chapter 94 Taoyuan Territory.
In fact, if it weren't for Qin Yueme and the others' future abilities, they wouldn't be able to enjoy such good treatment from Li Xiaolua now. Although Qin Yueme had to call Li Xiaolua master, Li Xiaolua did not really treat her as a slave and the treatment she received was very good. Otherwise, people like Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao who were rescued by Li Xiaolua today, even if they can follow Li Xiaolua in the future, they will definitely not be qualified to live in his lord's mansion. Other treatments are also much different.
Ahem, let's talk about the second thing.
Li Xiaolua continued to speak. Although he asked everyone to hold a meeting on the surface, he also listened to the opinions of Shin Miaomiao and others. But everything here is naturally decided by Li Xiaolua. He only has dictatorship here, but no democracy. Therefore, everything he announced was actually something that had already been decided. The second thing is, once we establish our power, we will naturally need to set up some departments and then have team rules so that the team can operate normally. Of course, we don't need to make things too complicated in the early stages.
We can just set up a logistics department and an armed forces department. I will be the director of the armed forces department for the time being, and you, Miao Miao, will be the director of the logistics department. Tomorrow, all of you need to follow me outside the villa. You will first be responsible for logistics and counting supplies. This is both work and training for you. Although Shin Miaomiao and even Qin Yueme in the villa will be more important in the future. Before they awaken their special powers, Li Xiaolua will definitely not let anything happen to them. But they still have to experience what they should experience and train what they should train. Li Xiaolua will not treat them like flowers in a greenhouse. Hearing that they were going outside, Shin Miaomiao was not afraid and was the first to speak. Brother Xiaoluo, I can do it. I will go outside to help you tomorrow. In fact, she had no mind to do anything else in the villa today. She was always worried about Li Xiaolua's safety. Shin Miaomiao even wanted to go out with Li Xiaolua, so that if Li Xiaolua was in danger, she might be able to help, even at the cost of her own life. But Shin Miaomiao knew that she was a weak woman who couldn't even tie a chicken. If she went out with them, not only would she not be able to help, she might even be a hindrance. So she didn't bring it up during the day. Now that Li Xiaolua asked her to go out and do something within her ability, Shin Miaomiao was naturally happy. Qin Yueme also nodded seriously, although she was a little afraid of the outside world now. But she knew she had no choice. In this doomsday, she could only follow Li Xiaolua and obey his orders. As for the two girls, Shin Yanyan and Zhao Xiaolu, they were fearless and had a little anticipation on their faces. After being isolated from the world in the villa for so long, they must be looking forward to going outside. At this moment, Shin Yanyan suddenly screamed. Brother-in-law, after all this excitement, I still don't know what our organization is called?
When Shin Yanyan asked this, Shin Miaomiao and the others came to their senses.
It seemed that Li Xiaolua did not say anything. Called Taoyuanling. Taoyuan territory? In the movies, aren't post-apocalyptic forces usually called strongholds or shelters? Brother-in-law, will you be the lord in the future?
I feel so, second year. But Shin Yanyan was right, he would be the lord from now on. Brother-in-law, don't hit me, I just said it casually.
In fact, the lord is very nice. Late at night, on the second floor of the villa. Brother Xiaoluo, the bathwater is ready, you can go take a bath.
After the meeting, Qin Yueme and the others went to the first floor of the villa to wash up and sleep, leaving only Li Xiaolua and Shin Miaomiao on the second floor. Looking at Shin Miaomiao, whose skin was as white as snow and whose figure was well proportioned, Li Xiaolua felt that Shin Miaomiao was truly a perfect masterpiece of the creator, and everything about her was beautiful. Li Xiaolua got up from the sofa, then hugged Shin Miaomiao and gently kissed her fair neck.
Miao Miao, you are so beautiful.
You are a masterpiece of God, a natural beauty.
Shin Miaomiao's body trembled slightly, and her pretty face became extremely shy.
But she did not resist, she just lowered her head and buried her face in Li Xiaolua's chest.
Brother Xiaoluo, I'm not as good as you say. I'm just an ordinary girl. As long as you don't abandon me in the future, I will follow you forever. There's nothing wrong with my brain. How could I abandon such a beautiful woman like you? Didn't you feel how fascinated I was by you yesterday?
Talking about what happened last night, Shin Miao Miao stopped talking, but buried her head deeper in Li Xiaoluo's chest out of embarrassment.
Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go take a bath.
After saying that, Li Xiaoluo picked up Shin Miao Miao's plump body in a princess hug and walked towards the bathroom.
Ah!
Shin Miao Miao screamed, but when she thought of the people downstairs, she quickly shut her mouth.
Brother Xiaoluo, please put me down quickly. I turned on the water so you could take a bath. What if they saw us?
Miao Miao, you should know what the situation is like outside right now, so we need to save water. And without our summons, Xin Yueme and the others wouldn't come up. Shin Miao Miao blushed and stopped talking because she had already been carried into the bathroom by Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo was lying in the bathtub. The water temperature was just right, but the bathtub was a little small for 2 people, and a lot of water overflowed from it.
Women are actually like this. To a strange man, even if they reveal a little bit of their beauty, it is considered exposure. But once you have a relationship with a man, it's no longer a secret. Brother Xiaoluo, can you let me be the logistics director? I'm afraid I don't have the experience and can't do it well.
Li Xiaoluo said in a previous meeting that the logistics department is actually a very important department. Apart from leading troops to fight, he basically takes care of everything. Shin Miao Miao didn't say anything during the previous meeting because she knew that she couldn't refute Li Xiaoluo's orders in public. But she was really afraid that she couldn't do it well. Logistics is very important, so I have to hand it over to the person I trust the most.
And what can't be done? You are my woman. Everyone except me has to listen to you. All you have to do is tell them to do the work. Even if you don't do well, no one will dare to say anything to you except me.
Shin Miao Miao looked touched.
Brother Xiaoluo.
Li Xiaoluo said seriously, just remember one thing, after the apocalypse, experience and such are not important at all.
Just don't have any mercy. Okay. I understand, Brother Xiaoluo, I will listen to you in everything. Brother Xiaoluo, are you going to recruit all the women in Longting Villa into our team?
Shin Miao Miao was unable to stop Li Xiaoluo and could only find a topic to talk about.
How is that possible? I don't run a charity. It's just like when companies recruited people in the past. They must be selected.
When the time comes, women who meet our recruitment standards and are willing to follow us will stay.
Those who are unwilling will leave Longting Villa. Those with malicious intentions will be killed. This is the end of the world. Chapter 95. The envied Shin Miao Miao.
He carried the exhausted Shin Miao Miao out of the bathroom, and Shin Miao Miao lay on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. After all, Shin Miao Miao was still a novice, and her fighting power is not high. It is indeed a bit difficult for her to deal with Li Xiaoluo alone. Li Xiaoluo felt that she should be more considerate of Shin Miao Miao and find her more helpers. Otherwise both of them will suffer. Li Xiaoluo, who was a little sleepless, called up the system interface and took a look.
The strongest Doomsday Shelter System. Lord, Li Xiaoluo. Level 1.
Lord's Mansion, Longting No. 1 Villa, Wotanjiwen Community Building A, 36th floor.
Innate ability, Eye of Exploration. Special ability, Space 5000 20,000. Contracted subordinates, 25 Zhou Xiaodong, Shin Miao Miao. Energy points, 0. Shop, Level 1.
The system interface has some minor changes. The main thing is that the spatial ability not only shows the size of the total space, but also how much is used. This will also allow Li Xiaoluo to know in real time how much free space he has and how much supplies he can continue to collect. Also, the names of the contracted subordinates are now displayed.
System, I didn't change it, the author did.
Now only 5,000 cubic meters of space is used, which is about a quarter of the total space.
20,000 cubic meters of space is amazing. In the previous life, the highest space ability users that Li Xiaoluo knew only had 100 cubic meters of space, which means that Li Xiaoluo alone could match 200 of them. 200 space ability users? I wonder if there were as many as 200 space ability users in the world at that time. I am still the best. Thinking about good things, Li Xiaoluo fell asleep while hugging Shin Miao Miao.
In the early morning, Li Xiaoluo woke up first. Looking at Shin Miao Miao, who was sleeping soundly with a radiant face, Li Xiaoluo suppressed the heat in his heart, kissed her delicate cheek and left the room. After Li Xiaoluo left, Shen Miaomiao on the bed slowly opened her eyes, her tender eyes filled with a light of happiness. After washing up, Shen Miaomiao came outside and saw Li Xiaoluo sitting on the sofa looking at her phone. After seeing her come out, Xin Yuemei and Zhao Xiaolu immediately started serving breakfast. Shen Miaomiao thought, how wonderful it would be if this were before the end of the world. However, as long as Li Xiaoluo is around, Shen Miaomiao is just as happy. Sister, why are you smiling so beautifully? And why do I feel that your skin has improved in the past 2 days? It seems to be more supple and radiant. Are you using any new skincare products? Shen Yanyan looked at Shen Miaomiao with envy. Shen Miaomiao's skin was originally more tender than hers, and there was not even a single pimple on her face. Especially in the past 2 days, Shen Miaomiao's face was full of red glow, so pink and tender that it seemed as if water was about to drip out, which made Shen Yanyan very envious. Ah. I don't use any special skincare products? Maybe, it's just that the food I've been eating these days is more nutritious and higher in protein. Shen Miaomiao felt a little shy when her sister asked her. She reached out and touched her cheek, and it was indeed more tender. Xin Yuemei, who was standing aside, looked at Shen Miaomiao's embarrassed look, then glanced at Shen Yanyan, and secretly wanted to laugh. Girls are just innocent. Shen Miaomiao had a face full of spring in the morning. Basically, anyone with a little knowledge would understand why. But it doesn't matter, she will understand everything soon. After breakfast, Li Xiaoluo took the time to teach Shen Miaomiao how to shoot, and then gave Shen Miaomiao a pistol. In the entire villa, Li Xiaoluo will only equip Shen Miaomiao with a gun for the time being. It's not just because she is Li Xiaoluo's woman, the more important reason is definitely because Shen Miaomiao has signed the contract. It is absolutely trustworthy. Xin Yuemei looked at the pistol that Li Xiaoluo equipped Shen Miaomiao with, and for some reason she felt very envious. These women actually don't like shooting. At least no man likes shooting. But since Li Xiaoluo gave the gun to Shen Miaomiao, it meant that he had absolute trust in her. This is what she envies the most. Before the end of the world, women can hold up half the sky and be independent and self-reliant. But in this apocalypse, they must rely on Li Xiaoluo to survive. Therefore, it can be seen how important it is to gain Li Xiaoluo's absolute trust. But there's no point in being envious. Then, several women began to arm themselves and walked out of the gate of Villa number 1 under the leadership of Li Xiaoluo. When they arrived outside the villa, Shen Miaomiao and the other women shuddered. Although they were fully armed, it was still very cold outside. Especially when they saw the vast expanse of white outside and the thick snow everywhere, they were once again glad that they could follow Li Xiaoluo. Otherwise, even if they are not targeted by bad guys, they will definitely not be able to do anything except waiting to die at home. Li Xiaoluo asked Shen Miaomiao and the others to get on the snowmobile, and drove the snowmobile to villa number 2. Hearing the noise at the door, 2 women quickly ran out of the villa. It was Wang Shanshan, Li Chaoqiao, and the others. Li Xiaoluo looked at the 2 women and said, "Well, tell me your decision." Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao suddenly knelt on the snow. "I've made up my mind. I'll follow you." "My lord, me too." In fact, Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao don't need to think about it, because they have no choice. Just like what Li Xiaoluo said yesterday, it was their blessing that he took them in, otherwise Li Yan would have been killed yesterday, and Li Xiaoluo would have given the other woman to Wu Yufang and the others. And one can imagine what happened to that woman. So Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao have actually been waiting for Li Xiaoluo to come. Even after waiting for a long time and still no one saw Li Xiaoluo coming, they were still worried that Li Xiaoluo didn't want them anymore. Stand up. Kneeling is not allowed here. From now on, you are all members of my Taoyuan territory. Call me Lord. Yes, my Lord. Lord. Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao are both very obedient. Shen Miaomiao and the others were also quietly listening to the conversation between Li Xiaoluo and Wang Shanshan without interrupting. Only Shen Yanyan looked like she wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. "Miao Miao, please arrange for them to count all the supplies in villa number 2 and register them." Shen Miaomiao nodded immediately. Li Xiaoluo did not stay in villa number 2 for long. He had his own mission today, which was to take over villas number 3 to number 9. This way, he can ensure that there is no one else near the villa where he lives, and no one will constantly come to trouble him. As for the people in the other villas in Longting Villa District, Li Xiaoluo was too lazy to care about them for the time being. There is not much food and supplies in the entire Longting Villa District, so there will be very few people who can survive in this villa district in the end. The owners who are far away from Li Xiaoluo don't have the ability to cause trouble for him, so just let them fend for themselves. Li Xiaolua called Wu Yufang and several others from Villa number 10.
Li Xiaolua planned to start from Villa number 3. Try to finish the work early in the morning. If Wu Yufang and the other cannon fodders move faster, there is still hope. But even if it doesn't work, Li Xiaolua is not in a hurry.
Li Xiaolua came to the outside of Villa number 3. Speaking of which, he had previously had a transaction with Du Yulong, the owner of Villa number 3. Li Xiaolua still owes him 100 kilograms of food.
But now this food is definitely wasted.
What Li Xiaolua didn't know was that people in Villa number 3 were also talking about him at this moment.
Chapter 96: The True Doomsday of Villa number 3. Inside Villa number 3 at this time.
Brother Chen, Brother Ping, please give me some water. I'm so thirsty I can't stand it any longer. In the hall on the first floor of Villa number 3, a thin old man tied with ropes was watching a tall young man next to him gulping down water. He licked his cracked lips and looked at the tall man with a flattering expression.
The tied-up old man hadn't had any water for almost a day and he was so thirsty. Bang!
After the tall man heard what the tied-up old man said, he slapped the old man hard in the face.
Fuck you, you still think you're our boss?
You can't even take care of your own wife. You said you'd let us play with her, but now we haven't even touched her hand.
You still want water? We don't even have urine to drink now.
Don't hit me, it's that bitch who doesn't listen to me, there's nothing I can do about it. The tied old man was dizzy and dazed after being slapped in the face, and because of the previous injuries, his body was shaking and he immediately begged for mercy. Oldly, that's enough, don't beat him to death yet, I still need to ask him something. At this time, another short-haired and strong-looking man spoke up.
The tied-up old man was none other than Du Yulong, the owner of Villa number 3.
Li Xiaolua still owed him 100 kilograms of food. The tall man next to him is Li Wenchen, and the short-haired man is Wei Jieping. They were both Du Yulong's bodyguards before the end of the world. At the beginning of the icy disaster, the two bodyguards were quite obedient. But since yesterday, the food in Du Yulong's villa has almost run out, and there is not enough for 5 people.
That's right, there were 5 people in Du Yulong's villa. In addition to Du Yulong and the 2 male bodyguards, there were also his wife Zhao Min and a female bodyguard.
Since there was not much food yesterday, Du Yulong naturally only gave a small amount of food to the other 4 people.
The 2 women in the villa didn't say anything. They had expected this day to come. But Li Wenchen and Wei Jieping naturally refused to do it. Money was no longer useful now. If Du Yulong couldn't provide them with food and drink, why would they continue to follow him?
So the 2 men had bad intentions. They took the opportunity to tie up Du Yulong. After a mixed doubles fight, they taught Du Yulong how to behave in such a situation. Du Yulong was also very tactful and expressed his willingness to donate all his food, as well as his wife and the female bodyguard, for free. Before the apocalypse, Du Yulong's greatest pleasure was showing off his beautiful wife, whom he had married only a year earlier. But he would immediately turn against anyone who had any ill intentions towards his wife. Although he was unable to do so, he did not want to let others farm his land. But after being tortured by Li Wenchen and Wei Jieping, he no longer cared about his wife.
She was just a name without substance, so he let her be ruined. He really doesn't want to be tortured anymore. Besides, in weather like this, the 2 of them can't do anything too extreme, right?
However, although Zhao Min is Du Yulong's wife, she is not his slave. Zhao Min naturally would not agree to give her away. Zhao Min's female bodyguard naturally stood on Zhao Min's side, and that female bodyguard was particularly powerful. She was particularly good at fighting. Zhao Min and the female bodyguard didn't listen to Du Yulong, and Li Wenchen and Wei Jieping couldn't do anything to them. Because even if the 2 of them were to fight together, they wouldn't be able to defeat the female bodyguard, and the most likely outcome would be that both of them would suffer losses. This is also the reason why Li Wenchen and Wei Jieping did not choose to use force against Zhao Min and the others at the beginning. Instead, they wanted to use Du Yulong to force Zhao Min and the others to submit.
Unfortunately, these 2 bitches didn't listen to their boss. Let them get excited for nothing yesterday.
The reason why Wei Jieping stopped Li Wenchen from killing Du Yulong was because they really needed food now. Otherwise, even if Zhao Min was willing to compromise and follow them, they might not be able to enjoy it alive. Boss, you said yesterday that the owner of Villa number 1 promised to give you 100 kilograms of food.
Is that true? Wei Jieping walked up to Du Yulong and spoke very politely.
But only Du Yulong knew that the seemingly polite Wei Jieping was even more perverted and cruel than Li Wenchen, and he tortured him to death yesterday.
Otherwise, he was a big boss before the end of the world. How could he easily surrender to these low-level people? Really, Brother Ping, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can check my phone. There are chat records on it.
That Li Xiaolua said that as long as it's confirmed that Zhao Dezhu has a gun, I can send people to Villa number 1 to get food.
There were obviously gunshots outside yesterday. Fuck, then quickly ask Li Xiaolua when to give us the 100 kilograms of food.
Li Wenchen, who was standing by, was an impatient person. When he heard that there were 100 kilograms of food, he immediately became excited.
Every grain of rice is very precious now.
But Wei Jieping looked at Li Wenchen and slowly said,
Old Li, you are stupid. Even if Li Xiaolua is really willing to give us 100 kilograms of food, who knows when this disaster will end? How long can we last with that little food?
And since Li Xiaolua can give others 100 kilograms of food, it proves that he must have more food.
What do you think we should do? Li Wenchen immediately looked at Wei Jieping and smiled. Fuck, you're really quick-witted, you'll definitely grab all his food. However, I'm afraid that Li Xiaolua is not easy to deal with.
Wei Jieping nodded, indicating that he agreed with Li Wenchen's words. Indeed, that Li Xiaolua might not be an ordinary person, otherwise he wouldn't know that Zhao Dezhu has a gun and would choose to confront Zhao Dezhu head-on. That's why I stopped you from killing our good boss. Let him contact Li Xiaolua first to inquire about the situation.
We can then act accordingly. If Li Xiaolua and that Zhao Dezhu are both injured, then let the boss find an excuse to take us over and give him a big beating.
If Li Xiaolua is fine, then we just want the 100 kilograms of food first.
Hey, that'll work. Li Wenchen had no objection to Wei Jieping's plan. He didn't like to use his brain anyway.
Now he just wants to get enough food to survive and then deal with the woman upstairs.
Damn it. As long as we have plenty of food, will those two bitches upstairs still be so hypocritical?
By then, I'll make that bitch Lin Mengxin kneel down under me and sing conquer. Lin Mengxin is the name of the female bodyguard next to the hostess Zhao Min. Li Wenchen and Wei Jieping had already discussed it before. Du Yulong's wife Zhao Min belongs to Wei Jieping, and Lin Mengxin belongs to Li Wenchen. There was no disagreement between the two of them on how to distribute the two women upstairs. It's not that Lin Mengxin is prettier than Zhao Min. But before the end of the world, Li Wenchen expressed his affection to Lin Mengxin, but Lin Mengxin ignored him. This caused Li Wenchen to become obsessed with the idea that he must make Lin Mengxin kneel in front of him and sing conquer. Wei Jia was amazed by Zhao Min's beauty before his death, and he had always fantasized about the day when she would come to him. Don't worry, Lin Mengxin's skills are indeed better than ours. Our boss spent a lot of money to hire a female expert to prevent anyone from taking advantage of his wife.
But so what? As long as we have plenty of food, can they still remain chaste and virtuous women? Even if they want to be, I won't give them the chance.
If they starve upstairs for another day or two, I'm afraid they won't even have the strength to walk.
Then we can do whatever we want to them. Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen smiled at each other, feeling that a better life was beckoning to them.
Chapter 97. The property certificate before the end of the world is useless to Li Xiaolua.
Fuck, why hasn't Li Xiaolua replied to my messages? Will Li Xiaolua be killed by Zhao Dezhu? Or, is he simply deceiving people and never even considered giving those 100 kilograms of food?
From the living room on the first floor of Villa number 3, Li Wenchen's angry roars could be heard from time to time. It turned out that Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen took Du Yulong's mobile phone and sent dozens of messages to Li Xiaolua imitating Du Yulong's speaking tone. But all of them fell on deaf ears, without any response at all.
Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen were both dumbfounded.
Now, let alone robbing all the food from Li Xiaolua's house after figuring out the situation, maybe even the reward for the 100 kilograms of food is a lie.
What about trust between people? These rich people are really not good people.
Not knowing the situation on Li Xiaolua's side, Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen really didn't dare to go to his house directly.
The reason is simple: people are afraid of death.
Villains are even more afraid of death when they gain power. They waited until yesterday before turning evil. Although they have stepped on the boss who used to bully them, they still haven't gotten the woman they have been thinking about.
Neither of them wanted to take too much risk. They haven't enjoyed life in these doomsdays yet. Fuck, if only I could conquer Lin Mengxin.
With her here, with the fighting power of the three of us, there's no need to go through so much trouble. We can just go straight to that Li Xiaolua's villa and kill him. Li Wenchen looked at the second floor of the villa irritably, and he knew that the woman on the second floor must be secretly watching the situation downstairs.
Although he didn't want to admit it, that woman was indeed a little bit better than him. If that woman is willing to do it with him, if they all work together, they won't be as passive as they are now. Although Wei Jieping on the side always felt that Li Wenchen was full of nonsense, he still agreed with what Li Wenchen said. It is said that before fighting against foreign enemies, one must first stabilize the country. He did not dare to go to Li Xiaolua easily. In addition to being afraid of danger, the more important reason was that he was afraid that after they went out, Lin Mengxin would take the opportunity to lock them outside the villa. At that time, they were really in a dilemma. This is the serious disadvantage of not having a stable rear and internal disunity. If Lin Mengxin could submit to them, then even if they encountered difficulties when they went out to deal with Li Xiaolua, the worst that could happen was that they would retreat. No, I still have to find a way to take down Lin Mengxin first. Wei Jieping made up his mind again. However, Lin Mengxin is very skilled, and she has blocked the stairs leading to the second floor, so she can deal with them from a high position. Therefore, there is no hope of forcing them. But Wei Jieping didn't believe it. They hadn't eaten or drunk anything for almost a day. Could they really resist the temptation of food? Lin Mengxin, Zhao Min, I still have 3 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water. If you join us and follow us, I will immediately give you 2 loaves of bread and 1 bottle of water. Also, I promise to go out and find food so you won't go hungry. Surrender. In this disaster, there might not be many people left alive. What's the point of persisting? Lin Mengxin, see? I'm holding bread and water. Do you want to eat? I'm not holding any weapons. You let me go upstairs. Wei Jieping held bread and water in his hands, and slowly walked towards the stairs to the second floor. They have actually done this several times. But every time I come back empty-handed. However, Wei Jieping found an excuse for Lin Mengxin and the others. They refused to compromise before, which must be because they were not hungry enough. In those Doomsday movies I used to watch, everyone would sacrifice their bodies for a bite to eat, would betray their teammates, and would even kneel down and lick the enemy's shoes. Why are things different when it comes to them? With a bang. Suddenly a picture frame fell from the second floor. Fortunately, Wei Jieping dodged in time and was not hit. But Wei Jieping's face looked very ugly, because he knew that this was the attitude of the 2 women upstairs, and they were still stubborn. Fuck, you bitch. Since they won't eat it, we'll eat all the food. At this time, 2 women were talking on the second floor. They were Zhao Min and Lin Mengxin. Mengxin, you can actually leave while you still have the strength. Otherwise, if we starve for another day or 2, we will definitely fall into their hands. You don't have to protect me anymore. Under the current circumstances, our employment relationship no longer exists. Actually, I'm really grateful to you. You protected me so many times before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, you had the chance to leave and didn't have to endure the wrath of Du Yulong and those 2 bodyguards. But it's because of protecting me that you've been trapped here. Madam, I've already told you that you paid me 3 years' worth of employment fees in one lump sum. For those 3 years, I'm yours. Nothing will change that. Unless I die, no one can hurt you. If there was one thing Du Yulong regretted the most, it was that he gave money to Zhao Min to choose a female bodyguard herself. In the end, this female bodyguard actually didn't listen to him, but only listened to Zhao Min, and was even more loyal to Zhao Min. The thing that Zhao Min was most grateful for was probably finding Lin Mengxin as her bodyguard. Otherwise, she would have no idea how many accidents would have happened to her before the end of the world, and she would have no idea what tragic fate she would have faced after the end of the world. At first, Zhao Min saw that Lin Mengxin was in urgent need of money, and then she thought of some of her own experiences. So she not only hired Lin Mengxin at a high price, but also paid her 3 years' salary in one lump sum. Anyway, it was Du Yulong's money that was spent. She doesn't feel sorry. But Zhao Min didn't expect that her unintentional action would make Lin Mengxin pay so much for her. Sometimes she herself felt that it was not Lin Mengxin who owed her a favor, but she owed Lin Mengxin too much favor. However, I may never have the chance to pay it back in this lifetime. She was so thirsty and hungry. Zhao Min could feel her body's weakness. Everyone inside Villa number 3, listen up. You are surrounded. Open the door and surrender. Captain, why does this sound so familiar? Get lost. Be serious. I'm trying to persuade the enemy to surrender. Outside Villa number 3, a loudspeaker suddenly sounded. It was Li Xiaolua who brought Wu Yufang and others to take over Villa number 3.
Li Xiaolua still doesn't know what happened in Villa number 3, but it doesn't matter even if she knows. What happens to the owners of these villas has nothing to do with him, and he doesn't care who is a bad person or a good person. In Li Xiaolua's eyes, there are only two kinds of people: one is the one who is qualified to stay and follow him, and the other is the one who needs to get out of his territory.
Don't say this is their home. Why should they leave? It's the end of the world, who will reason with you? The property certificates they had before the end of the world are useless to Li Xiaoluo. Chapter 98 Lin Mengxin and Zhao Min.
Li Xiaolua captured Villa number 3 very quickly this time. After Wu Yufang used a loudspeaker to persuade him to surrender, Li Xiaolua fired another shot.
The crisp gunshot was very loud in this silent snowy day.
Before the 10-second countdown ended, the door of the villa was suddenly opened. Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen surrendered with their hands raised high.
In fact, Li Wenchen didn't want to surrender because he felt aggrieved. They haven't even been in charge for a day, and now they have to start living under someone else's roof? And once they surrender, the two women upstairs will definitely have nothing to do with them.
However, Wei Jieping was more aware of the situation. He felt that he was smart and had good skills, so even if he surrendered, he might be valued. Moreover, they were running out of food, and the women had no way to get it. They were at the end of their rope. If there is still a lot of food in their villa and Zhao Min is already his woman, then Wei Jieping will definitely not be willing to surrender.
But now they have nothing, why not surrender?
The most important thing is, no matter how good your kung fu is, it can't defeat a bullet.
If one isn't enough, try two.
Wei Jieping isn't so stubborn as to not be afraid of bullets.
After Wu Yufang and his men rushed into the villa, they immediately tied up the surrendered Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen.
After Li Xiaolua came in, she looked at the three people who were tied up. Although Du Yulong was tortured horribly, Li Xiaolua still recognized him. After all, he sent a photo to Li Xiaolua yesterday, although the focus was on showing off his beautiful wife. Li Xiaolua didn't expect that this old man was showing off to her yesterday and earned 100 kilograms of food from her, but today he was turned into this state. Alas, Li Xiaolua really didn't think of defaulting on the debt, but looking at the situation, the old man might not be able to use it anymore.
Li Xiaolua said, "There are only 3 of you in this villa?"
Wei Jieping immediately replied, "Brother, there are 2 women upstairs, but they will not give in."
Won't give in?
Li Xiaolua glanced at Wu Yufang.
Wu Yufang immediately understood that it was their turn to work.
The boss keeps them around to deal with those who are disobedient. Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen surrendered so quickly just now that Wu Yufang felt like they had no presence at all. Moreover, there were 2 women upstairs, but Wu Yufang and the others said they did not feel any pressure at all. However, Li Xiaolua had just lit a cigarette downstairs and had not even taken 2 puffs. Then I heard a series of dong-dong sounds.
Someone fell down the stairs.
Wu Yufang came up to Li Xiaolua with a wry smile on his face.
"Boss, there's a woman upstairs who's too fierce. We don't have guns and we can't beat her."
Wei Jieping, who was tied up next to him, immediately said flatteringly, "Brother, that skilled fighter upstairs is called Lin Mengxin. She's said to be a retired Special Forces soldier. Her skills are incredible.
Dozens of ordinary men might not be her match.
Even for professional bodyguards like us, it would take 2 of us to deal with her. Brother, my brother and I are pretty good at fighting.
We can follow your men to deal with that bitch. We can definitely take her down."
Li Xiaolua ignored Wei Jieping, who was eager to show off. Instead, he became a little interested in Lin Mengxin upstairs.
Wu Yufang and his men are just temporary cannon fodder, and they will have their own destination after their term expires.
Shen Miaomio and the others have not grown up yet, and Li Xiaolua actually has no one available under his command. So when Li Xiaoluo met a powerful woman here, he naturally had some ideas. Li Xiaolua always felt that he was a great lord who valued talents very much. For example, Shen Miaomio will be very powerful in the future and will definitely be a talent, so Li Xiaolua made her his lord's wife.
Shen Yanyan will have a good future.
She is a planting talent. Her special ability can support many people in the future. She is also an indispensable talent for the development of the territory, so Li Xiaolua made her his sister-in-law. It is said that half of a sister-in-law's but belongs to her brother-in-law. Li Xiaolua felt that she could give her half. Xin Yuemei will be a medical talent in the future, so Li Xiaolua made her his personal maid. There is also the long-legged Zhou Xiaotong, and Li Xiaolua made her his personal secretary who knows most of his secrets. The above are enough to show how much Li Xiaolua values talents. This woman named Lin Mingxin, although her importance in the later period is definitely not as high as Shin Miao and others, is still a very good talent in the early period. If she joins, not only can cannon fodder like Wu Yufang be able to get offline early, she can also train some female soldiers, so Li Xiaolua doesn't have to worry about the training herself.
So this Lin Mingxin can be won. You all wait downstairs.
After saying this, Li Xiaolua walked upstairs himself. Wu Yufang and the others were stunned.
Is the boss going to take action himself? But the boss won't be cruel to her again, right? In their opinion, if the boss takes action personally, he will definitely use a gun. But the boss's gun is particularly prone to accidental discharge. Although Wu Yufang and the others were beaten just now, they also saw that the woman upstairs was very beautiful. It's such a pity that he was killed like this. But no one dared to say anything about Li Xiaolua's decision. What happened yesterday is still fresh in my mind. Li Xiaolua slowly walked up to the second floor of the villa. What surprised Li Xiaolua was that when he came up, the woman named Lin Mingxin did not ambush him at the stairs. Li Xiaolua went up to the second floor easily. This made Wu Yufang and others downstairs dumbfounded. There shouldn't be such discrimination, right? Even Wei Jieping and Li Wenqin, who were tied up, were confused and kept cursing the national quintessence in their hearts. They are indeed two bitches. They thought they were such chaste and heroic women, but now that they see a powerful person, they just lick him directly. It turns out that I looked down on them before. When Li Xiaolua came to the second floor, Zhao Min and Lin Mingxin were standing there looking at him. As for who is Zhao Min and who is Lin Mingxin, even though Li Xiaolua had not seen Zhao Min's photo yesterday, he can tell it at a glance. Because the two women are so easy to distinguish, their temperaments are simply two extremes. The woman standing in front is very tall, with delicate features and calm eyes, looking very heroic. The woman standing behind her is tall, with a very beautiful face and skin as white as milk. She has a noble and elegant temperament and is definitely an elegant and beautiful goddess. Even the knowledgeable Li Xiaolua had a glint of surprise in his eyes. Why didn't you stop me from coming up? After Li Xiaolua looked at the two girls, he looked at Lin Mingxin and asked. At the same time, Li Xiaolua used the eye of exploration on the two women. Lin Mingxin, friendship 50, potential 30, special ability, none. Zhao Min, friendship 46, potential 15, special ability, none. The friendship levels of both girls are above 40, which is a passing score. Lin Mingxin looked at Li Xiaolua and said coldly, because you are their boss, you have a gun. And I admire your courage. You dared to come up to the second floor alone, and without even a gun in hand? Maybe this is my only chance to control you. Li Xiaolua smiled and said, not bad, it suits your temperament very well, and you speak so straightforwardly. How about this, let's make a bet. I won't use a gun, so let's have a fight. You win. I won't make things difficult for you too. I can even give you some food. I won, and from now on you will follow me and obey all my orders. Lin Mingxin and Zhao Min looked at Li Xiaolua in astonishment. They had thought about what Li Xiaolua would say and do after he came up. But they had thought of all kinds of situations, but they had never thought that Li Xiaolua would challenge Lin Mingxin to a duel. And no guns needed. Even Lin Mingxin, who had always had a cold face, had a glimmer of joy in her eyes. One-on-one, she was good at this. Chapter 99 asked Li Xiaolua for help with his wife. Bang! With a loud bang, Lin Mingxin was knocked more than 10 meters away by Li Xiaolua's punch. Fortunately, she finally landed on the sofa. The competition between the two people came quickly and ended quickly. Li Xiaolua only used one move to knock Lin Mingxin out. In fact, it was also Lin Mingxin's fault that she knew too little about Li Xiaolua and chose to confront Li Xiaolua head-on. But her body is a little weak now, and Li Xiaolua, let us put it this way, is no longer a normal person. He can kill a cow with one punch. When it comes to fighting skills, Li Xiaolua may be a little lacking and cannot compare to professionals like Lin Mingxin. But if we just compare strength, think about what 10 times means? That's more than the combined strength of 10 people. I lost. Would you like to take a break and eat something? I'll give you another chance. Li Xiaolua said hypocritically. System prompt, Lin Mingxin recognizes the host's strength, friendship level plus 10, the current friendship level towards the host is 60. Li Xiaolua. You are so good, Lin Mingxin. I didn't expect you also like to be beaten. Your friendship level increases by 10 points after being beaten. This works great.
Lin Mingxin shook her head. No need to compete, your strength is too strong, I am no match for you. This was the first time in Lin Mingxin's history that she felt a deep sense of powerlessness from the bottom of her heart. In the past, even if it was her instructor or someone who was better than her, she never felt that she would be unable to defeat her opponent. There is hope if you work hard. But for the man in front of her, she could only describe him as a monster. She didn't want to feel that powerful force again. It's not something she can surpass just by trying hard. Zhao Min, who was watching the battle on the side, was also dumbfounded and then extremely shocked. Perhaps apart from Lin Mingxin herself, she is the only one who knows best how powerful Lin Mingxin is. If it were an ordinary man, Lin Mingxin would definitely have no problem beating up on 10, let alone 100 of them. Even the professional male bodyguards hired by rich men like Du Yulong are no match for Lin Mingxin. But in front of Li Xiaoluo, he only used one move. Lin Mingxin lost. Moreover, it was Lin Mingxin who voluntarily admitted defeat. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes that Lin Mingxin was beaten so far away. Zhao Min was about to suspect that the two of them were fake. When Li Xiaoluo brought Lin Mingxin and Zhao Min down from the second floor, the men in the lobby on the first floor were dumbfounded. How come the bitch Lin Mingxin surrendered without hearing any gunshots? Could it be that Li Xiaoluo really has the aura of a king? However, when Wu Yufang and the others saw Zhao Min, they immediately looked stupid. Zhao Min's beauty was well known in the entire Longting Villa district before the end of the world. These people had fantasized about this noble and beautiful lady many times. Unfortunately, before the end of the world, they were just some insignificant characters and didn't even have the chance to meet Zhao Min. And now, Wu Yufang and the others feel that they are the trusted henchmen of the boss Li Xiaoluo, and they are more valued than the women who joined later. Maybe if they perform well, they will have a chance to make their dreams come true. Li Xiaoluo, you are Li Xiaoluo, right? As soon as Li Xiaoluo came down, the frail Du Yulong beside him suddenly became energetic as if he had a last burst of energy. Du Yulong didn't know who Li Xiaoluo's group was at first. He only heard it from the conversation between Wu Yufang and his men after Li Xiaoluo went upstairs. Du Yulong did not expect that the person who led people to attack his villa this time was Li Xiaoluo, with whom he had made a deal. If Du Yulong had not been betrayed by his two bodyguards Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen, he would definitely be very angry now. Because what Li Xiaoluo did was really rude. But now Du Yulong is quite happy. It is better to fall into Li Xiaoluo's hands than into Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen's hands. Because Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen were the two dogs he raised, Du Yulong felt extremely humiliated when being bullied by his own dogs. After all, Li Xiaoluo was a person of the same level as him. Even if he died at the hands of Li Xiaoluo, he could accept it in his heart. Li Xiaoluo, you stole the gun from Zhao Dezhu, right? This is the information I provided you. But it's also because you are so amazing that you were able to defeat Zhao Dezhu and even recruit all his men. Li Xiaoluo, considering that I provided you with valuable information before, and I don't want the 100 kilograms of food you owe me, can you do me a favor? Du Yulong spoke weakly, but his eyes were firm. Li Xiaoluo said, you want me to let you go? Du Yulong shook his head, no, look at me now. Even if you let me go, I can't survive. I didn't expect that this old man was so self-aware and open-minded. Then tell me what you need my help with. Normally, I'm a man of my words. I can give you the 100 kilograms of food I owe you right now. Anyway, I give it to you and it will be yours again soon. Du Yulong quickly shook his head. I don't want you to return the food. I want to use it to buy the lives of those two traitors. They tortured me to this point, and it would be best if I could torture them to death. After hearing what Du Yulong said, Li Xiaoluo had not yet reacted, but Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen next to him became anxious. Brother Luo, we surrendered to you voluntarily. We will definitely be your most loyal dogs in the future. We will do whatever you ask us to do. The general in Lord's Mansion number 36 sneezed. Why did he always feel like someone was trying to take his position? Old man, haven't you learned your lesson yet? You still dare to sow discord. Du Yulong ignored Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen's anger? He knew that everything now depended on Li Xiaoluo's decision. No matter how much Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen threaten him now, it's all just empty talk. However, seeing that Li Xiaoluo had no expression on her face and had no intention of nodding in agreement, Du Yulong also knew that his talk about friendship and the 100 kilograms of food had no appeal to Li Xiaoluo at all. But as a dying man, what valuable things could he have? Suddenly, Du Yulong saw Zhao Min, who was tall, beautiful and elegant. In fact, before she married him, although Zhao Min was also very beautiful, she did not have the temperament of a noble lady like she does now.
This is all due to his good training.
After all, he married Zhao Min just to gain face.
Li Xiaoluo, she is my wife Zhao Min. No matter what the situation is now, we have a marriage certificate.
As long as you agree to my terms and kill those 2 traitors for me, I will give Zhao Min to you.
Make a deal.
Li Xiaoluo spoke slowly.
In fact, even without Du Yulong saying it, Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen would have been dead anyway.
Li Xiaoluo doesn't need too many cannon fodder now, it's simply a waste of food. The reason why he did not respond to Du Yulong was that even if he originally wanted to kill those 2 people, there was still a difference between agreeing to Du Yulong's request and then killing them. He is not the turtle in the wishing well where anyone can make a wish. But Du Yulong is now willing to use his wife as a reward, which really shows his sincerity. Li Xiaoluo is sometimes a soft-hearted person.
I nodded in agreement reluctantly.
Chapter 100 Food. Wu Yufeng, follow Mr. Du's advice and see how he wants those 2 people to die. You must do your best to fulfill Mr. Du's request. Since he had promised Du Yulong, Li Xiaoluo did not hesitate.
He gave instructions to Wu Yufeng and his men.
Li Xiaoluo doesn't have to do this kind of thing himself anyway. This is the advantage of having a few cannon fodders, they are pretty good at doing odd jobs.
Okay, boss. Wu Yufeng quickly nodded and responded.
After all, he was the boss's most loyal dog, and he would do whatever the boss asked him to do. It's obvious that those 2 bodyguards are not good people. They haven't even followed the boss yet, but they want to steal his position as his loyal dog.
Damn it!
The extremely beautiful Zhao Min next to her had a blush on her face and was very nervous. Li Xiaoluo had not agreed to Du Yulong before, but when she heard that Du Yulong wanted to give herself to him, she immediately agreed.
Everyone knows Sima Zhao's intentions.
In the past, with Meng Xian around, she felt at ease even if a man had improper thoughts about her. But now, Lin Mingxin was defeated by Li Xiaoluo in one move. I simply don't have the ability to protect her anymore.
So Zhao Min is very confused now.
They had already lost the bet and had become Li Xiaoluo's subordinates. From now on, they had to obey him in everything. Now she was nominally given to Li Xiaoluo by Du Yulong. Even if she wanted to resist in the future, it seemed that Li Xiaoluo was on the right side. Just when Zhao Min was daydreaming,
Wu Yufeng had already taken action, and then Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen began to beg Li Xiaoluo for mercy.
Wei Jieping, Boss Li Xiaoluo, we are good at fighting and can be useful to you. Please don't kill us.
Li Wenchen, Li Xiaoluo, you will die a miserable death.
We have surrendered, and you still treat us like this. Soon, the screams of Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen were heard in the villa. The client Du Yulong was watching from the side with his eyes shining and a look of satisfaction on his face. He didn't expect that he could take revenge before he died. Seeing these 2 traitors die in front of him, he can really rest in peace. Li Xiaoluo also kept receiving system notifications that Du Yulong's friendliness level had increased, but Li Xiaoluo simply blocked it out. Li Xiaoluo has never been bothered to use the eye of investigation on unimportant people. I don't even care how friendly they are.
Soon, the screams stopped, and Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen were completely silent.
The 2 people died in agony and torture, filled with immense regret and remorse. If God gave them another chance, they would have fought their way to the 2nd floor last night, even if it meant risking their lives. That way, they might have been able to capture Zhao Min and Lin Mingxin. They have been fantasizing about these 2 women for so long. As long as they can play with them once, they will have no regrets even if they die now. If they were given another chance, they would definitely not let Du Yulong live any longer and would torture him to death. As long as this old guy dies, no one will ask Li Xiaoluo to kill them. They really regret it. Even if they were given another chance, they would not open the door of the villa and surrender. Even if Li Xiaoluo had a gun, it would not be easy for him to break into the villa. At least they would make Li Xiaoluo's men pay some price.
I regret it too.
But no matter how much they regret and repent, it is of no use. There is no medicine for regret in the world, and there is no way to turn back time. Even the psychics who appear later on 1T work. After Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen died, Du Yulong looked up at the beautiful Zhao Min, with a complicated expression in his eyes, and then he took his last breath. Looking at the dead Du Yulong, Zhao Min suddenly felt relieved for some reason. Maybe the shackles that had been weighing on her heart were finally gone. Zhao Min, who breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly felt her legs go weak and she was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Mengxin, who was standing by, was quick-witted and immediately supported Zhao Min, preventing her from falling. In fact, in order to save food as much as possible and survive until the disaster was over, Diulong had to save food so that everyone else in the villa could only eat one meal a day except himself. Yesterday, 2 bodyguards, Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen, rebelled and occupied the food and water stored on the first floor. Lin Mengxin and Zhao Min, who were staying on the second floor, were not even allowed to drink a drop of water. Lin Mengxin is fine, she has a good physique and can still hold on. But Zhao Min was already at the end of her strength. After helping Zhao Min to the sofa, Lin Mengxin quickly ran to where they kept the food, but unfortunately it was already empty. The last bit of food was eaten by Wei Jieping and Li Wenchen. Lin Mengxin walked to Li Xiaolua and looked at Li Xiaolua with an anxious look in her eyes. "Mr. Li, my wife needs food and water, otherwise she won't be able to hold on. As long as you can give her some food, I will obey you in everything from now on." In fact, Li Xiaolua knew the reason for Zhao Min's situation without asking. In this apocalyptic world, food is always the biggest problem for survivors. "I've already made a rule this morning. From now on, anyone who follows me needs to work before they can get food. And how well they can live and how much food they can eat will depend on their own performance." Hearing Li Xiaolua's words, Lin Mengxin's face became extremely anxious. Given Zhao Min's current condition, how could she work first? But she didn't know how to refute Li Xiaoluo. After all, Li Xiaolua didn't owe them anything, and she had just promised to listen to Li Xiaolua in everything in the future. In fact, this was already included in the previous bet. "But, I'm a person who values talent, and I often take care of talented people. Wait a minute, I'll get her some food from the car." "Thanks." Lin Mengxin rarely smiled. Li Xiaolua came to the snowmobile outside. In fact, there was no food in his car. All the food was in his system space. However, except in front of Shen Miaomiao and others in Villa No. 1, Li Xiaolua didn't want to expose the existence of his space when he was outside. The apocalypse has just begun, and his strength is not yet strong enough to be invincible. It is better for him to keep a low profile. Soon, Li Xiaolua walked into the villa carrying an insulated box. "Eat it. This meal of mine is not cheap now. You should work hard to pay it back in the future." Lin Mengxin nodded. She didn't understand what Li Xiaolua meant by not cheap. But she also knew that at a time like this, a piece of bread or a rotten vegetable leaf was extremely precious. The food at this time is definitely not worth the price before the end of the world. Lin Mengxin couldn't wait to open the thermal box. She originally thought that there would be some food like bread or rice inside. But inside the thermal box, there were actually several thermal lunch buckets exposed. What kind of food is this? Is it so troublesome to save? Not to mention Lin Mengxin, even Wu Yufang and the others beside them were a little curious. Yesterday, Wu Yufang and the others lived in Villa No. 10. Li Xiaolua did not take away the food in Villa No. 10. After all, Li Xiaolua still needed them to work. So Wu Yufang and the others are not hungry yet. But at this time they were also quite curious. Their boss only brought some food in the car. Was it necessary to make such a big fuss? What is this delicious thing? Chapter 101. The friendship of the cannon fodders has decreased. When Lin Mengxin opened the thermos, an enticing fragrance wafted out. Fresh fish porridge, chicken soup. Although these were very common foods before the end of the world, they are now affordable for everyone after entering a well-off society. But now, looking at these delicacies, everyone present, except Li Xiaolua, showed a look of shock on their faces. How come there are so many delicious foods now? Shouldn't even eating white rice be considered a luxury? And it's still steaming hot. Wu Yufang and several of his men looked at Li Xiaolua with shining eyes. How rich was the food in their old family's home? When they come out to fight, they bring so much steaming hot food in thermos buckets, including fish and meat. This level of luxury has already exceeded their imagination in this doomsday. Lin Mengxin and the weak Zhao Min were also extremely shocked when they looked at the food in front of them. They originally thought that it was very good that Li Xiaolua could give them some bread and a bottle of water. But am I really not dreaming now? "Ma'am, eat quickly, or it will get cold." Lin Mengxin was the one who could control her emotions the best. She reacted quickly and immediately reminded Zhao Min. "Okay. Mengxin, you eat too." Zhao Min was really hungry. She held a thermos bucket and drank porridge in big gulps without any image. Lin Mengxin didn't hesitate and started eating the food in the thermos bucket. If Li Xiaolua only gave them a little food, Lin Mingxin would definitely let Zhao Min eat first. She could still hold on for another day. But now the food Li Xiaolua gave was not only rich but also large in quantity, enough for the two of them. Only those who have experienced extreme hunger can appreciate the value of food. There is a reason why disaster victims in ancient times ate dirt or even exchanged their own children for food. So even though they were extremely hungry, the happiness Zhao Min and Lin Mingxin felt in their hearts when they were able to eat these delicious foods could not be expressed in words. This moment may be the happiest time in their lives. System prompt: Zhao Min is extremely grateful to the host. Friendship level plus 15. The current friendship level towards the host is 61. System prompt: Lin Mingxin is extremely grateful to the host. Friendship level plus 6. The current friendship level towards the host is 66. Hearing the system's prompt, Li Xiaolua nodded with satisfaction. In fact, there was a reason why Li Xiaolua treated Lin Mingxin and the others differently this time and directly gave them these delicious foods. Since he wanted to recruit Lin Mingxin and the others, he naturally would not watch them starve to death, so he would definitely give them some food in the end. And even if Li Xiaolua just gave Lin Mingxin and the others a piece of bread, they would definitely be very grateful. Because now everyone knows how precious food is. But gratitude is gratitude. If Li Xiaolua really just gave them a piece of bread, Lin Mingxin and the others would not be able to recover quickly and work. And I wouldn't be as grateful as I am now, and my friendship wouldn't increase so much. So Li Xiaolua thinks this deal is still worth it. Although he would not treat anyone specially or even flatter them just for the sake of a beautiful woman or recruiting a talent. But if a little favor can quickly increase their friendliness, Li Xiaolua still thinks it's worth it. That's right, in the eyes of Lin Mingxin and Zhao Min, the food they are eating now should be extremely precious. But for Li Xiaolua, they are actually just some small favors. Because there are too many of these foods in Li Xiaolua's space, they are not even qualified to be included in his daily diet. What Li Xiaolua usually eats is basically beef, mutton, lobster, seafood, these. Soon, Zhao Min and the other two, who were extremely hungry, ate all the food. In fact, there was no staple food that could help them resist hunger. They had been hungry for a long time and had a huge appetite, so they were only 60% full now. But they are already extremely satisfied. Especially Zhao Min, she felt like she was finally alive. Seeing that Zhao Min and the others had finally finished their meal, Wu Yufang and the others also felt that they were finally relieved. Because it was too painful for them to watch from the side. If Li Xiaolua hadn't been there, they would have gone up to grab the food. Even if they don't have a share, it's okay to just eat the bones left over by Zhao Min and the others. They are not actually hungry, but they have been eating bland, tasteless and oily food for a long time. Now, no matter whether it is spicy or salty, they think it is delicious. Not to mention meat, they haven't smelled the smell of meat for a long time. And at this moment, not to mention Wu Yufang's subordinates, even Wu Yufang himself had some opinions about the boss Li Xiaolua. Yesterday, Li Xiaolua just refused to give them a woman. After all, in weather like this, they are practically abstaining from sex. But now, Li Xiaoluo gave these tempting delicacies to the two bitches instead of letting them eat them. They have gone through life and death for Li Xiaolua these past 2 days, so they have made quite a contribution. Especially Wu Yufang, he felt that he was Li Xiaolua's confidant, right? But Li Xiaolua actually had some delicious food, but he didn't even get any reward from her. System prompt: Wu Yufang is dissatisfied with the host, friendship level 5, current friendship level with the host is 55. System prompt: Lu Haiyang is very dissatisfied with the host, friendship level 10, current friendship level with the host is 34. Hearing the continuous prompt sounds coming from the system, Li Xiaolua's eyes showed a hint of coldness. Including Wu Yufang, the friendliness of these cannon fodders has dropped a lot. Some people even dropped directly below 40. This has exceeded Li Xiaolua's tolerance limit for cannon fodder. In fact, humans are emotional creatures, so it is normal to have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and even emotions. Not to mention Wu Yufang and the others, even Xin Miaomiao and the others, if Li Xiaolua hurts them one day, their friendliness will decrease. Therefore, it is perfectly normal for people like Wu Yufang to feel dissatisfied or have some ulterior motives. As long as they don't cross Li Xiaolua's bottom line, they can continue to be their cannon fodder. After all, Li Xiaolua still needs someone to work. And what is Li Xiaolua's bottom line? If they are Li Xiaoluo's confidants, then their friendship level cannot be lower than 60. If it is a cannon fodder like Wu Yufang, then the friendship level cannot be lower than 40. So now, they have exceeded Li Xiaolua's bottom line. I'm sorry. Even though they performed well before, even though Li Xiaolua still needs people to work now.
But they must die too. The bottom line is the bottom line.
Li Xiaolua would not keep someone who had ill intentions towards her around her and put herself in any potential danger.
Chapter 102, Since you are so loyal, I will let you die with understanding. Lin Mengxin, come here.
Hearing Li Xiaolua's call, Lin Mengxin did not hesitate and obediently walked to Li Xiaolua's side. Lin Mengxin is a very principled person. Zhao Min did her a big favor before the end of the world and hired her for 3 years, so during these 3 years she would protect Zhao Min even at the cost of her life. Li Xiaolua had first won the bet against her, and now he had given her those precious foods. So as long as Li Xiaolua did not cross her bottom line, Lin Mengxin would obey Li Xiaolua's arrangements. Li Xiaolua took out a saber from his body and handed it to Lin Mengxin. Lin Mengxin thought that Li Xiaolua gave her the knife to ask her to be a bodyguard and protect Li Xiaolua's safety, so she immediately took the saber subconsciously. But Li Xiaolua's next words made Lin Mengxin confused. Lin Mengxin, your first mission is to kill a few of them. After saying that, Li Xiaolua pointed at Wu Yufang and the others. Now that Lin Mengxin is here to deal with Wu Yufang and the others, Li Xiaolua naturally wanted to do it himself. Otherwise, why would he spend so much time improving Lin Mengxin's friendship and giving them food? Li Xiaolua had said long ago that he would not support idle people who ate for free, even Shen Miaomiao and the others. However, Shen Miaomiao and the others have not grown up yet, so Li Xiaolua will not let them take risks. She will only let them take charge of some logistical work first. But Lin Mengxin did not receive such treatment. After hearing what Li Xiaolua said, Lin Mengxin was stunned for a moment. She thought she had heard it wrong. Aren't Wu Yufang and those men all his subordinates? It seemed quite harmonious just now. Why did they suddenly let me kill them? Lin Mengxin was just about to confirm it, but the people on Wu Yufang's side were already furious. They didn't expect that the boss would suddenly order them to be killed. This was not only too sudden, but also something they couldn't accept. Li Xiaolua was on guard against them, not giving them beautiful women, and killing those who behaved badly or disobeyed them at will. They can endure it. After all, Li Xiaolua has a gun, and they can't do anything without gaining Li Xiaolua's absolute trust. I can only endure the humiliation. Moreover, they had been making excuses for themselves before. Anyway, those people killed by Li Xiaolua were not them. Those people were killed because they angered Li Xiaolua. Anyway, when things don't happen to them, many people think that it is none of their business. But when things happen to them, they will realize how ignorant and ridiculous their previous thoughts were. Especially this time, they had just made a contribution, and Li Xiaolua had no excuse to kill them. So Wu Yufang and the others understood that Li Xiaolua had never wanted to keep them from the beginning to the end, and had always used them as cannon fodder. System prompt: Wu Yufang harbors hatred towards the host, friendship level 36, current friendship level towards the host is 19. System prompt: Wang Hai has become hostile to the host, friendship level 20, and the current friendship level towards the host is 25. With a thud, Wu Yufang fell to his knees on the ground. Boss, what did we do wrong? Since yesterday, we have risked our lives to fight for you. Some of our brothers died, and some were injured. But we haven't complained a single time and have been loyal to you until now. How dare you suddenly kill us without asking why? Even if you want us dead, you should at least give us a reason, right? Wu Yufang is still a little smart. Although his current friendliness level is the lowest among the cannon fodders, he doesn't show it on his face at all. He is even playing the emotional card with Li Xiaolua. He is worthy of being called the best actor. Because Wu Yufang knew that the firepower in Li Xiaolua's hands was too strong. If they dared to resist now, they would basically die. Wu Yufang is actually very regretful now. If he had listened to his brothers yesterday and made some preparations earlier, maybe he would still have a chance to kill Li Xiaolua now. Seeing Wu Yufang's performance, the other men were not fools. They all suppressed the hatred in their hearts and looked at Li Xiaolua with pitiful expressions on their faces. That's right, boss. We have always been loyal to you. We do whatever you tell us to do. Why do you want to kill us? Boss, we've done so much for you. Even if we haven't deserved any credit, we've certainly worked hard, right? You're just going to cross the river and then burn the bridge. How can we ever convince anyone in the future? However, no matter how Wu Yufang and the others performed, Li Xiaolua remained indifferent and was too lazy to even explain. He doesn't need to explain to anyone. Li Xiaolua just glanced at Lin Mengxin indifferently.
Lin Mengxin, do it.
Besides being too lazy to talk nonsense with Wu Yufang and the others, Li Xiaolua also wanted to test Lin Mengxin. Those who are disobedient are not qualified to be members of Li Xiaolua's team.
Of course, it means becoming his real subordinate, not cannon fodder like Wu Yufang and others.
Lin Mengxin hesitated for a moment, then walked towards Wu Yufang and the others with the saber in her hand. In addition to the fact that she had to keep her promise and obey Li Xiaolua's words, it was also because Li Xiaolua's orders did not cross her bottom line. In fact, Lin Mengxin knew that Wu Yufang and others were thugs hired by the owner of Villa Number 10.
Such people were not good people. So even if she killed them, Lin Mengxin would not feel any psychological pressure.
If one day, Li Xiaolua asked her to kill some unarmed women or children, she would definitely not obey the order. At most, she would just return her life to him.
Seeing Lin Mengxin coming over, Wu Yufang quickly got up from the ground.
Beautiful Lin Mengxin, don't listen to Li Xiaolua's nonsense. If you follow a despicable villain like him, he will kill you sooner or later.
Otherwise, let's work together and fight this devil Li Xiaolua. That's right, beautiful Lin Mengxin, lead us to resist Li Xiaolua's atrocities. From now on, you will be our big sister, and we will listen to you in everything.
But Lin Mengxin ignored Wu Yufang and the others. She suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the man closest to her like lightning.
Fuck it, brothers, we're all going to die anyway, let's fight her. Even if we die, we'll take this stupid bitch with us.
Wu Yufang's eyes turned red, and after shouting, he rushed towards Lin Mengxin.
Wu Yufang and his men had not received any professional training, and they did not have any special skills in fighting.
They relied on their numbers and ruthlessness.
Watching Lin Mengxin fight is much more pleasing to the eye.
Her movements are smooth and fast, and each of her attacks is very clean and neat, and can cause damage to the enemy. After a few minutes, Wu Yufang and the others were all lying on the ground. Some people have turned into corpses, while others are seriously injured but still breathing. Wu Yufang covered his abdomen with his hands as the blood continued to flow out, and he looked at Li Xiaolua with an unwilling look on his face.
Li Xiaolua, why do you suddenly want to kill us? We haven't done anything wrong.
Li Xiaolua slowly walked to Wu Yufang and said.
Alright, you're indeed a bit more loyal than them, so I'll let you die knowingly. I'm a master of micro-expression psychology.
Ever since I gave food to Lin Mengxin and the others, you've been dissatisfied, even murderous. Wu Yufang was stunned for a moment, then laughed miserably. Ha, it turns out our deaths weren't unjust. Wu Yufang knew that Li Xiaolua was probably not lying, because he was indeed very dissatisfied at that time. As for his subordinates, they had already had a grudge against Li Xiaolua yesterday, so it was normal for them to have murderous intentions.
Chapter 103, The Forgotten Stealth Reconnaissance Drone.
Wu Yufang and several others were dead, but Lin Mengxin, who killed them, stood there in shock. Originally, Li Xiaolua wanted to kill Wu Yufang and the others. Lin Mengxin thought of many reasons, probably some internal conflicts or something like that. She did feel a little sympathy for Wu Yufang and the others, and she also felt that Li Xiaolua was too ruthless.
But it was not until the conversation between Li Xiaolua and Wu Yufang before their death that Lin Mengxin realized that the cause of the incident was actually because of her and Zhao Min, because of the food Li Xiaolua gave them. This was tacitly acknowledged by Wu Yufang when he died. After all, when a dying person is about to die, his words are good. What Lin Mengxin didn't expect was that Li Xiaolua was also a master of micro-expression psychology. At this moment, Lin Mengxin felt that Li Xiaolua had done nothing wrong. Just because of a little food, Wu Yufang and the others had thoughts of betrayal. People like this really deserve to be killed in this doomsday. Otherwise, will you keep it to stab you in the back? The death of Wu Yufang and the others must have had some impact on Li Xiaolua's actions. However, the impact was not too great. After all, with Lin Mengxin's joining, he still didn't have to do the cleaning of the villa in the back himself. And later on, Lin Mengxin can also take Wang Shanshan and Li Qiaoqiao with her as training. However, Li Xiaolua would not be as casual with his own people like Lin Mengxin as he was with the cannon fodder like Wu Yufang before. Li Xiaolua decided to think of some ways to ensure their safety as much as possible. After all, when people with special abilities have not yet appeared, it is not easy to train a female soldier who is both loyal and capable of fighting. In fact, the best way to ensure the safety of Lin Mengxin and the others is to give them guns. In this way, with Lin Mengxin's strength, few people should be able to hurt them. But now even Qin Yueme and the others are not qualified to carry guns, let alone Lin Mengxin and the others. In Li Xiaolua's opinion, if his people want to be equipped with guns, the first condition is that the woman must have a friendliness level of at least 80.
But at that time, Li Xiaolua could first equip Lin Mengxin and the others with a gun.
There is actually no contradiction in this statement. It is a gun, but there are no bullets.
This way, Lin Mengxin and the others can take out their guns to scare people.
In fact, ordinary people would probably be scared to death or surrender directly even if they were pointed at a fake gun.
And giving them a gun was to let Lin Mengxin and other women practice how to use guns and practice aiming. When they reach a certain level of friendship, Li Xiaoluo will just give it to them, and they will be able to use it immediately.
As for now, we can actually give them a few crossbows.
Before the end of the world, Li Xiaoluo managed to buy several crossbows, but he never had the chance to use them, so they just sat there and were wasted.
And when people with special abilities appear in the future, there will be even less chance to use them.
Because cold weapons were too low class at that time. So now I will give the crossbow to Lin Mengxin and the others to use.
It can be regarded as my care for them as the Lord.
Oh, right, thinking of this, Li Xiaolua suddenly remembered something. When the system super enhanced the Lord's mansion, it upgraded the monitoring system to a super automatic stealth monitoring system. Not only has the monitoring range been greatly improved, but it is also equipped with 2 stealth reconnaissance drones. This stealth reconnaissance drone is not only difficult to detect, but also has super long battery life of up to 10 hours. And its most important ability is that it can transmit the detected information in real time, including images, sounds, etc.
This is good stuff.
For example, when Wu Yufang and his men attacked Villa Number 10, Li Xiaolua only needed to release the stealth reconnaissance drone to know the number of enemies in Villa Number 10, their firepower, ambush locations, and so on.
In war, knowing both yourself and your enemy will ensure victory. As long as you know the enemy's situation clearly, you are basically halfway to victory.
But before that, Li Xiaolua forgot that he also had a stealth reconnaissance drone. System, it's not that you forgot, but that you simply didn't care about the lives of Wu Yufang as cannon fodder.
Don't make excuses for yourself.
Li Xiaolua did it as soon as he thought of it. He immediately summoned a reconnaissance drone through the system, and then controlled the drone to fly towards his next target, Villa Number 4. He needs to verify whether this drone is useful first. The stealth reconnaissance drone was very small and flew smoothly into Villa Number 4 under Li Xiaolua's control. Then the real-time images and voices of people talking in Villa Number 4 immediately appeared on the system screen.
Li Xiaolua's face lit up with joy. This drone is really useful.
But after looking in Villa Number 4 for more than a minute, Li Xiaolua's face looked a little ugly.
Because the scene inside Villa Number 4 was really tragic. Meow meow, bring all your people to Villa Number 3.
I'll be waiting for you there. Li Xiaolua took out the walkie-talkie and contacted Shin Miao Miao. Li Xiaolua originally planned to take only Lin Mengxin, plus Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao, to continue cleaning up the next few villas. However, after seeing some images from Villa Number 4 through the drone just now, Li Xiaolua changed his mind. He decided to call Shin Miao Miao and the others over and let all the women go to Villa Number 4 to take a look.
Let them also feel the true cruelty of the end of the world.
After making this comparison, Shin Miao Miao and the others would understand how happy they were to follow me.
Shin Miao Miao and the others arrived very quickly.
Although it was difficult to move in the outside world now, there was already a snowy road near Li Xiaolua's villa, and people could barely pass through.
Shin Miao Miao and the others entered Villa Number 3.
Before the women had time to say hello to Li Xiaolua, they saw the corpse in the hall.
Many.
However, except for Shin Yanyan, whose face turned a little pale, the other women were relatively calm. For example, Xin Yuemei and Zhao Xiaolu, after Zhou Junjie and those security guards died, they even moved the bodies. So I can be considered someone who has seen big scenes. As for the dead, they said they are now calm, as long as they didn't kill them with their own hands. If they were asked to kill someone with their own hands, it would probably take them some time to get used to it.
There are also Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao. When they were in Zhao Deju's Villa Number 10, they saw many deaths.
Brother Xiaoluo,
are you asking us to come over and clean up the supplies in Villa Number 3? After these days of training, Shin Miao Miao has become much braver than her sister.
Instead of being scared when she saw the corpse, the first thing she thought of was work.
As for why so many people died in this villa?
Were all these people killed by Li Xiaolua?
Shin Miao Miao didn't want to care about so many things.
She just knew that Li Xiaolua treated her very well, and she just had to listen to Li Xiaolua in everything. Li Xiaolua told Shin Miao Miao and the others what happened in Villa Number 3. Although Li Xiaolua did not kill anyone, these people did die because of him. Li Xiaolua had nothing to hide, he had never said that he was a good person.
He's just not that obviously bad. Brother Xiaoluo, please don't take those men in as your subordinates anymore, okay?
Shen Miaomiao didn't care whether those people deserved to die, but when she heard Li Xiaoluo say that several men he had taken in had the intention to rebel and kill Li Xiaoluo, Shen Miaomiao's heart seemed to have stopped beating.
Don't worry, didn't we agree this morning that our team won't hire men anymore? Okay, let's not talk about this for now. We're going to go to Villa number 4 and take a look. You all should come with us. Just think of it as a courage test. Chapter 104 Sun Chenyang in Villa number 4.
The owner of Villa number 4 is Sun Chenyang, who was also a very wealthy man before the end of the world. Sun Chenyang is actually a very famous figure in Longting Villa district, because many people envy him very much. Sun Chenyang is less than 40 years old this year, but he is already the chairman of a listed company with a market value of tens of billions. He also has a beautiful wife and 2 lovely sons.
He can be said to be a winner in life.
But what really made Sun Chenyang famous and envied by others was actually Sun Chenyang's experience. Sun Chenyang used to be an ordinary rural man, and his family had no power or influence. If he followed a normal life trajectory, he would never have become a billionaire and lived in the luxurious Dragon Court Villa.
Even being able to work in the Dragon Court Villa would probably be a luxury. However, by accident, Sun Chenyang saved Li Ziyan, the only daughter of a wealthy man in the city.
After several contacts, Li Ziyan fell in love with the handsome and brave Sun Chenyang. But even though we are in modern society, we still pay great attention to matching each other. Especially when the girl's family is super rich and the boy is a poor boy, such love rarely lasts to the end. Fortunately, Li Jiayan's parents are relatively open-minded people. Their family is not short of money at all, and they have never thought of using their only daughter for a marriage arrangement. What they value more is the character and ability of their son-in-law. Valuing a person's character is to ensure that he will treat his daughter well in the future. Valuing his ability is to ensure that he can protect their family business.
Sun Chenyang was lucky enough to pass the assessment and married Li Jiayan.
Later, when Li Jiayan's parents passed away, Sun Chenyang became the chairman of the company.
And make the company bigger and bigger. Sun Chenyang also became a legendary figure in Longting Villa and the envy of many people.
Especially those men who work in Longting Villa. A poor boy marries a beautiful and rich woman, and finally becomes the head of the family. Who doesn't want to have such a life? However, Sun Chenyang, who is envied by everyone, actually has his own troubles. Sun Chenyang has a younger brother named Sun Shendong, who is 3 years younger than Sun Chenyang. Perhaps because both parents like the youngest son, Sun Shendong has been especially spoiled by his mother since he was a child. For example, when Sun Chenyang was in high school, Sun Shendong was also in junior high school. At that time, their family was relatively poor. Sun Chenyang, a high school student, only has 30 yuan in pocket money each week, which includes his food expenses. Sometimes he wants to buy some study materials but has no money, so he has to eat steamed buns every day. But Sun Shendong, who just entered junior high school, is dressed in designer clothes. Every day, he either skips classes to surf the internet or drinks with friends and picks up girls. His mother gives him 500 yuan pocket money every week, but it is still not enough for him. Sometimes when Sun Shendong had no money to spend, he would follow a group of bad boys to steal things. If you are caught, you have to pay money to redeem the person. This situation did not improve until Sun Chenyang graduated from university and started working on his own. After all, he could earn his own money. But Sun Chenyang's mother would often call him when he got his salary, saying that the family had no money left, and then ask Sun Chenyang for money. Sun Chenyang actually knew that when his mother asked him for money, she must have spent it on Sun Shendong in the end. Because ever since he graduated and started working and earning money, Sun Shendong would come to him every month to complain about being poor. At the beginning, Sun Chenyang would remember that Sun Shendong was still young and was his younger brother, so he would give him some every time. But after a long time, Sun Chenyang realized that this was a bottomless pit, so he stopped giving money to his brother. So Sun Shendong asked him for money through his mother again. If Sun Chenyang doesn't give it to his mother, she will scold him for being unfilial, and Sun Chenyang will feel helpless. Later, the poor boy Sun Chenyang married Li Jiayan and became a real rich man. Then Sun Chenyang took out some money and opened a small company for his younger brother Sun Shendong. This way, Sun Shendong won't be short of money and can finally live in peace. However, Sun Shendong is no longer short of money, but he still has the habit of fighting and causing trouble, and every time Sun Chenyang has to step in to solve the problem. Later, Sun Chenyang could no longer tolerate it. After Sun Shendong was arrested for committing a crime again, even though his mother cried and begged him to save her, he did not show any mercy and directly detained Sun Shendong in the detention center for a year. Moreover, Sun Shenyang also threatened to cut off all ties with Sun Shendong. After coming out of the detention center, Sun Shendong's small company naturally collapsed, and Sun Shenyang seemed to really no longer care about him, and even refused to see him. Sun Shendong has indeed been honest for quite a while. Sun Shenyang thought that his brother had really changed for the better after being in the detention center, and he was very happy.
The day the ice disaster struck happened to be the 10th birthday of Sun Shenyang's eldest son.
So Sun Shenyang specially called Sun Shendong over, hoping to ease the relationship between the brothers.
As long as Sun Shendong really changes, Sun Shenyang is still willing to treat him as his younger brother.
After all, he only has this one younger brother. However, Sun Shenyang did not expect that his son's 10th birthday would be the beginning of the end of the world. In the first few days of the Ice Age, the atmosphere in Villa No. 4 was actually quite harmonious. Although there were many people trapped in Villa No. 4 because of the banquet, there were more than 50 people in total. But precisely because of the banquet, Sun Shenyang bought a lot of food in his villa, which was enough for everyone to eat and drink at the beginning. But starting from the third day, food started to become a little tight, especially since the disaster showed no sign of ending, and many conflicts gradually broke out. Some people complained that there was not enough food and asked Sun Shenyang to give them more food every day. After all, they were all guests at Sun Shenyang's house, so Sun Shenyang had to ensure their meals. Some people complained that they had less food than others, and felt that Sun Shenyang was unfair and that the food portions must be given based on the closeness of their relationship. Some people also quarreled and even fought over issues such as warm clothes, women, sleeping rooms, etc. As the owner of the villa, Sun Shenyang could only try his best to resolve conflicts every time. However, as a result, more and more people began to be dissatisfied with him. On the fifth day, Sun Shendong and one of his friends teased a noble lady. When Sun Shenyang found out, he scolded Sun Shendong harshly. Sun Shendong's eyes turned red at that time. In fact, he had been tolerating Sun Shenyang, the idiot, for a long time. After Sun Shenyang graduated and started working, he earned 5,000 yuan a month. His younger brother would ask him for 3,000 yuan a month for his studies. Every time, he would nag at him for a long time and lecture him in the tone of an elder. Later, Sun Shenyang became rich and became the boss of a company worth tens of billions, but he was only given a small company worth tens of millions. What he could not tolerate the most was that Sun Shenyang did not help him and actually watched him spend a year in the detention center. So Sun Shendong's dissatisfaction has been buried in his heart for a long time. Chapter 105: The Devil in the World. Sun Shendong thought, didn't he just take advantage of a woman? Could it be that Sun Shenyang hasn't read what is said online about the current situation in the world? The country is no longer able to rescue them, and they can only fend for themselves from now on. You can do whatever you want in the future. Now these people have food and drink in their homes. What's wrong with finding a woman to touch after being suppressed for so long? Only Sun Shenyang, this idiot, still wants to be a goody-goody, a savior, and save everyone. Not only do you want to be a pushover, but you also want to mind your own business? Who do you think you are? He is still the same chairman with a net worth of tens of billions. New and old grudges made Sun Shendong, with red eyes, pick up the stool beside him and smash it hard at Sun Shenyang. The friend that Sun Shendong brought with him was called Lu Dajuan. Anyone who could hang out with Sun Shendong was not a good person. He had long been dissatisfied with the fact that their food and supplies had to be distributed by Sun Shenyang. Seeing that Sun Shendong himself was his brother, Lu Dajuan rushed forward and killed him. Soon, Sun Shenyang was beaten to death by his own brother and Lu Dajuan. In fact, when the incident happened, there were quite a few people watching nearby. But apart from a few words of persuasion, no one actually stepped forward to stop it. Sun Shenyang's wife and children were cooking in the kitchen with the maid. When she rushed over, she saw her husband's body, which had been smashed beyond recognition. After killing Sun Shenyang, Sun Shendong gathered everyone in the villa and announced that he had officially taken over everything in the villa. He then announced the establishment of an organization called Doomsday Paradise. From now on, he will be the leader of Doomsday Paradise, Lu Dajuan will be the deputy leader, and there will be several backbone members. From now on, he will be the one who makes the decisions on everything in Villa No. 4, and everyone must obey his orders unconditionally. There are more than 50 survivors in Villa No. 4. The reason why Sun Shendong has the confidence to ask everyone to listen to them is that he and Lu Dajuan have actually prepared for this moment. In fact, they had secretly won over a group of people who were dissatisfied with his eldest brother, and promised to make them the privileged class in the villa in the future, allowing them to eat as much food as they wanted and play with any woman they liked. Among the more than 50 people in Villa Number 4, there are 18 young and strong men, 25 women, and 10 elderly people and children. Among the 18 young and strong men, Sun Shendong and his team recruited a total of 10 people, and most of them were people with strong fighting capabilities such as chefs or bodyguards. Moreover, Sun Shendong and his men had secretly prepared weapons, so when Sun Shendong announced his decision, they already had an absolute advantage. Because if ordinary people are not organized, even if they outnumber the enemy, they are actually just a group of scattered sand and have no way to compete with the organized Sun Shendong and others. After hacking to death several big bosses with extraordinary status before the apocalypse, the remaining people were scared and no one dared to resist Sun Shendong anymore.
But not daring to resist also means the beginning of misery.
On that day, Sun Shendong and his friends set rules in order to save food and supplies for their own enjoyment.
Except for the official members of Doomsday Paradise, the rest are slaves.
Regardless of gender, age, or status, each person only needs 50 grams of food and 100 grams of water per day.
Of course, those who perform well will be rewarded with some extra food.
Giving extra rewards is not because they are kind-hearted, but they do this to let some people see the hope of survival, so as not to force everyone to unite and resist. After this rule was established, several elderly people starved to death or froze to death the next day. Sun Shendong and the others also turned completely evil, too lazy to pretend anymore, and simply killed all the remaining old people and men.
Then I threw it into the villa yard and froze it. Maybe it would be useful in the future.
After only women and children were left, Sun Shendong and his men became even more unscrupulous.
They took pleasure in torturing these women and children every day, especially the children and some ordinary-looking women. They tortured them to death one after another. Fuck, like a dead person, so damn unlucky.
At this time, in the lobby on the first floor of Villa Number 4, Sun Shendong, who had dyed yellow hair, kicked a beautiful lady to the ground, cursing. This beautiful lady is none other than his brother Sun Shenyang's wife and Sun Shendong's sister-in-law, Li Jiayun. Sun Shendong hates everything about his elder brother. In fact, it was just jealousy, so he didn't want any other beautiful women in the villa and just acted like a thief. Of course, due to the weather and the fear that Li Jiayun would kill him in those last few seconds of his trembling, Sun Shendong didn't dare to get in the car. He just let Li Ziyan serve him and let him mold her as he pleased. Looking at the hatred in Li Ziyan's eyes, but having to put on a forced smile, Sun Shendong felt extremely happy. You all looked down on me before, but now you are just my bitch. However, since her two sons were tortured to death yesterday, Li Jiayun has gone crazy. No matter how Sun Shendong beat her with the clothes hanger or threatened her, Li Ziyan's eyes were dull. Sun Shendong felt that he had not had enough fun. He even regretted killing those children too early. After all, it wouldn't be a waste of much food. Sun Shendong went to the bathroom and then returned to the living room.
Bang bang bang.
The sound of a woman being whipped came from the villa. Then there were the screams of a woman crying and begging for mercy. Sun Shendong has long been accustomed to these things. This kind of weather is so cold that it is not easy for humans to reproduce. So some men, in addition to satisfying their masturbation addiction, also like to torture and beat women to get pleasure.
As long as they don't beat all the women to death, Sun Shendong won't care about them.
After all, this was also Sun Shendong's promise at the beginning.
Anyone who is willing to follow him can do whatever he wants.
Fuck, chief, this slave is eating while the food is cooking. Seeing Sun Shendong coming, the man who was beating the woman with a wooden stick stopped and complained to Sun Shendong.
Sun Shendong's eyes suddenly turned cold. These bitches actually dared not to follow the rules he set. It seems that His Majesty is still not enough. Chief, I didn't steal any food. I really didn't steal any food. I was just testing the saltiness of the food. All the food was there. The beaten woman curled up on the ground, her weak face full of fear as she explained with all her might. Because she knew that if she didn't explain, she might never have another chance to explain. No need to explain. My men said you stole it, so you stole it. Which hand did you use to steal the food just now? Show that hand now, and then put it outside the window and freeze it for half an hour. This is the freezing punishment specially invented by Sun Shendong. Chief, The woman turned pale with fear and cried, trying to beg for mercy. Sun Shendong waved his hand, and his men immediately pulled the woman away. With a loud bang, the gate of the villa was suddenly broken open, and then Li Xiaoluo walked in with a group of beauties. Chapter 106 Lin Mingxin wants to kill someone.
In fact, when Li Xiaolua brought a group of women to the courtyard of Villa Number 4, many women vomited directly. This time they really couldn't help themselves. It's not just because there are many corpses in the courtyard of Villa Number 4, but they have actually seen dead people before, so they are not afraid of corpses. But the bodies in the courtyard of Villa Number 4 included not only the elderly, but also children and women. Some of the bodies were completely disfigured, while others were covered in wounds. It can be seen what kind of torture they suffered before their death. All the women, including Shen Miao, felt that their worldview had been impacted once again. Only Li Xiaolua looked calm. As someone who had been reborn once, he had seen too many such things. Even when order was normal before the end of the world, there were still so many people with dark minds. Before the end of the world, injuring or killing people was illegal, but some people still took risks, and some even put their dark thoughts into animals. After the apocalypse, order collapsed, and some people became evil and no different from animals, so they treat people like animals and have no bottom line. When Li Xiaolua led the girls into Villa Number 4, the scene that came into the eyes of Shen Miao and the others made them shudder. There were only 20 to 30 people in the villa, and some women were crawling at the feet of men like dogs, and some women were curled up in the corner with blood all over their bodies. There was also a woman who kept begging the man not to eat anything secretly and not to freeze her hands to death. Seeing a group of people suddenly breaking in, Sun Shandong and the others in the villa were a little confused. In fact, Sun Shandong felt that he had had enough fun in Villa Number 4 today, and he wanted to wait for some time to try to go outside. The first stop he wanted to go to was naturally Villa Number 1 where Li Xiaolua lived. But Sun Shandong didn't expect that before he took any action, someone came to his door first. Originally, Sun Shandong was still a little nervous, fearing that some strong enemy would come. But soon, Sun Shandong felt relieved. There is only one man among the people who came, but there are quite a lot of women. What threat can they pose? Sun Shandong's subordinates were extremely excited. Who are you? Where are you from? Fuck, why are there so many goddesses suddenly appearing? I must be dreaming. Damn it. I was always taught that free lunch doesn't come easy. Isn't it here today? Li Xiaolua hasn't spoken yet. Lin Mengxin said with an extremely cold look in her eyes, Li Xiaolua. Lord, these men are already beasts, let me kill them. On the way to Villa Number 4, Lin Mengxin still felt a little resistant when she knew that Li Xiaolua was going to clean up the survivors in several nearby villas. After all, in her opinion, those owners who took the initiative to cause trouble for Li Xiaolua killed them and even occupied their villas, which was speechless. However, among the owners of several villas nearby, some owners had verbally threatened Li Xiaolua and the owner group, while some did not even make verbal threats. But in order to ensure that no one nearby would disturb him, Li Xiaolua had to kill or drive away all the people in these villas. It's really too overbearing. But after arriving at Villa Number 4, Lin Mengxin wanted to kill more than Li Xiaolua. No, what she killed was not a human being, but an animal. Lord? Kill us? I'm dying of laughter. What a pity. She's pretty and charming, but her brain seems to be broken. It's no fun playing with her like this. Where on earth did these idiots suddenly appear? A man with a group of women dares to speak so shamelessly here? Everyone, stop talking nonsense. No matter if their brains are frozen or not, arrest them first. Damn, that man even broke our front door. We have to repair it later. Don't kill him yet. We must use all the punishments on him before he dies. The men who are still alive in Villa Number 4 have become extremely confident in recent days. They thought that as long as they showed their knives, no one would dare to resist. Weren't all the men and women in the villa like this before? Even before he died, he was begging for mercy. But no one dared to resist. Lin Mengxin, arrest them all first. Don't kill them. Find out the situation here first. Li Xiaolua ignored the arrogance of Sun Shandong and the others, and just said something to Lin Mengxin lightly. He brought so many women here not only to kill them, but more importantly to give them an education. Yes, my lord. On the way here, Li Xiaolua asked Lin Mengxin and Zhao Min to officially join Taoyuan territory, and naturally they also had to call Li Xiaolua lord. At first, Lin Mengxin felt a little awkward with this title, as if she had returned to the feudal society. But after being called so many times, she got used to it. Especially after seeing the tragedy in Villa Number 4, in contrast, she felt that Li Xiaolua was just called the Lord, but the women around him all looked the same as before the end of the world, and there was no numbness or fear in their eyes. So it's just a title, but Li Xiaolua is 1,000 times stronger than these men. Lin Mingxin walked straight towards a man, and the man was not afraid, but smiled.
My dear, yes, just come to me. Don't worry. I won't despise you for having a mental problem.
But before the man could finish his words, Lin Mingxin suddenly kicked him quickly.
Ah!
Before the man could react, he screamed in pain and was kicked out by Lin Mingxin.
Damn, it turns out this woman knows Kung Fu.
At this moment, Sun Chendong and the others finally understood where the confidence of Li Xiaolua and his group came from.
But it seems that only Lin Mingxin is quite capable.
Sun Chendong suddenly felt less worried.
Everyone, fuck this bitch first.
Sun Chendong immediately gave orders to all his men. Sun Chendong's men naturally knew that if they were defeated by this group of people who suddenly appeared, their good days would be over. So everyone was very obedient. After Sun Chendong gave the order, they quickly found usable weapons around them and prepared to deal with Lin Mingxin.
Ah! Another scream.
If Sun Chendong and his people had been prepared and rushed forward, Lin Mingxin might have felt a little pressured and even paid a price. But now, Lin Mingxin took advantage of the time when they were not gathered together and attacked them all the way. Some men were kicked in the groin by her, and some were knocked unconscious by her neck. Lin Mingxin defeated the men one by one with very fierce and accurate attacks, so the men basically lost the ability to continue fighting in one move. Sun Chendong and Lu Dajuan, who were standing at the back, finally looked unhappy. All the combat forces on their side, including themselves, only number 12 people. In just a short while, the woman had already destroyed half of his men. The remaining men had lost their fighting spirit and some were afraid to move forward.
Dajuan, what should we do? Sun Chendong panicked. He didn't want to become a prisoner. Damn it!
This woman is definitely a soldier, maybe even a special forces soldier. If we take a few women hostage, she won't just stand by and watch us die. Lu Dajuan, who was next to Sun Chendong, had a ferocious look on his face, and immediately arranged for the two trusted brothers who followed them to go to the corner and grab the two women.
You bitch, stop it right now. Otherwise I will kill these two innocent women.
Lu Dajuan looked at Lin Mingxin viciously.
Chapter 107. You kill yours, and I kill mine.
After all, Lin Mingxin is not a god.
Although she is skilled and powerful, she cannot kill everyone in an instant.
So she actually discovered that Sun Chendong and his men were taking women hostage, but she was harassed by Sun Chendong's men and was unable to stop them. After she dealt with two more men, there were only 4 people left on Sun Chendong's side, but Sun Chendong's 2 men had each grabbed a woman to block in front of them, and then put a sharp knife on the woman's neck.
As long as Lin Mingxin dared to come forward again, or if their leader Sun Chendong gave the order, they would cut the woman's throat. The women held hostage by the 2 men were all in their 20s.
However, one of the women had a face that looked like an internet celebrity, and when she faced the knife on her neck, her face showed extreme horror and fear. The other woman had an oval face, but her eyes were numb, even though the cold knife had cut her skin and a trace of blood was oozing out. But she remained indifferent, as if death was a relief for her.
Chief, please don't kill me, don't take me hostage, I've always been obedient. The person who spoke was the woman with the internet celebrity face.
She was a pet of a wealthy man before the end of the world, so she was very good at pleasing men. After Villa number 4 was taken over by demons like Sun Chendong, she behaved very obediently, so among all the female slaves, she was the one who suffered the least torture. When Lu Dajuan arranged his men to capture hostages, they could only randomly capture the woman closest to them, so the woman with an internet celebrity face unfortunately became one of the hostages. However, the woman with the internet celebrity face felt that her status was definitely different from that of other female slaves, so she immediately cried and begged Sun Chendong to replace her with another woman as a hostage, as she did not want to be in danger.
Sun Chendong looked at the internet celebrity-looking woman and smiled. Don't ask me, ask the woman across from you.
As long as she stops harming my men and leaves my villa number 4 immediately, I will definitely not kill you. The internet celebrity-looking woman immediately turned around and said to Lin Mingxin, who was standing still and not continuing to attack.
Beauty, please stop immediately. I don't want to die.
Please leave here, we are living well here, we don't need you to meddle in our affairs.
Lin Mingxin was indeed controlled by Lu Dajuan.
She could kill demons like Sun Chendong, but she could not bear to watch these poor women die because of her.
So she didn't attack again. But the words of the internet celebrity-looking woman made Lin Mingxin look very unhappy.
She pointed at the many scarred women kneeling on the ground and huddled in the corner, glaring at the internet celebrity-looking woman.
Is this what you call living a good life? The internet celebrity-looking woman said confidently, "At least we were all alive before you came. But after you came, you might kill us. We become accustomed to this kind of life, so please leave quickly. We don't need anyone to rescue us." Sun Chundong and Lu Dajuan were very satisfied listening to this. This internet celebrity-looking woman performed really well.
If this crisis is over, then they can consider promoting her from a slave to a full member of their doomsday paradise. Lin Mengxin was very angry about the words of the internet celebrity-looking woman, but she did not dare to act rashly. After all, the internet celebrity-looking woman was not the only hostage. Seeing the situation at a stalemate, Li Xiaolua shook his head. He was still too soft-hearted. However, Li Xiaolua did not blame Lin Mengxin. In fact, it was normal for Lin Mengxin to have such a reaction. After all, she was not a thug who had turned into a beast and became cold-blooded and ruthless. She is not a reborn person like Li Xiaolua who has lived 2 lives. I can't be as cold-blooded and ruthless as Li Xiaoluo. Bang! Li Xiaolua took out a pistol and fired directly at the roof. The sound of gunfire immediately scared Sun Chundong and others on the opposite side.
Do these people have guns?
Li Xiaolua glanced at the internet celebrity-looking woman who was speaking and said disdainfully, "Before the apocalypse, you shouldn't have plastic surgery to look like an internet celebrity. Instead, you should make your face bigger so it looks bigger.
You don't need anyone to rescue you? Did I ever say I was here to rescue you? What does your life or death have to do with me?"
The internet celebrity's face turned red after being scolded by Li Xiaolua, but looking at the gun in Li Xiaolua's hand, she didn't dare to say a word. Lu Dajuan looked at Li Xiaolua and said, "Brother, your provocation of retreating to advance is useless to us. Although you have a gun, we can kill a few women before you kill us. So if you don't want these poor women to die because of you, leave our villa immediately." Sun Chundong also grinned and said, "That's right, leave quickly, otherwise it will be a disaster for both of us."
Li Xiaolua smiled and said, "I am actually a person who wins people over with virtue. If you have not offended me, then I will not kill you casually. I might even give you a chance to follow me."
Hearing what Li Xiaolua said, Lin Mengxin's face changed.
"Lord, do you want to take in these scum?"
However, only Shin Miaomio and the others were secretly laughing. They remembered that a few days ago, Li Xiaolua also said the same thing to the group of security guards following Zhou Junjie. They were also worried that they would become part of the same team as the thug security guards, but in the end.
"But you're threatening me with a bunch of women who have nothing to do with me?
Well, let's try it. You kill yours, and I kill mine." As he said that, Li Xiaolua pulled the trigger at Lu Dajuan.
Bang! A gunshot rang out.
Lu Dajuan screamed in pain as he was shot in the inner thigh. Then Li Xiaolua pointed the gun at a man holding a hostage. The man immediately hid behind the internet celebrity-looking woman and shouted in a trembling voice, don't push me, or I will really cut her throat." The internet celebrity-looking woman was so frightened that a stream of water flowed down her crotch. She screamed, "Don't shoot, I'm a woman, how can you stand by and watch someone die?
Do you have any humanity left?" Bang!
Li Xiaolua fired directly, but his shooting skills seemed to be a bit poor, and the shot did not hit anyone.
Hearing the gunshot, the man hiding behind the internet celebrity-faced woman was terrified.
His hand shook and he directly cut the internet celebrity-faced woman's throat. Suddenly, blood gushed out. Then the woman slowly fell down.
Bang!
This time, Li Xiaolua really aimed and shot, directly killing the man behind the internet celebrity-faced woman. "Don't kill me, I surrender." When the other man who held the hostages saw that Li Xiaolua really shot and killed people, he didn't care about the life or death of the hostages at all. He suddenly screamed, threw the knife to the ground, and then knelt on the ground with his hands raised. "I surrender too, and I am willing to follow you, Lord." Seeing this situation, Sun Chundong didn't dare to be tough anymore, and Li Xiaolua had said before that there was a chance to follow him. Although he was somewhat unwilling, Sun Chundong felt that it was more important to save his life first. Chapter 108. The education class was not in vain, the results are very significant. The only 2 men in the villa who were still conscious or uninjured also surrendered. Li Xiaolua did not shoot again. There was no need to waste bullets on these trash. Li Xiaolua asked Lin Mengxin to take Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao to tie up Sun Chundong and the others one by one. When Sun Chundong and the others were tied up, they were actually very nervous, because they knew that once they were tied up, they would have no choice but to let Li Xiaolua do whatever he wanted. This feeling made Sun Chundong and the others feel very insecure. Because when Sun Shendong and his men treated the other men in the villa, they also promised those men that they would not kill them as long as they did not resist. But after those men were tied up by Sun Shendong and his men, Sun Shendong killed them at will. Sun Shendong was afraid that it would be their turn now. They didn't know how Li Xiaolua would deal with them. Are you really willing to accept their following? In fact, as long as there is a slight chance of winning, Sun Shendong and the others don't want to surrender. They don't want to leave their life and death to others, because they have done so many bad things and are really afraid that retribution will fall on their heads. But they had no chance of winning at all. Li Xiaolua not only had a master like Lin Mengxin, but he also had a gun in his hand. How can we fight this? The strength of the two sides is not at the same level at all. Even ants try to survive, so Sun Shendong and the others naturally don't want to die either. And just like when Sun Shendong first established the Doomsday Paradise, he also needed some male trusted men to form a strong team. Therefore, each of Sun Shendong and his friends felt that they had a chance to become the lucky one, and then they could continue to eat and drink delicious food with Li Xiaolua and enjoy the privileges of being superior to others. My lord, tie up all the men securely. Lin Mengxin, along with Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao, tied up all the men and then escorted them to Li Xiaolua. My lord, my name is Sun Shendong. I am the owner of this villa and the leader of the Doomsday Paradise team I founded. But you are more powerful than us. I am willing to lead everyone to submit to you. From now on, you will be our new leader. All our food and all the women in this villa will be given to you, Lord. After Sun Shendong came to Li Xiaolua, he immediately took the initiative to introduce himself, and then expressed his loyalty to Li Xiaolua and presented tribute. Li Xiaolua glanced at Sun Shendong. Are you the owner of Villa number 4? Before the end of the world? There is nothing to ask about this kind of question. After all, there has been no order since the end of the world, and it doesn't matter who the owner of the villa is. Li Xiaolua was simply curious. The young man in front of him looked neither like a successful person nor like a super-rich second generation. In reply to the Lord, my eldest brother was the real owner of this villa before the end of the world, but after his death, I inherited it. Li Xiaolua understood, and as for how his elder brother died, Li Xiaolua also had a rough guess. My lord, how will you deal with me? You said you wouldn't kill us if we hadn't offended you. Li Xiaolua smiled, looked at Sun Shendong and said, don't worry, I still keep my word sometimes. I really won't kill you. Sun Shendong's face lit up with joy. Now they were all captives. If Li Xiaolua said he would not kill them, then he might really not kill them. After all, they are prisoners now, and there is no need for Li Xiaolua to lie to them anymore. It seems that surrendering this time was the right decision. Sun Shendong even sighed that although he was a scum and a villain, there were still many kind people in this world. Not only did Sun Shendong show joy on his face, the other men also breathed a sigh of relief. Great, they really don't kill them. Only the two men who were shot were filled with despair. If they had known that Li Xiaolua would not kill them, why did they resist so fiercely just now? Wouldn't it be better to just surrender? Now they were shot, although they were not hit in the vital parts. If it was before the end of the world, they would definitely not die. But now it's post-apocalypse, and hospitals and other places have closed down long ago. They don't even have medicine. Even if that shot didn't kill them immediately, death was only a matter of time. They can only wait for death slowly. Regret it. However, Sun Shendong and the others didn't get excited for long. Li Xiaolua had already said the second half of the sentence. Killing you will dirty my hands. So I definitely won't kill you, and my people won't kill you either. However, I believe there will be someone interested in your lives. After Li Xiaolua said this, Sun Shendong and the others were stunned. Their emotions were like a roller coaster. Lord, what do you mean by this? We are all sincerely surrendering and want to be loyal to you. You also said that you would not kill us. You can't go back on your word. Li Xiaolua ignored Sun Shendong and said to Lin Mengxin, go and bring those women here. Lin Mengxin nodded and immediately went to execute the order. Soon, more than 20 women were brought over. When they came to Li Xiaolua, more than 10 women immediately knelt on the ground, then crawled to Li Xiaolua's feet and began to lick Li Xiaolua's shoes one after another. There were about 10 women standing there blankly, their eyes lifeless. Seeing the scene, Shin Miao Miao and the others were extremely shocked and sad. Because they knew in their hearts that these women had suffered countless inhuman tortures to become like this. As women themselves, they can empathize the most at this moment. Because in such a chaotic world, without the protection of law and morality, women are naturally weaker than men and not as cruel and ruthless as men. So if these women encounter beasts that have lost their humanity, one can imagine how miserable their fate will be. System prompt: Chinyume is grateful for the life the host has given her. Friendship level +6. The current friendship level towards the host is 76. System prompt: Shinyanyan is grateful for the life the host has given her. Her friendship level is +6. Her current friendship level towards the host is 78. At this moment, a series of prompt sounds rang out from the system. Among the women who followed Li Xiaolua, except Shin Miao Miao, the friendliness of the other women increased to varying degrees. When Li Xiaolua heard these system prompts, she knew that the education class she had specially asked them to come and watch was not in vain. The results are still very significant. Especially after experiencing this incident, even if I am very strict with them in the future, they will definitely feel very happy. Another thing to say is that the reason why Shin Miao Miao's friendliness level has not increased is because her current friendliness level is 89. A friendliness level of 80 is a big threshold, and 90 is also a big threshold, both of which are relatively difficult to achieve. Chapter 109: 100,000 Willing Women. Speaking of which, Li Xiaolua counted the number of people he currently had, and there were actually only 9 people in total. Zhou Xiaotong, friendship level 88. Shin Miao Miao, friendship level 89. Shin Yanyan, friendship level 78. Qin Yuemei, friendship level 76. Zhao Xiaolu, friendship level 75. Wang Shanshan, friendship level 73. Li Chaoqiao, friendship level 72. Zhao Min, friendship level 68. Lin Mengxin, friendship level 69. Except for Zhao Min and Lin Mengxin who joined at the end, the friendship levels of the other women are already over 70. According to the system's standards, a friendship level of over 70 is definitely considered a trusted subordinate. It can be seen that the results of this educational class are very good. Returning to reality, Li Xiaolua looked at the women brought over by Lin Mengxin. Most women are indeed very miserable and have suffered a lot of torture. It can only be said that these women are really unlucky and have encountered a group of demons. Otherwise, the end of the world has just begun, and most people will do bad things to survive, but they will not be too cruel. Even people like Zhao Daiju in Villa Number 10 were not good people before the end of the world, but they would not enjoy torturing others. At most, we will kill those who disobey. Everyone, listen up. I've taken over this villa. From now on, it's mine. Also, all the supplies and people inside the villa are my spoils. Now, can anyone tell me what happened here before we arrived? Maybe you'll have a chance for revenge. Li Xiaolua looked at the women kneeling on the ground. Although the effect of this education class was very good just by looking at the scene, Li Xiaolua still wanted these women to tell what they had experienced so as to give Shin Miao Miao and others more warnings. However, the women kneeling on the ground all lowered their heads, and no one dared to speak. Not to mention those women with numb expressions, they seemed like the walking dead. No one wants to say it? I don't know what happened here before, but Sun Shendong is right. Even if he did a lot of evil things, he never offended me and has no grudge against me, so I have no reason to kill them. Originally, I am a person who is willing to help others, especially those who are weak. If you tell me what happened here and what harm you suffered, I might give you a chance for revenge. You will have the chance to pay back all the harm that Sun Shendong and his men have done to you. But now it seems that there is an opportunity before you, but you don't want to take revenge? Well, I respect your choice. However, this time, before Li Xiaolua could finish her words, some of the women in the group finally became excited. No, I want revenge. Will you really let us take revenge? I want revenge too. I dream of revenge, but won't they take revenge on us in the future? How could they not want revenge? How could they not want to cut those people who hurt them, Sun Shendong, into pieces with their own hands? However, many women had heard before that Sun Shendong had surrendered to Li Xiaolua, so Sun Shendong might be Li Xiaolua's subordinate in the future, and his status would definitely be higher than that of slaves like them. The reason why they have this idea is that in the team established by Sun Shendong after the apocalypse, men are the core members. After all, fighting and other things must rely on men. They women can only become slaves, serving them every day and letting them vent their emotions at will. That's why they didn't dare to say anything when Li Xiaolua questioned them for the first time, fearing that they would be tortured even more miserably in the future. However, Li Xiaolua's next words made them unable to bear it any longer. They don't know whether Li Xiaolua is a good person or whether they can believe what he says. But they can't accept Li Xiaolua saying that they don't want revenge. Some women can be said to be thinking about revenge all the time, thinking about how to kill those beasts like Sun Shandong. But they have always buried their hatred deep in their hearts and dared not show it at all. But no matter what time, there will always be brave people. So after Li Xiaolua finished speaking, they stood up. Li Xiaolua looked at the women who were talking and said slowly, "Will Sun Shandong and the others retaliate against you in the future? That depends on you, not me." I said, "I have no hatred against Sun Shandong and the others, I will not kill them. But since I'm giving you a chance for revenge, it depends on how you act. If you just slap them a few times, they'll definitely get revenge on you later. But if you turn them into those frozen corpses outside, how will they ever get revenge on you?" Hearing Li Xiaolua's words, more and more women's eyes showed a dazzling light, as well as the immense hatred that had been suppressed in their hearts. They all understood that Li Xiaolua wanted them to kill Sun Shandong and the others. Maybe he just wants to use them to kill people. But they are absolutely willing. Even some of the women who were originally like zombies had excitement in their eyes. Suddenly, a lady with outstanding temperament knelt down in front of Li Xiaolua. "Sir, my name is Li Zian. Can I speak for you? I know everything that happened here best, because I used to be the mistress of this villa and the sister-in-law of that beast Sun Shandong." "Okay, then go ahead and tell me." So Li Zian quickly told what happened in Villa number 4 and the situation of the two brothers Sun Shenyang and Sun Shandong. Li Xiaolua had also learned something new. She had never thought that Sun Shandong was such a ruthless person. He killed his own brother and even spared the child. However, Li Xiaolua felt that the root of the feud between the two brothers Sun Shenyang was actually that his mother was too partial to him, which caused Sun Shandong to suck blood from his brother Sun Shenyang like a leech, and he never showed a trace of gratitude. But I take it for granted. Once Sun Shenyang stops him from sucking blood, Sun Shandong will immediately feel resentful. Logically speaking, normal parents would not be so biased, unless there is some story behind this. It's just like Li Xiaolua's own life experience. If the end of the world had not happened in his previous life, he would never have thought that he had no blood relationship with his father. Before the end of the world, the news reported that the three sons were not their biological children. This kind of thing is really nothing new. However, Li Xiaolua was not interested in knowing what was going on in Sun Shandong's family. Li Xiaolua looked at Li Zian and other women and said, "I'm a man of my words. I'll give you 10 minutes. You can do whatever you want with these men. Whether you want to bleed them or cut them into pieces, it's all up to you. If you need any tools, I'll do my best to provide them." Li Zian and the other women were stunned for a moment, and then they became extremely excited. This is true, they can really deal with devils like Sun Shandong. It's okay to kill. It seems that Li Xiaolua really has no intention of taking them in as his subordinates, not even keeping them as slaves. After the excitement, Li Jiayan and all the other women immediately took action. They only had 10 minutes, and they had to make good use of every second of these 10 minutes. Chapter 110 Your Brother Deserves to Die. Li Zian and her group of women came to Sun Shandong. They were thinking about how to make these beasts die in the most miserable way possible so as to avenge themselves or their loved ones. Then a woman couldn't help it first, and she slapped a man hard. The man who was beaten subconsciously started cursing at the woman. "Fuck, you slutty slave, you bitch, how dare you slap me? I really regret not chopping off all your fingers and feeding them to the dogs." Now men like Sun Shandong are already prisoners and are being dealt with by these women. They should just keep a low profile. Maybe if you act more pitiful, you can suffer less. But men like Sun Shandong were used to being superior and used to beating, scolding and torturing these women at will. They couldn't adapt to the sudden change of identity all of a sudden. So when I wanted to admit defeat, what came out of my mouth was insults. And his words did indeed ignite the powder keg, and made the woman think about how to kill this man. "Don't you regret that I have tortured me enough? Don't you regret not chopping off all my fingers one by one and feeding them to the dogs? Since you regret not doing something, I will satisfy you." The woman took a knife next to her. This was the original weapon of Sun Shandong and the others, and it was a tool that Li Xiaolua allowed them to use. Pointing a finger at the man. "Ah! Ah!" The man's shrill screams soon resounded through the sky. Although it was not their turn yet, Sun Shandong and the others who were tied up on the side were filled with immense remorse at this moment. They should have thought of it earlier that there might not be a good ending after surrendering. After all, that's how they treated others in the past. But when it was their turn to be captured, they thought that everyone else was kind and had a bottom line, and would not easily hurt those who surrendered.
After all, international law says that prisoners cannot be killed. Besides, we are a country of etiquette. Isn't our country the most rule-abiding? Aren't the people the kindest?
But what Sun Shendong and the others didn't expect was that after Li Xiaolua captured them, he did not kill them, but was 10,000 times more cruel than if he had killed them personally. Because Li Xiaoluo handed their lives to this group of women who were tortured by them and were no longer recognizable as human beings. Sun Shendong and the others could imagine what would happen to them if they fell into the hands of these women.
That would definitely be worse than death, a life worse than death.
I'm afraid the most painful words they know can't describe it. The most important thing is that, in addition to the physical pain of being tortured by these women, Sun Shendong and others also have to endure mental torture because people sometimes care most about face. Many people can accept being humiliated by the strong or the leaders, but absolutely cannot accept being humiliated by people of similar level. Not to mention these women, who were their slaves before. But when he saw Li Jiayan walking towards him with a hammer in her eyes full of hatred, Sun Shendong immediately backed down.
Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong, please forgive me again. Ha, forgive you again?
Li Ziyan looked at Sun Shendong and suddenly smiled.
Li Ziyan's laughter made Sun Shendong even more uneasy. Sister-in-law, I was truly wrong. I truly know I was wrong.
I simply hated my brother for putting me in the detention center, so I acted impulsively that day and accidentally killed him. But my brother is dead now.
The dead cannot be resurrected. I am the only male heir in our family now.
If I die, our family will be extinct.
Please, sister-in-law, forgive me one more time.
Li Ziyan continued to laugh and looked at Sun Shendong. No, I don't blame you for killing your brother, because he deserved to die.
Sun Shendong was stunned. Sister-in-law, I don't know how to respond to what you said.
Your brother is good in every way, but he values your relationship too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sucked dry by you time and time again, dragged down by you, yet forgive you time and time again. I've argued with him several times about you, but he promised to cut off all ties with you. But in the end, he softened his heart again and again. Now you've killed him, so you can't blame anyone else. He deserved to die. But my son, they didn't deserve to die. I will repay you 1,000 times, 10,000 times for the harm they suffered.
Ah! Ah!
Soon, screams were heard from inside the villa.
Vomit! After watching for more than 10 seconds, Shen Miaomiao and the others immediately ran to the side to vomit.
Only Li Xiaolua and Lin Mengxin continued to watch. Sun Shendong and the others knew that it was useless to beg those women, so they screamed and begged for mercy from Li Xiaolua again.
My lord, I surrender sincerely. You can't go back on your word and let them hurt us.
Ah, sir, I'm a good fighter. I'll definitely be much more useful than these women if you keep me around.
Fuck you. You promised to accept our surrender, and you cheated us. Even if we become ghosts, we won't let you go, ah.
However, no matter how Sun Shendong and the others begged for mercy or cursed, Li Xiaolua remained indifferent. If there really are evil ghosts, they have done so many cruel things before and they are not afraid of them, so what should Li Xiaolua be afraid of? In less than 10 minutes, the screams in the villa stopped.
But many women are still madly outputting. Until they are completely exhausted.
System prompt: Li Ziyan is grateful to the host for letting her take revenge personally.
Friendship level plus 25. The current friendship level towards the host is 79.
System prompt: Zhang Yan is grateful to the host for letting her take revenge personally.
Friendship level plus 20. Current friendship level towards the host is 76. A series of prompt sounds rang out.
After killing Sun Shendong and the others with his own hands, the friendliness of almost all women increased wildly. Half of the friendship levels directly exceeded 70, and the remaining friendship levels also reached above 60. But Li Xiaolua was not too surprised, nor was there any surprise. The reason why it is not surprising is that even Wang Shanshan and Li Chaoqiao's friendship level increased so much after they took revenge personally, let alone these women. The reason why there was no surprise was that among these women, there were no people with special talents, no female soldiers like Lin Mengxin who could be of great use in the early stages, and not even any stunning beauties with outstanding temperament like Zhao Min. So for Li Xiaoluo, no matter how friendly these women are, they will not bring much surprise to Li Xiaoluo. Even Li Xiaoluo was wondering whether to accept them. In fact, up to now, Li Xiaoluo has been implementing a policy of elite troops, and he will not want every woman. But after thinking about it, Li Xiaoluo decided to give these women a chance. There are still a few villas to be cleaned up later, it depends on their performance. If you behave well, are obedient, courageous, and valuable, then Li Xiaolua will give them a chance to become temporary members of Taoyuan territory. That is right, any woman who joins in the future can only be temporary members unless approved by Charlotte Li.
Chapter 111. Their lord is still very humane.
Of course, another reason why Li Xiaolua gave these women a chance was because of their experiences. Everyone knows the catfish effect. By keeping these women in the team, no matter whether they are the ones who joined earlier like Shin Miaomiao or the women who join Li Xiaolua's team later, they will know how to cherish it more and know that Li Xiaolua is a good leader. Li Xiaolua gathered Li Ziyan and others together.
Listen up, everyone.
Sun Chandong and his men have gotten what they deserved.
Now it's your turn to be dealt with.
Hearing Li Xiaolua's words,
many women trembled subconsciously. Don't they know what fate will await them?
But even if Li Xiaolua would kill them, they felt that they could die with peace of mind. Li Xiaolua ignored what they were thinking and just continued speaking. I've said it before, this villa will be my territory from now on, and you will all be my spoils. But I never like to force others, and not everyone is qualified to follow me. So I'm giving you a chance, you can choose to stay or leave. Those who choose to stay, I'll have someone take you to villa number 5.
I might make you fight, or even kill someone.
If your performance satisfies me, then you'll be eligible to follow me and become a temporary member of the team. If you perform well in the future, you'll have the opportunity to become a full-time member.
If anyone chooses to leave, I won't kill you. You can take anything you can from villa number 4. Even if you can't leave in the freezing cold, I can send you to the property management office. As for whether they'll take you in and whether you can survive, that depends on your luck.
Li Xiaolua is not a bloodthirsty person, he is just an unreasonable person. Although he wanted to clean out the people in villas 2 to 10, it was impossible that all the people in these villas were bad people like those in Villa 10. Although some villa owners had threatened him in the owner group or privately, not everyone living in the villa deserved to die. As long as there is no malice in their friendship and they are willing to leave the territory designated by Li Xiaoluo, then Li Xiaoluo can let them leave alive. And he could take away their food. What Li Xiaoluo wanted was the land of these villas, and he didn't even look at the food in their villas. However, if someone thinks that they are the owners of these villas because they lived in them first, and can reason with Li Xiaolua, then I'm sorry. Li Xiaolua's point is that he has the final say on everything within his territory. After hearing the choice given by Li Xiaolua, Li Ziyan, and the others finally felt less worried. They are now Li Xiaolua's captives, and they are all women. In fact, Li Xiaolua has no need to give them a choice. Li Xiaolua can arrange them however he wants, and they can only obey. Even if they were treated like those men like Sun Chandong, Li Ziyan, and the others would not be able to resist at all. And now that Li Xiaolua has given them the opportunity to choose, it means that Li Xiaolua has no intention of enslaving them at all. Although according to what Li Xiaoluo said, if they chose to stay and follow Li Xiaoluo, then they would have to obey orders in everything, and might be like servants, but at least they would not be tortured. This is 1,000 times better than the previous days. After experiencing this ordeal, none of these women think that there will be gender equality after the end of the world. There will still be a democratic society.
Sir, I am willing to follow you. My lord, I am willing too. I do, too.
Soon, after hesitating for a while, the women, led by someone, rushed to express their opinions. Before, they dreamed of escaping from Sun Chandong's clutches and no longer being controlled and tortured by a man. But now it's Li Xiaoluo's turn, and they are willing again. First of all, Li Xiaoluo helped them get revenge, so their friendship level increased significantly.
Are they all very grateful to Li Xiaoluo now?
Secondly, although Li Xiaoluo allowed them to leave and gave them freedom, how far could they go?
Moreover, once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Even if they go to other places, what if they encounter demons like Sun Chandong and others again? So why are they still bothering themselves?
They might as well just follow Li Xiaolua. Seeing that all the women chose to stay, Li Xiaolua could only say that there was nothing that could be done about her charm. Of course, even if they are willing to stay, Li Xiaolua may not want them. It depends on their own performance later. Li Xiaolua asked Shin Miaomiao to take her logistics staff to find the food in the villa first, and then take some out to share with Li Ziyan and the others. They are going to work outside soon, and they need to eat something to keep themselves healthy.
After all, Li Xiaolua wants to treat them as men.
Then, while Li Ziyan and the others were recovering their strength, Li Xiaolua released a stealth drone to investigate the situation in the villas behind. There are 3 survivors in villa number 5, 2 women and 1 man, all of them are in their 40s or 50s, and they pose no threat. Villa number 6, the drone looked around and found that everyone in the villa was dead. In Villa number 7, some bad things are happening. There are a few thugs, but Lin Mingxin can deal with them. After looking at the conditions in the remaining villas, Li Xiaolua basically had a general idea of the situation. He didn't need to go to the next few villas personally, he could just let Lin Mingxin lead the team to clean them up. Anyway, he has drone monitors and walkie-talkies, so he can know their situation at any time and provide immediate support if any accident occurs. First of all, I can secretly observe the performance of Lin Mingxin and the new women. After all, Li Xiaolua was also an employee before, so he naturally knew that if the boss was around, everyone would pretend to be serious, and the employee's true performance would not be seen at all. Secondly, Li Xiaolua didn't keep these women to eat for free. From now on, whether they are doing logistics work within the territory, daily patrols, or going out to fight, it's all their job. Lord Li Xiaolua will not do it himself unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, he still has to have the dignity that a lord should have. Li Xiaolua established his power and recruited people, wasn't it just so that he could retreat behind the scenes? So they have to train more and go through the training of life and death. After the women replenished their strength, Li Xiaolua gathered all the women together. Lin Mingxin, you will lead the team to clean up the villas at the back, starting from Villa 5 and continuing to Villa 9. We must complete the cleanup this morning. Then, you have to rate each of these new women based on their performance during the operation. Li Xiaolua's plan is to clean up the nearby villas in the morning, and then he can take out some supplies that can be stored outside from the system space and store them in these cleared villas. In the afternoon, he can go outside to continue shopping for free. Yes, my lord. Lin Mingxin stood straight and responded loudly. However, Lin Mingxin asked again, Lord, what should we do with the survivors in the villa? This is easy. Find the survivors you meet in villas 5 to 9. If you think they're talented, you can have them join Li Zian and the others in this assessment team. But remember, we in Taoyuan territory only recruit women. Then, if you encounter the same situation as in Villa number 4, you can decide how to kill those thugs. Finally, if they are ordinary survivors with no special abilities and you think they are not dangerous, then you can drive my snowmobile to take them to the property management building. Let them take as much of the supplies in their villa as they want, regardless of whether they own them or not. After Li Xiaolua finished saying these words, all the women suddenly felt that their lord was still very humane. Chapter 112 Lin Mingxin's biggest concern. Lin Mingxin took about 20 women out of Villa number 4 and went to carry out the mission. Originally, when they were in Villa number 3, Du Yulong wanted to give her and his wife Zhao Min to 2 bodyguards to play with. Lin Mingxin already had a strong aversion to men. After seeing what happened in Villa number 4, she no longer felt any pressure about Li Xiaolua's order to clean up the villas behind, and was even very willing to do so. Because she also knows that after the apocalypse, most women are at an absolute disadvantage. As long as the men around them turn evil, women will definitely be victims. If there is a situation like that in Villa number 4 again, she will save as many people as she can. And the women like Li Zian who followed Lin Mingxin now hate all men except Li Xiaolua. If they find men bullying women again, they will torture them to death. This was also authorized by Lord Li Xiaolua. For those inhuman beasts, they can decide how they die at will. Your lordship needs no prisoners. Lin Mingxin and the others are very fast. Villa number 5 encountered no resistance and was easily taken. After they entered Villa number 6, they found that everyone in the villa had starved to death. There were 3 thugs in Villa number 7. After seeing that Lin Mingxin and the others were women, they actually took the initiative to open the door of the villa and let Lin Mingxin and the others in. After Lin Mingxin and the others entered the villa, the thugs in Villa number 7 immediately revealed their ferocious faces. They said that as long as Lin Mingxin and the others were obedient and served them well, they would be able to eat their fill and have meat every day. Looking at the bloodshot eyes of those men, Lin Mingxin quickly understood what the meat they were talking about was. Lin Mingxin originally wanted to give these beasts a quick death because she had no habit of torturing people. However, in the end, Lin Mingxin chose to learn from the Lord. After defeating these 3 inhuman beasts, Lin Mingxin planned to hand them over to Li Zian and others for disposal. When it comes to torturing people, Lin Mingxin admits that she is not as good as these women. There are some things that you will never feel or do unless you experience them yourself. In addition, Lin Mingxin did not personally take action against the 3 thugs this time. She just stood by and directed Li Zian and others to take action. This is a task assigned by Li Xiaoluo, which is a test for them. If they want to follow Li Xiaoluo, they must demonstrate their value and courage.
And Lin Mingxin will give each of them a score.
Originally, although women like Li Zian were not old, most of them were under 35 years old. However, before the apocalypse, they were either noble ladies or ordinary women, and they had basically no experience in fighting. But after being rescued by Li Xiaoluo, especially after killing Sun Shindong's men with their own hands, their courage increased a lot. It turns out that if the demons who had tortured them for so long were stabbed, they would feel heart-wrenching pain and would beg for mercy humbly. So now they also believe that as long as they have enough courage, they can kill these thugs. Of course, there was also Lin Mengxin directing them on how to cooperate and attack. After 4 or 5 women suffered some minor injuries, the 3 thugs were scared and surrendered. Because they could see that Lin Mengxin was definitely a master, but Lin Mengxin did not take any action, but used them to practice on this group of women. Moreover, in the minds of several thugs, Lin Mengxin and the others were a group of women, so even if they surrendered, these women would not really do anything to them. Maybe after waiting for a few days together and everyone getting familiar with each other, they will take the initiative to merge with them. But soon the thugs regretted their decision because they saw how cruel the woman could be. I'm afraid that even after going to the underworld, they will still have psychological trauma. Li Xiaoluo had been monitoring Lin Mengxin and the others' performance through a stealth drone. Overall, she was very satisfied with their performance. Lin Mengxin has a high level of fighting ability. Before the psychic appears and before she encounters thugs with guns, she is basically like a god of war. Women like Li Jiayun dare to kill people, especially men, and they show no mercy at all, saving Li Xiaoluo the trouble of doing it himself. Yes, they are much more useful than Wu Yufang's previous cannon fodder. And they are all friendly enough, so you don't have to worry about being stabbed in the back all the time. They grow fast too. Even if they were given time, Li Xiaoluo believed that they could take over all the territories in the Longting Villa district for Li Xiaoluo and occupy the entire villa district. However, Li Xiaoluo felt that there was no need to go through so much trouble. His goal was to clear out the few villas near him. This can not only eliminate danger, but also provide some warehouses for temporary storage of supplies. Although using those luxurious villas as warehouses may have never been done before. As for the entire Longting Villa district, when most people have died, it will naturally be his territory. Now, in Li Xiaoluo's eyes, all the owners of the Longting Villa district are poor. If they don't come to seek death on their own initiative, Li Xiaoluo really doesn't bother to pay attention to them. This is why when Li Xiaoluo asked Li Zian and the others to choose whether to stay or leave, he allowed them to take anything away. Because there was basically nothing in their villa that Li Xiaoluo could take a fancy to. In their eyes, a piece of bread or a bottle of water may be extremely precious. But these foods are in Li Xiaoluo's house, and even the dog won't eat them. After watching Lin Mengxin for a while, Li Xiaoluo had a rough idea of their performance and no longer needed to keep watching what happened next. Li Xiaoluo took Shin Miaomiao and the others back to Villa Number 3 and asked them to continue sorting out the useful supplies in Villa Number 3. Then Li Xiaoluo came to Villa Number 2 by himself. Li Xiaoluo released thousands of tons of salt, cigarettes, and other supplies from the system space. These supplies would not go bad if left outside. In this way, when Li Xiaoluo goes out to buy for free, he can collect thousands of tons more supplies. Doesn't it smell good? At 12 noon, Lin Mengxin had completed Li Xiaoluo's mission, and there were no more survivors spying on him in the area near his villa. When Lin Mengxin led the team back, she reported the results of the battle to Li Xiaoluo. During this cleanup mission, a total of 5 thugs were killed and 6 enslaved survivors were rescued. Among them, 2 women performed very well, so Lin Mengxin kept them. No one on our side died, only a few women were slightly injured. Then there are the spoils, which is actually what Lin Mengxin is most worried about. Because there was no food left in the villas they had just occupied, otherwise people in some villas would have starved to death, and in some villas, cannibalism had already occurred. Lin Mengxin is now very worried about the team's food problem. Li Xiaoluo looked at the 2 new women, who looked to be in their 20s. Their friendliness level was around 60, which was pretty good. Li Xiaoluo was going out for some free shopping in the afternoon, so he gathered all the women together. Including Shin Miaomiao and the others, the number of people in Taoyuan territory has now reached 30, which is quite large. This was also the issue that Lin Mengxin was most worried about just now. In the face of such a disaster, it was very difficult to support herself, let alone support so many people. Chapter 113 Women's Food Standards. Of course, Lin Mengxin's thoughts are only from the perspective of an ordinary survivor. But she didn't know yet that Li Xiaoluo was not an ordinary person at all.
If Li Xiaolua wanted to, he could have easily stockpiled several thousand tons of food before the end of the world. Now, let alone feeding 30 people, he could have no problem feeding 3,000 people. And after the end of the world, he can also go out and buy anything for free. As long as he wants, there will be no shortage of food in the short term. But Li Xiaolua is not a savior. He is not so great as to save everyone he sees and then use the food he has spent for free to feed the survivors. Everyone has his own destiny. Li Xiaolua will only take in those who are valuable to him. It also means that they did not deserve to die. So the food problem for more than 30 people is really just a drop in the bucket for Li Xiaolua. After Li Xiaolua gathered all the women, more than 30 women looked at Li Xiaolua with burning eyes, waiting for his speech. Shen Miaomiao's eyes were naturally full of tenderness, almost melting Li Xiaolua's heart. Today's events had indeed deeply touched her, and made her more aware of the happiness that Li Xiaolua had brought her. As for Qin Yuemei and the others, they had already learned about the situation online through their mobile phones and were very grateful to Li Xiaolua from the bottom of their hearts. But after seeing what happened in Villa number 4 today, my gratitude reached its peak. Moreover, as their friendship level increased significantly, there was a hint of different emotion in their eyes when they looked at Li Xiaolua. As for the remaining women, they were all extremely grateful to Li Xiaolua, thanking Li Xiaolua for saving them from suffering and giving them the chance to survive. You are all excellent and have already passed my preliminary assessment. I now officially declare that you will join my Taoyuan territory and become temporary members of the Taoyuan territory. After you join Taoyuan territory, I will provide you with shelter, food, and security. And all you have to do is be obedient, loyal, and work for me. As long as you are obedient and follow my rules, no one will hurt you in the future. Lin Mengxin. Arrive. I now appoint you as the captain of our Taoyuan Territory Armed Forces Security Team. You will be responsible for the security and defense of our territory. From now on, you will be under my direct jurisdiction. From the women who just followed you on the mission, you will select the 20 best performers to become your squadron's female soldiers. From now on, you will be responsible for their management and training. Train them according to the standards of a pre-apocalyptic force. I want them to become a true female squadron. Lin Mengxin saluted and said loudly, "Yes, Lord, I promise to complete the task." In fact, Lin Mengxin had some things in her heart that she didn't say. She naturally had no problem being the captain to train female soldiers. She liked this kind of job. However, when female soldiers are training, they naturally need to consume a lot of physical energy, so they definitely need a lot of food to replenish their physical strength. But it's the end of the world now, where is the food left to be wasted like this? But her habit is to obey orders first, and then discuss any problems in private. Miao Miao, the people left over from Lin Mengxin's selection will all be assigned to your logistics department, and you will be responsible for their management. From now on, the management and distribution of all supplies in Taoyuan County, as well as the arrangement of accommodation and meals for personnel, and other logistical work, will all be the responsibility of your logistics department. Shen Miaomiao said softly, "Brother Xiaoluo, I will try my best." After the arrangements were almost done, Li Xiaolua asked everyone to disperse and start the official work. However, the two responsible persons, Shen Miaomiao and Lin Mengxin, surrounded Li Xiaolua and did not leave. "Tell me, what else is wrong?" Shen Miaomiao spoke first, "Brother Xiaoluo, it's noon now. How is their food standard calculated? Is it the same for the female soldiers in the logistics department and the security team?" Lin Mengxin didn't say anything, but she was obviously here for this matter too. "Miao Miao, the treatment of the territory's personnel cannot be the same. How about this? For the time being, the basic food for the logistics department is 2 white steamed buns a day. Then, based on their performance, you can reward them with some food, vegetables, etc. In fact, 2 steamed buns a day will definitely not make a woman feel full, even if she has a small appetite. But compared to their previous experiences, it was already pretty good. Of course, Li Xiaolua didn't want to save food by starving them. He just wanted to prevent those women from thinking that he had plenty of food and that they could eat and drink their fill just by working lightly every day. Li Xiaolua needs them to have a sense of urgency and needs them to know that only by working hard and performing well every day can they get precious food. And those who perform poorly can't blame others if they go hungry. It also gives Shen Miaomiao some rights, allowing her to reward some food so that the people below can eat their fill. In this way, the people below will be more grateful to Shen Miaomiao and obey Shen Miaomiao's orders more. Charlotte Li continued. Next are the female soldiers from the security team. Their initial training will undoubtedly be quite physically demanding. So, double their basic food intake and give them one stewed meat dish daily. If they perform well, you can also give them rewards like soda and fruit.
Hearing what Li Xiaolua said, Lin Mengxin immediately grinned. The Lord still understood the hard work of these female soldiers. However, Lin Mengxin said with some concern, "My lord, we didn't harvest much food from those villas.
If this continues, I'm afraid our food won't last long."
Li Xiaolua waved his hand and said to Lin Mengxin, "Your mission is to train a team of female soldiers who can fight for me.
You don't have to worry about food.
I have a snowmobile, and I will go out to look for food in the afternoon." In fact, there was no shortage of food in Li Xiaolua's space, and his main purpose of going out in the afternoon was not to find food. However, Li Xiaolua's words could better reflect the dangerous things that he, the Lord, did for them. Only then can we leave behind a great and glorious image. Sure enough, after hearing Li Xiaolua's words, Lin Mengxin's friendliness immediately increased by 2 points. After arranging things at home, Li Xiaolua drove the snowmobile slowly towards his goal for the day. This time, Li Xiaolua had 2 targets for buying things for free. One was a warehouse in a large grain and oil wholesale market. It was said that the grain and oil reserves here would reach tens of thousands of tons before the end of the world. Then, not far from this large grain and oil wholesale warehouse, there is a large Carrefour supermarket. Li Xiaolua planned to collect the food from the grain and oil wholesale warehouse first, and then go to Carrefour supermarket to buy some for free. In the Doomsday, although food is definitely the most important thing, sometimes daily necessities are also indispensable. If there is no shampoo when washing your hair or no toilet paper when going to the toilet, it would be a headache. Especially for Li Xiaoluo, he is barely surviving in the apocalypse in this life, he still needs to enjoy life. The snowmobile was speeding, and Li Xiaolua soon drove the snowmobile to the grain and oil warehouse. Li Xiaolua got out of the car fully armed with a bulletproof vest and a bulletproof helmet on his head. As for the weapon, he didn't hold it in his hand. As long as there was danger, he could take out the gun from the system space at any time. The grain and oil wholesale market was very quiet, and there seemed to be no signs of any survivors. But Li Xiaolua was not here to rescue anyone. He directly raided the warehouse of the grain and oil wholesale market, leaving not a single grain of rice behind wherever he went.
Chapter 114: 2 groups of survivors in the mall.
After storing all the food in the grain and oil wholesale warehouse into the system space, Li Xiaolua looked at the total number.
The rice is 3,000 tons. The flour is 1,200 tons. The amount of cooking oil is 1,000 tons.
These 3 items alone weigh almost 5,000 tons.
Then there were some miscellaneous foods.
Li Xiaolua collected almost 6,000 tons of food in total.
Wow, Li Xiaolua said that if he ate all this food by himself, he might not be able to finish it in his lifetime.
However, for ordinary survivors, even moldy and expired food is extremely precious. But for Li Xiaolua, such a large amount of food did not make him too excited. Maybe it was because they had no shortage of food and drink, so Li Xiaolua's excitement disappeared. This is like if you were the richest man before the end of the world, and you were already worth billions. Even if you suddenly earned a lot of small goals, for you, it would just be a change of numbers.
It seems there is really nothing to be excited about.
Li Xiaolua said that he never thought that one day he would have such happy troubles. After leaving the grain and oil wholesale warehouse, Li Xiaolua drove to the building where the Carrefour supermarket was located. In fact, there was not only a Carrefour supermarket here, but also a large shopping mall called KK. The gate of KK shopping mall had long been covered with snow. After Li Xiaolua put away the snowmobile, he entered the mall directly from the second floor of KK shopping mall. However, as soon as Li Xiaoyuren entered the KK shopping mall, he heard the noisy sounds of many people talking inside the mall. Li Xiaolua was not surprised that there were survivors in this mall. After all, there is a large supermarket here, and there is no shortage of food and water, as well as cold-resistant supplies such as clothes and quilts. So if there are survivors trapped here before the end of the world, they can indeed survive, and they may live better than many people. So Li Xiaolua didn't rush to act immediately. He released the stealth reconnaissance drone to take a look at the situation in the mall first. Although no one should be able to harm him, it's always better to be careful. At this time, there are actually quite a few survivors in this shopping mall, and they are divided into 2 groups. One group of people occupied the Carrefour supermarket on the 3rd floor and the supermarket warehouse on the 4th floor. They lived a relatively comfortable and pleasant life. The other group occupied the 2nd floor of KK Mall. However, they were only driven there by the group upstairs. Because the second floor of the mall is basically filled with clothing stores, luxury goods stores, daily necessities stores, etc., which are of no use at all in the apocalypse.
It can't fill my stomach.
At this time, in a clothing store on the second floor of the mall, a group of people who wrapped themselves tightly were sitting together. There were 32 people in total, including more than 20 middle-aged women in their 40s or 50s. The rest were a few middle-aged men, a few young couples, a woman who was coughing constantly and looked sick, and a little girl of 7 or 8 years old sitting in a wheelchair. In a word, most of these people are basically the elderly, the weak, women and children. This is also the reason why this group of people were driven down by the people on the third floor, because these old, weak and sick people have little fighting power at all, so how could they be a match for the group of people upstairs? The man who occupies the third floor is called Zhang Jindong. Before the end of the world, he was a genuine social man and also a wealthy social man. Some time ago, when he accompanied his temporary girlfriend, his sex partner, to this mall to buy luxury goods, he unexpectedly discovered that the shopping guide in that luxury store was quite pretty. So recently, he often came here to shop, hoping to find an opportunity to experience the special services of the beautiful shopping guide. But just when he was about to capture the beautiful shopping guide, a natural disaster of ice came, and Zhang Jindong and several of his men were trapped in the mall. In the few days before the ice disaster, everyone was worried and confused, but they still believed in the power of the country. So everyone remained rational, and everyone in the mall got along quite well. But starting from the 5th day of the ice disaster, everyone gradually accepted the reality that the country's rescue might be gone. Those who are trapped in the supermarket can only rely on themselves to survive. However, many people are very fortunate. They don't know how much virtue they have accumulated, but they are trapped in a shopping mall with a large supermarket. With this large supermarket here, the food inside will definitely be enough for them to eat for a long, long time. Although there are not very thick warm clothes in the mall, there are plenty of them, so there is as many pieces as everyone wants to wear. There are also a lot of bedding in the supermarket. When you feel cold, you can just wrap yourself in a cashmere quilt. So even without rescue, if the survivors in the mall can continue to live in harmony, then they may all be able to see the second stage of the flood. But where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Especially in this doomsday situation, everyone is very nervous and scared, but they have to be trapped in a shopping mall. Survivors will naturally have some negative emotions in their hearts, and then there will definitely be various conflicts. For example, Zhang Jindong and several of his men like to throw away food garbage and smoke casually in public places. Naturally, they will be lectured by some old men and women. At the beginning, Zhang Jindong was relatively restrained. After all, it was a society ruled by law, and he had finally lived the good life of a successful person. Naturally, he didn't want to hurt himself by fighting with those old guys. But when he realized that there was no rescue and order outside had collapsed, Zhang Jindong began to have an idea. He and a few of his men quietly found some weapons, and when an old lady started pointing fingers and lecturing him again, Zhang Jindong simply chopped off her head with an axe. Then, while everyone was terrified, Zhang Jindong and his men waved their weapons and announced that they had taken over the shopping mall. From now on, everything in this mall belongs to him, and everyone must listen to him. They don't mind chopping off a few more heads of anyone who dares to disobey. Faced with the sudden situation, although there were many other survivors, they had no organization and no weapons, so naturally no one dared to take the lead. After taking control of KK Shopping Mall, Zhang Jindong began to formulate several rules. First, from now on, KK Shopping Mall will be called KK Shelter. He is the director of KK Shelter and has the highest authority. Second, a KK Shelter Guard was established. All men who joined the guard enjoyed various privileges, including being able to eat whatever food they wanted from the supermarket every day, having their own private female slaves, and being able to beat people without breaking the law. Thirdly, if young women are willing to become their slaves, they can live with them on the third floor of the mall. As long as they serve them well, they will be rewarded with some food every day. And if anyone doesn't want to be his slave, he won't force them and just asks them to go to the second floor of the mall. As for those older aunts and uncles, they had no choice but to go to the second floor and wait for death. He has tolerated these old guys for a long time. Chapter 115: The Aunts and Uncles Who Shouted Loudly. Zhang Jindong naturally knew that there were hundreds of survivors in the mall, and he and his men certainly could not kill all of them. And we can't force everyone into a corner, otherwise someone will definitely take the lead and fight him. In order to consolidate his power, he must recruit the fighting young men among the survivors so that others cannot resist his rule. That's why Zhang Jindong made the second rule. Any man who became a soldier in his guard would enjoy privileges. He could eat whatever he wanted every day, have his own female slaves, and it would not be illegal to beat people.
How could a loser before the end of the world resist such temptation? And if you don't surrender to Zhang Zhendong, you may be hacked to death by the brutal Zhang Zhendong. But if they follow Zhang Zhendong, they can immediately become the superior ones. Most people are not stupid, nor do they have the nerve to die rather than surrender, so they naturally know what to choose. Except for a small number of young men who already have girlfriends or wives, because they can't stand Zhang Zhendong's behavior and don't want to follow Zhang Zhendong, their women also become buses. So these men also chose to take their women and followed those old men and women to the second floor. Zhang Zhendong did not stop them, because most of the young men in the mall had already submitted to him. Even if there were a few ignorant guys, they could not pose any threat to him at all. The same goes for women. He has not forced those women who think they are noble for the time being. First of all, there are still many women who know what is good for them and voluntarily become their slaves. Secondly, if those forced women stayed with them, and if those women had hatred in their hearts and cut their necks while they were sleeping at night, that would be a tragedy. Moreover, he controls the food in the supermarket and doesn't need to force them. After those women have been hungry for a few days, they will come to him and beg him to lick their asses like bitches. This is the second floor of the mall. The group of old men and women who were driven to the second floor were constantly looking at the young men and complaining. Adley, Xiao Wang, if this keeps going on, we're all going to starve to death. You're all young men, why are you so cowardly? Can't you go upstairs and ask those damned beasts for something to eat? Uncle Zhao, that's right, Xiao Wu, the same goes for you. If I were as young as you, and that Zhang Zhendong dared to occupy the supermarket supplies, I would have taken a knife and fought them to the death. As long as you are tough, Zhang Zhendong and his men will become cowardly and afraid of death. Aunt Lu, that's right, they have food and drink now, so they must be very afraid of death. Xiao Wang, Xiao Wu, Xiao Li, you are the young men among us, you can't be so selfish and cowardly. Even if you don't respect the elderly and care for the young for us old guys, you should at least think about your girlfriends or wives, right? At this time, the three young men who were being scolded by a group of aunts and uncles all looked very ugly. These old guys are so disgusting, no wonder Zhang Zhendong chopped someone off before. After they were driven to the second floor, all the food and supplies on them were collected by these old guys. It is said that at times like this, they can only unite as one to avoid being bullied by Zhang Zhendong upstairs. But when all the food and supplies were managed in a unified way, those old guys ate most of the food, and then divided up the warmest bedding and other supplies. Anyway, there is only one reason every time, shouldn't you young people respect the elderly and love the young? Several young men were so angry that they were about to curse. Even if they should respect the elderly and love the young, there was still a little girl of 7 or 8 years old in their team, and she was a disabled girl in a wheelchair. Shouldn't we be loved more? But, I didn't see you give her anything to eat? And now, these old guys actually asked them to take the initiative to find Zhang Zhendong and the others to fight. If they don't go, then they are selfish people. You can go to Nima. Xiao Li finally exploded. He angrily yelled at the elderly women and uncles, fuck. Am I your father, or are you my sons? Are we supposed to go and fight Zhang Zhendong for food, and then give it to you old guys? Since you said that as long as we are tough, Zhang Zhendong and the others won't dare to fight to the death, then why don't you go and get some food for us? If you go, even if something unexpected happens, you've already lived to such an old age, right? Xiao Li's words made the other two young men, who had been silent and had gloomy faces, feel particularly relieved. In fact, they have long been fed up with these aunties and uncles. No matter what happens, they always act like they are your uncles and interfere. It's really annoying. And if they act like elders, are fair and just, and can convince others, then they will put up with it. But these people may have developed habits before the end of the world, and they are selfish, petty, and like to point fingers. They are not real grandsons, who can keep swallowing their anger. Uncle Zhao roared, Xiao Li, how dare you talk like that? Do you have any manners at all? We're old enough to be your parents, and you have the nerve to let us rush in front? Get lost. You're old enough to be my parents, but you're not. If you want food, find a way to get it yourself, and stop bossing me around. I can't beat Zhang Zhendong and the others, but do you believe I can learn from Zhang Zhendong and chop you into pieces? As soon as Xiao Li said this, several aunties and uncles who were originally filled with indignation and wanted to follow Uncle Zhao to continue scolding Xiao Li suddenly fell silent. They are scared. At this time, these aunts and uncles remembered the horrific scene a few days ago. Originally, they all thought that since Xiao Li and other young men did not go along with Zhang Zhendong, they must be kind people. As elders, they should just give the young people a few words of advice, and they shouldn't dare to resist.
After a moment of silence, Aunt Lee, who had spoken first, said, all right, everyone, stop arguing. We're all in this together now, so we can't fight among ourselves anymore. We must unite as one to survive. Actually, I also know that it's dangerous for anyone to go upstairs to find Zhang Jindong, and no one would be willing to go. But we have no choice. We have been out of food for more than a day. If we don't get some food, we will still die. If there's a way, we old guys would also like to make some contribution to our team. Even if we have to kneel down and beg Zhang Jindong, or even take out their feces and urine, if we can get food in return, we are willing to do it. Uncle Zhao, yes, I'm the same as Aunt Lee. If we old guys can be useful, we're willing to do anything. Yes, we all do. A group of aunts and uncles all expressed their selfless attitude. After hearing what these aunts and uncles said, the hostility on Xiao Li's face faded away. Boom! Boom! At this time, footsteps were heard from the stairs on the third floor, and then two men with weapons in their hands appeared at the stairs. One of the fat guys shouted, "Hey, 10 of you older guys, come up here. We need you to carry the excrement from the third floor downstairs and dispose of it. Our brother Dong said that if you do this job well, he will show mercy. Then, each of the 30+ people in your team will receive a piece of bread and a bottle of water." After the fat man finished speaking, everyone on the second floor was stunned. What was he talking about? However, Aunt Lee and the others looked unhappy. Chapter 116 Beautiful Teacher Lu Wanxi. Even though they said nice things just now, it was just talk. Now they are really asked to clean up the shit and urine. How can they bear it? And only 10 people are needed to do the work, but in the end the entire team can get food. Then no one would want to go. Let others do these menial jobs, wouldn't it be nice for them to just wait for food? Seeing that no one responded, the fat man who came down from the third floor suddenly looked gloomy. Fuck. You don't want to do it? Ha, it seems like you guys aren't hungry yet? Fine, then just continue to starve. Uncle Zhao, Aunt Lee. Hurry up and agree. Didn't you just agree that you'd be willing to do it even if it meant carrying shit and urine? The man named Xiao Li suddenly became anxious. He was so hungry. This was a rare opportunity to get food without taking any risks. How could he let the chance go like this? Aunt Lee said with disgust, "Why? I used to have a nanny at home to take care of me, and now they want me to do such menial work? You might as well let them kill me. Besides, there are so many of us here, and they only need 10 people. Why do they have to call me?" Uncle Zhao, oldly, what do you mean? Just because you have a nanny to serve you, you are superior to others? Anyway, if you don't take the lead, I definitely won't go. Aunt Lu, yes, we are not slaves in feudal society, how could we do such dirty work? We are all old, even if we starve to death, we will not accept such humiliation. The aunties and uncles who used to speak better than they sang, now changed their expressions faster than turning pages of a book. This made Xiao Li and the other young men beside them furious again. Damn it! They were just a little touched. These old guys are really incorrigible. Still so selfish. Even the two men who came down from the third floor looked at this group of old guys with disdain. It was already a certain time, and they were still here trying to act like they were in a big deal by relying on their age. What were you like before the end of the world? The law protected you, but who the hell cares about you now? You guys are aloof, right? I want to see how noble you are. Thinking of this, the fat man who spoke before took out a piece of ham from his pocket. Suddenly, the eyes of the people on the second floor were attracted by the ham in his hand, and they all swallowed hard. Ha, do you want to eat anything? I want to eat. Please, give me some food. I'm old and have stomach problems. I really can't starve. The fat man pointed at Aunt Lu, who had previously said that she was not a slave, and then hooked his finger at her. Aunt Lu's face was suddenly filled with ecstasy. She didn't expect that she would become the lucky one. As long as she has food to eat, she doesn't care about anyone else. Aunt Lu stood up immediately and tried to rush towards the fat man. The fat man suddenly said in a cold voice, "Crawl over here." Aunt Lu was stunned for a moment, but after a moment she immediately got up from the ground. Seeing Aunt Lu crawling not far from him, the fat man chuckled, then bit open the packaging of the sausage with his mouth, put the sausage in his mouth, bit it into several pieces, and spit it on the ground. See? This is a reward from Fatty. Eat it. Aunt Lu, who was kneeling on the ground, changed her expression, but looking at the food on the ground, hunger finally took over. She immediately picked up the ham on the ground and started eating it. Ha ha! The fat man smiled very proudly. He felt that his methods of humiliating these people should be no worse than those of the chaebols in Korea before the end of the world. Alright, hurry up and get out 10 people. Our brother Dong is still waiting upstairs. Ahem. At this time, the woman who had been coughing in the corner suddenly raised her hand. Can I go? I can do any dirty work. You can't do it. Brother Dong said that only 10 old guys can do the work. The fat man glanced at the woman who was speaking, and a hint of desire flashed in his eyes. This woman's name is Lu Wanshi. It is said that she was an art teacher before the end of the world. She is tall, has a beautiful face, and outstanding temperament. In fact, the fat man noticed her since they were trapped in this mall. One reason is that Lu Wanshi is very beautiful, and the other is that there is a disabled little girl next to her, who seems to be a student learning painting from her. It's hard not to attract attention with such a combination. However, although the fat man had feelings for Lu Wanshi, he didn't dare to really do anything to her. Because not only the fat man has feelings for Lu Wanshi, even Zhang Zhendong has feelings for Lu Wanshi. After all, among the survivors in this shopping mall, Lu Wanshi is the most beautiful woman. As the boss here, Zhang Zhendong feels that the most beautiful woman should naturally be his. Even though it's cold now and he can't applaud for love, at least he has face. However, Lu Wanshi did not choose to stay on the 3rd floor at that time. In addition, Lu Wanshi had a severe cold and cough at that time. Zhang Zhendong was afraid that he would be infected, so he did not force Lu Wanshi to stay on the 3rd floor. Zhang Zhendong wanted Lu Wanshi to be so hungry that she couldn't bear it anymore and then climb up to the 3rd floor to beg him. Zhang Zhendong usually told Fatty and other men that they could not give Lu Wanshi food or jobs in private. The reason why Zhang Zhendong gave these people on the 2nd floor a temporary job and promised to give them some food was not out of kindness. But he didn't want the people on the 2nd floor to get really hungry, because then they might do anything. He wants to boil the frog in warm water and slowly play with these people. But Zhang Zhendong would definitely not let Lu Wanshi get food until she knelt down in front of him and begged for mercy. Although he promised that everyone would have some food, as long as Lu Wanshi didn't go to work, Zhang Zhendong believed that with the selfish nature of those aunts and uncles, they would definitely embezzle the food that belonged to Lu Wanshi and the disabled little girl. In fact, Lu Wanshi also knew this, so she raised her hand and asked to take the initiative to work. Because only if she works herself can she really get food. But Zhang Zhendong didn't give her any chance at all. Ahem. Lu Wanshi coughed and looked at the little girl sitting in the wheelchair beside her. The little girl hadn't eaten anything for over a day and was now extremely weak. Lu Wanshi looked at the fat man, then slowly said, "Please go up and tell Zhang Zhendong that I am willing to go to the 3rd floor as long as he can guarantee food for me and Xiao Pan Pan." The little girl's name is Jiang Pan Pan, and her nickname is Xiao Pan Pan. "Teacher Cici, I'm not hungry. I don't want you to be bullied by bad people. Xiao Pan Pan, to be honest, it's not because of you. I'm just too hungry. I don't want to die." The fat man took a look at Lu Wanshi and cursed in his heart. The good cabbage he had his eyes on was about to be taken away by a pig. Hey, it's because he is not the boss here. Okay, I'll go up and inform the boss now. The fat man knew that Zhang Zhendong still cared about Lu Wanshi very much. Now that Lu Wanshi had surrendered, he would definitely go up and report to Zhang Zhendong immediately. That's perfect. I also want to meet your boss. Take me with you. At this moment, a sudden voice suddenly rang out, and then a fully armed man suddenly emerged from the corner of the mall. The person who suddenly appeared was naturally Li Xiaoluo. He had just understood the situation of the mall through the drone and confirmed that the people inside the mall posed no threat to him. Chapter 117 Li Xiaoluo 1T indulged them. Seeing Li Xiaoluo suddenly appear, everyone on the 2nd floor was stunned. What's going on? Where are you from? According to the current situation, almost no one is active in the city. How come a stranger suddenly appeared in the mall? Why does it feel so weird? Who are you? Why are you here? Looking at Li Xiaoluo who suddenly appeared, the fat man and his companions picked up the steel pipes in their hands, with strong hostility showing on their faces. No matter who Li Xiaoluo is, none of them welcome Li Xiaoluo. Because in this shopping mall, fat people are all vested interests. They enjoy food and women's service, and enjoy privileges, so they don't want any changes. But the eyes of the aunties and uncles on the 2nd floor lit up when they saw Li Xiaoluo. Because Li Xiaoluo still has special police equipment on him.
Could it be that the authorities have finally come to rescue us?
Thinking of this possibility, especially the aunties and uncles, they were suddenly very excited. They missed the government, it was better before the end of the world.
Soldier, are you an official rescue worker? Are you here with the main force to rescue people? Tell your people quickly, we have many elderly people here who need urgent rescue, and we can't delay even a moment. That's right.
Tell your superiors quickly that there are a lot of bad guys here. Tell them to send more people over to arrest them all.
Ha, I knew the country wouldn't abandon us. We're finally saved. At this moment, a group of aunts and uncles seemed to be full of energy, just like when they went to the supermarket to grab eggs before the end of the world. They were talking at once, and then they all gathered around Li Xiaoluo. After all, in their hearts, they all want to be with soldier Li Xiaoluo, so that they can feel safe. If the government's large army breaks in and Zhang Jindong's thugs take people hostage, they don't want to become hostages themselves. Stop, get away.
Looking at the group of aunts and uncles surrounding them, Li Xiaoluo didn't have time to pay attention to them. He had to control the thugs on the third floor first. How can you, a soldier, talk to us old people like that? Are you still a soldier of the people?
Do you still have any discipline?
That's right, you are here to serve us.
What's your attitude?
I'm telling you, if you don't take good care of us, we'll complain to your superiors. A group of aunts and uncles glared at Li Xiaoluo.
They did not dare to resist no matter how Zhang Jindong and his men humiliated them.
But in front of Li Xiaoluo, they seemed to have regained the momentum they had before the end of the world.
Bang!
Just when those aunties and uncles were about to approach Li Xiaoluo kicked the auntie in front of him away. Li Xiaoluo will not indulge them.
Ah!
The aunt who was kicked away by Li Xiaoluo felt a sharp pain in her body and couldn't help but let out a shrill scream.
I'm not an official.
If anyone dares to talk nonsense or get close to me again, she will be your fate. A group of middle-aged women and men suddenly froze in place, each one of them frightened into silence, not daring to speak or take another step forward.
Hey, kid, since you're not an official, why are you showing off all by yourself? I'm not afraid of you.
When the fat man on the side heard that Li Xiaoluo was not an official, he immediately regained his confidence. But before he could finish his words, he saw Li Xiaoluo holding a black weapon in his hand and pointing it at him.
Brother, you are my big brother from now on. Don't shoot. I will listen to you in everything.
The fat man was so scared that he immediately raised his hands in surrender. Damn, he should have thought of it earlier. Since Li Xiaoluo was wearing a bulletproof vest and other equipment, it meant that he must have a gun.
Aren't you looking for death?
But fortunately, the boss didn't seem to have any intention of killing him.
Stop talking nonsense and take me to the third floor.
You'd better know what to do, or I don't mind if you get a few more holes in your body.
Brother, don't worry, I'll lead the way and you can get to the third floor smoothly. The fat guy and his friends don't have much loyalty to Zhang Jindong upstairs.
Now that Li Xiaoluo has a gun in his hand, Li Xiaoluo is naturally the boss. By then, Zhang Jindong himself might not be able to protect himself, and Fatty and the others won't be so foolish as to talk about loyalty. Brother, Zhang Jindong upstairs asked me to come down and find some people to work upstairs.
It's best if we can bring some people with us.
This way we won't attract the attention of the guards and we can get to the third floor more smoothly.
Okay, pick a few people and go up together.
So the fat man immediately picked a dozen people and led them to the third floor. Li Xiaoluo followed at the end. Zhang Jindong naturally assigned people to guard the stairs leading to the third floor to prevent the people on the second floor from taking desperate measures.
Fat brother, why did I hear those old guys screaming downstairs just now? Are you dealing with them again?
Several men guarding the stairwell saw the fat man coming with some people, but they didn't look at the people following the fat man for long. Instead, they smiled at the fat man. Basically, no one in this mall dared to resist them, so these people had no vigilance at all.
The fat man's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare say anything more. He just forced a smile and said, "Those old guys are just procrastinating.
They deserve to be punished. Alright, hurry up and don't keep Brother Dong waiting for too long." The men guarding the passage removed the obstacles and planned to let Fatty and the others pass.
Suddenly a voice sounded, "You guys come along too."
Several men were shocked and didn't dare to speak, when they suddenly saw a gun pointed at them. Before the apocalypse, these people were just ordinary people shopping in a mall.
How could they have ever seen a gun?
Without a single word of nonsense, they all raised their hands obediently. "Brother, don't kill us.
We are all following Zhang Jindong's orders. We are good people. Us. Stop talking nonsense and go find your boss together.
Li Xiaolua interrupted their plea for mercy.
Yes, we'll take you there right away.
So Li Xiaolua's team grew a little bigger, and they took Li Xiaolua to the room where Zhang Jindong and others lived.
Come, have a drink. Life is so comfortable following Brother Dong. Brother Dong, let me toast you again.
Inside the room, Zhang Jindong was eating and drinking with a group of his men.
There were plenty of drinks and snacks in the supermarket anyway.
Then there was a woman beside each of them, serving them carefully. These days are indeed very comfortable. In the eyes of Zhang Jindong and his friends, the people on the second floor were a group of lambs to be slaughtered, so no one in the entire mall could threaten them.
At Li Xiaolua's signal, the fat man kicked the door of the room open. Fatty, are you trying to rebel? Who told you to kick the door?
Seeing that it was the fat man who kicked the door, a man with a red face from drinking immediately wanted to show off in front of Zhang Jindong.
Bang! Li Xiaolua pulled the trigger, and a gunshot rang out. The man who was speaking was shot and fell into a pool of blood. Oh shit!
Everyone was shocked, and Zhang Jindong and the others' drunkenness immediately dissipated.
Chapter 118. Now that we have started, we must kill them all.
Zhang Jindong looked at Li Xiaolua, who was standing at the back with a gun, and suddenly he didn't understand why the fat man dared to kick the door. The other men who were drinking also stood up at this time, but when they saw the gun in Li Xiaolua's hand, they all stayed where they were and did not dare to act rashly. Zhang Jindong is actually afraid too, but he is not indestructible, so how could he not be afraid of bullets? But everything here belongs to him, and he is unwilling to lose it all just like that.
So Zhang Jindong calmed down and said calmly, "Brother, who are you? Why are you here?
You do have a gun, but you only have one gun, and I have a lot of people, so I don't think we need to fight to the death."
What do you need? Food, women. As long as there is something in this mall, I can let you take it. But after you get what you need, you must leave this mall.
Li Xiaolua looked at Zhang Jindong with a playful expression and said, "This suggestion you mentioned doesn't seem to have much appeal."
I have a gun. Can't I just occupy the mall? Why do I have to grab some things and leave? You do have a lot of men, but ask them, who is willing to fight for you and me?
Zhang Jindong glanced at the people around him, but everyone lowered their heads, pretending not to see his gaze.
Fuck, brothers, there are so many of us, and he only has one gun. As long as we unite, if he dares to shoot. Bang!
Li Xiaolua didn't let Zhang Jindong finish his words and pulled the trigger directly. Zhang Jindong was immediately shot in the head, and his eyes were wide open when he died. The man who was originally hesitating whether to resist because of Zhang Jindong's words, now saw that Zhang Jindong was killed directly, and he no longer had the desire to resist.
Big brother, please don't kill me.
I've actually been annoyed with Zhang Jindong for a long time.
I'm willing to follow you from now on. Brother, me too.
Zhang Jindong plays with women and kills old people. He is worse than an animal. We have long disdained to associate with him.
Fatty, do you have any rope here?
Yes, we found a lot of ropes when we tied people up before. The fat man who brought Li Xiaolua up was delighted when he saw that Li Xiaolua had a problem with him. It seemed that he had made a contribution by leading the way. In the eyes of this killing god, his status was still a little different. The fat man was secretly very happy, thinking that he might become Li Xiaolua's confidant in the future. Then, the fat man quickly found a lot of ropes.
Li Xiaolua nodded, "Fatty, you are very good."
Then he added, "Fatty, take these people who came up with us and tie up the hands and feet of all the men in the room first." When Li Xiaolua said this, not only did the fat man feel that he was valued, but even the other thugs who led Li Xiaolua suddenly felt that their status in Li Xiaolua's heart must have been different. When Li Xiaolua said this, she put the fat man and the others in opposition to the men who were drinking in the room. If anyone dares to resist, Li Xiaolua doesn't even need to take action. Fatty and the others will have to perform well in front of Li Xiaolua. Then Li Xiaolua looked at the men drinking in the room and said, "When the fat man kidnaps people, I hope you won't resist and won't seek death. Of course, if anyone is Zhang Jindong's confidant and wants to avenge Zhang Jindong, then you can resist now, because I may not let you go when the time comes." Although Li Xiaolua has guns, he also has a lot of guns and ammunition. But Li Xiaolua didn't want to waste too much ammunition on these people, and if they were really forced into a corner, there would still be a lot of thugs here. And in this room, even if Li Xiaolua has a gun, it will be difficult for him to use it. In that case, it might be Li Xiaolua who will suffer. So Li Xiaolua doesn't mind a little trouble.
Let some people see the hope of survival. As long as they can't unite, it will be much easier to deal with them. In fact, many people are like this. As long as the person who dies is not themselves, they are not forced into a real dead end, and they can see a little hope of survival, then they will not resist. Even after Li Xiaolua finished speaking, many men turned their eyes to the two men among them. These two men are Zhang Zhendong's absolute trusted subordinates, and they have been following Zhang Zhendong since before the end of the world. After the apocalypse, when Zhang Zhendong took control of the business world, their status rose even more, and they often showed off their status in a show of force. Now you are getting your comeuppance. Many people were secretly happy in their hearts. The fat man and the others also turned their eyes to the two men, as if they would be able to make merit again if the two men made any move. Fatty and the others really want more opportunities to perform well in front of Li Xiaolua. The two men's faces were a little gloomy. After hearing what Li Xiaolua said just now, as Zhang Zhendong's absolute confidants, they knew that their end might not be very good. But when they saw the gun in Li Xiaolua's hand and the traitors like the fat man who had already completely turned to Li Xiaolua, they knew that if they dared to take action, they would die faster. And maybe if they don't resist and just obey, they still have a chance to survive. So the two men finally did not resist and were tied up by the fat man and his men. The fat guy was disappointed for a while. The credit is much smaller. Soon, all the men who had been drinking with Zhang Zhendong in the room were tied up. However, except for Zhang Zhendong's two confidants, the other men were not too worried about their safety after being kidnapped. They believed that Li Xiaolua would not really kill them all, otherwise, not to mention Fatty and the others, even the women in the mall would not dare to follow a brutal ruler like Li Xiaolua who did not keep his word. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Li Xiaolua had never thought about ruling this place, because he simply looked down on this shelter. If they hadn't occupied the supplies that Li Xiaolua needed, Li Xiaolua wouldn't have come here to meddle and spend so much effort to tie them all up. They won't come to kill them at all. They bullied women and wanted to starve the old people to death, but in fact, none of it had anything to do with Li Xiaolua. Li Xiaolua is not a savior, but he can't save everyone. But since he had already taken action, Li Xiaolua had no intention of letting these thugs live. They must all be killed. You, go get everyone on the second floor. Li Xiaolua pointed at a woman and gave an order. The woman didn't dare to hesitate and immediately ran to the second floor to call for help. Soon, all the remaining people on the second floor came to the third floor, including Lu Wanqi who had a cold and the disabled girl Jiang Panpan. Everyone who came up was very cautious and didn't dare to breathe. They had just heard gunshots downstairs, and after entering the room, they saw several people lying in a pool of blood. Li Xiaolua glanced at everyone and said, "Let me tell you something. I won't stay in this mall for long. I'll be leaving soon. But I prefer to help the weak. I know many of you have been bullied by these men before. Now if any one of you wants revenge, you can do it now." Chapter 119 Adding Fuel to the Fire. Li Xiaolua's intention is very simple: anyone who poses a threat to him must die. But you don't have to do it yourself, you can let someone else do it for you. After hearing Li Xiaolua's words, dozens of people at the scene had different expressions. Many people did not expect that after Li Xiaolua occupied this place, he would actually leave. In this apocalyptic world, is there any better place than this shopping mall? After all, there is a big supermarket here that has food and all kinds of supplies. After the apocalypse, everything is free, whoever has the bigger fist gets it. In such a doomsday, being trapped in such a big supermarket is probably what many people dream of. Therefore, many people at the scene could not understand Li Xiaolua's decision. Only Lu Wanqi, who kept coughing, had a different look in her eyes when she looked at Li Xiaolua. In fact, after hearing that Li Xiaolua would not stay here for long, many people were just surprised that Li Xiaolua would make such a decision. But most of them were already thinking about the future. For example, those who had stayed on the second floor before knew in their hearts that if Li Xiaolua left, they would most likely not have a good ending. As for Fatty and the others, they had already made up their minds to follow Li Xiaolua. But if Li Xiaolua left, would the original brothers forgive their betrayal? Even the women who had stayed on the third floor before didn't want to live a life of being humiliated by these men anymore. However, although everyone had their own ideas, no one dared to express them and be the first to speak out. Li Xiaolua said impatiently, "Why, now that these people are tied up, no one wants to take revenge. I admire people with courage. If anyone stands up first and kills someone, I can grant him a small request." "Ahem, can I come?" Lu Wanqi raised her hand in the crowd. Li Xiaolua looked at Lu Wanqi who raised her hand.
Although she was wearing thick clothes and her figure could not be seen, she had a good temperament and a beautiful face.
You dare to kill someone? And what conditions do you want me to agree to?
Lu Wanqi nodded with a firm look in her eyes. Brother, I dare to kill people.
I hope you can take me away from here. I want to follow you.
Li Xiaoluo was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but take another look at Lu Wanqi.
Are you sure you want to follow me out of here?
You know, there's a big supermarket here.
There are a lot of survivors trapped at home right now.
I'm afraid they'd dream of coming to a place like this.
Lu Wanqi nodded.
Then he looked at Li Xiaoluo sincerely and said, Brother, I believe that since you don't want to stay here, there must be a shelter that's just as good as this one. Besides, I was ostracized here before, and following you in the future will definitely be much better than staying here. Li Xiaoluo suddenly realized that this was the case.
In fact, since Li Xiaoluo established Taoyuan territory, he naturally needed to recruit people. As for food, he has plenty. However, Li Xiaoluo doesn't want just anyone.
Just like the aunties and uncles in this supermarket, no matter in terms of age or character, they are not qualified to be a member of Taoyuan territory.
Not even qualified to be a temporary worker.
This Lu Wanqi was actually quite good, but Li Xiaoluo still looked at her and said, Do you have any skills?
I don't keep people who eat for free.
Lu Wanqi quickly said, Before the apocalypse, I was an art teacher.
I'm also a good cook.
My ancestors were royal chefs, and my father taught me how to cook since I was a child, so I've learned quite a bit.
Li Xiaoluo's eyes lit up.
She didn't expect that Lu Wanqi was also a chef. Although she did not work as a chef before the end of the world, she was from a royal chef family. Li Xiaoluo believed that she should have some skills. Li Xiaoluo's family was in need of a chef, but she didn't expect to find one unexpectedly this time.
And she is also a great cook, very nice. Okay. Then you can follow me and leave.
Li Xiaoluo looked at Lu Wanqi and agreed. At this time, many women nearby also had ideas. Because they heard what Lu Wanqi said just now, and felt that it seemed to be exactly as Lu Wanqi said.
Is this man Li Xiaoluo a fool? Obviously not.
Since he doesn't want to stay here, it means he must have a better place. Besides, Li Xiaoluo has a gun, so it is obviously safer to follow Li Xiaoluo. Otherwise, if they encounter other invaders in the future, who knows what will happen to them?
Brother, I am willing to listen to you and kill people. Can you take me with you?
Brother, I was a model before the apocalypse.
I have a great figure. Please take me away from here. Young man, I used to own a building and collect rent. I'm not short of money. You can take me with you.
Many people figured out the key and immediately wanted to follow Li Xiaoluo.
Shut up! Li Xiaoluo suddenly shouted. Wait until all the women are quiet.
Li Xiaoluo said coldly, You must understand that I am giving you a chance to take revenge, not that I need you to help me kill people. Therefore, you are not qualified to negotiate any conditions with me.
If you don't want revenge, that's up to you. After I'm gone, if you want to continue living your life as before, that's your choice. If you continue to be humiliated and tortured by these thugs, you deserve it.
After hearing what Li Xiaoluo said, many people suddenly remembered their previous lives, especially those who stayed on the second floor. They knew that as soon as Li Xiaoluo left, if these tied thugs were freed again, they would definitely suffer the same fate as before. These men are demons.
They followed Zhang Zhendong and killed many people. They didn't even give us food. They humiliated and beat us at will. People like them shouldn't be alive anymore.
The Adli from before was the first to stand up and shout slogans. Yes, people like them deserve to die, and it's not a crime for us to kill them.
Kill them.
With someone taking the lead, the aunties and uncles on the second floor, as well as those young people, all became angry. Because they all know that it is in their best interest to kill all the thugs who have bullied them.
Now that these thugs are tied up, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
So even if Li Xiaoluo didn't promise them any benefits, they were already tempted. So a group of people found knives from the ground, and then waved them at the tied thugs.
Ah! Fuck you, it hurts so much. Brother, I'm willing to be your dog. Don't let them chop me down.
Soon, screams were heard one after another. All the tied-up men were quickly killed.
Each of them was stabbed at least dozens of times.
It can be said that their deaths were extremely tragic. A group of people who were already bloodthirsty suddenly looked at the fat man and his men. The fat man and his men felt a chill in their hearts when they were stared at. These old guys were like ants in their eyes before, but now they are really scary.
Brother. I was the first one to surrender to you. I listened to you.
The fat man immediately asked Li Xiaolua for help. Suddenly, the group of people who were red-eyed with killing calmed down a little. Although Fatty and the others deserved to die in their hearts, if Li Xiaolua didn't allow them to be killed, they wouldn't dare to object. But Li Xiaolua waved his hand and said, "This is your previous grudge, I won't interfere. Besides, this is also related to who will control this mall in the future and who will live a good life. I am the one who is leaving here, so I will not interfere with you." Hearing what Li Xiaolua said, Fatty and the others were so angry that they wanted to curse.
You don't want to intervene at all, you are just adding fuel to the fire.
But before the fat man and the others could say anything, the group of people who were bloodthirsty had already come over waving their knives.
Fuck them. Let's fight them.
Most of them are old guys, why should we be afraid of them? There were 4 of them including the fat man, and their hands and feet were not tied, so naturally they were unwilling to surrender and be hacked to death. So they picked up any weapon around them and started fighting back. People on both sides actually had anger in their hearts that they wanted to vent, so the battle was quite brutal. In the end, the 4 people including the fat man fought recklessly and killed more than 30 people on the other side, causing heavy casualties and making them dare not move forward again. But the fat man and his men were also seriously injured and soon fell in a pool of blood. Until his death, the fat man never figured out why Li Xiaolua didn't accept his surrender.
Chapter 120 These treasures of mankind cannot be allowed to disappear.
The fat man is dead, and the 3 people who followed him were also seriously injured. They probably won't live long. As for the fatty and his opponents, the group of aunts and uncles and a few young men, they didn't gain any advantage either. 5 or 6 of them died, and 7 or 8 were seriously injured. It can be said that both sides suffered losses. But they should thank Li Xiaolua, at least Li Xiaolua let them die with dignity. Otherwise, if Zhang Jindong continues to control this shopping mall, they will only be slowly humiliated to death by hunger. Looking at the survivors who were still alive, they were basically all women, with a few aunts and uncles, and there was a man still alive among those couples.
Li Xiaoluo took a look at the man's friendliness. It was pretty good.
He didn't have any hostility towards Li Xiaoluo. Maybe he even had a little gratitude towards Li Xiaoluo in his heart. Of course, Li Xiaolua didn't need his gratitude, but his friendliness saved him. If his friendliness reaches the dangerous value set by Li Xiaoluo, then Li Xiaoluo will personally deal with him. Although Li Xiaolua will not stay here, he will have to work here for a while, so Li Xiaolua will not keep anyone who is hostile to him and poses a certain danger. Then Li Xiaolua took all the survivors to an office on the 2nd floor. Alright, from now on, everyone stay in this room.
No one can step out of this room without my permission.
When everyone heard Li Xiaolua say this, they immediately nodded. At least what Li Xiaolua said meant that he would not kill them. They were so excited that they dared not disobey. Then Li Xiaolua looked at Lu Wanqi and said, "Watch them all for me. If anyone disobeys, tell me. This is also a test for you. If you do well, I will consider agreeing to your request." Lu Wanqi nodded hurriedly, "Don't worry, I will watch over everyone and not let them leave this room." Li Xiaolua didn't say anything more and left the room. But the people in the room, especially the surviving aunts and uncles, all looked excited. They could all guess what Li Xiaolua was doing outside. He must have gone out to get supplies from the supermarket. But Li Xiaolua is alone, how much supplies can he take away? Even if you give him 1 sack, no, give him 10 sacks. The supplies that Li Xiaolua could carry away were just a drop in the bucket for a large supermarket.
It's not worth mentioning at all.
After Li Xiaolua left, all those thugs of Zhang Jindong died. By then, all the supplies in the supermarket would belong to them. Thinking of this, several aunts and uncles were so excited that they seemed to be flying. They also began to like Lu Wanqi a lot more. Now Lu Wanqi represented Li Xiaolua, and they didn't want to offend Li Xiaolua again at this last moment. But the people in the room would never have dreamed that Li Xiaolua was indeed going to pack supplies for the supermarket, but he didn't use a sack, but a space. Li Xiaolua came to the supermarket on the 3rd floor. The supplies in the supermarket were basically the same as before the end of the world, and there was not much reduction. After all, there are not many people like Zhang Jindong, and apart from himself and his confidants, Zhang Jindong basically strictly controls the amount of food and supplies given to women every day. Even for those people who were driven to the 2nd floor by him, he did not waste any supplies. Now, all of it has benefited Li Xiaolua. Li Xiaolua walked leisurely in the supermarket while humming a song, and then wherever he passed, all the supplies disappeared in the blink of an eye. Beverage and liquor area, Budweiser beer, snow beer, and various brands of yogurt and pure milk. In the grain, oil and seasoning area, Li Xiaolua actually has no shortage of food, but he just collects it anyway, and he won't mind no matter how much it is.
In addition to food, there are also various seasonings and side dishes here.
These are good things, and Li Xiaolua didn't have much stockpiled before. In the future, cooking without seasoning will be meaningless. And after the second phase of the flood, a bottle of fermented bean curd or chili sauce before the end of the world will be a luxury.
So if you charge a little more now, you will win easily in the future.
Then Li Xiaolua came to the daily necessities area, where there were also many essential things.
For example, soap, shampoo, toothpaste, toothbrush, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, etc.
Most survivors are still struggling to survive at this stage, so many people don't care about these things. Moreover, with the current low temperatures, it's okay not to take a shower for a whole year, so people care even less about personal hygiene, and not many people pay attention to these supplies for the time being.
However, life in Li Xiaolua's Lord's mansion is naturally different.
Life is basically the same as before the end of the world, and it can even be said to be more comfortable. Therefore, if you want to continue to maintain your quality of life, these daily necessities are essential. Then Li Xiaolua passed through the dried fruit area, snack area, and fresh food area, and bought everything for free along the way. This way of shopping without having to look at prices is really addictive. After collecting all the supplies in the supermarket on the 3rd floor, Li Xiaolua went to the warehouse on the 4th floor.
This is the supermarket's logistics warehouse.
There are more supplies inside than in the supermarket because everything stored here is in whole boxes and pieces. Instant noodles, sausages, snacks, dried fruits, there are thousands or even tens of thousands of boxes of these. Toilet paper, sanitary napkins, toothpaste and toothbrushes, and other supplies that need to be stored for a long time, are in quantities of thousands of bags boxes. There are also table salt, cooking oil, and various seasonings. Well, Li Xiaolua seems to have a lot of these things, but Li Xiaolua will definitely not leave anything behind. After all the supplies in the warehouse on the 4th floor were collected, another 7 or 8,000 tons of supplies were added to Li Xiaolua's system space. Fortunately, when Li Xiaolua came out, he released several thousand tons of supplies stored in the villa, so now he can collect another 4 or 5,000 tons.
But it seems like there is nothing worth taking in this mall? No, there is a 2nd floor.
Li Xiaolua then remembered that the 2nd floor is where clothing stores, cosmetic stores, luxury stores, these are. These things will definitely be indispensable to him in the future, especially those beautiful women's clothes, various sexy lingerie, stockings, high heels, etc. After the flood, these treasures of mankind may almost disappear, so I must quickly stock up more. Otherwise, the women around him will only be able to wear ordinary clothes in the future, without even his favorite stockings.
Wouldn't that be a lot less fun?
So Li Xiaolua hurried down to the 2nd floor and continued to sweep the place. He took over all the clothing stores, shoe stores, luxury goods stores, on the 2nd floor.
Of course, Li Xiaoluo's main focus was on lingerie stores and stocking stores.
Li Xiaoluo had never visited these places before, but after entering this time, Li Xiaoluo discovered that the content inside was much richer than he had imagined. But Li Xiaolua didn't have time to study it further now, so he just collected them all.
Chapter 121 Lu Wanqi's Request.
After moving out all the useful things on the 2nd floor, Li Xiaolua's 0 yuan shopping event in the mall finally came to a successful conclusion. If we say that Li Xiaolua bought and stockpiled supplies before the end of the world, they were mainly food, cigarettes, alcohol, thermal insulation products, and travel tools. Very few other supplies were stockpiled. After emptying the entire mall this time, Li Xiaolua basically had stockpiled all kinds of supplies before the end of the world.
You will never lack anything you want in the future. Moreover, even if he cannot use some of the supplies in the future, once the 2nd phase of the flood is over, the value of all the supplies before the end of the world will increase greatly, and it will be great for him to exchange them for the things he needs. In a good mood, Li Xiaolua came to the room where Lu Wanqi and the others were. Everyone in the room was sitting on the ground obediently without any other movements. They were all waiting for Li Xiaolua to leave here so that they could own an entire mall of supplies, enough for them to live a good life. So before Li Xiaoluo left, they would obediently do whatever Li Xiaoluo asked them to do, for fear that any abnormal behavior would anger Li Xiaoluo. Don't let Li Xiaoluo hurt or kill them when she gets unhappy, otherwise they will be really helpless.
At this moment, when they saw Li Xiaolua push open the door and walk in, everyone in the room looked tense. They knew that Li Xiaolua should have taken all the supplies he wanted and would probably leave soon.
Although some people did think about leaving with Li Xiaoluo, after all, it was still safe to follow Li Xiaoluo. However, if Li Xiaoluo doesn't want to take them with her, they won't force her, because they will definitely live a good life in the future. Li Xiaoluo glanced at everyone in the room and saw uncontrollable joy on many people's faces. After all, I said I would not kill them, and I would not stay here to enslave them. I even eliminated the thugs who oppressed them in the past. From now on, everything here belongs to them. But Li Xiaoluo knew that these people would soon stop laughing. Because after they left, they saw that all the supplies in the mall had disappeared, and they realized how cruel this world is. The world today is not as simple as they think. Then Li Xiaoluo set his eyes on Lu Wanqi. After all, he had said that he would take Lu Wanqi away, so naturally he had to confirm whether she met the requirements first. Especially the friendliness, it must meet the standards. Lu Wanqi, friendship 62, potential 15, special ability, none. After checking with the eye of investigation, I found that Lu Wanqi's friendliness is quite good. Of course, if Lu Wanqi really becomes his chef, this level of friendship would definitely not be enough. But as long as the friendship level reaches the standard now, it can be gradually improved in the future. Lu Wanqi, take your things and follow me. When Lu Wanqi heard this, a happy smile suddenly appeared on her weak face. She really wanted to leave here with Li Xiaoluo, because she knew that even if Zhang Jindong and his people died, the mall would become more harmonious in the future. But maybe she is an exception. As long as she stays, she will still not have a good life. It's not that she has done anything evil that everyone hates her. I can only say that sometimes being beautiful is a mistake for a woman, and it is a mistake that cannot be forgiven. Just when Lu Wanqi was happy, she suddenly felt her hand being pulled, and then she saw Jiang Panpan looking at Lu Wanqi longingly with a wronged look. Lu Wanqi felt a pain in her heart. Jiang Panpan was a rather special student of hers. Because of her physical disability, she had been introverted and sensible since childhood. Lu Wanqi particularly likes the little girl and takes good care of her. She even takes her out to play during holidays. After the apocalypse, because she was with Lu Wanqi, Xiao Panpan also suffered a lot of hardships and grievances. Lu Wanqi had thought before that as long as she left here, the people still alive in the mall would no longer target Xiao Panpan. After all, she is just a little girl and poses no threat. However, seeing Xiao Panpan's expression, although Xiao Panpan didn't say a word, Lu Wanqi knew that she wanted to follow her. In fact, Lu Wanqi also wanted to take Xiao Panpan away from here, although she felt that after she left, the people here would no longer bother a disabled little girl. But Lu Wanqi was not sure, and did not dare to think too much about it, because after the end of the world, sometimes some things are gone, such as human nature. But Lu Wanqi knew that it was useless for her to take Xiao Panpan away, because Li Xiaoluo had said before that he would not keep idle people. Those beautiful and healthy women wanted to leave with Li Xiaoluo, but he didn't agree, let alone little Panpan who was sitting in a wheelchair. But Lu Wanqi thought about the suffering Xiao Panpan had suffered because of her before, and thought that if Xiao Panpan was left here, no one would know how she would live in the future. With a plop, Lu Wanqi knelt in front of Li Xiaoluo, then pointed at Xiao Panpan and said, "Brother, she's my student, and I promised her parents I'd take good care of her. I know my request is a little unreasonable, but as long as you can take her with you, I'll be your woman from now on, and I'll definitely do whatever you say." Li Xiaoluo glanced at Lu Wanqi coldly, then turned around and was about to leave. He doesn't like women who don't know when to advance or retreat. The rules had already been told to her, he doesn't keep idle people. He is not discriminating against the disabled little girl, but his place is not an orphanage. Since Lu Wanqi wants to stay with that little girl, then they should stay together forever. For ordinary women like Lu Wanqi, even if they are beautiful, Li Xiaoluo will not give them any special treatment. Seeing Li Xiaoluo about to leave without saying a word, Lu Wanqi was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of despair flashed in her eyes, but she did not beg Li Xiaoluo again. Well, it's good to be able to stay here with Xiao Panpan, even if it means death. However, when seeing Li Xiaoluo was about to leave, although Lu Wanqi did not chase after him, Jiang Panpan, who had been very quiet all the time, suddenly tried hard to turn the wheelchair and block Li Xiaoluo's way. "Big brother, don't leave. I won't leave with Teacher Lu. I won't leave with her. Just take Teacher Lu and leave alone." Li Xiaoluo took a look at the little girl. She was a very cute little girl. In fact, Li Xiaoluo has no shortage of food, and there is no pressure at all to feed another little girl. But as a human being in two lives, Li Xiaoluo naturally knew that there would be millions of poor people in this doomsday, and he could not save them at all. Moreover, the most feared thing in the doomsday is to have a heart of a saint. Li Xiaoluo will not break the rules she sets.
However, because the little girl blocked his way, Li Xiaolua subconsciously used the eye of exploration on the little girl. Then, Li Xiaolua's eyes widened and her mouth opened in surprise. Chapter 122 Xiao Pan Pan, a huge surprise. What's your name, little girl? Li Xiaolua suddenly squatted down and looked at the little girl with a kind face. Zhang Pan Pan didn't know why Li Xiaolua's originally cold face suddenly changed his attitude. She said timidly, "Big brother, my name is Zhang Pan Pan, and my nickname is Xiao Pan Pan." Xiao Pan Pan? What a nice name. And you're very sensible too. You said that on purpose just now so that your teacher could leave with me, right? You're so sensible at such a young age. You're really amazing. Li Xiaolua rarely praises others, so her vocabulary is a bit limited. But Xiao Panpan's little face still blushed due to the praise, and she felt very embarrassed. And the little girl was a little confused at this time. The current situation seemed a little different from what she expected. Not to mention that Xiao Pan Pan was a little confused, even Lu Wanqi next to her had a confused look on her face. Li Xiaolua has changed so much. Just now, Lu Wanqi knelt down and begged him, and was willing to be his woman, but Li Xiaolua was about to leave without saying a word. But Xiao Pan Pan just blocked his way and said a few words, and his attitude changed so quickly? What did Xiao Pan Pan say just now? Did it really move him that much? Lu Wanqi was a little bit unbelieving, but there was a hint of anticipation on her face. Li Xiaolua looked at Lu Wanqi and said, "Get up, take your things, and follow me out." Lu Wanqi said uncertainly, "Brother, you mean? Xiao Pan Pan and I can leave with you." Li Xiaolua nodded and said, "Little Pan Pan is a good child. Since she calls me big brother, she will be my sister from now on. In this apocalypse, I will let her live better than anyone else." Lu Wanqi and Xiao Pan Pan were both dumbfounded. Everything changed so fast that they were all a little flattered. But the two of them were really excited. They can leave here now. System prompt: Lu Wanqi is extremely grateful to the host. Friendship level +10. The current friendship level towards the host is 72. It's not over yet. System prompt: Zhang Pan Pan is extremely grateful to the host, friendship level +15, current friendship level towards the host is 73. Hearing this, Li Xiaolua was in a good mood. He didn't care about Lu Wanqi's increased friendliness. But Xiao Pan Pan's friendliness has increased. Li Xiaolua really cares. Zhang Pan Pan, friendship 73, potential 98, special ability, teleportation to be awakened. This is Zhang Pan Pan's message, and it is also the reason why Li Xiaolua's attitude changed drastically. At that time, Li Xiaolua herself did not expect that she would meet a person with supernatural talents in this shopping mall. Moreover, he is a genius with a talent of 98, which is only slightly lower than Xin Miaomiao. He is definitely a top genius. What's more, Xiao Pan Pan's special ability is teleportation. Damn, this special ability sounds awesome. Li Xiaolua's system now only has 5 places for contracted subordinates, but apart from Xin Miaomiao, what Li Xiaolua is most certain of now is that this little Pan Pan must take up 1 place. Because of Xiao Pan Pan's special ability, Li Xiaolua wants it very much. It was even the superpower that Li Xiaolua wanted the most among all the superpowers known to women. There are ice powers, healing powers, and planting powers, but none of them can make Li Xiaolua excited like this teleportation power. This is simply a super method to save lives and ambush others, and it is perfect for a fool like Li Xiaolua. The only troublesome thing now is how to raise Xiao Pan Pan's friendliness to above 80. If Xiao Pan Pan is an adult beauty, then Li Xiaolua can be said to be 100% sure. After all, he seems to have found a shortcut to improve friendliness. It seems that the friendship level with any woman who applauds his love will never exceed 80. But as for this little Pan Pan, Li Xiaolua really didn't know what to do. Coaxing children is really not his forte. But I think it shouldn't be difficult. This time, just by agreeing to take her away, Xiao Pan Pan's friendliness increased so much. I will recognize her as my sister from now on. Give her something delicious later. Li Xiaolua just didn't believe that she wasn't moved. Anyway, as long as they follow me back, they will be mine. Hey. At this moment, Li Xiaolua couldn't help but feel happy. I originally thought that the biggest gain from coming to this mall would be the supplies in the entire mall. Now it seems that Xiao Pan Pan's gain is no less than the supplies in the entire mall. In some ways, it may even be more important. After all, as mentioned before, superpowers will be divided into levels in the future, and the ability of instant teleportation is definitely one of the top superpowers. Of course, such supernatural powers also depend on who possesses them, and whether one can live to see the time when the supernatural powers are awakened. In the previous life, Li Xiaoluoju's little Pan probably did not live to see the day when she could awaken the ability of instant movement, and might have died during the ice disaster. Otherwise, with her special abilities and genius-level talent, she would definitely be a well-known figure in the Doomsday world. And in this life, Li Xiaoluo will definitely not let her be buried again. Having unexpectedly discovered a super talent, Li Xiaoluo was not in a hurry to leave. He used the eye of exploration to look at all the women in the room. Wang Xiaoyan, Friendship 46, Potential 15, Special Ability, None. Zhang Shuoqin, Friendship 43, Potential 12, Special Ability, None. Unfortunately, just like before, people with supernatural talents are still very rare. But Li Xiaoluo was not discouraged. The unexpected discovery of little Pan this time was already a great surprise for him. This also made Li Xiaoluo set a rule for himself: in the future, if he encounters a survivor in the Doomsday, as long as they are women, whether they are women or children, he must first use the eye of exploration to check the situation. In this way, survivors with special talents can be discovered in time, and he will not miss any top talents. Of course, even if a woman has special talents, she must meet the standards before Li Xiaoluo will take her in. For example, if the woman has a very low friendliness and a very bad character, Li Xiaoluo would not want such a person at all. Even Li Xiaoluo would destroy her personally. After all, if she lived near Li Xiaoluo and could not be used by Li Xiaoluo, she would definitely be Li Xiaoluo's enemy if she grew up. So it would be better to nip future dangers in the bud before they grow up. Lu Wanqi and Xiao Pan didn't have anything to pack. Apart from their cell phones, they had no other belongings. Just follow Li Xiaoluo and leave. And wait for Li Xiaoluo to take the two of them away. The hearts of the survivors in the mall finally settled down. Ha, all the food from the supermarket upstairs is ours. Damn it, I'm starving. I'm going upstairs to eat. Chicken legs, potato chips, Coke, whatever I want. But when they rushed to the third floor, they were dumbfounded when they saw the empty supermarket. Chapter 123: Shen Miaomiao's friendship level exceeds 90, surprise reward. Driving a snowmobile, Li Xiaoluo brought Lu Wanqi and Xiao Pan back to the Longting Villa district. Now the area near Li Xiaoluo's villa, from Villa number 1 to Villa number 10, has become Li Xiaoluo's territory. Li Xiaoluo also set up a special security team. This time when Li Xiaoluo was driving a snowmobile past Villa number 10, he saw several women standing on the upper floor of Villa number 10 on duty and training. It seems that Lin Mingxin is very strict when it comes to leading troops. Li Xiaoluo did not drive the snowmobile directly back to Villa number 1, but came to Villa number 3. Then Li Xiaoluo used the intercom to notify Shen Miaomiao, Lin Mingxin and others, asking them to bring all the women to Villa number 3. Although mobile phones can still be used now, Li Xiaoluoju finds it more convenient to use walkie-talkies. Not long after, Shen Miaomiao and the others arrived at Villa number 3 first. Seeing Li Xiaoluo return safely, all the women showed happy expressions on their faces. Then they noticed Lu Wanqi and Zhang Pan who were following Li Xiaoluo. The other girls didn't care about Lu Wanqi, as she was just a pretty survivor brought back by Li Xiaoluo. There is no shortage of beautiful women among them. But Shen Miaomiao and the others showed a hint of curiosity about Zhang Pan, the little girl sitting in a wheelchair. When all the women joined Taoyuan territory, Li Xiaoluo would make it clear that he would not keep idle people and they all had to prove their worth. But they didn't expect that Li Xiaoluo would actually take in a disabled little girl. At this moment, many women were thinking that the Lord was actually very loving. Not long after, Lin Mingxin also ran to Villa number 3 with a group of women. It seems that even at this moment, Lin Mingxin is still training these women. Then Lin Mingxin and the others' eyes lingered on Xiao Pan for a while. Zhang Pan was originally a very sensitive little girl. At this moment, she saw all the women looking at her with a strange look in their eyes. She suddenly felt even more uneasy. She knew very well that after the apocalypse, no one would like a burden like her. After all, she is young and disabled, and her work is of no use other than wasting food. Zhang Pan was heartbroken. If the people here were unwilling to take her in, she wouldn't make things difficult for her elder brother. Li Xiaoluo didn't notice the expression on Xiao Pan's face. He first glanced at all the women in the room. This was the entire population of the Taoyuan territory he had established at this stage. Core members: Shen Miaomiao sisters, Qin Yuemei, Zhao Xiaolu, Lin Mingxin, Zhao Min. Plus Lu Wanqi and Zhang Pan who joined today, there are a total of 8 people. Temporary members, Wang Shanshan, Li Chaoqiao, plus 30 women who joined later, a total of 32 people.
At this stage, Taoyuan territory has only 2 departments.
Lin Mingxin is the captain of the security team of the Armed Forces Department. There are 20 female soldiers in the team, divided into 2 teams. Their daily task is to take turns guarding the safety of the villa area, and then train their skills under the leadership of Lin Mingxin.
There is also the logistics department, which is now managed by Xin Miaomiao.
Except for the female soldiers in the security team, all other women are under the management of the logistics department. There is no need to introduce the work of the logistics department. Except for security issues, all other matters are now the responsibility of the logistics department. At this stage, Li Xiaolua doesn't have many people, so Li Xiaolua didn't make things too complicated.
Miao Miao, have you counted the supplies in all the villas? How much food have you found in these villas?
Xin Miao Miao nodded quickly and said, all the useful supplies in those villas have been counted and registered, but there isn't much food to be found.
There's only a little more food found in villa number 10.
There are 41 of us now, and according to the food standards you set for each person, the female soldiers need more food for training.
The food we found might only be enough for us to eat for 3 days.
When Xin Miaomiao said these words, she didn't actually show any worry. Because the women who lived with Li Xiaolua all knew that Li Xiaolua had a system space with a lot of food in it. If it was just the food found in the villa outside, Li Xiaolua would not have recruited these women at all.
But some women like Lin Mingxin didn't know about Li Xiaolua's situation. After hearing Xin Miaomiao say that there was only 3 days of food, they all looked extremely heavy.
Their previous experiences made them realize how precious food is in such a doomsday.
For a piece of bread, some people simply become dehumanized.
Especially little Pan Pan, when she heard that there was a severe shortage of food here, she felt even more depressed.
She felt that she would definitely be abandoned.
Seeing the expressions on Lin Mingxin and the others' faces, Li Xiaolua slowly said,
I've told you before that you don't have to worry about food. As long as you work for me and follow me, you won't have to worry about going hungry. This time I went out and got a lot of food. After hearing what Li Xiaoluo said, the faces of those women who didn't know that Li Xiaoluo had a system space relaxed, and they all chose to believe what Li Xiaoluo said. Because they felt that if Li Xiaolua didn't have a lot of food, he might have already notified them to leave, and it would be impossible for him to waste food on them. If before the end of the world, Li Xiaolua might still have coveted something from them, but after the end of the world, what else do they have besides their bodies? There are so many beautiful women around Li Xiaolua, even if they want to offer their bodies, I'm afraid they are not qualified. I have a few announcements to make.
First, Villa 1 will be my lord's residence from now on, and I will reserve Villas 2 to 6 as warehouses for storing supplies. Therefore, from now on, no one can approach or enter these villas without my permission or that of the logistics director, Xin Miaomiao. The first thing Li Xiaoluo did was to designate several villas closest to his villa number 1 as restricted areas. The reason why Li Xiaoluo cleared out the survivors from these villas was actually to make the area around his own villa safer, and then he used these villas as temporary warehouses.
Secondly, if there is any emergency in the territory when I am not here, then all of you must obey Xin Miaomiao's orders. When I am not here, Xin Miaomiao represents me.
When you chose to follow me, I told you that I would provide you with a safe place to live and food. But you need to work for me and obey all my orders.
So whoever I tell you to listen to, you must obey unconditionally.
After the apocalypse, I won't talk about a wise leader here.
But as long as you are loyal and obedient, I won't hurt or torture you. But if anyone disobeys my orders, don't blame me.
As for the second thing, Li Xiaolua sometimes has to go to Zhou Xiaotong's place, so there must be a person in charge here. Needless to say, among these women, Xin Miaomiao's position in his heart is definitely the most important. System prompt, Xin Miaomiao is moved by the host, friendship level +3, current friendship level towards the host is 92.
Ding, congratulations to the host. The friendship level of your contracted subordinates has exceeded 90 for the first time. You are one step closer to becoming the strongest lord. Reward, a super power card and 100 energy points. Chapter 120 for the newcomer qualified to live in Villa number 1.
Li Xiaolua was stunned for a moment by the system's prompt.
In fact, announcing that Xin Miaomiao could represent herself was just a normal arrangement by Li Xiaolua. He really had no intention of trying to win Xin Miaomiao's favor. After all, since Xin Miaomiao's friendliness level exceeded 80 and reached a high of 89, Li Xiaolua no longer needed to specifically increase her friendliness level like before. Xin Miaomiao is already someone he can absolutely trust. But Li Xiaolua didn't expect that because of what he just said, Shin Miaomiao's friendliness level suddenly exceeded 90. And because it is the first time that there are more than 90 contracted subordinates, the system also has rewards. And this reward is actually a Zhanzhan card. You know, since the system was officially activated, what Li Xiaolua coveted the most was this Zhanzhan card. Because as long as he has this Zhanzhan card, Li Xiaolua can become a real psychic. This temptation was so attractive to him that it could be considered a wish of his in his previous life. The system also rewards 100 energy points. In fact, Li Xiaolua knew that these 100 energy points were not for him to use to purchase goods in the system mall. But it is used to activate superpowers. Because the energy points needed to activate a superpower are exactly 100 points. What does it mean? For example, Li Xiaolua used the Zhanzhan card to copy Shin Miaomiao's ice ability. However, after the copy, just like Shin Miaomiao's current state, the ability was also in the waiting state to be awakened. That is, it is not activated. Shin Miaomiao and the others must wait until the third stage of natural disasters arrives before they can awake and activate their special powers. But as long as Li Xiaolua has 100 energy points, he can activate the copied superpowers at any time. In other words, the Zhanzhan card and 100 energy points rewarded by the system this time are just a perfect match. This is just the right time for Li Xiaoluo to acquire a superpower in advance. And now, the survivors all over the world don't even know the existence of superpowers, let alone awakening them. Therefore, Li Xiaoluo will become the first person in the world to awaken superpowers, and the only person in the world with superpowers. From being a useless guy with no superpowers in his previous life, to being the first one to have superpowers in this life. Li Xiaolua felt very excited just thinking about it. No matter how excited I am, I still have to continue to arrange my work. Li Xiaolua also made some arrangements for the people in the logistics department and the security team. Li Xiaoluo allocated Villa Number 7 and Villa Number 8 to the logistics department for use as residence and warehouse. Li Xiaoluo allocated Villa Number 9 and Villa Number 10 to the security team as dormitories and training grounds. Of course, the female soldiers of the security team are also on duty at Villa Number 10 at the outermost edge, so that they can discover in time any survivors who want to invade the territory. As for their more specific work, Li Xiaolua was too lazy to care. Then Li Xiaolua called out the names of several women and began to dismiss everyone, letting them go back to their respective jobs. The women that Li Xiaolua specifically asked to stay included Shin Miaomiao and the other women who originally lived in Villa Number 1, as well as Zhao Min, Lu Wanqi, and Xiao Panpan. These three people will also live in Villa Number 1 in the future. Of course, Li Xiaolua asked them to live in Villa Number 1 not just because they were beautiful. For example, Zhao Min, although she is indeed tall, beautiful and elegant, and she is the most mature and charming woman. However, Li Xiaolua asked her to live in Villa Number 1, firstly because her friendliness was high enough, and secondly because of her relationship with Lin Mengxin. Now the psychic has not appeared yet, and Lin Mengxin is now Li Xiaoluo's number 1 general, so only by controlling Zhao Min can he better control Lin Mengxin. Of course, judging from the current friendship between Lin Mengxin and the others, there will actually be no rebellion. Besides, women are not as ambitious as men by nature. This is also the reason why Li Xiaolua doesn't recruit any men. As for letting the two newcomers, Lu Wanqi and Xiao Panpan, move into Villa Number 1 as soon as they arrived, there is nothing surprising about it. After all, they are all talented. Especially Xiao Panpan, her importance in Li Xiaoluo's heart may be second only to Shin Miaomiao. In some ways, it may even be more important. For example, the Zhanzhan card that the system rewarded this time, Li Xiaolua thought about it and decided that he didn't want to use this Zhanzhan card on Shin Miaomiao or Zhou Xiaotong. Because at this stage, what Li Xiaolua wants most is not Shin Miaomiao's ice-based talent, nor Zhou Xiaotong's water-based talent. What he wants most is Xiao Panpan's teleportation ability. Li Xiaolua positioned himself not as a warrior who charged into battle, but as a big boss who hid in the back. Therefore, offensive abilities are not what he wants most. The ability to escape and save his life is what he needs most. Besides, at this stage, even if he copied Shin Miaomiao's offensive ice ability, the power he could exert would be limited because he had no energy points to increase the level of the ability. It might not even be as powerful as the deterrent brought by a gun. However, although Li Xiaolua is very envious of Xiao Panpan's supernatural talent, he still needs to face a difficult problem, that is, Xiao Panpan's friendliness level has not reached 80. So Li Xiaolua let Xiao Panpan live in Villa Number 1, hoping that through some operations, Xiao Panpan's friendliness level would exceed 80 as soon as possible, so that he could use the Zhanzhan card as soon as possible. Of course, if it takes too long, Li Xiaolua might also consider using the Zhanzhan card on Shin Miaomiao.
Then, Li Xiaolua brought Shin Miaomiao and the others back to Villa number 1.
As soon as they entered the villa, everyone felt a heat wave coming.
Li Xiaolua and Shin Miaomiao were well prepared.
The moment they entered the villa room, they began to take off their thick clothes.
Only Zhao Min and Lu Wanqi were still stupid and at a loss.
They don't know why the temperature in Villa number 1 is so high. Didn't the power go out a long time ago? And even if there wasn't a power outage, the air conditioner couldn't make the room so warm, right? It's basically no different from summer. Okay, everyone, don't just stand there.
The temperature in our villa is 28 degrees Celsius, which is very warm, so everyone, take off your thick clothes quickly. As the hostess, Shin Miaomiao quickly reminded Zhao Min and the others, and then she went to help Xiao Panpan take off her thick clothes. Because Shin Miaomiao could see that Xiao Luoga treated this little girl very differently. As long as it is something or someone that Li Xiaolua likes, Shin Miaomiao will also like it. Xiao Panpan originally thought that everyone would drive her away, but unexpectedly, not only did it not happen, but she also moved into the best villa number 1.
Now the hostess Shin Miaomiao came over personally to take off her clothes. Little Ponpon's face was suddenly full of flattery. She waved her hands helplessly.
Beautiful sister, you don't have to come, I can do it myself.
Chapter 125, This is simply heaven, right?
Li Xiaolua looked at Xiao Panpan and said, Xiao Panpan, Shin Miaomiao is my wife. From now on, you should call her sister Miaomiao, and don't be polite to your sister-in-law. Then Li Xiaolua looked at all the women in the room.
There are new people moving into the villa today.
I'm going to explain the house rules again and then arrange your work. First of all, the rules for living in Villa number 1 are actually similar to those of Taoyuan territory. You need to obey orders, and Miao Miao and I are your masters.
But from today on, your master has one more person. Little Pan Pan is my adopted sister. From now on, she will be the eldest daughter.
Hearing Li Xiaolua's words, all the women were stunned. Even Shin Miaomiao didn't expect that Li Xiaolua would attach so much importance to this little girl. Shin Miaomiao and the others have actually been with Li Xiaolua for so long that they already know Li Xiaolua's character. He is not a soft-hearted man, nor is he a kind-hearted person who will help poor survivors when he sees them. There were even dozens of people who died at Li Xiaoluo's hands, if not 100. So the fact that Li Xiaolua took in this disabled little girl and treated her like her own sister really made them curious about what kind of magic this little girl had. Zhang Panpan herself was even more flattered. She was also confused and didn't know why Li Xiaolua was so nice to her.
That's a bit too good.
System prompt: Zhang Panpan is extremely grateful to the host, friendship level +5, current friendship level towards the host is 78. Xiao Panpan is a very sensitive little girl, so she is really grateful for Li Xiaolua's kindness to her. In fact, if it were still before the end of the world, Li Xiaolua's behavior would definitely make Zhang Panpan suspect whether Li Xiaolua was a human trafficker or something like that. But in this apocalypse, although Zhang Panpan is young, she also knows that if Li Xiaolua wants to hurt her, there is no need to go through so much trouble. So the big brother is really good to her. Hearing the notification sound from the system that Xiao Panpan's friendliness level had increased, Li Xiaolua was very satisfied. The only pity was that it didn't exceed 80 directly. But Li Xiaolua didn't force it. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. Xin Yuemei, you will be responsible for taking care of Xin Yanyan and Xiao Panpan from now on. Don't let them get into any danger. Lu Wanqi, go cook a few dishes and let me test your cooking skills. If your cooking skills are up to par, you'll be my chef from now on. If your cooking skills aren't up to par, then you might not be qualified to stay in Villa number 1. Zhao Min and Zhao Xiaolu, you two will be responsible for the miscellaneous chores in the villa from now on. If anyone performs poorly, they will not be eligible to live in Villa number 1. Li Xiaolua roughly arranged some work for the women, and then asked Lu Wanqi and the others to go wash up first. After all, as his personal chef and maid, cleanliness and hygiene must be the top priority. As for Xiao Panpan, Xin Yuemei personally helped her take a bath. When Lu Wanqi and the others came to the bathroom with their clothes, they were shocked again. They really didn't expect that the villa was not only warm as spring, but also had water supply and they could even take a hot shower. Now, most places outside have no electricity or water, and everyone has long been living a primitive life. Heating and lighting can only be obtained by fire, and water can only be obtained by mineral water or melted snow. This is simply paradise, right? In the bathroom on the second floor. Xinyueme was a nurse before the end of her life, so she is good at dealing with little girls like Xiao Panpan and can easily gain Xiao Panpan's trust. While preparing toiletries for Xiao Panpan, Xinyueme and Xiao Panpan gradually became familiar with each other. Xinyueme and Xiao Panpan talked about a lot of things that happened in this villa area, including some bad things. If it was before the end of the world, Xinyueme would definitely not say such dark things in front of a little girl like Xiao Panpan. But now it is after the end of the world, and she feels that she still needs to let Xiao Panpan know the cruelty of the end of the world. It also lets her know how difficult it is to live her current life, and she really needs to cherish it. However, Xiao Panpan also told Xinyueme about what she and teacher Lu experienced in the mall. Xinyueme only then realized that Xiao Panpan might have experienced more dark things than she did. In the mall, Xiao Panpan saw with her own eyes several middle-aged women and men being beaten to death by those men. Then they were driven to the second floor by the thugs who occupied the supermarket and were not given food. Among the group of people who were driven to the second floor, Xiao Panpan and Lu Wanqi were the most bullied. Even though Xinyueme may have seen more dark things than Xiao Panpan, when it comes to personal experience, Xinyueme is not as miserable as Xiao Panpan. Xinyueme filled the bathtub for Xiao Panpan, then took off Xiao Panpan's clothes and began to bathe her carefully. Xiao Panpan grew up under the strange gazes of others. Apart from her mother, no one had ever been served a bath like this. And it was in such a luxurious bathroom, which Xiao Panpan couldn't even imagine before the end of the world. Sister May, do you think this is heaven? Compared with her previous despair in the mall, Xiao Panpan felt like she was in heaven now. Xinyueme smiled and said, compared to the survivors outside, this villa is almost like a paradise. Because it's as warm as spring here, there's plenty to eat, and the defenses are very strong. Several waves of thugs tried to attack here before, but none of them were able to break in, so it's very safe here. But actually, you're lucky, little one. The Lord has taken notice of you and even acknowledged you as his sister. Otherwise, let's not even talk about whether you can be taken in. Even if you can, you might just become a temporary member of the team like those women in the logistics department, and then live in other villas. Those villas don't have running water or electricity. Even those of us who have lived in Villa Number 1 for a long time don't have the status and treatment you have. We don't even have the privilege of taking a bath. So the Lord is really good to you, you should be grateful in your heart. Xiao Panpan nodded heavily. Just as Xinyueme said, Lu Wanqi, Zhao Min and others did not have the privilege of taking a bath. However, after taking a comfortable hot bath, Lu Wanqi, Zhao Min and others also completely fell in love with this place. They are all women who love cleanliness very much, but they really didn't expect that they could take a hot bath now. It's such a blessing to live here. However, Lu Wanqi and Zhao Min knew that if they wanted to stay here, they still needed to pass the assessment. So Lu Wanqi and Zhao Min did not dare to waste time when taking a shower. After quickly cleaning themselves, they began to prepare dinner. Chapter 126 Xiao Panpan's friendship level exceeds 80. As night fell, Lu Wanqi spent a lot of time and effort to prepare a total of 8 dishes and 1 soup. Stir-fried pork with chili peppers, spicy crab, stir-fried beef, squirrel fish. Yangzhou lion head, wensi tofu, nourishing chicken soup, and a pot of fish porridge. No wonder they say that real food has all the qualities of color, aroma, and taste. I asked Xinyueme and the others to cook a few meals before. Not to mention how they tasted, they looked several levels worse than Lu Wanqi's dishes. For example, if you ask Xinyueme and the others to cook a fish, it will be already minced fish meat when it comes out of the pot. Edible. However, the fish made by Lu Wanqi was so beautifully presented on the plating that it was very pleasing to the eye even before being eaten. Li Xiaolua sat at the head seat at the dining table, and Shen Miaomiao and her sister sat on both sides of him. However, there was one more person at the table today, and that was Xiao Panpan. Li Xiaolua treats talents seriously. Then they started eating and tasting the dishes. Li Xiaolua likes spicy food, so she ate a few dishes first, and they tasted very good. It was even better than the meal he had ordered before the end of the world. In fact, Lu Wanqi's true strength is reflected in the dishes such as squirrel fish, Yangzhou lion head, and wensi tofu. Especially the last dish, wensi tofu. Although the ingredients are simple and cheap, it is just made by cutting tender tofu into thin strips with a knife and then cooking it with some fresh soup. However, it is not easy for ordinary chefs to make this dish well, and they may not even be able to master it. After all, cutting tofu into pieces as thin as to fit through the eye of a needle requires talent and hard work. Lu Wanqi did not work as a chef before the end of the world, but she had a great talent for cooking. She had been trained by her father for more than 10 years since she was a child, so her cooking skills could be said to be very superb. Anyway, Li Xiaolua, Shen Miaomiao and the others praised the food highly, especially the squirrel fish and Yangzhou lion head dishes. Even though Li Xiaolua likes spicy food, she thought they were very good. Shen Miaomiao and her friends already like these sour and sweet dishes, so they think they are extremely delicious. As for little Pan Pan, she was drinking fish porridge and nourishing chicken soup. When she was in that mall, she basically didn't have many proper meals, and she was hungry for more than a day afterwards. Now she can't overeat meat and fish. But even though it was just fish porridge, Zhang Panpan almost cried. Zhang Panpan's family conditions before the apocalypse were average, so she was easy to feed. But after the apocalypse, she was starving. Now she could eat hot and delicious fish porridge, she couldn't be happier. Seeing that Li Xiaolua and the others were very satisfied with the food, Lu Wanqi also smiled. Only then did Lu Wanqi realize how much her father had said when he forced her to practice her cooking skills. It is always good to have many skills, and you never know when they will come in handy. If she hadn't mentioned that she could cook at the mall, she might not have come here, let alone live in Villa Number 1. After Li Xiaolua and the others finished their meal, Lu Wanqi and the others started to clean up, and then they began to eat in the kitchen. While Lu Wanqi and the others were having dinner, Zhang Panpan came in a wheelchair to look for Lu Wanqi. "Teacher Lu, Sister Mei, is this all you want to eat?" In the kitchen, Lu Wanqi, Xin Yuemei and the others were eating, but the dishes they had were only some green vegetables and a little bit of food left over by Li Xiaolua and the others. Xin Yuemei smiled at Xiao Panpan and said, "Isn't the food here good? Go online and see how many people can still eat steaming hot rice and stir-fried dishes now." Lu Wanqi was drinking porridge in small sips. She was rather weak now and needed to take good care of herself. Her face was full of satisfaction. She was a person who was afraid of being hungry, but now she had these foods to eat, she was really satisfied. "Sister Mei, that's not what I meant. I don't think these foods are bad. I just feel that you all can only eat these foods, while I eat so well." In fact, Zhang Panpan didn't really think that what they ate was bad. Zhang Panpan's family was not wealthy before the apocalypse, and after the apocalypse, she had experienced days when there was no food at all, so she was also very able to endure hardships. She just felt that she was a burden and couldn't help her big brother at all. Unlike Teacher Lu and Sister Mei, one was a nurse and the other was a chef who cooked delicious meals. They were much more useful than her. But Teacher Lu and Sister Mei ate much worse than her, and Zhang Panpan felt uncomfortable all over. "Silly girl, you're lucky to have met a noble person, so don't feel any burden in your heart. You will repay the Lord when you have the chance in the future." Lu Wanqi has known Xiao Panpan for quite some time, and she is also her teacher, so she naturally knows Xiao Panpan's personality. Xiao Panpan is a bit introverted and never wants to bother others. In the past, when Lu Wanqi took her to the supermarket to buy things, she didn't dare to buy the things she liked. Now that she is suddenly receiving so much attention, Xiao Panpan must be feeling a little uneasy. Lu Wanqi looked at Xiao Panpan seriously and said, "Xiao Panpan, don't worry. The Lord is really good to you. When he was cooking earlier, he specifically asked me to make you fish porridge and chicken soup, saying that these foods would help you recover as soon as possible." Xin Yuemei also said enviously, "Yes, apart from Madame Miao Miao, I haven't seen the Lord be so kind to anyone else." System prompt: Zhang Panpan has become attached to the host, friendship level +5, current friendship level with the host is 83. In the master bedroom on the second floor, Li Xiaolua was originally planning to do something loving with Shen Miaomiao. After all, in such weather, there are no social activities, so he can only play the baby-making game with Shen Miaomiao more. But the sudden sound of the system prompt made Li Xiaolua's hands, which were messing with Shen Miaomiao's plump body, pause for a moment. Shen Miaomiao also woke up from her confusion and immediately found an opportunity to leave Li Xiaolua's arms with difficulty. "Brother Xiao Luo. It's still early. I'll go see Yen Yen first." As the delicious food that was about to hit her mouth had slipped away, Li Xiaoluo had no intention of catching her back for the time being. At this time, Li Xiaoluo was still surprised. Why did Xiao Panpan's friendliness suddenly increase again? And it broke through the 80 mark in one fell swoop. However, this is definitely great news for Li Xiaoluo. This means that he can now sign a contract with Xiao Panpan, and the ability to teleport that he has been longing for will soon be obtained. That's why Shen Miaomiao was able to easily escape from his clutches just now. Now she has become the first person to awaken superpowers, which makes her even more attractive to Li Xiaolua. Li Xiaolua couldn't wait to walk out of the bedroom, and then found Xiao Panpan. After paying a lollipop, Li Xiaolua successfully signed a contract with Xiao Panpan.
Chapter 127, Activating the Teleportation Ability and Rewarding Shin Miao.
After signing the contract with Xiao Panpan, Li Xiaolua did not hesitate and directly used the Zhanzhan card on Xiao Panpan. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have copied Jiang Panpan's teleportation ability.
Wow, I'm lucky, I hit the target with one shot. System, luck?
It's just that the author wants the hero to have superpowers.
What kind of luck are you talking about?
Li Xiaolua called up the system interface and took a look.
The strongest Doomsday Shelter System. Lord, Li Xiaolua. Level 1.
Lord's Mansion, Longting No. 1 Villa, Watanjiwan Community Building A, 36th floor.
Innate ability, Eye of Exploration.
Special abilities, space 16000-20000, teleportation to be activated.
Contracted subordinates, 3-5 Zhou Xiaodong, Shin Miao, Jiang Panpan. Energy points, 100. Shop, level 1.
The system interface finally had some changes, especially when he saw the addition of the ability of instant teleportation. Li Xiaolua couldn't help but get excited.
System, activate the teleportation ability. Received. Activating the ability requires 100 energy points. Host, do you confirm the deduction of 100 energy points? Confirm.
Li Xiaolua did not hesitate and did not feel reluctant to give up. After all, these energy points were originally rewards from the system. Moreover, 100 energy points can't be used for anything else big, so it's most cost-effective to use them to activate superpowers. As Li Xiaolua's voice of confirmation fell, Li Xiaolua suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something had taken root in his head. In his previous life, Li Xiaolua was not a person with special abilities, so he naturally didn't know that awakening special abilities would require suffering. Fortunately, the pain was still bearable and showed no signs of worsening, so Li Xiaolua was not too worried. Instead, he carefully felt the changes in his body. After about 5 minutes, the pain in Li Xiaolua's head disappeared, but he could feel that he seemed to have learned something naturally. Li Xiaolua's mind moved, and then he suddenly appeared on the roof of Villa number 88 of Longting Villa.
But the next second, Li Xiaolua knew that he was an idiot because he was still wearing thin clothes.
So Li Xiaolua teleported back to the villa almost instantly, but after using the teleportation ability twice in a row, Li Xiaolua felt that his white source ball was a bit consumed. It turned out that after Li Xiaolua awakened the ability of teleportation, a transparent energy ball the size of a sesame seed formed in his mind. This energy ball stored the source of power that allowed Li Xiaolua to use the ability of teleportation. According to what Li Xiaolua knew, the maximum straight line distance he could move instantly was about 500 meters. If it is an ordinary person, when he just awakens his superpowers, he may only be able to teleport once or twice, and the source power of the energy ball will be almost consumed. But Li Xiaolua has been strengthened by the system, and there is more source power in his energy ball, which can at least allow him to teleport 5 or 6 times. Of course, once the source of power in the energy ball is consumed, there is no way to continue using the supernatural power for the time being.
However, it certainly doesn't mean that it can never be used.
In fact, just like when people do a lot of exercise and consume all their physical strength, there are 2 ways to recover. The first is to let it heal naturally, but this will be slower. Especially if they are still in battle. If the psychic has no superpowers, then they are just like ordinary people. Secondly, just like a magician in a game needs magic potions to restore his magic power, the same is true for psychics. The crystals that will appear in the future can not only be used to increase the level of psychic powers, but the energy absorbed in the crystals can also be used for recovery. This is also why crystals are very precious in the future. Li Xiaolua studied the teleportation ability he had just acquired for a long time, his face full of excitement. Not to mention whether there will be any superpowers that can restrain the ability of teleportation in the future, but at least at this stage, he is absolutely invincible and no one can hurt him. Shin Miao had returned to her room from her sister's place for a while. She had changed into silk pajamas and saw that Li Xiaolua was thinking about something, so she didn't say anything to disturb Li Xiaolua. Shin Miao just looked at Li Xiaolua with affectionate eyes, her face full of happiness. Although they have only been together for a few days, Shin Miao's dependence on Li Xiaolua has become deeper and deeper, especially since Li Xiaolua is really good to her and cares about her, which makes her really happy in this doomsday.
However, when thinking of happiness, Shin Miao's face suddenly flushed, and no one knew what scene she was thinking of.
At this time, Li Xiaolua had just studied the supernatural power he had just obtained, and then he saw Shin Miao, whose face was rosy and looked particularly attractive.
Miao, come here. I went out today and brought you some gifts.
Li Xiaoluo was already in a good mood, and now seeing the beautiful Shen Miaomiao, he naturally wanted to do something happier.
It can also be regarded as a reward for Shen Miaomiao. There are gifts?
Thank you, Brother Xiaoluo. Shen Miaomiao showed a happy look on her face, and then she walked to Li Xiaoluo with her long beautiful legs. In fact, she doesn't lack anything now and doesn't care about gifts, but Li Xiaoluo still thinks of bringing her gifts when he goes out. Of course, she is very touched and happy. Li Xiaoluo smiled and took out his gift from the system space. When Shen Miaomiao saw the gift Li Xiaoluo took out, her already rosy face suddenly became even redder. I'm going to take a shower first.
You pick a gift. I'll check it when I get out of the shower.
After saying that, Li Xiaoluo went to the bathroom. Shen Miaomiao looked at the several sets of sexy lingerie and stockings left by Li Xiaoluo, and didn't know what to choose for a moment. Although they are all beautiful, this is too avant-garde. Shen Miaomiao had never come into contact with such intimate clothing before, and her face flushed just by looking at it. However, Li Xiaoluo had arranged a task, and Shen Miaomiao did not dare not complete it, otherwise she didn't know how Brother Xiaoluo would deal with her. Shen Miaomiao blushed as she picked out a set of white underwear and stockings. She thought that if she wore them, her skin would definitely look whiter. Charlotte will probably like it. After changing her clothes with a blushing face, Shen Miaomiao put the remaining gifts from Li Xiaoluo into the closet. Li Xiaoluo always takes a quick shower. When she returned to the room, she saw a beautiful white figure. She is tall and sexy, and her exposed skin looks really white against the backdrop of white clothes.
Hey, Xiaoluo, you have finished your shower.
Shen Miaomiao, who was tidying up her clothes, didn't hear the sound, but suddenly felt someone sticking to her from behind and hugging her slender waist. Although she was startled, Shen Miaomiao knew who it was without even looking, and quickly calmed down. However, her blushing face and trembling body seemed to betray her.
Chapter 128: Giving Birth in the Doomsday? Let nature take its course. The night is endless, and the nights of Doomsday are no longer as brightly lit as before Doomsday. However, inside Li Xiaoluo's villa, the scene was quite different. At least it was not pitch black, and the lights in the entire villa were off. Lights represent hope.
Shen Miaomiao leaned on the window with both hands and looked at the snowy scenery outside through the light in the house.
Although the night view outside is a bit monotonous, it is probably only here that they can see it.
Now, in other places outside, it would be pitch black all around at night. Li Xiaoluo looked at Shen Miaomiao's beautiful profile and flawless body, which was extremely seductive in the night. Miaomiao, our future children will be so blessed.
Brother Xiaoluo, can we really have a baby?
Shen Miaomiao, whose face was originally flushed, suddenly had a glimmer of light in her eyes. It is said that if a woman is willing to give birth to a child for you, it at least means that she loved you. On the contrary, Shen Miaomiao has always wished to have a child for her beloved man. But now is the end of the world, and Shen Miaomiao thinks her idea may never come true.
Because many adults can't survive now, let alone children.
Yes, maybe we are shouldering the great mission of human continuation. Besides, the granary you prepared for your children is so big. If our children don't use it, it would be a waste. Shen Miaomiao's face flushed red, and she didn't know whether it was because of Li Xiaoluo's words or because of something else. Then, Li Xiaoluo concluded, so, Miaomiao, we still have to work harder in the future.
12,089 words omitted. Crash, deleted everything. Omit.
Before the end of the world, Shen Miaomiao was still a beautiful schoolgirl. Having a baby seemed quite far away for her. Although Shen Miaomiao is very beautiful, she always thought of herself as an ordinary woman before the end of the world. She will be just like any other woman, graduating from college, then working, and when she matures a little, getting married and having children. However, after the end of the world, Shen Miaomiao grew up suddenly because of what she experienced.
So Shen Miaomiao has no objection to having a baby.
In fact, Li Xiaoluo could feel that Shen Miaomiao was particularly excited after he joked about having a baby. In fact, Li Xiaoluo does not have the same enthusiasm for having children as Shen Miaomiao. He believes in letting nature take its course. If the baby is pregnant, then give birth to it. If not, it doesn't matter. As for whether the children born after the end of the world can be raised and grow up safely, this is not a problem at all for Li Xiaoluo. If even he can't survive in this apocalypse, then human civilization may be on the verge of extinction. Looking at Shen Miaomiao, who fell into a deep sleep with a tired look on her face, Li Xiaoluo smiled bitterly. Men are actually most afraid of others saying no, but sometimes being too good at something seems a bit troublesome. But fortunately, Li Xiaoluo will definitely not lack women in this doomsday. For example, in Villa Number 1, the sexy Queen Xin Yueme, the noble and elegant Zhao Min, and the artistic Lu Wanqi, although these women have their own unique temperaments, they also have many common characteristics, that is, fair skin, beautiful faces, long legs, and well-proportioned figures.
Although the relationship between Li Xiaolua and them has not reached that stage, as long as Li Xiaolua wants, they cannot refuse, and they may even have been mentally prepared.
However, Li Xiaolua is not a creature who thinks with his lower body. These women living in Villa Number 1 will be his real team and core members of the team in the future, so he should take it slow. As for now, Li Xiaolua thought about it and realized that it seemed that she had not visited Zhou Xiaotong for several days.
It was a good time to go and see her now.
Arriving at the study in the villa, Li Xiaolua activated the portal and instantly returned to Lord's Mansion number 36.
Woo!
The moment Li Xiaolua appeared, the general who was being affectionate with Yu Mai immediately became alert and made a whining sound. But before the general could make a sound, it immediately smelled the scent of its owner, Li Xiaolua. Then the general swallowed his cry and ran towards Li Xiaolua with his tail wagging happily. Although the general looks big and strong, his loyalty is undoubtedly unquestionable. Moreover, Li Xiaolua has always been very good to the general, providing him with the best food and drink, which makes the general recognize Li Xiaolua as his master even more. Having not seen Li Xiaolua for such a long time, he was naturally very enthusiastic.
Okay, I'll take you out to play tomorrow. Now go with your corn, I also want to accompany my woman.
Li Xiaolua touched the enthusiastic general's head and then drove him back to the doghouse.
We are all public, why are you so enthusiastic? General, I am not a human, but you are a real dog.
Li Xiaolua came to the bedroom and the room was pitch black. In fact, although Li Xiaolua's home has electricity, Zhou Xiaotong turns off the lights early every night. Because all the buildings outside were without electricity, it was pitch black at night. If she kept the lights on at night, she would be like a firefly in the dark, it would be impossible not to be noticed. Although Li Xiaolua told her that the house was very strong and difficult for survivors to break into, it was still annoying to be disturbed every day. So Zhou Xiaotong simply went to bed early at night, or simply didn't turn on the lights. This way Yuan-Ti stand out from the crowd. Li Xiaolua did not turn on the light. Relying on the light from his mobile phone, he quickly came to the big bed. Because the temperature in the room was very high, Zhou Xiaotong wore sexy pajamas when she slept, and covered herself with a small blanket. At this time, Zhou Xiaotong's large area of fair skin was exposed, like a sleeping beauty. At this moment, Zhou Xiaotong on the bed seemed to wake up and screamed.
Who?
Li Xiaolua rushed forward and pressed Zhou Xiaotong down, deliberately changing his voice to a low voice and said,
Robber, don't move. Just cooperate and I won't hurt you.
Otherwise, be careful or I'll scratch your pretty face. Zhou Xiaotong subconsciously wanted to struggle, but suddenly, a smile appeared on her face in the darkness.
Who are you?
My outer door is locked.
How did you get in?
Please don't hurt me, I'll give you whatever you want. There was fear in Zhou Xiaotong's voice, as if she was afraid of being hurt.
Hey, I don't want anything, I just want you.
I heard you're pretty and have a great figure, so play with me and serve me well, and I'll let you go. Zhou Xiaotong suddenly stretched out her hands and put her arms around Li Xiaolua's neck.
I know about it.
Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you. Li Xiaolua was stunned.
Is this woman so cooperative?
However, Li Xiaolua quickly realized that although it was dark in the house and he couldn't see anything, Zhou Xiaotong might have already known that it was him.
Be serious, we're in the middle of a robbery.
My dear boss, I am very serious.
Chapter 129 The Henpecked General. The night was endless.
Not long after Li Xiaolua entered the bedroom. The general, who was outside the bedroom, was immediately awakened by the sound, but after pricking up his ears to listen, he lay down again. This kind of sound means that you have heard it many times before and have become accustomed to it. However, the general, who had been woken up several times in a row, seemed to lose his sleepiness all of a sudden. In the darkness, the general stared at the dog with wide eyes and told it to go and cause trouble for its unkind owner, but the general felt that it was unnecessary. After all, the new owner was very nice to it. He gave it good food and drink and found it a beautiful female dog. So it is forgivable for the owner to disturb the cat's sleep sometimes. When the general thought of the beautiful wife his master had found for him, he became excited. Then the dog looked at Yumi, who was sleeping soundly, and slowly and quietly moved towards Yumi. My dear cornwife, don't sleep anymore, Uncle Dog is here to take care of you. The sleeping corn was licked awake by the general, and then what came into its eyes was the general's dark dog face.
Snap! Snap. Snap. Yumi slapped the general a few times with her dog paw without any hesitation.
She felt annoyed when she saw the general's ugly face. Although the general had successfully broken through the fortress through his persistence and soft and hard tactics these days, Yumi still disliked the general. The general was stunned and it took him a while to come back to his senses. Then he immediately stuck out his tongue, licked his face and continued to smile apologetically.
It doesn't dare to really make the corn unhappy.
But privately, the general felt bitter. It turned out that what his predecessor said was right. When looking for a wife, you can't look for a good-looking one, because good-looking ones all have bad tempers.
1,106 words omitted.
Boss, why are you back so late today?
And Zhou Xiaotong was too embarrassed to say the following words.
Li Xiaolua smiled and said, I've almost dealt with things over there, and then I missed you, so I came back to see you.
Zhou Xiaotong smiled happily, Boss, I miss you too.
Zhou Xiaotong didn't ask much about what Li Xiaolua had been doing these days. She knew her place clearly. She would be satisfied as long as Li Xiaolua could return safely.
By the way, has anyone come to our place to cause trouble during the days I've been away?
Zhou Xiaotong immediately replied, Yes, these days, people come to our house from time to time, banging on the door and threatening us, but I ignore them.
Li Xiaolua said, Why don't you use a high-pressure water gun to deal with them? There's no point in reasoning after the apocalypse.
Only by hurting them with a high-pressure water gun will they dare not come. Zhou Xiaotong smiled bitterly. Those people may know that we have installed a high-pressure water gun, so when they came to break down the door the first 2 times, we prepared waterproof measures. Later, when they realized they couldn't break down our door, they just kept coming up to threaten us verbally. When they threatened us, they would just hide in the stairwell and shout, never coming near us in person.
Li Xiaolua nodded.
This was actually not surprising since she knew there was a high-pressure water gun in her house.
Unless you are a fool, you would not come here to die without any preparation.
And this is the disadvantage of high-pressure water guns, they cannot be carried with you at all. As long as they don't enter the corridor on the 36th floor, Zhou Xiaotong has no way to deal with them.
Li Xiaolua asked, What did they come up to threaten?
Zhou Xiaotong replied softly, They said the people downstairs have formed an organization called Alliance A, and that all the survivors in this building will be under the jurisdiction of Alliance A. Then every household will have to pay some food or supplies as protection money, unless they join them, in which case they will be exempted from paying the protection money. They said if we didn't obey, they would arrange for people to guard the 35th floor the whole time, so that we would never be able to set foot on the 36th floor again.
After hearing what Zhou Xiaotong said, Li Xiaolua couldn't help laughing.
They still wanted to date her for the rest of her life?
How long will their food last? Of course, Li Xiaolua didn't expect that they would actually establish an organization called Alliance A. This organization called Alliance A did not appear in the previous life. However, the name of this organization is easy to understand.
Li Xiaolua's building is Building A, so the word A Alliance means that everyone in Building A has united. However, the so-called alliance after the end of the world will definitely be decided by a small group of people. After the end of the world, it will be hard to find any truly democratic power group. Moreover, if these people were really allowed to collect all the food in the entire building, perhaps some people could actually survive until the 2nd stage of the disaster, or even the 3rd stage. After all, no matter what organization it is after the end of the world, when food is scarce, it will definitely only be supplied to a small number of people in the pyramid. As for the others, they might even become food reserves. At this time, Li Xiaolua finally figured out a previous question. Just 2 or 3 days ago, Li Xiaolua found that the owners group here suddenly became very quiet. No one is crying for help in the group anymore, and no one is sending various messages in the group anymore. Now Li Xiaolua knows the reason. Because regardless of whether or not everyone in the entire building is controlled by Alliance A, even if there are still some people who are not controlled, they certainly wouldn't dare to speak carelessly in the group.
What if it attracts the attention of Alliance A and they come to cause trouble for them? It's just like the end of the world, you can't say whatever you want on the internet.
After getting a general understanding of the situation here, Li Xiaolua hugged Zhou Xiaotong and fell asleep. As for other things, we will talk about them tomorrow. Of course, Li Xiaolua didn't come here just to applaud Zhou Xiaotong for love. He also wanted to come and see if Su Xiuxiu and the others were dead. They have already had a good experience of the end of the world. If they are not dead yet, Li Xiaolua feels that he should help them. Now that he knew that someone had established power in his territory and was looking for trouble with him, Li Xiaolua naturally would not tolerate it.
Just like at Longting Villa, it's time to clean up all those annoying flies.
If before, it might be a little dangerous for Li Xiaolua to deal with the survivors in the building, but now Li Xiaolua not only has a gun, but also the ability of instant teleportation. Now, even if there are many ordinary survivors, it is very difficult for them to pose a threat to him.
So Li Xiaolua no longer needs to be cautious and can go out and do whatever he wants without any worries.
Chapter 130 Alliance A came to seek death early in the morning. Early in the morning, Zhou Xiaotong slowly opened her eyes and looked at Li Xiaolua, who was still sleeping soundly.
A happy look appeared on Zhou Xiaotong's face.
With Li Xiaolua by her side, she slept very soundly last night. And being able to see Li Xiaolua by her side when she opened her eyes was the happiest thing for her right now.
Zhou Xiaotong was not in a hurry to get up. She just lay quietly on Li Xiaolua's body, enjoying the beautiful morning time.
But this beauty did not last long, as a horn sounded outside the room.
Li Xiaolua, how long are you going to be a coward? Li Xiaolua, surrender now.
You can't escape from the 36th floor. Our leader said that if you surrender now, we will give you preferential treatment.
Li Xiaolua, we advise you not to be stubborn. Sooner or later, you will not be able to hold on any longer. If you surrender at that time, we cannot guarantee what will happen to you.
Li Xiaolua, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by a loud noise and glanced at Zhou Xiaotong, who was nestled in his arms.
Li Xiaolua frowned and said, "These guys come here at this time every day?"
Zhou Xiaotong shook her head and said, "Their visit time isn't fixed.
Sometimes it's in the morning, sometimes it's in the evening, but basically they come up and talk once a day."
Although Zhou Xiaotong was relatively calm, there was definitely some worry on her face. After all, they live on the top floor. Although the house is very sturdy, it seems really difficult to go downstairs or leave the building in the future. Of course, the reason why Zhou Xiaotong was only a little worried was because she knew that her boss was not an ordinary person. The boss knew about the situation yesterday, but he didn't look worried at all. Zhou Xiaotong believed that Li Xiaolua would definitely have a way to solve it. Li Xiaolua smiled after hearing Zhou Xiaotong's words.
It was quite interesting.
At Longting Villa, he was used to being the one to call for others to surrender. Unexpectedly, this time I experienced the feeling of being threatened by others again. But there is no need to rush. This time, Li Xiaolua came here to take revenge and clean up the building where he lives. This way no one will be able to bother him easily in the future. After lying in bed with Zhou Xiaotong for a while, Li Xiaolua and Zhou Xiaotong got up, washed up, and went to the living room. When the general and Yumei saw Li Xiaoluo, they happily surrounded him and were very happy. Li Xiaolua didn't let Zhou Xiaotong make breakfast, but directly took out a large table of ready-made delicacies from the system space.
Zhou Xiaotong looked at the steaming delicious food on the coffee table.
She was no longer surprised, after all, she had seen it many times. But looking at the delicacies on the coffee table, including beef, seafood, and various braised dishes, it is simply too luxurious.
Zhou Xiaotong was speechless and said, "Boss, isn't our breakfast a bit too exaggerated?"
Li Xiaolua was taking out some chicken legs and beef from the system space as a snack for the general and the others. The general and Korn were wagging their tails happily.
It's better to have the man of the house at home. There is delicious food.
When Li Xiaolua was not at home, Zhou Xiaotong didn't have high requirements for food, and only had 1 or 2 dishes for each meal.
And sometimes, in order to maintain my figure, I don't even have any meat dishes.
General and Yumi followed Zhou Xiaotong, and sometimes they either ate dog food or white rice with vegetables. Compared with the food standard that Li Xiaolua has at home, the difference is like heaven and earth.
Eat, Li Xiaolua ordered.
The general and Yumi were not polite at all and started eating. Li Xiaolua took out her cell phone and took a few pictures of the general and the others eating. Then Li Xiaolua sat on the sofa and smiled at Zhou Xiaotong. "There's really no need to eat so much in the morning, but I was woken up from my sweet dream so early in the morning, and I feel very unhappy. Since they make me unhappy, I'll make them unhappy first, and then I'll deal with them properly." After saying that, Li Xiaolua took a few photos of the delicacies on the coffee table, and then posted them all in the community owners group along with the photos of general and the others eating.
Li Xiaolua, at everyone, why is our community owner group so quiet lately? Is everyone living comfortably now? I also want to ask everyone something. Why are there dogs barking at my doorstep with loudspeakers every day these days? Has this happened to you? It's so early in the morning that I can't even have a good dream. I can only eat something to calm my nerves.
As soon as Li Xiaolua's message was sent out, the survivors in the owners group who could still see the message felt mixed emotions. I was both envious and hateful of Li Xiaolua. The envious people are naturally those survivors who are almost starving to the point of being just skin and bones. They really can't imagine why Li Xiaolua can still live such a comfortable life now. In addition to those in Alliance A, the people who were extremely angry were also those who were familiar with Li Xiaoluo. Especially people like Li Xiaowei and Su Xiuxiu, seeing that Li Xiaolua is living such a good life now, but Li Xiaolua is so cruel as not to help them, they really wish Li Xiaolua would be arrested by the thugs of Alliance A immediately. In fact, the current situation of Li Xiaolua's building is still quite complicated. Although the people from Alliance A nominally control the entire building, everyone must obey the orders of Alliance A. But there is actually no harmony within the so-called A Alliance. The man who founded Alliance A was called Sun Jihao, the gangster who had taken the lead in stealing food from Su Xiuxiu's house. At that time, Sun Jihao didn't actually steal much food from Su Xiuxiu's house, but it opened Pandora's box for him, allowing him to see how to live freely in a disaster. So he took his men and started from the 12th floor of Su Xiuxiu's house, and then began to collect supplies from each household on the upper floors. Of course, at the beginning, in order to avoid causing strong resistance from everyone, or even uniting to resist him, Sun Jihao adopted relatively mild measures. He simply asked the survivors to hand over half of the food in their homes and promised not to harm them. But if anyone dares not to hand over or secretly hides the food, then don't blame him for being cruel. Then, using the looted food, Sun Jihao began to recruit more young and strong men. In Sun Jihao's plan, as long as he has enough thugs under his command, the previous survivors will not only have to hand over half of their food, but their family's food, women and everything else will belong to him in the future. Sun Jihao's plan went smoothly. In just 1 or 2 days, almost all the residents, from the 12th floor to the 35th floor, chose to accept the management of Alliance A. So Sun Jihao decided to strike while the iron was hot and clean out the residents below the 12th floor, and then show his fangs completely. But what Sun Jihao didn't expect was that when he brought his men to the 11th floor, he found that there was already a force on 11th floor, and they were doing the same thing as him. After they controlled the residents of all floors including the 11th floor below, they also collected food and recruited thugs. The strength can no longer be underestimated. Chapter 131 Li Xiaolua recruits temporary workers. Moreover, the team downstairs was very secretive in their actions, and Sun Jihao and his team from Alliance A had never noticed it before. When Sun Jihao and his men went down to the 11th floor, they were ambushed and suffered a little loss. After the fight, Sun Jihao learned that the leader of that group was called Zhao Xiaobing, the one who killed Wang Chenglong, and that they had a conflict before the end of the world. Therefore, Sun Jihao, who was ambushed by Zhao Xiaobing and suffered a loss, naturally refused to give up. He immediately organized more people to attack Zhao Xiaobing and others on the 11th floor. However, after several battles, both Sun Jihao and Zhao Xiaobing suffered considerable casualties. They knew that if they continued fighting, both sides would suffer losses. Now they are all leaders of a region, controlling the life and death of dozens or even hundreds of people. Naturally, they don't want to fight to the death like this. So after several rounds of negotiations, the two factions finally shook hands and reached an agreement on ceasefire conditions. Zhao Xiaobing and all his men nominally joined Alliance A and were under the jurisdiction of Sun Jihao. But in fact, Zhao Xiaobing's team is still the same as before, and Alliance A can't control them. And Zhao Xiaobing still controls the territories of those floors that he originally controlled. We have nothing to do with Alliance A. So in Building A where Li Xiaolua lives, although there is only one force on the surface, there are actually two forces, and each controls a part of the territory on the floor. Of course, to be honest, there are 4 forces in Building A. In addition to Sun Jihao and Zhao Xiaobing's people from Alliance A, there are also some other owners who have secretly established an offensive and defensive alliance, and there is also Li Xiaolua who has always been detached from the world. Sun Jihao's original plan was to occupy the floors below the 11th floor and then completely enslave all the owners of the entire building. Finally, he can free up his hands to deal with Li Xiaoluo, so that he will have the final say in Building A from now on. The strength of their alliance will also be stronger. However, the emergence of Zhao Xiaobing's team completely disrupted Sun Jihao's plan, and the strength of Sun Jihao's alliance not only did not become stronger, but was weakened a lot. Moreover, in this way, Sun Jihao no longer dared to rush to carry out a forceful cleanup of the owners of the floors he controlled. After all, if he continued to use force, if those owners became desperate or united secretly to resist him, his men might have to pay a heavy price in casualties. By then, not to mention whether Zhao Xiaobing downstairs would take the opportunity to make trouble, even his subordinates might have objections. So Sun Jihao was not in a hurry to deal with those owners, but just continued to collect protection fees. Sun Jihao believes that as long as the owners are not pushed too hard, even if they are bullied, some of them may even starve to death.
However, those who have a little more food at home will definitely not join in the trouble out of a sense of luck. As long as the owners don't unite to cause trouble, it will not amount to anything and Sun Jihao will not worry at all. In addition, for Sun Jihao, he does not have the ability to deal with Zhao Xiaobing and his gang downstairs for the time being, and he cannot deal with the owners of the floor he controls for the time being. So, Sun Jihao shifted his focus to Li Xiaolua on the 36th floor. Originally, Sun Jihao wanted to save Li Xiaolua for last, but he didn't want to end up hurting himself and Zhao Xiaobing downstairs, nor did he want to anger those owners who had secretly united and had little profit left. So after thinking about it, it seems that Li Xiaolua is the easiest to deal with. Because there are only 2 people in Li Xiaolua's family, and after the apocalypse, Li Xiaolua has offended many people in the owners group. When he deals with Li Xiaolua, there will definitely be no one to help him. There will definitely be many people who will applaud. So Sun Jihao sent people to the 35th floor to guard Li Xiaolua, and then sent people to cause trouble for Li Xiaolua every day. Even if he couldn't open Li Xiaolua's fortress, he could send people shouting to increase some psychological pressure on Li Xiaolua every day. Sun Jihao felt that one day Li Xiaolua might have a mental breakdown and then open the door and surrender. But it wasn't until this morning that Li Xiaoluo posted pictures of his breakfast and the dog's breakfast in the owners group. Only then did Sun Jihao realize that the damn Li Xiaolua was not only mentally devastated, but was actually living a very comfortable life at home. That damn Li Xiaolua actually prepared a table full of delicious food for breakfast. You know, although Sun Jihao now controls a team of hundreds of people, the owners of the floors he controls also have to provide him with food. But Sun Jihao's daily breakfast is just ordinary milk and bread. As for meat, even if Sun Jihao collected food from all the families in half of the building, his entire team still had less than 3 pounds of meat. Sun Jihao would only ask the chef to carefully cut 2 tails of meat to satisfy his craving when he had something happy to celebrate. But compared to Li Xiaolua above, Sun Jihao really felt that he, the leader of the alliance, was too poor. Not to mention Li Xiaolua's own meals, even his dog had beef and chicken legs to eat, which was really a blow to him. Sun Jihao gritted his teeth and added in the owners group. Li Xiaolua, I am Sun Jihao, the leader of Alliance A. Li Xiaolua, I hope you understand that in this apocalypse, the government can no longer save us. We can only save ourselves by uniting ourselves. This is also the purpose of my establishing Alliance A, so that everyone can share all their resources and survive together. Now all the residents of our building A have joined the A Alliance. Li Xiaolua, I hope you can come out of your room and join our big family. Otherwise, everyone in the building will be your enemy. The owners group is no longer as lively as it used to be. After Li Xiaoluo sent a message in the group, it took a long time before someone replied. And the person who replied to Li Xiaoluo was Sun Jihao, the leader of Alliance A. This also made Li Xiaolua more certain of one thing, probably because they were afraid of Sun Jihao's revenge, no one dared to speak in the owners group anymore. Maybe many owners have already set up other small groups privately, and then communicate with each other privately in the small group chat. But Li Xiaolua didn't care. He believed that even if everyone didn't dare to speak in the owners group, they must still be secretly watching the messages in the group. So Li Xiaolua replied to Sun Jihao, the leader of Alliance A, right? In other words, you are the one who has people come to my house and disturb me every day? Sun Jihao, that's right, I arranged it. Li Xiaolua, don't think that you will be fine just because you have a safe house and hide in it. Now the whole building is your enemy, you can't hide forever. Li Xiaolua, Sun Jihao, you will soon find out that provoking me is the biggest mistake you have made. Also, when did I ever say I would hide forever? Sun Jihao, oh, everyone can brag. Li Xiaolua, do you dare to walk out of your room? Li Xiaolua, what am I afraid of? Sun Jihao, do you really think everyone in this building will listen to you? Believe it or not, if I want to, I can immediately find a group of people to deal with you. Sun Jihao, Li Xiaolua, is all you can do is brag? Li Xiaolua, at everyone, I'm currently looking to hire 20 strong, capable men. Your job is to take down the A Alliance members for me. Anyone with the guts is welcome to find me on the 36th floor. As for the compensation, I believe you've all just seen the lives my 2 dogs lead. As long as you can pass my assessment, I believe the compensation I give you will definitely not be much worse than that of my dogs. Although Li Xiaolua's words were a bit derogatory, if possible, most of the owners in the group actually wanted to be Li Xiaolua's dogs. In this situation, few people have any shame left. Chapter 132: A Clever Plan. Sure enough, it had not been long since Li Xiaolua sent the message in the owners group. Suddenly, many owners sent messages to Li Xiaolua privately, or simply pulled Li Xiaolua into some small group chats.
Brother Xiaoluo, I live on the 29th floor.
My name is Fatty. I'm tall and strong, and I'm a good fighter. Is what you said in the owner group true? Are you really going to hire 20 young people?
Hello, Li Xiaoluo.
I live on the 22nd floor. My name is Lu Jiwei. My cousin and I were both fitness coaches before the apocalypse. Before that, Sun Shihao didn't even dare to send his men to provoke us brothers. As long as you can really give me the food that the 2 dogs in the photos you send were eating, we are willing to work for you.
Li Xiaoluo, I'm very strong and I'm willing to follow you, but can you let me have a full meal first?
I'm so hungry.
Li Xiaoluo looked at the messages sent by many people on her mobile phone, but she was naturally too lazy to reply to them one by one. Li directly replied in the owners group, the news of recruiting 20 young and strong thugs temporary workers is true and valid. Those who are interested can go to the 36th floor directly. In fact, the reason why Li Xiaoluo did this was just a little trick he came up with. Li Xiaoluo wanted to use food as an inducement to get some people to come to him on their own initiative.
Maybe more people from League A will come.
At that time, Li Xiaoluo will directly control them as cannon fodder, and then go to deal with Sun Jihao of Alliance A, and clean up the survivors in the entire building. After all, Li Xiaoluo is still used to controlling some cannon fodder to do work for him, so he doesn't have to do everything himself. Of course, if all the survivors in this building were controlled by Alliance A, and those who joined Alliance A did not fall for it, and no one took the initiative to serve as cannon fodder for Li Xiaoluo, then it would not matter much. At worst, Li Xiaoluo could start from the 35th floor, then personally capture some cannon fodder, and then control the cannon fodder to continue clearing the floors behind. In short, let's see the situation first. So after Li Xiaoluo said something in the group, he started to enjoy the food and no longer paid attention to the messages on his phone.
It didn't matter how many people came later.
At this time, in a house on the 18th floor, Sun Jihao's face looked very ugly. Sun Jihao didn't expect that Li Xiaoluo would come up with such an idea to recruit people with food in the property management group. As for the purpose of recruiting people, it goes without saying that it is definitely to deal with him. But Li Xiaoluo gave too much. Although it was treated the same as the dog in Li Xiaoluo's family, it was given beef, chicken legs, and a lot of vegetables and fruits.
This kind of food is completely comparable to the food before Doomsday, right? And in this end times, how many people can withstand such temptation?
Not to mention the starving survivors, even the core members of Alliance A, or even Sun Jihao himself, would have wanted to be Li Xiaoluo's dog if he hadn't been reluctant to give up the power of the Alliance leader.
Women can't have fun in this horrible weather.
Most of the survivors are just staying alive for food.
Military advisor, should we quickly notify the brothers on the 35th floor?
If anyone dares to go and join Li Xiaoluo, kill him. Sun Jihao was angry for a while, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and immediately looked at a young man with glasses next to him and said,
"The man with glasses is named Yi Xiaoyang. He was a student at a key university before the end of the world. Although Sun Jihao himself is a gangster, he actually envies those college students with excellent academic performance."
Especially after establishing Alliance, Sun Jihao knew that in order to make Alliance bigger and stronger, it would not be enough to rely solely on fighting and killing. It still needed talented people to manage and develop it. So after knowing that Yi Xiaoyang was a student from a prestigious university, Sun Jihao immediately treated Yi Xiaoyang as a military advisor. In order to avoid starving to death and so that his girlfriend would not have to serve other men, Yi Xiaoyang was willing to work for Sun Jihao and established a set of rules for Sun Jihao to manage the Alliance. With the rules set by Yi Xiaoyang, Alliances suddenly became much more formal.
Therefore, Sun Jihao valued Yi Xiaoyang even more, and basically discussed all issues with Yi Xiaoyang.
Yi Xiaoyang naturally also saw on his mobile phone the food pictures that Li Xiaoluo posted in the group, as well as the news that he wanted to recruit 20 thugs to deal with Alliance A. But Yi Xiaoyang actually had a better idea a long time ago. Yi Xiaoyang looked at Sun Jihao and said, "Alliance leader, in fact, letting the brothers on the 35th floor intercept those who want to surrender to Li Xiaoluo is only a bad idea."
Sun Jihao immediately became interested. "Military advisor, do you have a better idea?"
Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Alliance leader, since Li Xiaoluo wants to recruit people to deal with us, why don't we take the initiative to send him people? In this way, the initiative can be truly in our hands." When Sun Jihao heard this, his eyes lit up.
"Wonderful! This is indeed a good idea.
Li Xiaoluo wants to recruit people by using the stockpiled food, and there will definitely be many survivors tempted. The first thing Sun Jihao thought of was naturally to intercept those who wanted to join Li Xiaoluo on the 35th floor. As long as no one was allowed to go to the 36th floor, even if Li Xiaolua had a lot of food, he would not be able to recruit anyone. However, if this method is used, it will not only tie up Sun Jihao's manpower and energy, but it also seems to have no benefits for him. There is even the possibility of bloody conflicts with the survivors who want to join Li Xiaolua. But if he used Yi Xiaoyang's strategy, he would take the initiative to send people to Li Xiaolua. These people must be his confidants and alliance, so maybe he could capture Li Xiaolua directly. By then, all the food and women in Li Xiaolua's house will be his. What a great idea! In Sun Jihao's opinion, Li Xiaolua had no way of knowing who was from Alliance and who was truly loyal to him. If Li Xiaolua dared to walk out of his house, he would be finished. Of course, the premise of all this is that Li Xiaolua has to walk out of the safe house. Otherwise, they would have no way to deal with Li Xiaolua. However, Sun Jihao felt that Li Xiaolua should come out. Because if Li Xiaolua just hid in safety, and made empty promises to give food to those who surrendered to him, and then let them attack Alliance without even showing up, I'm afraid only someone with a mental problem would believe Li Xiaoluo. Ha, military advisor, your idea is really good. Let's do it. I will arrange some loyal people now and have them go upstairs to join Li Xiaolua. 36th floor. Li Xiaolua had just finished breakfast when her cell phone started ringing. Li Xiaolua picked up his phone and took a look. It turned out that many people who wanted to join him had already come upstairs. But they all hid in the corridor on the 35th floor and did not dare to go up to the 36th floor. After all, almost everyone in this building knows that Li Xiaolua has a high-pressure water gun at home. It is said that their enthusiastic director Ma of the Property Management Committee was frozen to death after being wetted by Li Xiaoluo's high-pressure water gun. So even though they all came to seek refuge with Li Xiaoluo, no one dared to completely believe what Li Xiaoluo said. If Li Xiaoluo did not come out of the house to receive them, they would not dare to approach Li Xiaoluo's house. Of course, this situation actually occurred as a result of people arranged by Sun Jihao mixing in the crowd and spreading rumors. The purpose of Sun Jihao sending people this time is to capture Li Xiaolua, so they must get Li Xiaolua out of the room. Chapter 133. Li Xiaolua finally stopped being sloppy. Li Xiaolua released the stealth reconnaissance drone, and then the situation in the corridor on the 35th floor was quickly displayed in front of Li Xiaolua. There were indeed many people who wanted to come and join Li Xiaolua. There was a crowd of people standing in the corridor, at least 40 or 50 of them. Although Li Xiaoluo said in the owners group that he would only recruit 20 young and strong men. But some middle-aged men, and even some women with crew cuts, came up too. At this time, the treatment offered by Li Xiaolua was so tempting that they all wanted to come up and try their luck. What if Li Xiaolua recruits more people? And after the apocalypse, anything could happen. Maybe when Li Xiaolua was recruiting people, it would turn into a carnival to snatch Li Xiaolua away. Then they can follow behind, maybe they can find some benefits. After the end of the world, many people have long lost the sense of right and wrong. They just want to avoid starvation and survive. Li Xiaolua looked through the drone and found that there were about 10 young men who were obviously in the same group. The complexions on the faces of these 10 or so people all looked very good, and it was obvious that they had lived a good life after the apocalypse. Moreover, they gathered together, talking and laughing, and the other people around them were obviously a little afraid of them. Seeing this situation, Li Xiaolua smiled. You can tell what these people are at a glance. Sun Jihao from Alliance A is quite smart. He knows how to send his men up to pretend to surrender to him. And look at those people, they all have weapons in their hands. Maybe as soon as I walk out of the room, they will rush out and hack me to death. However, the reason why Li Xiaolua laughed was that if he was just an ordinary survivor, he might fall into Sun Jihao's trap, and his end might be quite miserable. But now, Li Xiaolua actually hopes that he can send more cannon fodder. In the face of absolute strength, any strategy is useless. Li Xiaolua wanted to see what expression would appear on Sun Jihao's face when he saw these people he sent up turn around and deal with him. General, let's go out and kill some people. Woof woof. The general summoned by Li Xiaolua immediately ran over happily. The general has been feeling pent up for a long time because he hasn't been out for these days. Boss, you must pay attention to safety. Zhou Xiaotong looked at Li Xiaolua worriedly. In fact, she didn't want Li Xiaolua to go out and take risks. After all, even if Li Xiaolua told her about the gun, there were so many people in the A Alliance. If they attacked collectively, she was worried that Li Xiaolua would be hurt. Zhou Xiaotong really couldn't accept losing Li Xiaolua. Li Xiaolua reached out and hugged Zhou Xiaotong, kissed her delicate and beautiful face hard, and then smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, I care about my own safety very much, so I will never fight a battle without confidence, and I will never put myself in danger. I don't want such a beautiful secretary like me to fall into the hands of others.
I haven't enjoyed her enough yet.
Zhou Xiaotong's pretty face suddenly turned red, but her heart was extremely sweet, and she looked at Li Xiaolua with tenderness on her face.
After Li Xiaolua comforted Zhou Xiaotong, he sent a message in the owner's group that he was going out, then he opened the door and walked out with the general.
Alliance leader, Li Xiaolua really came out.
He was alone, and he brought his big black dog with him.
With so many people squatting on the 35th floor, it was natural that someone was always observing what was happening in Li Xiaolua's house. So the moment Li Xiaolua walked out of the house, everyone in the stairwell knew about it. The person sent by Sun Jihao also reported to Sun Jihao as soon as possible.
After receiving the message, Sun Jihao couldn't help but swear. Then just burst into laughter. Li Xiaolua, that bastard, finally decided to come out of his shell. It's really not easy.
You know, since the first day of the apocalypse, there are countless people who want to deal with Li Xiaoluo. I don't know how many people have put in so much effort, or even sacrificed their lives, in order to deal with Li Xiaoluo. But Li Xiaolua is too cowardly. He built the house to be as solid as a rock and even installed a high-pressure water gun.
Who can do anything to him?
The only thing Sun Jihao could do was to send someone with a loudspeaker to curse at Li Xiaolua's house every day, so as to put some psychological pressure on Li Xiaolua.
But he didn't expect that things would take such an unexpected turn, and today Li Xiaoluo would come out to die on his own.
Ha ha. It must be that Li Xiaolua has been staying in the house all the time and has not witnessed the cruelty of the end of the world.
Did he think that he could recruit people with food, and then all the recruited people would be obedient and work for him?
This is not the end of the world, no one cares about the damn spirit of contract anymore. Sun Jihao was happy for a moment, and then immediately gave orders to his confidant on the 35th floor.
You guys act according to the situation.
If Li Xiaolua is willing to surrender and hand over the key to his house, then don't hurt him first and bring him down to see me. If Li Xiaolua still wants to resist, then you should give him a good beating first and then bring him down to see me.
Oh, and bring his black dog along too. We haven't had meat in ages, so let's splurge today and have a delicious dog meat hot pot. In fact, Sun Jihao is a little regretful now.
If he had known that Li Xiaolua would be so stupid and come out of his shell without any precautions, he would have personally taken part in this operation.
There are two main reasons why Sun Jihao did not take action personally.
Firstly, because he is the leader of the alliance now, he naturally can no longer do what he did before, personally taking part in fights and rushing to the front.
Secondly, Sun Jihao was not sure whether Li Xiaolua would come out of the house.
If Li Xiaolua still didn't come out like before, then he would have to climb more than 10 flights of stairs in vain just like before. Now that Li Xiaolua is out, Sun Jihao feels that catching Li Xiaolua will be a piece of cake. But now he is more afraid that after his men capture Li Xiaolua, if they enter Li Xiaolua's house and see a lot of food, they might choose to betray him. So he asked his men to capture Li Xiaolua and bring Li Xiaolua down first, and then he would go to Li Xiaolua's house in person.
36th floor.
After seeing Li Xiaolua really come out of the house, the people on the 35th floor walked to the 36th floor with confidence. Most of the A Alliance members sent by Sun Jihao walked at the back of the crowd. They were afraid that if they walked in front, Li Xiaolua would notice something unusual and then suddenly run back home to hide. But as long as they can get close to Li Xiaoluo, even if Li Xiaoluo finds out something is wrong, he will not have time to escape back home. However, what excited Sun Jihao's men was that Li Xiaolua seemed to have no sense of crisis at all, and just stood there waiting for them.
Ha, Li Xiaolua, you have come to this day too? When the group of people were not far away from Li Xiaolua and were sure that Li Xiaolua had no time to escape back to the room, Sun Jihao's men walked out of the crowd one by one with weapons in hand. But when Sun Jihao's men showed their ferocious faces, Li Xiaolua's actions made them dumbfounded. Chapter 130 for the Loyal General. Li Xiaolua looked at the crowd that surrounded him, his face showing no fear at all. Then he reached behind his back and a submachine gun appeared directly in Li Xiaolua's hand. No matter whether it was Sun Jihao's men or other people who wanted to watch the fun, they were all stunned. Where did you get such a big gun? Is he really hidden behind Li Xiaolua? Also, how could this gun appear in their building? If what Li Xiaoluo had in his hand was just a pistol, some people might still believe it was true, and that Li Xiaoluo might have obtained the pistol through some secret channels. But when they saw the black submachine gun in Li Xiaolua's hand, most people didn't believe it was real. Are you kidding? How could Li Xiaolua get this kind of weapons in their country? Ha, Li Xiaolua, have you watched too many movies? Why are you using a toy gun to scare people? That's right, Li Xiaolua, do you think you're in a young and dangerous movie? Are we all that easy to fool? Will we be scared by just taking out a gun? I advise you to kneel down and surrender immediately. That way you can suffer less torture. Li Xiaolua, stop being so shameless. In fact, some people were frightened by Li Xiaolua's move, but as someone spoke, no one believed that the gun in Li Xiaolua's hand was real. They held steel pipes, machetes and other weapons in their hands and began to surround Li Xiaolua. 10 meters. Woof woof, woof woof. Before Li Xiaolua could make a move, the general immediately rushed in front of Li Xiaolua and roared ferociously at the men who surrounded him. The general is considered a large dog, and the kind that is ugly and very powerful. So when he gets angry, he is still quite intimidating. If they were ordinary survivors, even if they were 1 or 2 men, they would probably be frightened when they saw the ferocious look of the general at this moment. But Sun Jihao sent over a dozen men, all armed with weapons, and they were all ruthless men who had seen blood. So with so many of them, they naturally wouldn't be intimidated by the general. Ha, Li Xiaolua, the reason you dare to come out is because of this stupid dog, right? Hey, our leader asked me to thank you on his behalf. Coincidentally, our alliance is short of meat, so we can have dog meat hot pot today. Stop talking now, I'm dying of greed, hurry up and kill this stupid dog. Sun Jihao's men looked at the general, laughing recklessly, and then many of them showed signs of swallowing their saliva. 8 meters. The general felt a little chilled when he was looked at by these people, but he did not retreat. He roared and was ready to fight. Rottweilers are famous for their loyalty and protection of their owners. However, Li Xiaolua naturally had no intention of letting the general fight desperately now. Its glorious moment has not yet come. Li Xiaolua raised the gun in his hand and started pulling the trigger at the men walking in front. Da-day-day. The men targeted by Li Xiaolua had no time to dodge at all, and all of them were shot and fell in a pool of blood. Ah, my legs. It hurts so much. His is a real gun. There were 5 or 6 men shot by Li Xiaolua, but not all of them were killed on the spot. Some people were shot in the heart and died instantly. But some people were only shot in the thigh, and some were shot in the abdomen. They fell to the ground screaming but did not die. But no matter whether it was the dead, the injured, or even the lucky ones who escaped temporarily, everyone understood one thing. That means the thing in Li Xiaolua's hand is real. Li Xiaolua really has a submachine gun. Everyone, drop your weapons immediately, then squat on the ground with your head in your hands, or die. Don't even think about escaping unless you can escape from this building. Otherwise, anyone who dares to escape will be killed miserably by me. Li Xiaolua looked at everyone in the corridor and shouted loudly in a cold voice. As soon as Li Xiaolua finished speaking, many people who had no weapons in their hands immediately squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. Some of them actually wanted to come and join Li Xiaoluo, so there was nothing embarrassing about listening to Li Xiaoluo's words. Even though some people had some ulterior motives, the situation on the scene made them immediately choose to listen to Li Xiaoluo first. There were 7 or 8 people still standing, basically all of them were men sent by Sun Jihao from Alliance A. In fact, it's not that they are tough and not afraid of death. You can tell how they feel at the moment from their trembling hands holding the weapons. But they were worried that given their identities, if they laid down their weapons and surrendered, they might die faster. This kind of routine has been used by their alliance before. Sometimes when dealing with some survivors who put up a stubborn resistance, they naturally don't want to trade their lives with those survivors. So they will first trick the survivors into surrendering. Once the survivors no longer need to resist and are captured, they will have the final say on how to deal with the survivors. So the people in Alliance A were afraid that Li Xiaoluo would do the same to them, tricking them into laying down their weapons and then killing them all. After all, it seems that Li Xiaoluo's purpose of recruiting people this time is to deal with the people in their alliance. So they were more worried that Li Xiaoluo would kill them. But now if they were asked to fight Li Xiaoluo with a submachine gun while holding a knife, they didn't seem to have the courage. Li Xiaoluo. No, brother Xiaoluo, it was our leader Sun Jihao who sent people to your house every day to cause trouble for you. This time, it was also Sun Jihao who sent us to arrest you. I only followed Sun Jihao to save my life. If I lay down my weapons and surrender now, you have to promise not to kill me. Bang! Li Xiaoluo raised his hand and fired a shot, directly shooting the man who was speaking to death. Then Li Xiaoluo said coldly to the men who were still standing, "Listen to me, everyone. Put down your weapons immediately, put your heads in your hands and squat down. You have no right to negotiate with me. If I wanted to kill you, I could kill you all right now. Clang, a loud noise.
All those who had weapons in their hands immediately threw their weapons to the ground. Then he followed the example of those who had already been obedient and squatted on the ground with his hands on his head. Li Xiaolua glanced at the people in the corridor. He originally only wanted to recruit about 20 people, but he still underestimated the temptation of food to the survivors. In order to get the same treatment as the general, at least 50 people came up to the scene.
But the more people there are, the more people there are. They are all cannon fodder anyway.
And according to his usual standards, he might have to eliminate quite a few people.
Because those who are not friendly enough are not even qualified to be cannon fodder for him.
Li Xiaolua looked at the people squatting on the ground and said,
"Everyone listen, I believe you all know why I asked you to come up. That guy Sun Jihao from Alliance A is just asking for trouble.
He disturbs my peace every day, so I'm going to make sure he never has any peace again. As I said in the group before, I need to recruit a group of people to help me deal with Sun Jihao.
The number of people will depend on the situation. Let me first explain my recruitment requirements. They're actually very simple. Anyone who wants to follow me must guarantee sufficient loyalty.
Just like those people from Alliance A who pretended to be ordinary survivors and came to join me, you saw what happened. So, those who truly want to join me, stand up, and then each of you curse Sun Jihao, and then swear that you are truly joining me and have no other intentions."
Chapter 135 The Unknown is the most terrifying.
As soon as Li Xiaolua finished speaking, all the people squatting on the ground stood up.
No one is a fool, and no one is stubborn. Everyone naturally knows how to choose.
And the so-called oath of loyalty seems too childish to them.
Isn't it just a casual oath? Is it really possible that I will be struck by lightning?
In this doomsday, they only know to follow whoever is powerful. If Li Xiaolua cannot control the situation later, they will still be loyal to Sun Jihao again.
Sun Jihao is a coward. I, Luo Jijun, swear to be absolutely loyal to boss Li Xiaolua. If I lie or have any ulterior motives, I will die a miserable death.
Everyone lined up to express their loyalty to Li Xiaolua, and Li Xiaolua also used the Eye of Exploration to look at their personal information.
Luo Jijun, Friendship 14, Potential 18, Special Ability, None. The first man in line was called Luo Jijun.
Seeing his sincere face when he swore, Li Xiaolua could be sure that this man must be a staunch materialist and probably did not believe in ghosts or gods at all.
Because he doesn't feel guilty at all.
But Li Xiaolua will let him know later that you cannot believe in gods, but it is best not to make oaths casually.
Otherwise, you might really suffer retribution. Luo Jijun, go stand by the right wall first.
Yes, boss Li Xiaolua. Luo Jijun looked at Li Xiaolua with an expressionless face, feeling a little uneasy. He didn't know whether Li Xiaolua was satisfied with his performance just now.
And let him stand on the right, what does this mean? The person standing on the right, did he pass or not?
However, Luo Jijun still obediently walked to the right wall and stood there. He felt that Li Xiaolua might just be bluffing. How could Li Xiaolua possibly know if someone was sincere when they just casually swore an oath?
He is not a god. So it should be just like the interview before Doomsday. As long as you speak fluently and your expression is sincere, you will definitely pass.
Then the second person came forward to express his loyalty.
Lu Dazhuan, Friendship 52, Potential 19, Special Ability, None. Lu Dazhuan, stand by the left wall. There is indeed a distinction.
Whether it was Luo Jijun before, or those who had not been interviewed by Li Xiaolua, their guesses were confirmed in their hearts. But what torments them is that no one knows whether it is better to stand on the right or the left.
Without an answer, they didn't even know what to be excited about. However, no one dared to ask Li Xiaolua any more questions, so the on-site interview was very quick.
Each person just says a few words, it doesn't take much time at all.
Li Xiaoluo just glanced at each of them and asked them to stand on the left or right without saying a word.
Li Xiang, Friendship 34, Potential 15, Special Ability, None.
Go stand on the right.
Chen Jianjun, Friendship 55, Potential 80, Special Ability, Strength to be Awakened. This time, Li Xiaolua looked at Chen Jianjun a few more times, and hesitated for a moment before speaking.
Go stand on the left. After about 10 minutes, all the people were interviewed by Li Xiaolua.
There were 47 people in total, and they were divided into two camps.
There are 32 people on the left and 15 people on the right.
People on both sides looked at Li Xiaolua anxiously, not knowing what they would face next.
I don't know whether the side they are on is good or bad. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. Lu Dezhuang, Chen Jianjun, both of you come out.
The two people whose names were called by Li Xiaoluo quickly walked out from the team on the left. Lu Dezhuang is a tall and fat man in his 20s, about 1.78 meters tall and weighs at least 200 kilograms. I don't know how he has maintained such a good figure until now. Chen Jianjun is a middle-aged man, but he stands straight with a righteous look on his face. These two people are considered to be the most friendly among these people, so Li Xiaoluo decided to give them some importance. Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun didn't know their fate yet, and both had nervous expressions on their faces, especially the fat Lu Dezhuang, whose big round head was already covered in sweat. After all, Li Xiaoluo kills people without any hesitation, which puts too much pressure on him, a fat otaku before the end of the world. You two have performed well. I have decided to promote you to team leaders. There are 30 more people standing on the left with you. Each of you will select 15 people to serve as temporary members of your team. Li Xiaoluo's words made Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun both stunned. They didn't expect that Li Xiaoluo called them out alone not to hurt them, but to suddenly entrust them with an important task. In fact, there was a reason why Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun felt that being called out alone by Li Xiaoluo was not a good thing at the beginning. Lu Dezhuang is a homebody, so his social skills are very weak. When he swore his loyalty to Li Xiaoluo just now, he stuttered a little because of nervousness. This made the people following Lu Dezhuang almost burst out laughing. That's why Lu Dezhuang was a little confused when Li Xiaoluo suddenly praised him for his good performance. Lu Dezhuang himself didn't know what he did well. As for the other Chen Jianjun, the reason why he felt that being called out was not a good thing was because Li Xiaoluo said in the owner group that they were recruiting young and strong men. He had already entered middle age and was definitely not considered young and strong. But Chen Jianjun was also forced to do so. Someone in his family needed food to save their lives, so he had no choice but to come up with a thick face. So Chen Jianjun thought that Li Xiaoluo called him out to make an example of him. Thank you, boss. Don't worry, I will do my best. Thank you, boss. Li Xiaoluo doesn't like being called boss, so he asked them to call him boss before, since he is only a temporary position anyway. Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun immediately expressed their loyalty to Li Xiaoluo in surprise. System prompt: Lu Dezhuang is excited, friendship level +5, current friendship level towards the host is 57. System prompt: Chen Jianjun is extremely grateful to the host, friendship level +10, current friendship level towards the host is 65. When Li Xiaoluo received the system's notification tone, there was no significant emotional fluctuation on her face. Anyway, these are temporary employees he hired, so their performance will not make Li Xiaoluo feel too emotional. However, their performance will still have a great impact on them in the future. Lu Dezhuang, Chen Jianjun, pick up all the weapons on the ground first. Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun immediately obeyed the order and collected all the weapons that the people from Alliance A had thrown on the ground. Then Li Xiaoluo asked Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun to start selecting team members. Each of them took turns picking one person to join their own team, and the selected people had no right to refuse. Soon, the 30 people on the left were assigned by Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun. Chen Jianjun's team was named the first team by Li Xiaoluo, and Lu Dezhuang's was named the second team. The name is that simple. Li Xiaoluo, boss, what should we do then? After the people on the left were busy for a while and formed a team. Among the 15 people who were asked by Li Xiaoluo to stand on the right, someone finally couldn't stand the inner torment and took the initiative to ask Li Xiaoluo. Chapter 136 Brothers, Li Xiaoluo has no bullets left. Li Xiaoluo glanced at the man who was speaking calmly, and slowly said. In fact, you all already have some guesses in your hearts, right? Those standing on the left are those whose loyalty has earned my approval. As for those of you standing on the right, since you don't sincerely want to work for me, then you can all go to hell. Li Xiaoluo's words immediately made the 15 people standing on the right panic. Among these 15 people, some of them actually belong to Alliance A. They are core members of Alliance A and have always been in a high position in this building. So naturally they are not truly loyal to Li Xiaoluo. There are also some people who have long been fed up with Li Xiaoluo's carefree life after the apocalypse. This time they came up wanting to kill Li Xiaoluo and then rob Li Xiaoluo of his supplies. So naturally, they didn't really want to surrender to Li Xiaoluo. It was simply because Li Xiaoluo had a gun that forced them to temporarily submit to Li Xiaoluo. However, when they expressed their loyalty just now, they did not show any dissatisfaction. They are not stupid, they still know how to act and pretend. So they didn't believe that Li Xiaoluo could really see through their ulterior motives, let alone admit it.
Boss Li Xiaolua, are you mistaken? I truly and sincerely submit to you. How could I not be sincere? Me too, boss. How about I swear an oath? If I'm not sincerely submitting to you, if I have other thoughts in my mind, let me go out and get hit by a car and die. May the sky be struck by lightning. Li Xiaolua, you're being unfair. We all sincerely surrendered to you. The words of loyalty I said before were exactly the same as those said by the person in front of me. Why is he sincere? And why am I not sincere? Looking at the crowd who were frightened, angry and aggrieved, Li Xiaolua was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Why do you say I should? Is this enough? As he spoke, Li Xiaolua raised the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger directly towards the crowd on the right. Da 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 da. After a volley of bullets was fired, screams continued to be heard from the crowd, and people continued to fall in a pool of blood. Seeing that Li Xiaolua was really going to kill them, some vicious people refused to sit and wait for death. They were not afraid of death and wanted to rush towards Li Xiaolua in the rain of bullets, but they were immediately shot dead by Li Xiaolua. However, the bullets in Li Xiaolua's magazine were limited, and soon the magazine was used up. At this time, of the 15 people on the right, more than 10 had been shot dead or seriously injured. After all, they were too close to Li Xiaoluo, so Li Xiaoluo didn't need to aim at all when shooting and could easily kill them. Among those on the right, there are only 4 or 5 people who can still stand or move. Although these 4 or 5 people were lucky enough not to be shot, they were scared to death and thought they were going to die. But when Li Xiaolua suddenly stopped shooting, a strong desire to survive suddenly appeared in their eyes. Brothers, Li Xiaolua is out of bullets. Let's hurry up, only by catching Li Xiaolua can we survive. Yes, hurry up and catch Li Xiaolua together. The 2 men shouted loudly to the few companions who were still able to move, but their own legs were shaking and they dared not move forward. Because no one dared to be sure whether there were really no bullets in Li Xiaolua's gun, or whether there were still bullets in Li Xiaolua's body. Although they knew that this was their chance, they would die if they did not resist. But they want others to get ahead first. Fuck, you're still cowering at this time, selfishly thinking about others going first. Do you all want to die? Li Xiaolua has no strength left. Let's rush together and catch him first. A tall young man roared. This man was Luo Jijun, the first one to express his loyalty to Li Xiaolua. Not only is he a member of the A League, he may also be a person of some status. Under his scolding, the other men finally overcame their fear and surrounded Li Xiaolua. Li Xiaolua stood there calmly. Who said he had no strength? We just recruited so many cannon fodder, temporary workers. It would be a waste if they were not used, and it's time to put them to work. Chen Jianjun, Lu Dazhuang, it's time for you to lead your men and take action. Kill all these people. Li Xiaolua gave orders to Lu Dazhuang, Chen Jianjun and others standing on the left. After hearing what Li Xiaolua said, several men who were originally planning to besiege Li Xiaolua suddenly stopped. The leader Luo Jijun turned around and looked at Lu Dazhuang, Chen Jianjun and others fiercely. Who the hell dares to do that? Li Xiaolua's gun is out of bullets now. Who dares to touch anyone from our A alliance? Lu Dazhuang, Chen Jianjun, right? As long as you bring your people to join us now and help us capture Li Xiaolua, then we in the A alliance will give each of you enough food to last for a month. But if anyone dares to continue following Li Xiaolua, we in the A alliance will definitely use all kinds of torture on him, and we will not let any of his family members go. Luo Jijun's words are still very effective. Under the threat of Luo Jijun, several people in the team around Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun suddenly became timid and quietly retreated to the back of the team. The working style of the A alliance members is known to the entire building, so few people are not afraid of retaliation. Originally, Li Xiaolua had a gun, so they didn't have to be afraid of Alliance A if they followed Li Xiaolua. But if Li Xiaolua's gun was out of bullets now, some people would immediately back down. Because most people's friendliness towards Li Xiaolua is only over 40, and there is basically no loyalty to speak of. Of course, some people retreated, but most people, led by Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun, still rushed towards Luo Jijun and others. In fact, many people came to join Li Xiaolua, not only because they were jealous of the food rewards given by Li Xiaolua, but also because some people had grudges against the people in Alliance A. They or their families had been bullied by Alliance A. In the past, no one dared to stand up and organize everyone to resist Alliance A. Therefore, even if some people wanted to resist, they did not dare to show up in the end and could only endure the humiliation and be bullied.
Now Li Xiaolua has led so many of them to resist the people of Alliance A and promised to give them food, so they naturally stand on Li Xiaolua's side now.
And Li Xiaolua just stopped shooting, but did he really have no bullets in his gun?
Anyway, if they don't follow Li Xiaolua to deal with Alliance A, they will just be slaves kept by Alliance A. In the end, he might die. So most people still choose to fight. Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun had weapons in their hands, and they were outnumbered. In the fight, the unarmed Luo Jijun and his men had no room to resist and were instantly slaughtered by Lu Dazhuang, Chen Jianjun and their men.
Please, stop chopping me. I surrender. I don't want to die. Someone on Luo Jijun's side couldn't help it and immediately knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Chapter 137. Food is more tempting than beauties now.
It was only then that Lu Dazhuang, Chen Jianjun and others discovered that the people from Alliance A, whom they had always feared like a tiger, were actually not scary at all. Even under their siege, it can be said that it is vulnerable. In fact, at the critical moment of life and death, several people led by Luo Jijun were already fighting desperately. But they had no weapons, were not very skilled, and their numbers were much smaller than those of Lu Dazhuang, Chen Jianjun and others. Therefore, the resistance of Luo Jijun and his men was totally in vain. As some of them were injured and knelt down to beg for mercy, Luo Jijun and several other men were all hacked to death.
Damn Alliance, you took away half of the little food I had left at home, causing my parents to starve to death. Damn it!
I've been wanting to cripple you all for letting you bastards take my wife away. You bastards, I was just a little slow to open the door that day, and you slapped me a dozen times.
Now you're still being so arrogant?
Lu Dazhuang, Chen Jianjun and their group had long-standing grievances against some of the people in Alliance A, and some of them had deep-seated hatred, so some of them had become bloodthirsty. They didn't care if anyone knelt down and begged for mercy, and they vented all their anger on them.
Until all of Luo Jijun's men were dead, some of them even had their bodies mutilated.
Li Xiaolua did not stop him. He didn't need to take these people as prisoners, so he just killed them. Seeing that all those people including Luo Jijun were dead, the 5 or 6 men who had retreated to the back and dared not take action after being threatened by Luo Jijun, now saw that the situation was already decided. They looked at each other. Since Luo Jijun and others were dead, they must show off in front of Li Xiaolua.
Now they are not sure who will be the final winner between Li Xiaolua and Alliance A. But at least in this round, Li Xiaolua won, so they are still Li Xiaoluo's people.
In order to show that they also contributed, they immediately followed the crowd and roared loudly, and then began to kick the bodies of Luo Jijun and others who had died.
Go to hell, you League lackeys. I'll kick your balls for bullying us.
You bastards, you're dead before I even started to use my strength. You got it so easy. Li Xiaolua couldn't help but smile as she watched their performance, but she didn't interrupt their performance.
Let them live a few more minutes.
Moreover, before Li Xiaolua deals with someone, he always likes to kill the person by destroying their heart first.
Chen Jianjun.
Boss, I'm here. Li Xiaolua looked at Chen Jianjun and said, there's an Alliance A base on the 35th floor.
There should be some food and weapons there. Take your team and get them.
Yes, boss. Chen Jianjun immediately nodded in response, then walked downstairs with his team. Not long after, Chen Jianjun and his men came up with a lot of food and some weapons. From the excited expressions on Chen Jianjun and the others' faces, it can be seen that they must have found a lot of supplies on the 35th floor.
Of course, what excites survivors like Chen Jianjun now is naturally food. On the 35th floor, Chen Jianjun and his team found a lot of food, rice, bread, biscuits, and countless chicken legs. When Chen Jianjun and his team put the food on the ground, a group of people immediately stared at the food. Now, for these people, the appeal of these foods is no less than 100 million yuan or a stunning beauty before the end of the world. Even more tempting. After all, even if they didn't have 100 million before the end of the world, they wouldn't starve, and their lives wouldn't be in danger. But after this apocalypse, they've all experienced the pain of starvation. Li Xiaolua took a look at these foods that they treated as treasures. He really looked down on these little things. He would rather refuse to put them into the space than to be taken away. And if you want these people to be motivated to work, you naturally need to give them some sweet treats. Li Xiaolua pointed at the food and looked at everyone and said, I said, those who work for me loyally will naturally be rewarded. When Li Xiaolua said this, the eyes of the group of people looking at Li Xiaolua lit up. His eyes are full of anticipation. Li Xiaolua did not disappoint them and continued, Chen Jianjun, Lu Dazhuang, these chicken legs are rewarded to you too. Among that pile of food, there were only 4 chicken legs in that kind of packaging.
Before the apocalypse, chicken legs in this kind of packaging cost about 15 yuan each in the supermarket. But after this apocalypse, they are extremely precious meat. Now, let alone buying one for $15, even if someone had 15 kilograms of gold, they couldn't exchange it for one. When Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun heard that these chicken legs were given to them as rewards, they were immediately extremely surprised. No matter how big the pie Li Xiaolua had painted before, it would not make them happy as much as giving them a little bit of actual supplies now.
Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss.
Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun didn't hesitate to step forward and each took away the two precious chicken legs. After Chen Jianjun got the chicken leg, he did not eat it directly, but immediately hid it in his thick clothes. Chen Jianjun has relatives at home, and he came out to earn food for his family. In order to give him more strength when he got out, Chen Jianjun's family gave him the only remaining food in the house.
So after Chen Jianjun got the food, even though he was very hungry, he was reluctant to eat it himself.
As for the fat man Lu Dezhuang, after getting the chicken leg, he immediately tore one open and began to eat it voraciously. Soon, even the bones were chewed into pieces and eaten into his stomach.
Fatty Lu Dezhuang is single, and his biggest hobby before the end of the world is eating.
Now that the chicken leg has been given to him by Li Xiaolua, no one can stop him from eating. The people around him watched Lu Dezhuang chewing on the chicken leg, and their mouths were drooling. This temptation was really too much for them. Fortunately, Li Xiaolua did not forget them.
Lu Dezhuang, Chen Jianjun, who in your team performed well just now? Give each of you a piece of bread as a reward. Remember, it's those who behave well who get bread, and those who behave badly don't get any food. Got it, boss.
Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun were not stupid, so they naturally understood what Li Xiaolua meant. When we were dealing with Luo Jijun and his men before, some people just watched from behind and did nothing. In fact, they had already been unhappy with those people in their hearts for a long time, and they had always remembered those 6 people. So Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun began to distribute the bread, and everyone who got the bread started eating happily.
And the 6 people who did not contribute naturally did not get any bread.
Boss, we did contribute later on, but at the beginning there were too many people besieging us and we couldn't squeeze in.
Please give us something to eat. We are so hungry. A man looked at everyone else eating and could only swallow his saliva.
He immediately started to explain to Li Xiaolua.
Li Xiaolua glanced at the man who was speaking and said with a cold look in his eyes, "Is this your attitude towards admitting your mistakes?"
After saying that, Li Xiaolua raised the gun in his hand.
With a bang,
the man was shot dead by Li Xiaolua.
Chapter 138. Give them another chance to be a vanguard cannon fodder.
Li Xiaolua shot and killed the man who was speaking, showing his 2 attitudes.
First, I am very dissatisfied with their performance and their attitude of admitting their mistakes.
Second, you don't have to guess, there are still bullets in your gun.
As for how many bullets are left,
no one knows about that.
Even Li Xiaolua herself didn't know.
In fact, the bullets in the magazine of Li Xiaolua's gun had been used up long ago. But there are still many guns with full magazines in Li Xiaolua's system space, so as long as he thinks about it, the gun without bullets in his hand can immediately become a gun with bullets.
And no one knows.
So as long as Li Xiaolua has not used up all the bullets he finds in the armory, theoretically there will always be bullets in his gun.
Boss, now we know what's going on. Please give me another chance to make amends.
Yes, boss. We have elderly people and children at home waiting for us to support.
We were also afraid of retaliation from Alliance A.
The 5 remaining men were so frightened that they all fell to their knees and cowed out on the ground, begging Li Xiaolua for mercy. At this moment, they really regretted it. They should not have been so cunning earlier.
Now they have no food and may even lose their lives.
It's such a huge loss. Bullshit. The boss made it very clear when he asked us to come up here.
We're going to deal with Alliance A.
If you're afraid of retaliation from Alliance A, then why are you here?
Fatty Lu Dezhuang was a straightforward person.
He didn't give any face to the people kneeling on the ground and directly exposed their lies and angrily.
The chicken legs that Li Xiaolua gave just now increased Lu Dezhuang's friendliness.
All the people who received the food became more loyal to Li Xiaolua. Especially since there are really bullets in Li Xiaolua's gun. As long as they have the gun, they will have the confidence to deal with the people from Alliance A.
It's definitely not wrong to follow Li Xiaolua.
Boss, how do we deal with these 5 people? Lu Dezhuang raised the knife in his hand and looked at the 5 people kneeling on the ground, as if as long as Li Xiaoluo gave the order, he would immediately chop these people down. Li Xiaoluo waved his hand and said, "Forget it. No one is perfect. I will give them another chance." Li Xiaoluo's words were like the sound of nature, which made the 5 people kneeling on the ground surprised and happy. However, Li Xiaoluo's next words made them feel like they were on the edge of an abyss. But since they've made a mistake, they naturally need to make amends. Since they were so afraid of the A Alliance just now, when we go downstairs to deal with the A Alliance's main force, let them charge in the front. If they have the courage and strength to survive, I will not pursue their mistakes this time. But I have to say it again, this is their first mistake, so I'm giving them a chance to make amends. But if anyone else dares to be afraid of fighting, don't blame the bullets in my gun for being merciless.
Thank you, boss. Thank you for giving us another chance.
Although the men kneeling on the ground wanted to cry but had no tears, they could only kowtow to Li Xiaoluo to express their gratitude.
In fact, they all knew that the opportunity Li Xiaoluo gave them was too dangerous.
He wanted them to rush to the front and serve as cannon fodder, as a death squad. But they still have to be grateful. After all, it is better than being killed by Li Xiaoluo's order now.
As long as you are alive, there is still a chance. This is why those death row prisoners will not fear death even if they are sent to the most dangerous place on the battlefield, as long as they are promised a chance to survive. Although I know it will be very dangerous and most people may die, what if I become the lucky one? This is also the reason why Li Xiaoluo did not kill the 5 of them directly. Waste can also be used.
Lu Dezhuang, Chen Jianjun and others around him also thought that the boss's idea was very good.
Instead of killing these people directly, it is better to let them rush to the front later. In this way, the danger to Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun themselves will be much less.
Now many people are secretly glad that most of them have hatred for Alliance A, or that they made the right choice.
Otherwise, they might have ended up like these people now. It's nothing like now, where they can eat food and then look at the miserable appearance of 5 people on the ground. Whether it is before the end of the world or after the end of the world now, people like to compare themselves with others. Even if you live a hard life, if you see someone living a much harder life than you will feel a sense of satisfaction in your heart. Happiness is created through comparison.
Lu Dezhuang, Chen Jianjun, assign a weapon to each member of your team.
Now is the time to uproot the A Alliance's lair.
Yes, boss. Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun immediately stood up straight and responded, then began to distribute weapons to those who did not have any. Just now, Chen Jianjun and his men found a lot of weapons from the 35th floor, although it was impossible for each of the more than 30 people to have a knife. But at least everyone has a weapon in their hands, and there are more than 10 knives, which increases their confidence a lot. Just as Li Xiaoluo was organizing his cannon fodder team upstairs and preparing to head towards the A Alliance's hideout downstairs. At this time, on the 18th floor, at the headquarters of Alliance A, Sun Jihao looked at the phone in his hand with some annoyance.
Fuck, what's that Luo Jijun doing? Why doesn't he reply to my messages? Military advisor, after they captured Li Xiaoluo, did they disobey my orders and secretly go to Li Xiaoluo's house?
It's no wonder that Sun Jihao was angry at this time. The group of Zhao Xiaobing downstairs were already annoying enough to him. If Luo Jijun upstairs led his men to rebel again, it would not be good news for him. Yi Xiaoyang, the military advisor of Alliance, sat next to Sun Jihao. He thought for a moment before speaking.
Alliance leader, it shouldn't happen.
The people you sent are very loyal, and when we selected them, we also deliberately chose some people who don't get along with Luo Jijun. So even if Luo Jijun wants to rebel, not everyone will listen to him. And Luo Jijun and the others aren't stupid either. They're in high-ranking positions now. If they rebel, where can they go? Are they going to hide in that Li Xiaoluo's house forever? What I'm worried about now is not Luo Jijun and the others rebelling, I'm more worried about that Li Xiaoluo. Sun Jihao was stunned for a moment. Military advisor, are you worried that Li Xiaoluo will kill Luo Jijun and the others? Sun Jihao didn't finish what he was saying, because this shouldn't be possible. Li Xiaoluo is not Superman. How could it be possible to kill so many people that Luo Jijun brought with him? Yi Xiaoyang said, when Luo Jijun reported that Li Xiaoluo had walked out of the safe house, I was actually a little uneasy. If I were Li Xiaoluo, with an impenetrable safe house, plenty of food, and even women, why would I come out and take the risk? Is Li Xiaoluo really stupid? Sun Jihao's face suddenly became a little ugly. Chapter 139. Li Xiaowei and Su Xiuxiu, mother and daughter, are actually living quite well. But at this moment, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly smiled again and said,
Alliance leader, you don't have to worry too much. Those are just my guesses and may not be true. But just in case, I think we should have our brothers prepare for battle and strengthen our defenses. And even if Li Xiaolua really has a trump card, have you forgotten? We also have a few people in our hands. They should be very important to Li Xiaolua, right? With them, we can control Li Xiaolua.
When Sun Jihao heard this, he immediately knew who Yi Xiaoyan was talking about and burst into laughter. Okay, military advisor, notify the brothers immediately to prepare for battle. If Luo Jijun upstairs doesn't respond, we will go upstairs and check the situation ourselves. Also, call Su Xiuxiu and her daughter, as well as Li Xiaolua's brother Li Xiaowei over here. Yes, leader. Soon, Su Xiuxiu, her daughter and Li Xiaowei were brought before Sun Jihao. Judging from their complexions, Li Xiaowei and Su Xiuxiu, mother and daughter, are actually doing well. Hello, leader. When Su Xiuxiu and her daughter saw Sun Jihao, they immediately greeted him with smiles on their faces. In the A Alliance team, most women, like all women surviving in the apocalypse, have a very low status. But with the exception of a small number of women, such as Su Xiuxiu and her daughter, Sun Jihao treated them as core members. Because at the beginning, Sun Jihao still valued Su Xiuxiu's mother's identity as the director of the property management committee. And the women in their team also need someone to manage them for him. Alliance leader, what do you want us to do? Li Xiaowei, who came with Su Xiuxiu and her daughter, also looked at Sun Jihao with a flattering expression. Li Xiaowei was actually quite lucky. After the ice apocalypse came, his family had no food stored at all. He asked Li Xiaolua for help, but Li Xiaolua ignored him. He also asked for help from his neighbors, but who would have extra food to share with him? Forced into a corner, Li Xiaowei also wanted to learn the method taught on the internet, and wanted to steal food from his neighbor's house with a knife. But he started off on the wrong foot. Li Xiaowei had just moved here and was not familiar with the residents' situation at all. There were several strong men in the neighbor's house that he chose to rob. Seeing that Li Xiaowei dared to come out alone and be so arrogant, they did not tolerate him and beat Li Xiaowei severely. Not only did he not get any food, but he was also severely beaten up. Li Xiaowei was immediately discouraged. In fact, Li Xiaowei also regretted one thing. It would have been better if he had not sold Dahe to Li Xiaolua. It's enough to keep him eating for a long time. Just when Li Xiaowei was about to starve to death, Sun Jihao and his men began to rob the survivors, and Li Xiaowei was lucky enough to be among the first residents to be robbed. Why is it said that being robbed is lucky? Because apart from Li Xiaowei and his people, there was nothing worth stealing in his house. Instead, Sun Jihao was recruiting soldiers to expand his team. Li Xiaowei was about to die, so he didn't care whether following Sun Jihao to kill people or set fires, so he almost begged to join Sun Jihao's team. After following Sun Jihao, although Li Xiaowei had no fighting ability, he was able to bully the family that had dealt with him before and made them suffer. The men were killed by him and his men, and the women were captured and used to serve them. This made Li Xiaowei breathe a sigh of relief, and he completely followed Sun Jihao in doing evil. Sun Jihao looked at Li Xiaowei and the other two with cold eyes and said, "You three have a close relationship with that Li Xiaolua." However, before Sun Jihao could finish, Li Xiaowei immediately jumped up and said, "Alliance leader, heaven and earth can bear witness. From the day I followed you, I have been yours. I am absolutely loyal to you. Moreover, that bastard Li Xiaolua did not save me in the first place, so don't worry, I will never go to Li Xiaolua." After hearing Li Xiaolua's name, Su Xiuxiu also gnashed her teeth in hatred and said, "Alliance leader, I feel the same way. From the moment Li Xiaolua betrayed me, I have completely drawn a line between us." In fact, the reason why Su Xiuxiu wanted to reconcile with Li Xiaolua was because she saw that Li Xiaolua had suddenly become rich. That's why she always cared about Li Xiaolua and endured Li Xiaolua's disregard for her. But it was not until she realized that Li Xiaolua was no longer her dog and even wanted to harm her, and there was no sign of the end of the apocalypse, and the wealth before the apocalypse became useless, that Su Xiuxiu completely gave up on Li Xiaolua. Because of Li Xiaoluo's previous attitude towards her, her family was robbed, and Su Xiuxiu hated Li Xiaoluo more than anyone else. Okay, don't be so anxious to show your loyalty to me. I called you here to tell you that if Li Xiaolua really has some tricks up his sleeve and becomes powerful, you must then play the emotional card with Li Xiaolua and make him afraid to act rashly for your sake. Li Xiaowei laughed loudly and said, "Ha, Alliance leader, you really know how to joke. What else can Li Xiaolua do besides hiding at home like a coward? What can he achieve? I don't know about others, but I am very familiar with Li Xiaolua." Su Xiuxiu also followed up, "That's right, Li Xiaolua is a waste. Apart from the fact that he got some money from somewhere before the apocalypse to build a turtle shell, he has no other abilities. However, before Su Xiuxiu could finish her words, a man suddenly ran in a panic.
Alliance leader, this is bad.
Li Xiaolua is leading dozens of people towards us downstairs. Li Xiaowei and Su Xiuxiu were stunned on the spot.
This slap in the face came too quickly. Fuck, what are you all panicking about?
We also have dozens of people, and they are all elites.
Are we afraid of that rabble led by Li Xiaolua?
Sun Jihao was actually stunned for a moment.
He didn't expect that the military advisor's prediction would come true.
Li Xiaolua must have some hidden cards that they didn't know about. He actually took out all the people he sent to deal with him, and now he is bringing a group of people to fight him down.
However, although he was a little surprised, Sun Jihao didn't think he would lose.
The men under his command are basically young and strong, and have seen blood. There is no reason for them to lose to Li Xiaolua and the others. Then Sun Jihao took Su Xiuxiu and the others with him, and personally took his weapons and walked out of the room. When we arrived at the corridor on the 18th floor, all the soldiers of Alliance A were already standing there with weapons in hand. Fortunately, the military advisor reminded him to send people to patrol upstairs, otherwise if everyone was still eating, drinking, and having fun in the house as usual, they might have been ambushed by Li Xiaolua by now.
Have Li Xiaolua and the others come down?
Sun Jihao was just about to ask about Yi Xiaoyang's situation. Kill. Suddenly, there was a sound of hacking and killing in the corridor on the 19th floor, and then a group of people were seen waving weapons and rushing downstairs. However, those who rushed down from the upstairs seemed to have no combat experience at all. They were just waving their weapons around and attacking randomly.
In the narrow corridor, some people even injured their companions by fighting. Ha, Li Xiaolua and his group are indeed a mob. A smile appeared on Sun Jihao's face.
Chapter 140, this slap on the face really hurts.
On Li Xiaolua's side, Li Xiaolua led Lu Dezhuang, Chen Jianjun and others to the 18th floor without any obstruction.
Li had already known through the drone that the base of Alliance A was on the 18th floor. Even through drone reconnaissance, Li Xiaolua saw several people he was familiar with who were now in League A. This gave Li Xiaolua another reason to deal with Alliance A. She didn't expect that they were all together. When Li Xiaolua and the others came down from upstairs, the people from Alliance A seemed to have no time to organize manpower to stop them. However, at the staircase leading to the 18th floor, Alliance A had already deployed a large number of people. However, Li Xiaolua did not care about any military tactics.
He just asked Lu Dezhuang, Chen Jianjun and others to lead their men to charge downstairs.
Of course, the 5 people who had to redeem themselves from their crimes were naturally at the forefront. If they could survive, Li Xiaolua promised not to care about the mistakes they had made before. Kill. Kill these League lackeys. The sound of fighting soon came from the stairwell. The people on Li Xiaolua's side walked down the stairs, and the few people rushing in the front were the suicide squad designated by Li Xiaolua. They knew that if they did not fight hard this time and dared to retreat, their boss Li Xiaolua would never give them a chance to live and would definitely shoot them to death. So they could only wave their weapons desperately and fight the people from Alliance A desperately. The people from Alliance A who were guarding the stairwell had become accustomed to being in a superior position these days and completely considered themselves the masters of the building. The owners who usually live on the floors under their jurisdiction become like quails when they see them. They dare not even fart when they are bullied by them. The thugs of Alliance A did not believe that these untouchables in their eyes would achieve much after following Li Xiaolua, so they did not take this battle too seriously. They thought that as long as they raised the machetes in their hands, Li Xiaolua's mob would be scared and kneel on the ground begging for mercy. But soon, the thugs from League A who were at the forefront found out that they were wrong, and they were wrong in a very outrageous way. The people who were rushing in the front on Li Xiaolua's side looked like they had taken medicine and were not afraid of their lives. Even though some people were injured by them, and even though the people in the front had expressions of pain and fear on their faces, they still fought forward with their weapons regardless of their lives. The thugs at the front of Alliance A soon saw blood and were injured, because they were not in a favorable position at the bottom of the stairs, and faced with the enemy's desperate fighting style, even if they had a lot of combat experience, it was useless. Then the A-League thugs got cold feet, and the injured began to retreat. The people in Alliance A really wanted to say to Li Xiaolua's desperate people, "Damn it, brothers, we are all low-level rascals, just trying to make a living. And this is not to defend our country, why are you fighting so hard? If we die or get injured, no one will pity us." The thugs of Alliance A, although they enjoy the status and treatment given to them by the Alliance in this building. But people are selfish and afraid of death, they are not willing to sacrifice their lives for Alliance A. They are not that great yet, especially after the end of the world. Many people only care about their own life and death. Therefore, the injured or frightened thugs in Alliance A began to retreat downstairs in panic. When two brave men meet in a narrow road, the braver one wins. In a narrow stairwell, the advantage of having more people cannot be fully utilized, so it all depends on who is braver. Once a deserter appears among the people in Alliance A, the infection will immediately spread to other people. Because all of them were ordinary people who had not received any training, when they saw their companions retreating and running away, they would no longer think about holding their positions or fighting for their lives, so they naturally ran downstairs immediately. So Sun Jihao, who was standing downstairs watching the game, was stunned. The moment before, he was still mocking Li Xiaoluo and his people as a mob, fighting without any rules at all, and even having funny scenes where their own people beat up each other. But the next moment, Li Xiaoluo's men were extremely brave and fought to the death, which frightened his men. This slap on the face really hurts. Alliance leader, Li Xiaoluo's men have gone crazy. We who are at the front can't hold on any longer. Let's all retreat. This way, we can have a good fight with Li Xiaoluo's men in the corridor, and all of our people can go into battle and kill the enemy. One of Sun Jihao's confidants ran up to him and quickly made a suggestion. Alright, brothers, let's all retreat to the corridor, and everyone get ready. If anyone dares to retreat again, I will personally chop him down. In fact, Sun Jihao didn't need to give any orders, their people had already retreated from the stairwell to the corridor. So Sun Jihao did not hesitate and immediately gave the order loudly. It can also be considered as a way to save face for their defeat. Moreover, Sun Jihao did not think that his people were defeated. Sun Jihao felt that it must be Li Xiaoluo who was too insidious. Li Xiaoluo must have arranged some of his most capable and bravest men to rush to the front, and the stairwell could not accommodate too many people to fight, so his men lost. But as soon as they reached the corridor, the advantages that Li Xiaoluo and his fellow soldiers had as individuals were gone. However, for his own safety, Sun Jihao and several of his trusted guards quickly retreated. Soon, the thugs that joined Group A retreated into the corridor, and then their confidence returned. Because the corridors of the building are much easier to fight in than the stairwells, Li Xiaoluo's men no longer have the geographical advantage of attacking them from above. Moreover, the corridors are relatively spacious, so the thugs from Alliance A can also take advantage of their human wave tactics. In short, they must avenge the humiliation they just suffered. Soon, Li Xiaoluo's people also came from the stairwell to the corridor on the 18th floor. But when Li Xiaoluo's men saw that the A Alliance had been ready to attack and the dozens of thugs were looking at them fiercely, the hands of the people on Li Xiaoluo's side holding the weapons were shaking. The reason why they were able to win in the stairwell just now was mainly because Li Xiaoluo let the 5 Suicide Squad members who were waiting for punishment rush to the front. The 5 people knew that they could not retreat, otherwise they would be shot to death by Li Xiaoluo. So in order to survive, those 5 people really burst out with amazing fighting power and courage. But now, those 5 people are either dead or injured, and have all withdrawn from the battle. Now it was Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun, leading their respective teams, who were rushing to the front. In fact, the people of Alliance A were not wrong. Most of Li Xiaoluo's men were just a mob. After seeing the A Alliance's aggressive main force, many of them were already terrified. If Li Xiaoluo was there to support them from behind, and if they knew that Li Xiaoluo had a gun, most of the people in Li Xiaoluo's team would have fled away crawling and rolling. Chapter 141. Where does his confidence come from? Li Xiaoluo, you really have some skills. You can actually get rid of the people I sent, and even make these losers work for you without caring about their lives. I'm curious, what benefits did you promise them? Sun Jihao did not immediately order his men to attack, but stood on the other side of the corridor and spoke loudly to Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo smiled and said, Sun Jihao, the benefits I promised were directly posted in the owner group. As long as you are not blind, you should be able to see it, right? By the way, I'd like to make another advertisement here. Is there anyone from Alliance A who wants to switch jobs? If you're willing to do so now and follow me, I'd welcome you. Of course, except Sun Jihao and his lackeys. However, no one from Alliance A responded to Li Xiaoluo. In the minds of the people from Alliance A, was Li Xiaoluo here to make people laugh? Although they just suffered a minor defeat, any discerning person can see that their Alliance A now has the advantage and is strong in both men and horses. How arrogant must Li Xiaoluo be to say such words that would make them rebel? Sun Jihao roared, Li Xiaoluo, shut up. Sun Jihao also wondered if Li Xiaoluo was mentally retarded. Where does his confidence come from? Many of the mob members on Li Xiaoluo's side were trembling. Did Li Xiaoluo think he could win by relying on them? Li Xiaolua, I'm also a person who appreciates talent, so I can give you a chance. As long as you surrender with your people, I can forgive your past actions and give you the status of the third in command of our alliance. What do you think? Sun Jihao looked at Li Xiaolua sincerely, as if he really valued Li Xiaolua.
But will Sun Jihao really let bygones be bygones? Of course not.
Li Xiaoluo caused his alliance to suffer a lot of losses this time, and he wanted to skin Li Xiaoluo alive. But Sun Jihao listened to the military advisor and had to consider the overall situation. Li Xiaolua now has quite a few subordinates, and some of them seem to be full of energy. If Sun Jihao ordered his men to fight Li Xiaolua's men head-on, even if they won in the end, they might still lose a lot of manpower. Sun Jihao and his team's opponents are not just Li Xiaolua. Before today, he had never considered Li Xiaolua as an opponent. Sun Jihao's opponents have always been Zhao Xiaobing and his gang downstairs. Therefore, Sun Jihao did not want to fight Li Xiaolua head-on, and did not want to continue to lose the strength of Alliance A. As long as Li Xiaolua is willing to submit to him, he will naturally find a way to deal with Li Xiaolua. Then there would be no need to waste a single soldier. Sun Jihao's idea was good, but the person he met was Li Xiaolua. Li Xiaolua never considered Sun Jihao as an opponent. Seeing that Li Xiaolua had no intention of surrendering, none of Li Xiaolua's men planned to surrender either.
Sun Jihao's face suddenly turned gloomy.
It seemed that he had to scare Li Xiaolua's men into death before they would lay down their weapons. But since he was going to take action, Li Xiaolua was a dead man in Sun Jihao's eyes, and he would not give Li Xiaolua another chance to surrender.
Brothers, charge forward and kill these ungrateful bastards. They really think they can conquer the world just by gathering a few people. Let them see the strength of our alliance.
Sun Jihao waved his hand and loudly gave the order to attack to the thugs of Alliance A. Kill! 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 All the thugs in Alliance A suddenly roared in unison. Needless to say, their momentum suddenly increased. This was actually a rule that Sun Jihao set for them. Whenever a large-scale battle was taking place, everyone had to shout kill 3 times in unison. Firstly, it is to boost their own morale, and secondly, it is to intimidate the enemy with their momentum. Judging from their previous practical experience, the effect is quite good. Of course, the reason why Sun Jihao said that the effect was pretty good was actually because the opponents their alliance was facing now were not too strong. At least their alliance had always had the advantage. This time was the same. The people from Alliance A rushed towards Li Xiaolua's people with great momentum, and the people on Li Xiaolua's side suddenly became a little confused. Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun led a group of people to fight desperately. Lu Dezhuang, the fat man, was very strong. He relied on brute force to constantly wave the weapons in his hands to kill the enemy. He was quite capable in combat. As for Chen Jianjun, he was more particular about skills. He must have been a soldier, so he could barely deal with several people by himself. However, some of Li Xiaolua's men began to retreat before even coming into contact with the enemy, and some even lay on the ground pretending to be dead. In front of the machetes of the A-League thugs, they seemed to have forgotten Li Xiaoluo, who was watching the excitement from behind, and also forgot the fate of those who retreated at the last minute upstairs. Therefore, Li Xiaolua's side was already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and strength, and some people were afraid to fight. No matter how brave and fearless Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun are, they can no longer hold on. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot rang out. Make the whole corridor quiet. The people who were originally fighting seemed to be frozen, all standing still. Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun all breathed a sigh of relief. Their boss finally took action. The reason why Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun were not afraid of the alliance's bravery in killing the enemy was because Li Xiaolua was their confidence. They knew that although they were at a disadvantage on the surface, as long as their boss Li Xiaolua took action, they could immediately turn the situation around. The reason why boss Li Xiaolua didn't take action at the beginning might be to test them, or he might not want to waste bullets. Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun didn't know what the boss was thinking, but now as long as the boss took action, they would feel much more relaxed. And fortunately, they have persisted in fighting until now, without retreating or running away, otherwise their fate would be. Faced with the sudden gunshots, everyone in Alliance subconsciously dared not move, and expressions of fear appeared on their faces. Damn it, who isn't afraid of guns? Also, how come there are guns in their building? Then everyone turned their eyes to Li Xiaolua, or to be exact, to the submachine gun in his hand. In China, guns are very mysterious things to ordinary people. Many people have only seen them on TV and basically have no chance to see them in real life. Moreover, the people in Alliance A originally thought that the gun in Li Xiaoluo's hand should be just a pistol or a homemade hunting rifle used in the countryside. But when they saw the gun in Li Xiaoluo's hand, the people from Alliance A were even more stunned. Although they didn't know what type of submachine gun Li Xiaoluo had in his hand, it didn't prevent them from knowing that this type of gun must be much more powerful than a pistol. I'm afraid few people have not heard of the famous AK. Although AK is an automatic rifle and not a submachine gun, the style is similar. Chapter 142 Su Xiaoxiu and Li Xiaowei's performance. Sun Jihao also felt a chill in his heart. He finally understood why the people he sent out failed to get rid of Li Xiaoluo, and he also understood why Li Xiaoluo's people were so fearless and brave. It was all because Li Xiaoluo had a gun in his hand. At times like this, whoever has a gun is the boss. It's the ancestor. Who dares to disobey? Sun Jihao was also very scared at this time. If everyone was using cold weapons, even if Li Xiaoluo was particularly good at fighting, he could still use his men to wear Li Xiaoluo down. But he really didn't expect that Li Xiaoluo actually had arms. Especially when he saw the fear on the faces of all his men, Sun Jihao knew that if he didn't think of a solution, his doom would be coming. Sun Jihao, who was forcing himself to remain calm, suddenly had a bright look in his eyes. He felt that the military advisor was really his savior, as he had prepared him in advance. The ones who made the preparations were naturally Su Xiaoxiu and Li Xiaowei. Brother Xiaoluo, I was wrong to have someone go upstairs and disturb your life. I sincerely apologize to you. I can also give you some food or supplies as compensation. You can ask for as much as you want. As long as you promise me that we will keep out of each other's way from now on, how about that? Li Xiaoluo smiled and said, Sun Jihao, do you think you are qualified to make conditions with me now? Sun Jihao said, Brother Xiaoluo, you have a gun, but we have many brothers in the Alliance. I think it's best not to fight to the death. And look at who these two people are. Su Xiaoxiu and Li Xiaowei are both in my hands. If we really have to fight to the death, I guarantee that they will die before me. Having said that, Sun Jihao immediately ordered his trusted men to bring Su Xiaoxiu and Li Xiaowei to the front, with knives placed on their necks. In Sun Jihao's opinion, Su Xiaoxiu is Li Xiaoluo's ex-girlfriend, and Li Xiaowei is Li Xiaoluo's younger brother, although their relationship may not be very good. But Sun Jihao didn't believe that Li Xiaoluo could really watch Su Xiaoxiu, Li Xiaowei, and others die. In fact, Su Xiaoxiu and Li Xiaowei did not expect that things would develop to this point. The two of them had already completely broken with Li Xiaoluo in their hearts. After seeing Li Xiaoluo, they just wanted to step on Li Xiaoluo and then find an opportunity to humiliate Li Xiaoluo severely. When Sun Jihao approached them and told them that Li Xiaoluo might become something big, they thought it was a joke. Whether it is Su Xiaoxiu or Li Xiaowei, it can really be said that they grew up with Li Xiaoluo. How could they not know how capable Li Xiaoluo is? Can Li Xiaoluo resist Alliance A? But now, Su Xiaoxiu and Li Xiaowei admitted that they really couldn't see through Li Xiaoluo anymore. In fact, starting from the few days before the end of the world, Su Xiaoxiu and Li Xiaowei could no longer understand Li Xiaoluo. It felt like he had become a different person. How to say it, it's as if the body is still Li Xiaoluo's body, but the soul is no longer the Li Xiaoluo. Su Xiaoxiu and Li Xiaowei didn't know how Li Xiaoluo got the gun, but they knew the current situation, and Li Xiaoluo seemed to have really gained the upper hand. So we really need them to perform. Su Xiaoxiu looked at Li Xiaoluo with a pitiful look. Brother Xiaoluo, save me, we grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and you have liked me for so long, you must save me. Li Xiaowei also quickly said, Brother, I am your younger brother. We are blood relatives. You can't just stand by and watch me die. I know I was a bit too much before, but after the apocalypse, I realized how precious family members are. I have really changed. Brother, please give me another chance. Su Xiaoxiu and Li Xiaowei both asked Li Xiaoluo for help with fear on their faces. Their faces looked so helpless and pitiful. In fact, Su Xiaoxiu and Li Xiaowei hoped that Li Xiaoluo would have a miserable life and be caught by the people from Alliance A and tortured severely. But if the people in Alliance A really can't beat Li Xiaoluo, then they don't mind following Li Xiaoluo. So just like what the Alliance leader Sun Jihao said before, what they have to do now is to play the emotional card and make Li Xiaoluo compromise in order to save them. Li Xiaoluo looked at Su Xiaoxiu and Li Xiaowei, with a strange smile on his face. Sun Jihao, these two people do have some relationship with me, and I am also somewhat interested in them. How about this, if you hand them over to me now, I won't kill you. Hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Sun Jihao on the opposite side showed a hint of joy on his face. Ha, Li Xiaoluo really still cares about Su Xiaoxiu and Li Xiaowei, so he feels more confident. In fact, Sun Jihao felt that this was how it should be. After the apocalypse, most people's relatives and friends were almost all dead. It was actually very difficult for anyone to have some close friends around them to survive. So there is no reason for Li Xiaolua not to care about the life and death of Su Xiuxiu and Li Xiaowei. Su Xiuxiu and Li Xiaowei also showed a hint of excitement on their faces. They were very excited to hear that Li Xiaolua still cared about them. Sun Jihao looked at Li Xiaolua and said, "Brother Xiaolua, we in Alliance really don't want to clash with you anymore. In this apocalypse, we survivors are already having a hard time surviving. There's really no need for us to kill each other anymore, right? Don't worry, as long as you're willing to accept my peace proposal, I'll hand Su Xiuxiu and Li Xiaowei over to you, but not now. How about this, as long as you're willing to coexist peacefully, I'll have someone personally deliver Su Xiuxiu and Li Xiaowei to your home on the 36th floor in 3 days." Li Xiaolua glanced at Sun Jihao calmly. "I gave you the chance to survive, but you didn't seize it." Hearing the tone of Li Xiaolua's voice, Sun Jihao suddenly panicked. "Li Xiaolua, Su Xiuxiu and Li Xiaowei are still in my hands. Don't do anything rash. Su Xiuxiu and Li Xiaowei may be your last relatives in this world. If you dare to kill my people, I will really fight to the death and make you regret it for the rest of your life." In fact, if Li Xiaolua was experiencing the apocalypse for the first time, it would indeed be as Sun Jihao said, even though there were some conflicts with Su Xiuxiu and Li Xiaowei before the apocalypse. But when most of your relatives and friends may have died, any close person who is still alive is extremely precious. Unfortunately, Li Xiaolua has already experienced life, and now he doesn't need any so-called relatives. Li Xiaolua ignored Sun Jihao and looked at the rest of the A Alliance members. "Everyone in Alliance A, listen up. Throw your weapons to the ground immediately and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for the bullets in my gun being blind." Li Xiaolua's shout made the thugs of Alliance A look at Sun Jihao. In fact, they still prefer to follow Sun Jihao, because they are core members of Sun Jihao. But after surrendering, they are prisoners. "Li Xiaolua, are you really going to force me?" Sun Jihao became anxious. He personally took a knife from the hand of a trusted subordinate and walked to Li Xiaowei. "Li Xiaolua, if you dare to kill my people, I will kill Li Xiaowei." Bang! Bang! Li Xiaolua didn't wait for Sun Jihao to finish his words, he just raised his gun and shot continuously at Sun Jihao's men. It's not that Li Xiaolua didn't want to shoot Sun Jihao directly, but the distance was a bit far and there were too many people in between. So it's the same to deal with Sun Jihao's men first. After shooting and killing several people, Li Xiaolua said in a cold voice, "Either throw away your weapons and surrender, or die." Chapter 143, Leader, why are you serious? Seeing that Li Xiaolua really shot and killed people, the people in Alliance no longer dared to pin their hopes on Sun Jihao. Most of them immediately threw away their weapons, then squatted down with their heads in their hands and surrendered. It's not that they are not brave enough, nor that they don't want to resist, it's just that they are also flesh and blood. I am afraid of people shooting guns from the bottom of my heart. Only Sun Jihao and a few of his confidants were unwilling to become prisoners, and they might die after surrendering. Sun Jihao looked at Li Xiaolua fiercely. "Li Xiaolua, you really want to fight to the death, right? Then I will grant your wish." After saying that, Sun Jihao swung the machete in his hand and slashed at Li Xiaowei. "Ah!" Li Xiaowei let out a shrill scream, and his left ear was directly chopped off by Sun Jihao. "Alliance leader, why are you serious?" Li Xiaowei was in excruciating pain and looked at Sun Jihao with horror. Sun Jihao, expressionless, ignored Li Xiaowei. He just stared at Li Xiaolua. "Li Xiaolua, are you sure you really want to watch your brother Li Xiaowei die? And he died because of you. Won't you have nightmares in the future?" Li Xiaowei also endured the pain and trembled all over, saying, "Brother, I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. If I die, your father and mother will be very sad, they will die with regrets. Brother, you are my brother, you have an obligation to take care of me." Li Xiaolua slowly raised the gun in his hand, looked at Li Xiaowei calmly and said, "I'm sorry, I have severed ties with you before the end of the world, so your life or death really has nothing to do with me. But don't worry, since we grew up together, I will kill those who killed you too." Bang! After saying that, Li Xiaolua continued to shoot and kill those members of Alliance A who did not throw away their weapons. Go to hell! Sun Jihao went completely crazy, because after he failed to threaten Li Xiaolua with the hostages, he knew that the situation was hopeless and the final outcome would be death. So Sun Jihao now only had killing in his mind, killing everyone related to Li Xiaolua, no matter whether Li Xiaolua really didn't care about their life or death, or was deliberately pretending not to care. He is going to drag a few people to take the blame for him.
Don't kill me, leader, I am truly loyal to you. Seeing that Sun Jihao really wanted to kill him, Li Xiaowei was so scared that he didn't care about the pain in his ears and immediately expressed his loyalty to Sun Jihao. Li Xiaowei, if you want to blame someone, blame Li Xiaoluo. Even if you become a ghost, go find him.
After saying that, Sun Jihao took the knife in his hand and cut Li Xiaowei's throat. Suddenly, Li Xiaowei's blood gushed out. Li Xiaowei struggled hard to break free from the two people who were holding him, then stretched out his hand to stop the blood, but he couldn't stop it. Before dying, Li Xiaowei looked in the direction of Li Xiaoluo. He just couldn't understand why his elder brother Li Xiaoluo, who had always been tolerant of him, was so cruel now and didn't help him. After killing Li Xiaowei, Sun Jihao looked at Su Xiuxiu. At this time, Su Xiuxiu was trembling all over, and a stream of yellow liquid flowed from her legs to the ground. Brother Xiaoluo, please save me, I am your Xiuxiu. Brother Xiaoluo, we have been together for so long and have so many wonderful memories.
Have you forgotten them all? When we were little, we went to school together and went home together after school.
I remember when I was in junior high school, one time on the way home from school, a boy and a few others stopped me.
He said he wanted to be my friend, but I knew he was a bad student hanging out outside, so I naturally didn't want to agree.
So he wanted to bully me, and then you, Brother Charlotte, ran over and stood in front of me. At that time, you said I was yours and no one could bully me. Later, those bad boys scolded you for being presumptuous and meddling in other people's business. They were so many and threatened to beat you up if you didn't get out.
But you always stood in front of me and finally fought with them.
Later, you were beaten badly and 2 of your teeth were knocked out, but you never begged for mercy, nor did you let them bully me. In the end, those bad boys were afraid of something happening and ran away.
I was really touched at that time. Charlotte, you are really a good person.
Just when Su Xiuxiu was crying pitifully and playing the emotional card, Sun Jihao stood beside Su Xiuxiu with a knife and did not take any action. In his heart, he also hoped that Su Xiuxiu could act more pitifully, and then move Li Xiaoluo, so that Li Xiaoluo would not be able to bear to see Su Xiuxiu get hurt again. In that case, Sun Jihao would also have a chance to survive. However, Li Xiaoluo looked at Su Xiuxiu who was crying bitterly. If it was in the previous life, if Su Xiuxiu acted pitifully like this, Li Xiaoluo would have felt pity for her.
After all, sometimes it is not so easy to change the heart of a bootlicker.
But now, Li Xiaoluo just felt nauseous when he heard it. Damn it, it sounds like Su Xiuxiu is the one who paid the price for everything, and you, a White Lotus, have the nerve to say that?
Since you want to play the emotional card, why don't you tell me what you have paid for?
However, Li Xiaoluo did not shoot again. After all, the overall situation was basically decided and there was no need to waste bullets. As for the finishing work, it would be a waste to use those cannon fodders on hand. Seeing that Li Xiaoluo no longer fired or held the gun, Sun Jihao and Su Xiuxiu both smiled.
However, before Sun Jihao and Su Xiuxiu could be happy for a few seconds, Li Xiaoluo made another move.
Lu Dezhuang, Chen Jianjun, take your men and go collect all the weapons on the ground.
Yes, boss.
Lu Dezhuang and Chen Jianjun had done this job once upstairs, so they took action immediately and took their team to collect all the weapons thrown on the ground by Alliance A. Those who surrendered from Alliance A behaved relatively honestly. In fact, as long as Li Xiaoluo doesn't kill them, in their opinion, there is no difference whether they follow Sun Jihao or Li Xiaoluo. Even if their status would be lower if they followed Li Xiaoluo, as long as they could survive, they would not risk their lives for Sun Jihao.
Li Xiaoluo, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to coexist peacefully? Do you really want me to kill Su Xiuxiu?
Seeing that Li Xiaoluo did not shoot his men, Sun Jihao tacitly agreed that Li Xiaoluo intended to negotiate peace. But he didn't expect Li Xiaoluo to let people continue the action, so he could only put the knife on Su Xiuxiu's white neck again. Li Xiaoluo ignored Sun Jihao's incompetent roar. He looked at the surrendered thugs of Alliance A and said,
"Listen up, everyone who surrendered from Alliance A. I'm giving you a chance to show your abilities. Go and capture Sun Jihao, dead or alive.
Let's not talk about whether there's a reward for capturing Sun Jihao, but I can promise that as long as they behave well and are willing to work hard, I won't kill them. Raise your hands if you're willing." As soon as Li Xiaoluo finished speaking, all those who surrendered raised their hands.
Li Xiaoluo raised the corners of his mouth.
In fact, this trick has always worked for Li Xiaoluo. Let us not talk about promises or anything like that, they are worthless in the apocalypse. What's more, Li Xiaoluo only said that he would not kill them, but he did not say that others would not kill them.
Chapter 144 Aunt Lu, then you can go with peace of mind.
Under the siege of 20 or 30 surrendered thugs from Alliance A, their leader Sun Jihao was quickly tied up. Most of Sun Jihao's trusted subordinates were either killed or injured. As for Su Xiuxiu, she was just stabbed by Sun Jihao. After seeing that Li Xiaoluo really didn't care about Su Xiuxiu's life or death, Sun Jihao stabbed Su Xiuxiu once and had no time to stab her again. But after being stabbed, Su Xiuxiu was already bleeding all over the floor. Although she did not die on the spot, in such an environment, with the cold weather and no medical treatment, Su Xiuxiu was just waiting for death in despair. As the members of Alliance fought each other, Lu Dezhuang and his men were very happy to watch. With the boss around, the enemies have already killed each other, and they don't need to risk their lives anymore. They were also glad that they chose to follow Li Xiaoluo and had never had any ulterior motives. Now victory belonged to them. The tied-up Sun Jihao and several of his confidants were soon brought before Li Xiaoluo. Brother Luo, I admit defeat. I am willing to bring the entire A alliance to submit to you. Please don't kill me. Sun Jihao knelt in front of Li Xiaoluo, no longer having any trace of the aura of a superior. Li Xiaoluo was too lazy to pay attention to Sun Jihao. There was no need to waste any time on Sun Jihao now. Li Xiaoluo called Lu Dezhuang and Qin Jianjun, and asked them to take their team to tie up all the people belonging to Alliance A. Boss Li Xiaoluo, didn't we help you capture Sun Jihao? You said you wouldn't kill us as long as we were willing to help? That's right, Boss Li Xiaoluo, you can't go back on your word, right? When they heard that they were also going to be tied up, many of the A Alliance thugs who surrendered first and then tried desperately to capture Sun Jihao suddenly became unwilling. They feel that they have behaved so obediently and hard-workingly that even if they cannot immediately gain your trust, Li Xiaoluo, they will at least not be tied up and held captive, right? Lu Dezhuang, who was standing aside, looked at Li Xiaoluo's expression and immediately looked at the Alliance thugs who were talking and roared. Fuck, what decision did our boss make that he needs to explain to you losers? If anyone dares to talk nonsense again, we won't just tie you up, we'll make you and your shitty leader suffer the same fate. After Lu Dezhuang's roar, no one dared to resist anymore. They thought about it and felt that Li Xiaoluo would not kill them all. After all, the apocalypse is far from peaceful now, with everyone constantly fighting for territory and food. It's so dangerous inside their building, not to mention how dangerous the entire community, or even the area outside it, will be in the future. Although Li Xiaoluo has a gun, it is impossible for him to do everything himself, right? And Li Xiaoluo's bullets are definitely not unlimited. Therefore, any man who is ambitious would not want to recruit as many soldiers and horses as possible and dominate a region. So they thought that Li Xiaoluo would not kill them all. Li Xiaoluo glanced at Lu Dezhuang. This fat man was quite good at observing people's expressions, so there was no need for Li Xiaoluo to waste any more words. After all the living members of Alliance A were tied up, Li Xiaoluo was about to deal with them. Suddenly the door of a room on this floor was opened, and then a middle-aged woman rushed out of the room. Xiuxiu, my daughter, please don't die, don't leave me. The middle-aged woman was Su Xiuxiu's mother. She threw herself on Su Xiuxiu, who was lying in a pool of blood, and cried heart-wrenchingly. She only has Su Xiuxiu as her only daughter, and she has always raised her like a treasure. Now Su Xiuxiu is about to die, how can she not be sad? Mom, I'm so cold. Su Xiuxiu's face was pale, and she felt her vitality was slipping away. Daughter, please don't get hurt, otherwise how can I survive? Su Xiuxiu suddenly hugged her mother tightly, as if she wanted to feel her mother's embrace for the last time. But Su Xiuxiu put her mouth close to her mother's ear. Mom, I can't accept this. It's Li Xiaoluo who made me like this. I want Li Xiaoluo to die too. Mom, after I die, don't make trouble for Li Xiaoluo, and pretend that you don't blame him. Just pretend that the person who killed me was Sun Jihao, and you only need to seek revenge on Sun Jihao. Then you approach Li Xiaoluo as his elder, lurking around him and looking for an opportunity to avenge me. After saying the last sentence in a low and intermittent voice, Su Xiuxiu's body turned completely cold. A hint of coldness flashed in Su Xiuxiu's mother's eyes, but she quickly returned to normal, and then hugged Su Xiuxiu's body and burst into tears. Xiuxiu, my poor daughter, Sun Jihao, that bastard, actually tried to kill a weak woman like you. Don't worry, even if I die, I will kill that devil Sun Jihao to avenge you. Li Xiaoluo lit a cigarette. He was not in a hurry anyway, so he just watched Su Xiuxiu's mother crying quietly. He didn't ask anyone to deal with her, and he didn't take any action himself. Su Xiuxiu's mother cried for a while, and seemed to finally come to her senses. She stood up and walked towards Li Xiaoluo. Charlotte, you and my Xiuxiu are a perfect match, and Auntie is very optimistic about you too.
But you young people always have your own ideas and love to quarrel. I don't know why you and Shosho suddenly quarreled. Maybe Auntie spoiled Shosho too much since she was a child, and she became too willful and made you unhappy. But no matter what, you and Shosho are good friends, and our two families have been friends for so many years. Now Shosho has been killed by Sun Jihao. Auntie doesn't ask anything else from you, I just ask you to let me kill him and avenge Shosho. As she spoke, Su Shosho's mother knelt down in front of Li Xiaolua and looked at him with a pleading look. Lu Guiying, Friendship 0, Potential 9, Special Ability, none. Life is like a play, it all depends on your acting skills. Su Shosho's mother is the least friendly person Li Xiaolua has ever met, and her level is the lowest, 0. This shows how strong her hatred for Li Xiaolua is. But at this time, she always called herself an elder, and her face was sincere when she looked at herself, but her face was full of hatred when she looked at Sun Jihao. Li Xiaolua could only say that he was worthy of being the director before the end of the world, as he had done a good job on the surface. In fact, it would be a waste of talent not to become an actor. Okay, Aunt Lu, you and my mother have been friends for many years, so I should definitely fulfill your little wish. Sun Jihao has been tied up, so you can do whatever you want to him. Li Xiaolua was not in a hurry, but smiled and said to Su Shosho's mother. When Su Shosho's mother heard this, a look of gratitude immediately appeared on her face, and then she rushed towards Sun Jihao madly. Sun Jihao died a miserable death after being scratched and bitten. Xiao Luo, thank you for still recognizing me as Aunt Lu. Woo woo, Shosho is not with you. It's our Shosho's loss. It's her life. Charlotte, thank you for letting me avenge Shosho. Even if I die, I can rest in peace. Aunt Lu, then you can go with peace of mind. Chapter 145, the enemies from the previous life have been dealt with almost completely. The gratitude on Su Shosho's mother's face was overflowing with expression the moment before, but the next second her face suddenly showed horror. Charlotte, what do you mean? It wasn't until she saw Li Xiaoluo raising the gun towards her that Su Shosho's mother understood everything without Li Xiaoluo's answer. Su Shosho's mother screamed, Li Xiaolua, you want to kill me? Your mother and I used to be good sisters. I watched you grow up, so I'm half your elder. You actually want to kill me, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Li Xiaolua said calmly, Aunt Lu, since Su Shosho is dead, you are left alone and helpless in this apocalypse. You still miss Su Shosho and feel sad every day. So I am helping you to completely get rid of this painful life. Su Shosho's mother really wants to tell Li Xiaolua all the nasty words she knows. Thank you so much for helping me like this. But Su Shosho's mother didn't dare to scold Li Xiaolua now. She could only say pitifully, Xiaolua, I can't die yet. Before Shosho died, she told me to live strong. Aunt Lu doesn't need you to help me get rid of it. Bang! Li Xiaolua fired directly, and then Su Shosho's mother opened her eyes wide in horror, staring at Li Xiaolua, and soon she was dead. Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun were all a little confused and didn't understand what was going on for a moment. Does his temporary boss have a good relationship with Su Shosho's mother? Or do they have a grudge against each other? Say there is a grudge. But the boss and Su Shosho's mother were very polite when they spoke to each other. They didn't quarrel or blame each other. The boss calls Su Shosho's mother Aunt Lu, and Su Shosho's mother also calls Li Xiaolua by her nickname. Isn't this a very harmonious scene? But let us say there is no grudge. How can you shoot someone's mother to death just because their daughter died? What's with all the talk about helping Su Shosho's mother get relief? This help is too big. However, Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun didn't dare to ask more questions, but they were becoming more and more in awe of Li Xiaolua. When Li Xiaolua looked at the dead Su Shosho and her daughter, as well as Li Xiaowei, she felt relieved of a small knot in her heart. All those who hurt him in his previous life have basically been dealt with. As for people like Aunt Wang, Li Xiaolua was too lazy to go out of her way to find them. If they weren't dead yet, and she happened to run into them again later, Li Xiaolua would teach them how to behave. If he hadn't met them, Li Xiaolua wouldn't have bothered to look for them specifically. There was no need to waste time on them. Lu Dazhuang, take some people to the room at Alliance A's base and bring everyone out. No matter if they are men, women, or children, everyone must come out. If anyone dares to resist or disobey, you will be the one to deal with them. Yes, boss, don't worry, I promise to complete the task. Lu Dazhuang patted his chest and immediately made a promise. Now the thugs that had joined are either dead or captured. There are probably some women who were captured as slaves in the room. There is basically no danger. If he can't even complete this task, then he should just go home and lie down and wait to die. After Lu Dezhuang and his team entered the room, Li Xiaoluo instructed Chen Jianjun.
Chen Jianjun, take some pictures of the deceased Sun Jihao and the others, as well as the people from Alliance A who were tied up, and then send all the pictures to the owners group. Send a notice in the owner group that Building A will be my, Li Xiaoluo's, territory from now on. Chen Jianjun nodded quickly, and then started to work according to Li Xiaoluo's instructions, taking pictures and sending notifications.
After Chen Jianjun's message was released, it immediately caused an uproar among the owners. Some owners naturally knew that Li Xiaoluo and the people from Alliance A were fighting, and they were all curiously waiting for the result. Although all the survivors of Building A who have not joined Alliance A will be bullied by Alliance A, everyone actually hopes that Alliance A will be defeated. But rationally, few people are optimistic about Li Xiaoluo. After all, there are so many thugs in Alliance A, how can they be so easy to deal with? However, the survivors who were watching the show in secret did not expect that after a while, the leader of Alliance A, Sun Jiao, and his confidants were dead, and most of the people in the entire Alliance A were arrested. Such a result is really unexpected. What on earth did Li Xiaoluo do? The survivors hiding at home were not at the scene, so naturally they didn't know what happened. However, Sun Jihao's death instantly wiped out the most powerful Alliance A in the building, which still made some people feel a strong sense of crisis. In the owners group, Zhao Xiaobing, at Li Xiaoluo, hello boss Li Xiaoluo, I'm Zhao Xiaobing, the second in command of Alliance A. Although I am nominally the second in command of Alliance A, boss Li Xiaoluo, you can ask anyone in Alliance A, Sun Jihao and I are actually sworn enemies. The title of second in command is just a random title given to me by Sun Jihao. I have no power in Alliance A, and I don't have any sense of belonging to Alliance A. My brothers and I's role is actually to protect the safety of the downstairs for Sun Jihao. In fact, the entire community is short of supplies, and the survivors in other buildings have begun to do everything they can to loot. Occasionally, survivors from other buildings will try to invade our building, but we fight hard to drive them away. Boss Li Xiaoluo, my brothers and I are willing to submit to you, and we hope you can let us continue to guard the territory downstairs for you. Li Xiaoluo naturally saw the message sent by Zhao Xiaobing in the group. Li Xiaoluo also heard about the relationship between Zhao Xiaobing's team and Alliance A. In fact, Li Xiaoluo did not suspect that Zhao Xiaobing was exaggerating about the survivors of other buildings wanting to invade this building, because such a thing would definitely happen. The reason why Sun Jihao temporarily tolerated Zhao Xiaobing's actions was actually because, as Zhao Xiaobing said, he wanted to use Zhao Xiaobing's men downstairs to help their Alliance A block the invaders coming from other buildings. In this way, Sun Jihao's alliance members will not be in danger, nor will they lose any strength, and they can also consume Zhao Xiaobing's troops. That's why Sun Jihao is not in a hurry to kill Zhao Xiaobing. In fact, Zhao Xiaobing has always wanted to change his situation, preferably by defeating Sun Jihao. Originally, Zhao Xiaobing thought that Li Xiaoluo's trouble with Alliance A this time might be an opportunity. If Li Xiaoluo could cause some trouble to Sun Jihao and greatly reduce his strength, then he might be able to reap the benefits. But Zhao Xiaobing never expected that the winner would be Li Xiaoluo, and it seemed that he completely crushed Sun Jihao. Zhao Xiaobing is not stupid. He knows that his manpower is definitely no match for Li Xiaoluo. So he acted decisively and expressed his loyalty publicly in the group right away. His demands were not high, as long as Li Xiaoluo could continue to let him occupy the territory of the 10 floors below. Chapter 146, Li Xiaoluo is more devilish than the people in Alliance A? However, Zhao Xiaobing's idea is very good, but Li Xiaoluo is not Sun Jihao. Since Li Xiaoluo went to such great lengths to clear out the survivors from the entire building today, he would naturally not allow any other forces to exist in the building. Even outsiders will not be allowed to exist in the future. In fact, Li Xiaoluo had already figured out how to do it before he started. The operation was also very simple, just do it the same way as at Longting Villa. Solve what needs to be solved, and get rid of those who need to be driven away. Now that Alliance A has been dealt with, Zhao Xiaobing and his men can be dealt with as well. Meanwhile, there is one more thing to do. Li Xiaoluo directly sent a few messages to the owners group. At everyone, I'm Li Xiaoluo, and I'm issuing a notice now, all surviving residents of Building A, please bring food, warm clothing, and other necessary supplies. Residents above the 18th floor, all must gather on the 18th floor. Residents below the 18th floor, all must wait in the hallway outside their rooms. Everyone, please pay attention. I only give you 1 hour. After 1 hour, everyone including women and children must gather according to the regulations. I will start from the 35th floor and clear out the survivors hiding in the rooms on each floor. If anyone doesn't want to leave home, their fate will be the same as Sun Jihao's.
This also applies to you, Zhao Xiaobing. I may need someone to watch the door downstairs, but I need someone who obeys my orders, not someone who thinks he's a watchdog that bites people. So you'd better all gather downstairs and surrender obediently. That way, you might still have a chance to watch the door for me. The message Li Xiaoluo sent to the owners group was earth-shattering. This immediately made the owners who were still watching the show in the group panic. Li Xiaoluo asked them to gather downstairs with food and supplies from their homes. He must have wanted to steal their things. At this moment, many survivors felt that Li Xiaoluo was as devilish as Sun Jihao from Alliance A. Even more hateful than Sun Jihao. Sun Jihao wanted their food and supplies and would even send people to rob them. But Li Xiaoluo was too lazy to even snatch them away, and just let them come to his door.
It's simply hateful and insulting.
But even the powerful A Alliance was defeated by Li Xiaoluo, and Sun Jihao was killed.
Who else dares to resist Li Xiaoluo?
In fact, let alone the survivors in the owners group, even Chen Jianjun and other temporary subordinates who followed Li Xiaoluo were a little at a loss as to what to do with the message Li Xiaoluo sent in the group. Although Chen Jianjun and the others are now considered Li Xiaoluo's people, Li Xiaoluo said in the group that everyone must go downstairs, so are their family members also included?
Boss, do all the people in our family need to come down and gather as well?
Chen Jianjun was also a little confused about what the boss Li Xiaoluo meant by suddenly giving such an order.
Just for food and supplies in the survivors' homes? But doesn't the boss have enough food? However, Chen Jianjun still did not dare to delay. He had to ask the boss clearly whether their families also needed to come down to gather.
Although he had been following Li Xiaoluo for less than a day, Chen Jianjun had already witnessed Li Xiaoluo's decisiveness in killing. Chen Jianjun was very sure that no matter who disobeyed the boss's orders, the consequences would be the same. Even he or the captain Lu Dezhuang had no privileges in front of Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo looked at Chen Jianjun and had some good feelings towards this middle-aged man. Not only is Chen Jianjun's friendliness level relatively high, it is almost close to 70. There are other aspects as well. For example, Chen Jianjun is calm and steady in his work, he is very skilled in martial arts, and he is also very brave when fighting. After getting the food, others basically started to eat it up immediately, but he was the only one who carefully kept the food close to his body. Chen Jianjun even secretly begged Li Xiaoluo to give the food to his family if he died in battle. In fact, from ancient times to the present, no matter whether it is a chaotic or prosperous time, there are always kind people and evil people. It's just that in prosperous times, because there is order, there will be many more kind people and fewer evil people. In this end time when order has collapsed, the opposite is true. There will be many more people who become evil, and fewer good people who can still maintain their original nature. Moreover, kind people in the end times often do not have a good ending. However, whether he is kind or not is Chen Jianjun's own business, and Li Xiaoluo will not say much. And his kindness may not be a bad thing when it comes to Li Xiaoluo. Because kind people know how to be grateful and have high friendliness. Because Chen Jianjun has supernatural talents, Li Xiaoluo will only let him live if his friendliness is high. Even if Li Xiaoluo's team only recruits female players and won't let him join their team, if Chen Jianjun's friendliness is high in the future, maybe he can develop into a peripheral subordinate and do some odd jobs for Li Xiaoluo. The question that Chen Jianjun asked was actually what everyone in Chen Jianjun's team wanted to ask, so everyone was waiting for Li Xiaoluo's answer with a nervous look on their faces. In fact, in their hearts, they naturally hope that Li Xiaoluo can give them some special treatment. After all, they are now Li Xiaoluo's subordinates, aren't they? Although Li Xiaoluo had told them when recruiting that they were only hired temporarily. But sometimes things can change. At that time, they probably hadn't received the approval of their boss, Li Xiaoluo. But now they had defeated the A Alliance players and performed well, so they should have received the boss's approval, right? Li Xiaoluo didn't care what everyone was thinking. He looked at Chen Jianjun and nodded. Yes, everyone needs to come down or gather outside the room. However, you are still my people now, so I will remind you one more thing. Have your family take as much food and useful supplies as possible. I am only asking you to move downstairs. I won't take anything from you, but you will never have the chance to go home and get anything again. After hearing what the boss said, Chen Jianjun and the others suddenly understood something. It turned out that the boss was not interested in the food and supplies in the survivors' homes, but wanted all the survivors in the building to move downstairs to live. After knowing Li Xiaoluo's ultimate intention, Chen Jianjun had a clue in his mind. At least Li Xiaoluo doesn't want to kill everyone, nor does he want to take away all the food from the survivors.
Because taking away all the food from the survivors is actually equivalent to indirectly killing all the survivors. As for moving, Chen Jianjun actually didn't have much resistance. After all, it was the end of the world, so where was his home? Where is not home? As long as the family is together, anywhere is home. Boss, can we send a message to our family?
After Chen Jianjun knew Li Xiaoluo's intention, he immediately asked Li Xiaoluo for instructions.
Li Xiaoluo nodded.
Li Xiaoluo naturally agreed to this small matter, as long as their family was willing to move. Li Xiaoluo was not a murderer, so he naturally would not insist on killing everyone. So Chen Jianjun and his team members quickly sent messages to inform their families, asking them to bring all the food and supplies from home before going downstairs.
At this moment, Chen Jianjun and the others were very grateful.
This time, they followed their boss Li Xiaoluo, not to mention how much reward they could get in the future. But this piece of inside information alone could help them reduce a lot of losses and even save their families' lives. Because when other survivors see the message Li Xiaoluo sent in the group, they will definitely think that Li Xiaoluo wants to steal their food and supplies. So even if they come down to gather, some of them won't bring much with them from home.
But they will regret it then. Chapter 147 Chen Jianjun's wife and daughter. After a while, Lu Dezhuang and his men came out with a group of people. Boss, everyone in the room has been brought out.
There are 25 people in total, 22 women and 3 men. These men and women were captured by the A Alliance and used as slaves to serve them.
Li Xiaoluo took a look and found that most of the 25 so-called slaves were relatively young women.
Since Alliance A is a gang of thugs led by men, they naturally don't treat women very well. Most of the women are either injured or have become thin due to hunger. However, among these 25 people, 2 of them caught Li Xiaoluo's attention. One was a woman wearing a white down jacket.
She had an oval face and a pure appearance.
Her face showed a gentle and weak look. She followed Lu Dezhuang with a nervous look on her face. Lu Dezhuang would also secretly glance at the woman from time to time, and then a silly smile would appear on his face. Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but use the eye of investigation to take a look at the woman.
Tan Jingjing, Friendship 41, Potential 11, Special Ability, None.
This woman had neither good feelings nor hostility towards Li Xiaoluo, but Li Xiaoluo always felt that he saw the shadow of Su Xiuxiu in her. But Li Xiaoluo didn't care.
It seemed that her current target was Lu Dezhuang. It depends on how Lu Dezhuang handles it.
If he still wants to be a bootlicker in this doomsday, then he will bring his own consequences.
Another person who caught Li Xiaoluo's attention was a young man, probably in his 20s.
Although he was wearing bloody clothes, Li Xiaoluo could tell at a glance that the complexion on his face did not look like that of a slave at all.
Yi Xiaoyang, Friendship 24, Potential 19, Special Ability, None. There is indeed a problem.
Then Li Xiaoluo quickly looked through the remaining 23 captives and found no woman with special abilities. However, their friendliness levels are generally above 40, and some are even above 60. After all, Li Xiaoluo saved them, so normally they should be grateful. Li Xiaoluo asked Lu Dezhuang to bring over 2 bound thugs from Alliance A, and then pointed at the 25 slaves brought out by Lu Dezhuang and said,
"Look at these people, are they all slaves you captured?" The 2 thugs' eyes stayed on Yi Xiaoyang for a few seconds, and then after meeting Yi Xiaoyang's eyes, they hesitated and nodded.
"Yes, boss, these people are slaves we captured to serve us."
That's right, that's right."
Li Xiaoluo walked up to Yi Xiaoyang with an expressionless face and said, "Then tell me, how did the people from Alliance A treat you after they captured you as a slave? What did they make you do every day? Why do you look so good?" Yi Xiaoyang's expression changed slightly, but he quickly calmed down and said, "Brother, this is what happened. After the A Alliance captured me, they didn't give me food at first, and then beat me every day. They wanted me to join them and help them harm ordinary survivors. But I'm a graduate of a prestigious university, and I don't want to help them do evil. They wanted to kill me when they saw I refused to surrender, but because I could cook and my cooking skills were pretty good, they kept me as their chef. That is why my food and treatment were better than those of ordinary slaves."
"Oh, really?"
Li Xiaoluo smiled and didn't say anything else. But Yi Xiaoyang always felt that the way Li Xiaoluo looked at him made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was looking at a dead person. This Yi Xiaoyang was naturally the military advisor of Alliance A. His premonition was very accurate. He had always felt that Li Xiaoluo could resolve the trouble upstairs so quickly, and that he must have some hidden card that they didn't know about. So when Li Xiaoluo led his men to fight down, he stayed at the back of the team. Even when Li Xiaoluo opened fire, he had already quietly run back into the room. Then he found a set of old bloody clothes, injured himself a little, and pretended to be an innocent prisoner captured by Alliance A. By then, Li Xiaoluo might also need talents, and he could rely on his high academic qualifications to become a person respected by Li Xiaoluo. But he just mentioned his academic qualifications, but Li Xiaoluo didn't react at all. Instead, the look in his eyes made him very uncomfortable. Yi Xiaoyang could only pretend to be calm, hoping that he was just overthinking it. The reason why Li Xiaoluo ignored Yi Xiaoyan was because he didn't have time to deal with him yet. Li Xiaoluo was busy with other things at the moment. Li Xiaoluo had secretly released a stealth drone, and then went upstairs to monitor the survivors moving. Of course, Li Xiaoluo didn't care whether the survivors would take all the food and supplies from their homes. He used the stealth drone mainly to check if there was anyone who didn't want to carry out his orders. If someone doesn't plan to leave their home and thinks they'll be fine by staying inside with the door closed, they'll soon learn the consequences. Although he would not rob their food, women, or enslave them like the people in Alliance A did, Li Xiaoluo would still make life difficult for those who disobeyed him, and even kill them.
However, the photos of Sun Jihao's dead bodies posted by Li Xiaoluo in the group were still very deterrent. Most of the surviving owners basically did not dare to disobey Li Xiaoluo's orders. They chose to pack up some things and take their families out to gather on the 18th floor. 25th floor. Zhang Meiying and her daughter quickly packed up the food, clothes, and other supplies that could be taken away from home into several large bags, and then the two women, one big and one small, carried the things out of the door with difficulty. But at the moment Zhang Meiying opened the door of her own room, the door of the room opposite her also opened. A middle-aged couple also carried a few small bags in their hands and walked out of the room leisurely.
Brother Lu, Sister Na. Zhang Meiying smiled and greeted the middle-aged couple. But Zhang Meiying's daughter pouted and didn't want to call anyone. This middle-aged couple, the man is called Lu Songping and the woman is called Li Meina. They have been neighbors with Zhang Meiying's family for many years. In the past, the conditions of the two families were similar, and they were both ordinary workers, so the relationship was still very good. However, Lu Songping was a late bloomer. In his 40s, he started his own business and became the owner of a small factory. Later, his wife Li Meina also opened a restaurant. Both of their businesses were pretty good and they made a lot of money. Their conditions were getting better and better than Zhang Meiying's family. Although the two did not say it on the surface, their usual behavior showed that they were slowly distancing themselves from Zhang Meiying's family, and even looked down on Zhang Meiying's family. However, showing off in front of Zhang Meiying's family is their favorite thing to do. After the end of the world came, Lu Songping and Li Meina were lucky enough to have stockpiled a lot of food at home. The reason why Zhang Meiying's daughter didn't want to pay attention to Lu Songping and Li Meina was that after the end of the world, Lu Songping and Li Meina privately boasted to her parents about how much food they had at home. But when her father went to beg them to lend him some food, they refused to lend him a single grain of rice. As a result, her family almost starved to death, and today her father Chen Jianjun had to go out and take risks. Of course, the most infuriating thing is that Lu Songping and Li Meina's families not only refused to lend a single grain of rice to Chen Jianjun's family, but when the people from Alliance A came to ask for food, they immediately offered a large amount of food. However, Zhang Meiying did not blame Lu Songping and Li Meina. After all, it was their freedom to lend food or not, and it was also their freedom to give their food to whomever they wanted. Xiaoying, didn't your Chen Jianjun go to work for Li Xiaoluo? Why are you still handing over the supplies? And why are you taking so many things? Li Meina now smiled warmly at Zhang Meiying. When Chen Jianjun went up to work for Li Xiaoluo, they were still scolding Chen Jianjun as a fool at home. But the couple never dreamed that Li Xiaoluo would suddenly become the master of the building. Then Chen Jianjun's status is naturally higher than theirs now. That's why they wanted to restore their good neighborly relationship with Zhang Meiying. It would be nice to know some inside information in the future. Zhang Meiying thought for a moment and said to Li Meina, Sister Na, my husband Chen Jianjun told me to take all the useful supplies from home with me. Sister Na, you'd better also. Chapter 148. This is too amazing. Li Meina smiled and interrupted Zhang Meiying, saying, Xiaoying, I always thought your Chen Jianjun was an honest man. I didn't expect he'd be so flattering now. He asked you to bring everything from home just to honor the Li Xiaoluo, right? But with so little supplies like yours, I'm afraid others won't be impressed. As for our family, we really don't have any extra food or supplies. I've got everything I need. As for Li Meina's husband Lu Songping, he stood aside without saying a word, but he did not show the contempt and disdain he showed to Chen Jianjun's family as before. Now Chen Jianjun is following Li Xiaoluo. Before the situation becomes clear, he dare not act superior in front of Zhang Meiying and others as before.
As for what Zhang Meiying said, take down all the supplies at home and hand them over? Only a fool would do that. Lu Songping and his wife had the same idea.
Chen Jianjun wanted to flatter him and handed over all the supplies at home. But they were not fools and naturally would not do such a stupid thing. The people who voluntarily handed over half of the food to Alliance A had been heartbroken for a long time. Because at that time they thought that the people in Alliance A would give them some preferential treatment or privileges, but there was nothing. Because they are older, they are not even qualified to join the A League. Now that someone new is in charge of the building, Lu Songping and his wife will no longer be so foolish as to obediently hand over their belongings. Zhang Meiying saw that Lu Songping and his wife didn't listen to her reminder, so she didn't care. Given the current relationship between the two families, she was able to remind them, which was considered to be the most she could do. Soon, the time set by Li Xiaoluo for the survivors was about to arrive, and some survivors began to come to the 18th floor from the upper floors one after another. The survivors who are still alive are basically women or teenagers, or middle-aged men and women. There are basically no elderly people. Moreover, most of these survivors basically have one characteristic, that is, they are very thin, and some are even starving to the point of being just skin and bones. Of course, there are a very small number of people who are still not starving like before the end of the world. Then, when the survivors came to the 18th floor one after another, they immediately saw blood and corpses all over the floor. Everyone couldn't help but tremble with fear. This is not the 18th floor, it's almost like the 18th level of hell. Wouldn't they be killed too? The survivors who arrived at the 18th floor were so scared that they dared not make a sound. They all stood quietly in the corner. Zhang Meiying and her daughter both saw Chen Jianjun following Li Xiaoluo, but they did not dare to greet Chen Jianjun. The survivors after the apocalypse have basically learned to be cautious. However, when Chen Jianjun saw his wife and daughter, his eyes lit up, especially when he looked at his wife and daughter's thin bodies. He knew that they were in urgent need of food. "Boss, my wife and daughter are already downstairs. Can I go and give them some food?" Li Xiaoluo nodded, "Sure, just let your wife and daughter come over. We are not the army, there are not so many rules." "Thank you, boss." Chen Jianjun said gratefully, then quickly waved for Zhang Meiying and her daughter to come over. "Boss, this is my wife Zhang Meiying, and this is my daughter Chen Lele." Then Chen Jianjun quickly introduced Li Xiaoluo to Zhang Meiying and her daughter. In fact, he didn't need to say it, because everyone in the building knew that his boss was Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo glanced at Chen Jianjun's wife Zhang Meiying and daughter Chen Lele. Zhang Meiying was a very kind middle-aged woman, and Chen Lele looked about 10 years old and had a rather delicate appearance. Chen Jianjun's daughter is much prettier than him and doesn't look like his genes at all. Zhang Meiying and her daughter Chen Lele were both very reserved. After greeting Li Xiaoluo, they didn't dare to say much. However, the other survivors were envious of Zhang Meiying and Chen Lele for being able to show up in front of Li Xiaoluo. Especially Lu Songping and his wife, they felt extremely unbalanced. Before the end of the world, they looked down on Chen Jianjun's family from the bottom of their hearts. Although they were neighbors, they were no longer from the same class. Even after the apocalypse, Lu Songping and his wife lived a relatively comfortable life, but Chen Jianjun's family almost starved to death. So after the end of the world, we can't compare with them either. But suddenly, Chen Jianjun's family became higher in status than them, which made Lu Songping and his wife feel very uncomfortable. After all, Chinese people are like this. Many people like to compare themselves with those around them. It doesn't matter if there are many rich and powerful people, but if someone in the neighborhood is doing well, they will definitely be envied. Although this phenomenon is more common in rural areas, it does not mean that it does not exist among urban residents. But then, something happened that made Lu Songping and his wife even more jealous. Chen Jianjun took out 2 chicken legs from his pocket and handed them to his wife and daughter. "Ah, big chicken drumstick." The little girl Chen Lele looked at the chicken leg in her hand and couldn't help but exclaimed, this surprise was really huge. "Dad, have you eaten yet?" Chen Lele swallowed her saliva, but did not tear open the package immediately. Instead, she looked at Chen Jianjun with a serious face. Chen Jianjun smiled and said, "This is a gift from the boss, so of course I've eaten it. This is specially reserved for you and your mother, so hurry up and eat it." But how could Zhang Meiying not know her husband's character? Once he got the food, he would definitely not eat it himself first. But Zhang Meiying didn't say anything. She put away the bag of chicken legs in her hand, and then tore open the bag in Chen Lele's hand.
Then she divided the chicken into 3 portions so that the whole family could eat it.
Chen Jianjun looked at his wife and smiled, without refusing, and started eating happily. The survivors who had just come downstairs watched Chen Jianjun's family's eating show, and they were so greedy that they wanted to curse. Why did they have to see this kind of scene as soon as they arrived? It's really torturous. Many people even regretted that they should have gone upstairs to seek refuge with Li Xiaolua before. After Chen Jianjun and his family finished eating, Li Xiaolua looked at the time. The time he set has come. Everyone, you're all very good, and lucky enough to have come down on time as I promised. But some of you weren't very obedient. Lu Dezhuang, take your men to room 1905 and room 2306 and bring down those who are hiding and disobeying you. Okay, boss. Lu Dezhuang was stunned when he heard Li Xiaolua's order. How did the boss know which owner did not go out? This is amazing. Chapter 149 10 minutes of free time. Lu Dezhuang obeyed Li Xiaolua's order and immediately went upstairs with his team. Not long after, Lu Dezhuang and his men came back, bringing with them several men with bruised faces and noses. However, the members of Lu Dezhuang's team also looked at their boss Li Xiaolua with surprise in their eyes. After they went upstairs, they found the survivors hiding in the 2 rooms that the boss mentioned. The boss is really amazing, right? Not only Lu Dezhuang and the others were surprised, they also felt that their boss Li Xiaolua was becoming more and more mysterious. Those survivors who chose to go downstairs were extremely grateful at this moment. Fortunately, they chose to listen to Li Xiaolua's words and did not hide at home with a fluke mentality. Lu Dezhuang brought the men he had caught upstairs to Li Xiaolua and said, "Boss, what do we do with these disobedient people?" "Boss Li Xiaolua, please don't kill me. My phone was broken, so I didn't see the notification you sent to the owner group. I really didn't mean to disobey." "Yeah, Boss Li Xiaolua, I didn't see the notification you sent in the group. I've been sleeping at home to conserve my energy." Seeing the blood and corpses all over the floor of the 18th floor, the few survivors caught by Lu Dezhuang were terrified. No matter what the reason was for them not to listen to Li Xiaolua's words, they were now racking their brains to find a reasonable excuse. "Fuck, your phone is broken? Take out your phone and let me see it." Lu Dezhuang was a little unconvinced and planned to check the phone of the first person who spoke. The man suddenly showed a trace of panic on his face. However, Li Xiaolua waved at Lu Dezhuang and asked why the fat man was so serious. No matter what excuses these people make, they are all the same to Li Xiaolua. So Li Xiaolua was too lazy to waste time on them. Seeing Li Xiaolua stop Lu Dezhuang, the man's face suddenly showed relief. Li Xiaolua first checked the personal information of all the survivors. Then Li Xiaolua looked at Lu Dezhuang and said, "Those who didn't come down within the stipulated time will definitely be punished, no matter what the reason. They will be responsible for carrying the bodies from upstairs to the first floor later. Lu Dezhuang, you send someone to supervise. The task must be completed today." The reason why Li Xiaolua did not pursue them was that he wanted to make use of their surplus value. Moreover, they didn't bring anything with them. Even if Li Xiaolua didn't kill them, their lives would be very difficult in the future. As for moving the body downstairs, this was something that had to be done, and it was one of the reasons why Li Xiaolua wanted to clean up the entire building. Because Li Xiaolua knew that it would be fine if the corpse was kept for a long time in the extremely low temperature of the ice disaster. But after the ice disaster is over, the temperature will rise, and these corpses definitely cannot be left in the building. So Li Xiaolua's action this time was not only to clear out the survivors, but also to clear out all the bodies in the building, otherwise he would have no way to stay here in the future. In fact, there are many ways to get the body downstairs, but Li Xiaolua chose the most difficult one, which is to move it by manpower. In fact, it can be considered a kind of punishment. Of course, there are a lot of corpses in this building, and Li Xiaolua will definitely not let only a few of them carry them. They would die of exhaustion but still not be able to finish moving it. There is still a lot of free labor. For example, when we went down to the 18th floor to fight Alliance A, some people showed up and retreated in fear. There wouldn't be any more battles later, so they wouldn't be needed as vanguard death squads anymore, so we could just punish them by making them carry corpses. Also, those surrendered thugs from Alliance A can be reused. Of course, when it comes to the thugs from Alliance A, Li Xiaolua will still follow his usual style and kill a group of people first. Of course, Li Xiaolua doesn't need to do it himself. He can just leave it to the women captured by Alliance A or the survivors at the scene. Li Xiaolua didn't believe that no one wanted to take revenge because the whole building was full of complaints caused by Alliance A these days. Sure enough, when Li Xiaolua announced that everyone would be given 10 minutes, anyone could do whatever they wanted with the surviving thugs in Alliance A. Suddenly, many people showed excitement on their faces. Although the thugs from Alliance A had only controlled the building for a few days, they had visited almost every household and committed crimes. It's just that some of the owners' families suffered much more serious injuries, while some families may have suffered less damage. After all, even Sun Jihao from Alliance A didn't want to go too far for the time being, for fear of arousing public anger and everyone joining forces to resist him. But after all, those who did the work were all Sun Jihao's subordinates, and as long as they were human, they would have their own emotions and desires, especially in times of loss of order like the end of the world. The distortion of human nature would be infinitely magnified. For example, Alliance A stipulates that each household only needs to hand over half of its food, but when Sun Jihao's subordinates carry out the order, they may take away half of the food from the survivors' homes and then take the opportunity to eat and drink as much as they want. If some survivors do not have much food at home, then they will naturally fight back desperately, and those who dare to resist will definitely be beaten or killed. Or maybe the thugs from Alliance A would flirt with someone's beautiful wife, or just take her to their base and have her serve them. When the people in Alliance A were still in power, most people could only choose to swallow their anger when these things happened. But now all the members of Alliance A are prisoners, and they can do whatever they want with them. If they don't even dare to take revenge, are they still men? Ah. It hurts so much, please spare me. It was the leader who ordered me to steal your food and kill your old man. After Li Xiaoluo gave them 10 minutes of free time, several men stood up first and found the A-League thugs they had always remembered. With someone taking the lead, more survivors began to run to the bound thugs to vent their anger. Even if there was no vengeance for murdering a husband or stealing a wife, who hadn't had their food stolen by the thugs of Alliance A? Soon, even the women who were rescued finally realized that Alliance A was really finished, and they joined the ranks of crazy revenge. Lu Dezhuang also found the A-League thugs who had bullied him and beat them up severely. Jingjing, are you afraid of dirtying your hands by beating these beasts? Then tell me who bullied you, and I'll help you kill them. Lu Dezhuang saw that many women were taking revenge, while Tan Jingjing was standing aside without moving, so he immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. A hint of unnaturalness flashed across Tan Jingjing's face, but she quickly recovered and said gently, Brother Dezhuang, thank you for your kindness, but I have already planned to forget what happened before, so I don't want to mention anything about it anymore, and I don't want to face those people again. Lu Dezhuang quickly comforted him, it's okay. You're doing the right thing. And you don't have to do anything. There are plenty of people to deal with these beasts anyway. Just when the 10 minutes were about to expire, 3 women suddenly ran up to Li Xiaoluo. They pointed at Yi Xiaoyang and said, Li Xiaoluo. Boss, he's not a slave of Alliance A, nor is he a chef. Don't be fooled by him. His name is Yi Xiaoyang, and he's the military advisor of Alliance A. Many of the ideas for bullying the survivors were his. Chapter 150 The reward Meng Jiejia and the other girls want thanks to the reward from Long Zitian of the Zhatian gang. Bang! Bang! After a few gunshots, Li Xiaoluo shot and killed Yi Xiaoyang and the 2 thugs who had previously claimed that Yi Xiaoyang was a slave. In fact, Li Xiaoluo had known for a long time that there was something wrong with Yi Xiaoyang, and he even wanted to kill him without any reason before. However, Li Xiaoluo had been using a drone to monitor the survivors upstairs, which allowed them to live a few more minutes. Now that someone has exposed his identity, there is naturally no reason for Li Xiaoluo to keep them any longer. It is also a good opportunity to establish his authority in front of the survivors coming down later. As for Yi Xiaoyang being a highly educated talent, it is of no use to Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo's team does not need any highly educated and outstanding talents. In Li Xiaoluo's view, apart from people with special talents, as long as they are loyal and obedient, they are outstanding talents. Of course, the prerequisite is a woman. Li Xiaoluo looked at the 3 women who reported Yi Xiaoyang. They were all in their 20s. Although they were not great beauties, they were still young and pretty. Meng Jiejia, friendship 65, potential 18, special ability, none. Subconsciously, Li Xiaoluo used the eye of investigation to look at the information of these 3 women. In fact, he had checked the information of everyone here before, just in case he discovered any special talents. However, there were many people before, so Li Xiaoluo did not remember their personal information, and the friendliness level would also change constantly. So since these 3 women caught Li Xiaoluo's attention, it was natural to take another look at them. You 3 have done well to stand up and expose Yi Xiaoyang's identity. Tell me, what reward do you want? Food, supplies, or anything else is welcome. The three women all had pretty good friendliness, so Li Xiaolua decided to give them a little reward. As a superior, it is natural to be clear about rewards and punishments. Although Li Xiaolua has not yet regarded anyone here as a real subordinate, he may still need to deal with these people in the future, so he is setting an example for them. Those who have made contributions will receive their own rewards. The three women, led by Meng Jiejia, looked at each other and then let Meng Jiejia speak as a representative.
Boss, we don't want rewards, we just want to follow you, is that okay?
Meng Jiejia and the others looked at Li Xiaolua with expectation. In fact, the three people including Meng Jiejia had known each other before the end of the world. They were all white-collar workers working in the company before the end of the world, and they shared a house together. When the thugs from Alliances saw that there were only 3 young girls in their family and not even a single man, they robbed everything in their home, including them. They were really scared at that time, thinking that if there was a man at home, they would not be bullied at will. But after being captured and taken to the Alliance's stronghold, Meng Jiejia and the others discovered that having men at home was useless. Some of the women who were captured as slaves with them had husbands who did not dare to resist, while some who resisted were killed by the Alliance's thugs. Therefore, men without strength will not be able to protect women in the Doomsday and will not be a match for those gangs of thugs. After these days of experience, Meng Jiejia and the others realized the cruelty of the end of the world. Especially for women, if they want to avoid being enslaved, they must either become extremely powerful themselves or find a powerful backer.
You all want to follow me?
Li Xiaolua was stunned for a moment. He had always forced people to join him before, but no woman had taken the initiative to ask to follow him.
Meng Jiejia and the other 2 women nodded vigorously.
Li Xiaolua thought about it and realized that Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun were just temporary employees hired by Li Xiaolua, and were actually cannon fodder. Of course, they cannot be said to be cannon fodder. Compared with Wu Yufang and the other cannon fodders at Longting Villa, people like Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun are much luckier. Although Li Xiaolua regarded them as cannon fodder, he actually also regarded them as employees. As long as they complete the tasks assigned by Li Xiaolua will give them a certain amount of compensation, and he will not treat them like he did to Wu Yufang and others, and will not try to kill them in the end. Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun were the ones Li Xiaolua hired to do the work with money, and Li Xiaolua would not burn his bridges after crossing them. So, there is a difference between Lu Dazhuang and Chen Jianjun and cannon fodder. After some dangerous and heavy tasks are completed, Li Xiaolua will terminate the employment relationship with Lu Dazhuang, Chen Jianjun and others. The rules of Li Xiaolua's team will not change, and men will not be recruited. And he wouldn't be able to support so many people now. So here, Li Xiaolua really needs to recruit some people of his own. However, there are many more survivors here than at Longting Villa, and there are also many more women. Therefore, Li Xiaolua will have stricter requirements for women who can join his Taoyuan territory. But it doesn't matter. You can set up an assessment period, just like the probation period when you started working in a company. Unqualified women will be eliminated when the time comes. Meng Jiejia and the others' friendliness levels are all acceptable, which is enough for now. So Li Xiaolua looked at Meng Jiejia and the other 2 women and said, "Okay, you 3 are quite creative and courageous. I'll give you a chance to follow me. But let me make it clear first. Those who follow me need to obey my orders. Even if I ask you to kill someone, you must do so. And I will also provide you with food and security." Meng Jiejia and the other 2 showed joy on their faces. Aren't food and safety the most precious things in the apocalypse? Boss, we know, we will obey. Meng Jiejia and the other 2 immediately made the promise. Li Xiaolua said, "You are different from them. Don't call me boss anymore. Call me lord from now on. Also, you have a 1-month assessment period. If any of you performs poorly, I will eliminate her." "My lord, if I am eliminated, will I be killed?" Li Xiaolua shook her head. "No, I'm just kicking you out of my team. But if you're really eliminated, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Meng Jiejia and the other 2 certainly cannot yet understand the feeling of lifelong regret after being eliminated by Li Xiaolua, but when they heard that being eliminated does not mean death, they no longer have any worries in their hearts. Seeing that Meng Jiejia and the other 3 had successfully become Li Xiaolua's people, many people were immediately moved. Some women, and even quite a few men, came over and begged to join. But Li Xiaolua said directly, "We are not hiring for the time being." Then Li Xiaolua began to let Lu Dazhuang's team supervise those who needed to be punished and began to carry the bodies layer by layer, while he led the others downstairs. From the 18th floor to the 17th floor. There were already several survivors from the homes on the 17th floor, waiting at the door with food. After seeing Li Xiaoluo, they immediately smiled humbly and wanted to offer the food in their hands to Li Xiaoluo. But Li Xiaoluo just said lightly, "Take what you have in your hands and follow us." Then we came to the 16th floor. Li Xiaoluo glanced at the waiting survivors, then said to Chen Jianjun,
"The people in room 1609 haven't come out yet. Go and capture them all and hand them over to Lu Dezhuang.
Have them also move the bodies." Chen Jianjun was stunned for a moment.
Did the boss know that someone was hiding in that room? How did the boss do it?
The group of people following Li Xiaoluo also opened their eyes wide, looking incredible and magical.